The unfortunate life of Jixia seemed to be cursed. She stumbled on the bed, suffered a flat tire, and was abandoned by 3 families in succession. Until one day, a weathered voice echoed in her mind, compelling her to sign a fateful contract. After enduring the absurdity of a contractual marriage and subsequent divorce, Jixia gradually realized that her misfortunes were not inherent, but rather manipulated by an unseen force. As the threads of conspiracy began to unravel, this girl, accustomed to calamity, was finally poised to unveil the enigmatic truth behind her destiny. Chapter 1. Carrying a heavy thermos, Jixia arrived at the president's office. Upon hearing her approach, Assistant Qian looked up and instantly stood up upon recognizing her. Nodding at him with a faint smile, Jixia prepared to push open the office door. "Miss Ji, you cannot enter. The boss's important guests." Jixia froze at his words. Important guests? Her gaze fell upon Assistant Qian, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes darting. It was the first time in over a year that she had been barred from the president's office. Weighing the thermos in her hand, she thought, having bought so many ingredients and spent so much money, what a waste. Just as she turned to leave, a somewhat weary voice echoed in her mind. "Girl, are you just going to walk away? What else can I do?" Jixia sighed. "They won't even let me in. Have you forgotten why you came? Wasn't it because of last night's bed incident?" Struck at her weak point, Jixia nearly jumped, cursing silently. She had managed to sleep well for the past year, and last night's shock had rattled her deeply. If it hadn't been for the sudden collapse of the bed, she might have forgotten her unfortunate nature altogether. And she must see Zhou Tianzi, even if it was just to ensure a peaceful night's sleep in her bed tonight. Exactly. Inside is your legally recognized husband. No matter how important the guests are, they cannot keep you from entering, right? "Master, I feel you are somewhat gleeful. Don't forget, the 2-year term is nearly up. Zhou Tianzi will surely divorce me. Have you found another way?" Upon her utterance, silence enveloped her mind for a long while. Humph, pretending to be dead again. She knew this old man was quite wicked, showing no inclination to find another way to alter her unfortunate disposition, merely wishing to keep her clinging to Zhou Tianzi. However, after nearly 2 years of effort, she had seen no signs of affection from him. If this continued, she would not only ensnare her heart, but also remain trapped in her misfortune. But what mattered most now was that tonight she needed to sleep in her bed, and she planned to take a taxi home, not to sleep on the floor or suffer a flat tire. Assistant Qian, baffled by the return of the boss's wife, hastily stood in front of the office door again. "Miss Ji, did you forget something?" "No, I need to go in." Jixia raised the thermos in her hand. "I'm delivering food. I'll leave right after." Assistant Qian felt a severe headache coming on, thinking to himself, "Miss, haven't you noticed that everyone's titles have shifted from Madam to Miss lately? Everyone knows about your contractual marriage with the president, and with only 3 months left until the divorce, surely she must be aware of her situation." Jixia observed the myriad expressions on Assistant Qian's face, unsure of what he was imagining. Growing impatient, she stated plainly, "Move aside." "Yes, that's right. You must be assertive. How else can you win Zhou Tianzi over?" The voice in her mind suddenly interjected again. Jixia thought, had it not been for the obstacle in her way, she would have scolded this old man a few times by now. Just as they were discussing crucial matters, he had vanished, only to reappear now, as if to witness the spectacle. "This is unacceptable, Miss Ji," Assistant Qian insisted, feeling a heavy responsibility to defend the door. "The president has instructed that no one is to disturb him." In a moment of unexpected clarity, Jixia squinted at Assistant Qian's expression. "There's a lady inside, isn't there?" Assistant Qian kept his lips tightly sealed, signaling that he had said nothing, leaving her to deduce the truth herself. Not only was there a lady, but she was also a stunning beauty who had frequently appeared in the president's office. He had never seen the president show such concern for any woman, including Jixia, his wife, for over a year. He had even ordered the favorite milk tea and snacks of that lady, knowing the precise level of sweetness, a stark contrast to their president's workaholic demeanor. Jixia stared blankly at her feet, debating with the voice in her mind. "Perhaps I should let it go for today and come back tomorrow. Worst case, I can sleep on the floor tonight." She had already guessed who was inside and simply did not wish to humiliate herself further. "Come on, girl, why are you so cowardly? Inside is your legally recognized husband. Who cares who she is? Just push through." Ji Xia's lips moved, but she remained silent. Do you still wish to rid yourself of your misfortune? Let me be frank. Staying close to Zhou Tianzi is your best option. All other methods are mere detours that won't resolve anything. Yet, she would rather take the detour than humiliate herself competing with another woman for a man she had no feelings for. Tightening her grip on the thermos, she found herself loathing her indecisiveness. She pulled Assistant Chin aside. Don't make it difficult for me, and I won't make it difficult for you. Hey, Miss G, wait. As Assistant Chin's words trailed off, Ji Xia entered the office she had visited many times before. To be honest, at that moment of entry, she felt a bit dazed. Had she come to the wrong place? Was this really Zhou Tianzi's office? She hadn't been here for a week, or rather, half a month, perhaps even longer. So why did it seem entirely transformed? The decor bore no resemblance to the austere, businesslike office she remembered. Flowers adorned every few steps, and there was even the sound of running water. A quaint little bridge. She walked to the spot where the desk used to be, but found no trace of Zhou Tianzi. After 2 circuits of the office, she discovered it was entirely empty. Ji Xia was puzzled. Why had Assistant Qian been so adamant about blocking her entry? Master, where do you think Zhou Tianzi could be if he isn't in the office? How would I know? By the way, whatever happened to those fine bottles of wine in Zhou's office? Why can't I smell them anymore? Ji Xia was speechless. She had no idea how she had been swindled by this old man. With a contractual marriage and a mentorship, it was all because on the unluckiest day of her life, a weathered voice had suddenly appeared in her mind, asking, Hey girl, do you want to rid yourself of misfortune and sail smoothly from now on? Ji Xia's dim life desperately needed the intervention of a guiding sage. Thus, the fateful connection between the old man and the young girl was sealed. Uncertain of what methods the old man had employed to have her wed to the Zhou family's eldest grandson for a 2-year term, she was promised a substantial financial settlement. Upon divorce, just as Ji Xia was lost in her thoughts, the sound of voices emerged from the office partition. She crossed the screen and stood opposite the cubicle, having forgotten that the office had a small break room. As the door handle turned, Zhou Tianzi emerged first. Upon seeing Ji Xia's gentle expression, he paused momentarily before resuming his usual impassive demeanor. Chapter Tushinsi Gij, Why Aren't You Leaving? A gentle female voice drifted from behind, soon followed by a figure emerging. Ji Xia couldn't help but scoff internally. As expected, this pair of infatuated individuals had gravitated towards one another once more. Oh, Jiajiji is here? Lin Qianqian tucked her hair behind her ear. Don't misunderstand. Tianzi Gij's clothes got dirty, so I came in to help him pick a new one. Zhou Tianzi remained silent, walking over to his desk without a word. There's no misunderstanding. Ji Xia felt compelled to speak up. I merely brought lunch and will be leaving shortly. Ah, Jiajiji brought lunch. But Tianzi Gij and I had plans to go eat barbecue soon, Lin Qianqian said, moving closer to Zhou Tianzi. How about we invite Jiajiji along? Ji Xia thought to herself, who would want to join you two for barbecue? That would surely lead to indigestion. Yet, if she opted out, she would indeed have to sleep on the floor that night, and later, she would have to walk back to her residence. Girl, you must go. If Zhou doesn't eat the lunch you brought, it means he's rejecting your goodwill, and you'll end up unlucky anyway. Having recognized this master, she realized he was utterly inept, but the master of backstabbing. No need, she. Upon hearing Zhou Tianzi's intent to decline, Ji Xia hastily interjected, Is that so? I haven't eaten either, so I might as well join you for some barbecue. The two were evidently taken aback by her sudden agreement, their expressions more colorful than Assistant Qian's at the door. Lin Qianqian appeared reluctant, clearly having only been polite earlier, now pouting at Zhou Tianzi. Zhou Tianzi seemed puzzled by Ji Xiao's unexpected willingness to dine with him. Only Ji Xiao pondered how she could make Zhou Tianzi accept her goodwill during this meal, primarily because the distance to her home was quite far and she had no desire to walk. As the trio exited, Assistant Qian feigned oblivion at the entrance. Upon spotting him, Zhou Tianzi shot a piercing glare, declaring, This month's bonus is gone. At that, Assistant Qian could no longer maintain his facade of inaction and slumped over the desk, cursing under his breath about whom he had offended to warrant such a financial assault. As Ji Xia exited the building, she suddenly recalled to inquire about the location of the barbecue restaurant. If it were too far, they would need a drive. Should she enter a vehicle, it was bound to break down, either a flat tire or a collision, leaving all three of them without a meal. Despite her disdain for this pair of infatuated individuals, she had no intention of dragging them into her misfortune. The barbecue restaurant is right across the street. Jai Lin Qianqian replied sweetly. We can simply walk there. Jixia gratefully smiled, watching as she tugged at Zhou Tianxi's shirt while crossing the road. To be fair, Lin Qianqian was indeed the most beautiful girl Jixia had ever encountered. She had an enviable figure, a prestigious family background, and had recently returned from studying abroad. Had she not been involved with Zhou Tianxi, Jixia would have thought them a perfect couple, stunning and captivating. However, the present dilemma was that Zhou Tianxi was a married man, and Jixia found it difficult to judge Lin Qianqian's actions. At times, she wished she could shake Lin Qianqian and suggest, perhaps you should wait a few more months. We will be divorcing soon. Yet, she always encountered Lin Qianqian in the company of Zhou Tianxi, leaving no opportunity for private conversation. They sauntered to the barbecue restaurant, where the server led them to their reserved table. Along the way, Jixia devised a plan. She could take charge of grilling the meat. Thus, if Zhou Tianxi partook, it would count as him accepting her goodwill. Arriving last, the other two were already seated in a row, and she naturally took a seat across from Zhou Tianxi. However, as she enthusiastically announced her intention to grill, the other two stared at her as if she were an oddity. What's wrong? Had she unwittingly made a fool of herself again? Jixia felt overwhelmed. Miss, we have designated staff for grilling. You need only enjoy your meal. Jixia felt a wave of embarrassment, her toes nearly digging into the floor in discomfort. She had truly never visited such a high-end barbecue restaurant, where grilling was handled by professionals. Taking a sip of water to ease her embarrassment, she contemplated how to make Zhou Tianxi accept her goodwill. You could proactively offer him a glass of water. A voice in her mind suggested. If he accepts, at least today's misfortune will be alleviated. What nonsense are you spouting, master? If I don't even have to grill the meat, why would I serve him water? Jixia felt exasperated with her master, who was utterly useless. She could only navigate one step at a time, resolving to address it later if it became too difficult. At the dining table, the atmosphere appeared harmonious as they ate and conversed. Yet only Jixia knew she was on the verge of losing her composure, as she desperately wanted to lash out. Lin Qianqian's every utterance was so refined that it left her no room for rebuttal. On the surface, she spoke of the long journey and how Jiji's effort in bringing lunch was commendable, suggesting that Zhou Tianxi should discourage her from coming to the office in the future. Zhou Tianxi was truly insufferable, stripping her of the only opportunity she had to connect with him. What should have been a delectable barbecue turned tasteless in her mouth as thoughts of sleeping on the floor instead of her soft bed plagued her. Jiji, what's wrong? Don't you like eating barbecue? Lin Qianqian asked, guilt evident on her face. Had I known, I wouldn't have invited you along. Hearing this, Zhou Tianxi immediately snapped. If you don't want to eat, just leave early and don't spoil others' appetites. Jixia mentally cursed Zhou Tianxi 1,000 times for his lack of loyalty, while maintaining a facade of amiability. All right, then I'll fetch you some juice as an apology. Saying this, she took the juice glasses from the server, filling one for each of them, then anxiously watched Zhou Tianxi's glass. Repeatedly in her mind, she urged, drink up, hurry and drink. Only then can I leave. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drink. Though Jixia felt displeased internally, she could not show it on her face. Suppressing her urge to scold, she slowly said, you should take a sip, otherwise I'll feel awkward. Tianxi Gij, since Jiji said so. Let's drink a bit, so she can leave happily, Lin Qianqian suggested. Even if her intent was to hasten Jixia's departure, she inadvertently aided her. Upon her words, Zhou Tianxi raised his glass and took a large gulp. Jixia exhaled in relief. Finally, her mission for the day was accomplished. She would no longer play along. It was time to retreat. Having completed her task, Jixia swiftly departed, nearly fleeing as if pursued by hounds that in her haste, she forgot her phone on the dining table. Chapter 3. You claim to disapprove of my methods, yet here you are, resorting to them to resolve your issues. Humph. This old man frequently emerged to assert his presence, which Jixia had grown accustomed to. Whatever, tonight she could finally lie down in her soft, warm bed and take a taxi home. With this thought, she prepared to summon a ride back to her residence, ready for a much-needed sleep. Phone? Jixia patted down all her pockets. Oh no, she had left it at the restaurant. "Hey, master, could you materialize and fetch my phone? I really don't want to face that pair of infatuated fools again." At that moment, she truly did not wish to witness their lovey-dovey antics, which would only dampen her spirits. "What nonsense are you talking? I can materialize and communicate with you through my spirit. I would have distanced myself from you long ago, you unambitious girl. It has been nearly 2 years, and you still haven't captured man." It was evident that this master harbored considerable resentment. Resigned, Jixia trudged back to retrieve her phone, each step feeling painfully deliberate. The position I occupied earlier was such that Jixia faced the entrance, while the two individuals seated there had their backs to the door, thereby remaining oblivious to her return. Observing Lin Qianqian leaning in towards Zhou Tianxi, Jixia felt a sense of unease about approaching them at that moment. "Brother Tianxi, if you harbor no feelings for Jixia, why not divorce her sooner?" Jixia instinctively held her breath, pleasantly surprised to overhear news pertaining to herself. "It's not time yet. It will be 3 months and 7 days. Zhou Tianxi, how well you remember, it seems the day of their marriage has made his days feel interminable." Jixia stamped her feet in place twice, deliberately making noise to announce her return, before gracefully walking to the dining table and retrieving her phone. "Apologies, I forgot my phone. I shall take my leave now." With that, she flashed what she believed to be her most gentle smile. This time, Zhou Tianxi's gaze lingered on Jixia's retreating figure, his expression complex, and it took Lin Qianqian calling his name twice for him to snap back to reality. "Didn't you say you were eager to return for a long nap? Why aren't you taking a cab?" Jixia's inner voice accompanied her thoughts. "What are you dawdling about for? I had a bit too much to eat earlier. I need to let it settle, don't I?" Jixia replied somewhat irately, perplexed as to why Zhou Tianxi seemingly detested her so much, counting down the days to their divorce as if it were a daily chore. In truth, their interactions had been rather natural before Lin Qianqian's return. Although they hadn't behaved like lovers entwined in each other's lives, Zhou Tianxi still returned to their marital home several times a week. Over the past year, Jixia had lived comfortably, enjoying meals without the constant fear of choking on her food or drink. Out in the world, she would safely return home each day, avoiding any mishaps. This was all thanks to Zhou Tianxi's auspicious status. A simple act of tidying up or preparing a meal could alter her fortunes. Initially, she had feared that she might siphon off his good luck, prompting her to consult her master repeatedly. Her master had once remarked, a phrase that continued to echo in her mind. "Puffed. Who do you think you are to absorb the luck of the fated one? You're merely riding on his coattails. Moreover, Zhou has inadvertently aided you, which counts as his merit. His fortune will only improve." With that reassurance, Jixia had settled into her role as Mrs. Zhou for nearly 2 years, albeit under false pretenses. However, today she discovered that the esteemed CO was counting down the days until their separation, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. "I've known you for 2 years, and I still didn't realize you had such a delicate stomach, needing to digest after just a few bites of meat." Jixia pouted. "I'm just full from the dog food, all right? Did you not see how good Zhou Tianxi was to Lin Qianqian?" "To be honest, I didn't notice. I thought Zhou seemed a bit peculiar," Jixia pondered. Of course, Zhou Tianxi was peculiar, for neither she nor her master had ever witnessed him in a state of infatuation. Indeed, love can transform a person entirely. The once aloof figure who wore a perpetual mask of indifference could now display gentleness. She did not wish to exhaust herself by dwelling on the two of them. Taking a deep breath, she opened her ride-hailing app, preparing to return home for some much-needed rest. "Child, haven't you noticed something odd?" Jixia thought. "The mere fact that you can converse with me in my mind is the strangest occurrence." After all, she was a modern university student, a staunch materialist. Since meeting this old man, she found herself bowing in reverence at Qingling Mountain. Although the various deities had not provided her with any explicit guidance, she felt as if she were living in a dream. What kind-hearted individual could link their consciousness with another's? Stop feigning ignorance. Didn't you notice that today, at Zhou's company, everyone started addressing you as Miss G? Jixia had not paid attention to that detail. Her focus had been solely on delivering food to Zhou Tianxi, oblivious to the titles being used. Perhaps Zhou Tianxi requested the change, considering this relationship is nearing its end. That's not it. Zhou wouldn't engage in such trivial matters that Jixia was reluctant to respond. For reasons she could not quite grasp, she felt her master held an unwavering faith in Zhou Tianxi, believing him to be honorable and upright, incapable of mistreating a woman. Thus, her master relentlessly urged her to win Zhou Tianxi's heart, leaving Ji Xia feeling overwhelmed. Did her master truly think of her as a skilled romantic capable of effortlessly capturing a CEO's affection? She lacked many qualities, but she was confident in her self-awareness. By the way, master, what method did you use to have the Zhou family reach out to me in the first place? She had asked this question numerous times, yet the old man remained evasive, either deflecting or changing the subject, no matter how clumsily. Sure enough, after posing the question, silence enveloped her mind, as if that weathered voice had never spoken. If you choose not to respond, that's fine, Ji Xia said, closing her eyes to rest her weary legs, especially after carrying the heavy thermos. In a few months, Zhou Tianxi will surely divorce me. Just wait and see. You, useless girl, why can't you strive for more? Is it truly so difficult to win over a man? Ji Xia was not inclined to engage with the old man. She could not comprehend his obsession with Zhou Tianxi. Did he insist she pursue him solely because of his fated status? That could not be the case, as there were not only one but many fated individuals in this world. It must be linked to her own misfortune. Chapter 4. A life of misfortune. Since her earliest memories, she has been plagued by an unending string of misfortunes. Her bed was always askew. She choked on her food, struggled to swallow water, excelled in her studies, yet fell to the bottom ranks during actual exams, was struck by flower pots in the street, faced mechanical failures while traveling, and suffered flat tires while cycling. The extent of her misfortunes was boundless. It seemed there was nothing she could not endure. Even her teachers during school days found it perplexing how one individual could experience such relentless adversity, as if some unseen force were orchestrating her misfortunes. This unfortunate streak peaked upon her graduation from university. She found herself unable to secure employment, unable to rent a place to stay, ultimately left to sleep on the streets. It was during this bleak period that she encountered her master in a desolate park, under the cover of darkness and the whisper of the wind. A weathered voice suddenly echoed in her mind, causing Ji Xia to jolt upright. Master, it is inevitable. Do not shy away from it, or your issues will remain unresolved. Reluctant to dwell on her master's sorrows, she realized they were now intertwined, like two grasshoppers bound together on a single rope. If one faltered, the other would surely follow. Master, was my misfortune the reason you found me? Surely you could not penetrate the minds of others? Not all. I am quite formidable. I merely took pity on a young girl forced to sleep in a park at night. Ji Xia understood he was seizing the opportunity to draw her into his world. Have you sensed where your body is? Once more, a heavy silence enveloped them. Ji Xia was exasperated. At critical moments, her master feigned ignorance. She opened her eyes and gazed out the window, observing a bustling intersection where a 4 or 5-year-old boy stood alone on the corner. After contemplating the distance to her home, she deemed it feasible to walk back from that point. Pull over, Ji Xia called out. Let us park here. I will cover your fare for the entire journey. As she stepped out of the car, her legs ached, nearly buckling beneath her. After pausing to regain her strength, she approached the little boy. Hey there, why are you here alone? Where is your mother? Startled by her voice, the boy instinctively stepped back. Don't be afraid. I live nearby, Ji Xia assured him gently, squatting to meet his gaze. Do you need help? The boy scrutinized her, perhaps assessing whether she posed a threat. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Sister, I want to go across the street. Can you take me? With a smile, Ji Xia stood and took his hand. Of course. I'm going that way too. Let us walk together. As the green light illuminated, they stepped onto the crosswalk. Ji Xia looked down at the well-mannered boy, thinking how handsome he was, his features as delicate as jade. His parents must be quite attractive themselves. Sister, I see my mom. Just as they were about to reach the other side of the street, the boy suddenly exclaimed, redirecting Ji Xia's attention. She looked ahead and indeed saw a young woman in her 20s rushing towards them. The boy broke free from Ji Xia's grasp and dashed toward his mother like a small cannonball. By the time Ji Xia reached them, the boy was pointing at her, conversing with his mother. Thank you for bringing my baby over, the young woman said, her eyes glistening with tears, indicating her distress. Jixia gently patted the boy's head and smiled. No need to thank me. He was very well behaved. I turned my back for just a moment, and he vanished. I was terrified. If I lost him, I wouldn't know how to go on. The woman, still shaken from her near loss, unconsciously expressed her emotions, tears streaming down her face. Jixia had never encountered such a situation and was at a loss for how to console her. She racked her brain for comforting words, but her mind remained a blank slate. Mommy, I want to get lost. I'll protect you, the boy chimed in, using his small, soft hands to wipe away his mother's tears, though her tears only flowed more freely. Are you dealing with something else? Yixia pondered, sensing the young mother harbored deeper concerns, which had been exacerbated by the sudden disappearance of her child. Yet the young mother seemed unwilling to share her burdens with a stranger. After hearing Jixia's words, she wiped her tears and managed a weak smile. It's nothing, thank you. I just panicked when he disappeared. Thank you, she continued, urging her son to say goodbye to Jixia. Jixia felt it unnecessary to say more, so she parted ways with the mother and child, slowly making her way home. The scene of the boy leaping into his mother's embrace replayed in her mind. Deep within her memory, she sensed a similar moment, although there had been two figures standing opposite her, and she could not recall who they were. Child, were you engaging in a good deed just now? The familiar weathered voice returned, yet Jixia felt no desire to respond. Performing a daily good deed had been a practice she embraced since being taken in by Ji at the age of 12. Ji had said, perform a good deed daily, and over time, it shall help ward off your misfortunes. Although years of dedication seemed to yield little result, Jixia remained steadfast in her belief. Perhaps her encounter with Zhou Tianci and the 2 years of stability that followed were a result of her daily acts of kindness. Furthermore, despite her master's frustration with her, he still supported her good deeds, stating that she was cultivating virtue. The divine watches over those who act justly. Master, have you finally prepared to answer my questions? Jixia realized that she must not indulge this old man. If she did not inquire, he would remain tight-lipped. By the way, why did the Zhou family seek me out? You little brat, I want to tell you. It would drive you mad. Unless you can win over Zhou Xiaozi, only then will I reveal it to you. Jixia rolled her eyes, silently criticizing his immaturity. At this rate, she would never uncover the reason the Zhou family had found her. After all, it was unlikely she could ever win over Zhou Tianci. Merely living under the same roof for 2 years was already a stroke of luck. Look at you, so timid. The moment I mention capturing Zhou Xiaozi, you go mute. Jixia felt speechless, thinking, you are no different. You become mute the moment I inquire about the reason. At last, she spotted her home and felt a wave of joy, anticipating the softness of her bed and the comfort it promised. In her contentment, she chose to overlook her master's intentional concealment. Yet, her happiness was short-lived as her phone rang. The screen illuminated with the words Zhou de run, leaving Jixia astonished that Zhou Tianci had actually called her. Chapter 5. I will return tonight. Hello? I will return tonight. Jixia stared at the call that had been abruptly ended, baffled. You're returning? Why for me? Am I to prepare a ceremony to welcome you? Stowing her phone, she pressed her fingerprint to unlock the door. Child, seize this opportunity. It would be best if you could win over Zhou Tianci. As she walked toward her bedroom, she retorted, Master, don't you tire of repeating that every day? You little brat, do you think I desire this? If you weren't so disappointing, I wouldn't need to worry about the romantic entanglements of youth. She grabbed some clothes and headed toward the bathroom. Master, you should rest. It's impossible for us. And please remain unseen while I take a shower. Jixia gazed at the clear water slowly filling the bathtub, shimmering under the light. After a while, she found her eyes growing sore from the brightness and closed them, realizing they were weary. She silently berated herself, wondering if merely walking a few steps had fatigued her eyes. No, it must be due to her restless night prior. After immersing herself in water, Jixia comfortably exhaled, realizing that indeed, there was little that a soothing bath could not remedy. In times past, even a simple shower had posed challenges for her. Living with her grandfather in a rural village made access to water inconvenient, and her attempts at bathing often ended in chaos. be it sudden water shortages or lost clothing, leaving her with lingering shadows of distress. However, after marrying Zhou Tianzi, she discovered the blissful ability to leisurely soak in a bathtub, tears of happiness streaming down her face at that moment. Contemplating Zhou Tianzi brought to mind the perplexing phone call she had just received. It had been over half a month since he last returned home. What could possibly bring him back now? Ji Xiao pondered for a brief moment before chastising herself for wasting time on trivial matters. She resolved to embrace the situation, reminding herself that she had weathered many misfortunes before. If need be, she could always return to the familiar comforts of Taohua Village, a place she longed to visit to see her grandfather. Fortunately, she was currently in the midst of her bath, her master having conveniently vanished, for she knew he would surely admonish her for her lack of enthusiasm. That old man seemed perpetually intent on pushing her toward Zhou Tianzi, disregarding whether she was truly suited for him. The burdens he placed upon her were exhausting. From a very first day of their sham marriage, Ji Xia told herself that this was merely a temporary measure, uncertain of Zhou Tianzi's reasons for marrying her. Yet she was acutely aware of her own motives. She wished to harness Zhou Tianzi's fortune for her own benefit, albeit without imposing on him, even if it meant using him. Despite the initial spark of attraction and the fluttering of her heart, she resolutely suppressed her feelings. The prospect of 2 years of stable life was already a rare blessing, and she dared not wish for more, primarily out of fear of divine retribution. How could she exploit him and simultaneously desire him? Such fortune was too good to be true. She had maintained a respectful distance from Zhou Tianzi, yet the arrival of Lin Qianqian had shattered that delicate balance. Ji Xia did not wish to speculate on their relationship, but it was evident to all that Zhou Tianzi was quite taken with Lin Qianqian. His returns had dwindled from daily visits to every 3 or 5 days, and now it had been nearly half a month since his last appearance. Ji Xia could withstand the misfortune for half a month, likely due to the close quarters they had shared in the past. Zhou Tianzi had lived in her tidied home, savored her home-cooked meals, donned her laundered and ironed clothes, and even had garments she prepared for him in his office. Thus, it was only yesterday, after the final article of clothing had been exchanged, that her bed had collapsed. This indicated that Zhou Tianzi had ceased to receive her goodwill, the fortune she had sought to exchange for it slipping away from her grasp. As she lathered bubbles onto her arms, watching them dissipate slowly, she felt akin to those very bubbles, destined to fade from Zhou Tianzi's life. She could not allow herself to fall in love with him. When the time came, she would leave of her own volition. Their prolonged interactions had revealed to her that Zhou Tianzi was a person deeply invested in his emotions, likely a devoted individual who would not allow someone he cared for play the role of a third party. Thus, she was merely the extraneous element in their equation. Unbeknownst to her, the water in the bathtub had grown cool. After rinsing off, she exited the bathroom, initially intending to tidy the house so that she could enjoy a brief respite upon Zhou Tianzi's return. However, the allure of her bedroom's bed proved too enticing. The bed that had collapsed yesterday had been swiftly repaired today, and Ji Xia could not help but admire the efficiency of the Zhou family's staff responsible for Zhou Tianzi's daily affairs, which inadvertently benefited her as well. Unable to resist any longer, she flopped onto the bed, closing her eyes. In her hazy state, she thought she heard her master's voice, but she was far too drowsy to engage. With a murmured complaint, she succumbed to slumber. When Zhou Tianzi returned home, the house was enveloped in darkness. He switched on the lights, casually placing his files on the entrance cabinet, scanning the area for Ji Xia, but to no avail. This was a departure from the norm. No matter how late he returned, there had always been a light left on. He wandered into the kitchen, finding the stove cold and unlit, and paused momentarily before pouring himself a glass of water, making his way to the living room. Meanwhile, Ji Xia was blissfully asleep in the bedroom, lost in a delightful dream, a smile gracing her lips. "Girl, wake up, Zhou's back." The voice in her mind jolted Ji Xia from her slumber, and she frowned, waving her hand dismissively before rolling over to continue sleeping. "Get up, Zhou's coming upstairs." With disheveled hair, she sat up, her eyes struggling to open, on the verge of collapsing back into bed. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the bedroom door. Jixia lightly tapped her head to rouse herself, responding, "Just a moment, I'll be right there." After speaking, she flopped back onto the bed, closing her eyes once more. "Get up, get up, get up." Jixia believed that if her master had a physical form, he would surely drag her out of bed at this moment. What's the rush? Let him wait a bit. Besides, he might not even be looking for me. Though she spoke thus, she eventually got up and splashed some water on her face. Descending the stairs, she spotted Zhou Tianzi seated on the sofa, engrossed in his documents. Jixia seized the opportunity to voice her thoughts. "Master, see, what did I tell you? He.S. busy working. Why were you so eager to wake me? Be quiet. I sense something is amiss in the atmosphere." Jixia paused on the staircase, pondering what could possibly be wrong. Zhou Tianzi had always behaved this way when at home. Their conversations throughout the night were minimal. Besides, she was not one to stay up late, retiring to bed at her usual hour, leaving no time to engage in any atmospheric observations. In the living room, Zhou Tianzi seemed to hear her voice and looked up at her. That single glance quickened Xia's heartbeat, and she silently swallowed. Beginning to remind herself that handsome men were all alike. There were even more attractive ones outside, and she should not forsake a whole forest for a single tree. Yes, indeed, there was an entire forest out there. Zhou Tianzi was, in a sense, her benefactor, and how could she ever act against one who had rendered her such kindness? That would be utterly base. As her heartbeat gradually slowed, she approached his side and settled onto a single sofa. "So, have you eaten yet?" Jixia sought conversation, primarily due to her own hunger. Zhou Tianzi diverted his gaze from the documents to her, replying, "I've already eaten." "Oh." Hearing that, Jixia stood to prepare herself a bowl of clear soup noodles. Zhou Tianzi watched her enter the kitchen, his expression one of bemusement. He had stated he was full, so why was she still in the kitchen? "Master, you truly have your mind solely on Zhou Tianzi, don't you? You're not even concerned about whether your good disciple has eaten?" Jixia thought to herself, "Why would I care if he has company? He is already surrounded by beautiful women. What need has he for a meal? Ah, your master hasn't tasted food in years." Jixia paused. "Master, you're human, right? Can you be sure you still possess a body? You haven't turned into bones, have you? No decent person can go years without eating." "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Haven't you seen enough television to know that cultivators practice fasting?" "Cultivators?" Jixia nearly burst out laughing. Aside from conversing with her in her mind, she had yet to witness any remarkable abilities from her master. "Of course, I'm a cultivator. It must be some envious little rat who cast a spell to control my body. Just wait until my powers and memories return. I will surely change your fortune." Jixia stirred the noodles in the pot, quietly listening to her master's grand visions for the future. In truth, upon reflection, their fates were not so different. One was simply unlucky, while the other had lost their memory and recognition of those around them. This extraordinary combination harmonizes surprisingly well, at least during moments of emotional turmoil, where one can find solace in sharing their feelings. "Shifu, I now understand the peculiar atmosphere you mentioned earlier." Jixia interrupted Shifu's lengthy discourse. "What? Have you discovered that Zhou Xiaozai has developed feelings for you?" Jixia swore that her habit of rolling her eyes only emerged after meeting Shifu and has been increasingly prevalent. "Shifu, your perspective is rather narrow, isn't it? So small that it can only accommodate this matter, correct? You impudent girl, pray tell, what do you think it is?" Jixia turned a glance at the living room, where a figure held a thin stack of papers, devoid of any other belongings, having flipped through those pages multiple times. Instinctively, she sensed that those pages were somehow related to her. Could it be that he wishes to renew their contract, believing her to be a valuable asset in his romantic pursuits? No, he already has Lin Qianqian. Then what could those documents be? A divorce agreement? Is he seeking a divorce? "Shifu, do you think Zhou Tianzi will?" "Shifu, please be honest with me. How far have you gone with those alternative methods you mentioned?" "I'm still searching. Do you think it's that simple?" "You haven't told me what Zhou Xiaozai intends to do." Jixia fell silent, served the noodles, and quietly began to eat at the dining table. "You cheeky girl, speaking only halfway. If it weren't for my inability to leave, I would have examined what Zhou Xiaozai is holding myself. Jixia ate with utmost seriousness, as if she were performing an important ritual. If you can't find a solution soon, you might have to accompany me to the park. After meticulously finishing her noodles, she washed the bowl, dried her hands, and returned to the single sofa beside Zhou Tianxi, adhering to the principle of remaining still while the enemy remained still. She listened intently to her benefactor's words. "Girl, what did you mean by that statement? What do you mean by going to the park with you? Stop pretending. Why were your eyes glued to the papers in Zhou Xiaozai's hands?" Speaking of which, Zhou Xiaozai is remarkably composed. He has been staring at those few sheets for an entire evening. Ji Xia mused that when they signed the marriage agreement, it was stated that after 2 years, he would provide her with a substantial sum of money. Since the time hasn't come yet, he was likely contemplating how much less he could offer her. However, for someone of his stature as a CEO, would he truly fret over such trivial financial matters? Could it be that he intends to evade payment altogether? If that were the case, she might very well end up sleeping in the park. Although the money might not last long in her possession, she could pay over 3 months' rent, thus avoiding eviction by the landlord. She could also save some for Ji Yi, her grandfather's retirement, and help Shifu search for his health, since traveling to other places could be quite costly. If Zhou Tianxi is unwilling to pay, how should she respond? After contemplating this, she realized that she truly had no good solutions. Primarily, this marriage agreement appeared to benefit her on the surface, as the Zhou family sought her out, promising her financial freedom upon expiration. In reality, she was the one who stood to gain. She could hardly resort to a raucous demand for money from the Zhou family. That was beyond her capacity. Well, if they refused to pay, they refused to pay. She is a capable young woman, fully capable of earning her own living. Ji Xia stretched her stiff legs, silently praising herself for being utterly inept, yet the undisputed champion of self-encouragement. This trait was worth cultivating. However, when faced with reality, she still felt a pang of anxiety. Rising from her seat, she casually glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late. "I shall retire for the evening." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxi also stood, swiftly passing her to reach the staircase, rolling up the document before turning back to face the stunned Ji Xia. "This Friday, you will accompany grandfather to Qingling Mountain to pay respects. Prepare yourself in advance." Ji Xia doubted her hearing. What? Wasn't he planning to divorce her? How did this transform into a trip to Qingling Mountain for offerings? What, you unwilling? No. Ji Xia quickly shook her head. "I understand." Zhou Tianxi nodded, seemingly about to turn away, but added, "You need not treat our encounters as if you were meeting your employer." "Huh?" Ji Xia tilted her head in confusion. What does he mean? Isn't he just like her employer, simply waiting for the salary to be paid? Yet Zhou Tianxi refrained from further elaboration, proceeding upstairs. Watching him ascend the stairs with ease, his tall frame unbending, she marveled at his long legs. She pressed her hand over her heart, softly reprimanding herself. Must you always react so dramatically upon seeing him? Chapter 7. The phone is about to explode. However, as she could still see Zhou Tianxi's silhouette, her heart raced beyond her control. Ji Xia closed her eyes, wishing for this palpitating sensation to subside quickly, for she would be the one to suffer later. "Girl, are you merely frightening yourself?" Nothing has transpired. Indeed, nothing significant occurred. There was neither a renewal of the contract nor a divorce. Yet, she remained unsettled. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm? "Tired, time for bed. Are you a pig? You just woke up, and you've already slept for over 4 hours." Ji Xia retorted while ascending the stairs. That 4 hours was merely compensating for last night's rest. Now, I'm beginning my sleep for tonight. With a comfortable bed, one must ensure to catch up on sleep. Who knows if such comfort will be available in the future? Had Zhou Tianxi not awakened her, she could have slept until dawn. Oh, right. She finally grasped what fell amiss. It was Zhou Tianxi who had roused her, yet he simply mentioned going to pay respects. There was no need for such a grand gesture to wake her. A simple message would suffice for her to comply. Truly foolish of me. How could I be so naive? "Shifu." Ji Xia interrupted Shifu's murmurs. "What do you suppose Zhou Tianxi woke me for?" "Huh?" Shifu appeared equally perplexed. The old and the young stood frozen, speculating on their employer's intentions. But after all, he was a CEO capable of supporting a large company. His actions were beyond their comprehension. Jixia felt her legs beginning to ache again, but she couldn't figure out why. After a few gentle thuds to her calves, she felt exasperated. Truly, if I don't remind myself every minute, I fall into a cycle of overthinking. I must be out of my mind. Why am I here speculating about his intentions when I cannot change anything? It truly feels like a mental haze. I can hear the sound of rushing water. It would be better to boldly pursue Zhou Xiaozai. Jixia turned back to the kitchen for a drink, muttering to herself. How would I pursue him? Should I strip down and squeeze into his room, begging him to accept me? I'm telling you, Shifu, you might as well abandon this line of thought. The moment Jixia stepped out of the kitchen, she fell silent, for her employer stood not far away. Jixia glanced around, unsure of what expression to wear. Why had he come downstairs again? He stood there like a lucky charm at the kitchen door, causing her blood to run cold. Which heart should I abandon? Zhou Tianxi's piercing gaze locked onto her as he asked the question, his imposing demeanor creating an undeniable pressure. That there is no heart to abandon. Are you going out? It was not unreasonable for Jixia to inquire. After all, who would dress in a suit at such an hour? Shouldn't T1 change into comfortable loungewear for a good night's sleep? Zhou Tianxi scrutinized her for a few moments, and just as her cold sweat was about to spill, he nodded and walked to the entrance to change his shoes. Jixia quietly exhaled, patting her chest. If this continued, her heart might just stop. Finally, calming herself, she reached the door only to find her employer preparing to leave. Boss, no. I mean Zhou Gu. Will you return tonight? The words slipped out before she could stop herself, and Jixia promptly corrected her. Zhou Tianxi did not respond, casting her a complex glance before closing the door behind him. He blinked, then blinked again. What did he mean? Would he respond or not? If he didn't she might just lock the door, and in such a vast space, being alone would be quite terrifying. Speaking of which, Jixia had her own grievances. When she had just married, seeing such a large house had left her utterly astonished. There were several people inside, sent from the Zhou family's old residence to attend to Zhou Tianxi. She had thought they would live there, but it turned out they only came occasionally to clean and handle matters, such as her collapsed bed. Most of the time, she was alone in this enormous house, especially lately, as her boss hadn't been returning much. To be honest, she didn't particularly like such a large space. It lacked a homely feel and was inconvenient to clean. However, it was not her place to decide. After all, she was merely a junior employee who had worked there for 2 years and had little say in matters. She also needed to address another issue, which made her somewhat irritable. Master, come out. Stop playing dead, Jixia shouted. Don't think I want to know it's you just because you're pretending. After waiting a few seconds, there was no sound in her mind. If you keep this up, I'll tell Boss Zhou I want a divorce tomorrow. I can't afford to lose face. It's too embarrassing. What are you talking about, you little brat? Always threatening the old man. Jixia thought to herself. Finally, he spoke. This old man was indeed quite wicked. So tell me, why can I communicate with you in my mind, yet Zhou Tianxi can hear my words? Jixia was filled with questions. Was he controlling her or controlling Zhou Tianxi? Girl, this is my new divine ability. It allows others to hear your voice. Isn't it impressive? Impressive my foot. What kind of nonsense is this? Why should my complaints be heard by others? What privacy do I have left? This skill is not to be used. If you do, I'll go on strike. Although she didn't understand why her master was particularly concerned about Zhou Tianxi, she knew she could use this matter to leverage him, which had always worked in her favor. You little brat, just wait. The first thing I'll do when I have a physical form is to give you a good beating and then clean up the place. Jixia was unbothered. She wasn't afraid. If her master were to have a physical form, it would be a long road ahead. What would happen tomorrow was still uncertain, let alone the future. Life rarely goes as one wishes, and a few carefree days are a luxury. After a good night's sleep, the next morning, while sunlight streamed through the window onto the large bed, the person on the bed was still fast asleep. Suddenly, a cacophony of ringing from a mobile phone shattered the tranquility. Jixia frowned, pulled the blanket over her head, and attempted to continue sleeping. Get up, get up. Your phone is about to explode. No movement came from under the blanket. Only a few strands of hair that were exposed changed direction. The whole year's plan depends on spring, and a day's plan depends on morning. With such beautiful weather, shouldn't one be pursuing true love? Who is still lazing in bed? Get up, hurry. If she could just hit the owner of that voice, Ji Xia would have done it without hesitation. She stretched her arm to reach her phone, opened the screen, and saw dozens of unread messages on WeChat, slowly emerging from a blanket. She raised her phone and opened WeChat. It was a message from her friend, containing a series of images of handsome men and beautiful women. The protagonists were her nominal husband and Lin Qianqian. Ji Xia clicked on the photos to take a closer look. The young girl was wearing a short skirt and suit, leaning against the tall, handsome man, her flowing hair wrapped around his arm. The girl had wide, innocent eyes, seemingly filled with surprise. The man, however, wore a familiar, expressionless face. Ji Xia raised an eyebrow. Her friend had captured the images beautifully. Even the emotions in the eyes were evident. She would have to ask what kind of phone they used. After viewing all the photos, she noticed there were 2 unread voice messages. Xia, look at this shameless vixen trying to seduce your husband again. Tell me, who would wear something so revealing to host a business signing? Truly flabbergasted. Also, Xia, your husband is also not a man of integrity, hugging other women in public. Can we just not have him anymore? After listening to those 2 voice messages, Ji Xia went back to view the photos again. They were indeed well taken and quite eye-catching. It turned out Zhou Tianxi had gone out last night to accompany Lin Qianqian for a shoot. Even amidst his busy schedule, he remembered to spend time with his beloved. Perhaps noticing Ji Xia had not replied for a long time, her friend directly called her. Hello, Ainin? Xia, what are you doing? Why haven't you replied to my messages for so long? Ji Xia checked the time on her phone. It was 8 in the morning, just after waking up. Why are you up so early today? Have you changed? What do you mean? I didn't sleep at all. I was angry all night. If I hadn't known you sleep early, I would have come to find you. I'm so fed up with that shameless couple. They're so brazen in public. Don't tolerate this, okay? Ji Xia took her phone and headed to the bathroom to wash up and have breakfast. Just a moment, I'm brushing my teeth. On the other end of the line, Zhonan was somewhat anxious. What was going on with her sister? Surely she wasn't feeling depressed due to those 2? No way could she let her be alone. If she was upset, how would she find a friend who matched her taste? With this thought, Zhou urgently shouted into the phone, Wait for me. Ji Xia paused while squeezing toothpaste. This person was always so fiery in everything she did. After finishing her morning routine, she picked up her phone and viewed the photos again, even zooming in to examine Zhou Tianxi's expression. One had to admit, Zhou Tianxi was a masterpiece of craftsmanship. His facial contours, eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth were all nearly perfect. The background of the photos seemed to be in a studio, and it appeared as though Zhou Tianxi had heroically saved the damsel in distress. As Ji Xia pondered this, a scene flashed through her mind. A beautiful girl had accidentally tripped over a wire and was about to fall when the tall man appeared just in time to catch her. This scene felt eerily familiar, as if it had been depicted in 9.5 out of 10 idol dramas, almost as if it had been scripted. Scripted? Then Lin Qianqian's angle of fall seemed to suggest something. No. Ji Xia slapped her own cheek. What did that angle have to do with her? She should just go eat breakfast. She was starving. Yes, starving. Girl, your husband is hugging another beauty, and you're not reacting at all? Ji Xia corrected her master's title, saying, It's boss, not husband. Master, mind your words. You've officially registered at the Civil Affairs Bureau. How can he just be the boss? The bread would be ready soon, fragrant and crispy. Ji Xia picked up a slice and ate it directly. You don't know whether Zhou Tianxi is my boss? Don't take it seriously. I didn't yet you're getting caught up in it. She cracked an egg into a bowl, whisked it with chopsticks, and then poured in boiling water, creating a simple yet nutritious egg drop soup. With a piece of bread in her mouth, Ji Xia brought the egg drop soup out of the kitchen and placed it on the dining table to cool before drinking. What kind of eating method is this? Doesn't the egg taste fishy? Master, do you even remember how old you are? This method should be quite common, right? It's simple, easy to make, and nutritious. Grandpa Ji often made this for me when I was in school. Puffed, who even likes to eat that? This kind of breakfast had become a fixed routine for Ji Xia, but Zhou Tianxi generally had dim sum in the morning, with a variety available. Ji Xia might not even finish it in a week. Therefore, they could not possibly be on the same page. Their living habits were different. and neither would be influenced by the other. In the late summer, Jixia had little fondness for sweets and rarely visited any bakery, while Zhou Tianxi had an insatiable sweet tooth, often keeping a few candies in his pocket. For a time, in an effort to please Zhou Tianxi, Jixia attempted to make corn marshmallows, discreetly placing them where he could easily reach them. However, since he had not been coming around often, she had not made the candies in quite a while. With nothing of great importance on her agenda today, Jixia thought to herself, why not whip up some corn marshmallows? This time, she resolved to make a larger batch, scattering them throughout her home and Zhou Tianxi's office, hoping that when he indulged, he would also accept her goodwill, thus alleviating her own misfortune. Without further ado, she rolled up her sleeves and headed for the kitchen. Xiaoxia, open the door quickly. Your sister is here. Jixia, surprised by the urgency, glanced at the time and rushed to open the door, wondering if her friend had flown in. The moment she opened the door, she nearly toppled over, retreating several steps, but still unable to catch the exuberant embrace of her friend, and they both tumbled to the floor. Fortunately, the living room was carpeted thickly, or else they might have been in for quite a fall. Hey, sister, why are you so fragile? Have you not eaten? Zhou Nan exclaimed, propping herself up from the floor. Jixia stood up, following her momentum, rubbing her hip from the impact. How could this girl, who had allegedly not slept the previous night, possess such strength? Her hip throbbed as if it might crack. Gulme, come, sit down, Zhou Nan insisted, forcefully pushing Jixia back onto the sofa, causing her hip to endure yet another jolt of pain, eliciting a grimace from her. Yet, her oblivious friend remained fixated on her face, intent on reaching out to touch her. Jixia blocked Zhou Nan's hand, asking, what are you doing? Have you not woken up? Do you think I'm one of those handsome boys around you? What nonsense! I was just checking to see if you had been crying. Zhou Nan replied, unfazed by the block, settling beside Jixia. Jixia was at a loss. How could she possibly have been crying? There was nothing to cry about. Having faced this situation multiple times before, Zhou Nan, upon hearing this, became indignant. I always say men are nothing but swine, unworthy of trust. Just look at him, married for barely a year and already revealing his true nature. Jixia shook her head, recognizing that her friend was merely performing for her amusement while she continued to rub her aching hip. Recall the vows he made during your wedding, promising to cherish you for a lifetime, and yet here he is, embracing another woman in front of countless witnesses, cameras rolling. What on earth could possibly be appealing about that Lin Qianqian? She is nothing but a pretender, and yet she ensnared such a high-ranking CEO? Bah! He is unworthy of leading Yuan Chung Group if he cannot even discern a green tea BTCH, Zhou Nan lamented, growing increasingly animated. Jixia realized that if she did not intervene soon, this might escalate into personal attacks. She pulled her fervent friend back down onto the sofa. Are you really getting too into character? My marriage with Zhou Tianxi was merely a contractual agreement. There was never a promise of forever. Surely the Zhou family is well aware of this? Upon hearing this, Zhou Nan slumped against Jixia's shoulder, pouting. But Xiaxia, I just want you to be my sister-in-law, not some green tea BTCH. Jixia playfully nudged her friend's head, realizing she could not push her away and allowed her to lean. Why must I be your sister-in-law? Can't I just remain your friend? Yixia countered. Zhou Nan conceded. Indeed, why must you be my sister-in-law? I have no desire to stay within the Zhou family. Jixia was unsure which of her statements had triggered her friend's fervor again, but soon Zhou Nan was spiraling into another frenzy, insisting that Jixia should hastily divorce Zhou Tianxi, as he was clearly untrustworthy, gallivanting with other women daily. Once Jixia was divorced, Zhou Nan proclaimed they would roam the world together, seeking out handsome football players, one for each day, never repeating a choice. Jixia simply smiled, watching her friend perform passionately, her earlier frustrations dissipating like mist. Zhou Nan was the half-sister of Zhou Tianxi, unacknowledged by the Zhou family, and she did not wish for her to be cast aside. In Jixia's life, Zhou Nan had become a ray of sunshine, bringing warmth amid the coldness of the Zhou family. Though one would expect Zhou Nan to be sensitive and suspicious due to her lack of affection growing up, she was instead exuberant and straightforward, harboring a deep-seated aversion to evil. This made Jixia curious about Zhou Nan's mother, whom she had never met, wondering what kind of woman could instill such a delightful character in her daughter. However, Zhou Nan had never known her mother, claiming she had been left at the Zhou family's doorstep when she was very young. There were rumors she had been taken in by someone for a time, but had eventually returned to the Zhou family, growing up amidst countless struggles. It was only after Jixia married into the Zhou family that she began to find life somewhat interesting. All right, once you divorce your brother in a few months, we will venture into the world, Jixia said, though internally she did not share the same sentiment. If she were to divorce, it would likely mean distancing herself from Zhou Nan. She did not want her friend to share in her misfortunes. This radiant sunbeam deserved to live carefree. Why wait a few months? Let us divorce today, and we'll set off tomorrow, Zhou Nan declared, leaving Jixia both amused and exasperated. This girl truly acted on impulse. Jixia patted her shoulder and stood up. Have you forgotten our agreement? Ending it early means paying a penalty. Zhou Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. I can't believe Zhou Tianxi is so shameless, demanding a penalty. How ridiculous. She raised her fist, Xia. What if my fist becomes hardened? I shall surely give him a good beating next time we meet. By the way, how much is the penalty for terminating the agreement early? I need to check if my little treasure chest can cover it. I'll pay you up front. Jixia tilted her head to look at her friend, but I don't want a divorce right now. All right, let us drop that topic, she said, moving toward the kitchen to continue making corn marshmallows. Despite their banter, she knew she needed to strive for a change in her fortunes. Zhou Nan followed her into the kitchen, peering around curiously. Xiao, what are you making? It smells so good. Strangely enough, while there were no similarities between Zhou Nan and Zhou Tianxi, their shared love for sweets was unmistakable. They both had a penchant for corn-flavored marshmallows. That's the only trait you share with your brother, an insatiable sweet tooth, yet neither of you has a cavity. Life is indeed unfair, Jixia remarked as she poured the fragrant roasted corn flour into the melted maltose. This flour was what she had brought back from Taohua village, and there was only a small amount left. After this batch, once Zhou Tianxi had finished eating, she would likely be leaving the Zhou family. She knew her situation all too well. Who resembles him? Many people love sweets. I hardly resemble the Zhou family. Zhou Nan stubbornly rejected any notion of belonging to the Zhou family. By the way, your brother mentioned he plans to go to Qingling Mountain this Friday. Are you going? Jixia inquired, thinking if Zhou Nan went, they could go together, as she had no desire to be with the elders. To her surprise, Zhou Nan touched her forehead and muttered, You're not feverish, are you? Why are you speaking such nonsense? Jixia looked at her, puzzled. What nonsense? I merely asked if you were going to Qingling Mountain. Have you truly not realized that during this past year, since you came to the Zhou family, I have never accompanied you to offer incense? Jixia pondered carefully. Every 1st and 15th day, the Zhou family generally ascended Qingling Mountain to pay their respects, with Zhou Tianxi attending whenever his schedule allowed, compelling Jixia to follow suit. It was indeed the case that she had not accompanied Zhou Nan, as she had assumed they had gone together at other times. Why don't you go? Has the old man not summoned you? Zhou Nan scoffed disdainfully. He stated that I am a concubine's child, which tarnishes the family's reputation, so I cannot partake in incense offerings as a member of the Zhou family. Who cares? So that was the reason. Jixia had genuinely overlooked this detail and felt a wave of sympathy for her companion. She offered Zhou Nan a warm embrace, only to be pushed away in disdain. Zhou Nan, with her neck held high, declared, What are you doing, Xiao? I am strong. I do not require comfort. Her friend had many admirable qualities, yet she was quite stubborn. Jixia silently placed a piece of homemade corn candy into Zhou Nan's mouth, watching as her eyes sparkled with delight, and found herself smiling as well. I must tell you, dear sister, once you divorce that Zhou Tianxi fellow, I will hire you as my personal chef, solely for the purpose of making corn candy. Jixia did not respond, for she heard a sound emanating from the kitchen door. Turning around, she found Zhou Tianxi standing behind them. Chapter 10. Like a sentinel. Jixia lowered her eyelids, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this scene. When had the boss developed this habit of silently standing behind people? Last night, he had nearly frightened her to death. And now this? What was he up to? Zhou noticed him too and immediately straightened up from her slouch. The three of them stood there in silence until Zhou Tianxi turned and departed. Why does he act like a sentinel? Ji Xia shook her head, unsure of what the boss intended. Was he conducting a work inspection? That seemed unlikely. Their agreement had not specifically outlined her duties, merely constituting a time-limited marriage. Do not dwell on it. He has already left. Ji Xia retrieved a packet of whimsical candy wrappers, handing a handful to her companion. Come, let us wrap candies together. Zhou curiously examined the wrappers in her hands, which featured adorable designs, chibi characters, and various cheerful phrases, all printed in charming, colorful fonts. Tomorrow's matters will be known the day after. Do not fret. Seize the day with vigor. Let us strive. Such encouraging words captivated Zhou, and before long, she had flipped through a dozen wrappers. If Ji Xia had not urged her to hurry with the candy wrapping, she might have lingered over the 100 or so wrappers in hand. Xia, did you make these yourself? They are so cute. Ji Xia replied while wrapping candies. I crafted them during my free time. Here's the deal. However many you manage to wrap today, you can take home. Really? Zhou eyes sparkled. Earlier, she had contemplated how to discreetly take a packet of candy, but now she had stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Ji Xia chuckled at the sight of her friend's eager expression. Indeed, so let the princess commence. Zhou nodded vigorously and joyfully began her task. However, the process of wrapping candies proved unexpectedly arduous, as Zhou could hardly resist sneaking bites, having already devoured 4 or 5 pieces in no time. Ji Xia had to juggle her own work while preventing her from indulging, which was quite the challenge. Hey, since her friend had arrived. The master had not spoken a word. Now, her urgent call made Ji Xia think something significant was amiss, and she promptly responded. Zhou Xiaozi has checked on you several times. Ji Xia glanced upwards, but could not see Zhou Tianxi's door from her angle, unaware that he had emerged. Master, are you seeing things? Why would he come and check on us? Surely, he has other matters to attend to. In Ji Xiao's mind, Zhou Tianxi was the aloof CEO, taciturn, perhaps simply lacking anything to say to her. After all, if he desired her to perform a task, he could simply issue a command without needing to explain. I initially thought I was mistaken, but just now, when you mentioned letting little Zhou take the candy, I saw Zhou Xiaozi's expression darken. Despite the master's words, Ji Xia remained skeptical. Perhaps Zhou Tianxi simply found her and Zhou unworthy of his attention, as they were both merely living off the Zhou family's fortune without contributing anything substantial. Of course, there was a slight chance he simply did not want to share the candy with Zhou, but what kind of man would compete with his sister for sweets? It seemed implausible. Ji Xia dismissed that fleeting thought. The Grand CEO could acquire any candy he desired. Just then, Zhou stealthily popped another candy into her mouth, allowing Ji Xia to catch her in the act. If you steal another piece, I shall reduce your count by 10. Ah, Xiao Xia, you cannot do this. You will lose friends, you know. I will not eat anymore. Observing Ji Xia's stern gaze, Zhou quickly amended her words and obediently resumed wrapping candies. The two busied themselves for much of the day, packaging several small boxes, each containing about 20 candies, beautifully arranged on the dining table. Zhou took out her phone, searching for the perfect angle to photograph the candy-laden table. Xia, these 8 boxes are all mine. You cannot go back on your word. I shall take them all. Ji Xia retrieved a larger gift box and placed the 8 boxes inside. There, is that acceptable? Moo, how delightful. Xia, I love you. After sending Zhou off, Ji Xia stood at the doorway, gazing outside, realizing that lunchtime had arrived. Master, has Zhou Tianxi emerged again? There was no response, and, after a moment, she inquired once more, still met with silence, wondering what kind of mystical endeavors the master was up to. Shaking her head, Ji Xia divided the remaining candies on the table into 2 portions, one set for home and the other to place in Zhou Tianxi's office on her next visit. She even clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and murmured a wish, hoping these candies would convey her goodwill and help improve her misfortune. Then she remembered she had yet to perform her good deed for the day, prompting her to hurriedly change clothes and head out. Once the door closed behind her, Zhou Tianxi leisurely descended the stairs, first glancing at the dining table. There were no dishes nor the vibrant corn candies from earlier. He wandered between the dining room and kitchen twice before ultimately choosing the kitchen. He unearthed a packet of soft candies, scrutinizing it closely. A hint of expression appeared on his usually impassive face, which, if Ji Xia had been present, would have left her utterly astonished. Zhou Tianxi pocketed the candy and exited the house without looking back. Meanwhile, Ji Xia was wandering aimlessly on the street, having found no one in need of her assistance that day. She had been out for 20 minutes, and upon feeling her stomach growl, contemplated whether to return home for a meal before venturing out again. As she walked toward the intersection, she was surprised to spot a small figure waiting at the traffic light. Ji Xia hurried over, crouching down to meet the child's gaze. She had not expected to be the first to falter in this silent staring contest. Sighing, she took the child's tiny hand and asked why he was here again. "I am here to find my sister." "Huh?" Ji Xia exclaimed in surprise. "You have a sister? How could this young mother already have 2 children? Had she not seen the child being cradled earlier, she might have assumed the mother was a university student." "Yes, it's you," the little one said in a sweet, measured tone, instantly melting Ji Xia's heart. "Me?" She pointed a finger at herself. "You came here to find me?" "Yes, here you go." The chubby little hand produced a candy from its pocket and placed it in Ji Xia's palm, saying, "Mama said that when others help me, I must say thank you." In the sultry summer, Ji Xia opened her palm to behold the candy. The first token of gratitude she had ever received, nearly moved to tears. Not far away, in a black business vehicle, Assistant Qian silently observed the lady and the little one alongside his employer. Chapter 11. Aunt Zhou Yuehua. 10 minutes passed, yet the president showed no inclination to depart. Assistant Qian raised his hand to glance at his watch once more. The morning meeting had already been postponed to the afternoon. Any further delay might earn him a scolding from the antiquated executives, accusing him of neglecting his duties and failing to manage the president's schedule. He could not afford to ponder too much. For the sake of preserving his year-end bonus, he must urge the president to commence work. "President." "Oui." Zhou Tianxi's gaze landed on Assistant Qian. "Does she like children?" Assistant Qian was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. Pondering whom the president was referring to, was it the lady? He deliberated on how best to respond. However, the president seemed to have no intention of waiting for an answer, falling into silence before directly ordering the driver to proceed. Assistant Qian dared not speculate on the president's thoughts, remaining quietly in the passenger seat. "Why have you started calling her Miss G?" To his astonishment, Assistant Qian, unable to maintain his pretense of innocence, turned to the president, bewildered. "Huh? Did you not say it yourself, that this is a contractual marriage, destined to end soon?" When the president made this remark, many were present, including confidants, and those in the workplace often discerned their superiors' intentions. Since it was uttered in public, it undoubtedly signified the end of their connection. The back seat fell silent again, and Assistant Qian inadvertently cast a glance in the rearview mirror, his mouth agape in astonishment at what he beheld. The president unwrapped a piece of candy, placing it in his mouth, then meticulously flattened the wrapper, studying it as if examining some vital document. Unable to restrain himself, Assistant Qian stole a few more glances, realizing that after 5 years of service, he still could not fathom the president's mind. Ji Xia, if she were aware of Assistant Qian's thoughts, might find solace in knowing that after merely a year of employment, it was entirely normal not to grasp her superior's intentions. "Where's your mother? Did you wander off alone? It's dangerous outside." The little one timidly nodded, explaining that her mother had been frequently searching for her father, leaving her unattended. Ji Xia failed to comprehend the child's words. What did it mean that her mother was constantly looking for her father? Regardless, she decided it was best to return the little one to her mother. To her dismay, upon encountering the child's mother, she found her in a sorrowful state, squatting against the wall and crying bitterly. Ji Xia glanced down at the little one, uncertain how to offer comfort. The child rushed forward, throwing herself into her mother's embrace, joining her in tears. "Are you all right?" Ji Xia inquired, retrieving a tissue from her pocket to offer her. "You can talk to me." The young mother thanked her softly, opening up gently. "The child's father no longer wants us. He has found a wealthy girlfriend." Ji Xia's hand faltered as she retrieved the tissue. The impact of her words struck her profoundly. It was indeed true that some men would abandon their wives and children. Then what will you do? She stammered, at a loss for words to console the young mother, struggling to comprehend why such a graceful and understanding mother and child could be forsaken. After a moment, the young mother regained her composure and expressed her gratitude once more, looking down at her child. "Baby, do you want to see Grandma?" The little one nodded eagerly, prompting the young mother to rise, cradling her child in her arms. "Then let us return home to find Grandma." Ji Xiao watched the pair retreating, her heart heavy with unease. Realizing that the child's earlier statement about her mother seeking her father held a deeper meaning, she could only hope that the little one would find stability in the future and that her mother might discover her own happiness. "Ji Xiao, what are you doing here?" A voice from a distance startled Ji Xiao, her heart racing. It belonged to Zhou Yuehua, the person she least desired to encounter. Zhou Tianxi's aunt and the youngest daughter of the Zhou patriarch, who had yet to marry. It dawned on Ji Xiao that Zhou Yuehua lived nearby. Had she remembered sooner, she would have avoided this situation at all costs. "Cat got your tongue? I'm asking you a question. Why are you here?" Zhou Yuehua sneered at Ji Xiao, scrutinizing her attire with disdain. "Are you deliberately trying to disgrace our Zhou family?" Ji Xiao had no desire to engage in conversation, shaking her head as she prepared to leave. Yet someone was determined to thwart her intentions, seizing her wrist. "Where do you think you're going? Are you going to leave without greeting your elders?" Ji Xiao broke free from her grasp, instinctively stepping back. "Aunt, that's better. Why haven't you been fawning over my nephew today? Isn't that your favorite pastime?" Ji Xiao kept her head bowed, refraining from responding, knowing that speaking would only lead to more criticism from Zhou Yuehua. Previously, she had poured water for Zhou Tianxi and fetched clothes, and every encounter was met with accusations of her ingratiating behavior. You ought to reflect on your own merits. How did you even gain entry into our Zhou family?" "Thankfully, time is short. Seeing you churns my stomach." Ji Xiao pouted, sensing that the entire world knew of her impending divorce, eagerly awaiting her humiliation. Zhou Qihua's words were like needles. "No such luck, yet you still wish to climb the social ladder, thinking our Zhou family's door is so easily opened?" Although this was a bitter truth, Ji Xia found it uncomfortable, considering that it was the Zhou family who had approached her initially. "Aunt, are you dressed so beautifully to go on a blind date?" Zhou Yuehua's irritation was palpable, but she quickly regained her composure, boasting, "I found myself a boyfriend. What need have I for a blind date?" The subject of blind dates was Zhou Yuehua's sore spot. She had once been deceived by a suitor, receiving a fierce reprimand from the Zhou patriarch. The Zhou family refrained from mentioning the word blind date in her presence, lest they face her wrath. "Congratulations, dear aunt. I wish you a swift marriage and a lifetime of happiness," Ji Xiao remarked before promptly turning to leave, as though pursued by a rabid dog. Only when she felt she had eluded Zhou Yuehua did she pause, leaning against a nearby tree to catch her breath. A wave of doubt washed over her. Despite Zhou Tianxi having accepted her goodwill, why was she still plagued by misfortune in encountering Zhou Yuehua? The president's aunt was the person Ji Xia most wished to avoid in the Zhou household, for regardless of whether she greeted her or not, Zhou Yuehua could always find something derogatory to say. Furthermore, her confidence was blinding. She assumed that any man who glanced her way was infatuated with her. If it were a man she deemed acceptable, it could be tolerable. However, if he was not to her liking, she would claim to be the object of his affection, imposing her demands upon others. Ji Xia mused that this must be the reason for her being deceived by suitors. Little did she expect that within a year, Zhou Yuehua would seek out a new romantic interest. She could only hope this one would endure. "Girl, why are you running?" The voice of her master suddenly echoed in her mind. Startled, Ji Xia responded, "Master, why have you been silent for so long?" "I was discerning." Ji Xia was perplexed. "Discerning what? What can you do, being just a voice?" "Just now, I sensed a resonant frequency from Zhou Tianxi's aunt, akin to." She waited impatiently for him to finish. "Like what?" "I have yet to discern what it resembles." "You ran away." Chapter 12. Already protective so soon. Ji Xia felt her master was becoming increasingly unreliable, claiming to sense a resonant frequency from Zhou Tianxi's aunt. She ceased her responses, her thoughts drifting to the little one's innocent face, which tugged at her heartstrings. She wondered how the child would fare upon returning home with her mother. Touching the candy in her pocket, she smiled slightly, intending to savor this token of gratitude. However, upon unwrapping the candy, she discovered not a sweet treat, but rather a small, cylindrical hairpin, quite unique. The hairpin sparkled in her hand, and Jixia examined it closely, pondering whether the little one had taken her mother's accessory to gift her. After a moment of consideration, she decided to pin the hairpin in her hair. Qingling Mountain, with an elevation of approximately 1,000 meters, boasts breathtaking scenery and serves as an exceptional tourist destination. However, its fame does not stem from its picturesque landscapes, but rather from the revered Qingling Temple perched atop the mountain, which has long been a site of fervent worship, drawing numerous visitors from both near and far to pay their respects. It is said that within Qingling Temple reside practitioners of the Tao, who, should one be fortunate enough, might encounter them and receive their guidance. Since marrying Zhou Tianxi, Jixia has visited a few times, always accompanying the elders of the Zhou family to offer incense at the temple. Bound by the presence of her elders, she has not had the opportunity to explore the mountain freely, and on her own, she fears misfortune might strike, as it did once when their vehicle broke down on the way back. Thus, she has yet to witness the mountain's enchanting beauty. Coincidentally, this time presents a unique opportunity, especially since her marriage is nearing its conclusion. With a bold heart, Jixia broached the subject with Zhou Tianxi, expressing her desire to ascend the mountain ahead of the group and await them before the temple. The elderly Zhou patriarch, unable to climb, typically ascends via cable car with the larger party. To her surprise, Zhou Tianxi contemplated her suggestion and, in her presence, called his grandfather. Jixia, caught off guard and slightly flustered, attempted to interject that she had made plans to hike with Zhou Nan. Zhou Tianxi, however, remained expressionless, his dark eyes fixed on her for a full minute before casually remarking that they might as well go together, then turned to leave. Jixia scratched her head in confusion, pondering the meaning behind Zhou Tianxi's actions. It was evident he was displeased that their intimate time together had been disrupted. As she rolled her eyes in disbelief, she quickly composed herself, reminding herself to refrain from such gestures in the future, regardless of how outrageous the statements she might hear. Yet, she couldn't help but murmur, "Master, are you overly confident in me or lacking faith in him? What makes you think he wishes to share a private world with me? Is it truly a case of muddled judgment?" She refrained from further evaluating her oblivious master and suddenly recalled the practitioners at Qingling Temple. "Master, if only I were a fated individual, perhaps the Taoist could offer you some guidance, and you might swiftly reclaim your true self. Furthermore, I could inquire why I seem to be perpetually unlucky, as though my misfortunes were meticulously orchestrated." Lost in her own thoughts, Jixia failed to notice her master had lapsed back into silence. Nonetheless, there was a silver lining. Her time at the Zhou residence had been the most peaceful period of her life, devoid of constant anxiety. Regrettably, that tranquility was about to come to an end. Fortunately, her body and mind remained intact, and she looked forward to a future devoid of misfortune, where she could engage in a healthy romance. With these thoughts, Jixia drifted into slumber. Half an hour later, the door creaked open, and Zhou Tianxi entered, standing by the bedside for a moment before silently departing. The following day dawned bright and sunny, perfect for a mountain excursion. Jixia set off lightly, donning a baseball cap and exuding determination. Upon meeting at the base of the mountain, Zhou Nan's eyes widened in disbelief as she pulled Jixia aside and whispered, "Xiazi, what's going on? Why is he with you?" It was understandable for Zhou Nan to be cautious, given that the elderly Zhou had expressly forbade her from climbing that day and had even sent someone to ensure she complied. He insisted on coming along. "I couldn't just send him away, especially since he is my boss," Jixia replied. "But if Grandpa finds out, I'm doomed," Zhou Nan exclaimed. Jixia stole glances at Zhou Tianxi, who seemed absorbed in admiring the surroundings. Surely he wouldn't inform Grandpa, would he? Just then, Zhou Nan's assertiveness surged, and she shouted towards Zhou Tianxi, "Hey, Zhou Tianxi, you can't tell Grandpa I came to Qingling Mountain, got it?" Jixia hastily covered Zhou Nan's mouth, but to her astonishment, Zhou Tianxi nodded in response. Zhou winked triumphantly at Jixia, as if to say, "See, my words are effective." The trio began their ascent from the mountain's base. Jixia stepping lightly and inhaling the fresh air of nature, feeling revitalized. Zhou, arms outstretched and eyes closed, savored the symphony of birdsong and floral fragrance surrounding them. Initially a carefree trio, they were soon interrupted by the repeated calls of brother Tianxi echoing behind them. Turning back, they spotted Lin Qianqian, resplendent in her attire, waving from a short distance away. Both Jixia and Zhou exchanged exasperated glances, leaning together as if studying the clouds above, while quietly venting their frustrations. This vixen, why is she everywhere? I'm truly at a loss. Zhou cautioned, don't act rashly. We could just hike a bit faster. I can't let this slide. Just days ago, she was in your husband's arms, and now she's hastening after him. How shameless can one be, specifically pursuing a married man? Jixia tugged at her, urging her to be quiet, for Lin Qianqian had already approached them. Brother Tianxi, you're so fast. I almost couldn't catch up. Zhou Tianxi acknowledged her with a nod, asking, why didn't you take the cable car? Of course, I wanted to climb the mountain with you, she replied, turning her head as if just noticing Jixia and Zhou. Sister Jixia, Sister Nan, you're both here. I thought Brother Tianxi was alone and came to keep him company. Jixia offered a polite smile, but Zhou was far less cordial. Who are you calling sister? You're several years our senior. Stop pretending to be young. Lin Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. It's mainly because you both typically dress so maturely. Who is mature? At least we're not heavily made up to entice men. Zhou retorted. Zhou, apologize. Zhou Tianxi's stern command left everyone momentarily stunned. Jixia quickly intervened, pulling Zhou aside, partially shielding her. Nan didn't mean it. Let us just continue our hike. However, Zhou, emboldened, pushed past Jixia and shouted at Zhou Tianxi, why should I apologize? She's the one chasing after you, and you're already defending her? Does Grandpa know you're flirting with another woman while still married? Ugh, it's revolting. Brother Tianxi, I didn't How could she say that about me? Jixia observed Zhou Tianxi's expression, sensing he might be furious, and felt compelled to make an exit with her friend. Surprisingly, Zhou Tianxi remained calm, his gaze fixed on her, seemingly oblivious to Lin Qianqian's whispers. To call you light-hearted is a kindness. I could easily tear you apart. Zhou continued her tirade. Thankfully, Xiazi is about to leave that scoundrel behind. Otherwise, I'd make you regret it. You need to stop talking nonsense. Their marriage was merely contractual. Now that the time has come, Brother Tianxi is entitled to pursue true love. Then I wish you two the best of luck. But stay away from our Xiazi. Jixia was swept away by the fervent Zhou, who, after walking a few dozen meters, couldn't contain her laughter and playfully nudged her friend. You were amazing. That was quite a show. What can I say? If I didn't have to live with that scoundrel for a few more months, I'd wanted to give them a good beating. Can you believe those two? They have no sense of decency. After all, he is our boss. He wouldn't impose any financial penalties on us, would he? Jixia jested. Does the little lady fear him? The money he invested has already doubled. Just wait for your dividends. Without that scummy man, our lives will only improve. This revelation surprised Jixia. The funds she held were transferred to her by her grandfather before the marriage. However, she felt insecure, believing her persistent misfortunes could jeopardize her grandfather's lifetime of hard work. After confiding in Zhou, she entrusted her to safeguard the funds, with no expectation of profit, merely hoping to keep them intact. To her astonishment, an unexpected delight awaited her, a genuine surprise. With great enthusiasm, she enveloped Zhou in a hearty embrace, exclaiming joyfully, Nan, you truly are my little lucky star. I shall stick with you. Remember to find me a charming football player. Zhou, with a playful grin, replied, oh, one football team is hardly sufficient. I shall procure 365 for you, one for each day, all distinct. How does that sound? As he spoke, he draped an arm around Jixia's shoulders and continued their ascent up the mountain, casting a teasing glance back at the others trailing behind. Jiji Tian Chi. GGS seems quite ambitious. Haha, remarked Zhou Tianci, who offered no response, but merely gazed at Ji Xia's silhouette and pressed his hand against his heart. Are you unwell, Gij Tianci? Should we take a break? Lin Xianqian inquired, producing a bottle of water from her bag and extending it toward Zhou Tianci. Drink some water. We need not rush. Grandpa Zhou and the others wouldn't arrive until this afternoon. Su Tianqi, noting that she had already consumed a third of the water, declined, indicating he was not thirsty. Let us proceed. The mountain is steep, and we shall rest later. Thus, Zhou Tianci guided the delicate beauty through a leisurely ascent, their journey taking over 3 hours to reach the summit. Yet they saw no sign of Ji Xia and her companions. Ji Xia glanced at the screen, displaying Zhou's name, eager to connect. But Zhounen had already ended the call. What are you fretting about? Let us finish our meal first. The old man has surely not yet arrived. Ji Xia agreed, having never before realized how delectable the vegetarian dishes at the temple were. After sending a text to Zhou Tianci, she contentedly savored her meal. What's wrong? Jiji Tianqi, did Jiji not answer your call? I'm so tired. It's been ages since I climbed such a high mountain. Su Tianqi, observing the message on his phone indicating she was dining, dialed her number once more. Upon her answering, he asked in a husky voice, Where are you dining? After receiving the address, he took Lin Xianqian to the Qingling Guan vegetarian restaurant, offered the incense money, and quietly awaited the meal's arrival. Zhounan, upon spotting the pair, felt a wave of distaste and leaned over to Ji Xia, asking Xiazi, Are you full? If so, accompany me for a stroll. Once the old man arrives, I shall have to leave. Yes, I'm full. Let us go, Ji Xia replied, turning away to follow her friend. This left Zhou, the esteemed president, and his fair companion waiting at the inn for their meal. As time passed, Zhounen discreetly slipped away, while Ji Xia returned to the main hall of Qingling Guan to await the arrival of Grandpa Zhou. She was engrossed in studying the inscriptions on the stone pillars when Zhou Tianci approached and stood before her. Zhuge, I believe Grandpa and the others should be arriving shortly? Indeed, Jijia, I just called Aunt Qin. She mentioned she was coming with Grandpa Zhou. Ji Xia admired Lin Xianqian's composure. Even after Zhou had revealed their age difference, she still addressed her as sister. Thank you, Lin Jia, Ji Xia thought, feeling they might as well share the awkwardness. Upon hearing Lin Jia, however, Lin Xianqian's expression soured. She glanced at Zhou Tianci with a look of being wronged. Biting her lip, Ji Xia understood that look well, having seen it often enough. Please refrain from calling her sister. She is younger. Both Ji Xia and Lin Xianqian were taken aback, for Zhou Tianci had directed his words toward Lin Xianqian. Following his statement, he pressed his right hand against his heart and discreetly rubbed it. But she appears older than me. Not addressing her as sister seems disrespectful. Zhou Tianci remained silent. As Grandpa Zhou's group had arrived, Ji Xia instinctively moved beside Zhou Tianci and called out, Grandpa. Ji Xia, what brings you here? Zhou Yuehua called out, successfully drawing everyone's attention. It was then that Ji Xia realized Zhou Yuehua had also come to pay respects, accompanied by a rather handsome man, presumably her boyfriend. The man seemed vaguely familiar, prompting Ji Xia to steal a few glances. Ji Xia, avert your gaze, should you continue to stare at my boyfriend. I shall have someone gouge out your eyes, Zhou Yuehua warned. Ji Xia obediently lowered her head, refraining from further scrutiny. Dad, why did you bring this sycophant Ji Xia here? Isn't that a disgrace to our Zhou family? Upon his arrival, Grandpa Zhou engaged in pleasantries with the awaiting Taoist, only to return and hear his youngest daughter's outburst, instantly changing his demeanor. What nonsense! Silence. Do you not know where you are? I simply find her distasteful, Zhou Yuehua retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Ji Xia before quickly averting her gaze, as though a longer look would tarnish her eyesight. Your opinion is not the final say. Be quiet, little aunt, Zhou Tianci interjected, surprising Zhou Yuehua with his defense of Ji Xia. Good nephew. You have wasted 2 years on her. Now that Xianqian is back, shouldn't you act swiftly? Just then, Lin Xianqian appeared with a woman who appeared to be in her 40s. Oh, little aunt, you're here too? Look, Aunt Qin has arrived. Zhou Yuehua, delighted to see the woman referred to as Aunt Qin, approached and embraced her. Sister Qin, what a pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, Lin Qianqian leaned in close to Zhou Yuehua, whispering something that left her agape with astonishment. Jixia, noticing Zhou Yuehua occupied, shifted her gaze back to the handsome man, sensing an odd familiarity about him, yet unable to recall where she might have seen him. Chapter 14. Utilizing luck before Jixia could react, a sharp pain shot through her head, causing her to cry out briefly, halting her breath as she clutched her temples and sank to the ground. This pain was unprecedented, and her instinctual response was to fear that something had happened to her master. After calling out several times in her mind without a reply, a sense of panic set in, prompting her to reach out for help from those nearby. She grasped the hand that extended toward her, but upon feeling something amiss, she abruptly released it. Jixia, a deep voice called out. Jixia thought to herself, I heard you, I just cannot rise. Please, lend me a hand. My head feels heavy. As she clutched Zhou Tianxi's clothing stand, she realized all eyes were on her. Perhaps due to her pale complexion and the beads of sweat trickling down her face, Zhou Yuehua merely moved her lips without uttering any further harsh words. Grandpa, Jixia is unwell. I shall take her to the hospital, Zhou Tianxi declared, his arm around Jixia's waist to prevent her from toppling over. Yet she gently resisted his support. You cannot leave. Send someone else to escort her down the mountain, Grandpa Zhou decreed, and no one dared to contest his authority. But Gij Tianxi, please heed Grandpa's wishes. There must be something important at stake, Lin Qianqian asserted. Stepping beside Zhou Tianxi and linking her arm with his as a declaration of her claim. Surprisingly, Grandpa Zhou, who typically disapproved of disloyalty in marriage and frivolous pursuits, showed no reaction. Jixia, you don't seem too serious. Can you manage on your own? We have very important matters to attend to today. Jixia wiped the cold sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, ignoring Lin Qianqian as she softly addressed Grandpa Zhou. No need to send anyone. I have a friend nearby who can assist me. With that, she unsteadily exited the main hall of Qing Lingguan, leaning against a tree to call Zhounan. Her mind was consumed by that fleeting, sharp pain, as if it had scrambled her thoughts, leaving her disoriented. She needed a secluded space to contact her master. Checking her phone while glancing back at the hall, she noticed no one had followed her outside. She chuckled softly to herself, contemplating what she had been expecting. Was disappointment not enough? Leaning against the tree trunk, she continued to attempt contacting her master, but curiously, there was no response at all. As for Zhou Yuehua's boyfriend, he truly evoked a sense of familiarity, yet she could not recall where they had met, and the last gaze he cast her way was undeniably peculiar. She still felt dizzy and disoriented, unable to reach her master, with no one to consult. She could only wait for the next encounter to act accordingly. Zhounan arrived quickly, startled by Jixia's pallor. Xia, what happened? What did they do to you? Your face is paler than a ghost. With a lump in her throat, tears almost fell as Jixia leaned against her friend, seeking warmth. It's nothing, just a slight headache. Come walk with me. The two supported each other as they made their way toward the back of Qing Lingguan. After Jixia's departure, Zhou Tianxi appeared distracted, pressing a hand against his heart. Lin Qianqian noticed his gesture and exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Qing. After the old master finished offering incense, Qin Qing pulled Lin Qianqian forward. Uncle Zhou, shall we proceed? The old master nodded, instructing Yuehua to remain behind. Tianxi will accompany me. Dad, I want to go too. I haven't met Mo Shang Yuan Jun yet. Zhou Yuehua had come this time to seek out the rumored sage at Qingling Mountain, hoping to inquire about her destined partner. The old master frowned and reprimanded. Is your romantic whim more important than the Zhou family's future? Frustrated, Zhou Yuehua stomped her feet in defiance, but there was little she could do. Aside from the old master, Zhou Tianxi, Qin Qing, and Lin Qianqian, the rest of the Zhou family remained in the main hall. Zhou Zhenhai, the old master's younger brother, stepped closer to Zhou Yuehua. Yuehua, is your father truly preparing Tianxi to manage the Zhou family? Zhou Yuehua, already irked, shot her uncle a glance. What else? Should your family take charge? Do they even bear the surname Zhou? Zhou Zhenhai was momentarily speechless his face flushing with embarrassment. After all, he had married a strong-willed wife, and their child took her surname. Yuhua, I'm not criticizing you, but back when you were eager to become a son-in-law because our family was struggling, did you ever imagine we would prosper? Moreover, your child, Song Yiran, is still abroad, yet you still have aspirations? Zhou Zhanhai's previously sullen demeanor brightened. Yiran is returning next month. It won't be long now. Don't worry, we'll definitely remember to welcome you, young lady. Who cares? Zhou Yuhua ignored her uncle and continued to flirt with her new boyfriend. Meanwhile, in a concealed room within Qing Lingguan, Qin Qing and Lin Xianxian stood beside Mo Shang Yuan Jun, while the old master and Zhou Tianci stood opposite them. Qin Qing clasped her hands together and bowed slightly. Master, this is Zhou Jintian, the old master, and beside him is his grandson, Zhou Tianci. Mo Shang Yuan Jun, clad in a Taoist robe with a tall figure and flowing white hair, exuded an ethereal presence, yet his face appeared youthful, resembling one in their 40s. Zhou Shizhu, I pay my respects. His voice echoed in the spacious room, instilling a sense of reverence. The old master, over 50, bowed respectfully. Taoist, thank you for your trouble today. Mo Shang Yuan Jun lightly waved the feather duster in his hand, resting it on his left arm, before stepping forward to examine Zhou Tianxi's features closely. He nodded slightly, but as he scrutinized further, a look of surprise crossed his face. Is there something amiss, master? Mo Shang Yuan Jun shook his head gently, returning to his original position, fingers calculating as his expression turned sharp. This young man is a rare child of fortune in recent years. Since your family has been in commerce for generations, he will undoubtedly thrive in the marketplace. The old master nodded in appreciation. Indeed, a few years ago, the Zhou family faced bankruptcy, but Zhou Tianci rose to the occasion, turning the tide. The Zhou family is now the unrivaled leading enterprise in High City. However, why is he not with his destined partner? Mo Shang Yuan Yun Quisint Positive. Moreover, it appears someone nearby is exploiting your fortune. Have you noticed? The old master was taken aback. This was indeed true. When Lin family steward, whom Qin Qing had informed him about, had mentioned it, he was skeptical. The marriage he had arranged for his grandson to avert the Zhou family's bankruptcy was, in fact, a conspiracy? Zhou Tianci, previously expressionless, finally showed some reaction. May I ask, Taoist, how is my fortune being exploited? Chapter 15. The Girl Tianci Gij. It's quite simple. I know all about it. Lin Xianxian stepped closer to him, appearing to assist him often. But her true intention was to help him accept and thus transform his fortune. Zhou Tianci's expression turned blank again. Does that mean everyone at the Yuansheng group could be involved? Not everyone, Tianci Gij, just those who were close to you, she clarified. Zhou Tianci scrutinized Lin Xianxian's face and then glanced at his grandfather, who trusted Mo Shang Yuan Jun completely. I understand. He lapsed into silence, no longer speaking. The old master, however, had many questions. He recounted how 2 years prior, the Zhou family faced bankruptcy due to a failed investment, prompting him to have a peculiar dream. In the dream, a weathered voice told him that if his grandson, Zhou Tianci, married a girl named Jixia and subsequently pushed him into the CEO position, the Zhou family would soon revive. Initially dismissive of such dreams, he still followed the voice's guidance to a secluded park and found Jixia. Remarkably, after following the dream's instructions, the Zhou family began to prosper. Did the voice ever reveal its identity or lineage? The old master furrowed his brow, pondering. No, it hasn't appeared in the last 2 years. Uncle, even if Zhou Tianci did not marry Jixia, the Zhou family would still flourish. For your grandson is a child of fortune. Indeed, Mo Shang Yuan Jun interjected, marrying that girl led him to miss his destined lover. Furthermore, she might be the one exploiting Tianci's fortune. The old master was about to speak, but was interrupted by Zhou Tianci. Impossible. Jixia has never helped me with anything. Mo Shang Yuan Jun called out. If you doubt this humble practitioner, you may leave. Zhou Tianci turned to leave. But the old master called out loudly, that is disrespectful. Taoist, I wish to confirm. Without this marriage, Would the Zhou family fare better? After receiving a positive affirmation, the grandfather and grandson exited the room together. The three remaining in the room stood in silence. Mo Shang Yuan Jun broke the quiet. You may leave. Master. Qin Qing quickly knelt. I'm left with no choice. For the reputation of Qing Ling Guan, this is the only way to retain the child of fortune. Yet, one cannot indiscriminately entangle the child of fortune in unworthy affection. It may cost him his life. Lin Qian knelt beside her. It was my request to Aunt Qin to do this. If you must assign blame, let it be on me. Waiting for him to develop feelings took too long. I grew impatient. Is this your justification for harming others? When he reacts, his heart feels as though pierced by 1,000 needles. Qin Qing quickly shielded Lin Qian. But master, Qingling Mountain is a hard-earned establishment for you and your master. We cannot ruin its reputation without the blessing of the child of fortune. Qingling Guan will soon. Enough, there is no need to elaborate. Let's depart. But master, do you not wish to find your disciple? Mo Shang Yuan Jun flicked his duster, and they floated toward the door. Qin Qing helplessly pulled Lin Qian with her as they exited the room. Strangely, once they left, the room vanished. What should we do, Mama? Your master is stubborn. Will she help us? Qin Qing quickly covered her mouth, glancing around. Did I not tell you not to call me Mama in public? But if I cannot say it outside, I certainly cannot at home. What can I say it? Very soon, once I have mastered my Taoist skills, I shall acknowledge you. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Qin Qing led Lin Qian down the mountain. Mother, I cannot fathom why I find Jixia so displeasing. It is not merely due to her marriage to Zhou Tianci, but I simply detest her presence. The visage of Jixia floated into Qin Qing's mind, and a scheme began to form within her heart. Do not concern yourself. The old master Zhou shall handle her. At that moment, Jixia, on the verge of facing her reckoning, was attempting to contact her master. Zhounin handed her a bottle of water, thoughtfully unscrewing the cap. Encountering that pair of wretched individuals surely bodes ill. It would be wise to avoid entangling with them in the future. Jixia took a hearty sip of water, wiping the droplets from her chin with a curled finger, which soon vanished. Today, the ceremony of offering incense by the old master, Zhou, appeared somewhat atypical. Though uncertain of the reason, Jixia felt a lingering unease. Master, she called out her mind once more, yet received no response, prompting a small sigh of frustration. In the past, when summoned, he would respond, and now his silence left her feeling anxious. What is that? Zhounin, wielding a long stick to clear the path ahead, caught a glimpse of something peculiar on the hillside. Jixia followed her gaze and saw what appeared to be a large talisman, concealed beneath the underbrush. They exchanged glances, both recalling the legend of Qing Ling Shan, wondering if indeed some divine being existed. Upon closer inspection, Jixia discerned that it was not a talisman, but rather a cavern, seemingly sealed by a grand talisman from a distance. Zhounin shielded her eyes with her hands against the sun and proposed, "Should we investigate?" Jixia quickly shook her head. They were already on a wild path in Qing Ling Shan, and encountering further trouble would be unwise. Before she could finish her thought, a sudden wave of pain surged through her mind, far more intense than the previous experience in Qing Ling Guan's Grand Hall. Gongxing Yixia to faint. Zhounan watched in horror as her companion crumpled to the ground, startled into a sitting position. When Jixia regained consciousness, she found herself in a hospital bed. Xia, you're awake. Are you all right? Zhounan appeared cautiously above her, waving a hand before her eyes. Jixia grasped her small paw, managing a weak smile. What's wrong with you? Your face is so pale. Oh, Xia, you scare me half to death. Zhounan leaned onto Jixia. I thought you had abandoned me. Jixia cleared her throat. If you don't get off, I may truly leave this world first, leaving you here all alone. Nonsense. We will both live long lives. With that, Zhounan carefully propped herself up. Xia, why did you suddenly faint? The doctor conducted numerous tests, yet could not determine the cause. Jixia mused to herself that matters concerning her master could not be resolved through scientific means. I'm fine. It's probably just, heat exhaustion. It's October, and you're suffering from heat exhaustion? Yes, I'm naturally sensitive to heat. Jonan decided not to entertain her friend's nonsense any longer and went off to find the doctor. Girl. Chapter 16. That man, in whom he resembles the voice that echoed in Ji Xia's mind, nearly brought her to tears of joy. Master, master, where have you been? And why do you not respond? It is a long story. I shall explain when the opportunity arises. Just then, Zhou returned with the doctor, who asked Ji Xia a few routine questions and ultimately confirmed that she was suffering from excessive stress, advising her to take things lightly and look forward to the future. The two friends left the hospital in high spirits, with Zhou not daring to let Ji Xia out of her sight, hailing a cab directly to her residence. Do you not want me to escort you inside? Ji Xia shook her head, not permitting Zhou to exit the vehicle. You should return home to rest. Your legs must be exhausted from climbing all day. It was only when the car had vanished from sight that Ji Xia turned to enter her home. Before she could fully close the door, a voice startled her. Could there be an intruder? Pressing her body against the door, she gradually turned around, relieved to see Zhou Tianci, as she had not anticipated his early return. Is your phone off? Is it? Ji Xia rummaged through her bag and confirmed that her phone was indeed turned off. I didn't notice. Zhouge, did you call me? Following Zhou Tianci's gaze, she noticed his eyes fixated on the back of her hand, where a white antiseptic tape from her fore was affixed. This, Ji Xia said while peeling off the tape. I had low blood sugar and received some glucose. It's nothing unusual. After all, she still had several months to remain here, and it would not do to have her employer suspect her of a contagious illness. Zhou Tianci unconsciously pressed his hand against his chest, his complexion appearing even paler than that of the newly discharged patient. Shu Ye. You. Ji Xia began to inquire about the reason for his recent habit of placing his hand over his heart, having observed it multiple times before. Yet, as the words formed on her lips, she felt unqualified to ask and fell silent. What did you wish to inquire about? Zhou Tianci's demeanor today was markedly different. He seemed more patient than usual. It's nothing, only that you seem to frequently place your hand over your left breast. Is there some sort of ritual involved? After a moment of discomfort, Zhou Tianci frowned slightly. My heart feels unwell. This revelation left Ji Xia utterly flustered in her mind. Zhou Tianci had always been an indomitable presence. Nearly 2 years into their marriage, she had never seen him unwell, dismissing even the common cold as trivial. Should we go to the hospital? Zhou Tianci walked back into the living room and sat on the sofa. No need. The hospital likely won't help. Then what shall we do? It wouldn't be something terminal, would it? Yet, Ji Xia quickly dismissed her thoughts. What a jest. Her master had once stated that Zhou Tianci was a once-in-a-century fortunate being. How could he possibly fall prey to a terminal illness? Unlike her, whose life was riddled with misfortune, constantly pondering how to find comfort. Zhou Tianci remained silent, gazing at her intently for a prolonged moment. Ji Xia felt uneasy under his stare, contemplating whether to concoct an excuse to leave. Is it because of the incident at the pool? The unexpected question caught Ji Xia off guard. What? Is it because at the pool I left with Lin Qian early that you have changed? A sudden pang struck Ji Xia's heart as if it were being hammered, leaving her throat tight and unable to respond. Memories of the unpleasant incident from months ago flooding her mind. It seemed as though a drop of water had fallen onto the carpet, and she felt overly sentimental, lifting her head with a forced smile. Zhouge, what are you talking about? I've forgotten all about it. I climbed a mountain all day and am quite tired. I shall retire for the night. Not allowing him another opportunity to question her, Ji Xia hastily fled. Zhou Tianci watched her retreating figure as she disappeared around the corner of the second floor, sitting in silence for a moment before entering the kitchen and opening the box containing the corn candy. In just a few days, the contents had diminished significantly. He picked one up, unwrapped it, and savored the corn's aroma and the candy's sweetness. During the recent days he had spent away from home, there had been no candy in the office, and although his assistant had brought back a variety, none were to his liking. He inspected another piece in the box. Recalling how Ji Xia had prepared the candy and the ingredients she had used, nothing particularly special, yet the flavor remained unique. This corn flavor is particularly fragrant. The candy isn't overly sweet, aligning perfectly with his taste. Flattening the crumpled wrapper, his gaze fell upon the decorative script on it. Abandon what cannot be attained, and do not indulge in mental anguish. He had executed this well. Glancing up at the second floor, he muttered to himself, quite resilient. In the bedroom on the second floor, Ji Xia lay beneath the covers, hypnotizing herself. I'm tired. Sleep, sleep quickly. Girl, you're being irrational. Zhou Xiaozi has taken the initiative to mention that matter. Perhaps there are deeper reasons. Why not listen? Ji Xia felt as if she were suffocating, hastily pulling the covers down to breathe deeply. Never mind that. Master, let us discuss you. Why were you silent when we were at Qinglingwan? While at Qinglingwan, I responded to you. Yet strangely, it seemed you could not hear me. It was as if my phone had been deprived of signal, utterly disconnected from your end. Ji Xia was astonished to realize that every call of master she had uttered on Qingling Mountain could indeed be heard. Yet his replies failed to reach her. Propped up against the headboard, Ji Xia pondered deeply. She recalled that during her ascent to Qingling Mountain, she had traveled with the elder Zhou and others via cable car. Perhaps it was due to her nerves, coupled with Master S's propensity to chatter, that she refrained from communicating with him mentally during the journey, not wanting to leave a poor impression on her elders. What prompted her desire to converse with Master this time? Ji Xia thought carefully and suddenly slapped her forehead. It was Zhou Yuehua's boyfriend. At that moment, she found the boyfriend somewhat familiar and intended to inquire if Master had seen him before, only to be met with a sudden headache. She had also been wanting to tell you that the young man seemed to be watching her intently. Watching me? The image of that man surfaced in Ji Xia's mind. She had assumed their brief eye contact was coincidental, but it seemed he had been gazing at her all along. Where had she encountered him before? Her mind was clouded, and she could not recall. She buried her head in the blankets, only to be poked by a hairpin nestled in her hair. Gently extracting it, she discovered it was a small cylindrical hairpin wrapped in candy paper, a gift from Zai Zai. Staring at the hairpin, Ji Xia murmured, Zai Zai, I understand now. I recall whom that man resembles. You little rascal, what are you startled about? You nearly gave this old man a heart attack. Is there a connection between you two? Ji Xia was nearly beside herself with anger, wishing she could pull Master from her mind and give him a good thrashing. Chapter 17. The Theft of Luck. How could it be? That man could possibly be Zai Zai's father. Zhou Xiaozai's aunt has found a married man. Ji Xia mused, pinching her chin thoughtfully. Does Zhou Yuehua even know? With her pride, could she accept a man with a child, especially one whose wife has approached her, constantly flaunting the Zhou family's reputation? She should be most concerned about this. The man's gaze upon her at Qinglingguan must have been due to this little hairpin atop her head. Perhaps it was a gift he had given to Zai Zai's mother. Master, what do you suppose would happen if Zhou Yuehua were to learn of this? Strangely, Ji Xia repeated her question twice, yet received no response from Master. What was happening? Was the signal once again obstructed? Master, Master, what is it, you little brat? Summoning spirits? Something was amiss. This old man, who was usually quite chatty, had turned unusually silent since descending from Qingling Mountain, as if he were concealing something from her. Something must have transpired that she was unaware of. She was determined to find out. Master, you remember, don't you? We are two peas in a pod. Silence. I can only rid myself of misfortune if you return to your own body. You said so yourself, remember? A profound stillness followed. I haven't had any misfortunes lately. In truth, it is not that I have improved, but rather Zhou Tianxi has been consuming that candy. I checked before climbing the mountain. It is nearly gone. No response. I will not make that candy again, nor will I assist Zhou Tianxi with anything further. Then what will I do? You little rascal, why are you so disheartened? You were quite enthusiastic at the beginning. Speak, what have you discovered today? Ji Xia quietly awaited Master S's explanation, having spent over a year together. They knew each other fairly well. You little brat, do I need to explain everything to you? Of course. I need to prepare early. Alas, it's not that I wish to keep things from you. I simply do not know what is happening. It turned out that after encountering Zhou Yuehua the previous day, he had mentioned feeling a magnetic field of the same frequency, a term Master used because he was unaware of what it truly meant. When the elder Zhou and his companions arrived at Qinglingguan, Master felt an impulse to burst forth from Jixia's mind. The first time Jixia experienced a headache was when Master was consumed with rage, wishing to tear apart his prison and exact vengeance upon those present. There were too many people at that time to determine who was responsible. After Jixia left Qinglingguan, Master felt relief, and her headache subsided. However, when she and Zhou Nan ventured to the back mountain, Master sensed he was losing control, as if something were drawing him away. A mysterious force tugged at him, pulling him from Jixia's mind, causing his consciousness to spiral chaotically, which overwhelmed Jixia, leading to her fainting on the spot. In the grand hall of Qinglingguan, when the elder Zhou arrived, Jixia tugged at her hair, trying to recall who had come. The elder Zhou Tianci, Zhou Yuehua, Lin Qianqian. Master had encountered them all, and nothing had occurred, so they could not be the cause. Then there was Zhou's brother, Zhou Zhenhai, and Lin Qianqian's housekeeper, Qin Qing. The other attendants were merely bodyguards from a Zhou family and could be disregarded. The two of concern were Zhou Zhenhai and Qin Qing, who among them had caused Master to lose control. Zhou Zhenhai, being the elder Zhou's younger brother, Jixia had only learned of his existence from Zhou Nan. He was over 20 years younger than the elder Zhou and rarely made appearances. She wondered why he had accompanied them to offer incense this time. As for Qin Qing, Jixia had never heard of this individual and could not fathom why the Lin family would send a housekeeper to accompany their daughter to Qinglingguan. However, seeing how courteous the elder Zhou was towards her, and given that Zhou Yuehua was her good friend, it was likely that this housekeeper was not simple. Master, what do you think of these two? It's hard to say. We need to interact with them further, replied the aged voice, now tinged with a deeper weariness. There is also the possibility that something has changed within Qinglingguan itself. Jixia considered this and agreed. Perhaps the cause lay with Qinglingguan rather than an individual. As for Qin Qing, her access to Jixia would be limited since she was not part of the Zhou family. However, Jixia could attempt to engage with Zhou Zhenhai to determine if he was someone who influenced Master. How would she approach him? After all, she was regarded as a granddaughter-in-law. What reason could she have to seek him out? It's getting late. You should rest, and we can discuss this tomorrow, Master urged. Jixia glanced at the clock. It was well past her usual bedtime. She decided not to dwell on it. She would learn about tomorrow's matters the day after. And so she settled down to sleep. Rolling over in bed, her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, an avalanche of information tangled within. Something felt amiss. After tossing and turning for a few minutes, she abruptly sat up in bed. Jixia turned on the bedside lamp, blinked her eyes, and solemnly asked, Master, have you remembered something? This was the source of her unease. This old man, who typically spoke so freely, had become reticent since their descent from Qingling Mountain, responding only to her questions with reluctance. It was clear he was hiding something. I say, can't you just sleep soundly and discuss it tomorrow? You might end up looking worse. Jixia remained unfazed, threatening him that if he refused to speak, she would visit Qingling Mountain the following day. The voice in my mind is fraught with resignation. My dear, is there truly no possibility between you and Zhou Xiaozai? After receiving a definitive answer, the old man revealed he had discovered other methods to restore their fortune. Jixia felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Finally, she would not have to endure such a conflicting existence. She sighed, feeling somewhat disingenuous, as she had been relying on Zhou Tianci while pretending to maintain her integrity. The comfortable life she had enjoyed over the past 2 years was indeed built upon his support. She had harbored far too many illusions. What method is that? If there are alternative means, I wouldn't have to live in such contradiction. Do you recall before ascending Qingling Mountain, I mentioned sensing a magnetic field of the same frequency as Zhou Yuehua? Jixia nodded. Of course, she remembered, finding it amusing that such a concept had even been articulated. It is indeed related to you. To be precise, Zhou Yuehua possesses a fortune akin to yours. Xia, puzzled, inquired what this meant. Was Zhou Yuehua as unfortunate as she? No. Over the past year, I have come to a singular realization. You are not inherently unlucky. Rather, your fortune has been usurped by another. This implies that someone has stolen your luck, resulting in your continual misfortunes. Jixia was taken aback, rendered speechless. Could such a phenomenon exist? How could someone pilfer her luck? As an orphan, bereft of parents from a young age, she hardly seemed a person of great fortune. Why would anyone desire to steal her luck? Chapter 18. The name is Remembered Master. You mentioned that Zhou Yuehua and I share a similar fortune? Ji Xia sat up, leaning against the bed, and waited a considerable time until she believed her master had fallen asleep, only to hear the old man sigh. To be precise, it is her fortune that mirrors yours, but not the ill-fated aura you currently bear. What does that signify? Ji Xia asked, voicing her thoughts. Why does Zhou Yuehua share a fortune with me? Has she stolen my luck? Thus, Zhou Yuehua harbors such disdain for herself, as if they are akin to opposite magnets, always meeting with sarcasm and mockery, taking pleasure in undermining her under the guise of the Zhou family's reputation. Master, how may I reclaim my fortune from her? If I were to retrieve my luck, would she no longer be so unfortunate? Do not be so agitated. It is not necessarily Zhou Yuehua who has pilfered your fortune. There may be another involved. Ji Xia contemplated, thoroughly befuddled by the old man's words. One moment he claimed Zhou Yuehua bore her luck, and the next he suggested another culprit. Now, she harbored doubts that this old man was in cahoots with the thief, intent on confusing her to abandon her quest for regaining her fortune. Do not overreact. While I can sense something from Zhou Yuehua, it is faint, suggesting she frequently associates with the one who has stolen your luck. Master, how does one steal luck? Is it simply transferred from one person to another? As far as I am aware, that is not feasible unless the victim consents. Ji Xia was oblivious to when her luck had been stolen and was certain it was not of her own volition. What if it was not voluntary? Then a medium is required. One must gather a person's luck into a conduit, which another person must carry closely, releasing it in a special manner. She had been unfortunate since her earliest memories, indicating her luck had been pilfered from a tender age. Who would desire to steal the fortune of a child? However, with Zhou Yuehua present, she could attempt to engage her, perhaps extracting some information. You think you can extract information? Just ensure you do not sell yourself, and then count the profits. Ji Xia retorted defiantly, Humph, master, have you forgotten? We have leverage over her boyfriend. How do you know this is leverage? Perhaps that man has already informed Zhou Yuehua of his impending fatherhood. The old man's statement left her at a loss. Very well, let it be. Regardless of who has stolen it, I shall simply endure. After all, it is but a few decades. Once the time has passed, it shall suffice. I initially thought this way. I particularly relish a carefree existence. Yet you insisted on dragging me into this affair, even arranging a marriage contract. You are so eager to provoke me, are you not? Ji Xia was certain that had the old man been corporeal, he would have lost his temper and struck her. Fortunately, he was not. I have repeated countless times that securing Zhou Xiaozai would be advantageous. You need not seek out the stolen luck, yet you insist on complicating matters. Securing. Ji Xia had heard this countless times. She rolled her eyes. Was that man someone she could even hope to pursue? Then she made a surprising discovery. Her eye-rolling had diminished recently. It had been a while since she last did so, suggesting a harmonious coexistence with her master. Master, why did you insist on my apprenticeship? Ji Xia asked begrudgingly. Was it to teach me to win over Zhou Tianxi? Nonsense. The aged voice carried a tone of sorrow. Initially, he sought a disciple to inherit his teachings, believing he would soon resolve matters, only to realize, 2 years later, he had merely remembered his name. Speaking of names, child, your trip to Qingling Mountain was not in vain. I have recalled my name. Ji Xia was astonished. Had her master begun to regain his memories? This was significant. Master, what is your esteemed name? Fu Zishi. A silence enveloped the room. After a while, Ji Xia finally spoke. Master, your name lacks any grandeur, and I have never encountered anyone named Fu Zisher in my life. Fu Zisher, puzzled, replied, Why would you have seen someone named Fu Zisher? Ji Xia mused that the very reason he sought her out must be because they were acquainted. Their familiar energies had drawn them together. Who would have thought they were strangers? Then why did you find me initially? Fu Zisher fell silent once more. This matter was rather difficult to articulate. Upon awakening, he felt incredibly weak, and his original target had been Zhou Tianxi. Had his consciousness connected with Zhou Tianxi's awareness? Perhaps he would have regained his memory and discovered his body by now. Yet, despite countless attempts, Zhou Tianxi's consciousness refused to receive his essence. After another failed attempt, he felt disheartened, pondering whether his essence might dissipate entirely, leaving no trace of his existence. That fateful night, when he encountered Ji Xia, it was because he was wandering aimlessly. Upon reaching a secluded park, he was inexplicably drawn to her. It was a literal attraction, as if some force guided his essence. Colliding with Ji Xia's awareness, he soon realized he could not break free, no matter how hard he tried, even while Ji Xia remained in slumber. Embracing the principle of accepting fate, he decided to stay, fully aware it was his inability to depart. Eventually, he felt a sense of pity for the girl, though he was loath to admit he had once harbored disdain for this unfortunate child. This was also why he hesitated to answer whenever Ji Xia inquired about why he sought her out. How could he express that truth without losing her? All encounters stem from a single thread of destiny. Our master-disciple bond was meant to occur, as our path is deeply intertwined with this concept. Ji Xia glanced at the ceiling, wishing to roll her eyes, but stopping midway, settling for a mere glance above. After suppressing her urge to scoff, she remarked, "Master, does your statement truly reflect the principles of your craft? What, pray tell, is the essence of your profession? Is it merely to spout nonsensical words and rattle on?" Fu Zisher could no longer endure. He yearned to chastise his troublesome disciple. "Silly girl, what nonsense are you uttering? You shall pay dearly when I regain my memory." After the playful bickering, the duo resolved to visit Zhou Yuehua the following day. As time was slipping away, Fu Zisher urged Ji Xia to rest, suggesting they address tomorrow's matters when the sun rose. In this regard, master and disciple were remarkably alike, resolutely refusing to let trivialities disrupt their meals and sleep. As they would say, the world may be vast, yet nothing surpasses the importance of sustenance. Logically, one would dream of the issues pondered before sleep. However, Ji Xia did not. Instead, she dreamt of the incident at the swimming pool involving Zhou Tianxi. Chapter 19. The swimming pool incident. The protagonist of the swimming pool incident was Lin Qianqian, Zhou Tianxi's confidant. Over a month after returning to the country, a group of childhood friends conspired to host a welcome banquet for her. Among the invitees were childhood acquaintances and their families. And Ji Xia accompanied Zhou Tianxi to the event. At that time, she and Zhou Tianxi had been married for approximately a year and a half. She actively pursued her husband, believing their interactions to be delightful, mistakenly thinking he harbored feelings for her. Little did she know, this gathering would shatter her illusions, revealing that she and Zhou Tianxi were eternally incompatible. The attendees were all born with silver spoons in their mouths. Thus Ji Xia found the venue food and drinks to be entirely unfamiliar. Thus, a plethora of amusing incidents ensued, which in truth held little significance for Ji Xia, who perpetually resided in the present. However, when more than one childhood friend of Zhou Tianxi jested in her presence about his missed opportunity with Lin Qianqian, Zhou Tianxi's reaction was rather dismissive, stating that Ji Xia was merely a familial arrangement, and when the time came, they would naturally part ways. Ji Xia could still vividly recall what those people had said. "Master Zhou has been single for so many years. We thought you were waiting for Qianqian. Why choose such a country bumpkin?" They continued, "Oh, Master Zhou, is that really you? You don't even dare to acknowledge her. Qianqian has certainly escaped a calamity. What is your taste, young man?" The opinions of others mattered little to Ji Xia. After enduring years of trials and tribulations, she had long recognized her own attractiveness. Those comments were mere banter, a feeble attempt to undermine her. What truly concerned her was Zhou Tianxi's demeanor. Upon hearing that Lin Qianqian had evaded a misfortune, his expression darkened ominously, frightening those around him into silence. Curiosity piqued, Ji Xia pondered Zhou Tianxi's current attitude towards Lin Qianqian. She knew better than to inquire. Having spoken, she turned and departed without a backward glance. Since their marriage, Zhou Tianxi had never spoken to her in such a manner. He had always been gentle and warm. Ji Xia stood frozen, watching his retreating figure, even doubting whether he was aware that she had not followed. Feeling suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere, she chose to escape the social engagements with Zhou Tianci and made her way to the swimming pool. Had she known this would become a place of despair for her, she might have hesitated. As she stood by the pool, feeling the evening breeze and marveling at the rare nocturnal beauty, Jixia felt a sense of comfort wash over her. Before long, Lin Qianxian, adorned in a flowing white dress, gracefully approached and sat beside Jixia. "Hello, are you Zhou Tianxi's wife?" Jixia admired the ethereal beauty before her. "Hello. You are so stunning, like a princess." Lin Qianxian chuckled softly, having been flattered since childhood, now immune to compliments. Yet today, Jixia's praise brought her joy. Jixia nodded and took a sip of her fruit juice. The sweet and sour taste delightful. "Can you drink alcohol?" Lin Qianxian exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth. Jixia glanced at her cup, perplexed. "Is this alcohol?" She had never tried it before and was unaware of its effects. Nor did she know it could taste so good. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Lin Qianxian fell into the pool. Seeing her struggle, Jixia assumed she could not swim and promptly leaped in to rescue her. The commotion attracted the attention of several young masters, including Zhou Tianci. After pushing Lin Qianxian to safety, Jixia sat at the edge of the pool, panting and complaining about her lack of fitness, having exerted herself just to save someone. What transpired next left Jixia utterly astonished. "Brother Tianci, please do not blame my sister. She did not mean to push me. She merely had a bit to drink." Jixia stared incredulously at Lin Qianxian, who was fabricating excuses with a straight face, her mind racing with expletives. Rising abruptly, she approached Zhou Tianci. "Listen to me, that is not apologize." Zhou Tianci's command plunged Jixia into despair. She opened her mouth, at a loss for words. "Apologize," he reiterated. Gradually regaining her composure, she focused on the two individuals nestled together, asserting, "I did not do anything. She fell into the water on her own." "How could that be?" "Qianxian is not foolish enough to jump into the water." One of the onlookers interjected. "Exactly. I told you, the folks from small towns are often envious and cannot bear to see others do well. Moreover, Qianxian had only returned for a month. How could she be so malicious?" Jixia paid little heed to the jeers from the crowd. Such scenes were familiar to her from childhood, and she focused solely on those she cared about. However, Zhou Tianci's expression grew increasingly grim, dark enough to chill the air. Listening to the defense of her actions, Lin Qianxian lowered her head, concealing her satisfaction. "Sister, although I have been a close childhood friend of Brother Tianci, you are now his wife." At that moment, a sneeze interrupted her. The onlookers urged Zhou Tianci to take Lin Qianxian to the hospital, as if fulfilling the crowd's wishes. Zhou Tianci scooped up the still beautiful Lin Qianxian and departed without a backward glance, leaving Jixia to endure the scorn of the crowd. Accused of being inexperienced and envious, berated for her character, Jixia returned to her residence in a daze, her feet blistered and aching for days. That night, as she slept, tears that had been delayed for months streamed from the corners of her eyes. She could not comprehend why those who had once treated her with kindness turned against her at the banquet. Awakening from her tears, Jixia scolded herself for being overly sentimental and prepared to sit up and collect herself. As she opened her eyes, darkness enveloped her, and after a moment of adjustment, she reached for the bedside lamp. Suddenly, she sensed a presence. "Who is there?" Jixia's voice trembled as she huddled in the corner of the bed. The shadow by the bed flicked on the lamp, revealing Zhou Tianci. Zhou, what brings you here?" Jixia wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Zhou Tianci scrutinized her for a few moments before asking in a low, somber tone, "Why are you crying?" Jixia suddenly realized she still had tears on her cheeks and quickly patted her face, insisting, "It's nothing, just a bad dream." Feeling uneasy in the confined space, Jixia inquired once more, "Zhou, do you need something from me?" After a brief pause, Zhou Tianci sat beside her on the bed, causing her heart to race inexplicably. "Have some dignity. Stop jumping around like that," she admonished herself internally. "Today, my grandfather informed me that our marriage need not await the 3-month period to conclude." As his words sank in, Ji Xia's heart plummeted. Was he here to discuss divorce? How should she respond? Starting tomorrow, you will move to the apartment in the Central District. The property is now under your name, so you may reside there comfortably. Ji Xia had myriad thoughts to express, yet her lips remained sealed. She had not anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly, having assumed they had 3 more months. After prolonged silence, Ji Xia finally whispered, "So, are we going to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow?" "No, today?" Zhou Tianci scrutinized her face, narrowing his eyes. "What do you need to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for?" Ji Xia felt as though she was still half asleep. Was he the one who said he wanted a divorce? Surely, they needed to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce, right? Was the Zhou family now so powerful that they could obtain a divorce certificate without visiting the bureau? "You seem rather eager for the divorce." Zhou Tianci suddenly leaned closer, trapping her within his arms and gazing down at her. Avoiding his piercing gaze, Ji Xia inwardly lamented. "Wasn't it you who wished for this?" "Zhou, please. Let go of me," she gasped, her heart racing wildly, as though it might leap from her chest at any moment. Pushing against Zhou Tianci with a finger to regain her breath, Ji Xia tucked her hair behind her ear. I'll gather my things right away. It won't take long." With that, she leaped from the bed, her heart heavy with sorrow, feeling as if she were being hastily expelled at midnight rather than during the day. Ji Xia fought back tears, grappling with her anguish. Even in adopting a pet, 2 years would forge a bond. Yet here she was, a living person, increasingly detested by her own family. Now, she felt not only unlucky, but also socially inept. When Zhou Tianci grasped Ji Xia's hand, her tears flowed freely, catching him off guard. "Why are you crying for no reason?" he questioned, glancing at the suitcase by her feet. "Who said you needed to pack your things right now? You have urged me to leave, so I must depart swiftly, mustn't I? Regardless, I am soon to no longer be my own master, and thus." Ji Xia has dared to speak boldly. Perhaps she did not anticipate my sudden outburst, leaving Zhou Tianci momentarily speechless as he softly stated, "I did not intend to rush you." Ji Xia wiped away her tears with her sleeve, retorting, "If you do not wish to rush me, why then did you come to my room at midnight to discuss divorce? Is that not a form of expulsion?" "Yapolojitse," Su Tian, she sighed, realizing he had indeed chosen an inopportune moment to arrive. Ji Xia was correct. Who discusses divorce in the dead of night? He pressed his hand against his heart, feeling not the piercing agony of 1,000 needles, but rather a hollow ache. "It matters not. After all, this was merely a contractual marriage," Ji Xia replied, her hands still busy with their tasks. "This divorce was initiated by you. You cannot demand compensation from me." Zhou Tianci grasped her arm, hoping to persuade her to sit and cease her packing, and reiterated, "I did not mean to drive you away." His repetition of those words caused Ji Xia's emotions to spiral out of control. "Did you not suggest I move to the apartment in the Central District? Is that not an expulsion? Furthermore, regardless of the circumstances, we have cohabited beneath the same roof for nearly 2 years. You have enjoyed many meals I prepared and worn countless garments I washed. Even the smallest of creatures would express gratitude. Yet you choose to intimidate me with your impassive demeanor and undermine me for the sake of your fair companion. I have distanced myself sufficiently. Moreover, was it my insistence that led to our marriage? Was it not your family that sought me out? Now that I have served my purpose, you wish to cast me aside? At the very least, allow me until dawn." Ji Xia's words poured forth, providing her with a sense of relief. And for the first time in over 2 years, she looked down upon Zhou Tianci. "Are you finished?" Zhou Tianci inquired, his expression unexpectedly resembling a smile. Ji Xia was perplexed. Could she have rendered him speechless? She tilted her head, tentatively approaching him, wondering if he had developed a fever. Just as she raised her hand to touch his forehead, he intercepted her, capturing her hand within his own. She struggled momentarily to break free, ultimately resigning herself to standing still. Within mere seconds, Zhou Tianci released her hand, pressing once more against his heart. "It truly is troubling," he murmured, though Ji Xia failed to catch his words. She observed him for a few moments, noticing his complexion turn pale and beads of cold sweat forming. "Brother Zhou, are you unwell?" Ji Xia fretted, stammering, I will call for an ambulance. Zhou Tianci restrained her hand, stating, "It is futile. I have undergone countless examinations in recent months, and all results have been normal. Then what should we do? How can you be in such pain without any issue? Child." It seems Zhou Tianci is under someone's control. Her master's words echoed in her mind, and Jixia found it incredulous that someone could manipulate Zhou Tianci. "I came tonight to ascertain whether my suspicions were correct. It appears they have been confirmed." Jixia did not comprehend Zhou Tianci's words, still lost in her master's assertions of control. "Xia Xia? Huh? Someone is controlling you?" Only upon uttering those words did Jixia realize her own folly. Quickly covering her mouth, suddenly recalling something, she leaned in closer and whispered, "What did you just call me?" Zhou Tianci had not witnessed her playful demeanor in quite some time. Seeing it again alleviated some of the pain in his heart, intentionally withholding her desired response. He replied, "It is not as mystical as you think." After a brief silence, he continued, "I remember you mentioning that you have always been unfortunate, dreaming of changing your fate. Have you made any alterations?" Jixia blinked, feeling a twinge of guilt as she avoided his gaze. "My adoptive grandfather taught me to perform a good deed each day to accumulate merit." Zhou Tianci fell silent for an extended period, and when he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse. "Interestingly, earlier today, the Taoist from Qinglingguan told me I am a child of fortune. Do you think I could assist you?" Jixia's heart raced at his words. Did he know something? Was he attempting to extract information? "No, that is unnecessary. I will continue to follow my grandfather's methods." Zhou Tianci stood, stating, "Tomorrow, I will move to the apartment. We shall address the divorce when I have the time." As he reached the door to the bedroom, he turned back and added, "Continue to rest. I will send someone to assist with your move in the morning." Jixia lay back down, melancholy enveloping her as she realized how swiftly her circumstances had changed, leaving her no time to devise a plan to alter her misfortune. "Child, if you feel like crying, then let it out." Jixia sniffed, retorting, "Who says I'm about to cry? I have long understood that tears are futile. It is merely the loss of a job. There is no need for sorrow," she reassured herself, reminding herself that she could always find a better opportunity. Chapter 21. Moving out when I first arrived at the Zhou household, the elder Zhou forbade me from seeking employment, claiming it would tarnish the family's reputation. Naturally, he would not place me within Zhou Enterprises, for I was an outsider, and it would not do to risk exposing any confidential matters. Thus, I found myself idle for nearly 2 years. In truth, I had never before paused in my quest for sustenance, and these 2 years represented the most leisurely period of my life. Upon leaving the Zhou household, I would need to seek employment to support myself. With that thought in mind, I lay awake, contemplating the path ahead until the dawn broke. After lingering in the bedroom for a while, exploring every corner, I stood at the door, gazing around, softly uttering, "Farewell, perhaps never to return." The house was eerily silent. Zhou Tianci had already departed. Jixia descended the stairs and entered the kitchen, preparing breakfast as per her routine. Aside from scalding her tongue while drinking egg soup, everything else went smoothly. After finishing her meal and tidying up, she methodically checked each corner, only to find the box of corn soft candy completely empty. A sense of triumph washed over her. She had known this would happen. Once the candy was gone, she would be leaving this place. "How do you know the candy finished today?" "Perhaps Zhou Tianci consumed it several days ago." Jixia thought to herself, "How could I not know? I check it daily." In truth, there were still several bags in another location, set aside for her to take to Zhou Tianci's office. However, she had not anticipated leaving so soon. Jixia chuckled at herself, recalling the day Zhou Tianci had specifically informed her to visit Qinling Mountain to pay respects. At that moment, she had worried he was bringing documents to discuss divorce. But upon realizing he merely wanted to notify her about the offering, she had felt a great sense of relief. Who could have guessed that, after the offering, she would return to the same outcome? Perhaps Zhou Tianci had intended to discuss divorce that day, but somehow changed his mind. Jixia sat on the sofa in the living room, awaiting the arrival of those who would assist her with her move. To her surprise, the person who arrived was Zhou Tianci's esteemed assistant, Assistant Qian, the same one who had previously prevented her from delivering food. Madam, no, Miss G, are you ready? Ji Xia smiled and nodded, finding it amusing that he had begun calling her Miss G long ago, yet now seemed to slip up intentionally. Are you upstairs? Assistant Qian glanced around, noticing the absence of any luggage. Ji Xia lifted the small handbag she held, saying, "It's right here." When she began packing the previous evening, she had unearthed the suitcase, but as she sorted through her belongings, she realized she did not need it. Thus, she opted to store it away and retrieve the small handbag she had initially used when moving into this house, which was hardly full. Everything within this house did not belong to her. She placed the card that Zhou's family had provided for her living expenses on the table, which still contained a substantial sum. Picking up another card that Zhou Tianxi had given her the previous evening, she noted that aside from the amount agreed upon during their contractual marriage, it included a considerable sum as compensation for the Zhou family's premature breach of contract. Ji Xia pondered for a moment before placing the card into her pocket and turning to leave. Assistant Qian could not resist the urge to capture a discreet photograph of her meager bag when Ji Xia turned her back, sending it to his astute and capable boss. "Thank you, Boss Pei Wen. Does this count as a break for me?" When Zhou Tianxi received the message, he was in a meeting. He enlarged the photo and examined it closely. For some inexplicable reason, the angle seemed to coincide with the moment Ji Xia entered the house. He recollected the attire Ji Xia wore, which appeared to be the same outfit she had on when he welcomed her into his home. This graceful demeanor, reminiscent of the phrase, "I walk softly, taking not a single cloud with me," evoked a sense of immaturity within him. He then unconsciously touched the left side of his chest. It was not painful, but felt hollow. He rummaged through his pocket, retrieved a piece of corn candy, and opened the wrapper in front of the attendees, allowing the fragrant sweetness to spread throughout his mouth, ignoring the murmurs of those around him. Wondering if the president was experiencing low blood sugar again, it seemed inconceivable for such a healthy young man to have such an issue. The first instance of the president consuming candy during a meeting was inadvertently leaked by Assistant Qian, who had hoped to restore some dignity for him. After that initial occurrence, it became a recurring theme. Assistant Qian believed it was a matter of the president's own lack of restraint. Zhou Tianxi indeed sought no restraint. If he could not indulge in candy freely, then his role as president held little significance. What puzzled him was that he prided himself on his self-control. What had transpired that compelled him to eat candy during a meeting? If Assistant Qian were present, he could inquire, but he was currently assisting Ji Xia with her move. Assistant Qian was indeed aware, as he was now involved with Ji Xia in this matter. Once in the car, an awkward silence ensued as Assistant Qian scratched his head, searching for a topic to enliven the atmosphere. Observing his struggle, Ji Xia opened her small bag and produced the remaining corn candy, offering it to him. She had intended to leave the candy in Zhou Ji's office, but had not anticipated the move happening so swiftly. Ji Xia paused and added, "Could you please take it to the office for me?" "Thank you." The appearance of the candy provided Assistant Qian with a conversation starter. He recounted a day a few months prior when, during a meeting, the president unexpectedly popped a piece of candy into his mouth. "Ah, he ate candy during a meeting?" Yixia exclaimed. Assistant Qian nodded, affirming, "Yes, that day he seemed particularly irritable. Although he usually maintains a stoic expression, the atmosphere around him felt heavy, and the employees dared not approach." Ji Xia leaned back in her chair, trying to make herself comfortable, while casually responding, "That can't be. We had just completed a significant project, and everyone was elated. The vice president had even suggested a celebration, but the president was not in the right mood for it, so no one dared to bring it up." After a moment of silence, noticing Ji Xia's lack of response, Assistant Qian continued, "It must have been something personal. I remember the night before, the president attended Miss Lin's welcome dinner." Ji Xia sat up, contemplating, and asked, "When does the president usually eat candy?" "He consumes it during both happy and unhappy moments, but given the circumstances that day, it was likely due to displeasure." "Unhappiness?" Yixia pondered. What could he possibly be unhappy about? Was it related to Lin Qianqian's incident? She recalled Zhou Tianxi not returning home for several days, and upon his return, he acted as if nothing had happened. She had attempted to clarify that she did not push Lin Qianqian into the water, But Zhou Tianxi merely looked at her and said he was aware. That day, Ji Xian nearly lost her temper, thinking, yet you still made me apologize in front of so many people. Only later did she understand Zhou Tianxi's implication. He knew Lin Qianqian had fallen into the water on her own accord, yet he chose to side with Lin Qianqian's narrative. Chapter 22. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the new home. It was after that incident that Ji Xia resolved to let go of her lingering feelings. Henceforth, regardless of how wildly her heart raced, she attributed it to the universal desire for beauty. Now, Assistant Qian's words added another layer of protection. That person truly seemed displeased due to Lin Qianqian's incident. He even went so far as to eat candy at a serious meeting, an act unbecoming of a high-powered executive. Ji Xia rubbed her temples, reminding herself not to indulge in wild thoughts. Young lady, what are your plans? Fu Zishi's voice carried a hint of concern. I intend to devise a strategy, starting with Zhou Yuehua, to alter my fortunes. She did not want to burden Assistant Qian with too much candy for Zhou Tianxi. She aimed to uncover clues in the coming days. There was a simple approach. If Zhou Yuehua genuinely accepted her, acknowledging her existence, then her own fortunes would naturally return. Ji Xiao massaged her temples again, asking, Master, what do you mean? Fu Zishi elaborated on his previous statement, and Ji Xia finally grasped his meaning. In essence, as long as Zhou Yuehua recognized Ji Xia as a person, the luck associated with Ji Xia would undoubtedly return to her. After all, if someone else's fortune did not harmonize with hers, it would serve no purpose. Convincing Zhou Yuehua to accept me? Ji Xia gazed skyward in exasperation. Was that even feasible? That person seemed intent on trampling her self-esteem. Zhou Yuehua appeared to harbor an unfounded disdain for her, evident since their first encounter, ranging from cold mockery to outright insults. It seemed she inherently looked down upon her. However, since there were now some clues, Ji Xia resolved not to let this opportunity slip by. Taking a deep breath, she thought, let the storm come even fiercer. A storm? You? A mere breeze could sweep you away. Always think positively, perhaps because of the departure from the Zhou family. Zhou Yuehua might suddenly have a change of heart towards you, Fu Zishi said, trying to comfort her, fearing she would become too burdened and leave no legacy behind. Ji Xia suppressed her desire to roll her eyes. Master, do you truly believe what you are saying? Is it realistic to expect Zhou Yuehua to voluntarily accept me? That would be akin to believing that Zhou Tianxi would fall in love with me. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, one must at least attempt it. Before she knew it, the car came to a halt. Miss Ji, we have arrived. Assistant Qian exited first and, once Ji Xia followed suit, led her to the entrance of the community. I apologize, Miss Ji, but vehicles with unfamiliar license plates cannot enter the community. We must proceed on foot. Ji Xia nodded, appreciating the safety measures in place. She looked up to see 3 gilded characters adorning the entrance. Qingyajun. It was a lovely name. She had never visited this street before and was unfamiliar with the surroundings, but it appeared promising. Within her line of sight, there were numerous convenience stores, with hospitals and banks nearby as well. Ji Xia felt quite pleased as she followed Assistant Qian inside. Although it was now the golden autumn season, the community remained lush and green, with some areas still in bloom. Passing a small square, she observed the laughter and play of children and the elderly, exuding a vibrant sense of life. Upon reaching her destination, Assistant Qian swiped his card to unlock the building door, and they took the elevator to her floor. Miss Ji, the building door, elevator, and garage all require card access, ensuring that strangers cannot enter, thus making your residence here very secure. Thank you, Assistant Qian. After he departed, Ji Xia explored her new home. Although labeled as an apartment, it was spacious enough to be a 3-bedroom unit and appeared well-maintained, ready for immediate occupancy. On a higher floor, Ji Xia rushed to the balcony and peered through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Oh, is that the building of Yuan Chung Group? With her hands cupped around her eyes, she counted to the 18th floor and focused intently. Indeed, nothing was visible to the naked eye. She lowered her hands and wandered into each room. At this very moment, in the presidential office on the 18th floor of Yuan Chung Group, Zhou Tianxi stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing in the direction of the apartment. Behind him, several supervisors were reporting on their work, and the president's silence left them feeling unsettled, making their tasks exceedingly challenging. As the supervisors perspired profusely, Assistant Qian knocked on the door, prompting several individuals to gaze at him as if he were a savior. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Tianxi turned his head, which made Assistant Qian feel as though everyone was eagerly awaiting his arrival. He chuckled softly, wondering if they were indeed waiting for him. The supervisors nodded vigorously. Observing this, Zhou Tianxi first dismissed them before fixing his gaze on Assistant Qian. "Boss, what is the matter?" Assistant Qian asked, touching his face, wondering if there was something amiss. "Has the delivery arrived?" It was then that he comprehended the situation. The delivery had indeed arrived, and Miss G was quite fond of the apartment. Zhou Tianxi nodded and turned to glance in the direction of the apartment. "Oh, right," Assistant Qian continued, pulling out the corn candy that Ji Xia had given him. "This is for the office, as per Miss G's request." Zhou Tianxi took the candy, counted it meticulously, 8 packs in total, barely enough to last a few days. Noticing his boss's serious demeanor, Assistant Qian couldn't help but voice his curiosity. "Boss, why do you?" He hesitated to be explicit, but Zhou Tianxi understood nonetheless. Returning to his desk, he placed the candy in a deeper drawer and resumed his work. Assistant Qian internally lamented how difficult it was to decipher his boss's thoughts, pondering which of the two he truly favored. He hoped that Zhou Tianxi would indeed favor Miss G, believing they were well suited for one another. However, the current predicament was that both seemed rather indifferent towards each other. Unbeknownst to Ji Xia, there were those concerned about her romantic life. She entered the master bedroom, where a large bed sat invitingly in the center, appearing exceedingly comfortable. She dived onto the bed, rolled around a couple of times, and propped herself up with one hand. "Master, do you think it's necessary to have a bed in the master bedroom?" Fu Zisher initially failed to grasp her meaning and was about to retort, but upon recalling her current circumstances, he felt a pang of sympathy. "You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Of course, there needs to be a bed in the bedroom. Rest assured, you will be able to sleep in that bed for as long as you wish." Ji Xiao's expression brightened at his words. "Then I shall take your words as a good omen." The day passed slowly as she busied herself with unpacking, and by the time she paused, the sun was setting. Warm sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows as she stood on the balcony, stretching and rubbing her growling stomach, preparing to make something to eat. Just as she was enjoying her plain noodles, her friend called. "Hey, Xiao Xiao, what are you up to?" Zhonan's playful voice came through the phone. Ji Xia switched to speaker mode, placing the phone on the dining table. "Just eating. What about you? You sound free." Zhou Yuehua must have tricked me. Chapter 23. The farce in the marketplace. Ji Xia had become somewhat sensitive to Zhou Yuehua's name. "What did she say?" "She claimed that scoundrel kicked you out of the villa and left you homeless." Zhonan's voice carried a hint of anger. "You have no idea how infuriating she is. I want to slap her." "I did indeed move out. There is still plenty of time, and with nothing pressing to do, she decided to amuse herself with her friend." "What? That shameless scoundrel really kicked you out? Where are you? I'm coming to find you right now." Zhonan's voice hinted at her eagerness, as if she were preparing to rush over. Ji Xia instantly regretted her words. "Don't rush. I'm perfectly fine in the apartment. I'll send you the address shortly. It's a bit far for you to come right now. Let's wait a few days." Ji Xia reassured her friend several times that she was fine, barely managing to calm her down. However, she understood her companion well enough. At most, Zhou would last one night before arriving the next morning, and she might not even be able to confront Zhou Yuehua. It had only been a day since her move, yet Zhou Yuehua was already aware and had exaggerated the situation to frighten Zhonan. "Master, do you think it's too far-fetched to seek clues from Zhou Yuehua? We have no way of communicating. But if you wish to change your misfortunes, this is the only lead you have." Fu Zisher's weary voice carried a distinctive tone, immediately dampening Ji Xia's spirits. Life was not easy, she sighed. Each time she contemplated giving up, her master would use such reverse psychology to motivate her. Yes, it was indeed motivation, certainly not scorn. She spent her first night in her new home in a state of self-PUA. As expected, the next morning, her friend came knocking at the door. Yi Xia, with her disheveled hair, opened the door to find Zhou Nan spinning around to inspect her. They both sank into the sofa together. Why did that scoundrel force you to move out? Because, my dear friend, I have gained my freedom. From now on, I will live a joyous life with a hefty salary. Zhounin blinked, leaning closer to Jixia and cautiously asking, is it what I think it is? Jixia smiled broadly and nodded emphatically. Ununskid, this is fantastic. Congratulations on escaping from that scoundrel. Come on, let us go shopping. Today we shall indulge ourselves. Without further ado, she urged Jixia to freshen up before dragging her out the door. Jixia couldn't fathom her friend's excitement. Just a few days prior, she had been anxious about Zhou Tianxi and her impending divorce. Now that it was happening, her friend was overjoyed. After visiting 5 stores, Jixia could no longer bear it. "Hey Nan, I can't go on. We need to take a break." It wasn't that she was concerned about spending money. Rather, after all that shopping, she had hardly found anything useful. They stood outside a jewelry store, engaged in conversation, unaware that Zhou Yuehua and her boyfriend were exiting the shop. "Oh, isn't this the pitiful soul discarded by my dear nephew? One member of the Zhou family abandons you, and another takes you in?" Zhou Nan's temper flared. "What nonsense are you spouting? It's better than living off a toy boy. I can afford it." Zhou Yuehua disdainfully glanced at the items in their hands. "Has the Zhou family imposed restrictions on your allowance? With these purchases, you'll be a pauper for 2 months. Jixia restrained Zhou Nan, who was ready to argue. Discreetly glancing at the man beside Zhou Yuehua, she subtly pulled out the hairpin given to her by Zai Zai and adorned it in her hair. When she looked back, the man's gaze had indeed shifted. Zhou Yuehua was infuriated by Jixia's boldness. "Jixia, have you forgotten my warning? If you entice my boyfriend again, I will surely gouge out your eyes." Miss Zhou, Jixia maintained her composure. "I have married a person of Zhou Tianxi's caliber. Do you honestly believe my taste is so poor as to find someone like your toy boy appealing?" The unspoken words resonated with everyone present. "You wretched girl." Zhou Yuehua raised her hand, poised to slap Jixia. Jixia captured her wrist, demonstrating that a pampered highborn lady could hardly compare to a girl who had toiled from a young age. In the past, she had indulged Zhou Yuehua because she still held hopes for Zhou Tianxi. Now that those hopes had shattered with the impending divorce, she felt no obligation to relent. "Jixia, are you rebelling? How dare you seize me?" Zhou Yuehua shouted in exasperation. "Dong Chong, can't you see I'm being bullied?" The man beside Zhou Yuehua attempted to pry Jixia's hand away, but Zhou Nan stepped in front of him. "How dare you?" Jixia regarded the man once more. He shared similar features with Zai Zai, but had an air of cunning about him. "Jixia, keep looking, keep looking. Are you that desperate? Do you want me to find a dozen or so men to serve you?" Zhou Yuehua was losing her mind, her wrist trapped and unable to break free. Her boyfriend hesitated to intervene, concerned because she was a girl. In desperation, she swung her bag at Jixia. At that moment, gasps arose from the crowd, which had inexplicably gathered around them. After being struck, Jixia leaned closer to Zhou Yuehua's ear and whispered, "Miss Zhou, are you no longer concerned for the Zhou family's reputation? I am no longer a member of the Zhou family." Zhou Yuehua, witnessing more and more onlookers, furiously retracted her bag and shouted to her companions, "Leave." After Zhou Yuehua departed, the companions hurried over to check on Jixia. "Xia, are you all right? Why did you let her hit you? You could have just dropped what you were holding." Zhounin cautiously examined the marks on Jixia's face, fearing for her delicate features. How could someone so exquisite attract handsome men? Jixia wiped the small beads of blood from her face with the back of her hand, reassuring her friends, "I'm fine. Let us continue shopping." She could have dodged the blow earlier, but if Zhou Yuehua didn't vent her anger this time, the next encounter would surely escalate. It was better for her to take a little loss now. "Girl, I've told you before, this path is fraught with difficulties, see? It's much harder than chasing after Zhou." Jixia suppressed her eyelids to prevent a roll of her eyes. Pursuing someone was a mental torment. This was merely a test of verbal wit. You can be stubborn all you want, but after this ruckus, I wonder how you'll handle the next situation." That old man had no confidence in himself whatsoever. Today, she at least proved that Zhou Yuehua's boyfriend, what was his name again, Dong Chong, recognized the hairpin on her head. Although Zhou Yuehua and she were at odds, the Zhou family had generally treated her well, providing her with a salary that could secure a comfortable life. Helping Zhou Yuehua steer clear of scoundrels could be considered part of her gratitude to the Zhou family. Chapter 24. A confrontation with scoundrels. Go ahead and beautify yourself. In reality, you must be seething with anger. Master, you know this isn't intentional. If you had a physical form, you'd know how easy it is to get hit. After chatting with her master for a while, she noticed her companion had fallen silent. She quickly grasped Zhou Nan's hand. Nan, what's wrong? Zhou Nan turned to embrace Ji Xia's shoulders, her voice dripping with grievance. Xia, if I hadn't dragged you out, we wouldn't have encountered that lunatic Zhou Yuehua. Ji Xia was perplexed. She pulled back to scrutinize her friend's expression and realized she was genuinely upset. What's the matter? This melancholic demeanor is unlike you. Zhou Nan pouted, unwilling to speak. Ji Xia didn't press her further. Glancing at the time, it was already noon, so she led her friend to indulge in her favorite hot pot. Apart from the earlier encounter with Zhou Yuehua, the day had been quite delightful. For the first time, Ji Xia realized how enormous the screen was in the cinema, that there were so many people watching the film, and the experience was overwhelmingly impressive. She marveled. No wonder, despite the internet allowing everything to be viewed at home, cinemas remained so popular. The experience was indeed breathtaking. It seemed she had discovered a delightful pastime. After a full day, she realized she hadn't performed her daily act of kindness yet. Gazing at the neon lights outside, Ji Xia recalled a charity organization she was familiar with and donated 10,000 yuan. Today, she accomplished numerous things she had never done in her 20 years, especially the unexpected act of donating money. When parting with Zhou Nan, she smiled and said, "Thank you, Nan. I had a wonderful time today. I appreciate you bringing me out." This earned her companion a genuine smile in return. "Ich sehe remarkt, I am utterly exhausted. I feel like I've been babysitting all day." Master, I think Nan's behavior during the day was a bit off. Can you help me analyze what's going on? Upon returning to her apartment and lying on her bed after a shower, Ji Xia felt increasingly uneasy. It seemed her friend was concealing something. Was it that girls often had those few days each month? That old man was far too indecent. Ji Xia did not wish to delve into it further. Leaning against her bed, she flipped through a book, pondering Zhou Nan's expression, which seemed to indicate she knew something, yet couldn't reveal it. Perhaps someone from the Zhou family had said something to her friend, and although she didn't believe it, she felt compelled to. Only the old master could instill such feelings in her friend. Was it related to Zhou Tinsi? Ji Xia thought, I'm not Sherlock Holmes. Do I need to solve a mystery? It would be better to simply ask her friend directly. Resolute, she decided against further analysis and prepared to inquire straightforwardly. There was no need for guesswork between them. Thinking of her companion, she shifted her focus back to the matter at hand. How to deal with Zhou Yuehua. I plan to confront Dong Chang alone and see if I can persuade him to leave Zhou Yuehua. After listening to Ji Xia, Fu Zisher hesitated. Girl, this reckless approach is inadvisable. Ji Xia rolled her eyes at the sky in exasperation. What did he mean by reckless? She merely wanted to give it a try. Well, you could just watch. If I succeed, don't forget to congratulate me. You little rascal. By the way, Ji Xia, before you rest, did you sense anything after meeting Zhou Yuehua today? Fu Zisher pondered carefully. I believe she has been frequently associating with those who utilize your luck. I feel clearer about it now. What does clearer mean? Ji Xia was uncertain, but she sensed she could enlist someone to keep watch on Zhou Yuehua's recent interactions. When the phone rang, Zhou Nan was still contemplating her grandfather's words. If that were true, Xia would be too pitiful. She definitely couldn't heed the old man's advice. She needed to stick by Xia's side, ensuring she wouldn't be subjected to continuous misfortune. Xia, did you miss me so soon after we parted? Nan, I have something to ask you. Ji Xia's voice came through the phone. Are you talking about Zhou Yuehua? Recently, she has been spending a lot of time at the old residence, but the Lin family's butler often visits. They seem to enjoy each other as company. Qing, the butler from Lin Chanqian's family. Master, remember when we analyzed two suspicious individuals at Qinglingguan? One of them was Qing. After hanging up, Ji Xia contemplated seeking her master's opinion, but found her mind blank for an extended period until she was on the verge of dozing off. When a distant voice finally spoke. Qing, that name sounds familiar. Ji Xia sighed. Of course it was familiar. She was the butler accompanying Lin Qianqian. Not that kind of familiarity. It feels like something buried deep in my memory. Should we seek her out? Perhaps she knows where your body is. Her voice grew increasingly excited, thinking this would allow her master to soon leave her mind. Fu Zisher sighed. It might not be wise. We can't ascertain if she's friend or foe. Ji Xia's smile instantly faded. Master, did you recall something? The aura of Qin Xing surrounding Zhou Yuehua allowed Fu Zisher to glimpse some indistinct images. I seem to have fought with Qin Xing before, and it was quite brutal. Ji Xia sat upright from the sofa. Fought? What exactly are you two? Is it possible it was merely a friendly spar? It had been nearly 2 years. She had finally caught a hint about her master, and she was determined to seize it. I'm not sure. The images are quite hazy. I can't see clearly. Ji Xia stood, grabbing her coat to head out. Girl, where are you going? Fu Zisher quickly called out to her. Why the sudden urgency to leave? Ji Xia opened the door and stepped outside. I'm going to find Zhou Yuehua and confront her directly. Perhaps through more contact, I might gain clarity. What has to rush? It's already dark. You can go tomorrow just as well. Ji Xia was not inclined to listen. In a few days, her misfortune would start to take effect, and nothing would go smoothly. It was better to accomplish what she could now. After taking a taxi to the vicinity of Zhou Yuehua's residence, as she got out and paid, she spotted Dong Chong emerging from within. Just in time, a chance to meet this man. Ji Xia watched him with a half-smile as he approached. Dong Chong seemed surprised to see her, momentarily taken aback, but quickly suppressed the smile, threatening to rise. What a coincidence! We meet again, Mr. Dong. As soon as Ji Xia spoke, Dong Chong cast a glance at the small hairpin in her hair. Indeed a coincidence. I never expected to run into you so many times in just a few days. What was your name again? Dong Chong stroked his chin. Oh, I just heard my girlfriend scolding you. It's Ji Xia, right? Girlfriend? Mr. Dong is pursuing a graduate degree locally, correct? Ji Xia once heard Mama Zai mentioned that their family had supported Zai's father through college. And now that he is capable, he has abandoned them. Upon hearing her words, Dong Chong straightened up, his demeanor shifting from nonchalant to serious. What do you intend to do? Chapter 25. Driver. It seems you've taken a wrong turn. Ji Xia had not yet decided how to respond. Dong Chong, however, had found a topic for himself. Could it be that, as my girlfriend suggested, Miss Ji Xia has taken a liking to me? That wouldn't be impossible. After all, you are quite attractive and have an appealing figure. If you made an effort to dress up, you could certainly attract many suitors. Ji Xia felt a moment of revulsion and retorted coldly. Are you looking for another partner? What about Zhou Yuehua? What about her? Surely, you can all coexist peacefully. Since you both fancy me, why shouldn't I accept? Ji Xia removed the hairpin from her head, fiddling with it in her hand. So, you are quite the philanthropist. Aren't you? Does Zhou Yuehua know? Or do you have other women, perhaps even children? The moment Dong Chong saw her take off the hairpin, his expression soured. That hairpin is quite unique. Where did you purchase it? What? Have you seen it before? Or bought it? Ji Xia raised the hairpin, which sparkled with a small, shiny rhinestone and was indeed quite lovely. Not at all. I just thought it was special and intended to buy it for my girlfriend. Ji Xia adopted the same ambiguous smile he had shown earlier, realizing that this man was utterly hopeless and could brazenly lie without batting an eye. It wasn't bought. A delicate little doll gifted it to me. She pointed to an intersection ahead. There, he was alone, unable to cross the street. So I helped him find his mother. To express his gratitude, he gave me this hairpin. Dong Chong's expression shifted through several emotions before he finally remarked, Is that so? That boy is rather generous. How do you know it's a boy? Ji Xia scrutinized him, curious about what he would concoct next. Didn't you just say so? Mr. Dong, whether I said it or not, you know in your heart. And don't underestimate others, or you might suffer greatly. After finishing, Ji Xia ignored the hypocritical man and walked towards Zhou Yuehua's residence. Unexpectedly, Dong Chong grasped her arm and admonished, Where are you going? Ji Xia shook off his hand. What, Mr. Dong, are you trying to restrict my movements? As they were struggling, a black sedan parked at the roadside, and Assistant Qian, witnessing Dong Chong's actions, turned pale and quickly reported to the boss in the back seat. President, before he could finish, the president had already exited the vehicle and was striding towards them. When Zhou Tianzi arrived at the scene, Jixia had already freed herself from his grip, standing there while rubbing her arm and making fierce declarations. Let me tell you, Dong Chong, if you want to keep something a secret, you must first refrain from doing it. You know well what you have done. Deceiving others ultimately deceives oneself. After saying that, she turned to leave, only to unexpectedly bump into someone. Startled, she quickly stepped back, but the person who had been bumped into caught her. Zhou Tianzi embraced Jixia and glanced towards Dong Chong's direction, perhaps aware of Zhou Tianzi's standing within the Zhou family. Dong Chong was already prepared to flee as Jixia made her bold statement. Ignoring the fleeing figure, he lowered his head to observe Jixia, who seemed dazed. He chuckled softly. Why are you so surprised? Your mouth has been agape for quite some time. Zhou Tianzi's laughter instantly brought Jixia back to her senses. She turned to look at Dong Chong, only to find that he had long since vanished. Who is he? Jixia asked, puzzled as she regarded the questioner. For he did not strike her as someone prone to forgetfulness. However, she dare not inquire further, and simply replied honestly. He is my aunt's boyfriend. Assistant Xian, who had followed closely behind, stood a short distance away, internally lamenting, Miss G, the boss should be asking about that person's relationship with you. Did you notice how the temperature around you dropped several degrees after you returned? Yet, Jixia did not comprehend Zhou Tianzi's unfinished words and was still actively explaining. That person seems to have a wife and children, but is still pursuing my aunt. Zhou Tianzi frowned. What does that have to do with you? I don't recall you having such a close relationship with your aunt. I am just… Jixia was at a loss for words. Did he not fear that his aunt might be deceived? Zhou Yuehua was an adult and capable of judgment. Jixia pouted, displeasure etched on her face. Yes. Everyone in the Zhou family is rational, and I am the only one who creates trouble. Humph. What are you doing out so late? Zhou Tianzi asked, his expression impassive as he looked down at her. This was not typical of her habit of staying indoors after dark. Jixia seemed to realize she was leaning a bit too close to her boss, and quickly stepped back. Assistant Xian shivered. It was only October, after all, and it shouldn't be this cold. I came to find my aunt for something, but I'll take my leave now, goodbye. The boss must have just finished work and noticed her standing by the roadside. Jixia was eager to find Zhou Yuehua, even if it meant enduring a few sarcastic remarks. She merely wished for her master to regain his memory. She has returned to the old residence. Huh? Jixia was puzzled. Didn't T. Dong Chong just come from my aunt's place? She glanced up at Zhou Tianzi's expression. Fine, it was emotionless, but he wouldn't lie to her. Disappointment washed over her as she lowered her head. Forget it. I'll find another time to come. Boss, goodbye. I'm heading back. Assistant Xian stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Goodbye, boss. Miss G, do you still remember that you're a lady now? Moreover, the boss was right here. He wouldn't let her return alone at this late hour, would he? Zhou Tianzi's face darkened, feeling for the first time that he was losing his composure as he watched Jixia slowly walk away. How was the investigation into that matter proceeding? Assistant Xian instantly understood and replied. The team we dispatched reported they will return tomorrow. Zhou Tianzi's expression softened slightly as he instructed to have the car brought around. Following Jixia's footsteps, Jixia was still analyzing in her mind when Zhou Yuehua had left and whether she could trust Dong Chong to be alone at her home, which suggested a very intimate relationship between the two. Master, do you think if I directly tell Zhou Yuehua that Dong Chong has a wife and children, she will believe me? The ancient voice echoed in her mind. Whether she believes me, I do not know. Do you believe that Zhou Xiaozai has come along? Huh? Jixia quickly turned her head, and indeed, that strikingly tall figure was just a few steps away from her. Shu Ye. You. Zhou Tianzi grasped her and got into the car beside them. Throughout the journey, Jixia couldn't help but glance at the person next to her. What was going on with him? Unintentionally, she caught sight of the scenery passing outside, reminiscent of her return to the villa over the past year. Zhuge. The driver seems to have taken a wrong turn. This is the way back to your place. Perhaps I should just take a taxi back. Your place? Zhou Tianzi spoke, his tone concise, yet imbued with an air of authority. Jixia nodded vigorously. Yes. So please turn around quickly. It's late, and I'm tired. Chapter 26. Can she defeat me? Assistant Qian, seated in the front passenger seat, internally complained, I shouldn't have hitched a ride today. Initially, he had planned for the driver to drop the boss off at home before taking him back. However, the chill in the car demanded the air conditioning be turned on, and he thought, boss, if you have any requests, please speak up instead of releasing all this cold air. Who are you trying to freeze to death? Ironically, the very person who was causing the cold was completely oblivious, even suggesting the driver turn around. Miss G, I suggest you pay attention to the boss's expression. It has turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Miss G, it's getting late. Why don't you stay at the villa for the night? Unable to hold back any longer, he finally spoke up for the boss. That's out of the question. I can't go back there. Ji Xia quickly denied it. Please stop the car. I'll get out here. Assistant Qian, feeling a bit of a headache, glanced at the boss through the rearview mirror, only to find himself caught. He understood the look, which clearly meant that if she didn't stay, his wallet would not survive. Excuse me, Miss G. I urgently need to retrieve a document from the villa. Shall we head over first and discuss matters upon our arrival? Upon hearing this, Ji Xia pondered for a moment. She realized that delaying Qian's assistant's work was not an option. After all, once they arrived, she could simply refrain from entering. You silly girl. Can't you see that Zhou is intentionally trying to bring you back to the villa? Ji Xiao's initial response was to deny this notion. How could that be possible? They were on the brink of divorce. Zhou Tianxi would soon be with his beloved companion. Why would he want her to visit the villa at this time? Surely, it would be better to renovate the space to welcome a new mistress. You really are obstinate. Didn't I tell you last time that Zhou might be under some form of control? Why don't you analyze the situation properly? Ji Xia felt wronged. She had indeed analyzed things, albeit not in regard to her boss. It was simply that his thoughts were inscrutable to her, as he displayed a singular expression, one of neutrality. After all, she was just a lowly worker. What right did she have to analyze her employer? Nevertheless, the notion that her boss might be under some form of control was indeed perplexing. What had he said during their last conversation? Ah, yes. He had remarked that it wasn't as mysterious as it seemed. Was that an acknowledgement of being controlled, or merely an indication that he found her amusing? Moreover, as a child of fortune, could he truly be so easily manipulated? Do you think the one controlling Zhou could be his beloved companion? Ji Xia straightened up in surprise. What do you mean? Her sudden movement startled Qian's assistant, prompting Zhou Tianxi to glance back at her. I apologize. I was just adjusting my posture as it was uncomfortable, she stammered. Who knew that a mere suggestion from her master could ignite such excitement within her? Perhaps she had never considered that angle before. Once the attention shifted away from her, she couldn't help but inquire again. Master, have you recalled something? Nothing in particular. But considering the close relationship between the Lin family's girl and Qin Xing, it does seem intriguing. Qin Xing appeared to be a simple person, merely a housekeeper for the Lin family. How is it that everything surrounding her seemed to intertwine with Ji Xia's life? It was essential to meet Zhou Yuehua. Perhaps her master's memory would return, eliminating the need for further fruitless analysis. Additionally, it was nearly confirmed that Dong Chong was indeed the father of the child. She could share this revelation with Zhou Yuehua during their next encounter. After the car came to a halt, Qian's assistant remained inside, waiting for Zhou Tianxi and Ji Xia to exit before instructing the driver to depart. Ji Xia stood at the villa's entrance, bewildered. What does this mean? Shu Ye, wasn't Qian's assistant supposed to retrieve the documents? Is he not coming anymore? Zhou Tianxi found the individual rather slow-witted. Perhaps he remembered something he needed to do elsewhere. He mused, without looking back as he entered the villa. Ji Xia scratched her head, pondering her next steps. The villa was somewhat remote, making it inconvenient to hail a taxi. She fiddled with her phone, hoping to find a driver willing to come to her location. After a considerable wait, Zhou Tianxi, noticing Ji Xia had not entered, checked the surveillance at the main entrance and saw her still lingering outside. He called her, exasperated by her obstinacy. Ah, Zoda Zonkai. You should consider that you were the one who had her leave. How can you now expect her to return without hesitation? Reluctantly, Ji Xia entered the villa, marveling that her fingerprint still worked on the door. Zhougu, is there something you need? It's rather late, and I wish to return home to rest, she said, surprised at her own late hour of departure. Go upstairs and rest, Zhou Tianxi replied. I must have misheard, Ji Xia thought. But upon confirming it was indeed her boss's directive, she hastily waved her hands. No, no, I have no business here. I shall take my leave. Zhou Tianxi sighed, finding her stubbornness perplexing. Is it so difficult to stay for a night? There is no danger here. Do not make me repeat myself. Go upstairs and rest. Ji Xia relented and hurried upstairs, thinking that resting was not her own decision, but rather his command. You are being overly dramatic. Are you not pleased to heart? Once in her room, Ji Xia could not suppress the smile that crept upon her lips. She had not expected that everything in her room remained untouched, as if she still resided there. Master, why did the boss not change anything here? Why must I move out? We are on the verge of divorce. And yet 2 days have passed without a trip to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Fu Zisher was disinclined to engage in his disciples' whimsical musings, allowing her imagination to run wild. That night, Ji Xia slept soundly, primarily fueled by her own fantasies, leading her to awaken late the following day. As she descended the stairs, the house was eerily quiet. With a soft sigh, she realized she was once again alone. She had hoped to share breakfast and glean information about Zhou Yuehua or Qin Qing. After a brief exploration, lacking any desire to linger, she decided to return to her apartment. While on her way home, she received a call from a friend who mentioned visiting her apartment. Why are you up so early? Don't you have work? Ji Xia asked, puzzled, for the previous day was a weekend and today was a work day. However, her friend said nothing, simply asking her to wait. Upon arriving at her apartment, she found Zhou Nen waiting downstairs. Why are you here so early? Don't you have work? She inquired while unlocking the door. Zhou Nen wore a displeased expression. Don't even mention it. I had a fight with that vixen and didn't want to go to work, so I ran away. A fight? With whom? Lin Qianqian. Ji Xia scrutinized her friend. Concerned, are you all right? Zhou Nen waved off her concern, sinking into the sofa. As if she could defeat me. I pulled out a handful of her hair. Oomph. When I left, she was clinging to your worthless husband, crying. Chapter 27. Conducting an experiment, Ji Xia thought to herself. No wonder the villa had been so empty when she woke up. Zhou Tianxi had gone to console his beloved companion. Xia, you're back so early. Did you have a wild night and not return until morning? Zhou Nan teased, inching closer with a mischievous smile. Ji Xia pushed her friend away. I merely spent one night at the villa. Zhou Nan gave her a disapproving look. Why would you go there? That vixen calls your scoundrel a man, and he rushes to support her at our workplace. Ji Xia sighed, surprised by the turn of events. Just last night, she had been delighted that her belongings in the villa remained untouched. Well, you better explain what happened. Zhou Nan insisted, her curiosity piqued. Initially reluctant to divulge details, Zhou Nan eventually relented under Ji Xia's stern gaze. Upon arriving at work that morning, Zhou Nan was already in a foul mood due to her lack of rest. Everything seemed to irritate her, especially when Lin Qianqian entered, making insinuations about Ji Xia being like a parasite clinging to Zhou Tianxi, unable to tolerate it any longer. Zhou Nan stood up, grabbed Lin Qianqian by the hair, and dragged her to the restroom, delivering a few sharp slaps. It was not until Lin Qianqian's screams pierced through the restroom door that someone intervened to pull Zhou Nan away. Lin Qianqian, sobbing, called for help, lamenting that Zhou Nan was a brute. Zhou Nan calmly washed her hands, unfazed, and threatened, if I hear you speak poorly of Ji Xia again, I will make you regret it. What Zhou Nan did not anticipate was that Lin Qianqian's backup would be Zhou Tianxi. Lin Qianqian dashed over to Zhou Tianxi, crying and seeking comfort in his embrace. Zhou Nan watched from her workstation, disdainful, thinking to herself that the two were a perfect pair, while her Xia could flourish independently. After hearing the entire story, Zhou Tianxi approached Zhou Nan. She took the initiative, slamming a file down on the table, declaring, if she dares to say another word against Ji Xia, I will hit her every time I see her. It is perplexing why a man, typically exuding confidence, merely spoke calmly to Zhou Nan this time. Regardless of the circumstances, he should not resort to violence. Zhou Nan, unable to tolerate the woman's pitiful sobs or the boss's obsequiousness towards the Lin family, decided to take a leave of absence to seek out Ji Xia. Why did you resort to violence? This is uncharacteristic of you. Ji Xia could vividly imagine the scene, an irate companion dragging a delicate beauty towards the restroom. Umph. She brought it upon herself. Zhou retorted defiantly. The memory of Zhou Laotu's scathing reprimands the previous night, forbidding her from associating with Ji Xia, ignited her anger. Why should her social interactions be restricted? If provoked, she would eventually leave the dilapidated Zhou household behind. All right, we are on the cusp of embracing a life of freedom. So let's stabilize our emotions. You are merely punishing yourself for the mistakes of others. Ji Xia rose to pour her companion a glass of water, preparing to discuss Qin Qing. Xia, do you think that scoundrel suddenly asking you to move is an indication of some budding relationship with that femme fatale? Ji Xia shrugged, stating, I am unconcerned. I only wish to focus on myself. Let us not discuss him anymore. Tell me about that butler from a Lin family who frequently visits Zhou Yuehua. Qin Qing. Zhou gulped down her water and wiped her mouth. What purpose does she serve? I find her insufferable. Ji Xia was unaware of this situation. What is the matter? Do you have a grudge against her? She appears quite decent, educated and composed, a woman in her 40s. Perhaps she is merely pretending. I have no fondness for her whatsoever. The reason for her companion's annoyance lay in Qin Qing's previous desire to take care of Zhou Nan during her childhood. When Zhou Nan was initially abandoned by her mother at the Zhou household, they had no intention of raising her, yet her bloodline was tied to the family. At that time, Qin Qing had brought Lin Xianxian to the Zhou residence and expressed to Zhou Tianzi's father, Zhou Qihua, her longing for a daughter, suggesting that if they were unwilling to raise her, they could entrust her to her care. It remains a mystery how Zhou Qihua, that scoundrel, could have given his biological daughter into the hands of a stranger. Ji Xia frowned. Qin Qing raised Zhou Nan? So you were brought up by her? Impossible. I only stayed with her for 3 months before escaping back to the Zhou house when she was distracted. Zhou Qihua had been furious upon her return, likely fearing his wife's discontent, and intended to send her back. What could I do? I turned and ran into Zhou Laotu's bedroom, kneeling on the floor and crying. Ji Xia was astonished to learn of this chapter. Her companion had never mentioned it before. Zhou Laotu must have felt embarrassed to send his child away, and after some deliberation, decided to keep her. Since childhood, Zhou Yuehua had bullied her, has had that scoundrel who treated her like air. Zhou Nan angrily raised her fist, wanting nothing more than to confront both of them. What did Qin Qing do to you that made you return to the Zhou household, even knowing it was unbearable? Zhou Nan, at the age of 6 or 7, was neither too young nor too old. Her memories were not entirely clear, yet those 3 months were particularly vivid. It turned out that Qin Qing had forced her to consume numerous herbal concoctions daily, hardly providing any food, just herbal medicine. The most outrageous aspect was that she had to soak in a medicinal bath for a significant part of the day. As Zhou Nan put it, she felt as if she had transformed into an herb herself, reeking of medicinal scents, and if she cried or protested, her time in the bath would only be extended. Did she ever explain why she made you consume so many herbs? Sister, I was only 6. Why would an adult explain anything to a child? Yixia reflected, realizing the absurdity of expecting an adult to clarify matters to a child. After you returned to the Zhou household, did she not seek you out? How could she not? Yet, during that time, I do not know what had gotten into Zhou Laotu. He became obstinate, and the more she wanted to see me, the less he permitted it. Eventually, he became annoyed with her, warning that if she continued to seek the Zhou family's child, it would create discord between the Lin and Zhou families. Qin Qing then fell silent. After all, she was merely a butler for the Lin family. However, there was one occasion when she attempted to abduct me, but I managed to escape. From then on, until my teenage years, I was reluctant to venture outside alone. Ji Xia began to wander in thought. Qin Qing's behavior was peculiar. Her obsession with Zhou Nan seemed almost experimental. Recently, she had been frequently visiting the Zhou family's old residence to see Zhou Yuehua, seemingly discussing matters with Zhou Laotu, which caused Zhou Nan to avoid her. Typically, when Qin Qing arrived, Zhou Nan would flee. Chapter 28. Remove all of this, I cannot continue. Xia. I'm utterly exhausted and need a rest for a bit. Did you stay up late again? Xia, concerned, felt her companion's forehead. Yes, I had a dream, which led to insomnia. I hardly slept all night. Ji Xia guided Zhou Nan to her bedroom, patting the bed and urging her to sleep quickly while she went out to tidy up. After spending some time with her companion, she waited until Zhou Nan fell silent before exiting the room. As she organized her belongings, she began to analyze Qin Qing with her master. Master, she is quite strange. Her behavior is odd. I never expected her to be connected to a Nan. After a prolonged silence, Fu Zisher finally spoke. Little girl, are you calling my soul back? I was deep in thought. Ji Xia rolled her eyes, muttering, who told you to be silent? Of course, I would be frightened. The matter of Qin Qing raising children with herbs is not simple. It likely involves training their bodies. Yet what I remember warns me that this is something to be avoided. Fu Zisher expressed his frustration. These memories are truly vague. I cannot grasp them at all. Ji Xia contemplated perhaps we should visit Qingling Mountain again tomorrow. We might uncover something. No, we cannot go to Qingling Mountain for now. We do not know whose attention we have drawn. It is dangerous. We cannot afford for you to faint again after a single visit. Ji Xiao's long hair was in disarray, and she still could not devise a good plan. Child, perhaps you should take a closer look at Zhou Xiao's eye. Maybe everything is aimed at him. Ji Xia agreed with this notion, as the child of destiny is a rare find, and those with some ability will undoubtedly want to be involved. However, the recollection of last night's probing and the morning's comforting of Lin Qianqian left her disinterested in taking action against him. A few days prior, he had experienced discomfort in his heart. It did not seem like an illness, but rather as if he had been poisoned. Do you think his closeness to that girl from the Lin family is related to this? Use your head, child. What was Zhou Xiao's eye like when you two first married? Why has he changed since that girl from the Lin family returned? Because they share mutual feelings, because they are childhood sweethearts, because they are a handsome couple. Ji Xia thought to herself, do I really have to spell this out for you? Do not get lost in your thoughts. Reflect carefully. Ji Xia sat cross-legged on the sofa, carefully recalling Zhou Tianzi's reaction after Lin Qianqian's return. The previous month had been fine, but everything changed at that party when Zhou Tianzi's demeanor took a complete turn, becoming silent and composed. Later, when they returned to their residence, he offered no explanation and stopped returning home daily. On the surface, it appeared to be a case of unrequited love, a new affection overshadowing the old. The truth, however, eluded Yi Xia. If it were to be likened to Lin Qianqian controlling him, then naturally he would gravitate towards her. But is that possible? Zhou Tianzi is the child of destiny, perpetually blessed with fortune, unlike her, who constantly finds herself in misfortune. Speaking of misfortune, a light bulb flickered in Ji Xia's mind. Master, do you remember what an aunt said? Fu Zisher, growing impatient, retorted, what did she say? You two have chattered endlessly. No. She mentioned that Lin Qianqian warned her to stay away from me, or she would end up as unfortunate as I am. These individuals have all come to know Ji Xia over the past 2 years, during which her misfortunes were alleviated by Zhou Tianzi. Consequently, they remain oblivious to her inherent streak of bad luck. It can be asserted that, apart from her master Fu Zisher, none of them are aware of her profound misfortune. Now, when Lin Qianqian informed Zhou Nan that being with her tends to lead to misfortune, Zhou Nan does not seem surprised. This indicates that they're all cognizant of her unfortunate nature, including Zhou Xiao's eye. Ji Xia lets out a deep sigh, marveling at the situation, without uttering a word. Her circumstances are already known to everyone. Master, could it be that you divulged this to them? She does not fear being known, but wishes to avoid others prying into her background. Initially, she thought that if she were to divorce and her misfortune returned, she would need to distance herself from Zhou Nan. Unexpectedly, Zhou Nan is aware and still wishes to be close to her. What a true companion he is. As for that man who woos the beautiful confidant, could it be that he has made her move out of the villa, fearing she might affect him due to her innate bad luck? At this moment, Zhou Tianzi has just returned to his office. Assistant Qian pushes the door open, followed by a figure clad in black. President, Jiu Yu has returned. Zhou Tianzi glances at the newcomer and gestures for Assistant Qian to leave. What have you found out? The information is incomplete. We must investigate others as well. Share the information you have gathered. The person named Jiu Yu remained in Zhou Tianzi's office for about 2 hours before emerging. Assistant Qian had begun to suspect whether the president had sent Jiu Yu to engage in illicit activities, especially since this individual had never worked at Yuan Sheng Group. Once Jiu departed, he could no longer contain his curiosity and hurried into the president's office. Zhou Tianxi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing intently at a particular residential building, which he knew to be Ji Xia's current residence. Qingyajun boss? Zhou Tianxi turned around, his gaze falling on the office's screen and the decorative elements depicting flowing water and small bridges. After a moment of silence, he ordered all of it removed. Assistant Qian was taken aback. These decorations had been commissioned specifically after Miss Lin's arrival, and the former boss had raised no objections. At that time, the staff in the president's office had begun to believe that Miss Ji had fallen out of favor with a newcomer poised to take her place, and that Miss Ji had even lost her title as the president's wife. Now, after several months, why the sudden removal? Had the novelty worn off? Or had he lost interest in Miss Lin? Boss, do you no longer favor Miss Lin? Assistant Qian could not help but ask, primarily because the removal of these items required a decision on whether to discard or preserve them. Zhou Tianxi frowned. When did I ever favor her? This left Assistant Qian astonished. Not favor her? Yet you have forsaken Ji Xia for her, and you frequently come to her rescue, embracing her in your arms. What else could that signify? Assistant Qian was left speechless, puzzled over what kind of predicament his boss was navigating. Was this not the very definition of affection? Zhou Tianxi sat in his office chair, suddenly looking up at his still-stunned assistant, and inquired, does she think the same way? Who? Meeting his boss's gaze. Assistant Qian suddenly understood. He meant Ji Xia. Uncertainly, he replied, perhaps, considering how you act, no girl could bear it. Zhou Tianxi abruptly stood, donned his suit jacket, and exited the office, leaving Assistant Qian behind, arm outstretched in a futile attempt to retain him. Words unspoken. Boss, we have a meeting soon. However, the boss did not heed his silent plea and resolutely stepped out. Zhou Tianxi drove himself to Qingyajun. While seated in the car, he organized the information he had gleaned from the office and unwrapped a piece of candy to pop into his mouth before stepping out of the vehicle. As he knocked on the door, Ji Xia was in her bedroom, urging her companion to rise for breakfast. Upon seeing Zhou Tianxi at the door, Ji Xia was taken aback. Wasn't he preoccupied with wooing Lin Qianqian? Did he come here to settle a score now that he knew her companion was here? She immediately considered notifying her friend to stay inside. However, her companion, seeing her frozen at the entrance, called out, Xia Zi, who is it? Why aren't you letting them in? As she spoke, she approached the door, only to slam it shut upon realizing it was her bothersome brother. Ji Xia glanced back at Zhou Nan, her eyes clearly communicating her discontent. Isn't this inappropriate? What could possibly be inappropriate? This girl is certainly up to no good. Ignore him. We have breakfast to attend to, Zhou Nan asserted, pulling Ji Xia toward the dining room. Before they could take more than a few steps, the doorbell rang again. Zhou Tianxi found it quite peculiar to be met with a closed door and stood dumbfounded for a moment before resuming to ring the bell. After calming her companion, Ji Xia finally opened the door. Zhou Nan, standing at the threshold with his arms crossed, scoffed, "What brings you here? Didn't you just have a vixen in your arms this morning?" Zhou Tianxi did not spare Zhou Nan a glance and kept his focus solely on Ji Xia. Zhou Nan immediately sensed the ill intentions of this scoundrel and protectively pulled Ji Xia behind her, glaring at the towering man before them. "What do you want? Don't forget, old Zhou ordered you to divorce. You agreed to it." Ji Xia, peeking from behind, was surprised to learn that it was old Zhou who had initiated the separation. After a moment of silence, Zhou Tianxi spoke, "Are you willing to forfeit your job? Have your wings grown strong enough to leave the Zhou family?" What did he mean by that? Was it a threat? Ji Xia advanced, grasping her companion's hand, signaling a united front. Who cares? I have long wished to distance myself from the Zhou household. If I leave, so be it. Zhou Nan's eyes blazed with indignation as he pointed at the door, shouting, "Get lost. You are not to come near Xia Xia ever again. Do you really believe you have been able to live comfortably in the Zhou family for nearly 20 years purely because Grandpa likes you?" Ji Xia quickly intervened, ushering Zhou Nan into the living room and seating her on the sofa. She then turned to Zhou Tianxi, "Brother Zhou, please have a seat." At this moment, Zhou Nan remained unconvinced. "Xia Xia, why are you calling him that? That scoundrel should be with the vixen, not near you." Ji Xia, exasperated, replied, Please hold your tongue. To be fair, Zhou Tianxi has not wronged me in our 2 years of marriage. I was the one foolishly hoping to win his heart and body. We had agreed on a contractual marriage, to part ways once the time was up. It seems that Zhou Tianxi's influence has allowed my companion to grow up safely within the Zhou family, so we should be grateful to him. Brother Zhou, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Jixia inquired politely after pouring a cup of tea. Zhou Tianxi glanced at the warm tea beside him before shifting his gaze back to Jixia, who was still comforting Zhou Nan. He took a sip from the cup, finding it sweet and delightful. The tea she brewed seemed particularly tasty. The Mo Shang Yuan Jun from Qingling Temple has been searching for her little disciple, and Qin Qing is also looking for her. Jixia and Zhou Nan could only discern the name Qin Qing from his cryptic remarks. They were seekers of knowledge, possessing abilities beyond what ordinary people could comprehend, though they required external assistance when their powers fell short. The two on the sofa exchanged glances, pondering what relevance this had to them. Zhou Nan's innate qualities aligned perfectly with their sex training, Zhou Tianxi explained. Zhou Nan's eyes widened in realization as she interjected, "So, is this the reason Qin Qing has been eager to cultivate me? To enable me to pursue immortality?" Immortality? Zhou Tianxi shook his head. They cannot achieve immortality, at best. They acquire some abilities that surpass those of ordinary individuals. But will Qin Qing harm a Nan? Now that a Nan is in her 20s, she should no longer be eligible for training, right? Jixia asked anxiously, recalling Zhou Nan's previous remarks about Qin Qing frequently visiting Zhou Yuehua. Can we report her to the authorities? This time, Zhou Tianxi remained silent, while Zhou Nan grew restless. Xia, have you lost your mind? She hasn't done anything. What grounds do we have for reporting her? In the late summer, Jixia pondered the situation. What should they do? Her companions were constantly in danger, and a solution needed to be devised. Let her come. I'm not afraid of her. If she dares to confront me, I shall make her regret it. I refuse to believe that in a society governed by law, she would dare to act brazenly in broad daylight. Zhou Nan, unable to remain seated, stood up and began pacing in the living room, appearing quite agitated. Girls, your perspectives are somewhat skewed. How can you be so certain that Qin Qing harbors ill intentions? Ji Xiao was taken aback. Indeed, why did they hastily assume that Qin Qing was the villain? After voicing her thoughts, Zhou Nan scoffed, asserting that she was certainly not someone looking for her junior. Just look at Lin Qianqian, that vixen, who, fully aware that Zhou Tianxi is a married man, still persistently approaches him. The unspoken words lingered in the air, yet all present understood. Ji Xia covertly observed Zhou Tianxi's expression, noting that those in positions of power were different. Even when openly criticized, he maintained his composure. Truly, he epitomized the adage, "As long as I am unembarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others." Sensing Ji Xia's gaze, Zhou Tianxi turned to her, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He was quick to evade. He possessed far more information than he let on, but it was prudent to withhold it from the two young ladies. Presently, the paramount concern was finding a way to resolve the control that compelled him to gravitate toward Lin Qianqian. With this thought, he cast his gaze back to Ji Xia. Over the past 6 months, she had been repeatedly abandoned and seemed utterly disillusioned with him. Now, she appeared to treat him as if he were merely an employee. Their dynamic had changed drastically since their recent marriage. She no longer reached out with tentative gestures, as if they were two entirely different individuals. He needed to act swiftly, seeking someone to locate the disciples of Shang Yuan Jun, as it seemed that only they could remedy the control he was under. I'm not mistaken. He is indeed coveting what he has while longing for what he cannot have. Ji Xia, you must not look back. A good horse does not graze on its former pastures. Zhou Nan continued to implore Ji Xia to steer clear of the scoundrel. Zhou Nan, perhaps you should investigate your own origins. Why is Qin Qing so obsessively pursuing you? Ji Xia and Zhou Nan exchanged glances, realizing that this man had yet to utter a single comprehensible word since entering. Especially for Zhou Nan, she felt her temper rising. What does this have to do with my background? Besides, isn't the Zhou family most aware of my history? Are you saying this intentionally? Chapter 30. Divorce is inevitable. Ji Xia quickly restrained her friend, who was ready to charge into a confrontation. What do you mean, Zhouge? Stop leaving them hanging. Can't you see how frustrated it is? It was indeed common knowledge that Zhou Nan was Zhou Tianxi's half-sister. Was there some hidden truth behind all? Zhou Tianxi rose from the sofa, casting one last glance at them. Otherwise, how could she remain in the Zhou household? The door slammed shut, and Ji Xia released her struggling friend. And he has left. Humph. Thankfully, he fled quickly. Otherwise, I would have ensured he didn't recognize his own father. I am utterly astounded. The esteemed president of the Zhou Corporation comes here to spout nonsense. Yixia frowned, unconvinced that Zhou Tianxi was merely jesting or attempting to elicit gratitude from Zhou Nan. There had to be something unusual about Zhou Nan's birth that Zhou Tianxi had uncovered, leading to her being retained within the Zhou family. With this thought, she sought to soothe her agitated friend, recognizing that such matters of lineage were seldom willingly discussed. And do not be upset. Zhou Tianxi is who he is. After all these years, you should know he never speaks frivolously. Zhou Nan, clearly unconvinced, replied, Xia Xia, tell me, is he intentionally insulting me? The Zhou family looks down on me for this. Even the servants give me disdainful looks. If it weren't for my resilient heart, I would have succumbed to depression from their bullying long ago. Though her years in the Zhou household had been arduous, she had never contemplated leaving. A voice within her warned that the outside world was far more perilous. Had she not been strong enough to protect herself, she would never have dared to abandon the sanctuary of the Zhou family. Ji Xia, too, had endured a life fraught with hardship, having suffered humiliations and scorn since childhood, having been abandoned by 3 foster families. As a child, she scavenged for food in dumpsters and was rendered unconscious in the winter beneath bridges. She pulled her friend onto the sofa. And did you know I have been exceptionally unfortunate since childhood? Zhou Nan turned back in surprise, a hint of guilt in her eyes. Xia Xia, do not fret. I will not heed the old man's words, nor am I afraid of misfortune. Ji Xia smiled gently, patting her friend's hand. This was not a matter of fear. She glanced at the towering buildings outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sun's rays filtered through, casting a dazzling golden hue upon the structures, both blinding and radiant. Do you know, when the Zhou family found me, I was sleeping in a remote park on the outskirts. Zhou Nan blinked in disbelief, awaiting Ji Xia's continuation. Before coming to the Zhou family, I had scarcely slept in a bed. Whenever I did, it would inevitably collapse in the middle of the night. No matter where I went, I always walked. For if I took a vehicle, it would invariably break down or suffer a flat tire. I did not wish to burden anyone, but at that time, I was still a minor, unable to even support myself. I rummaged through trash, drank from rivers in summer, ate snow in winter, and stumbled my way to graduation from university, only to find myself unable to secure a job. It was only when the Zhou family approached me that I found stability and discovered the comfort of sleeping in a bed. At this point, she chuckled again. Now you understand why I remained indifferent when you accused Zhou Tianxi, right? He merely does not love me, but he is my benefactor. Zhou Nan quietly embraced Yixia, hoping to impart some strength to her. For the first time, she realized just how difficult her friend's life had been, rendering her own struggles trivial in comparison. Then, what about you? Ji Xia patted her back, acknowledging her unspoken question. Your brother is the child of fortune, you see. He can dispel my misfortunes and allow me to live peacefully. However, I recently discovered that I am not inherently unlucky. Someone has stolen my fortune for their own use, which is why I have been unfortunate. Who is it? Who could be so wicked as to steal your luck? We must confront them and reclaim it. Ji Xia briefly shared the recent information she had obtained, ensuring her friend was informed, including her current dealings with Zhou Yuehua, which had its reasons. So I shall help you. Is it Zhou Yuehua? Did she steal your luck? Ji Xia shook her head. No, but it likely involves Qin Qing. I am investigating, so do not involve yourself, as she harbors ill intentions toward you. At first, Zhou Nan was resistant, insisting on standing up for Ji Xia. However, upon seeing her friend's insistence, Ji Xia began to suggest that she heed Zhou Tianxi's advice and investigate her own origins, as this might indeed assist her. Zhou Nan complied this time, agreeing to look into it. Once their conversation concluded, Jixia remembered the meal they had left unattended in the dining room, and they exchanged resigned smiles at the sight of the cold food. As Zhounan prepared to leave, she suddenly recalled something important and hurriedly grabbed Jixia to confirm. Xia, you said that being near that scoundrel protects you from misfortune, but now that you have moved out, does that mean you will be unlucky again? Jixia had not anticipated her friend would remember this detail. She pointed to the cup of tea Zhou Tianxi had consumed on the coffee table. Did you see? He drank from that cup, so I can avoid bad luck for a day or two. Zhounan's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of principle is this? Just drinking a cup of tea is enough? Well, perhaps my friend could apply for a position as the scoundrel's tea server, though it may be demeaning. At least she would have a bed to sleep in and transportation for outings. Have you forgotten? I am currently investigating the matter of my stolen luck. Uncovering the cause will naturally resolve my misfortunes. Zhounan nodded in sudden understanding. Indeed, I must also hasten to investigate the matters regarding my mother, which I have long avoided. As everything fell into a hush, Jixia felt utterly exhausted. After her companions departed, she collapsed onto the sofa, unwilling to move. My dear, don't you sense that Zhou Xiaozi is concealing something? The urge to roll her eyes was irresistible as she resignedly replied, Master, could you allow me a moment of respite? My mind is overwhelmed. The sheer volume of information from today had yet to be organized. Lazy girl, it would be better if you just gave up. When have you ever taken the initiative? You always wait for clues to come to you. Jixia pouted defiantly, thinking to herself, how could she not take the initiative? Hadn't she sought out Zhou Yuehua just yesterday? But alas, she was not present, leaving Jixia with no recourse. Moreover, she was merely a novice, incapable of much. Especially since after finishing Zhou Tianxi's candies, she might have to move her bed from the bedroom to prevent it from collapsing and startling her awake at night. Zhou Xiaozi clearly had no intention of pursuing a divorce, which indicated he cared for her to some degree. Jixia suppressed her impulse to roll her eyes. Master, it seems you live in a fairy tale. Even if he doesn't wish to divorce, Zhou Laoyizi has already investigated me and is aware of my unfortunate circumstances. He will undoubtedly eliminate anything or anyone that could threaten the Zhou family's enterprise. Thus, a divorce between Zhou Tianxi and me is merely a matter of time. Chapter 31. The divorce in progress. Zhou Tianxi returned home after a long day at work, and though it was late, the living room was still brightly lit, with the old master seated upright in the center of the sofa. On either side were Zhou Zhenhai and Zhou Yuehua, long-term residents of the old estate. As they noticed his entrance, their gazes followed him intently. Zhou Tianxi removed his coat and handed it to a nearby maid, loosening his tie as he took a seat on a single armchair. Grandfather, is there something urgent that required my return at such a late hour? Zhou Laoyizi's expression was stern, as if he were waiting for Zhou Tianxi to grasp the gravity of the situation himself. Zhou Zhenhai glanced at their faces, then addressed Zhou Tianxi. Tianxi, it's not that I am speaking ill of you, but why do you refuse to heed your grandfather's words? Your obstinacy will not serve you well in managing Yuanxin Group. Zhou Tianxi met the gaze of his elder, who was roughly the same age as his father. I am uncertain what you're referring to. Good nephew, still playing the fool? What about your unfortunate wife? When will you be seeking a divorce? Zhou Yuehua remarked, fiddling with her newly manicured nails, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I heard from my dear that she sought him out yesterday. Is she that desperate for a man? And does she not consider whose name she is associated with? Zhou Tianxi's face darkened as he retorted, Aunt, choose your words carefully. It will be best to manage your own affairs. What wrong has a Chong committed? Are you suggesting that it was not that Jixia, the lovesick fool, who sought him out? Zhou Laoyizi cleared his throat twice, his cane tapping sharply against the floor. Silence. Tianxi, what is the matter with you today? Are you neglecting the meeting to pursue that woman? Zhou Tianxi remained unfazed. There is a matter of importance. What could possibly be more significant than the project meeting? You have already lost the 2 major projects recently. Are you still so complacent? I give you 3 days to divorce that woman. I will not permit anything that could jeopardize the Zhou family to remain. After issuing this decree, Zhou Laoyizi rose, assisted by a servant, and retreated to his room. Zhou Zhenhai wished to say more, but was denied the opportunity as Zhou Tianxi immediately stood and exited through the front door. Observing the hasty departure, Zhou Zhenhai muttered to himself, "Is there a flood or a beast at home that requires such urgency? Indeed, who else would linger like you, staying on without leaving?" As if the Zhou family were a treasure trove, Zhou Yuehua rose gracefully and sauntered outside, ignoring Zhou Zhenhai's incessant remarks. The servants of the Zhou estate were unfazed, continuing with their tasks as if nothing unusual were happening. Zhou Zhenhai silently vowed that when his son returned, he would ensure he seized control of Yuansheng Group. With that in mind, he hurried to call his son. Ji Xia was taken aback when the person who had disclosed information the day before called her early that morning to arrange a visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce. "Master, am I still dreaming?" Ji Xia sat on her bed, bleary-eyed, running her fingers through her long hair, convinced she must have misheard. "Did you not say yesterday that Zhou Tianxi had other intentions and would not pursue a divorce? And now, he arrives this morning to slap you in the face." Fu Zisher was equally perplexed by Zhou Xiaozi's intentions, allowing his disheartened disciple to endure the ridicule. Look at this, look at this. This is the person you hold in high regard, and now he is coming for a divorce?" His master lamented, "How did I not realize you were so noisy? Had I known, I would never have taken you on as a disciple." Ji Xia leapt off the bed and headed for the bathroom, still muttering defiantly, "That is indeed too late. Perhaps I am your only disciple. Who knows? After all, we are in this together." The cool water splashed on her face, awakening her somewhat. She sighed inwardly. This day had finally arrived. If it must be a divorce, then let it be. Perhaps the next will be even better. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ji Xia found Zhou Tianxi had been waiting for a while, accompanied by his resentful assistant, Qian. She was surprised by his eagerness for a divorce, glancing at the clock to see it was 8:30, and the bureau would not open until 9. Qian handed her a bag. "Miss Ji, I believe you haven't had breakfast yet. This is from the boss." He felt as if he had been struck by a death ray, wondering why he could not speak freely. It was utterly incomprehensible. After all, who would bring breakfast for their soon-to-be ex-wife when seeking a divorce? Outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, several couples were arguing, and Qian wished he could point them out, saying, "See, that's the proper way to approach a divorce." Ji Xia, not wishing to appear pretentious, accepted the breakfast and expressed her gratitude to her boss. In her view, it was essential to eat well, drink well, and sleep well, for who could predict what tomorrow would bring? One must live in the moment. "You foolish girl, you truly lack any wit. Why not seize this opportunity and make an effort to salvage something?" Ji Xia was reluctant to engage with such an unproductive question, realizing her master indeed resided in a fairy tale. He simply did not comprehend that in her marriage with Zhou Tianxi, she had never held the right to speak, only to listen to what was dictated. As she savored her meal, the others in the car could not help but glance at her. Even the usually focused driver dared to steal a few peeks in the rearview mirror, but upon catching sight of the boss's glare, he quickly averted his gaze. Qian could no longer contain himself. "Miss Ji, are you very hungry? Look at the person beside you," he pointed out. His face is so dark it could be used for calligraphy without grinding the ink separately. "Not too bad," Ji Xia replied, nodding as she continued eating. "This one is quite good. Where did you buy it?" Qian glanced at his boss. "The boss brought this from home. It wasn't purchased outside." "Oh, is that so?" she responded, and then fell silent. Ji Xia thought nothing of it. During her time at the villa, Zhou Tianxi had never eaten breakfast at home. Now that she was gone, someone was finally preparing breakfast for him. It had been delivered from the old estate, leftovers from the previous day. Zhou Tianxi, rarely one to engage in conversation, finally spoke. "Early this morning, grandfather sent someone to urge me to finalize the divorce, fearing I might find various excuses, even bringing breakfast along. Did you hear that? Zhou Xiaozi is trying to explain himself. Hurry and make an effort." Ji Xia covered her eyes with her hand to suppress the urge to roll them. "Master, you should take a break. Perhaps today marks the day to curtail your aspirations to get closer to Zhou Tianxi. From now on, it will just be the two of us relying on one another." "Who is relying on you?" "I am an immortal in training, destined for the heavens." Unable to hold back any longer, Ji Xia glanced at the car ceiling, pinched her nose, and nearly shed tears due to the scalding porridge. Qian exchanged a glance with the driver, and they both silently regarded their illustrious CEO. The unspoken sentiment in their eyes was clear. Boss, are you not going to console her? Chapter 32. An unexpected turn. Zhou Tianxi closed the notebook resting on his lap and turned to gaze at Ji Xia, who was diligently attempting to consume her baozi. Her cheeks puffed out like a squirreless. He took the kanji from her hands, intending to wait for it to cool before offering it to her. However, Ji Xia misunderstood his intentions, her eyes widening in confusion, a hint of red around her eyelids. It was the first time Zhou Tianxi had encountered such a side of Ji Xia, leaving him momentarily stunned. Assistant Qian discreetly raised his phone to capture the moment. Miss Ji was simply too amusing, her cheeks full and her eyes wide, resembling a startled mole. He stifled his laughter in the passenger seat, while the driver nudged him to maintain decorum, sensing the boss's increasingly sharp demeanor. Finish your baozi first, then you can drink the kanji once it cools, Zhou Tianxi instructed. Ji Xia finally withdrew her gaze from the kanji and earnestly continued eating her baozi. Post-divorce, nothing has changed. You can reach out to me at Yuan Sheng Group for anything, Zhou Tianxi remarked. Ji Xia felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, replying, "Thank you, boss." Her expression of thanks immediately darkened his countenance further. Looking at his watch, Zhou Tianxi noted that it was time, so he opened the door and alighted, leading Ji Xia to the Municipal Civil Affairs office. When they finally received the divorce certificate, Ji Xia held it in her hands, inspecting it repeatedly, even as she settled into the car, continuing to flip it over in front of her. "What are you looking at?" Ji Xia lifted her head to meet Zhou Tianxi's gaze. "It turns out we've been divorced for quite some time. Today was merely to collect the certificate." She hadn't anticipated that the Zhou family wielded such influence, even controlling the timeline of their divorce. Initially, she believed they would have to wait through a 1-month cooling-off period, yet here they were, receiving the divorce certificate today. Had they registered their divorce a month prior? Or had the Zhou family altered the date? If it were the former, it indicated that the Zhou family had long intended to expel her from their ranks. Was this truly the sentiment of the man beside her? Noticing the growing sorrow in Ji Xia's eyes, Zhou Tianxi felt compelled to clarify. "It was my grandfather who had the date changed. In truth, he had only just learned that today was the day to collect the certificate, having previously thought they had another month remaining." Ji Xia lowered her head before lifting it once more, exclaiming, "So the divorce certificate is indeed red. Child, your questions sound as if you've never encountered the world. Please be quiet. Of course I haven't encountered it. Have you?" Ji Xia thought to herself, bemused. She didn't know why she had envisioned the divorce certificate as green. Zhou Tianxi maintained a somber expression, lost in thought. Once the necessary personnel were gathered, he instructed the driver to return to the office. The car ride was enveloped in an eerie silence. Assistant Qian fidgeting uncomfortably, shifting positions twice, yet still feeling awkward. Ji Xia noticed his discomfort and kindly inquired if he was unwell. Assistant Qian wanted to confess that he indeed felt unwell, nearly suffocating, but instead replied, "I'm fine. I just realized this stretch of road feels rather long." Ji Xia also perceived the distance. Feeling fortunate, she had declined the boss's offer to pick her up earlier, as it spared her from enduring 2 bouts of discomfort. Upon arriving at Yuan Sheng Group's building, Ji Xia disembarked, and Zhou Tianxi glanced at her, instructing the driver to take her back to Qingyajun. "No need. Shu Yi. I can walk back. It's close enough," she insisted. After their divorce, it was best to maintain clear boundaries. Zhou Tianxi regarded her with mild disapproval, uttering 2 words, "Don't be ridiculous." Ji Xia tilted her head, puzzled. "What do you mean, don't be ridiculous? Who is being ridiculous? Have I ever caused a stir? I've been obedient from start to finish." With determination, she turned on her heel, her long trench coat billowing in the wind as she strode away with grace. Assistant Qian observed in silence, focusing on the ground at the company entrance, pondering how he had never noticed the lovely patterns on the tiles before. Zhou Tianxi stood rooted in place, still clutching the freshly acquired divorce certificate, his gaze following the slender figure that was growing increasingly distant. The certificate had already been crumpled in his grip, and assistant Qian hesitated, contemplating whether to remind his boss of anything. Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Qianxi made a sharp turn and entered the building. Assistant Qian resigned, thought to himself, well, let us see how this unfolds, as he shook his somewhat numbed legs and followed the boss inside. To his surprise, Zhou Qianxi was waiting for him at the entrance, and Assistant Qian was taken aback as he approached, only for the boss to toss out, "Send the photos to me." "What photos?" Assistant Qian was bewildered. "Boss, please clarify." Ji Xia was not walking quickly, leisurely sauntering along, having eaten breakfast rather hastily and now needing to digest her meal. As she walked, she glanced at the signs along the street, contemplating her job search. "Child, this time you truly have nothing to do with Zhou Xiazi. You might find some peace for a few days," she mused. Ji Xia mentally scolded, "Old man, all you know is to belittle me. Can't you offer a bit of comfort, especially since I just got divorced? I see no signs of sadness from you." Her master countered, dismissing her thoughts. "Master, I'm still a bit heartbroken, primarily because I can no longer be a parasite. I must fend for myself." As she spoke, she failed to notice she had stepped off the sidewalk and onto the main road. Just then, a car approached, the driver engrossed in a phone call, oblivious to the pedestrian in front of him. Ji Xia spotted the vehicle at the last moment and hurriedly tried to step aside, only to trip on the curb and tumble to the ground. The driver, not expecting someone to fall in front of his car, slammed on the brakes. Ji Xia sat up, wincing as she touched her ankle, visibly swollen. "Are you all right?" A concerned voice inquired. "I'm fine, I'll survive," she replied, somewhat irritated with herself for letting her thoughts distract her from the road, even feeling inclined to scold herself for her carelessness. Attempting to rise, she was met with a sharp pain radiating from her ankle, forcing her to sit back down. Was her misfortune manifesting immediately after her divorce? Just moments ago, her master had said she would find peace for a few days. "Miss, are you okay?" A stranger's voice called out. Ji Xiao looked up to see a gentleman who appeared rather refined standing beside her. "I apologize, I was on the phone and didn't see you," he said, extending a hand to help her up. "Let me take you to the hospital. Your ankle looks quite serious." Having finally managed to stand, Ji Xia intended to politely decline, reasoning that it was her own fault for not watching where she was going. Yet, the pain in her ankle was too severe, so she simply thanked him as he assisted her into the back seat of his car. "Miss, I just returned and am unfamiliar with the area. Could you direct me to the nearest hospital?" he asked. Ji Xia thought for a moment and provided him with the name of a hospital near Qingyajun, ensuring she could conveniently change her bandages later. "Child, you just got into a stranger's car?" Ji Xia rolled her eyes. "What else was I supposed to do? My ankle is in bad shape. I had to get in." "Stubborn girl. If you had listened when Zhou Xiazi offered to take you home, you wouldn't be in this predicament." "Master, I had no idea you enjoyed stating the obvious." The driver glanced at Ji Xia through the rearview mirror, his golden-rimmed glasses glinting with a hint of intrigue. Chapter 33. A reunion with Zai. Upon arriving at the hospital for an examination, Ji Xia learned that she had sprained her ankle ligaments and would need to rest for several days. Fortunately, the doctor assured her that no bones were broken, and with proper care, she would recover in a few days. As they exited the hospital, the refined man handed her a business card, saying, "Miss, I apologize once more. I will be more cautious while driving in the future." Ji Xia examined the card, reading the name Song Iran, which she found quite pleasant. "For the next few days, I will be responsible for assisting you with your bandage changes and dietary needs." "No need. I can manage on my own," Ji Xia smiled. "You don't need to call me Miss all the time. My name is Ji Xia." "Thank you." Just as she prepared to leave, he caught up with her, insisting, Ji Xia, the responsibility for your injury primarily lies with me. I should accompany you for your bandage changes." Ji Xia had not anticipated his persistence, but after contemplating it, she agreed. "All right, I will come to the hospital tomorrow at this time for the bandage change. May I come to your residence to fetch you?" Ji Xia shook her head, declining, and replied, "No, I can make my way there on my own. Thank you." This person was excessively enthusiastic. One could not help but wonder what their true intentions were. Hopefully, they were not of ill repute. Once Ji Xia limped away, Song Iran entered his vehicle. "Dad, is that woman you mentioned named Ji Xia?" After a brief conversation on the phone, Song Iran smirked and remarked, "Humph, Dad, you are a man yourself. Are you not aware of the innate flaws in men? Even after a divorce, they often regard their ex-wives as possessions." After uttering this, he glanced once more in the direction Jixia had departed before driving off. Jixia had yet to reach home, primarily because her foot pained her greatly, requiring her to rest after every few steps. "Girl, at this rate, you will become a one-legged creature." "Master, to be honest, are you not reminded of your numerous disciples, rendering you indifferent to my plight? Otherwise, why would this old fellow take pleasure in criticizing me?" "Well, that is quite hard to say. If I truly had that many, you would surely lose your favor." Jixia cleared her throat and said, "Master, have you run out of words? If there is nothing to discuss, let us not chat. When have I ever been favored? Humph, that man from earlier was quite remarkable, possessing an aura of fortune. Although he may not be as formidable as Zhou, he is certainly superior to the average individual. Since you are divorced, why not consider exploring other options?" At this point, Jixia was genuinely at a loss for words. "Master, are you perhaps a matchmaker? While it is uncommon for men to take on such a role, it cannot be entirely ruled out." "You insolent girl, I am merely concerned about your well-being and your potential solitude in old age." Jixia sighed in resignation and fell silent. Initially, she had thought that Song Iran was merely jesting or would only accompany her for a day or two for her medication, but to her surprise, he continued to visit every day for an entire week, even taking her out for lunch. A week may seem neither long nor short, and despite her injury, Jixia managed to find considerable joy in her days. Song Iran was an intriguing individual, always able to anticipate her thoughts. For instance, on the first day, when Jixia wished to avoid bothering him and went to change her bandages an hour early, she was astonished to find him waiting at the hospital entrance. The following day, after her bandage change, he treated her to lunch, serving her favorite wontons. On the third day, he showed up at the entrance of her community, claiming he wanted to take her out for a stroll after her bandage change. When Jixia jokingly pointed at her ankle, lamenting that she was limping and unable to go, Song Yiran surprisingly produced a crutch from the car for her practice with. Thus, the week of her injury passed with someone accompanying her for her bandage changes. To be frank, Jixia had never experienced such care from anyone throughout her life. Just as a voice of wisdom echoed in her mind, "You foolish girl, are you not enjoying this too much? Have you forgotten your quest to reclaim your fortune?" Jixia suddenly realized that she had indeed cast aside that matter. After previously mocking her master for being a matchmaker, she now found herself enjoying the company of someone named Song quite well. Was the next step not to discuss marriage? "Master, are you quite idle?" Jixia took a sip of the kumquat lemon tea that Song Iran had bought for her. "So, every time you see a man and a woman together, you presume they are to be wed?" "Humph. I merely observe that you are having such a splendid time that you have entirely forgotten your responsibilities." Jixia refrained from engaging in banter with her master, for Song Iran had begun to speak. Xia, your foot should be healing by now, right? Today, I will take you to the newly opened park. It has been quite dull for a while. You need to breathe in some fresh air." "Ah, will this affect you?" "Songge, are you not busy with work?" Song Iran chuckled. "I returned to start my own business. My studio has hired many people. There is work to be done, but I shall accompany you." Jixia awkwardly smiled and turned her gaze out the car window. Ahead, a young mother hurriedly walked with her child, and just as Jixia was about to avert her eyes, a thought struck her, and she shouted, "Stop the car." After an abrupt halt, Jixia swiftly exited the vehicle, her injured ankle wobbling unsteadily as she nearly fell to the ground. Unfazed, she tiptoed a few steps to catch up with the young mother. Gai. The little one turned around, released their mother's hand, and ran into Jixia's embrace, exclaiming, "Pretty sister." Jixia beamed, pulling Kai up just as the child's mother approached. "When did you arrive? Did you not return to your hometown?" Kai's mother looked down, taking her child's hand, her eyes filled with sorrow, and managed a strained smile. "What coincidence. But we have an urgent matter to attend to and must leave. I don't want to go to work with Mommy. I want to play with the pretty sister." Jixia was reluctant to release Kai's hand. Although she had only seen the little one twice, they had remained etched in her heart. Gai, let go of your sister. Mommy is going to be late." At that moment, Song Yiran approached, inquiring about the situation. Upon seeing a stranger, Kai Kai quickly hid behind her mother, prompting Ji Xia to reassure him, saying it was a familiar uncle. Kai Kai glanced at her, then at his mother, pouting, on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Grandma's gone, and Mommy has to work woo woo woo." Seeing him cry so pitifully, Ji Xia quickly scooped him into her arms. "Kai Kai, don't cry." She turned to Kai Kai's mother, only to find her eyes reddened as well. At this juncture, Song Yiran spoke, "Miss, are you in search of employment?" The three of them, 2 adults and 1 child, fixed their gazes upon him, particularly Kai Kai's mother, whose eyes sparkled with hope. "Then please share your qualifications. My studio is indeed in need of staff." His words left Ji Xia somewhat bewildered. Did employers truly recruit in the streets? However, his statement brought joy to Kai Kai's mother, who eagerly began to share her circumstances. "My name is Li Fanghua. I am 24 years old, a college graduate, and I can do anything. I'm not afraid of hard work." Chapter 34, Chaotic Marketplace. Ji Xia was astonished, realizing they were the same age. Kai Kai appeared to be 3 or 4 years old, suggesting that she had become pregnant and given birth at the age of 20. After a few more exchanges, Li Fanghua looked down at Kai Kai and asked, "Boss, would it be possible for me to bring my child to work?" Song Yiran glanced at Ji Xia, then returned his focus to Li Fanghua, nodding in agreement. "That is permissible. Girl, this Song fellow is quite the benevolent figure. He is recruiting on the street and even allows children at work." Ji Xia contemplated the situation while holding Kai Kai, who was becoming increasingly excited. Kai Kai's mother, perhaps you should think it over?" Li Fanghua appeared puzzled and asked why. "It's already fortunate that someone would hire me under these circumstances. I just want to support us both." Ji Xia found herself at a loss for words, realizing that she hardly knew Song Yiran herself. As she watched the two negotiate the details of employment, she anxiously called out to Fu Zishu in her mind, "Master, master, why the rush? Everyone has their own destiny. They would eventually meet without your involvement. Besides, you and this child's mother have only met twice, have you not?" Ji Xia frowned slightly, but it was evident that Li Fanghua was at a disadvantage, especially as she was with a child. "You should focus on your own matters. Your foot is healing. Is it not time to seek out Zhou Yuehua?" Upon hearing her master's words, she recognized that she had indeed been rather lazy and that it was time to start new. As Song Yiran discussed the nature of his studio's work with Li Fanghua, he kept a watchful eye on Ji Xia's expression. He had devoted sufficient time. If there were no results soon, it would be difficult to justify. Did not women care about the details? After he finished speaking, Li Fanghua immediately turned to Ji Xia. Could you help me look after Kai Kai for half a day?" Ji Xia pointed at herself in disbelief, exclaiming, "Me?" This mother was quite audacious, outright entrusting her child to her. Li Fanghua offered an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry, but Kai Kai does not want to be with anyone else. I need to retrieve our belongings and find a modest place to stay. I acknowledge that I am being abrupt, but I trust you. You have already saved Kai Kai twice." The statement left Ji Xia with no room for rebuttal, and she could only nod in agreement. Zai Zai, knowing he could play with her for an entire afternoon, was filled with joy, dancing and gesturing animatedly. Song Yiran proposed they visit a nearby shopping mall to buy some toys for Zai Zai. Ji Xia pondered for a moment before consenting, as she truly lacked experience in caring for children, and acquiring a few toys to pacify him seemed prudent. The notion of a family outing elicited a sour tone from Fu Zishu. "What nonsense! It's merely assisting in looking after a child. Zai Zai's mother has it tough." He couldn't fathom why the old man was being so sardonic. After Zai dashed around the mall for a while. He suddenly ran off in a particular direction while Song Yiran was at the checkout. Ji Xia hurried after him, only to find Zai had stopped in front of someone clinging to his leg and calling him daddy. It was then she recognized the man as Dong Chong. The small round hairpin had merely sparked her suspicion, but now it was confirmed. Approaching to pull Zai away, Ji Xia tried to soothe him, yet he still yearned to run to his father. Dong Chong was momentarily taken aback, having intended to shake off the child, but instead found himself embraced. Upon realizing who had removed the child, his expression darkened. "Ji Xia isn't it? You truly are tenacious, now showing up with this little brat. What exactly do you want? Ji Xia squatted down, holding the squirming Zai Zai. You may be overestimating your significance. Who has the time to keep an eye on you? If no one is watching me, then why is this little brat here instead of back home? Dong Chang's aggressive demeanor appeared somewhat intimidating, as he towered over the young woman holding the child, shouting loudly, "Daddy, Grandma's gone. We have no food, and Mommy is working." Ji Xia remained silent, but Zai Zai's innocent voice caused Dong Chang's expression to shift for a moment, only to revert back to his belligerent stance. "The old lady's death has nothing to do with me. I'm very busy, so don't bother me," he said, pushing through the crowd to leave. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mall, Zhou Yuehua encountered Song Yiran, who was holding a cup of milk tea. "Ah, I thought it was someone else. Not only are you here to ingratiate yourself, but your son has come along too." Zhou Yuehua tossed her hair back, wearing a disdainful expression. Song Yiran offered a warm smile, yet his words were icy. "Cousin. Oomph. Who is your cousin? Don't you know your own surname?" Zhou Yuehua's confrontational nature was evident. It seemed she would always have a sharp retort for anyone she encountered, which might lead to her downfall. Song Yiran's smile remained, making Zhou Yuehua appear particularly unreasonable. "You needn't worry about me," Zhou Yuehua said, glancing at her manicured nails. "You're not afraid of suffering losses because you can't even enter the Zhou family's door. Ha!" Song Yiran lowered his gaze to hide the stern glint in his eyes, thinking to himself that one could never tell. Perhaps the Zhou family would eventually bear the Song surname. A commotion erupted from nearby, and both women turned to look. But the layers of people made it difficult to discern what was happening inside. Neither of them were fond of chaos, but upon hearing a child's voice, Song Yiran was startled, tightening his grip on the milk tea and hastening toward the source. Zhou Yuehua, perplexed, followed a few steps, only to spot her tall boyfriend amidst the crowd. What was he doing here? Hadn't he gone to the restroom? She was filled with questions, and as she drew closer, she could hear Dong Chang shouting about how the old lady had willingly supported his education. He and Tibin's sold to their family. Zhou Yuehua had always known that Dong Chang's circumstances were not ideal, but he was eager to learn and worked hard while studying at university. She had always trusted his character. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought him to such an important occasion at Qingling Mountain. But what was he shouting about now? What did he mean by the old lady willingly supporting him? Wasn't it his fault that he hadn't even returned to check on her before she passed? And wasn't it also his fault for abandoning Feng Hua and Zai Zai? Zhou Yuehua stepped forward, and those words struck her as eerily similar to Ji Xia's voice. Had she encountered her again? What bad luck! "Xia Xia." Song Yiran finally squeezed through the crowd and called out to Ji Xia, before turning to the man opposite her, whose face was flushed with anger. Surrounding onlookers began to murmur, with sentiments shifting towards denouncing Dong Chang as an ungrateful scoundrel who had accepted the old lady's assistance to attend university but had abandoned her daughter. Ji Xia regretted speaking up. After all, Zai Zai was still present, and Dong Chang's unreasonable shouting had frightened him. Just in time, Song Yiran arrived, as if he were a pillar of support, taking the child into his arms and addressing Dong Chang. "You should know better." Zai was crying and reluctant to let Song Yiran hold him, so Ji Xia had to take the child back again. "Let us go, Song Ge." Chapter 35. The chaotic mall too. As the trio exited the crowd, they spotted Zhou Yuehua. "Master, when did Zhou Yuehua arrive?" Ji Xia exclaimed angrily at Fu Zishu. "Oh, she came along with the one named Song." Ji Xia felt like her teeth might crack from clenching them. This old man was indeed up to no good. What if Zhou Yuehua witnessed this spectacle and decided to act against Zai Zai? "Why didn't you inform me?" Fu Zishu feigned innocence. "You were busy arguing." "How could I tell you?" Ji Xia shook her head, contemplating how to gracefully extricate herself from Zhou Yuehua's barbs. However, from the moment she and Song Yiran emerged, Zhou Yuehua stood frozen, as if her soul had departed. Just as Ji Xia was about to slip away quietly, Zhou Yuehua finally spoke. "Yi Xia, you truly are something else, having licked up to my good nephew, and now you've come after another. How reliant are you on men?" Her words were predictably unkind, and Ji Xia couldn't help but roll her eyes internally, glancing at Song Yiran beside her and offering a wry smile. "Wretched woman, No one expected Zai to chime in at that moment. You stole Daddy. I saw it on Mommy's phone. Little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Dong Chong, having broken free from the crowd, approached Zhou Yuehua just in time to hear that remark. Zai buried his face in Ji Xia's shoulder, quietly sobbing. Zhou Yuehua glanced at Zai, then back at Ji Xia. When did you have such a big child? Did you cheat on my nephew? What does this little brat mean by calling someone a bad woman? What? Do you have my picture on your phone? Zhou Yuehua's imagination was running wild, and Ji Xia found herself unable to keep up. This isn't my child, she clarified after a moment's reflection. Do I look like someone who would have a child this age? However, in Zhou Yuehua's eyes, this sounded like a flimsy excuse, and she began to speculate wildly. Could this be your child with Song Yiran? Have you two been together for a long time? Ji Xia's eyes nearly popped out. What kind of logic was this? Miss Zhou, you are overthinking. Fearing that remaining any longer would expose his identity, Song Yiran subtly supported Ji Xia's waist, speaking softly. Let us go. Yixia nodded. This unexpected encounter with Zai present made lingering undesirable, so it was best to leave early. Stop. Clarify this, Ji Xia. If I find out you've done something to wrong the Zhou family, don't blame me for being rude. Dong Chong stood beside Zhou Yuehua, looking guilty and barely able to breathe. Ji Xia suddenly burst into laughter, patting Zai's back and encouraging him to lift his head. Miss Zhou, why don't you see who Zai resembles more, me or you? Zhou Yuehua genuinely scrutinized the child. But just as she looked back and forth a couple of times, Dong Chong suddenly grabbed her hand and whispered something in her ear. Ji Xia wiped away Zai's tears, feeling a pang of guilt. She shouldn't have utilized Zai in this manner. Master, do you think this will hurt Zai? Fu Zisher was deeply engrossed in sensing the luck surrounding Zhou Yuehua and was completely oblivious to his disciple's melancholic musings. Without waiting for a response, Ji Xia resolved to make it up to Zai in the future. Unbeknownst to her, Dong Chong and Zhou Yuehua engaged in a conversation that led Zhou Yuehua to abandon her pursuit of Ji Xia. However, before departing, she cast a lingering glance at Ji Xia and Song Yiran, suggesting there might be further developments. Just as they were about to turn away, a sudden cry of "Daddy" from Zai rang out. Zhou Yuehua initially assumed he was addressing Song Yiran, but upon closer inspection, she realized he was calling to someone beside him. Aha, Yixia, you child, so indiscriminately claiming fathers. Just like you lack a man, and he lacks a father? Miss Zhou, let mercy guide your tongue. It matters not what you say to me, but he is merely a 3-year-old child. His father is indeed present. You cannot deny him the right to call out. Zhou Yuehua's mind raced with thoughts as she stole a few glances at Song Yiran before redirecting her gaze to Dong Chong. Dong Chong remained still, his throat bobbing slightly. Yuehua, let us depart. Zhou Yuehua turned back to look at Zai once more before following Dong Chong out. Ji Xia mused that Zhou Yuehua was not a fool, merely too outspoken. Zai bore a striking resemblance to Dong Chong, particularly in his eyes and brows. She would surely come to this realization upon returning home. Let's head back as well. Zai's mother called to say she is ready to receive him. Song Yiran sighed with relief, grateful that Zhou Yuehua, in her arrogance, had not revealed his identity. Otherwise, future plans would have been compromised. He glanced sideways at Ji Xia, contemplating that Zhou Tianxi was rather unremarkable, as was his woman. Ji Xia accompanied Song Yiran to return Zai, and along the way, they managed to amuse the child, who was easily distracted and quickly calmed. In contrast, Dong Chong was less fortunate, as Zhou Yuehua had remained silent since they entered the car. Yuehua, what troubles you? He inquired cautiously. Zhou Yuehua half opened her eyes and shot him a glance. Dong Chong, are you concealing something from me? No, he immediately asserted, raising 3 fingers in a vow. Yet, Zhou Yuehua offered no response, and the vehicle fell into a heavy silence. Upon reaching an intersection, Zhou Yuehua suddenly spoke. You may leave. I wish to return to the old residence. Please refrain from contacting me for a while. Dong Chong, agitated as if a restless ant on a hot pan, pleaded Yuehua. What is wrong? You cannot take the words of that vile Ji Xia to heart. Zhou Yuehua instructed the driver to halt. First, consider whether you have been withholding anything from me. Reflect upon it before contacting me again. How could I possibly hide anything from you? Did Jixia say something to you? You must not heed her slander. Zhou Yuehua waved her hand, insisting he exit the vehicle. Dong Chang, you are a man. Do not let me lose respect for you. Get out. With no other recourse, Dong Chang clenched his fists and pounded the seat before opening the door and stepping out. The moment the door slammed shut, the car sped away. He stood by the roadside, watching the vehicle's retreating silhouette, his anger surging to its zenith, vowing silently, Jixia. Just wait. Zhou Yuehua crossed her arms, the image of the child in Jixia's arms haunting her mind. Closing her eyes, she reflected, Qin was right. I should not have ventured out today. Encountering such distressing matters was ill-fated, yet she was incorrect as well. Had I not come out today, how would I have uncovered Dong Chang's secret? Frustration bubbled within her, with nowhere to vent, fueling her agitation. She kicked the dashboard and directed the car toward Yuan Chung Group, determined not to bear her troubles alone and to find confidant. In the executive office on the 18th floor of Yuan Chung Group, Assistant Qian had just scoured various supermarkets, returning with a dozen or so types of soft candies, arranging them on the boss's desk for selection. Zhou Qianxi's keen gaze swept across the array, remaining unmoved. Boss, which one will you choose? Assistant Qian dared to tread upon the president's sensitive territory, especially after 3 consecutive days of his subordinates failing to procure satisfactory candies. Today, he had taken matters into his own hands, exhausting himself to gather these varieties. Should the boss remain displeased, his year-end bonus would surely diminish. Zhou Tianxi finally spotted a candy resembling the corn-flavored one Jixia had once made, picking it up to inspect, only to find the packaging devoid of any playful slogans, merely a list of ingredients and expiration dates, lacking the self-affirming words Jixia would write. Noticing Assistant Qian's anxious demeanor, he unwrapped the candy and placed it in his mouth. Assistant Qian sighed in relief, for the president had not even unwrapped the candies purchased in recent days. However, his relief was premature, as the esteemed president promptly spat the candy into the wastebasket. Boss, was it not sweet? Assistant Qian was baffled. It was merely candy, after all. And was not the essence of candy its sweetness? Zhou Tianxi cast a glance at him, gesturing for the removal of the confections. He himself opened the drawer of his desk, fixating on a small packaging bag. After a prolonged moment, he extracted a piece, pondering whether he might indulge in another today. Assistant Qian, while clearing the candies from the desk, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Boss, why not give me a few pieces from your drawer? I could find a place that makes candy and have a batch produced. Upon hearing this suggestion, Zhou Tianxi paused his signing and reopened the drawer to rummage through it. Go find it yourself. Nonsense. I have only a few pieces. Who knows when I could ask that woman to make candy again? Assistant Qian, feeling helpless, was about to argue further when a knock interrupted. A junior assistant entered, announcing the arrival of the boss's aunt. Zhou Tianxi frowned. What business did Zhou Yuehua have? He gestured for her to come in. Assistant Qian hurriedly accelerated his cleanup process, but Zhou Yuehua still caught sight of him. Oh, my dear nephew, have you not yet outgrown your candy habit? Zhou Tianxi did not even lift his head. Please leave. Zhou Yuehua, taken aback by his abrupt dismissal, felt her temper rising. She watched as Assistant Qian swiftly gathered the candies and exited the president's office. Satisfied, she took a few steps forward to sit on the small sofa, admiring her manicured nails. What, dear aunt, do you come here without even offering me a cup of tea? Zhou Tianxi pressed the intercom button, and shortly thereafter, someone arrived with tea. He, meanwhile, resumed his work, showing no intention of speaking. After Zhou Yuehua had sipped from the cup twice without any acknowledgement from her nephew, she could no longer remain seated. Hey, Zhou Tianxi, is this how you treat your guests? Do you leave clients waiting when conducting business? Such remarks prompted Zhou Tianxi to finally lift his gaze, albeit merely to glance at her. Zhou Yuehua, already in a foul mood, now faced the silent treatment from her own kin. She stood up, her high heels clicking against the floor as she approached his desk, casting a lofty gaze upon her nephew, who was diligently reviewing documents. Are you not curious as to why I am here today? Silence. Do you know that Songyaran has returned? Continued silence. Humph. Do you know who I encountered him with today? Just as Zhou Yuehua presumed, he would remain mute. He responded to her earlier inquiry. You have come to gossip with me? This caught Zhou Yuehua off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Realizing he had little interest in Song Iran. Narrowing her eyes, she pressed, "You have no interest in Song Iran, then surely you have no interest in your ex-wife either?" This time, Zhou Tianxi not only reacted but furrowed his brows deeply. "Have you become so idle that you must gossip about everyone's affairs? I still suggest that Grandpa allow you to join the group for work." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuehua jumped in agitation. "Zhou Tianxi, have you lost your mind? Why would you want to go to work? Is the Zhou family collapsing or something? You can't handle it." Zhou Tianxi remained silent, casting her a sidelong glance before returning to the documents in his hands. Zhou Yuehua paced restlessly, feeling a sense of unease. "I'm merely reminding you that your ex-wife is spending time with Song Iran." Zhou Tianxi did not even lift his head, calmly signing the documents. "You are unaware, but they are strolling through the mall with a 3- or 4-year-old child." She raised her tone. TSK, Song Iran even has his arm around Jixia's waist. "I told you that woman is restless, didn't I?" Zhou Tianxi pushed aside the completed documents and leaned back in his chair. "Have you finished? Are you feeling stimulated? According to logic, you two are divorced, and Jixia has nothing to do with you anymore. However, her rapid involvement with Song Iran is a disgrace to you. Shouldn't you manage this?" Zhou Yuehua, believing she had a grip on her good nephew, continued to press. "I heard you not only gave her several million upon your divorce, but also transferred an apartment to her, right? Oh dear, she wouldn't be living in that apartment with Song Iran now, would she?" She feigned a laugh, covering her mouth with her hand, and thought to herself, "Wonderful. I finally see my good nephew's face turn ashen. It's not enough for her to be upset. If she is not doing well, no one should expect to thrive." Zhou Tianxi pressed the intercom button again, and shortly after, 2 security guards arrived. He pointed at Zhou Yuehua, commanding them to throw her out. "Zhou Tianxi, are you out of your mind? You actually want security to kick me out? Just wait. Your ex-wife is out there flirting with men. If you have the ability, confront her. Why take it out on me?" Zhou Tianxi gestured for the guards to leave, smirking as he said, "Brains are a good thing, but you seem to lack them. I will suggest to Grandpa that your card be suspended." Zhou Yuehua was infuriated, wanting to lash out. What is the point of stopping her card? She spends Zhou family money. What does that have to do with Zhou Tianxi? In times of hunger, one only considers a single matter. Your overindulgence is what brings about such troubles. Who is causing trouble? If you have the ability, check the mall surveillance to see if what I say is true. She truly feared having her card suspended, primarily because her father would heed this troublesome nephew. Zhou Tianxi sat on the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea. "Why does this concern you? Is it that they're affecting you, or perhaps that new acquaintance of yours?" Chapter 37. Mother may have been set up. "How do you know?" Zhou Yuehua's voice was tinged with surprise. Regretting it immediately, she realized this cunning brat was trying to pry information from her. "You may leave. Refrain from coming to the company. If you do, your card will be suspended tomorrow." Zhou Yuehua had expected to leverage her advantage over him, but once again, she faced utter defeat. After stamping her foot a few times, she slung her bag over her shoulder and strode out, not forgetting to deliver a parting jab. Regardless, it's true that Jixia is shopping with Song Iran. Believe it or not, the office door opened and closed, only to be opened again shortly after. Assistant Qian entered, glancing at the documents on the desk and then at the boss, who seemed lost in thought beside the small table. "Boss, shall I take the documents?" Zhou Tianxi snapped back to reality, pinching his brow with one hand as he prepared to reprint a copy. "Huh." Assistant Qian quickly picked up the document, puzzled. "Did we make a mistake?" Upon flipping halfway, he fell silent, for the signatures included both Jixia S and Song Iran S. Assistant Qian went to reprint the documents, while Zhou Tianxi stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance. The weather was pleasant, and the buildings of Qingyajun were clearly visible. He pressed his hand against his heart, feeling a sharp pain. It was not what he had expected. After standing for a brief moment, his phone on the desk rang, the name Qianqian flickering on the screen. He had not saved the name. That day, after Lin Qianqian was struck by Zhou Nan, she had taken the initiative to change it. After the call disconnected automatically, he scrolled to another contact, which bore a single character, with minimal call records. His heart began to ache again, causing him considerable agitation, and he silently vowed to locate the little disciple from Qingling Mountain. As he traced his fingers over the single character on the screen, before he could gather his thoughts, the screen lit up again. What? Your mother may have been set up? Ji Xia returned to the apartment shortly after receiving a call from Zhounan, sensing her friend's voice was quite disheartened. Don't be upset, Anan. Where are you? I'll come find you. After hearing a response from the other end, Ji Xia nodded. All right, I'll wait for you. Girl, what are your next steps? Ji Xia was startled by the sudden voice in her mind, and helplessly replied, Master, scaring people can lead to dire consequences. Do you wish for your disciple to meet an untimely end? Whose fault is it for being so absorbed in thought? Rising to pour herself a glass of water, she returned to the sofa, realizing that Zhou Weihua had clearly sensed something was amiss when she left. Given her character, which could not tolerate any grains of sand, she was likely to abandon Dongchang. Master, do you think something strange has affected you? Why do you harbor such resentment towards Zhou Weihua? The old man, at his age, should know better than to argue with a girl in her 20s or speak ill of her behind her back. Is that all? Share the information you've obtained. Just as Fu Ji was about to speak, he suddenly fell silent. Your friend has arrived. Open the door. Oh, Ji Xia exclaimed in surprise. Master, have you become perceptive? You can even sense when someone is coming? As she spoke, she went to open the door, which swung open just as her friend raised her hand. Xia, we truly are the best of friends. My hand hadn't even touched the door before you came to open it. Ji Xia smiled in agreement, yet inside she mused, an old man told me you were coming. Xia, what happened to your foot? Ji Xia had not anticipated her friend noticing it. Her ankle had healed, but when she hurriedly jumped out of the car to meet Li Fanghua, she had hurt it again after wandering the mall with her child. It's nothing. I just twisted it a bit. It will be fine in a few days. Zhounan, not entirely convinced, asked if she had gone to the hospital, and only relaxed after receiving a positive response. What did you mean on the phone? What have you discovered? At the mention of this, Zhounan immediately leaned in closer to Ji Xia. These past few days, I visited my mother's hometown and inquired about many people. Most of them spoke ill of my mother. After asking so many, she nearly believed Zhou Tianxi had deceived her, but unexpectedly, a middle-aged man approached her, claiming to be her mother's former boyfriend. Boyfriend? Your mother had a boyfriend? Zhounan nodded, expressing her frustration. Yes, I found it strange too. If she had a boyfriend, why would she go and seduce Zhou Qihua? Wasn't it better for me to be born openly? To her surprise, the man said, that person's name is Zhao Chuan, and my mother's name is Li Changru. Back then, Li Changru and Zhao Chuan were in a passionate relationship when one day, Li Changru came to Zhao Chuan in tears, claiming she had been set up. However, no matter how Zhao Chuan pressed, Li Changru would not reveal what had transpired. Later, when Li Changru became pregnant, her parents shunned her, and neighbors insulted her. At that time, being unmarried and pregnant brought disgrace to the family. Everyone knew she had a boyfriend, and Li Changru's parents stormed to Zhao Chuan, demanding that he marry their daughter. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Chuan felt an amalgamation of anger and sorrow, yet he found himself powerless. The child was not his, and he had no desire to take on that responsibility. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Li Changru vanished. Approximately 6 months later, he encountered Li Changru in a remote town, now a mother having given birth. At that moment, Zhao Chuan could hardly recognize her. She had lost considerable weight. Despite their past romance, his heart softened instantly. Resolving to co-parent the child with Li Changru, he was unprepared for the tragic turn of events that would follow. Years later, the child mysteriously disappeared, leading Li Changru into a deep depression, from which she did not recover, passing away shortly thereafter. Ji Xia listened with a heavy heart, feeling immense sympathy for her friend's mother. Zhounan, on the other hand, remained composed. Xia, why are you so melancholic? This is not like you. Aren't you always the one keeping my emotions in check? Is it not your mother who deserves pity? Ji Xia found her friend's reaction puzzling. Logically, one would expect her to criticize the Zhou family. Zhounan shook her head, stating, you haven't met Zhao Chuan. I sense there is a degree of embellishment in his tale. He simply does not strike me as a good person. Ji Xia was bewildered, Her friend was not one to judge based solely on appearances. What do you mean he doesn't seem like a good person? Don't get me started. I initially went back to my mother's hometown to inquire about her, only to discover it was actually her hometown. They had moved there during her pregnancy, so very few people recognized Li Changru. Zhonan took a sip of water and continued. No one has a kind word to say about Zhao Chuan. After all, he was notorious back in the day. He indulged in all sorts of vices, drinking, fighting, gambling. It's truly remarkable. Ji Xia rested her chin on her palm, conceding, one aspect of his story may hold some truth. Your mother might have been manipulated back then. Zhonan agreed, noting that it was inconceivable for Li Changru, given her background, to have associated with someone of Zhou Qihua's stature. Leaning against her friend, Ji Xia lazily gazed out at the scenery beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. I no longer harbor such resentment toward my mother. I used to think she was. Ji Xia nodded in agreement. Are you still investigating? Of course. That scoundrel, Qin Xing, has been searching for me because of my background. I have yet to uncover anything linking her to my past. What about you? Have you seen Zhou Yuehua recently? It's been almost half a month since your divorce. Have you encountered any misfortune? Ji Xia briefly recounted her situation, suggesting that Zhou Yuehua's current relationship was likely doomed. Humph, with her demeanor. How could she possibly succeed in love? It defies logic. It's a miracle she hasn't been slapped for her incessant chatter. Disapprovingly, Ji Xia patted her friend's hand. While Zhou Yuehua may lack tact, she has never intentionally harmed others. This time, she was deceived by Dong Chong. However, Ji Xia felt uncertain. It seemed Zhou Yuehua had developed genuine feelings for Dong Chong, evident by her bringing him to such an important event on Qingling Mountain. Who knows? She appears desperate to marry. Perhaps she was aware of Dong Chong's true nature, but was unwilling to let go due to his attractive exterior. Zhounan interjected. You exposed Dong Chong's schemes, and now she is merely embarrassed. Ji Xia chose not to comment further, steering the conversation elsewhere. Have you returned to work recently? Last time, you confronted Lin Qianqian directly. Given the Lin family's influence, I wonder if they will retaliate against you. Of course. Lin Qianqian was like a fox caught in the presence of a cat when she saw me. She didn't dare to speak. Zhonan claimed. Yet internally, she questioned Lin Qianqian's resilience. After being beaten, she had not sought revenge. You should avoid impulsive actions. You might end up hurting yourself, Ji Xia advised. Having learned through life's trials to maintain a broader perspective. Understood. Zhonan chuckled. Next time, I'll refrain from confronting her in public. However, she added, I suspect she secretly wishes I would hit her again. It would give her an excuse to play the victim in front of that scoundrel. Speaking of the scoundrel, Zhonan suddenly grasped Ji Xia's arm. That scoundrel hasn't harassed you again, has he? Ji Xia's thoughts drifted back to the morning she received her divorce certificate when she declined Zhou Tianxi's offer to drive her home. A week had passed in a daze. Perhaps due to her emotional wounds, her mind was consumed with thoughts of recovery, which overshadowed her luck. During the day, she rarely thought of him. However, at night, lying in bed, her mind seemed to conjure him, filling her thoughts with Zhou Tianxi. At times, she felt an inexplicable restlessness, and Fu Zhishu noticed her discontent. Master, aren't you supposed to be in my thoughts? Why is it that you're preoccupied with someone else? Yet when Fu Zhishu inquired whom she was thinking of, she fell silent, sulking in her own frustration. Zhonan waved a hand in front of Ji Xia. Xia, are you all right? You mustn't become infatuated with that scoundrel. There's nothing worth longing for. She clapped her hands, encouraging, come on, repeat after me. It's over. The next will be better. Ji Xia reluctantly echoed her words, which seemed to satisfy her friend. That evening, as Zhonan returned leisurely to the Zhou family's ancestral home, she discovered Zhou Tianxi had also returned. She had no intention of greeting him, opting instead to retreat to her room in the backyard. At the moment she closed the door, it was abruptly blocked. What are you doing? She exclaimed, incredulous that this scoundrel had entered her space for the first time in her life. Zhou Tianxi leaned against the door, peering into the room, his gaze momentarily pausing on a particular spot before retracting. Have you discovered something? Zhonan regarded him with suspicion, pondering whether he was genuinely concerned for her. Glancing through the glass at the sunset, she confirmed it was descending from the west. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste my time with useless chatter. I can provide you with a lead, but there are conditions, Zhou Tianxi remarked, casting another glance towards a certain direction in her room. Following his gaze, Zhounin noticed the clutter on her coffee table. She crossed her arms, tapping her toes against the floor, and insisted, "State your conditions first." Zhou Tianxi tilted his chin toward the coffee table. "Hand over that bag of corn soft candy." With a resounding clap, she slammed the door shut, nearly striking his prominent nose. "Go away. Who needs your clues? I can investigate on my own." Zhonan's voice echoed angrily from within. Zhou Tianxi stood before the closed door for a full minute before departing, starting his car with the intention of seeking out similar candy elsewhere. However, he found himself unknowingly parked outside Qingya District, unable to enter the community due to his vehicle not being registered. After sitting in the car for half an hour, he received a call from Lin Xianxian. "Tan Siyi, are you busy?" Zhou Tianxi gazed at the entrance of Qingya District, opened the car door, and stepped out. "What is it?" "I have the day off tomorrow. Shall I come by your office?" Habitually pressing a hand to his heart, he felt an unexpected flutter of anticipation, as if refusing her was a grave offense. As he looked up at the darkening sky, he found himself replying, "All right." Yet, his thoughts were consumed with the fact that he had nearly scoured every practitioner from Qingling Temple, and few had encountered that young disciple. This information felt fabricated, and he realized he was placing hope in a mere fabrication. His grandfather had been urging him to pursue a union with the Lin family, insisting that he and Lin Xianxian were a match made in heaven, and that Jixia's presence had disrupted their fate. He felt fortunate that he was finally on the right path. He called September, who had entered his office that day, and quietly relayed several instructions. After hanging up the phone, he strolled into Qingya Jun, oblivious to how long it had been since he had wandered about freely. Upon reaching the base of Jixia building, he looked up and noticed a figure moving on the balcony. Chapter 39. Their distance. Jixia was pacing back and forth on the balcony, testing which angle made her foot ache more. "Yato, Zhou Xiazi has arrived." "Huh?" Jixia perked up her ears and listened carefully, but there was no sound of a knock on the door. "Master, your old eyes are failing you, and your head is dizzy. Who is coming?" Fu Zisher felt a surge of anger. "You impudent girl, who are you calling old? Have you forgotten that I have acquired new abilities?" Jixia, perplexed, asked, "What abilities? What have you mastered?" However, she dared not question further, fearing to provoke the old man. Cautiously, she inquired, "Then master, where is Zhou Tianxi?" "Look downstairs." "Oh, downstairs?" Jixia obediently leaned out from the floor-to-ceiling window and indeed spotted a figure standing there. She quickly withdrew and hastened to the living room, seating herself on the sofa. After a moment, she rubbed her cheeks, cursing herself for being so neurotic. Zhou Tianxi could come and go as he pleased. Perhaps he wasn't even there to see her. "You stubborn girl, aren't you going to see him?" Jixia almost rolled her eyes. "Master, you still can't forget about him, can you? Your disciple and he are divorced now. There is no connection left, you know." She did not wish to be the one who clung to the past. Since they had divorced, it was better not to maintain contact. Besides, she had found another path to change her misfortune. Clutching a nearby cushion, she nestled her chin on it, forcing herself to think of other matters. "Why torment yourself like this? Master, that is not right. When have I ever tormented myself? I am looking forward positively." "Very well, looking forward. Does that mean you have your eye on that young man with the surname Song?" Upon mentioning Song Iran, Jixia fell silent. Despite the days that had passed, he had yet to reveal the purpose of his interest in her. This individual was rather peculiar. Upon their first encounter, he had shown her extraordinary warmth. Although he didn't seem the type to be affectionate. He even arranged a job for the mother of the child, Li Fanghua. When they met that afternoon, Li Fanghua appeared to be quite pleased, evidently satisfied with her workplace. But why? Could there truly be someone who was kind without expecting anything in return? Jixia found herself puzzled and resolved to share her concerns with the old man. "Master, have you discerned anything about Song Iran's background? You impudent girl, do you think I possess the ability to see the past and future? If I had such abilities, would I be trapped within your mind?" Jixia tugged at her cushion, acknowledging the truth in his words. Aside from conversing with her in her mind, the old man was indeed rather useless. At that moment, A sudden rumble echoed from outside, leaving Ji Xia bewildered. What was that noise? It was already late autumn. Surely it couldn't be thunder. She hesitated for a moment, then returned to the floor-to-ceiling window and peered down. Don't look anymore. He has already left. Ji Xia pouted, who was looking at him. I was merely curious about that sound, which resembled thunder. Oh, it's just the garbage truck. Fu Zisher mimicked her tone. Didn't you know they clean the garbage at this time? Every day? Indeed, the old man had a knack for being insufferable. Ji Xia stomped back to the living room. Speaking of which, I wonder what Zhou Shazi is here for. Does he know someone is about to have bad luck and has come to bring good fortune? Oh, I must be getting old. I easily forget things. Some people don't care whether they are unfortunate. They have grown accustomed to it. Ji Xia could no longer tolerate it and shouted, "Shut up!" After yelling, she snatched her coat and stormed out, slamming the security door with such force that even the neighbors peeked out to see what was happening. Oh dear, he has already left. What are you going down for? Ji Xia was certain that the old man was a victim of his own verbosity. What kind of master constantly meddled in the affairs of his disciple? Upon descending the elevator and arriving at the entrance of her building, Ji Xia suddenly halted, cursing the old man in her mind for being so troublesome. The reason was that Zhou Tianzi stood at the entrance, looking fiercely at her, as if preparing to leave. Ji Xia thought, if she could go back to that fateful night when she had slept alone in the park, she would definitely ignore the voices that echoed in her mind. Now, facing him directly, she could not simply walk past without acknowledging him, especially since he was her benefactor. Gathering her courage, Ji Xia pushed open the entrance door and stepped forward slowly as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds, approaching Zhou Tianzi. Zhou Germani. What brings you here? Zhou Tianzi looked down at her, noticing that she was nearly 2 meters away from him and not looking up. His silence made Ji Xia uncomfortable, and unconsciously, she took 2 steps to the side, discovering which angle caused her ankle to hurt. She nearly collapsed to the ground, but fortunately, Zhou Tianzi caught her arm. Thank you. As she expressed her gratitude, she stepped back, freeing her arm from his grip. Are you injured? Oh, it's almost healed. I just twisted it accidentally. Zhou Tianzi fell silent once more. As he took a step forward, Ji Xia instinctively retreated. After a few steps, Zhou Tianzi halted, emitting a sound akin to a laugh, prompting Ji Xia to look up at him. When their eyes met, Ji Xia felt as if she might be drawn in, and she hurriedly backed away, only to be caught again. What are you afraid of? Ji Xia shook her head. Nothing, I'm not afraid. Not afraid? Stop hiding. Ji Xia thought to herself, it's not that I want to hide. It's that you are too imposing, making it impossible to approach you. And you are shrouded in mysteries. You occasionally reveal that you have your reasons for acting as you do. Yet the very next day, she would hear news of him mingling with other women. After several instances, she had grown numb to it, unable to discern truth from deception. Brother, could you please clarify? However, these thoughts she dared only to scream internally, not expressing them directly, for she lacked the standing and confidence to do so. Zhou Tianzi pressed his hand against his heart, bending over in pain as cold sweat visibly beaded on his forehead. Ji Xia was startled and rushed forward to support him. Zhouge, Tianzi, are you all right? Don't scare me. Yado, it seems that whoever controls him does not wish for him to come near you. At that moment, the voice in her mind provided her with reassurance, prompting Ji Xia to hurriedly withdraw her hand from supporting Zhou Tianzi. Zhouge, I want to touch you. I will call 120 and have them come for you. While speaking, she took out her phone, ready to make the call. However, Zhou Tianzi grasped her previously withdrawn hand, believing he had a firm hold, though it was merely a light grip. Even so, the pain in his heart intensified as if 1,000 needles were piercing him. Seeing his condition worsen, Ji Xia quickly shook off his hand and stepped aside. Zhouge, focus. Don't think of anything. Calm yourself. Zhou Tianzi's gaze remained fixed on Ji Xia, his hand pressing firmly against his heart. The distance between them was only a meter. Yet that meter was an insurmountable chasm at that moment. Chapter 40 Backlash. Meanwhile, not far from the Zhou residence at the Lin family villa, Qin Qing suddenly stood up and swiftly entered Lin Qianqian's room. Qianqian, how are you? Lin Qianqian, puzzled by the inquiry, replied, I'm fine, what is wrong? And Qin? Don't you feel even a bit unwell? Or find it hard to breathe? No, I'm perfectly fine. I was just sorting through my jewelry. Qin Qing scrutinized Lin Qianqian's complexion, confirming that she appeared untroubled. However, this was unexpected. Zhou Tianzi's reaction had been so significant that it seemed to have repercussions for her as well. How could Qianqian show no signs of distress? Aunt Qin, are you all right? Your complexion doesn't look good. By the way, why hasn't brother Tianzi fallen in love with me yet? He is already divorced. Yet he still doesn't mention being with me. Upon reaching this point, Lin Qianqian was filled with indignation, setting aside the jewelry in her hands. You have no idea how indifferent he is every time we meet. He does not exhibit any signs of affection towards me. Qin Qing also found it puzzling. The bond of emotional threads was supposed to signify a destined pair, and logically, they should quickly fall in love with each other. Yet, it seemed that only Qianqian was enamored, while Zhou Tianzi continuously struggled to break free from this entanglement. Could it be that the child of destiny possesses an innate ability to resist complete control? Qin Qing's gaze fell upon the young girl beside her, delicate and beautiful, reminiscent of her own self over 20 years ago, wholeheartedly pursuing a beautiful love. She silently vowed not to let Qianqian repeat her own mistakes. She would ensure her daughter succeeded and continued to live a blissful life. I shall study this further tomorrow, if all else fails. I will return to Qingling Mountain for guidance. Lin Qianqian pouted, glancing around before leaning towards Qin Qing. Mother, you once said that by controlling the emotional threads, Tianzi would soon fall in love with me. It has been so long, and nothing has changed. Is it possible that your powers are insufficient? Qin Qing furrowed her brow upon hearing this. She indeed required the talents of others to aid her in certain endeavors, but it was hardly to the extent of being unable to control a mere emotional thread. You must hurry. Did you not mention that the luck-enhancing bead has a tendency to slip away? If we cannot secure the child of destiny, we bring misfortune upon ourselves? Lin Qianqian touched the luck-enhancing bead around her neck, and for some unknown reason, the face of Ji Xia floated in her mind, causing her to unconsciously tighten her grip on the bead. When Qin Qing noticed, she saw that the chain holding the bead was nearly torn apart by Lin Qianqian's tugging. She smacked her hand lightly, urging her to release the bead. Do you wish to destroy it? Lin Qianqian glared at Qin Qing defiantly. Why must I carry this wretched bead and constantly worry about the luck stored within it vanishing? Throughout my life, I have asked you numerous times, yet you have never told me, only stating that with this bead, I am a daughter of the Lin family. If you wish for me to be a Lin family daughter so desperately, why then did you reveal that you are my mother? Qin Qing felt a pang of sorrow for her daughter's distress and hurried to console her, while internally contemplating how to enhance her own abilities. Otherwise, she could not ensure her daughter's favorable living conditions and might be found by her gradually awakening junior disciple. Qianqian, my powers are still inadequate at present, but I will seek opportunities to improve. Once there is no one left to threaten us, I will proudly declare to the world that you are my Qin Qing's daughter. With red-rimmed eyes, Lin Qianqian, after a long pause, finally spoke. Today, Tianzi's little aunt sought you out. You approached her not to get closer to Zhou Nan, did you not? Did you not say that Zhou Nan could help you enhance your abilities? Why have you not yet secured her? The last time she humiliated me at work, you insisted that I endure it for future plans. I do not wish to endure any longer. Oof. Qin Qing recalled Zhou Nan with a surge of anger. That wretched girl had slipped away from her when she was young, and now she was even harder to control. Rest assured, tomorrow I will seek Zhou Yuehua and will find an opportunity to approach Zhou Nan. Do not worry. The suffering you have endured will be repaid tenfold by her. Finally, she managed to coax a smile from Lin Qianqian, and Qin Qing sighed in relief, reminding her to rest early before stepping outside. Once back in her room, Qin Qing collapsed onto the floor, astonished by Zhou Tianzi's remarkable willpower to defy the control of emotional threads and persist in approaching others. At that moment, Ji Xia had finally managed to bring Zhou Tianzi back to the apartment, utterly exhausted. Taking a few deep breaths, she glanced at the figure leaning against the sofa. Brother Zhou, are you all right? Is it possible that you go to the hospital? Zhou Tianxi's condition was indeed alarming. His face was pale, lips devoid of color, resembling a fish on the brink of death. She tentatively touched him, calling out to her master in her mind. "Master, what should I do? What is wrong with him? He cannot be dying, can he?" "Nonsense, foolish girl, what are you saying? The child of destiny cannot perish so easily." Yet, he appeared extremely unwell. Ji Xia slapped her thigh. "No, I must call for 120, as it would be disastrous if something were to happen." This time, Zhou Tianxi directly knocked her phone to the ground, still stubbornly half lifting himself. "Wait, I will be fine soon." Ji Xia looked at him skeptically, picking up her phone with a twinge of pain as the tempered glass screen was shattered. Casting a glance at the person leaning back against the sofa, Ji Xia angrily sought out her master. "Master, did you eavesdrop on my conversation again? Otherwise, how would Zhou Tianxi suddenly intervene to stop me from calling?" After a lengthy silence, "Very well," the old man feigned ignorance again. "Hey, stop pretending to be dead. Is there any way to assist him? He certainly appears to be suffering greatly." After a considerable wait, Fu Zisher finally responded, stating, "My memory has not fully recovered after seeing Zhou Yuehua yesterday. It seems to have regained some clarity. Zhou's condition should be resolvable, but at present, I cannot recall how. One thing is certain, though. His current suffering is also felt by whoever is controlling him." Ji Xia pondered for a moment and said, "A backlash? It seems that is how it is described in novels. Those who manipulate others often pay an equivalent price." "That is roughly correct. The problem is identifying who controls him. If we knew who it was, we could directly confront that person." Ji Xia sighed in exasperation. "Master, it seems you are merely stating the obvious." While they conversed, Zhou Tianxi's complexion visibly improved. Ji Xia mourned for her staunch belief in materialism. Why must such an enigmatic occurrence unfold in her life? She poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Zhou Tianxi, staring vacantly at the glass. At that moment, she genuinely doubted whether Zhou Tianxi was aware of her misfortunes and was here to replenish her luck. Every time she thought she was on the verge of clearing out the bedroom, Zhou Tianxi would appear. With this thought, her gaze softened as she looked at him. Chapter 41. "Can you tape it finer?" Zhou Tianxi, now recovering, was momentarily taken aback by the gentle look in her eyes. "Girl, your smile resembles that of a dog." Ji Xia immediately dropped her expression, responding, "If you cannot speak properly, then just rest. There's no need to make things difficult for yourself." Zhou Tianxi reverted to his usual impassive demeanor, sipping the water before surveying the surroundings. It was well organized, reflecting her style. He had not had the chance to notice last time, only now realizing that some furniture had been rearranged. The decor remained the same, yet the overall style seemed transformed. Ji Xia followed his gaze around the room. "Brother Zhou, are you feeling better?" As she spoke, she leaned closer to him, even poking his arm, but he showed no reaction. "Master, are you mistaken? Look, I am moving closer to him, and he is not reacting at all. Are you foolish? That is the one controlling Zhou. It is not controlling you, so of course, he would not respond to your proximity." Ji Xia appeared bewildered, her eyes darting as she pressed closer, nearly leaning against Zhou Tianxi. He remained still, watching her approach, and this time, instead of pain, he felt an itch in his heart, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch upward. Unfortunately, just as she was a few centimeters away, Ji Xia halted and quickly retreated, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Brother Zhou, does this make you uncomfortable?" Zhou Tianxi retracted his upward curving lips, casting her a glance before sipping his water once more. "No." Ji Xia nodded, concluding that her master was indeed correct. Only when he approached her of his own accord would he behave unusually. "So, Brother Zhou, do you know who is responsible? How long have you been in this condition?" Zhou Tianxi reflected on how long it had been, realizing there was no definitive time frame, only the awareness of when the piercing pain had begun. He did not wish to involve the person before him excessively, so he shook his head. Ji Xia had a candidate in mind, but could not voice it. "Shu Ye, since your discomfort is related to me, perhaps it would be best for us to see each other less often. Your appearance today is truly alarming." Before Zhou Tianxi could utter a word, the voice in his mind rebelled, scolding the foolish girl for her reckless words. Ji Xia felt aggrieved. This person had been aiding her for nearly 2 years, and she could not continuously drain him of his resources. Moreover, there were already those who wished to keep Zhou Tianzi away from her. Currently, they were managing to control his proximity, but the next step might involve dealing with her directly. It has nothing to do with you, so do not overthink it. Zhou Tianzi felt that his visit had wrought more harm than good, sighing internally, deciding that he must resolve the matter thoroughly before anything else. Upon standing, Ji Xia followed suit, and they exchanged glances for a brief moment before she averted her gaze first. Zhou Tianzi scrutinized her for a while longer before shifting his focus elsewhere, noting that it was getting late and urging her to rest early. As he reached the door, he paused momentarily, contemplating whether he should make some candy if time permitted. Zhou Tianzi left for quite a while before Ji Xia finally returned to the living room. Master, do you think the one controlling Zhou Gu is old Master Zhou? She pondered, realizing that there were many who did not want Zhou Tianzi near her. Yet the only one capable of engaging with such esoteric matters was likely old Master Zhou. It was conceivable, but it was also true that he would have instructed someone else to act on his behalf. He likely lacked such abilities himself. There are many capable individuals around old Master Zhou. It is difficult to ascertain who it could be. Is it possible that it is that Qin Xing again? She was present during our last visit to Qingling Mountain. Fu Ji did not respond, deciding that it was best for his disciple to grapple with such speculations on her own. His silence reminded Ji Xia of another matter. Had Zhou Tianzi truly come to request candy, meaning he had finished the corn soft candy she made last time? Was his visit tonight solely to ask for candy? Master, do you think he came just to ask for candy? I suggest you get some rest. We can discuss the candy matter tomorrow. Ji Xia pouted in disinterest and went to the kitchen to arrange her candy wrappers, the topmost reading, Charge. What is there to fear? At that moment, she suddenly remembered that the corn flour she had brought from Taohua village was gone. She had assumed it would not be needed again after using it last time, not expecting Zhou Tianzi to come asking. Never mind, I will call him tomorrow. After sleeping until the sun was high in the sky, Ji Xia scolded herself internally for becoming increasingly slothful. She needed to find a job. However, before she could contemplate what kind of work to pursue, she received a call from Li Fanghua. On the other end, the child was excited to hear her voice, repeatedly calling her beautiful sister. I called to ask. Zai Zai said he saw Zai's father yesterday. What happened? Just as Ji Xia was about to discuss Zai's father, Li Fanghua asked, and they arranged a time to meet and chat. However, she did not expect Li Fanghua to arrive with Song Yiran in tow. Song Yiran was indeed a peculiar individual, seemingly too idle every day. I happened to be beside Fanghua when she called, and hearing she wanted to meet you, I decided to join. I hope I'm not interrupting. Yixia smiled, but internally thought, brother, now that you're here, asking that is rather redundant. Li Fanghua, upon seeing Zai leap into her arms, turned to Song Yiran and said, Boss, could you watch Zai for me? Ji Xia felt that Song Yiran was struggling to maintain his smile, but did not offer him an escape. Once the duo of large and small had walked away, Li Fanghua finally asked, Did you encounter Dong Chong at the mall yesterday? Was that woman with him? Ji Xia found her tone curious, and asked uncertainly, You have not given up on him? This question left Li Fanghua silent for a long time. It's not that I don't want to give up. It's because Zai is still so young, and I do not want him to lose his father. Ji Xia's gaze fell upon Zai playing in the distance, recognizing how important paternal love is for a child. Yet, would someone like Dong Chong ever return? He did not even go back when the elder who had supported his education passed away. Did he truly care for Zai? Before she could voice her thoughts, Li Fanghua continued, When my mother passed away, I thought he was just too busy to return. I never told her the truth. However, Li Fanghua had appeared so heartbroken when she had taken Zai back to her hometown last time that Ji Xia had assumed she had given up. I know he cheated. He is not a good person, but he is the father of my child. I cannot simply abandon him. Ji Xia felt helpless. Then what is it you seek from me? Li Fanghua's eyes widened with anticipation. Do you know the woman Dong Chong cheated with? Can you take me to find her? Chapter 42. Declaration of Ownership. Ji Xia felt conflicted. While she wished for Zhou Yuehua to leave Dong Chong and not be deceived by a scoundrel, she did not intend to accompany Dong Chong's legal wife in searching for her. Fanghua, I am sorry. She is an elder of mine. Elder? You have such an elder in your family? A meddler in others' affairs? A third party? Li Fanghua immediately bombarded her with questions, and even her gaze shifted. Jixia felt a sense of helplessness, taken aback by how Li Fanghua had transformed upon discussing Dongchang. Fanghua, listen to me. She did not know about you and Dongchang. If she had, she would never have embarked on a relationship with him. So, when it comes to matters of the heart, is it solely the woman's fault? Does she not realize the true culprit lies with that scoundrel? If Dongchang had remained content with his wife and child, would there be so much turmoil? Did she not question why he had suddenly taken an interest in Zhou Yuehua? Jixia's gaze fell upon Zai in the distance. Fanghua, why would he seek someone new? Li Fanghua's eyes flickered, unwilling to answer. Jixia redirected her gaze, fixating on her eyes, which showed evasion and avoidance, but lacked the assertiveness necessary to resolve the issue. And if you meet that woman, what will you do? Li Fanghua avoided Jixia's gaze, replying, I hope she will return Zai's father to us, as he is still so young. And if she is unwilling, Li Fanghua bit her lip, contemplating for a moment. Then I will plead with her, imploring her not to be with Zai's father for the sake of the child. Jixia stood. Jean li patin li Fangshua shulde. I am sorry, I cannot assist you. At that moment, Song Yiran returned with Zai, who was evidently still fascinated by the new experiences and had not played enough. Have you finished your discussion? Song Yiran asked gently, but Jixia sensed his impatience. She smiled and nodded. Is there something else you needed to discuss, Songge? She then turned to Li Fanghua, who was struggling with Zai. Fanghua, some things cannot be forced. Moreover, you know what kind of person he is. You are merely reluctant to admit it. This will make your life very difficult. When Li Fanghua looked up, her eyes were brimming with tears, her voice choked. But is it wrong for me to want to give Zai a complete family? Upon hearing his mother's quivering voice, Zai immediately ceased his struggles and softly called out, Mama. That is true, but we cannot ascertain if the other party is willing. Jixia felt a pang of sympathy. A young mother with a needy child faced immense challenges. However, having interacted with Dongchang on a few occasions, she noted how he always shied away from engaging with Zai and was unwilling to let Zhou Yuehua know his past. I understand. I will take Zai back now. Li Fanghua wiped her tears and nodded at Song Yiran. Boss, thank you for accompanying me. After Li Fanghua left, Jixia remained seated, reluctant to move, watching Zai who seemed lost in thought, as if conversing with her master. Child, you might as well take her to meet Zhou Yuehua. Jixia disagreed. No matter the circumstances, Zhou Yuehua was Zhou Tianzi's aunt, and that could not be allowed. She does not know that Dongchang has a child. I remarked on your stubbornness. First, you must rescue yourself before considering others. If you bring Li Fanghua along, the truth will be revealed, and Zhou Yuehua will naturally accept you with joy, restoring your fortune. Yet, my principles do not permit such actions. You impudent girl, do you wish for me to reside in your mind for eternity? Jixia chose to ignore the old man, and, upon regaining her senses, noticed Song Yiran gazing at her with an odd expression. What is it, Songge? Song Yiran smiled and stood up. Let us go. I know a splendid dumpling shop. I will take you there. Jixia's eyes brightened. Perhaps it was tied to her childhood experiences, but she had a particular fondness for dumplings and wontons, foods that symbolize festivity. When she had just married Zhou Tianzi and finally enjoyed a stable life, she had indulged in dumplings for a week without growing weary of them. It was astonishing that in less than half a month of knowing Song Yiran, he had memorized her preferences. The feeling of being cherished by another was delightful, prompting her to smile at him with genuine warmth. While waiting for their meal, Song Yiran tentatively inquired, Xia, do you have someone you like? Jixia was taken aback. Songge, why do you ask such a question? Oh, I mean no offense. I simply wish to understand you better. During our time together, I find you quite admirable. Girl, it seems this Song fellow has taken a liking to you. Before Jixia could respond, Fu Zisher's weathered voice startled her, causing her to nearly spill her tea. Are you all right? Song Yiran handed her tissue. I realize this is somewhat sudden, but matters of the heart often arrive unannounced. I believe I may have fallen for you at first sight. Jixia awkwardly sipped her water to mask her embarrassment. Well, Songge, if I decline, will I still be able to enjoy these dumplings? Fu Zisher scoffed. What kind of question is that? His disciple is not only lazy, but also greedy. Xia, what are you saying? I did not expect you to reply affirmatively. I simply couldn't hold back. Song Yaran refilled Jisia's tea. Enjoy your meal without pressure. I merely wish for a chance to pursue you. Throughout the meal, Jisia felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles. Even her beloved food could not alleviate her discomfort. What did Song Yaran truly desire? She had not yet discerned his intentions, yet here he was, confessing his feelings. Although she may seem simple-minded, she was not foolish enough to be easily deceived. His every action reeked of ulterior motives, as if he had written his hidden agenda across his face, and yet he dared to profess his affection. Master, can you discern Song Yaran's background? Difficult to say. He does not appear to belong to your usual circle, possessing no familiar aura. At present, he indeed seems like a fortuitous admirer. Were it not for your notorious misfortune, one might genuinely believe he seeks to court you. Jisia glanced around the bustling restaurant. Too many patrons to roll her eyes without seeming disrespectful. Master, do I hold no standing in your eyes? Not a single kind word. Song Yaran observed the now quiet Jisia since his confession. Xia, the last time you mentioned wanting to find a job to support yourself. Do you have any leads? Would you consider joining my studio? Jisia felt a pang of annoyance. Her loose tongue had betrayed her yet again. She chuckled lightly. Not in a rush. I'm currently accepting some freelance work to make ends meet. Oh, what kind of freelance work? Yixia mentally scoffed. Did he really need a prize so deeply? Genji. Oh, really? You make candy? How delightful. Can I place an order? Jisia reluctantly nodded, thinking, you truly catch on to everything, don't you? After some thought, she added, however, I can't right now. I've run out of a specific ingredient and will have to wait. Remembering this, she realized she needed to call Zhou Tianxi to discuss the matter. After an unpleasant meal, Jisia declined Song Yaran's offer to escort her home, citing a prior engagement with friends. This irritating Song fellow finally departed. Why was he so tedious, akin to a young girl? Ignoring her master's jibe, she strolled home while attempting to call Zhou Tianxi. However, the ringing persisted without an answer. Puzzled, she checked her phone, 12:30, precisely during lunch break. Why was he answering? After hanging up, she waited a moment before calling again. Perhaps he had not heard. In Zhou Tianxi's office, Lin Qianqian heard the phone ring anew and rose from the small sofa. Walking over to the desk where the phone lay. The screen displayed a single character, Xia. Her delicate features instantly soured. This Jisia had divorced her brother Tianxi and still dared to call and disturb him. Glancing towards the office door, she noted that Zhou Tianxi had been summoned by Assistant Qian and would not return anytime soon. Picking up the phone, she pressed the answer button, holding her breath. Hello, Shu Ye. On her end, silence reigned, prompting Jisia to speak. Is it Sister Ji? Tianxi is busy. Do you need something? Jisia felt a lump form in her throat, internally cursing her foolishness for making this call. Hello, Sister Ji. Are you listening? Should I relay a message? Jisia opened her mouth, but had yet to speak when Lin Qianqian interjected. But Tianxi is rather busy, so if it's not important, please refrain from calling. Lin Qianqian stroked the phone's metal casing, its coolness contrasting with her rising frustration. Tianxi had never mentioned their relationship, surely due to Jisia's influence. She could not allow her any further opportunities. After years abroad, she returned to find Tianxi married to this woman. Jisia was at a loss for words. With a rival asserting her claim, she had no choice but to hang up. Girl, I must say you are far too timid. This is not at all like me. Although no one in the street was watching her, she reminded herself to refrain from rolling her eyes. And what would the esteemed master do in such a situation? Why, I would confront her directly. Who does she think she is, Zhou Xiaoji's spokesperson? Jisia felt her energy drain, unable to move, and settled on a bench by the roadside. Just yesterday, she had complained about Zhou Tianxi's duplicity, and today he provided her with a practical example. It seemed habitual. Each time they met, he would inevitably be with his confidant the following day. What was this a trio bound together? She had no desire to be a pawn in their play. If she softened again, she would become a fool. Fueled by her anger, she stood and marched back. If she continued to entertain those two, she would be cursed for life. Girl, do not utter such oaths. You will surely be well and not remain unfortunate forever. Jisia huffed, feeling somewhat gratified. Master, have you finally learned to comfort your disciple? I fear I cannot escape your mind. Indeed, Jixia felt like a jester in her own tale, pondering what she truly expected. She had long recognized this old man as cunning. I shall go seek Zhou Yuehua this afternoon, striving to extricate you from my thoughts as early as possible. Chapter 43. Fearless Jixia declared her intention to visit Zhou Yuehua, then opened her phone to summon a ride, preparing to depart. Today, for reasons unknown, she found it quite difficult to hail a taxi from her location and had no choice but to stroll forward toward the next intersection. This turn of events led her to miss the opportunity to meet Zhou Yuehua, as Zhou Yuehua had taken Qin to observe Dong Chong. Dong Chong, eager to ascend the social ladder, was unwilling to relinquish his relationship with Zhou Yuehua, a girl of such esteemed lineage. After being unceremoniously ejected from the car by Zhou Yuehua, he had been seeking opportunities to apologize and win her back. However, Zhou Yuehua, still stung by Zhou Tianxi's provocations, had no desire to engage with him. Consequently, a week passed without him seeing her. In the early stages of their relationship, Dong Chong indeed treated her well, and Zhou Yuehua found herself infatuated with him, for it is rare to encounter someone who reciprocates one's feelings. After spending some time together, she had even taken him along when her grandfather visited Qingling Mountain, intending for her master to discern whether he was her true match. If he was, she could commit her emotions without reservation. Unexpectedly, her grandfather did not grant her the chance to meet her master. She also did not anticipate that Dong Chong would end up with a child that bore a striking resemblance to him. Her reluctance to contact Dong Chong stemmed from a fear that it would confirm the child's paternity, a realization that would repulse her. Listening to her concerns, Qin expressed her willingness to accompany her to meet Dong Chong, to assess his character. After more than a week, Zhou Yuehua finally dialed Dong Chong's number, and he answered almost immediately. Yuehua, you finally contacted me. I missed you so much this past week. His voice came through the phone, and Zhou Yuehua realized her heart still fluttered at the sound of it. Let us meet and clarify things. Dong Chong hesitated for a moment before responding. Yuehua, listen to me. That child has nothing to do with me. I genuinely don't understand why Jixia brought a child to find me. Zhou Yuehua interrupted him, insisting, let us discuss this in person. All right, where shall we meet? After agreeing on a location, Zhou Yuehua hung up and nodded to Qin, and the two set off together. As they were about to leave, Qin casually inquired, what about your older brother's child, the girl named Zhou? She seems rather uncommon. Zhou Yuehua disdainfully replied, she has little presence in our Zhou family, being an illegitimate child. It's a privilege for her to receive a meal from us, living in the back courtyard. Qin glanced toward the back courtyard and then turned back with a smile, saying, let us go. Oh, I recall you asking about Zhou a few times. Is there something between you two? Qin smiled softly, last time at work. She hit Qian and I wanted to see what kind of girl she is to resort to fighting. Zhou Yuehua was taken aback. Fighting? Zhou and hit Qian? Yes, fortunately. Tianxi arrived in time. Otherwise, Zhou would have continued. Qin paused before adding, it seemed like it was to vent for Tianxi's ex-wife. Zhou is out of her mind. Zhou Yuehua exclaimed in anger. What does it matter to her whether Zhou Tianxi gets divorced? Why should she step in? Among the Zhou family, only Zhou Tianxi was truly remarkable. It seemed a waste of the fortune bestowed upon them. I have no idea why grandfather insisted that my cousin marry Jixia. Upon hearing this, Qin had a sudden realization. During their time at Qingling Mountain, Zhou's grandfather had mentioned that a weathered voice had told him that as long as Zhou Tianxi married a girl named Jixia, the Zhou family would rise from the ashes. Initially skeptical, he became convinced after sending someone to meet Jixia. That voice still appeared in Zhou's grandfather's dreams. Who could it be? Was it related to Jixia? Or perhaps still by her side? Jingjia, what are you thinking? Zhou Yuehua asked, noticing Qin lost in thought. Oh, nothing. Is your meeting place far? How long will it take to get there? Zhou Yuehua pointed ahead. It's right up there. Not far. This location was one they frequently visited after falling in love. Dong Chong had chosen it specifically because he knew she enjoyed spicy food. Upon reflection, she realized that Dong Chong had indeed treated her well, with thoughtfulness and sincerity. Whenever they were together, He always catered to her feelings and preferences, taking her to places she liked. Despite their lengthy relationship, she knew little about his tastes or hobbies. Moreover, Dong Chong was handsome and tall, truly her ideal type. Realizing this, she felt a pang of regret for having kicked him out of the car that day. She should have allowed him to explain himself rather than jumping to conclusions upon seeing a child that resembled him. When they met, she resolved to remain calm and listen to what he had to say. When the car came to a stop, Dong Chong hurried over to open the door for her, and Zhou Yuehua took his arm as she stepped out. As she turned to signal Qin Xing, Dong Chong realized she had brought someone along. "This is my good friend, Qin Xing," she introduced before also introducing Dong Chong to her. Qin Xing discreetly observed Dong Chong, finding an air about him that was reminiscent of a girl she had encountered years ago. She greeted him with a smile, subtly inquiring, "Mr. Dong, where are you from?" "Oh, you could just call me by my name. My hometown is a rural area. You probably wouldn't know it," he replied. Qin Xing nodded. "I was just trying to avoid any awkwardness during our first meeting, so I asked. Please don't mind." "Dong Chong, if Sister Qing asks, just answer." "No need to hide," Zhou Yuehua chided him unknowingly. "I meant no offense. Please forgive me, Sister Qing." Dong Chong apologized while observing Zhou Yuehua's expression. "My hometown is in a small town on the outskirts of Jiang City, Fengxian Town, a place that hasn't developed much. It's quite poor." As he served the two ladies, Dong Chong elaborated on his hometown. "Oh, that town sounds quite nice. Has it developed any tourism?" Qin Xing confirmed it was the same place as the girl she had met years ago. Dong Chong ordered their drinks and continued, "Not really. It's a remote area with poor roads, so no investors would be interested." Qin Xing thought to herself that he was mistaken. Their region was blessed with exceptional talent, and some individuals possessed remarkable potential for cultivation. The girl from years ago had surpassed the age for cultivation. She only sought a child with similar potential, which had led her to seduce Zhou Qihua, Zhou Yuehua's elder brother. Yet, she never anticipated that the child would ultimately slip from her grasp and now remained uncontrollable. Frustrated by her plan's failure, she felt a surge of anger. If Dong Chong truly had a child, it could rectify the shortcomings of her scheme. For controlling a child was far easier than managing an adult. She sipped her tea subtly while observing the young couple before her. It was evident that Dong Chong's sincerity was overshadowed by a performative aspect, yet the infatuated Zhou Yuehua remained oblivious. The Zhou family seemed to have produced only one truly formidable individual, Zhou Tianxi, squandering the fortune bestowed upon them. Zhou Tianxi, a man unable to manage even his own affections. She must enhance her own abilities to ensure her daughter's hopes did not fade. "Sister Qing, please enjoy your meal. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom," Zhou Yuehua said, setting down her cup and rising to head toward the facilities. This left only Qin Xing and Dong Chong at the table. She smiled, and her smile immediately alerted Dong Chong. "Is something the matter, Sister Qing? I calculated that you have a child, around 3 years old now," she stated. Dong Chong's face paled, his eyes widening as he seemed desperate to refute her claim, yet found himself at a loss for words. "You needn't attempt to deceive me. I am a practitioner, and Zhou Yuehua has confirmed the information she provided me is true." "Dong Chong, you are indeed lying. What do you want?" Dong Chong stammered, and Qin Xing raised her wine glass, swirling the red liquid within. "I have no particular desires, but I do wish to meet that child." Dong Chong was taken aback. "Will you tell Yuehua about this?" "It depends on your conduct." As Dong Chong was about to speak, Zhou Yuehua returned. "What are you discussing?" she inquired of the two, yet her gaze was fixed on Qin Xing. The hope in her eyes seemed ready to overflow. She wished for Qin Xing to provide her with an affirmative answer, to assure her that Dong Chong was a worthy person to rely upon. Qin Xing smiled and replied, "Your boyfriend loves you dearly. Cherish him well." Upon hearing this, both Zhou Yuehua and Dong Chong exhaled in relief, though their thoughts diverged, particularly Dong Chong, who realized he now held a secret in the hands of this woman named Qin Xing. If he were to have a future with Zhou Yuehua, he would undoubtedly have to comply with her wishes. It was likely that Zhou Yuehua had summoned her today to test him. The meal, while appearing harmonious, was truly satisfying only for Zhou Yuehua. On their way back, she continued to express her gratitude to Qin Xing, thanking her for helping her confirm her feelings for the man she admired, allowing her the opportunity to pursue a proper romance. Yet, Qin Xing remarked, I believe your boyfriend's affection is not due to any special ability. Rather, it is evident in the way he treats you. Xing Ye, can't you help me predict a bit? Zhou Yuehua pleaded. With a resigned smile, Qin Xing replied, Sister, do you take me for a fortune teller? I have indeed cultivated on Qingling Mountain, but I am not a seer. This was also to avoid any repercussions should Dong Chang's past come to light. For Zhou Yuehua might hold her accountable, especially since the Zhou family and the Lin family would still need to interact amicably. Zhou Yuehua pondered for a moment and conceded that today could simply be seen as a friend assisting her in evaluating her boyfriend. At the dinner table, Dong Chang clarified the events that had transpired at the mall. He explained that many of his words that day had been spoken in haste, asserting that he had not forgotten the elder who had supported his education. Moreover, he expressed confusion about why a child had referred to him as father. Perhaps it was that woman named Ji Xia who had instructed the child, as she had sought him out at her residence not long ago. Zhou Yuehua still believed in Dong Chang, for he was the man she had chosen, and she hoped he would not betray her trust. After Zhou Yuehua and Qin Xing departed, Dong Chang leaned against a utility pole by the roadside, quietly smoking a cigarette. The smoke drifted before him, creating an almost surreal ambience. His audacious denial of all matters stemmed from the fact that only a few were aware of his affair with Li Fanghua. Even the townsfolk remained oblivious. Having graduated from university and pursued further studies, he had returned home infrequently, compounded by the absence of any wedding ceremony. Thus no one suspected him to be the father of the child. However, after his recent encounter at the mall, he was somewhat astonished to note how much the boy resembled him, which explained why Ji Xia had recognized him so quickly. Opening his contacts, he noticed a newly added phone number belonging to Qin Xing. She seemed quite interested in both his hometown and the child, although he was uncertain of her motives. She had assured him that she could facilitate Zhou Yuehua's acceptance of him. Hailing from a remote village, he felt disadvantaged from the outset. Watching his peers drive luxury cars and reside in villas, with their careers already secured, eliciting a profound envy within him. Chapter 44. The designated heir, the only asset he could offer was his own appearance. Having finally won the affection of a wealthy heiress through his looks, he was resolute in not relinquishing her. The Zhou family's Yuanxin group had experienced rapid growth in recent years, gradually establishing itself as a leading enterprise. If he were to truly be with Zhou Yuehua, would his future not be filled with prosperity? Furthermore, Zhou Yuehua's beauty and physique were precisely to his liking. This surely indicated a predestined connection between them, one he would not allow anyone to disrupt. Dong Chang silently vowed, Li Fanghua, do not blame me. As an old saying goes, one must prioritize oneself. I am merely securing my own future. As he prepared to leave, he suddenly thought of Ji Xia, his eyes narrowing with a glint of coldness. If she dared to jeopardize his future happiness, he would not hesitate to retaliate. He was perplexed as to how she had become acquainted with Li Fanghua, and why she seemed to uphold her interests. She was Zhou Tianxi's ex-wife, and during his last visit to Qingling Mountain, many had been present, including Qin Xing, who had utilized the child to threaten him, appearing to hold some standing. As Zhou Yuehua seemed to trust her implicitly, perhaps he could ask for her assistance in dealing with Ji Xia. Checking the time, he realized Zhou Yuehua and the others likely had not yet returned, and he would need to find another opportunity to reach out to her. Just then, an unfamiliar call came through. Dong Chang frowned but answered, hello. There was silence on the line, yet he could hear breathing. Assuming it was a prank, he was about to hang up when a childish voice suddenly piped up, Daddy. Glancing at the phone, he confirmed it was an unfamiliar number, realizing that Li Fanghua had indeed switched numbers to contact him. The sound of a child crying soon followed, muffled as if someone had covered their mouth. Dong Chang was unwilling to waste time. Having decided to sever ties with his past life, he naturally would no longer maintain contact with those from it. Brother Chang, it's Fanghua. His finger hovered over the hang-up button when he heard her voice again. Remembering Qin Xing's desire to meet the child, he thought it prudent to listen to what Li Fanghua had to say. Brother Chang, are you listening? Li Fanghua's voice trembled as she spoke. Having finally managed to reach him, She had hoped Ji Xia would facilitate a meeting, but to her dismay, she had not offered any help. My mother has passed away, and I have returned with the child. Dong Chang's expression remained impassive, his words cold and unfeeling. What does that have to do with me? But you are the child's father. Li Fanghua cried on the other end, tears evident in her voice. You cannot abandon us. I already have a girlfriend. Do not call me again. Furthermore, he warned, I advise you not to let anyone discover that I am that child's father, or do not blame me for being impolite. He swiftly ended the call and blocked the number, scoffing at the notion of being responsible for them, as he himself had no one to care for him. With this thought, he sent a message to Zhou Yuehua, for his sense of security could only be found in her. On the other end, Li Fanghua clutched the child, sobbing uncontrollably, perplexed as to why the man who had once treated her with such kindness had turned so cold. Mama, the child said, using small hands to wipe her tears. Why are you crying? Mama, where is Daddy? Why doesn't Daddy look at me? With tear-filled eyes, Li Fanghua held her child tightly, vowing that she could not allow her child to grow up without a father. Resolute, she dialed another number. Fanghua, Ji Xia, having just alighted near Zhou Yuehua's residence, was taken aback by Li Fanghua's call. The sound of sobbing startled her, prompting her to ask what had happened. Miss Ji, I beg you, could you please help me for the sake of the child? I implore you. Ji Xia looked up at the cloudy sky, devoid of even a hint of sunlight despite it being midday. Fanghua, it is not that I do not wish to help you, but just tell me how to find that woman. I know you can do it. The child is too young to be without a father. Ji Xia sighed, rubbing her temples in exasperation. Let me think it over. After hanging up, Ji Xia stared blankly at her phone, leaning against a tree by the roadside. She questioned the figure in her mind. Master, did I err in helping the child find his mother? Isn't this the path you chose? Each act of kindness accumulates merit. Ji Xia pondered, but that does not include after-sales service. Strictly speaking, I have no obligation to assist her. Why must I help Fanghua? It was indeed unnecessary to help her. She was barely managing her own affairs. Song Yiran had assigned her a leisurely position as a departmental assistant, allowing her the freedom to bring the child to work. Why should she seek to reconcile Dong Chang? This was the perplexing aspect for Ji Xia. What redeeming qualities did that scoundrel possess? He rejected both her and the child. Why should she plead with him? Perhaps it was love. Yixia Kvischund. Can love truly render one irrational? You certainly do not know, for you have never experienced it. Ji Xia closed her eyes, mentally rolling her eyes at the old man, who spoke as if he had once known love. What do you intend to do? Will you truly take her to find Zhou Yuehua? Master, do you even hear what you are saying? I can barely take care of myself. How could I possibly assist anyone else? The matter concerning Li Fanghua is something she must come to understand on her own. Others may speak too much and err, especially since she is still wholeheartedly hoping for Dong Chang's return. As Ji Xia bantered with her master, she made her way to Zhou Yuehua's residence. At that moment, Zhou Yuehua was engrossed in the messages from Dong Chang, her lips curling into a shy smile. It was the first time someone had called her baby. Ching. Watching her from aside, teased, Oh, are we getting all sweet and sticky now? Sister Ching, Zhou Yuehua replied, her cheeks flushed. Why are you teasing me? Calling me sister is taking advantage of me, you know? I could be your mother. Zhou Yuehua linked her arm with hers, giggling, but look how young you are. Sister Ching, besides, I'm an old lady, and you're not even as old as my mother. As they jested, Zhou Yuehua received a notification from the surveillance at her front door. Someone was ringing the bell. She opened it to find it was Ji Xia, muttering under her breath. What does this shameless dog want at my house? Qin Qing leaned closer, inquiring about the matter. It's Zhou Tianxi's ex-wife. She actually came to knock on my door. Qin Qing pondered for a moment, feigning nonchalance before saying, Ji Xia, I'm quite familiar with that name, as my daughter often mentions her. And she has a strong disdain for her, believing she obstruct her romantic fate. Indeed, that's her. Just mentioning Ji Xia makes Zhou Yuehua utterly disdainful. They've divorced. She has nothing to do with our Zhou family now. Why is she coming to my house? How bothersome. Perhaps she has something important to discuss. Anyway, we are almost there. Do you want to go back and check? Zhou Yuehua frowned, dismissively stating, what could she possibly want? The last time I saw her, she was with Song Yiran. I believe she is the type who cannot live without a man. She divorced and immediately got involved with Song Iran. "I'm not going back," she declared, calling out to the driver, "Take me to the old residence." The car swiftly sped past Zhou Yuehua's home towards the ancestral house. Qin Xing's heart stirred at the mention of Ji Xia and Song Iran. "Who is Song Iran?" Zhou Yuehua, feeling unguarded with Qin Xing, answered her question readily. "He is that son of Zhou Zhenhai, not even bearing the Zhou surname. I don't know when he rolled back from abroad, but I've never seen him at the old residence. And now he is mingling with Ji Xia. You have no idea. The last time at the mall, Ji Xia was holding a child and was with Song Iran. She was even threatened by Zhou Tianxi with a car suspension over it. It was truly despicable. That child could very well be Ji Xia's with Song Iran. Ji Xia marrying Zhou Tianxi was merely a scheme to assist Song Iran in defeating Zhou Tianxi and acquiring the Yuanxin group. Zhou Yuehua felt she had unraveled a significant truth and deemed it necessary to report to the old patriarch. She eagerly shared her analysis with Qin Xing, anxiously asking, "Sister Qing, don't you think so? I am certain it is, as I say. I must tell the old man." Qin Xing was more than willing to help her daughter clear away any obstacles in her romantic path. Nodding in agreement with Zhou Yuehua, she solemnly stated, "This is indeed a matter of great importance. You must promptly inform the head of the family." Zhou Yuehua urged the driver to hasten, not wishing to delay the matter at hand. Qin Xing, seated beside her, smirked as she leisurely took out her phone to message Lin Chanqian about the situation, reminding her to subtly relay this information to Zhou Tianxi. Today, she had gained immensely. If Dong Chang's child were to possess the same fortune and innate talent as Zhou Nan in his youth, she must ensure that child becomes hers. Once secured, she could nurture the child for a few years to master their sex's unique skills, and then reclaim them afterward. By then, she would have no fear of her daughter's luck dissipating from the Pearl of Fortune. And as for that long-lost junior brother, even if he were to awaken, he would likely not surpass her, for she had once dissipated all his martial prowess. She resented him for interfering in her past and causing her beloved to forget her. She had been by his side for 20 years, yet he had never remembered her. Cursed be it, Qin Xing grew increasingly furious at the thought, wishing she could once again punish her junior brother. Zhou Yuehua inadvertently caught a glimpse of Qin Xing's expression through the car window and asked, "What is the matter?" Qin Xing seamlessly shifted to a warm demeanor, responding, "Oh, I was just thinking, if it truly unfolds as you suspect, wouldn't Zhou Tianxi be in grave danger? They are all mere clowns. How could they possibly contend with Zhou Tianxi? He is the heir designated by the Zhou family. His position is unassailable. Even when he wished not to divorce, he only wanted Ji Xia to move out. The old man was furious, but did not place too much blame on him. He merely urged him to expedite the divorce." Qin Xing listened with a cold smile. It was merely a recognition of Zhou Tianxi as the child of fortune. Given the old patriarch's unwavering focus on the Zhou family, if it weren't for Zhou Tianxi's fortuitous backing, he would likely have been ousted from his position as president long ago. It seems Zhou Tianxi has indeed managed the Zhou family well. Otherwise, how could your elder patriarch have ever recognized him? That is true. You should know that 2 years ago, the Zhou family was on the brink of bankruptcy. The old man suffered multiple heart attacks in a month. Had it not been for promptly pushing Zhou Tianxi into position, we might not even have a place to live now. Zhou Yuehua held a deep admiration for Zhou Tianxi, while her nephew always wore a scowl when facing her. He generously provided her with a substantial allowance every month. For that, she tolerated his occasional disregard of her as his aunt. Chapter 45. Don't you have a job? When the Zhou family faced bankruptcy, it was your elder brother who was in charge, wasn't it? Yes, it was that fool Zhou Qihua. When trouble arose, he failed to consult the old man in a timely manner, leading to the old man being powerless to rectify the situation by the time he was informed. Zhou Qihua was Zhou Tianxi's father. Qin Xing envisioned a tall, refined man. That year, when she realized she could not practice directly, she felt quite disheartened. She secluded herself in the temple, poring over countless ancient texts until she discovered a method suitable for her, which was to cultivate someone else first and then seize the skills for herself through forbidden arts. Her obsession with forbidden arts was discovered by her master, who burned the ancient texts and ordered her to reflect, forbidding her from practicing further. However, at that time, she was solely focused on descending the mountain to find her beloved, so she paid no heed. By the time she finally learned the forbidden skills she had memorized, she could not find a suitable person to practice her sectest techniques. Her master had once stated that the disciples of Qingling Temple were inherently against the natural order, as they practiced the path of manipulating fortune. A person's luck is inherently a reflection of their deeds. Good deeds bring good fortune, while evil deeds bring misfortune. Since ancient times, no one could defy this natural principle. Yet they assisted others in altering their fortunes. Those who sought them out were helped to change their luck, while those who did not were left to their own devices. Qingling Temple had rules since ancient times against privately manipulating another's luck. The lightest punishment would be the loss of their powers, while the heaviest would result in expulsion from a sect, rendering them unable to approach Qingling Temple ever again. However, for the sake of her daughter, she not only defied the natural order and her sect's teachings, but also schemed against ordinary people. She encountered a girl with great innate talent in Fengxian Town, but she had surpassed the age for cultivation. Thus, she maneuvered the girl onto the bed of Zhou Qihua, who possessed the fortune-enhancing attributes of the Zhou family. Eventually, that girl became pregnant as she had wished, but the child was returned to the Zhou family. Despite her countless attempts, she could not deceive the girl into her grasp. Even now, she could not fathom why Zhou Nan had so resolutely returned to the Zhou family, for they had not treated her well. The emergence of Zhou Tianxi, blessed with fortune, made her yearn for Zhou Qihua to bear another child of great fortune. Coupled with innate talent, that would be her perfect choice. Regrettably, she faced failure. Zhou Nan's aversion towards her was substantial, and for many years, she was compelled to halt her progress and continue waiting. Recently, she resorted to methods that should have remained untouched, which her master eventually discovered. The fortune within Qianqian's talisman had been leaking incessantly, causing her considerable anxiety. Thus, she found herself frequently visiting the Zhou family, hoping to seize an opportunity to connect with Zhou Nan. At that moment, the vehicle came to a stop, and Zhou Yuehua exited, courteously opening the door for Qin Qing. "We've arrived, Qin Jia. Thank you for today. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea?" Qin Qing suddenly realized they had reached the Zhou family estate. Remaining in her seat, she waved her hand dismissively. "Please go see the old master. Just have the driver return me to the Lin residence." Zhou Yuehua pondered for a moment, then replied, "I shall treat you properly next time." As the car departed, Zhou Yuehua hastily entered through the main gate. In the living room, old master Zhou reclined on the sofa while Zhou Zhenhai engaged him in conversation. Upon entering, Zhou Yuehua plopped down onto an armchair, prompting Zhou Zhenhai to halt mid-sentence and disapprovingly say, "Yuehua, I am discussing matters with your father." "And what of it?" Zhou Yuehua retorted, peeling an orange from the coffee table. "Is there anything I cannot hear? Surely, it cannot be something scandalous?" "You," Zhou Zhenhai exclaimed, irate, "do you possess no manners? You show no respect for your elders." Zhou Yuehua dismissed him with a scoff. "Respect must be earned, and it depends on the worthiness of the elder." "Yuehua, must you speak in such a manner?" Old Master Zhou interjected, noting his youngest daughter's lack of decorum. With a pout, she popped the peeled orange segment into her mouth and glanced at Zhou Zhenhai. "Father, you ought to be wary of those around you. You never know when they might turn against your precious grandson." "What are you implying? Who would dare to harm Tianxi?" Zhou Yuehua pointed at Zhou Zhenhai. "Ask your beloved brother if he has anything to hide from you." Old Master Zhou turned to Zhou Zhenhai, his gaze urging him to speak. "What could I be hiding? I hardly venture outside." "That is only because you fear that once you leave, you may never return," Zhou Yuehua taunted. Zhou Zhenhai's face flushed with anger. "Brother, will you allow her to mock her elders so?" Only then did Old Master Zhou cast a stern look at Zhou Yuehua. "If there is something to say, then say it directly. There is no need for such indirectness." A few days ago, I spotted Song Aran at the mall." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenhai's hand, which had been pointing at Zhou Yuehua, dropped to his side, his face turning away in discomfort. After a moment, he turned back to meet his elder brother's gaze. "Brother, that was precisely what I intended to convey. I simply had not gotten around to it." Zhou Zhenhai regained his composure. The return of his son was not something to be ashamed of. What harm could come from knowing? Old Master Zhou remained impassive, while Zhou Yuehua took keen interest in his fluctuating expression, quickly adding, "That day at the mall, I saw Song Yiran with Ji Xia." This revelation drew a reaction from Old Master Zhou, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Zhou Zhenhai fell silent, sinking deeper into the sofa, no longer willing to speak. "Father, you must understand, that day Ji Xia was holding a child. I did not know whose it was, but it appeared that Song Yiran was quite protective of her. Could it be that they have known each other for some time? Stop your wild imaginings. They might have merely crossed paths." Zhou Zhenhai interjected before Old Master Zhou could respond, eager to prevent Zhou Yuehua from further fanning the flames. Who knows? Zhou Zhenhai attempted to speak again, but Old Master Zhou waved his hand, instructing a nearby servant to call Zhou Tianxi. "Grandfather," Zhou Tianxi's voice came through the receiver, low and somber. "Choose a date to become engaged to the Lin family girl." Having said this, he gestured for the servant to hang up. Listening to the dial tone, Zhou Tianxi set his phone down on the desk. Loosening his tie with one hand, he leaned back in his chair. Lin Qianqian, seated on a small sofa, noticed he finally had a moment to rest and hurried over with a cup. "Tianxi Gij, you must be tired. Please have some tea." Zhou Tianxi did not accept it, signaling her to place it aside. "Aren't you supposed to be at work?" Lin Qianqian had been in his office since morning, refusing to leave while he worked. When asked if she had any business, she simply stated she wished to keep him company. "I have no shifts today, Tianxi Gij. Once you finish, shall we go out for a stroll?" Earlier, Qin Xing had sent a message stating that Ji Xia and Song Yiran were seen together nearby at a cafe. She needed to find a way to inform him, as she initially believed their interactions had ceased post-divorce. Yet Ji Xia had called her that morning. Though she had issued a warning over the phone, she could not shake the feeling of unease. Their marriage had been one of convenience, as Aunt Qin had remarked. Ji Xia merely sought to leverage Zhou Tianxi's fortune, having undoubtedly employed some means to gain Old Master Zhou's consent. Their union was intended to be devoid of romantic affection. Yet, why was Zhou Tianxi still so indifferent towards her even after their divorce? Even if he were under emotional influence, it should not prevent him from expressing warmth towards her. In the beginning, when Aunt Qin controlled him with emotional ties, he had shown a marked change, drawing closer to her and defending her in front of Ji Xia. However, shortly thereafter, he would rather endure the pain of 1,000 needles than approach her again. Reflecting on this, Lin Qianqian bit her lip in determination, resolutely asserting that with her exceptional appearance and captivating figure, she would surely win him over. Maneuvering around the desk, she approached his chair, clutching Zhou Tianxi's shirt. "Tianxi Gij, want you accompany me for a little outing, please?" Zhou Tianxi lifted his gaze to her, suppressing the flicker of hope that rose within him. The expectation, which conflicted with his true intentions, revolted him. "What is your connection to Qin Lingguan?" Lin Qianqian, perplexed, inquired. "What do you mean, Tianxi Gij? Is it true that those who practice at Qin Lingguan can control another, compelling them to do as they wish?" Zhou Tianxi asked, locking eyes with her, awaiting a response. Regrettably, Lin Qianqian's eyes revealed confusion. She was clearly not the culprit. Yet, he could discern only his unwarranted expectations towards her, with no clarity regarding others. It was not she who had orchestrated this, and the Lin family's housekeeper, Qin Xing, being a guest of the old master, would not be able to exert control over him either. Who could it be? He learned that the individual controlling him could be revealed by the little apprentice of Mo Shang Yuan Jun at Qin Lingguan, yet he could not uncover their identity. He had discreetly inquired about the apprentice, who had mysteriously disappeared over 20 years ago, with no one knowing whether they were alive or dead. Even Mo Shang Yuan Jun himself was unaware, and Qin Xing, merely a nominal senior sister, had no knowledge of her missing junior. At that moment, a name surfaced in his mind, Ji Xia. Could it be her? If it were indeed her, it would not make sense. She should be controlling him to draw closer to her, rather than to Lin Qianqian. Furthermore, given her nature of wanting to avoid the limelight, she likely would not have conceived such a plan. Dismissing his thoughts, he retrieved the fabric from Lin Qianqian's grip and opened the drawer to retrieve some candy. Inside lay the final bag, containing just one piece. He examined it briefly before setting it down. He wondered how GCI's candy had turned out and resolved to inquire about it later. Tianci Gidge, you're out of candy. Shall we go buy some? She endeavored tirelessly to coax Zhou Tianci out, as Qin Qing had informed her that Song Iran was at a cafe nearby. No need, someone has taken care of it. Zhou Tianci replied, picking up his pen to continue working. Casting a glance at Lin Qianqian, he added, if there is nothing else, you may return. Lin Qianqian was unwilling to leave just like that. She surveyed the office before exclaiming, Tianci Gidge, you seem to quite like the office I decorated for you a while ago. Why has it all been taken down? Hearing this, Zhou Tianci felt an inexplicable anger welling up inside him. That month it felt like a spell had been cast upon him. Every day, there's an overwhelming longing to see the person before her. She feels compelled to fulfill any request he might have. The mere thought of her coming to his office fills him with joy, prompting him to prepare afternoon tea. He transformed his originally simple and bright workspace into a cacophony of colors, and he still vividly recalls the expression on Ji Xia's face when she beheld the garish decor. He no longer returns to their marital home, opting instead to accompany Lin Qianqian to various bars around Haisher, often staying out late. It was only when Ji Xia came to deliver lunch that he realized something was amiss. The three of them dined on barbecue together. The words he spoke that day at the table echoed the sentiments of an ancient lord who favored a concubine over his wife, and now, whenever he reminisces about it, his molars itch with discomfort. In chapter 46, his ex-husband arrived at the community gate. A glance at the phone beside him brought his grandfather's words to mind. Next month, he would be engaged to Lin Qianqian, and as this thought crossed his mind, he hesitated momentarily, then pressed the internal key. Shortly thereafter, Assistant Qian peered in cautiously. Boss, did you call for me? He averted his gaze from the desk, noticing how close Miss Lin was to the CEO. Had he entered at an opportune time? Send Miss Lin back, the boss commanded, leaving the other two in the office stunned. Assistant Qian discreetly glanced in that direction, remaining silent for the moment. Lin Qianqian, perplexed, wondered why she was being dismissed. Tianci Gidge, it's almost time for you to get off work. Shall we go out to eat together? Zhou Tianci set down his pen, his dark eyes lifting slightly. No need, I have to work overtime. After speaking, he tapped his pen on the desk twice. Assistant Qian, are you a wooden man? Can't you hear me? Forget about this month's bonus. Assistant Qian suddenly grasped the situation. Questioning why he was being targeted for his wallet, it was merely a matter of sending someone away. He quickly agreed, Miss Lin, please. Reluctantly, Lin Qianqian pouted, glancing back multiple times as she left. Zhou Tianci tossed aside his pen and opened the drawer once more, retrieving the last piece of candy. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, where the crimson glow of the setting sun illuminated the distant skyscrapers, infusing the scene with warmth. As he admired the incessant flow of traffic below, he unwrapped the candy, savoring the sweet taste of corn and the sugary delight. Throughout the day, he had not received any messages or calls from Ji Xia, which puzzled him. He remembered she was quick at making candy. Why had she not contacted him all day? Had she succumbed to laziness and failed to make any? Meanwhile, Ji Xia, who had become lethargic, was leaving Zhou Yuehua's residence. Master, this cannot be blamed on me. I did arrive, but Zhou Yuehua was not home. Fu Zhishe was at a loss for words about this disciple, who seemed indifferent about her misfortunes. After their divorce, she had resolved to pursue Zhou Yuehua, but had instead spent nearly 10 days wallowing in despair due to a sprained ankle. Had she not encountered Zhou Yuehua at the mall, she might have forgotten about seeking to regain her fortune. Just moments ago, she had called Zhou Tianci, only to have Lin Qianqian answer, her anger lasting no more than 10 minutes. Once in the car, she sought various excuses to retreat, claiming she hadn't slept well the night before and needed rest. After being dismissed, she began to lament her poor mood, fearing it would only make Zhou Yuehua dislike her more, and certainly would not help her to be accepted. After much coaxing, they arrived at Zhou Yuehua's residence, only to find no one answered the door despite her persistent ringing. Although the stubborn girl did not express it, he could sense her delight. As she turned to call for a return ride, she even began to hum a little tune while waiting for the car. Let me tell you, your bad luck has been suppressed for 2 years. If it resurfaces, It will be far worse than what you have previously endured. Upon hearing this, Ji Xia's expression shifted, her eyes darting around. Hey, master, you must have another way, right? No, just continue to wallow in your misery. Let us two just endure this together. Ji Xia pouted in displeasure. She had thought the original boss might want more candy, allowing her to enjoy a leisurely period. Little did she expect that due to a shortage of materials, she would receive a verbal warning from her confidant that candy could not be made. Then I shall continue to seek out Zhou Yuehua tomorrow. Resolute, she retrieved her phone and began to donate to a charity fund. During her divorce, the boss had given her a considerable sum of money, and should she encounter misfortune again, these funds could inexplicably become unavailable to her. It would be wiser to donate more now, thus fulfilling her daily act of kindness. You lazy girl, why not just give up? What good does it do to fiddle with donations on your phone every day? Ji Xia put away her phone, responding enigmatically, not at all. In this era, money can alleviate countless troubles. Isn't life just about having a few pieces of silver? Fu Zhishe remained silent, as he lacked any concept of money. In his limited memories, there was no trace of wealth. His life seemed to have always been spent in the mountains, consumed by his obsession with cultivation, devoid of any human interactions. Unlike that troublesome girl, who, after divorcing Zhou Xiaozi, quickly found another admirable man. Girl, what do you plan to do about that fellow surnamed Song? What do you mean? Ji Xiao was baffled, unable to comprehend why the old man would ask such a question. He has already confessed to you. Shouldn't you consider whether to accept or decline? Ji Xiao shook her head lightly. Master, you seem to live in a fairy tale. How naive. You little brat, clarify yourself. She pouted, thinking the old man was becoming increasingly irritable. It is impossible for two people to be perfectly matched, if such a thing existed. One of them must be deceiving the other. Ji Xia shook her head, her voice soft as she mused. I am genuine, but that person who seems to compliment me perfectly must be a facade. What do you mean? Are you saying the fellow surnamed Song is fake? What does he seek? Why can't he desire a youthful and beautiful disciple like you? Ji Xia was convinced she heard a sound of retching. How could this old man think so poorly of her? Master, are you ancient? I now have my doubts. You can't possibly be underage, can you? Your voice may be aged, but your mind is still youthful. Fu Zhishe, indeed, resembled someone who had not yet experienced the world, unfamiliar with the nuances of human nature and the role of money, possessing a naivety akin to someone untouched by society's harsh realities. Unlike Ji Xia, who had been driven since her earliest memories to find ways to survive. You will quickly discover what he seeks. Hasn't he already begun to take the next step? Ji Xia pondered, wondering if this old man was truly juvenile. Do not fret, just wait and see. News will arrive soon. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone buzzed with a message from Song Iran. Xia Xia, I've returned and thought about it. What I said today was indeed too sudden. You don't know me well. Following was another message. I retract what I said today. Let me treat you to a good meal another day. Ji Xia wiggled her toes, putting her phone away. Girl, aren't you going to reply? She shook her head, retreating strategically. What was there to respond to? Moreover, he was not the person she had hoped for. Was that individual deliberately giving his phone to his confidant? Such personal items, how could Lin Chanqian use it freely? Upon returning to her apartment, she felt listless. So she strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window to admire the scenery, her gaze settling on the Decheng Group building. 12318. The 18th floor was Zhou Tianxi's office. With her hands clasped loosely, she still could not see clearly. Unknown to her, Zhou Tianxi had resolved to personally confront the individual who had been languidly neglecting their responsibilities, having failed to produce any candy throughout the day. Master, do you have any insights every time you urge me to see Zhou Yuehua? Ji Xia mused. For each time she sought Zhou Yuehua, her goals remained unclear. She couldn't simply declare, hurry and accept me. Only then will the luck that belongs to me return. On ordinary days, she seldom exerted her intellect, but today, under her master's relentless urging, a spark of inspiration seemed to ignite within her. Could it be that this cantankerous old man, after encountering Zhou Yuehua once, had begun to regain fragments of his memory? Otherwise, what could explain his unusual enthusiasm? After a while, Silence enveloped her mind. Master? Jixia tentatively called out. Can you hear me? Yet again, there was no response. Excellent. The old man had resumed his charade of silence. Alas, my misfortune is bound to return. Otherwise, perhaps I should dismantle my bed tonight, lest it collapse while I slumber. Without my master's assistance, I am lost. I shall cease my efforts and spend the money bestowed upon me by my employer as lavishly as I can, for if necessary, I shall find solace on a park bench in the future. I am indifferent. I have lived through this before. But I wonder if a certain someone will confine me within my own mind for a lifetime. Oh, you lazy girl. Fu Zisher could no longer contain his irritation, his spiritual awareness snapping as he scolded her. I have never encountered anyone as indolent as you. Tell me, after moving out of Zhou's villa, what have you done? Nothing at all, I presume? Just eating and sleeping day in and day out, aside from your brief divorce. Jixia let out a derisive snicker. Old man. It seems you only know how to feign ignorance unless provoked. My laziness is a result of your presence. How could you keep your clues to yourself? Who is hiding anything from you? The truth is, I have yet to comprehend it myself. Then what do you know? What memories have you recovered? Fu Zishi pondered, asserting that the term recovered memories might not be entirely accurate. Rather, it was as if he could now accomplish tasks he previously could not. For reasons unknown, it seemed that after meeting Zhou Yuehua, one's fortune should return, yet instead, it appeared that the old man's powers had merely increased. Yixia pondered, stroking her chin. Enhanced abilities? It appears I can now converse with you. But after encountering Zhou Yuehua, I realized I could make your words audible to Zhou Xiaozai. Furthermore, after my visit to Qingling Mountain, I recalled my own name. As Fu Zisher spoke, he reminisced about how, after their last encounter at the mall with Zhou Yuehua, he could quickly ascertain Zhou Xiaozai's location. No, wait, he refuted, it must be related to distance. The first time he was at the entrance, I sensed his arrival. Last time, I knew he was downstairs. Jixia found his words increasingly perplexing. What purpose did all this serve? She had no intention of tracking Zhou Tianxi or understanding his movements. At this moment, Fu Zisher lowered his already hoarse voice, causing Jixia to grow tense. Zhou Xiaozai has arrived at the entrance of Qingya District. Jixia was momentarily taken aback. What? Who did you say has arrived at the community entrance? Your ex-husband, Zhou Tianxi, has reached the community entrance. Chapter 47. Preparing to seek employment. Zhou Tianxi has come? Surely, he would not be seeking her out, especially since she had been warned earlier by his confidant. It was likely he still owned a property here. After all, it is said that wealthy individuals have multiple hiding places with residences scattered everywhere, allowing them to choose where to rest. He is indeed here for you, for he has approached the building entrance. Jixia was puzzled. Zhou Tianxi always experienced discomfort whenever he saw her. What could he possibly want? Moreover, had he not just been with his confidant during the day? Why would he come to find her at night? Master, is it urgent to turn off the lights now? Fu Zisher gritted his teeth. You lazy girl, Zhou Xiaozai is here to see you. Perhaps he cannot let go of you. He had long advised that the best way to alter her misfortune was to remain close to the child of destiny. Who would have thought he would come looking for her, and she would choose to hide? There's no time. He is at the door. As soon as Fu Zisher finished speaking, a knock echoed through the air. Jixia paced the living room twice before approaching the door, only to retreat once more. The knocking resumed, rhythmic and unwavering, as if the individual outside was in no hurry, yet utterly certain that someone was within. Master, does Zhou Tianxi know I'm home? Zhou Xiaozai lingered downstairs for 2 minutes before coming up. He must have seen your lights on. With heavy steps, Jixia moved toward the door, donning a demeanor that suggested she was prepared to face her fate, and opened the security door. She revealed a smile that was more grotesque than tears, greeting him with a hesitant, "Hi, boss." No, hey, Zhou. Boss. Upon hearing this term, Zhou Tianxi felt a flicker of intrigue. It was not entirely unappealing. What brings you here? Jixia stood at the door, unwilling to let him in. I was just about to sleep. Zhou Tianxi glanced at his wristwatch. It was 7 o'clock, and the sky outside had just darkened. Girl, can you not come up with a more plausible excuse? This makes you seem rather foolish. Jixia was aware that her current demeanor appeared quite unwise, and to suppress the rapid beating of her heart that always quickened at the sight of Zhou Tianxi. She felt compelled to send him away. What about the sugar? Hearing this, Ji Xia's eyes widened in surprise. He had come for the sugar? I didn't make any. Zhou Tianxi frowned, his gaze fixed on her, seemingly puzzled by her lack of preparation. However, his expression ignited a flame of indignation within Ji Xia. What was he implying? As if she had committed some grave error? The ingredients were insufficient. I wanted to change them and called you. Was it necessary for her to spell it out? Last night, Zhou Tianxi's discomfort had stirred her empathy, and making some sugar in return seemed reasonable. Yet his behavior, appearing to be reluctant to part with her, contrasted sharply with the joy he exhibited the very next day in the company of his confidant, making it impossible for her to reconcile her feelings. This time, it was even worse, as his confidant had directly contacted her to issue a warning. Ji Xia felt fortunate. She managed to remain clear-headed, avoiding losing herself and withdrawing in time. What did you call? Zhou Tianxi's voice startled Ji Xia, causing her to step back, inadvertently clearing the entrance for him. He strode into the house unceremoniously, taking a seat on the sofa, precisely where he had sat the previous day. Ji Xia stood frozen for a moment before closing the door and following him into the living room. This morning, she replied brusquely, grabbing a nearby pillow and clutching it to her chest, tugging at a corner in silent frustration. Zhou Tianxi retrieved his phone to check, but there was no record of Ji Xia's call in the morning S-call log. At what time did you call? Ji Xia remained silent, resting her chin on the pillow. Zhou Tianxi ceased his inquiries and instead picked up her phone, illuminating the screen. The phone's display was cracked, and he paused for a moment before reaching out, gently lifting Ji Xia's chin to align her face with the screen. With a click, the phone unlocked, leaving Ji Xia stunned. What was he doing? Master, do you think Zhou Tianxi is unwell? Ji Xia mentally berated. He was teasing me. Not to mention, he was tampering with my phone without permission. Then why not give him a good thrashing? Fu Zisher thought that if he had a physical form, he would undoubtedly roll his eyes. This disciple was proving to be of no use. Her usual laziness morphed into foolishness whenever Zhou Tianxi was around. If I could overpower him, I would surely do so. Ji Xia huffed and puffed, feeling angry yet unable to voice it, stealing glances at the culprit to see what he was doing. Zhou Tianxi perused Ji Xia's call history, unexpectedly discovering her contact note for him. He glanced up at her before dialing his own number. Check the surveillance footage from my office this morning, around 11:15. After stating this, he added, buy a new phone and have it delivered to Qingya District. Ji Xia, initially puzzled by his request to review the surveillance, was taken aback by the latter statement. Purchase a new phone? Was he planning to compensate her for the damage caused when she dropped her phone yesterday? I was unaware you had called. Zhou Tianxi returned her phone. Did you manage to reach me? Ji Xiaomin closed her lips tightly, unwilling to respond. She did not want to report this incident, as it could jeopardize their relationship. Besides, since the surveillance had already been compromised, he would soon find out. Little girl, I can sense your joy. What has suddenly made you so happy? Ji Xia pressed her hand against her heart, suppressing her exhilaration. What on earth had her master grasped that was so peculiar? It seemed a bit rude not to reply to Zhou Tianxi, so she organized her thoughts and said, well, I won't be making candy for you anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxi ignored her and repeated his earlier question. Did you manage to get through to my phone? Ji Xia did not understand why he was so serious and instinctively nodded, affirming she had. Good. The two fell silent until Zhou Tianxi's phone rang. He glanced down to see a surveillance video sent by Assistant Qian. After opening it, Lin Qian's voice came through, saying, however, Brother Tianxi is quite busy. If it isn't something important, please refrain from calling. Both remained silent after watching the clip. Ji Xia had not anticipated that Zhou Tianxi was absent when Lin Qian answered the call. Zhou Tianxi, however, with a grim expression, was lost in thought, and Ji Xia stole a glance at him, wondering what was on his mind. What did you just say? Ji Xia looked up at the speaker, confused. What? What did I say? A look of resignation appeared on Zhou Tianxi's otherwise expressionless face. Did you not just say you wouldn't be making candy anymore? Ah, yes. Ji Xia replied, leaning back against the sofa with her cushion. I plan to go out to look for a job, and won't he have time to make candy? Zhou Tianci recalled how she would often mention her boss in passing and thought perhaps she could join Yuan Chung Group. Chapter 48. The boss is a good person. What educational background do you have? Ji Xia inquired, tilting her head at the questioner, perplexed. Do you have any work experience? Ji Xia covered her mouth in disbelief. What is this person doing? Is this a job recruitment site? Boss, is that what you mean? Do you want to recruit me to work at Yuan Chung Group? However, during the signing of their marriage agreement, Old Zhou had solemnly added a clause stating she could not work at Yuan Chung Group or its subsidiaries. Zhou Tianci watched her expression with amusement. Little girl, you must seize the opportunity. Did you not interview there before marrying Zhou? Her master's words pulled Ji Xia back to 2 years ago when she last put forth effort to find a job. That morning, when she woke up, the sky was clear, but as she stepped outside, a sudden downpour drenched her prepared resumes. Not only were the resumes soaked, but she too was left a soggy mess. After struggling to get a taxi, she finally arrived by bus only to be told the interviews had concluded. Moreover, the receptionist had ridiculed her, remarking that she looked as if she had fled a disaster rather than come for an interview. As Ji Xia exited Yuan Chung Group's gates that day, the sun emerged. If not for the puddles, one would hardly guess a torrential rain had just occurred. Shortly thereafter, her rented apartment mysteriously suffered power outages and leaks, leading to frequent complaints. The landlord, unable to tolerate it any longer, evicted her. After fruitless attempts to plead for forgiveness, she ended up spending several nights in a park. Thus, the job she had failed to secure became her obsession, and she longed for a second chance, determined to prepare adequate rain gear to avoid embarrassment. Following her divorce, the thought of reapplying to Yuan Chung Group resurfaced. Now free from the constraints of the marriage agreement, she wished to avoid any regrets. Frequently telling her master about her job search, she also contemplated the possibility of interviewing, fearing she would be outright rejected, particularly since she had entered that building as a young mistress for nearly 2 years. Little girl, why are you dazed? Ji Xia was jolted back to reality by the voice in her mind. Huh? What is wrong? Zhou has called you several times, and you haven't even reacted. Ji Xia quickly rose and approached the sofa where Zhou Tianci was seated. Boss, are you going to interview me? Her exuberant demeanor brightened Zhou Tianci's mood considerably. What do you do? Huh? Ji Xia felt flustered. She had attended a normal university, once harboring a sincere desire to become a teacher, educating and nurturing future generations. However, she soon realized that with her unfortunate luck, no school would accept her, for no parent would wish for their child to be taught by someone unlucky. Forget it. Start as an assistant, Zhou Tianci decided, putting on his coat and preparing to leave. Thank you, boss. I'll make you candy and bring it when I report for duty tomorrow. As Zhou Tianci reached the door, he turned back to remind her, go find Qian to report tomorrow. Once his figure faded from view, Ji Xia closed the security door and leaped into the air, laughing out loud. Master, I have a job now. Ha ha ha, I have a job. Fu Zhisher did not expect things to develop this way. Little girl, won't you feel awkward? Yi Xia puzzled. Wondered what she had to feel awkward about. She was too elated to care. This old man had no idea how many obstacles she had faced in her job search. Being rejected, scolded, missing interviews, and losing spots due to her unfortunate luck. Although she understood it was tied to her bad luck, the constant denial weighed heavily on her spirit. Master, I know what you were worried about, Ji Xia said, exhausted from her spinning, returning to the sofa to pour herself a glass of water. It's merely that I previously entered Yuan Chung Group as a young mistress, and now I will be just a small assistant. No, you need not worry about your pride. What I mean by awkward is that you are about to encounter misfortune. Ji Xia was taken aback. Indeed, Zhou Tianci would want candy, which meant he would consume it all. What progress had been made regarding Zhou Yuhua? If she started working now, would there be inexplicable incidents at the workplace? How would her colleagues perceive her? Would they keep their distance, as if she were a harbinger of bad luck? No, she abruptly slapped her thigh, wincing in pain, and rushed to the kitchen. Didn't you say we were out of corn flour? Fu Zhisher felt pleased. His apprentice being near Zhou Tianci was beneficial, preventing her from making a fool of herself. Yet, her lack of ambition was concerning. He didn't push her, as she seemed to eagerly circle around Zhou Tianci. Then I shall use something else instead. Ultimately, when Zhou Tianci asked for candy yesterday, she had no intention of making it for him. Now, however, she was eager to prepare it because he had given her a job. Humming a tune while mixing ingredients, this was the happiest day she had experienced since the divorce. What are you planning to do about Zhou Yuhua? Ji Xia felt the urge to pound the old man in her mind. Master, can you not be such a downer? Can't you see I am happy? But the issue with luck must also be resolved. Ji Xia lowered her gaze, feeling that she was hastily addressing the matter with Zhou Yuhua. To be honest, it felt quite unpleasant. If only there were a way to make her come to her. Master, do you have any skills to make someone come to me willingly? Still awake, dreaming of beautiful things? She mused, deciding to let it go. After all, she now had a job. So why should she strive for Zhou Yuhua's seemingly similar misfortune? She would simply let it be. Zhou Yuhua's sharp tongue was unbearable. Every encounter resulted in her being belittled. Master, I give up. You may not be very old, but you've forgotten quite a bit. Do you not recall why you sought out Zhou Yuhua in the first place? Ji Xia blinked, genuinely at a loss. What was it? Was it not because her master had said her luck had been stolen, and that Zhou Yuhua possessed it? Do you remember the ugly face you made when you had a headache on your trip to Qingling Mountain? Ji Xia was jolted awake. Yes, the last time she went to Qingling Mountain, it nearly cost her life. They had only detected Qing's issues through analyzing that incident. The matters concerning my companion's backgrounds seem to intertwine with a singular issue. She cannot afford to be complacent. Today, Li Fanghua implored me to accompany her to meet Zhou Yuhua. Perhaps I should create an opportunity for the two of them? This way, Zhou Yuhua will surely discern Dong Chang's true nature. Having a wife and children, yet still seeking romantic liaisons, what a facade of deep affection. I wonder, why is Dong Chang so audacious? Does he not fear being recognized as the father of Zai Zai? Chapter 49. Dividing the candy with a multitude of questions swirling her mind, Ji Xia allowed the freshly made candy to cool, engaging in casual conversation with her master as she wrapped them. Before she knew it, it was late into the night when she finally put away the candy. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 1 a.m. Oh dear, master, I have my first day at work tomorrow. No, today. What if I'm late? Then hurry and get some sleep. Fu Zisher had been waiting for her to retire for the night, eager to test whether he could control his consciousness. Perhaps fatigue took its toll. After her shower, Ji Xia lay down and soon fell into slumber. After a while, Fu Zisher confirmed she was indeed fast asleep, compelling himself to awaken and concentrate on manipulating his spiritual awareness. The air within the room began to stir, and shortly, a wisp of light emanated from Ji Xia's head, gradually transforming into a hazy figure beside her bed. Yet, it did not last long before the figure dissipated into a shower of starlight, retreating back into Ji Xia's mind. Fu Zisher's final thought was that he had indeed acted too hastily. Although Ji Xia had a brief night's sleep, she still dreamt. In her dream, her master's spiritual essence floated from her mind, morphing into a young man clad in Taoist robes. After a moment of astonishment, she bared her teeth at the youth, exclaiming, "I knew it. You are not an old man at all. You've taken advantage of me for far too long." The young man merely smiled at her, gradually becoming translucent, hinting at his imminent disappearance. Ji Xia hurriedly reached out, pleading, "What are you doing? Don't vanish. Just remain as my master. I won't accuse you of taking advantage of me." Yet, regardless of her entreaties, he faded away. "Master, master," Ji Xia called out, waking herself up. She turned her head, realizing she was in bed, and understood it had merely been a dream. Clutching her soft blanket, she closed her eyes, hoping to drift back into slumber. Outside, dawn had arrived, leaving her uncertain if someone would be late for work. Fu Zisher truly admired this girl. It seemed she could sleep through anything, even if the sky were to fall. Work? Ji Xia instantly became alert, recalling that her boss had directly hired her last night. After a chaotic morning routine, she grabbed the candy prepared the previous evening, neglecting breakfast, and rushed out toward the Yuanshan Group's building. Once inside the president's exclusive elevator, she exhaled in relief, grateful that Zhou Tianci had not erased her fingerprint. The employee elevator was overcrowded, and taking that would surely make her late. So she steeled herself to face the multitude of peculiar gazes as she entered the president's lift. As the doors closed, she thought she heard whispers about her arrival. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Ji Xia hesitated momentarily, one foot out of the elevator before stepping out fully, because she spotted Zhou Tianxi standing at Assistant Qian's desk. Boss, good morning, she greeted. Zhou Tianxi glanced at his watch, his expression impassive as he replied, "It's not early. Work has already commenced." With that, he entered his office without a backward glance. Ji Xia watched him walk away, puzzled as to what his intentions were, leaving her standing there. Assistant Qian, having observed the exchange, timely interjected, "Miss Ji, allow me to guide you through the onboarding process." As they made their way to the Human Resources Department, she contemplated the unfolding drama between her boss and the former boss's wife. Why would the former boss's wife return to work, particularly as his assistant? It seemed a precarious situation. What was the boss truly thinking? Yesterday, Miss Lin had spent the entire day in the office with him, and today, Miss Ji was starting her first day. Truly, one could never decipher the whims of their employer. The HR personnel, unable to conceal their curiosity, leaned in to gather first-hand insights as Ji Xia prepared to fill out forms. Suddenly, she remembered the candy still in her possession. Noticing the eager stares from several colleagues, she instinctively extracted a portion to share, casually remarking that she hoped for their future support. Once Ji Xia completed her paperwork and departed the office with Assistant Qian, the HR department erupted into chatter. The boss's wife is back at work? Or is she Assistant Qian's assistant? Let us be precise. It's the former boss's wife. Indeed, the ex-wife of the boss had returned to the office. Surely, her arrival had not gone unnoticed. The moment those words were uttered, incredulous glances were exchanged. What a chaotic world the wealthy inhabited. As Ji Xia followed Assistant Qian to the HR department, she encountered few individuals. However, upon returning to the president's office, she met a throng of people. She distributed her candy in handfuls, and by the time she left, not a single piece remained. Holding the empty bag, Ji Xia was momentarily dazed. Had she overstepped in her social niceties? She had promised herself to make candy for the boss, yet had given away an entire bag. Sighing, she resigned herself to the fact that she would have to make more candy later. Assistant Qian watched her distribute the sweets with a pained expression, unaware that he had traversed many stores to find the perfect flavor for the boss. It was only when the boss had ordered all the candy be discarded that the truth revealed itself. The type he preferred was made by Ji Xia, the former boss's wife. Throughout the candy distribution, he had cautioned her several times to save some for herself. It was evident that Ji Xia had not grasped his meaning. This reaffirmed his belief that the bag of candy was intended either to please the boss or to curry favor. Assistant Qian? Ji Xia called out, but received no response. Assistant Qian? Oh, Miss Ji, do you have any instructions? She was met with a quick return of focus from Assistant Qian. Did you call for me? Ji Xia smiled. Yes, what should I do? These documents. Assistant Qian handed her a few bound papers. Please review these first to familiarize yourself. I will discuss your tasks with you this afternoon. Then he led Ji Xia to a nearby desk. This will be your workstation. It has already been cleaned for you. You will be working here from now on. Ji Xia glanced at the desk, then surveyed her surroundings, excitement radiating from her. Master, I have a desk now. I have a desk. Fu Zisher felt himself infected by his disciple's exuberance, wanting to roll his eyes. So what if you have a desk? It's just a piece of furniture. It holds special significance. Although I graduated 2.5 years ago, due to various reasons, as you know, I have yet to hold a formal job. Well, let us talk about the realities of work once you begin the 996 grind, Fu Zisher retorted, criticizing her naivety, as she still believed that working was a blissful experience after enduring the trials of society. As Ji Xia settled into her position, barely having read 2 pages, the phone on her desk rang. She turned to look at Assistant Qian, who gestured for her to answer. Xia hesitated, pointing at herself. Was it appropriate for her to take the call so soon? This is an internal call from the president. It's perfectly fine to answer. The president? You mean Zhou Tianxi? Ji Xia felt a mix of confusion and curiosity as she picked up the receiver. His magnetic voice resonated through the phone, stimulating her senses. Chapter 50. A supporter backing Ji Xia stood up, glancing at the president's office door. then at Assistant Chien. He nodded at her. Is the boss looking for you? Just go in. Stealing a glance at the now empty candy bag, Ji Xia composed herself, rising leisurely and knocking softly on the door. Gumin, taking a deep breath. She closed her eyes for a moment to bolster her courage, then pushed the door open with determination. Upon entering, she closed the door behind her and leaned against the doorframe. Originally expecting a familiar office scene, she was taken aback by the expansive view ahead, where a grand desk awaited her. As the summer approached, Ji Xia hesitantly stepped inside, recalling the picturesque scenery she had enjoyed during her previous visit. With a gentle sound of a babbling brook could be heard. "Boss, are you looking for me?" she inquired, seated comfortably behind his desk. Zhou Tianci was engrossed in signing documents. Upon hearing Ji Xia's arrival, he lifted his gaze, briefly noting the emptiness of her hands. Confused, Ji Xia began to glance around, wondering if her attire was unkempt, and promptly rolled up her sleeves for a thorough inspection. Where are the candies? She pondered, a sudden realization hitting her. She was in trouble, as the time for reckoning had come. Well, boss, as a newcomer, it's customary to bring small gifts for colleagues. Oh, what kind of gifts? Su Tianqi inquired. Ji Xia lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, inwardly lamenting that the only gift she had brought was merely a bag of candies. Boss, I was a bit late last night, so I didn't make many candies. I promised to prepare more tonight. Zhou Tianci loosened his tie with one hand, leaning back in his chair, a bemused expression gracing his features as he observed her. Ji Xia discreetly pinched the flesh of her arm, forcing herself to remain composed. This was not the moment for infatuation. Yet, the rebellious thoughts within her surged forth. For the sight of him adjusting his tie was undeniably charming. Master, she mentally pleaded with Fu Zhishi, please wake me up with a scolding. I can't hold on much longer. I want to leap towards him. Zhou Tianci narrowed his eyes, wondering if he had truly heard Ji Xia speak. For her lips appeared to remain still. Leap towards him? Would she dare? It was evident that Ji Xia lacked the courage to act upon her whims, resorting instead to mere fantasies. Young lady, I've gone to such lengths to assist you. It would be unreasonable for you to remain idle. If you wish to leap, do so quickly, without any hesitation. Ji Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Her unreliable master had undoubtedly done something again. Had he let slip her inner thoughts? She cautiously glanced at Zhou Tianci, whose focus was unwavering, his dark eyes seemingly drawing one in. Boss, it's settled then. You shall, make more candies today and bring them to you tomorrow. With that, she turned and fled, the office door slamming shut behind her, startling Assistant Chien at the entrance. What happened? It seems like something was chasing her. Did the boss force the former lady boss into something? Ji Xia returned to her desk, gulping down some water, muttering that she had nearly been overwhelmed by his charm. Assistant Chien was at a loss for how to respond, contemplating the playful nature of the two. Wasn't the boss supposed to be busy? How could he still find time to exude such charisma that nearly left Ji Xia dazed? Zhou Tianci merely shook his head at Ji Xia's hasty retreat, instinctively opening his drawer for a piece of candy, only to be reminded by its emptiness that the little woman had distributed all of his sweets. At that moment, his phone buzzed on the desk. It was a call from the family residence. Hello, you've brought Ji Xia to the company. The certainty in the voice irked Zhou Tianci. As Ji Xia had entered the doors of Yuan Chung Group less than 2 hours ago, and his grandfather was already aware. What does grandfather intend to convey? Your marriage agreement explicitly states she cannot enter Yuan Chung Group or its subsidiaries. Zhou Tianci pinched the bridge of his nose, retorting, we are divorced. From beginning to end, his grandfather had dictated their marriage, divorce, and agreements, treating him like a mere tool. Initially, he believed Ji Xia had been sent by his grandfather to monitor him, only to realize over time that she was even more innocent than he. Had it not been for their recent journey to Qingling Mountain, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that his grandfather had even resorted to metaphysics for the sake of Yuan Chung Group's future. He recalled an enigmatic voice instructing him to seek out someone named Ji Xia in the park. At first, he thought it was merely a charade orchestrated by his grandfather, until he felt the sharp pangs in his heart whenever he was near her. Now, he desired to keep her close, hoping to uncover clues, yet the instigator had returned. Divorce does not permit her proximity to our company. She is an ill omen, destined to bring misfortune. Zhou Tianci scoffed. An ill omen? If she is truly such, then why did grandfather insist on our marriage in the first place? Are you intent on keeping her? His grandfather pressed. Did you not wish for me to marry into the Lin family? Zhou Tianci tightened his grip on the phone, the condition being her retention within Yuan Sheng Group. Half an hour later, he ended the call, instinctively opening his drawer once more, only to find it devoid of sweets. Only the wrappers from his previous indulgences remained. The topmost wrapper still bore an encouraging message. Keep it up. He held the wrapper in hand, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze down at the bustling streets below. His grandfather, at such an advanced age, could still lecture him for half an hour with vigor. Indeed, age had not diminished his spirit. To forge an alliance with the Lin family while expelling Ji Xia? On what grounds? On Qingling Mountain, the sage had mentioned that there were individuals draining his fortune, hinting that one among them was Ji Xia. He was determined to observe how her presence would deplete his luck. He recalled the bag of candies Ji Xia had brought that morning. If she intended to counteract her ill fate with her own fortune, would she not have been eager to share the candies with him? Yet, she had claimed to distribute them among her colleagues instead. Was this truly an act of draining his fortune, or merely an annoyance meant for him? Both Ji Xia and Lin Qian harbored secrets, one claiming to be plagued by misfortune, the other effortlessly drawing him closer. Lin Qian had the entire Lin family backing her, along with a caretaker adept in metaphysics named Qin Xing, making whatever she desired easily attainable. Yet Ji Xia, an orphan without any support, had only a good friend who was the daughter of their family. Her intentions were transparent. It should have been clear to him, yet he remained oblivious, his heart responding to her in a manner unlike any other. Just moments ago, his grandfather had mentioned Song Yiran, that distant cousin he had met only once, who had returned. In truth, he had returned long ago. Zhou Yuhua had seen him in the company of Ji Xia at the marketplace. Could it be that Ji Xia's protector was Song Yiran? Could this be possible? Ji Xia had never traveled abroad, while Song Yiran had hardly returned since his birth. Zhou Tianci furrowed his brows, watching the sun climb higher before returning to his desk to continue his paperwork. Shortly thereafter, Assistant Qian knocked and entered, approaching the desk to hand Zhou Tianci a package. "Boss, this is the phone prepared last night." He had intended to deliver it directly to Qin Yiju after receiving it, but shortly after, he received a call from a boss instructing him to bring it to the company the next morning. Initially, he had presumed the phone was a gift for Ji Xia, considering it was delivered to her neighborhood. However, upon arriving at the company, he had not thought to count it, deciding it was best left for the boss to handle. Zhou Tianci took the box, examining it momentarily before raising his gaze to ask, "Did you share any candies with her?" Assistant Qian was momentarily taken aback, recalling that the candies were not shared by Ji Xia, but rather requested by him. "I noticed the colleagues enjoyed them, so I took a few. To be honest, they were far superior to those bought from stores." Zhou Tianci regarded him with an impassive expression, saying nothing. Assistant Qian felt perplexed, wondering if the boss was testing him again. Swallowing hard, he reached into his suit pocket, retrieving the last 2 pieces of candy and placing them on the desk. Boss, this is all that remains. Would you care to try?" Previously, the boss had insisted he go out to procure corn candies. Yet he had scoured numerous supermarkets without finding any to his satisfaction. He had wanted a few pieces of Ji Xia's to create a recipe, but the boss had been unwilling. This time, Ji Xia's offering was not corn candy, yet it was still quite delectable. He wondered if the boss would find it to his liking. Reflecting on his earlier decision to part with both pieces, he now questioned whether it was too late to reclaim one. "Go on," Zhou Tianzi said as he handed his phone to him. "Give this to Ji Xia." Holding the box, Qian Zhu still attempted to snatch back a piece of candy, but was met with a fierce glare from his boss, causing him to hastily exit the office. When Ji Xia saw Qian Zhu, she suppressed a smile. Just moments ago, as she left, Qian Zhu had mocked her for appearing to be chased by a dog. Yet here he was, no different. Indeed, no one could emerge from the boss's office without a change in demeanor. What were you being chased by, Qianzhu? She inquired. The deathly gaze of the boss. He replied enigmatically. It felt as though he wanted to devour me. By the way, this, he said, handing the phone to Ji Xia, was given to you by the boss. He is rather generous, offering gifts on your first day of work. Do well, Ji Xia. Ji Xia chuckled and shook her head. What are you talking about? He broke my phone. He should compensate me. Before Qianzhu could respond, a girl from the HR department, who had encountered Ji Xia earlier, chimed in. Ah, the boss broke your phone? Do tell, how did it happen? Xi and Lulu, are you here to gossip? Qianzhu warned, darkening his expression. You better watch out. I'll inform your supervisor. Oh, come on, Qianzhu, don't be like that. We're just curious, Xi and Lulu retorted. We're betting on whether the boss will choose Ji Xia or Lin Qianqian, and I'm rooting for Ji Xia. Despite their divorce, there was a chance for a fresh start. Everyone knew their marriage had been a mere contractual arrangement for 2 years and didn't count for much. The dynamic between the boss and Lin Qianqian was entirely different from that with Ji Xia. You've got some nerve, discerning the boss's differing moods? Ji Xia silently munched on her snack, enjoying the banter. Suddenly, X and Lulu leaned closer to Ji Xia and whispered, Miss Ji, when the boss is with Miss Lin, he seems to be on high alert, almost as if he is afraid. But with you, he appears genuinely relaxed, even smiling at times. Upon hearing this, Ji Xia and Qianzhu exchanged incredulous glances. Is he really smiling? Are you dreaming? Truly, why don't you believe me? Sin Lulu in si. I'm telling you. Qianzhu abruptly interrupted. What brings you here? Speak. Xi and Lulu placed the documents she was holding on the table. These are our department's targets and completed tasks for this month. Please have Qianzhu approve them. All right, leave it there and hurry along, he replied. Can't I gossip a little longer? Miss Ji is here. It's a rare opportunity. Ji Xia waved her hand. Please, just call me Ji Xia. No need for Miss Ji. Thank you. Oh, Ji Xia, keep up the good work. I believe in you. You'll definitely win over the boss, she said, making heart shapes with her hands as she retreated and dashed away before Qianzhu could catch her. Win him over? I don't even have faith in myself. Yixia sighed. Just as she was about to focus on her documents, her phone rang. It was Li Fanghua. She had promised to consider taking her to meet Zhou Yuehua, but now she was uncertain whether to follow through. Master, what should I do? How should I reply to her? Fu Zisher was quietly honing his spiritual awareness when Ji Xia's voice broke his concentration, nearly leading him astray. You little brat, didn't I say not to disturb me? Ji Xia pouted but offered a half-hearted apology, sorry. But how should I respond to Li Fanghua? Reply however you wish, follow your heart. And don't disturb me again unless you want to burn paper for me next year on this day. The old man only knew how to intimidate her. Follow my heart. Fine then, she thought, picking up her phone. Hello, Ji Xia. Changge has asked to meet with me. It seems he still cares for me and the child, Li Fanghua announced. Ji Xia was taken aback. Dong Chong had taken the initiative to reach out. Did he say what he wanted? He just wants to see me and the child. Oh, by the way, it seems Li Fanghua has changed the meeting location. If Changge hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that the child had given you our token of love. Could you return that cylindrical hairpin to me? Changge said to bring it when I meet him. Ji Xia touched the small hairpin in her hair. Dong Chong wanted her to bring it? What did that mean? Did he mention anything else? Miss Ji, I'm sorry. Li Fanghua hesitated, her speech faltering as if she found it hard to express herself. I know you've helped me a lot and have been a great support for the child. Even my current position is thanks to your influence. Ji Xia felt no stirrings in her heart, merely a realization that it was indeed as she had suspected. But Changge, he doesn't want to getting too close to you. So, Ji Xia interjected, so we should limit our interactions. No, Miss Ji, Li Fanghua quickly denied. I'll talk to Changge and explain that you are a good person who has helped our family immensely. He just doesn't know you well enough. Once he does, everything will be fine. He is just afraid of me being deceived by outsiders. In Chapter 52, could I refuse? Ji Xia switched hands with her phone. Fanghua, we're merely acquaintances. Our bond isn't deep, so you needn't feel this way. Just take care of yourself and the child. Ji Xia pondered Dong Chong's intentions, but concluded he would not easily give up on Zhou Yuehua. By the way, how should I return the hairpin to you? They agreed on a time and place for the exchange of the hairpin. After hanging up, Ji Xia thought that she could finally focus on her work. The morning flew by, and as Qianzhu was about to order lunch for the CEO, Jixia stretched and picked up a small card from her desk before heading downstairs. Li Fanghua had suggested meeting below the Yuan Sheng building for lunch. To avoid making her wait, Jixia felt it prudent to take the initiative. Are you really just going to hand the hairpin to her? Qianzhu asked as they waited for the elevator. What else should I do? Should I wrap it up in fancy packaging? After waiting a while, she realized it was the CEO's exclusive elevator, and she quickly turned to take the guest elevator instead. Zhou Tianzi followed closely behind her, almost catching up when she darted away. He turned to Qianzhu. Where is she going? Qianzhu shook his head. But in the interest of unraveling the boss's mystery, he followed Jixia. Though he was a step too late, she had already descended in the elevator. Girl, why are you running? Zhou has come over. I'm not running. I'm just eager to deliver the hairpin to Li Fanghua. Fu Zishi, exasperated. Want to poke Jixia's forehead? Fine, believe what you will. Master, have you ever heard that song? What song? I never listen to music. The one that goes, don't guess the boss's thoughts. No matter how much you guess, you'll never understand. Fu Zisher was filled with confusion. Is there really such a song? Is there, or is there not? When Jixia reached the ground floor, Li Fanghua was already waiting at the entrance, clearly impatient. As Jixia stepped out, Li Fanghua rushed over. Miss Ji, you're here. Where's the hairpin? Jixia handed it to her. Want to say a few words to calm her down. At that moment, a small child dashed out from a nearby car, running and calling out, Pretty sister, pretty sister. Gai. Jixia scooped up the child, drawing peals of laughter from him and causing her to smile in return. However, upon seeing the person emerging from the car behind Kai, Jixia's smile faded. Song Iran stood opposite her, scrutinizing her closely, which made her somewhat uneasy. This was their first encounter since he had confessed his feelings. Xia, how have you been lately? Jixia, cradling Kai, nodded. Very well, thank you, Brother Song. Last time I promised to treat you to something delicious. Why not today? Li Fanghua took Kai from Jixia's arms. Miss Ji, you should go have a meal with the boss. He sent us over after hearing I was looking for you. You two go ahead. I must head back. Thank you. Li Fanghua, holding Kai, hailed a taxi and left. In the late summer, Jixia was reluctant to dine with Song Iran and was pondering reasons to decline. Xia, you cannot possibly be angry with me, can you? Last time was just a moment of impulse. I understand we haven't known each other long, and it may be difficult for you to accept. Please grant me the opportunity to apologize, all right? He reached out to place his arm on Jixia's shoulder. A dry cough interrupted Jixia's train of thought as she turned to see her boss and assistant Qian standing behind her, accompanied by a few employees, all of whom were out searching for food during the lunch break. Observing assistant Qian's wide-open eyes, Jixia thought to herself, what a chaotic scene this is. The employees were whispering among themselves, glancing back in their direction. Song Ye, Jixia struggled to find a suitable response, contemplating honesty. However, as she began to speak, she realized that Song Yiran was not even looking at her. Following his gaze, she met the familiar dark eyes of Zhou Tianzi. Quietly, she took a step back, standing beside Assistant Qian, watching the sparks fly between the two men. Covering her mouth with her hand, she whispered to Assistant Qian, What is happening? What is going on between them? Assistant Qian's expression resembled one who had encountered an extraterrestrial. You just divorced the boss, don't you understand? Jixia was perplexed, questioning the relevance of that. You truly do not understand, men, Assistant Qian sighed. Those two are about to bore holes into each other with their stares, and the parties involved remain oblivious. Jixia glanced at the time. If she didn't leave for lunch soon, she would be late. I'm gonna grab lunch now. You can stay with them, bye. Her decision left Assistant Qian dumbfounded. Long time no see, Tianzi, Song Iran said, instantly freezing Jixia in place. So they knew each other, and she suddenly sensed a shift in his demeanor, as though he had transformed from a carefree young master. In contrast, Zhou Tianzi remained as expressionless as ever, offering no response. Still as indifferent as ever, Song Yiran remarked, twirling his car keys with one finger. If you choose not to respond, then so be it. He turned to Jixia, saying, Xia, shall we go for lunch? You promised last time. Jixia looked from him to Zhou Tianzi. wondering when she had agreed to go out for a meal. Yet, at that moment, she found herself inclined to accept. Sure, I know a great barbecue place nearby. Shall we go there? With a gentlemanly smile, Song Iran replied, whatever Xia says goes. Assistant Qian slowly made his way towards the company entrance while keeping an eye on the boss, silently repeating to himself, do not see me, do not see me. However, the boss, as fate would have it, was oblivious to his thoughts. At the moment the two turned away, the boss's piercing gaze landed squarely on him. Normally, it took considerable effort for Assistant Qian to decipher the boss's intentions, but this time he instantly grasped what was implied. Xia, Assistant Qian stepped forward. Well, the boss made a reservation at the barbecue restaurant to celebrate your first day at work. Celebrate my joining? Xia was incredulous, glancing back at Zhou Tianzi, whose face revealed nothing. Assistant Qian, are you joking? Of course not, Assistant Qian replied, casting a glance at the boss. I wouldn't dare make baseless claims with the boss present, would I? After pondering, Xia tilted her head and asked, can I decline? What about your job? Assistant Qian's words struck a nerve. Perhaps only Zhou Tianzi could pull off such a tactic. Truly a masterstroke, she thought. With no other option, Xia reluctantly inquired if Song Iran would be willing to join them. Upon receiving a positive response, she called out, then let us go. If we wait any longer, we might not finish before work hours. However, after taking a few steps, she noticed Zhou Tianzi remained stationary. Curiously, she turned back, questioning Assistant Qian with her eyes. He shook his head, indicating he was also clueless. Girl, have you asked Zhou if he is willing to dine with his Song fellow? Xia felt a sudden pang of realization. Perhaps she had assumed they were familiar with each other, thinking a meal was inconsequential, but she had overlooked their earlier arrogance. With a cautious smile, she addressed Zhou Tianzi, boss, is it all right if I join Songa? Surely, he wouldn't be so petty as to refuse a meal with his little cousin. Xia was at a loss for how to express herself, thinking how absurd. A bombshell had just been dropped, and her life was at stake. Could she not just enjoy a meal? In the end, it turned out they were family, and she had feared they would clash. The true fool was her. How is that possible? Zhou Tianzi rolled up his sleeves, wondering if he should have given prior notice when his little cousin returned. Song Iran continued to play the nonchalant role, twirling his keys. It depends on my mood. Though the situation was rather unpleasing, they eventually entered the barbecue restaurant together. Revisiting the place stirred a whirlwind of emotions in Xia. What else with the nostalgia? Didn't you come here with Zhou last time? Xia shook her head. Master, you are mistaken. Zhou Tianzi came here with his confidant. I was merely tagging along. And besides, I haven't had enough to eat. The latter part is the key, right? Xia grinned. You understand me well, master. You know exactly what I'm thinking. After having noticed that his troublesome disciple had managed to control her eye rolls. Now it was his turn to feel like rolling his eyes. Once inside the barbecue restaurant, Zhou Tianzi's demeanor grew noticeably tense. Assistant Qian noticed, but couldn't quite grasp the reason. Could it be because Xia was sitting next to the Song fellow? This restaurant was a frequent choice for their company, known for its good reputation, which was why he selected it. He felt that if he remained silent any longer, the boss might freeze him out. Boss, is there something wrong with this barbecue place? Zhou Tianzi's gaze fell upon Xia. The barbecue was fine. The issue lay with the people. Last time they came, he had sat beside Lin Qianqian, while Xia was seated alone. Ironically, this time they occupied the same spots, albeit with different company. That occasion marked the moment he became aware of his own issues, as he had not uttered a single normal word throughout the meal. Xia, you should try this. It's quite good, Song Iran said, helping Xia pick up some freshly grilled meat and kindly offering her vegetables. Xia silently complained. What are you doing? Why are you serving me grilled meat? I can reach it myself. However, to refuse would be impolite, leaving her in a dilemma. She didn't eat that kind of meat, so Zhou Tianzi pushed a plate of grilled meat prepared by the waiter in front of Xia, suggesting, take what you like. Gratefully, she glanced up at him and said, thank you, boss, before happily digging in. Turns out Tianzi is quite generous to his employees. The women in your company must be quite fortunate. This statement carried deep implications, prompting Xia to mentally reassure herself. I didn't T hear that. I didn't T hear that. Assistant Chien wished he could bury himself in a crack in the ground. What was this scenario? The dashing little cousin and the wealthy boss competing for the same woman? Yet, the boss no longer had the standing to intervene with Ji Xia, given that he was already divorced. Furthermore, how could the little cousin's remark be addressed? Should he admit that Ji Xia was his wife? Nonetheless, the boss remained unfazed, displaying a stark difference from the rest. He didn't respond. Not only did he not reply, but he also accepted a glass of juice from the waiter and poured a cup for Ji Xia. Ji Xia was taken aback, holding the cup for a long while, repeatedly thanking him. What's going on with the boss? This isn't typical behavior. It seems Zhou Tianzi is doing what you did that day. Ji Xia initially felt puzzled, wondering what she had done. Then, she recalled her previous visit, where she had assisted with the grilled meat and poured juice. However, my actions are always purposeful, aimed at making him accept me and transforming my misfortune, so that I can sleep peacefully at night. I wonder what Zhou Xiaozai's intentions are in doing this. Ji Xia squinted at Assistant Chien, her lips moving silently. Assistant Chien deciphered her unvoiced words. Yet he was unable to respond to her inquiry, as he too was oblivious to the boss's condition. Having followed the boss since graduation, it was the first time in over 2 years that he had taken care of someone during a meal. It seemed he had also attended to Miss Lin, but he always felt that was merely an assignment, as if someone had tasked him with homework. You too, Zhou Tianzi remarked, wiping his hands with a napkin. Are you full? Ji Xia quickly lowered her head, continuing to stuff her mouth with meat, shaking her head in denial. Not yet. Not full. What a joke. She hadn't eaten enough the last time, so this time she was determined to make up for it. Song Iran sat conveniently, patting Ji Xia on the back with a gentle tone. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Look at you. Sauce is sticking to the corner of your mouth, he said, handing her a napkin. Wipe it off. Thank you, Ji Xia replied, wiping her mouth while shoving a large piece of meat into it, looking as if she hadn't eaten for days. By the way, Song Iran leaned closer to Ji Xia. Did my words from last time scare you? You haven't contacted me for several days. No, Ji Xia replied uneasily, shifting away slightly. It's a bit cramped. What was with that unreasonable girlfriend of his? And what kind of expression was that? How long had they known each other to warrant such behavior? Girl, look at Zhou Xiaozai, someone remarked. Ji Xia turned her gaze to Zhou Tianzi, but regrettably, at that moment, he averted his eyes. Checking his watch, he noted that work hours were about to begin. Let's go, he said, standing up first. Ji Xia and Assistant Chien, seeing the boss rise, dared not continue eating. Songge, I need to head back to work, Ji Xia announced. Song Iran stood up as well. All right, I'll come and find you in a few days to treat you to something else, okay? Ji Xia smiled and nodded, then goodbye. However, as she prepared to leave with the boss, she noticed he had already reached the doorway. Long legs sure are impressive, she muttered, glancing at her own legs, which were not short either. Chapter 54. Your foot injury has healed. The 3 of them returned to work, while Song Iran settled back in his seat. The barbecue in the country was indeed delightful. Since someone was treating, he naturally wanted to indulge. He had already spent ample time around Ji Xia, even accommodating a useless stay-at-home mother just to be closer to her. That mother seemed to think of nothing but finding a man and was truly ineffective at anything else. Yet, despite this, his relationship with Ji Xia had shown no signs of progress. The last time he had tentatively confessed his feelings, her reaction had been one of utter confusion. But behind that bewilderment, there seemed to be something more. However, he and T caught a clear glimpse before she withdrew her gaze. Contemplating this, he made a phone call, which was answered promptly. Dad, could you elaborate on the relationship between Zhou Tianzi and Ji Xia? He was on the phone while 2 employees from Yuan Sheng Group behind him gossiped. Hey, we still have nearly an hour before work starts. Why is the boss and the former boss's wife saying it's time to work? Perhaps it's revenge? Tormenting the ex-wife? After all, capitalists tend to extract every last bit of value from you. That can't be it. I think it has something to do with the man who hasn't left behind us. The 2 leaned in closer. What is that man-s relationship with the former boss's wife? Did they seamlessly transition after the divorce? I have no idea. Who brought the boss's ex-wife to work at the company and made her assistant Chien? Is it possible that the boss hired her? I'm good friends with Lulu from HR. She said it wasn't the HR department that hired her. As they continued discussing this matter, they were suddenly cast in shadow. Looking up, they saw the handsome man who had just been sitting next to Jixia. Both instinctively covered their mouths, their eyes wide open, resembling startled rabbits. Song Iran flashed his signature mischievous grin. Don't be afraid. I don't bite. Jixia returned to the company with the boss, feeling particularly stifled along the way. She and Assistant Qian whispered behind the boss. Has he always been this unpredictable? Assistant Qian shot her a perplexed glance, thinking to himself that the person who had lived with the boss for nearly 2 years should know best. Jixia seemed to understand the confusion in his eyes. Smiling awkwardly, well, he seems quite stable. Perhaps she had mistakenly regarded that Mr. Song as an adversary. This thought rendered Jixia silent, as she hadn't anticipated that Song Iran was actually the boss's little cousin, the son of Zhou Zhenhai, whom they had encountered during their incense offering at Qingling Mountain. It was peculiar that Zhou Zhenhai's son did not share the same surname. Could it be true, as Zhou Yuehua suggested, that the elder Zhou's younger brother had willingly become a son-in-law? But why was he returning to the Zhou family now and staying there? Jixia's mind became increasingly muddled, so she shook her head, deciding not to dwell further. Hey girl, now that Zhou Xiaozai has caught you, you should give him a green hat, someone joked. What was that old man's stance? Just a few days prior, he had seemed quite excited about Song Iran confessing to her, yet now he was suggesting she should cheat on Zhou Tianxi. Master, are you so bored that you have nothing to do? Jixia unwittingly followed Zhou Tianxi into the president's exclusive elevator. Realizing Zhou Tianxi's gaze upon her, she immediately intended to exit and take the passenger lift. However, the elevator had already begun to ascend, forcing her to retreat into the corner like a quail. Master, it's all your fault. I've overstepped again. You silly girl, blaming your own mistakes on me. Think carefully about how to appease Zhou Xiaozai. Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes once more, Jixia replied, Master, have you lost your mind? We're divorced, you know that. Besides, our marriage was merely a contractual one. There's no such thing as a green hat. It seems Zhou Xiaozai is quite unhappy. Perhaps he didn't expect you to get so close to his little cousin. Jixia discreetly glanced at Zhou Tianxi, who stood tall in the center of the elevator, exuding a low-pressure aura, but she firmly believed it had nothing to do with her. Seconds later, as the elevator doors opened, she followed the boss out, only for him to suddenly turn, causing her to bump into his back. Jixia quickly covered her nose, stepping back hastily, only to collide with Assistant Qian behind her. As she stumbled, Assistant Qian swiftly caught her. Are you all right? His hand remained on her waist, while Zhou Tianxi withdrew his outstretched hand. I'm fine, thank you. Jixia hurriedly sidestepped a couple of steps, wondering what the boss had turned around for. At that moment, the three stood at the entrance of the office on the 18th floor, resembling a tripod. Jixia raised her head to see the boss's expression darkening further. Boss, what's wrong? Is your foot injury healed? Huh? Jixia was perplexed, glancing down at her own foot, which seemed perfectly fine. In Zhou Tianxi's silence, she recalled his visit to her apartment when he had seen her limping. However, during that encounter, he had suffered severe heart discomfort, and she had been preoccupied with concerns. Unaware that he remembered this detail, she lifted the injured foot, moving it around. See? It's perfectly fine. Zhou Tianxi glanced at her. Such sprained injuries typically required at least 7 to 10 days to heal. When he had seen her, she had nearly recovered, with the injury occurring about a week before their divorce. A few days ago, he had been called back home by the elder Zhou, who mentioned that the younger uncle's son had returned from abroad, which had been around 20 days ago. The intentions of the father and son are glaringly obvious. They assume they conceal their motives well, yet both Zhou Tianxi and Old Master Zhou are acutely aware of the truth. What surprises him, however, is the involvement of Jixia. When his grandfather informed him that Song Yiran was getting close to Jixia, he was incredulous. Even when Zhou Yuehua expressed her astonishment upon encountering the two of them at the mall and rushed to his office, he paid little attention. Yet today, Song Yiran audaciously laid hands on her. Zhou Tianxi pressed his right hand against his heart, struggling to contain his emotions. Having controlled himself for so long, he could now distinctly recognize which emotions would provoke pain in his heart. his dark eyes fixed on the bewildered woman beside him as he endeavored to suppress his outward feelings. Were you with Song Yiran on the day of your divorce? Ji Xia's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her boss. He was indeed remarkable to know such details. Assistant Qian glanced around, recalling he was also present that day, just outside the company's entrance, when Ji Xia had declined the offer for someone to take her home. She had walked away briskly, and it turned out she later encountered Song Yiran. He remembered his boss's face that day, similarly dark, as he had insisted on obtaining a photograph from him. Chapter 55 diminished benefits. That photograph, which he had risked his life to capture, depicting Ji Xia eating like a hamster, was now unjustly taken from him. Was this the day he was injured? Observing Ji Xia's expression, Zhou Tianxi realized his suspicions were correct and proceeded to pose another question. Ji Xia was no longer astonished. It seemed her boss possessed extraordinary abilities, and she nodded in response. And then, Ji Xia felt perplexed. What could possibly follow? Did he accompany you to the hospital? What is it that you wish to inquire about? Ji Xia felt as though she were a criminal, subjected to public interrogation. Zhou Tianxi scrutinized her for approximately a minute before turning back to his office. Assistant Qian, feigning a quail-like demeanor, felt exhausted waiting for his boss to leave and eagerly took his seat, exhaling deeply. Ji Xia rubbed her nose and slowly returned to her position, feeling somewhat displeased. Master, what do you think he means? Am I a criminal to be interrogated? Fu Zisher, who had listened throughout, gleaned no sense of interrogation, but rather sensed the jealousy of a man. Perhaps it was particularly irksome that a girl who had always been by his side was suddenly courted by another. Did he not merely help you review the timeline of your acquaintance with the surname Song? If forced to choose between Zhou Tianxi and Song Yiran, it would undoubtedly be Zhou Tianxi, as he was the true son of fortune, although Song Yiran was not lacking either, being bolstered by the Zhou family's fortune. Zhou Tianxi's remarks suggested he approached his foolish apprentice with ulterior motives. It was essential to caution her against becoming ensnared. Why are you so angry? Have you developed feelings for the surname Song? Do not be disheartened if he confesses. That lad has impure intentions. Ji Xia, unable to restrain herself this time, rolled her eyes dramatically. What nonsense! Master, have you forgotten what I said before? When Song Yiran confessed to her recently, that old man was even more agitated than she was, incessantly questioning her about whether she would consider him. She could no longer endure it and provided him with a thorough analysis, asserting that there are no two individuals in the world who are perfectly compatible. If such individuals did exist, one of them must be deceiving the other, and it certainly would not be her. Who else could it be? Yet today, with Zhou Tianxi's review, it seemed as if even their encounter had been fabricated by Song Yiran, a notion she was temporarily unable to accept. Master, I have discovered that your wisdom cannot even be deemed intelligence. Thus, you have always been a foolish old man. Fu Zisher was incensed. Who among his disciples dared to mock their master so? It was utterly outrageous. When he eventually manifested, he would ensure that this troublesome apprentice learned her lesson. Ji Xia picked up the new phone on her desk, seeking solace in the thought that, regardless, these two individuals currently held little relevance to her. Why should she bother herself with them? After calling out to her master a few times in her mind, the irritable old man remained unresponsive. Noticing the time, she began to tackle the unfinished work from the morning. The hours sped by, and Ji Xia gained a fresh perspective on Yuan Chung Group. The more she learned, the more she realized how impressive her boss truly was, managing such a large company at a young age, responsible for over 1,000 livelihoods. As the end of the workday approached, the HR representative Exine Lulu rushed in. Assistant Qian was about to reprimand her for wandering about aimlessly when she shushed him with a finger to her lips. Ji Xia and Assistant Qian exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of her intentions. Exine Lulu cautiously glanced at the president's office before inching closer. Ji Xia, what did you do to offend the boss? Yixia, confused. Wonder what she could have done to upset her boss. Assistant Qian, disapproving of her sneaky demeanor, urged her to speak quickly. Otherwise, she might forfeit her bonus when the boss emerged. Exine Lulu shot a glare at Assistant Qian, huffing in defiance. The boss has reduced Ji Xia's salary and bonuses by a third. What? Ji Xiao was taken aback. On what grounds? Was he out of his mind to do this? Xin Lulu quickly grabbed Ji Xia, who was about to storm into the office. Where do you think you're going? You must wait until our manager announces it. Going in now would clearly expose me as a snitch. At that moment, she regretted not keeping her curiosity in check, wondering why she hadn't waited until tomorrow. Given Ji Xia's demeanor, it seemed she would not wait until the next day to confront her boss. Realizing this, she stomped her foot, demanding Ji Xia swear not to betray her. Assistant Qian intervened, calming her down. Turning back to Ji Xia, he said, well, the boss has never done this before. There must be some misunderstanding. At lunchtime in the barbecue restaurant, it was evident to anyone that the boss was jealous, likely due to the prolonged inquiries after his return. However, his method of expressing jealousy was rather peculiar, resorting to affecting her paycheck. My dear girl, are you planning to confront Zhou Tianxi? Go on. If he does not restore your salary, you should resign to show him. After all, the money he gave you during the divorce is enough for you to live on for a lifetime. Ji Xia calmed down at her master's words. She had not anticipated her boss's erratic temperament. However, the job was something she cherished and could not resign from lightly, even with a 1/3 reduction in benefits. She figured her compensation was still considerable for comparable positions in High City. As she checked the time, the workday concluded, and she began to pack her belongings in preparation to head home. The new phone that had been gifted to her lay quietly on her desk. She had initially intended to return it to her boss, since her own phone had merely suffered a cracked screen and could still function. However, given the recent reduction in her benefits, she decided to keep it, grabbing the phone and slinging her bag over her shoulder. Ji Xia exited the company with a sense of flair. Zhou Tianxi, who had been waiting in the office for her return, grew increasingly impatient. Tossing down his pen and walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, he was aware of Ji Xia's misfortune, having been informed by numerous individuals that her presence was not without purpose. Nevertheless, they had been together for 2 years, and Ji Xia had not acted out of line. Aside from the fact that he had been experiencing heart pain whenever he approached her, this seemed to be detrimental to her well-being. He had never witnessed what truly befalls an unfortunate person when their misfortune manifests. Those who had informed him had also never seen it. While he pondered the reliability of this information, Assistant Qian knocked and entered. Boss, it's time. Do you have any further instructions? Zhou Tianxi then realized the workday had ended. What about her? Assistant Qian thought, boss, why not mention a name? Fortunately, he dutifully guessed whom he was inquiring about. Ji Xiao left as soon as the clock struck 5, seemingly having received a phone call summoning her. In truth, the first person that came to Assistant Qian's mind was Mr. Song, who had dined with them at noon. He glanced at his boss's expression, and upon mentioning that someone was meeting Ji Xia, the frown on his forehead tightened. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. After all, it was your own doing to reduce her benefits. Chapter 56. Who are you looking for? Zhou Tianxi picked up his suit jacket and swiftly exited the office. When he reached downstairs, Ji Xia was still waiting for her ride at the company entrance, prompting him to immediately instruct the driver to bring the car over. As Ji Xia entered the vehicle, Zhou Tianxi joined her, following the taxi ahead. The driver, observing his boss's demeanor through the rearview mirror, noted his agitation. It was the first time he could decipher his emotions. Unable to resist, he stole a few more glances, but upon being caught, he quickly focused on driving. The taxi in front was moving at a leisurely pace, and he trailed behind at a similarly slow speed. Zhou Tianxi assessed the route. This was not the way back to Qingyajun, meaning Ji Xia was headed out to meet someone. Could it be Song Iran? The pain in his heart reminded him that his emotions had crossed a line. Leaning back against the seat, he exhaled slowly to calm himself. He understood his thoughts. Yet the road ahead was fraught with pitfalls that he needed to navigate carefully. However, the other protagonist of this situation clearly suppressed her feelings. Did she truly wish to avoid any connection with him? Yet why had she agreed to work at Yuansheng? If this question were posed directly to Ji Xia, she would surely respond that it was simply for the sake of employment and financial gain. But presently, seated in the taxi, she was seething with anger. That despicable man had actually reduced her salary. Unforgivable. Girl, do you have a screw loose? Do you really care about that measly paycheck? She thought to herself. But the act of giving and then retracting was undeniably irritating. Whether or not she cared was one thing. He shouldn't go back on his word. Jixia felt a sense of imbalance in her heart and resolved to have a serious talk with her friend when they met later. Just before finishing work, Zhounin had called, insisting she come to see a good show, and had even sent her the address. She opened the message to find it was a shopping mall not far from the Yuanqing building. She wanted to inquire further about what kind of show it was, but her friend had already hung up. She thought to herself that regardless of whether there was a good show or not, she had to see her friend. It had been too long since they last met. After getting out of the car, Jixia headed straight for the address provided by her friend, while Zhou Tianxi took note of the surrounding environment. His attire was quite out of place among the bustling crowd, who were all there to shop after work. While he looked as if he were there on an inspection, after standing at the entrance for a moment, he pulled out his phone and made a call. When Gao Jialin received the call, he was still in a daze. It had been quite some time since his childhood friend, now the CEO of Yuansheng, had reached out to him. Curious about the purpose of the call, he waited at the office door. As soon as Zhou Tianxi appeared, he enveloped him in a bear hug, exclaiming, "What brings young Master Zhou here? I thought you had forgotten about us." Zhou Tianxi pushed Gao Jialin's arms away, stating, "It's after work. I just came to your mall for a stroll." "Oh, you came in such a hurry that you forgot to change into casual clothes. Let me find you something to wear." Gao Jialin squinted at him, clearly skeptical of his words. He didn't believe for a moment that Zhou Tianxi was merely their stroll. However, he didn't call him out on it, instead going to the office to retrieve a set of casual clothes and tossing them over, saying, "Here, it's new and unworn." Fortunately, their body sizes were similar. Otherwise, the clothes would have been mismatched. After changing, Zhou Tianxi emerged and stood on the fourth-floor platform, surveying the entire mall. He had come here specifically because of the unique design of his friend's office, which allowed a comprehensive view of the shopping center. After scanning the area, he still couldn't find Jixia, but he was unwilling to give up and searched again. Gao Jialin, unable to contain himself, asked, "Who are you looking for?" This guy hadn't visited in 6 months, and now he was here without uttering a word. What was he even searching for? It was evident to Gao Jialin that his friend was on a mission. "How about I take you downstairs for a look? Maybe you need something. I can help you." Zhou Tianxi felt it inappropriate to continue aimlessly searching, so he heeded his friend's advice and followed him downstairs. Gao Jialin was surprised by his compliance and couldn't help but tease, "I heard that your grandfather wants you to get a divorce. How does it feel to be alone?" Zhou Tianxi resumed his usual stoic demeanor, responding without emotion, "We are in a marriage of convenience." Gao Jialin shrugged. He was well aware that the entire city knew about it. When Zhou Tianxi had agreed to marry a stranger, it had shocked their circle of friends. At that time, Zhou's family was on the brink of bankruptcy, and everyone had thought the family was marrying him off to someone wealthy. Little did they know it was a vulnerable orphan, thin and pitiful. The friends who had initially intended to ridicule Zhou Tianxi found themselves playing the role of gentlemen in her presence. Once Zhou Tianxi explained that it was a marriage of convenience with a 2-year term, they even felt a twinge of sympathy for the girl. Thus, apart from Zhou Yuehua, Zhou Tianxi's aunt, who occasionally expressed disdain for the girl, the rest treated her with respect. "By the way, why did your grandfather insist you go to that Jixia?" Zhou Tianxi shot him a glance and muttered 2 words, "Busybody." "Hey, it's just casual conversation. Besides, you're divorced now, what's there to hide?" As they walked through the mall, stopping and starting, he pondered whether the improvements at Yuansheng were somehow related to her. Gao Jialin's eyes nearly popped out. Was he joking? Did he truly believe that? He was acutely aware of how hard Zhou Tianxi had worked to turn around Zhou's losses. He had nearly driven himself to the brink of collapse, making emergency calls in the middle of the night. No one expected to see him the next day at a banquet. Back then, Gao Jialin thought it was nothing short of a miracle that his friend had survived. How could he so lightly attribute the success to that girl? Thinking this, he inched closer, though he was pushed away disdainfully. Still, he asked the question that lingered in his mind. "I say, young Master Zhou, you haven't really fallen for her, have you?" Zhou Tianxi shot him a look that said, "Have you lost your mind?" and continued walking. Gao Jialin smirked, "I know who you're looking for. If you don't tell me, I can make it so you won't see her." As they approached their destination, if Zhou Tianxi didn't speak up, he might very well miss her altogether. This statement sparked a sense of urgency in him. To avoid losing out, he pointed to a spot diagonally ahead, saying there. Zhou Tianxi focused his gaze. If it weren't for his friend's indication, he wouldn't have recognized her. Ahead, Ji Xiao was indeed there with Zhou Nan, both leaning against a small corner, seemingly engaged in eavesdropping. Chapter 57. Encounter again. While listening and discussing, they appeared unconcerned about being discovered. Zhou Tianxi's gaze returned to his friend, clearly communicating, "Find a place where they won't notice us." Gao Jialan was impressed. Here was Zhou Tianxi, who had come searching for someone, yet wanted to remain incognito. However, since his friend rarely visited, he felt it necessary to grant him this small favor. The two slipped into a nearby surveillance room, accessing the cameras above Ji Xia and her companion, leisurely observing from their seats. Ji Xia, feeling uncomfortable standing, nudged Zhou Nan, suggesting, "Let's go. There's nothing worth watching." "What's not to watch?" "Hee." Zhou Nan replied as she snapped photos on her phone. "Wait until I edit this and send it to Zhou Yuehua. It'll drive her crazy, haha." Ji Xia had speculated for a long time what kind of good show her friend wanted her to see, only to find herself stumbling upon Dong Chong and Li Fanghua instead. Zhou Nan had encountered Dong Chong before and was aware that he was Zhou Yuehua's cherished boyfriend, one with whom she contemplated marriage. To her astonishment, during a casual outing, she stumbled upon him on a date with another woman. With the notion that shared joy is more delightful than solitary amusement, she summoned her friend to witness the spectacle. Little did she anticipate an unexpected revelation. Dong Chong was, in fact, the father of the child belonging to the woman before her. This sensational piece of gossip was too tantalizing to ignore. She felt compelled to document it, her mind replaying Zhou Yuehua's furious expression multiple times. Ji Xia, who was already privy to the truth, found this unfolding drama less engaging, especially since Li Fanghua had just retrieved a cylindrical hairpin from her earlier that afternoon. Initially, Dong Chong had tried to pacify the situation, but his demeanor soon shifted to one of frustration. Uncertain of Dong Chong's intentions in meeting Li Fanghua, Ji Xia held little faith in his potential for redemption or his willingness to embrace both Li Fanghua and her child once again. As she watched, Dong Chong prepared to leave, casually remarking that he should remember to bring the child next time. He then exited the small shop, with Li Fanghua immediately pursuing him. "Changgu, don't you want to see me? It's been over 2 months since we last met. You used to call me every day," she implored. Dong Chong halted, his expression darkening as he replied sternly, "I've already stated that we are finished. Do not continue to entangle me. But we have a child together. We were once happy." Li Fanghua pleaded, tears streaming down her face, drawing the attention of onlookers in the mall. Seizing the moment, Ji Xia discreetly pulled Zhou Nan aside, observing the scene from a distance. "Well, you insisted on having the child. I'm merely willing to see him once," Dong Chong remarked before departing, leaving Li Fanghua to gradually sink to the ground in tears. The surrounding crowd murmured various comments, some offering comfort, others mocking. Yet not a single soul offered her a tissue. Ji Xia contemplated producing a tissue from her pocket, but ultimately decided against it. Her companion, witnessing the spectacle, found it peculiar. She knew Ji Xia to be compassionate and kind-hearted, yet here she was, refraining from offering solace to someone she recognized, who was now in such distress. "What happened? Did she offend you?" her friend queried. Ji Xia shook her head, her gaze drawn to a nearby trash bin where Dong Chong had discarded the cylindrical hairpin. When Li Fanghua had approached her earlier, she had been brimming with excitement, likely believing they were on the verge of reconciliation. Yet, this outcome was unforeseen. After this incident, she should be able to let go entirely, for in Dong Chong's eyes, there was no trace of lingering affection. "Let us go," Ji Xia urged her friend, suggesting they grab a bite to eat and return home. As they departed, the two individuals in the surveillance room remained in place. Gao Jialan could not help but comment, "Girls truly have a penchant for gossip, don't they? How dull to witness a scoundrel abandon a woman." Zhou Tianxi, observing Ji Xia's silhouette on the monitor, pondered her intentions. Gao Jialan did not recognize the man, but he recalled that he was Zhou Yuehua's boyfriend, vaguely remembering her mentioning it. Why then? Was she still preoccupied with this matter? Well, the show is over. Gao Jialin remarked, casually draping an arm over Zhou Tianxi's shoulder. It's been ages since we've seen each other. We must share a drink today. Zhou Tianxi shrugged off his arm and exited the surveillance room first. Coincidentally, they entered a store and spotted Zhou Nan and Ji Xia seated by the window. Without a second thought, Gao Jialin pulled Zhou Tianxi toward their table. As they sat down, he made sure to exchange pleasantries. Ah, what a coincidence to see you here. We arrived late, and there were no seats available, so we thought we might share a table. He placed Zhou Tianxi beside Ji Xia and settled next to Zhou Nan. Xiao Nan, it's been a while, Gao Jialin said, ordering extra utensils from the server and pouring Zhou Nan a glass of water. Zhou Nan shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think I'm blind? There are plenty of empty seats. What are you doing here? You're ruining our appetite. Oh, come on, Xiao Nan. Give Gao Jialin a break. I just wanted to see you, he replied. Can you speak normally? Zhou Nan retorted, in contrast to the boisterousness at the other table. Ji Xia and Zhou Nan remained as quiet as strangers, especially since no one would be pleased to encounter the source of their financial woes. She turned her gaze toward the window, admiring the scenery. She couldn't help but notice how the reflection in the glass was unusually clear. It had been ages since she had seen him in casual attire. He seemingly perpetually donned a suit. A few strands of hair fell to his brow, adding a youthful vigor to his appearance. After observing him for a few minutes, he unexpectedly glanced at the glass, startling her into inaction. She quickly lifted her water glass and took a large sip, only to regret it instantly, for the water was scalding hot. Caught between the urge to spit it out and the desire to maintain her composure in public, she swallowed hard, tears springing to her eyes. Cautiously sticking out her tongue to ease the discomfort, she was handed a tissue, which she accepted without thought and dabbed at her mouth. Once she realized it was the owner who had offered it, she nodded in gratitude. Are you all right? Should we take you to the hospital? Zhou Tianxi asked, handing her another tissue. Ji Xia rolled her eyes. For a burnt tongue? No need to be so dramatic. I'm not that sensitive. The commotion drew Zhou Nan's attention away from her verbal sparring with Gao Jialin, and she glanced at Zhou Tianxi, inquiring about Ji Xia's condition. It's nothing. Let's eat. Yi Xia replied. Their dishes had already arrived, while the other two were still waiting. I've been starving for ages. Finally, we can eat, Gao Jialin exclaimed, picking up his chopsticks to serve himself. Zhou Nan swatted his chopsticks away. What are you doing? Your dishes haven't arrived yet. You need to wait. Xiao Nan, you're being too harsh. Gao Jialin used to carry you when you were little. Now that you've grown up, you want to even let him eat? Gao Jialin teased. Ugh, how shameless. You always bring that up. It's disgusting. Zhou Nan retorted. She had been around 5 or 6 years old when she arrived at the Zhou household. Often overlooked and unloved, frequently retreating to a corner. Gao Jialin, when visiting Zhou Tianxi, enjoyed teasing her, coming from a family with many boys. He was envious to suddenly have a sister. He was one of the few who did not harbor prejudice against Zhou Nan, unlike Zhou Tianxi's other friends, who regarded her with disdain. Thus, Zhou Nan's attitude toward him was more amiable than toward others. Xia Xia, hurry up. I have something to discuss with you after we eat, Ji Xia said, eager to leave the current atmosphere, especially since Zhou Tianxi was seated too close for her comfort. What do you want to discuss? She asked. Neither of them anticipated that the question would come from Zhou Tianxi. Zhou Nan looked at him quizzically. What business is it of yours? Do you want to eavesdrop on our girl talk? What you're planning is dangerous. Do not involve her, Zhou Tianxi warned. Zhou Nan's eyes widened in surprise, and Ji Xia was equally taken aback. What dangerous thing are you doing, Nan? Yi Xia s'est peut-être vanished. She needed to leave and interrogate her friend. Hey, sit down. Zhou Tianxi, you really need to mind your own business. Besides, what dangerous thing am I doing? Zhou Nan shot back. Xia Xia, don't listen to his nonsense. He.S. just seeking revenge because I didn't share my candy with him last time and scolded him, Zhou Nan clarified. Ji Xia, puzzled, returned to her seat. There were few who genuinely cared for her, and she wished to prevent any trouble for her friend. What candy? She inquired. The candy you made at the villa last time. He wanted some, but I didn't give any, Zhou Nan explained. Ji Xia glanced back at Zhou Tianxi, who didn't seem the type to engage in such antics, but she trusted her friend's words. Hasten to eat, and once we finish, we shall depart. Gao Jialin, unable to contain his restlessness, turned his eyes and leaned closer to Zhou Nan. Nan Nan, do you have nothing to say to your brother? Ido, Zhou Nan replied, using the opposite end of her chopsticks to push him away. Keep your distance. Gao Jialin's smile faltered instantly as he clutched his heart. Nan Nan, you wound your brother's heart so. How can he ever take you home? Zhou Nan retorted sharply. Honestly, can you just shut your mouth and eat? Or better yet, get lost. Do I need you to marry me? Not a single man is worth anything. Zhou Nan, cutting off Gao Jialin, disdainfully declared, you're no gem either. And neither is that fellow across from you. You two should mind your own business and stay away from us. Gao Jialin, released but still eager to speak, was interrupted again by Zhou Nan, who insisted, if you speak again, we will change tables. We don't need you. Jixia secretly gave Zhou Nan a thumbs up and happily resumed her meal. Gao Jialin glanced helplessly at Zhou Tianxi, who remained utterly unfazed, and he couldn't help but admire his childhood friend's mental resilience. Jixia burned her tongue and struggled to taste her food, while Zhou Nan felt troubled by the presence of the two dining with them, rendering the meal quite unpleasant. As soon as Jixia set her chopsticks down, Zhou Nan eagerly pulled her away. Gao Jialin muttered a few complaints about how the little girl was becoming less charming as she grew older. If you don't mean it, then stop teasing her. It won't do anyone any good. Ah, I say, young Master Zhou, can't you tell I'm serious? Zhou Tianxi replied with a wry smile, observing his childhood friend's lingering affection for romantic flings. Although he hadn't acted on it yet, who could predict the future? As the old saying goes, those who frequently walk by the river are bound to get their shoes wet. Gao Jialin felt a twinge of guilt under Zhou Tianxi's gaze. I wasn't, it's just boredom. And besides, your sister isn't even paying me any mind. Zhou Tianxi, preoccupied with his own troubles, chose not to respond. However, Gao Jialin was curious about his affairs. What's going on with you? You seem rather invested in your so-called ex-wife. But isn't it circulating in the industry that you're about to be engaged to the Lin family? Zhou Tianxi set down his chopsticks, no longer interested in eating, and opted for a drink instead. No, the food is quite good. I haven't finished yet, Gao Jialin pressed, holding him back. Let us just say I won't pry into your romantic life anymore. Zhou Tianxi recalled Jixia's discomfort earlier and wondered how she was faring. As he pulled out his phone to send a message, he continued to banter with Gao Jialin. Huh? You discovered your mother's hometown? Meanwhile, Jixia and Zhou Nan strolled down the street. Zhou Nan initially proposed finding a small bar to chat over drinks, but Jixia resolutely refused. What would two girls do in a bar? Zhou Nan, exasperated, accepted that they would simply walk and talk as a means of digestion. Yes, it's a small town on the outskirts of Jiangsheng called Fengxianzhen. What do you plan to do? Zhou Nan linked her arm with Jixia's, drawing close. Xia, I intend to check it out. Jixia nodded. Since the investigation had commenced, it was only fitting to see it through. If it were indeed her mother, she would likely travel to Fengxianzhen. You must be careful. Do you want me to accompany you? No need. Didn't you say you were working? Were you employed? After a moment of silence, Jixia finally spoke when Zhou Nan looked puzzled. At Yuan Cheng, as Qianjin's assistant. Xia, are you all right? Zhou Nan placed a hand on Jixia's forehead, concerned. What is wrong with you? Just escaped one fire pit and jumped into another. The renowned Qianjin, a prominent figure in the Haisher business circle, was undeniably Zhou Tianxi's golden assistant. Jixia working as his assistant meant she was essentially serving tea to Zhou Tianxi. Recalling that, Zhou Nan halted Jixia. Xia, are you starting to attract bad luck again? Jixia quickly reassured her friend. No, don't worry. Then why go and be a tea-serving assistant for a scoundrel? What are you talking about? I have a legitimate job, and besides, Yuan Cheng offers excellent benefits. You should know that. But, Zhou Nan frowned. But working there means you'll have to face that scoundrel daily. It could be quite disheartening, especially as his ex-wife. There will surely be plenty of gossip at the office. Understanding Zhou Nan's concerns, Jixia quickly comforted her. Don't you know me? I won't let these things bother me. Xia, why do you seem so burdened? She gave Jixia a loving hug. Jixia laughed. What burden? I have a hefty sum of alimony in you, my caring friend. How could I possibly be burdened? Chapter 59. The return of misfortune. Jixia had nearly forgotten her past experiences as she navigated the troubles of adulthood. She firmly believed in living in the moment and prioritizing enjoyment. But you, going to such a distant place, can you manage alone? Although she had never been to Jiangcheng, she had seen it on a map. It was indeed far and a peripheral town, posing risks for a young woman. It's fine. I'll ask Zhou Tianxi to accompany me. Zhou Nan, carefree, added, by the way, I ran into Zhou Yuehua's boyfriend today and captured quite a few videos of him flirting with other women. I'll send them to her for a little headache, haha. Recently, Zhou Yuehua had been constantly praising her boyfriend for being attentive, considerate, responsible, and caring. Zhou Nan had grown weary of hearing it and thought it would be amusing to frustrate her before leaving. Ji Xia disapproved of her friend's plan. If you truly want to send it, wait a few days until you leave. Knowing Zhou Yuehua's temperament, if she found out Zhou Nan was the one who sent the videos, she would undoubtedly confront her first, suspecting Zhou Nan had done it intentionally to irritate her. However, once Zhou Nan had left, Zhou Yuehua would have no outlet for her frustration and would inevitably seek out the person responsible. By the time Zhou Nan returned, Zhou Yuehua would likely know the truth and forget about confronting the video sender. Zhou Nan nodded in agreement with Ji Xia's advice. I'll wait until the day I leave. As twilight descended, the two parted ways. As Ji Xia hailed a taxi and approached the entrance of Qingyajun, the taxi tire burst. Ji Xia felt a jolt of surprise and quickly communicated with her master in her mind, wondering if misfortune had returned. Don't panic. It might not be, Fu Zisha reassured her. The taxi driver apologized profusely, explaining that the tire had needed changing for days. But he had not found the time and hadn't expected it to fail mid-journey. I won't charge you for the fare. I'm truly sorry. Qingyajun is just ahead. Please walk the rest of the way. Ji Xia expressed her understanding, feeling a weight lift from her heart, thankful it wasn't her fault. She insisted on paying the fare, recognizing the driver's hard work. Strolling leisurely back to the community, she took in the evening life around her. By this time, everyone had finished dinner, with people walking their dogs, children playing, and the joyful shouts of young parents creating an uplifting atmosphere. In a good mood, Ji Xia took out her phone and began to donate. Girl, are you planning to donate all your alimony? If my job at Yuancheng is stable, I could do that. I don't have a strong attachment to money, as long as it's enough to get by. Having such a large sum in her hands felt unsafe. If misfortune returned, it would likely vanish inexplicably within days, leaving her puzzled as to why. But what if your job at Yuancheng isn't stable? How will you eat and drink? I've managed for over 20 years without stability. I'll take it one step at a time. Fu Zisha was at a loss as to whether to praise his disciple for her enlightenment or scold her for not being more prudent. Don't forget, your luck was stolen. Don't you want to find that person? His words plunged Ji Xia into silence. To be candid, she had lived for over 20 years. Had it not been for the appearance of her master, marrying Zhou Tianxi for 2 years, she would have thought she would continue living in such a manner. Little did she anticipate a twist in her fate. If one were to speak of misfortune, it should have been the luck stolen from her in her childhood. The memories of her early years were nebulous, making it challenging to trace back, with the sole lead now being Zhou Yuehua. However, apart from passively waiting for Zhou Yuehua to accept her, she had no desire to take the initiative. Just let it be, she mused. If my luck is not in a hurry, then why should I be? Fu Zisha lamented. With your attitude, when will I ever possess a complete body? Master, isn't our current existence quite satisfactory? We are inseparable, she replied. Fu Zisha, exasperated, thought, who is doing well? Certainly not me. Yixia sighed, conceding, all right. If it's not well, then it's not well. I shall strive to improve, starting tomorrow. A silence ensued. Oh no, the old man is upset. Ji Xia thought as she walked home, trying to placate him. Yet upon reaching home, her attempts proved futile. Never mind. If he wishes to be angry, let him be. On her first day back at work, she felt utterly exhausted, and after a shower, collapsed on her bed into a deep slumber. After Ji Xia fell asleep, Fu Zisha concentrated his spiritual awareness, transforming it into a wisp of light, gradually coalescing into a human form. He wished to ascertain how long he could maintain this appearance, and whether he could distance himself from his disciple. Cautiously, He drifted towards the bedroom door and inadvertently noticed the clock on the bedside table, indicating it was already past 1 in the morning. It took several hours for him to manifest. As he surveyed his surroundings, the light seemed to dim gradually. Why is the duration so short? Just as he pondered this, a loud crash startled him, causing his essence to scatter back into Jixia's mind. Awakened by the noise, Jixia rubbed her sore back and sighed in resignation, realizing that the taxi incident from the previous night was no mere coincidence. Her streak of misfortune had begun. "Get up quickly, make some candy," Fu Zhi urged. Jixia snapped back to reality, recalling her obligation to prepare the candy for her boss to alleviate the situation temporarily. Climbing out of her disheveled bed, she groaned, "Master, you nearly killed me with that scare. Couldn't you have detected it sooner?" Fu Zhi thought to himself, "I was just as startled. How could I have foreseen it?" Exiting the bedroom, she turned on the living room light, but it failed to illuminate. A power outage? At this hour? She wondered, peering outside, but unable to discern if the entire building was affected. Returning to her bedroom, she grabbed her phone and activated the flashlight. The kitchen lights were also out, confirming her suspicions of a blackout. "Surely, my bad luck hasn't extended to the power supply," she consoled herself. "Master, who else could be as unfortunate as I am? Having to rise in the dead of night to make candy, and without electricity, no less? This isn't just your predicament. Laziness has its consequences. You've spent 2 years unable to secure a man, and even when clues about your stolen luck appear, you fail to investigate properly." Jixia retrieved her ingredients, pondering. My master is indeed astute, always piercingly honest. She attempted to ignite the gas, but was met with silence. "Damn it," she cursed, "even the gas is out." Undeterred, she turned on the faucet, but not a single drop emerged. It was now confirmed. Her apartment was devoid of water, electricity, and gas, all under the control of her ill fate. Had she foreseen this, she would have kept some candy aside for her boss when she started her job yesterday. Now, her intentions of being ingratiating were thwarted. Chapter 60. Inability to make candy. Jixia, resigned, leaned against the sofa on the floor. "Master, will I be able to leave the house tomorrow?" She knew well that the streets were fraught with danger, potentially landing her in the hospital. The pressing matter was to contact Zhou Xiaozi and inform him of her plight, seeking his assistance in navigating this crisis. The thought left her momentarily silent. She had already relied on her boss sufficiently, and continuing to do so weighed heavily on her conscience. "Forget it. It's been over 20 years. Just because I've enjoyed 2 years of comfort does not absolve me of my past conduct. Master, do not worry. I will persevere," Jixia declared, clenching her fists. "But what if I cannot persevere?" She pondered, brushing her bangs aside. "If I cannot, then perhaps I will eventually grow accustomed to it." Having voiced her thoughts, she pulled out her phone and began donating. This time, she did not donate in increments of 10,000. Rather, she donated several sums of 200,000 until she reached her limit. "Isn't it better to donate voluntarily than to have my fortune return and my money vanish inexplicably?" Fu Zhi was speechless. Such misfortune truly bore no logic, with money disappearing without reason. "Is your current state akin to when you were not married to Zhou Xiaozi?" Jixia hugged a pillow to her lap, resting her chin upon it. "It's not that severe. Water, electricity, and gas, at most 2, will be cut off." She had not anticipated such an overwhelming failure. Everything was severed at once. Fu Zhi's earlier assertions were validated. Her misfortune had been suppressed for 2 years, and now, upon its resurgence, it had multiplied. "Be cautious at work tomorrow morning," he advised. Jixia glanced at the time. It was 2 in the morning, allowing for a few more hours of sleep. However, she would need to walk to work in the morning, necessitating an early rise. "Let us hope no further calamities befall me on my way to work." Typically, when misfortune looms, the more one prays for avoidance, the more it manifests. The following morning, Jixia awoke on the floor with aches throughout her body. With no water at home, she was unable to wash up before heading to the office. To her dismay, as she stepped out of her apartment, a bag of refuse plummeted from above, nearly striking her head. Thankfully, she reacted swiftly, darting aside just in time to avoid being splattered with garbage. Stunned, she stood frozen until an elderly lady emerged from the building, muttering about how the trash had fallen without any wind. Ji Xia thought, I must be the wind that this bag sensed. Accepting the lady's apology, Ji Xia continued her journey to the office, treading carefully to avoid further missteps. Surprisingly, the rest of her journey went smoothly, and she arrived at the company early. Entering the staff elevator, she waited a few seconds, but the elevator showed no signs of movement. Puzzled, she looked around, questioning whether she was barred from using it. To confirm, she exited the elevator, watching as her colleague arrived, and politely stated that she would wait for someone. The elevator, astonishingly, began to ascend. For heaven's sake, the 18th floor? You expect me to climb? Why not try Zhou Xiaozi's elevator? Fuzi, she suggested. Ji Xia, half convinced, entered the exclusive elevator for the president, pressed the button for the 18th floor, and closed her eyes in anticipation. However, the elevator remained still. Master, this isn't working. I must take the stairs. It's not the elevator that is at fault. Open your eyes and see. Upon doing so, Ji Xia found Zhou Tianxi's tall figure blocking the elevator door. Good morning, boss, she greeted, feeling a wave of guilt as she dared not admit she had used the passenger elevator. If she had to descend now, she would have to climb 18 flights, and her back was still sore. Quietly retreating to a corner of the elevator, she hoped her boss would not hold her accountable. Wishing for a ride, Zhou Tianxi glanced at the person in the corner. Apart from her bag, she clutched another sack. She must have complied and made the candy last night, he thought, feeling somewhat pleased, having released his pent-up emotions from a night of drinking with friends. Yet, even after exiting the elevator and heading toward his office, Ji Xia still had not presented him with the candy. Curious, he watched as she hurried into the restroom with the bag, his mind filled with questions. Ji Xia quickly washed up and applied a light touch of makeup before exiting the restroom, only to discover her boss waiting near her desk. She cast a puzzled glance at the newly arrived assistant Qian, who shook his head, indicating he was equally unaware of what the boss was doing here. Boss. Zhou Tianxi glanced again at the bag in her hand, noticing it was still damp, suggesting it was not the item he sought. Where's the thing I wanted? Ji Xia stood there with her head tilted, momentarily a loss, wondering what he meant. Silly girl, Zhou wants candy. Oh, that candy, I didn't make it. As soon as those words left her mouth, an oppressive atmosphere descended upon Ji Xia and assistant Qian beside her. She hurriedly began to explain. I didn't mean to forget, it's just that the water and electricity in the apartment have been cut off. She anticipated such a stroke of bad luck. Everything at home had ceased to function. Zhou Tianxi furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on Ji Xia. Lost in thought. Boss, it's south likely that my place is in this state for a few days, so I can't make the candy. How about I go out and buy some instead? To her surprise, the boss ignored her entirely and turned to enter the office. Wondering why he was being so cryptic, she intended for any of this to happen. Although she had forgotten after returning home yesterday, she genuinely wanted to make the candy late at night. Silly girl, stop making excuses for yourself. Ji Xia tidied her belongings and sat despondently at her desk, contemplating how she would navigate the days ahead amidst this streak of misfortune. Perhaps noticing Ji Xia's state of disarray, Assistant Qian kindly reminded her, You don't know, but I've been running all over High City to buy candy for the boss. The varieties I purchased number at least 80, yet the boss merely glanced at them, didn't even taste them, and ordered me to dispose of them. By the way, it seems he hasn't eaten in 2 or 3 days. Everything you brought yesterday was shared with colleagues. This revelation stirred a sense of guilt within Ji Xia, as the candy from yesterday was actually meant for the boss, but was repurposed as a gift at the last minute. Now, she regretted not saving half for him, which could have perhaps averted her current misfortune. But where could she possibly find a place to make candy now? This was infuriating. Silly girl, you could ask Zhou for a place to make it. With his demeanor, you didn't see how he looked just now, as if he wanted to freeze me. Try asking him. Don't give up without making an effort. Do you wish to remain in a home without water and electricity? Chapter 61. Who is it really? Ji Xia thought to herself, don't I want to change? Do I wish to remain perpetually unlucky? It's not like I have any other choice. While muttering internally, she decided to inquire with Assistant Qian about what the boss typically drinks at this hour. After receiving an answer, Ji Xia brewed a cup of black tea and, under Assistant Qian's watchful gaze, knocked on Zhou Tianxi's office door. Assistant Qian, having witnessed an amusing spectacle early in the morning, could hardly contain his curiosity. What is the situation between these two divorced individuals? The boss brought his ex-wife into the company as his assistant, yet she remains under his directive. He realized that Jixia was genuinely eager to work, but the boss seemed to be making things difficult, suddenly slashing her benefits yesterday and now frowning at her for not bringing candy today. It appeared the boss was being somewhat unreasonable. Was he perhaps seeking to be coddled by Jixia? The absurdity of this notion sent shivers down Assistant Qian's spine, particularly given the boss's usual demeanor as a shrewd business elite, making it hard to imagine he required such comfort. When Jixia entered the office, Zhou Tianxi had just ended a phone call. The call was with the property management of Qingyajun, who reported that there was no disruption of water or electricity in any unit. So, the person who had come and lied, claiming there was a disruption to excuse not making candy? Boss Hetty, what kind of flattery is this? Jixia placed the tea on the desk, standing still, motionless. Zhou Tianxi set his phone down and glanced at her, instructing her to leave after delivering the tea. Ah, boss, could you assist me with something? Upon uttering this, Jixia wished she could sink into the ground, wondering how she could ask the boss for help in such a manner. Master, you've doomed me. She regretted listening to his advice. Zhou Tianxi rose and approached her, looming over her, questioning, the community is experiencing a disruption? No. Jixia quickly waved her hands. It's south just my place. The other residents are unaffected. Zhou Tianxi fell silent, evidently unsure of her meaning. Jixia also quieted, uncertain how to explain. Truthfully, the boss likely wouldn't believe her. However, without the truth, she found no excuse to evade the situation. Boss, could you help me find a place? A place where I can make candy? Thus, it was best not to elaborate and simply state her purpose. Noon, Zhou Tianxi replied, specifying a time, then returned to his seat, curious to see what she intended to do. Jixia's face brightened with a smile. Thank you, boss. After she exited, Zhou Tianxi reviewed 2 documents but grew increasingly irritated, casting his pen aside and sipping his tea. It seemed he frequently assisted her. It was all a ploy to ensure she would accept him, thus transforming her fortune. For some reason, Lin Xianxian's word from Qingling Guan suddenly echoed in his mind. Zhou Tianxi set down his tea and dialed the property management of Qingyajun again, demanding they check Jixia's residence to confirm whether there was indeed a disruption of services. A few minutes later, the property management responded that everything was normal, and there were no issues with water or electricity. The candy she made had been consumed days ago, and apart from corn candy, nothing else remained after their divorce. What state is she in now? Misfortune? Zhou Tianxi contemplated standing up to check the door, but as he rose, a sharp pain pierced his heart, forcing him back into his chair. Is this it? He hadn't done anything yet, hadn't even approached her, and the forces controlling him were already impatiently striking. Who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes? Could it truly be Jixia herself? Why does she keep him at a distance and push herself towards Lin Xianxian? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. She was shrouded in secrets, and each time he sought to uncover a fragment, she darted away faster than a rabbit. Furthermore, the voice that had once led his grandfather to her had not resurfaced since. After a moment of suffocating pressure, rationality returned to Zhou Tianxi's mind, leading him to dismiss all prior reasoning. The reason was that when Jixia first encountered him in this state, her worry was genuine, not feigned. She even attempted to call for help. If not her, then who was it that he found himself irresistibly drawn to? Lin Xianxian? Or someone from the Lin family? The Zhou and Lin families have been family friends for generations, maintaining a collaborative relationship since the time of Zhou Laozu. Although the Lin family did not extend a helping hand when the Zhou family faced bankruptcy 2 years ago, they were among the few who did not take advantage of their misfortune. Otherwise, his grandfather would not have persistently urged him to consider a union with the Lin family. Logically, with his grandfather around, the Lin family should not need to resort to underhanded means to control her. He had been groomed as the heir since childhood. fully aware that his future marriage must benefit the Zhou family. Romantic affection was an inconsequential matter to him. As long as the Zhou family thrived, he would go to any lengths to protect it. 2 years ago, when his grandfather introduced Ji Xia to him, suggesting he marry her, he had little objection. At that time, the Zhou family was on the brink of collapse, facing imminent bankruptcy. All he could think about was recovering their standing, leaving little room to care about whom he married. Although his grandfather claimed Ji Xia could revive the Zhou family, he had scoffed at the notion. Yet he complied to appease his grandfather. 2 years later, when his grandfather urged him to divorce, claiming Ji Xia might hinder the Zhou family, he acquiesced. He simply overlooked one crucial point. Human emotions are inherently tender, and prolonged interaction inevitably leads to attachment. He felt a profound guilt towards Ji Xia. As it was the Zhou family that had brought her misfortune, the praises she received came from the Zhou family, and so did the criticisms. Pressing his hand against his heart, he exhaled slowly, feeling the pain subside. He curled his fingers to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Rising, he walked to the office door and opened it slightly. Ji Xia was quietly seated at her desk, diligently organizing documents, seemingly without anything out of the ordinary. However, just as he was about to turn away, he heard her soft gasp. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that her water cup had tipped over, spilling its contents across the table. Master, this is the second time this morning. I printed these documents twice already. Ji Xia lamented as she cleaned up, complaining to Fu Zisher about her bad luck, questioning whether she couldn't even have a sip of water without calamity striking. Did Zhou Xiaoji not drink the tea you made for him? Ji Xia shook the water off the documents, replying, "How would I know? I left as soon as he agreed." In the next moment, she comprehended her master's implication. Had Zhou Tianxi consumed that tea, she wouldn't have faced such watery chaos twice at her desk that morning. With this thought, she glanced towards Zhou Tianxi's office, her gaze tinged with a trace of resentment, but it quickly transformed into resignation as she resumed tidying her workspace. Chapter 62. Childhood Memories. Zhou Tianxi quietly closed the door, returning to his desk to continue his work. Yet after a short while, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he shook his head, recalling the conflicted expression she had just exhibited. Could such a person truly control him? She appeared to be devoid of any ulterior motives. Ji Xia was still grappling with the documents she had printed for the third time, this time ensuring that no water was placed near her desk. The girl, Zhou Xiaoji, was just at the door, watching you, Fu Zisha remarked. Ji Xia looked up at the office door, tightly shut, asking, "Are you certain? You little rascal, do you doubt my abilities?" "Not all. I just wonder why he was looking at me. If he had something to say, he could have come out and instructed me directly." Fu Zishi, not entirely understanding Zhou Tianxi's thoughts, merely conveyed his observations to his unreliable apprentice. "What? He was pleased to see me make a fool of myself? Is he unwell?" She found his peculiar delight in her mishaps troubling. With a long sigh, Fu Zisher advised, "Do not speculate on the boss's thoughts. Furthermore, he contacted your property management and discovered that you were lying." Ji Xia felt a wave of panic. Who would have thought the boss would reach out to her property management? "What should I do now? I have always told you to be honest. You insisted on hiding the truth, and now look, you've been exposed." Ji Xia scratched her head with her pen, replying, "Master, it's too late for hindsight now. We need to think of a solution. You should admit your mistake now. Tell him your misfortunes have begun, and hope he can assist you." Ji Xia had given up on communicating with the old man. He failed to consider who Zhou Tianxi was and why he would help her. The end of their 2-year marriage had cleared all financial ties, and their relationship had never been deep enough to warrant asking for assistance. That would be a complete misjudgment of her own standing. "Why have you fallen silent? Master, just tell me honestly, apart from trying to benefit from Zhou Tianxi, what can I do to stop my misfortunes as quickly as possible?" Fu Zisher pondered for a moment before reluctantly replying, "Perhaps if Zhou Yuehua were to reclaim your luck, you might cease being so unfortunate." Great, yet another conundrum. However, this was preferable to directly seeking help from Zhou Tianxi. At least it pertained to her own possessions, and reclaiming them would not be excessive. Gaining Zhou Yuehua's acknowledgement seemed somewhat challenging. With this thought, she sent a message to a friend, requesting a copy of the items photographed at the mall last night. just in case. According to Anan, Zhou Yuhua had recently been getting along exceptionally well with Dong Chong, hinting at a potential engagement, and that Dong Chong was quite adept at putting on a show. Fu Zisher sensed a change in his apprentice's tone. What s with your attitude? Previously, she had deemed him unworthy of Li Fenghua. Now, it seemed, no need to dwell on it. Ji Xiao refrained from commenting on Li Fenghua's character, not understanding why this man, despite having reached such a state, still clung on. Having organized her documents, she stretched her stiff neck and stood up, intending to fetch some water. Just as she was about to leave her seat, Qianjin approached with a delivery from Xian Lulu. Xian Lulu's gaze towards her was tinged with pity. Ji Xia, the boss hasn't changed his mind. I'm here to deliver documents. Qianjin had been sent on other errands by the boss that morning and had only just returned. Shouldn't you ask the boss? Perhaps he. Ji Xia shook her head, resolutely refusing to inquire. After all, she had prepared tea for him that morning, which he hadn't drunk, and he was aware that she had lied. Seeking out the boss now would only invite reprimand. Xian Lulu handed her an A4 paper bearing an official seal, saying, Ji Xia, are you and the boss at odds? Ji Xia looked at the questioner in surprise. What a preposterous notion. Did she even have the right to be at odds with the boss? But apart from you, we've only seen Miss Lin dining with the boss. Miss Lin is the daughter of a partner, which is unavoidable. So, during your marriage, it was just you and the boss, right? Speaking of which, was your marriage truly a contractual one? What was the purpose? What was the purpose? She sought the boss's fortune, but what did the boss seek from her? Nothing at all. Merely a lie. Finish delivering the documents and leave quickly. Don't linger and risk encountering the boss. Qianjin returned to his position, unable to restrain himself from interrupting as Xian Lulu continued to speak without sense. He believed the boss's actions were likely perplexing even to him. The one who tied the knot must also be the one to untie it, requiring personal enlightenment. Reluctantly, Xian Lulu departed, genuinely curious about the relationship between the boss and Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao examined the stamped document closely. It stated that her benefits would be reduced by 1/3, with further notice on when they would be restored. Biting her lips slightly, the pain reminded her that she had intended to get some water. Placing the paper on her desk, she picked up her cup and headed to the tea room. Why are you drinking cold water? I want hot water. At this moment, hot water is not in the cup, but rather splashed onto my hands. Her misfortune was indeed relentless, as if danger lurked around every corner, drawn to her like a moth to a flame. Is this truly a manipulation of fate? How have you survived this long? Ji Xia smiled wryly. Surviving has been a matter of enduring constant misfortune and abandonment. That's fortunate, perhaps because the boss is a child of fortune. If it were a smaller company, I would likely have caused a power outage, rendering work impossible. So grave? It seems I misjudged. That thief of your luck has left you no retreat, having stolen everything. Fu Zisher contemplated for a moment before asking, Child, how much do you remember from your childhood? It was mid-November, and the outdoor temperature had dropped, making the cold water indeed chilly. Ji Xia took a sip, holding it in her mouth for half a minute before swallowing. I don't remember much. My earliest memory is of being abandoned by my first foster parents. It was summer, and I slept in a garbage bin. How old were you then? Ji Xiao pondered, uncertain of her age, as no one had ever informed her. Her second foster parents had marked the date they found her as her birthday, estimating her age from that point. After a series of unfortunate events, her second parents had reluctantly left her at the doorstep of an orphanage. That orphanage was quite reputable, and they had even assessed her born age, which was when she learned her actual age, but her birthday remained an ominous date. Subsequently, she was chosen by her third foster parents, only to be abandoned in the same manner. At that time, she was 12 years old, and returning to the welfare institution was no longer a feasible option. Therefore, she resorted to begging and scavenging, ultimately fainting at the entrance of Taohua village, where she was picked up by Grandpa Ji. Chapter 63. I'm quite well hear you often mention Grandpa Ji. Where is he? Ji Xia raised her cup and drank the last sip of water, declining to answer the question and shifting the topic. Why the mystery? Could it be that you were also cast out by her? Carrying the empty cup towards a desk, Ji Xia chuckled. Master, you are quite skilled, employing psychological tactics against me now. Unfortunately, I am not swayed. I will not utter a word I do not wish to speak. Fuzi, she scolded. What's so remarkable about it? He is merely an old man with the surname Ji. Upon returning to her seat, Qianjin called out to her, stating that the boss had just called and instructed her to prepare, as he intended to take her somewhere. Ji Xia glanced at her watch. It was almost noon, indicating that a place had been arranged for her to make candy. Qianzhu, will you be joining us? Qianjin was taken aback, evidently not expecting Ji Xia to ask that. What is the matter? Ji Xia chuckled lightly. Please accompany me. I cannot fathom the boss's temperament, and I am uncertain when he might become irritable again. Your presence would temper his mood. Qianjin awkwardly laughed, assuring her that the boss's temper was quite manageable and that he would not lash out. Ji Xia found it puzzling, as this was not Qianzhu's usual demeanor. What was going on? Girl, Zhou Xiaozi is right behind you. Huh? Ji Xia swiftly turned around to find the tall man had been standing there for some time, which explained Qianzhu's odd behavior. The atmosphere fell silent as Ji Xia's eyes darted around, uncertain of what to say. Qianzhu, observing the scene with a sense of amusement, occasionally stole glances at the two, urging Ji Xia to respond. Zhou Tianci, calm and composed, remained unperturbed by the situation. Hence, Ji Xia felt like an ant on a hot pan, unable to sit still or stand. Fortunately, a phone call saved her. She had never realized how melodious her ringtone could be. However, upon seeing the caller ID, her spirits sank. The call was from Song Iran, and it was clear the boss had also noted the name. Zhou Tianci took the phone from Ji Xia, pressed the answer button, and activated the speaker. After a brief pause, a voice came through. Xia Xia? Ji Xia glanced at Zhou Tianci's face, but remained silent. Xia Xia, are you there? Song Iran, seemingly driving, mentioned that he was passing by Yuan Cheng and asked if she would like to join him for lunch. Ji Xia observed the boss as he opened and closed his mouth, understanding his intent. I'm sorry, but I have plans for lunch. I need to go out with my boss. Song Iran paused for a moment before agreeing to meet in the evening. Actually, I might be working late tonight due to a new project. Zhou Tianci is truly demanding, making you work overtime? You've only just started. How about this? Xia Xia, why not leave Yuan Cheng and come work in my studio? I'll save the best position for you. Ji Xia thought to herself, dear brother, please get a rest. I am at a loss for how to deal with your nephew. And you, too, are crafty as a fox. I might not even know what hit me if I want to work with you. No, thank you. I am quite content here. Ji Xia tightened her grip on the phone, and with a quick farewell, she hung up and placed the device in her pocket, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her boss. Her gaze seemed to convey, Boss, praise me, am I not wonderful? Yet the boss merely cast her a glance before striding away. Qianjin offered Ji Xia a look of resignation, signaling her to follow the boss. Accompanying her boss in the exclusive elevator for executives, Ji Xia discovered that he intended to drive himself. Boss, you're driving? Zhou Tianci replied, fastening his seatbelt. Why not? Can you drive? Ji Xia quickly shook her head. She certainly could not. Boss, when was the last time this car was serviced? She genuinely feared it might break down en route. Get in. Why the hesitation? What does the car's maintenance schedule have to do with you? Ji Xia was puzzled by her boss's sudden irritation and pouted as she prepared to climb into the back seat. Sit in the front. Did you really think I would play chauffeur? Zhou Tianci felt a pulse of frustration at his temples. Ji Xia obediently closed the rear door and shifted to the passenger seat. Before she could fasten her seatbelt, the car was already in motion, startling her. Boss, when was the last time you drove? Perhaps noticing her pale complexion, Zhou Tianci slowed down to allow her to buckle up. I am an excellent driver. Let us go. Upon exiting the vehicle, Ji Xia surveyed her surroundings, finding herself on an unfamiliar street. Stay here. I'll park the car. Ji Xia stood by a dessert shop, watching as her boss drove away. Feeling the area was unsafe, she inched closer to the entrance. Unexpectedly, a young man from the adjacent shop emerged, having just finished his meal, and as he tossed out his trash, he inadvertently spilled some of his soup on her. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there, he exclaimed repeatedly, apologizing profusely. Ji Xia tugged at her clothes, smiling helplessly, thinking even if he had seen her, That soup would have likely landed on her anyway. Such is the nature of misfortune. After dismissing the apologetic young man, Ji Xia looked down at the stains on her clothes. Master, do you see? They resemble little yellow flowers. Heh, you little rascal. You truly know how to entertain yourself. One must learn to endure such occurrences. After all, what else can be done? Ji Xia gazed at the handsome man approaching her. He was indeed striking, and she wished to be closer, if only they were ordinary people. No major corporations, no ill fate, just simple office workers. They could surely enjoy a wholesome romance, couldn't they? You little fool, what are you daydreaming about? Ji Xia snapped back to reality, forcing a smile at the man before her. Zhou Tianci sensed something was amiss, glancing down at her clothing, furrowing his brow. What's going on? This. Ji Xia tugged at her clothes again, explaining that it was unintentional and she would simply wash it when she returned. After a few moments of silence, Zhou Tianci entered the dessert shop and beckoned Ji Xia to follow him. A young lady at the counter immediately greeted them. Is this Mr. Zhou? The boss informed us about you. Su Tianci nodded, indicating Ji Xia. Prepare the ingredients for her. Let us begin. Ji Xia followed the young lady to the back, stealing glances at her boss, who seemed quite adept at maneuvering the operations of the dessert shop. Chapter 64. Do you need a lesson? Miss, you're here to make corn candy, aren't you? The young lady at the shop greeted Ji Xia warmly. Anything works. I just want to make some candy. Ji Xia was surprised that her boss had even specified what type of candy to make. As she worked, she grew curious. Master, since we are at a dessert shop, wouldn't it be simpler for the boss to just purchase the candy? Why go through the trouble of having me make it? Do you think he's exploiting his employee? Fu Zhishe, sensing someone else's arrival, was momentarily disinterested in his disciple. What do you want me to say? Zhou Xiaozi simply enjoys your creations? Should I shower you with compliments? Ji Xia grimaced, wishing she could bite the old man to relieve her frustration. While she lamented about her boss's exploitation, he was busy discussing romantic matters. Master, Zhou Yuhua has arrived. Ji Xia was taken aback. Why was she here? Was she passing by or something? Remaining in the kitchen, Ji Xia had no intention of greeting her, while the staff member went out to attend to the newcomer. The syrup had nearly reached the desired consistency. To prevent any spillage while transferring it, she opted for a small spoon to dispense it bit by bit. My dear, you possess a clear understanding of your own misfortunes, aware of when calamity strikes. Ji Xia could hardly muster the energy to roll her eyes, thinking to herself that anyone could accumulate some wisdom after 2 decades of bad luck. Boss, Mr. Zhou's guest has arrived and is currently preparing the soft candies inside. A voice from the front announced. Ji Xia perked up her ears, wondering if the owner of the shop had also come. Yes, I am merely here to witness the individual my good nephew has chosen to make candies for him. Wasn't that Zhou Yuehua's voice? She was the proprietor of this establishment? Zhou Tianci had sought out Zhou Yuehua's shop for candy making. What a deep-seated animosity that must be. Ji Xia was taken aback, contemplating if it was still possible for her to hide. Master, what should we do? Fu Zhi felt that if he had a physical form, he would have rushed out to confront the visitor by now. His apprentice remained indecisive, asking for guidance. What is there to deliberate? You would eagerly seek them out when not faced with them, but now that the opportunity has presented itself, you hesitate? But, what do you mean, but? If you're unwilling to reclaim the luck that was taken from you, why not venture out? Ji Xia pouted, clearly reluctant to emerge. She had merely come to make candy. Why must she switch to battle mode? Master, where's the boss? He brought you in and then departed. Huh? Is he leading a sheep into a tiger's den? Yixia Fumet. Was the boss settling a personal score? He clearly knew that she and Zhou Yuehua had never gotten along, yet he left her here. She paced back and forth, realizing she could not remain passive. She had to take the initiative. With this thought, she wiped her hands on her apron, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled as she made her way out of the kitchen. The shop assistant was still enthusiastically responding to her boss. She's a beautiful lady. I'll go fetch her. A beautiful lady? Had her nephew changed his ways and begun seeking women? She must see for herself. Zhou Yuehua set her bag down and sat beside the cash register, nodding towards the shop assistant. The assistant turned and spotted Ji Xia emerging. Oh, miss, you've come out. Our boss wishes to meet you. Ji Xia smiled in acknowledgement, her mind suddenly bursting with the phrase, "The show is about to begin." Yixia? The voice did not belong to Zhou Yuehua, but rather a man. Ji Xia looked up to find Dong Chong standing opposite Zhou Yuehua, a lollipop in hand. Who? Zhou Yuehua followed his gaze, her expression instantly darkening. The speed at which her demeanor changed made Ji Xia think that the art of face-changing in Sichuan opera paled in comparison. Ji Xia stepped briskly out from behind the counter into the open space, raised an arm and waved, "Hello, long time no see." Ji Xia, what are you doing here? Zhou Yuehua seemed momentarily taken aback, then reprimanded the assistant. From now on, if this person comes, she is not allowed to enter. Understood? The assistant hurriedly nodded, confused by the sudden shift. Miss Zhou, is this really necessary? You're in a business and yet chase away customers? What sort of customer are you? Zhou Yuehua emerged from behind the counter. We are well aware of your little affair with Song Iran. Keep your distance from our Zhou family. Her affair with Song Iran? What affair? She herself was oblivious to it. Zhou Yuehua truly had an active imagination. Dear Aunt, no, Miss Zhou, instead of prying into my affairs, perhaps you should pay more attention to those around you? Ji Xia remarked, glancing at Dong Chong, who stood aloof to the side. Zhou Yuehua exploded at this. Stop trying to sow discord. You, a mere sycophant, have no ties to the Zhou family. Why do you cling to us? Dong Chong stepped forward, positioning himself behind Zhou Yuehua as if to offer support. He leaned down to comfort her. Yuehua, why waste your energy on trash? It will only harm your health, and I would hate to see you suffer. Ji Xia could no longer contain her disdain and rolled her eyes dramatically. Truly a shame that a dramatic academy had not claimed him. What kind of look is that? Zhou Yuehua fumed. Get out. You are not welcome in my store. Ji Xia took a couple of steps back, tilting her head. That seems unlikely. Zhou Tianxi sent me here. The work I was meant to do is still unfinished. She felt that this situation could not continue. Every time Zhou Yuehua encountered her, she conjured a whirlwind of unfounded assumptions. It was imperative to reveal the truth sooner rather than later. With this thought in mind, Ji Xia brushed her hair back and turned her gaze to Dong Chong. Mr. Dong, a few days ago, Fang Hua reclaimed her hairpin. Do you know why? Dong Chong was still contemplating how to handle the situation when Zhou Yuehua lost her composure. Are you asking for a beating? Are you trying to provoke my boyfriend? So desperate for a man? Should I send you to the place you desire, where you could be well taken care of? The Zhou family can certainly arrange that. Ji Xia could not fathom how Dong Chong had brainwashed Zhou Yuehua. Why was she so deeply ensnared? The same went for Li Fanghua. This man had abandoned her and their child for another, yet she remained unwilling to let go. What charm could he possess? It was merely a nose and two eyes. While he was handsome, he paled in comparison to Zhou Tianxi. Did he possess some extraordinary ability? You still dare to look? Do you believe I won't gouge your eyes out right now? Zhou Yuehua stood protectively in front of Dong Chong, and despite her shorter stature, her posture left Ji Xia without an opening. She even detected a smug smile from Dong Chong, as if to say, look, no matter what you claim, no one will believe you. Miss Zhou, have you forgotten the child we encountered at the mall? Who does he resemble? Surely, you must have considered this. Or are you merely deceiving yourself? This time, Zhou Yuehua hesitated. The child had always been a point of confusion for her. Although Dong Chong had explained, appearances were undeniable. Dong Chong steadied Zhou Yuehua's shoulder, his gaze directed at Ji Xia, filled with animosity, as he gritted his teeth. Miss Ji, we have no grievances between us, correct? Why do you repeatedly seek to sabotage my relationship with Yuehua? Is it because I refused your previous proposition to leave Yuehua for you? Ji Xia and Zhou Yuehua simultaneously turned to him, their eyes wide with disbelief. Zhou Yuehua incredulously whispered, You told me she sought you out, but you never mentioned she wanted. Dong Chong brushed aside her bangs, speaking softly, My dear. I do not wish for irrelevant individuals to disturb your peace of mind. Ji Xia stifled a gag, covering her mouth. Are you unwell? Please take a good look in the mirror. How absurd. Child, mind your manners. How can you curse in public? Master, I think I want to give up. They are far too well matched. I do not wish to be accepted by someone as irrational as Zhou Yuehua. Her words did not prompt Dong Chong to reflect, but instead led him to believe she was merely trying to cover her tracks, as if to solidify her interest in him. Ji Xia felt that rolling her eyes no longer sufficed to express her exasperation. She prepared to unleash her trump card, pulling out her phone and retrieving a video sent by her friend, though she did not play it just yet. Mr. Dong, as you have stated, we bear no malice towards each other, yet the Zhou family has extended their kindness to me. I cannot stand by and watch the eldest daughter of the Zhou family plunge into your fiery pit. I believe you should acknowledge the truth. Otherwise, I may have to present evidence. Zhou Yuehua, still unwavering in her belief in Dong Chong, insisted, knowing that our Zhou family has been good to you. How can you continue to cause destruction? What evidence do you possess? Produce it. If you cannot prove that Dong Chong has abandoned his responsibilities, I will ensure you regret it. Ji Xia strolled about the dessert shop's lobby. Mr. Dong, what were you doing around 5:30 the day before yesterday? You better speak the truth. I happen to have video evidence. Zhou Yuehua pondered for a moment and turned to Dong Chong, inquiring, Changge, weren't you called back to school that day? Dong Chong nodded in affirmation. Yes, indeed. My classmates and I entered the laboratory and didn't leave until 9 in the evening. However, his eyes darted around, clearly contemplating other possibilities. Could it be that Miss G had become obsessed with me, encountering someone resembling me and casually recording a video? This individual truly possesses the audacity to turn the tables, silencing her intended remarks. Ji Xia hesitated, her finger hovering over the video play button, yet she refrained from pressing it. Huh, Mr. Dong, you are overthinking. I did not see someone resembling you. Rather, I encountered Li Fenghua. Li Fengshua. Who is that? Zhou Yuehua inquired, perplexed. She had heard that name several times, questioning Ji Xia's incessant references to her. Ji Xia then smiled slightly. Li Fenghua, the mother of the little child you saw last time. I met her near your home. At that time, she mentioned she was going to find the child's father. Oh dear, speaking of that child's father, he is truly despicable. Li Fenghua as parents raised him and supported his university education. Yet, he took advantage of their daughter. And after fathering a child, he became enamored with the glitz of the big city, abandoning Li Fenghua for a wealthy heiress. He is utterly contemptible, wouldn't you agree? Mr. Dong? Dong Chong fixated on Ji Xia's hand holding the phone, questioning why Miss Ji felt the need to connect him to her narrative. Ji Xia had never encountered anyone so obstinate. It was as if they would only shed tears upon seeing a coffin, unable to tolerate any longer. She pressed the play button, and Li Fenghua's voice emerged from the video. Changge, will you come back? I and the little one. The video played for a few seconds when Dong Chong suddenly surged from behind Zhou Yuehua, attempting to snatch the phone from Ji Xia's grasp. Startled, she recoiled, leaning against the shelves of the dessert shop, nearly losing her balance. Dong Chong, witnessing her imminent fall, remained intent on seizing the phone. As Ji Xia held the phone aloft, she thought, oh dear, this will surely result in injury and a hospital visit. My misfortune knows no bounds. Suddenly, a gust of wind seemed to sweep by as a large hand grasped her shoulder, pulling her aside. The phone slipped from her grasp and shattered on the ground, its screen turning black. Ji Xia turned to see Zhou Tianxi glaring at the crouched Dong Chong. At that moment, she realized that the boss had kicked Dong Chong. Had he saved her before delivering the kick? You little brat, is this really the time for such entanglements? Zhou Tianxi scolded, having just startled the customers and unsure how to assist his apprentice. Zhou Yuehua rushed over to help Dong Chong up, asking, Changge, are you all right? While pulling him up, she berated Zhou Tianxi, what is wrong with you? Kicking people as soon as you arrive? What a foul habit. Zhou Tianxi, if something happens to Changge, I will definitely report you to my father. You are about to get engaged to Qianqian, yet you're mingling with your ex-wife. Ji Xia looked astonished at her boss, still gripping her shoulder. Was he really getting engaged? Cautiously, she extricated herself from his grasp and shifted aside. Is the candy ready? Huh? Ji Xia was bewildered. Was this the appropriate moment to inquire about candy? There were numerous unresolved issues at hand. She picked up the phone from the ground, shook it, pressed a button, but the screen remained dark, signaling its complete demise. Perhaps the boss, possessing foresight, had already procured her a new one before she had the chance to replace it. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuehua continued to admonish Dong Chong. Changge, what was that about? Why'd you try to snatch her phone? I feared she might fabricate something that would upset you. Ji Xia felt displeased at this remark. She had no time to concoct such things. Just as she was about to retort, Zhou Tianxi silenced her with a glance. What do their affairs have to do with you? Why are you so invested? Zhou Tianxi had always known that this woman was not one to meddle in others' business. Yet she repeatedly attempted to intervene in Zhou Yuehua's romantic pursuits. This was entirely inconsistent with her usual demeanor. Ji Xia lowered her head, internally grumbling. I merely wish to reclaim my lost fortune. I am simply concerned that my aunt might be deceived by a scoundrel. Zhou Tianxi's expression conveyed disbelief, as if to say, "Do you think I believe you?" Chapter 66, Uncovering Secrets. The two women had always been at odds. Zhou Yuehua looked down upon Ji Xia, resorting only to insults and belittlement. Ji Xia, encountering Zhou Yuehua, would usually evade her or maintain silence, never seeking confrontation as she was now. However, this clearly was not an opportune moment for inquiries. He resolved to discuss matters after returning. Ji Xia, wait for me. This matter is far from over. Zhou Yuehua was infuriated, as ever since Ji Xia had seen her boyfriend at Qingling Mountain, she had persistently caused her trouble. She insinuated Dongchang's issues, yet lacked evidence. In her view, it was merely her own abandonment by a man, leaving her unbalanced and intent on ruining her. Zhou Tianxi observed the two individuals leaning together and then glanced down at the visibly disgruntled Dongchang. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number, sending a copy of that day's surveillance video to Zhou Yuehua. The onlookers were bewildered, unsure of what video he referred to. Go retrieve the candy you prepared. We are leaving. For the first time, Zhou Tianxi regretted bringing Ji Xia into Zhou Yuehua's dessert shop for candy making. Ji Xia complied and fetched the candy, which appeared satisfactory after receiving assistance from the shop staff to wrap it. When she emerged, Zhou Tianxi was already waiting at the door. Zhou Yuehua seemed to receive a message on her phone, scrutinizing it closely, while Dongchang, peering over, became visibly uneasy. However, Ji Xia had lost interest in their affairs. It seemed they were a perfect match, and she wished them the best in their entanglements. After getting into the car, the boss handed her a bag, from which she extracted a piece of clothing. "Boss, did you buy me clothes?" The notion of a man selecting clothing for her was utterly astonishing. Holding it up against herself, Ji Xia felt a surge of happiness, as it was the first time someone had taken the initiative to buy her clothing. In her excitement, she leaped into Zhou Tianxi's arms, shaking him lightly. "Ah, thank you, boss. You're simply wonderful." She completely failed to notice Zhou Tianxi's hand, frozen mid-seatbelt fastening. "Girl, Zhou Xiaozai has gone dumb. Take advantage of this moment." The voice of the cynical elder snapped Ji Xia back to reality. She sprang back like a spring, pressing against the passenger seat's backrest, an embarrassed smile adorning her face. "Bebos, em sore, em sore. I was just too happy. What a pity. If only she could win this man over, her fortunes would surely turn, freeing her from his fortune's grasp." "Shut up." Zhou Tianxi, having regained composure, continued fastening his seatbelt. Hearing her words, he glanced back at Ji Xia, asking, "Who should shut up?" Ji Xia cursed the old man in her mind multiple times, while his words spread wildly. No, boss, shall we leave?" "Not so fast. Let's discuss what transpired today." Ji Xia's gaze darted, her heart racing as she sought an escape. She knew she could not evade. "What transpired?" "I was merely worried my aunt might be deceived by a scoundrel." Upon finishing her sentence, silence enveloped the car, with Zhou Tianxi offering no response. He unwrapped a piece of freshly made candy, scrutinizing it for 3 seconds before popping it into his mouth. After another 5 minutes, Ji Xia felt as though he was savoring the candy longer than necessary, seemingly competing with her for patience. Just as she was on the verge of jumping out of the car in desperation, the boss finally spoke. "This packaging needs to be changed. Also, the cornflour lacks fragrance. Pay attention next time." Ji Xia turned her face away and made a face towards the front passenger seat, grumbling that having something to eat was already quite good, yet still being picky. "If I eat the candy you made, will your misfortune lessen a bit?" Ji Xia felt as if she had been thrown into an outdoor temperature of -40 or 50 degrees, frozen in place. After a while, she cautiously spoke. "Boss, what are you talking about? I don't understand. In the entire Qingya district, Only you have experienced power and water outages, and even your work cup dispenses water automatically. All right, boss, that must be a coincidence. Zhou Tianxi did not respond, but Fu Zixia mocked Ji Xia. You silly girl, do you really believe that? 2 years ago, a profound voice appeared in her grandfather's dream, instructing him to find a girl named Ji Xia in a suburban park, saying that whoever could bring the Zhou family back to life would succeed. Ji Xia quietly confirmed with Fu Zixia, Master, did you do this? After waiting for a while with no response from Fu Zixia, she realized it was the familiar act of feigning ignorance. Why were they, master and apprentice, being publicly executed here? That voice hasn't appeared since we got married. You know who it is, right? How would I know? There is a deity on Qingling Mountain, known as Shangshan Yuanjun, who claimed, I am the child of fortune. Girl, I advise you to confess quickly. Your secrets have already been laid bare. Fu Zixia was not overly concerned about his troublesome apprentice, even feeling somewhat pleased. Truly, she was the child of fortune he had chosen, able to deduce matters with just a few clues. You've mentioned more than once how unfortunate you've been. Now, it was Ji Xia's turn to feign ignorance, leaning back in her chair and saying nothing. How could she not know Zhou Tianxi was so talkative? The entire vehicle was very quiet, and today Zhou Tianxi seemed remarkably patient. After finishing one piece of candy, he leisurely opened another and placed it in his mouth. He loosened his tie with one hand, undid the cuffs of his shirt, rolled the sleeves up a few layers, and casually draped them over the steering wheel. Ji Xia observed him through the passenger window with her peripheral vision, her mind fervently berating Fu Zixia. Master, what should I do? Hurry up and think of a solution. I feel like the meat on the edge of a knife, ready to be slaughtered. I'm telling you, if you keep feigning ignorance, I'll make a scene, or I'll expose you. Silly girl you. Ji Xia interrupted Fu Zixia before he could finish, adding, if you tell my words to the boss, we'll both be doomed. Fu Zixia felt his temper rising, nearly driven mad by this silly girl. Just speak frankly. Perhaps Zhou could still help you. Ji Xia quietly shifted her posture. Master, you don't understand the current situation. If I say there is a spirit in my mind, they just treat me like a lab rat for experiments? Matters that cannot be explained by science are considered anomalies and must be researched. You're foolish. Why insist on my affairs? ISN Zhou asking about your misfortunes? Ji Xia pondered for a moment and realized that much of what the boss said was indeed about her misfortunes. Taking a deep breath, she was about to confess to the boss when she recalled something else. You old fool. You nearly got me into trouble. Chapter 67. A minor matter? Fu Zixia was perplexed, wondering how he had caused her trouble. He questioned her about the profound voice that had led him to her. Wasn't that you? Silly girl. You really short-circuit your brain when it comes to Zhou. Finish one matter before moving on to another. Why must it all come out at once? Ji Xia's mind was tumultuous for quite a while, struggling to decide where to begin her confession, ultimately settling on one question. She turned back, looking earnestly at Zhou Tianxi. Boss, you're about to get engaged. Congratulations. Zhou Tianxi's expression instantly darkened, and he rebuked her. Do you have nothing else to say? Ji Xia pouted in grievance. What is wrong with congratulating him on his engagement? Humph, getting engaged less than a month after a divorce. What is the difference from seamless continuity? No wonder my friends call him a scumbag. Zhou Tianxi extended his hand toward her, and Ji Xia thought he was going to hit her, quickly shutting her eyes in fright. After a while, when nothing happened, she cautiously opened one eye to observe him. Zhou Tianxi lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, the smoke slowly filling the driver's cabin. Ji Xia couldn't hold back her cough any longer. Zhou Tianxi frowned, extinguishing the cigarette and rolling down the window to disperse the smoke. He retrieved a bottle of water from the car fridge and handed it to her as she continued to cough softly, his gaze filled with complexity. Ji Xia's palms became sweaty in her nervousness, unable to unscrew the cap. Girl, are you playing hard to get? Stop talking nonsense. I truly lack the energy, boss. You're too intimidating. Zhou Tianxi opened the bottle cap for her and even fed her a few sips before capping it again and tossing it aside. Ji Xia felt moved by his earlier actions, and as he resumed his position, she quietly said, Boss? Zhou Tianxi seemed unresponsive, but Ji Xia knew he was listening. Then I'll tell you, but you must tell me why you're being controlled. Let us see if what you say has any value. Ji Xia took a deep breath, regulating her emotions, and recounted the events of the past 2 years to the boss, portraying Fu Zishu as an elderly man she encountered occasionally, whom she had not seen again. In the dessert shop, Zhou Yuehua had watched the video sent by Gao Jialin 3 times in silence. Now, she was playing it for the 3rd time. During the 2nd viewing, Dong Chong had attempted to intervene, but was blocked by Zhou Yuehua. After the 3rd round, Zhou Yuehua put away her phone, looking at Dong Chong with a forced smile. Chonggu, it's your turn to explain. I'm giving you the opportunity. Dong Chong swallowed hard, leaning in closer. Yuehua, she is just a younger sister from my hometown. But you said you were going back to the school lab that day. Zhou Yuehua pushed away Dong Chong's arm and stepped into the bar area. The 2 female employees sensed the awkward atmosphere, glancing at each other, uncertain of how to proceed. You 2 go to the kitchen. I'll call you back later. After the employees left, Zhou Yuehua turned her gaze back to Dong Chong. Please explain. Yuehua, you see, I was just afraid you would be upset, which is why I didn't tell you. Zhou Yuehua scoffed. Chonggu, do you think I'm a fool? Afraid I would be upset? Why would I be upset about your little sister? No, that day I didn't expect her to find me. Believe me, I only met her for less than half an hour before leaving. Dong Chong wanted to say more, but Zhou Yuehua interrupted him. Can you provide any useful information? The surveillance video Gao Jialin sent clearly has audio. I can hear everything they said, yet you're still trying to deny it. You really think I'm an idiot? This is in Chinese. I can understand it. Yuehua, she kept pestering me. I just couldn't bear to refuse her because she is from my hometown. Rest assured, I will never see her again. I swear, the only person I love is you. Zhou Yuehua scoffed again, sweeping her hand, causing some items on the cash register to clatter to the ground. Ji Xia has repeatedly reminded me about this. She was too shy to say it directly, fearing it would tarnish your image. And you, taking advantage of my infatuation, turned the tables and said someone was interested in you. Don't you realize who you are? Can you even compare to a single hair of Zhou Tianxi? Dong Chong entered the counter, pulling Zhou Yuehua into an embrace. Yuehua, although I can't compare to Zhou boss, I truly love you. You love me? You've had children with other women, and you say you love me? She struggled to break free from Dong Chong's grasp, but he wouldn't let her go easily. Let go, or don't blame me for being rude. Yuehua, listen to me. It was not my doing. It was Li Fenghua's mother who forcefully thrust her daughter upon me. She took advantage of my slumber and allowed Li Fenghua to climb into my bed. Yuehua, I harbor no feelings for her. It was only upon meeting you that I discovered the essence of love. My dearest is you. Zhou Yuehua gazed at him with a semblance of a smile. You love me? Dong Chong nodded emphatically. Indeed, I love only you, trust me. To love me is to deceive me, treating me as a fool? Huh, no. It is not so. I never intended to deceive you. It is that woman, Ji Xia, who has repeatedly stirred discord between us. I had planned to find an appropriate moment to tell you. Zhou Yuehua picked up an entire box of lollipops and hurled it at Dong Chong. And now you wish to shift the blame onto others? Are you even a man? After being struck by the lollipops, Dong Chong wiped his face and said, Yuehua, we are happy together, are we not? Li Fenghua is but a relic of the past. I do not love her, and that child is irrelevant to me. Can we not be well together? The reason I did not tell you is precisely because she is inconsequential. Why should I allow someone unimportant to disrupt our lives? Zhou Yuehua's chest heaved as she restrained her impulse to curse. She recalled a month prior when she had asked Qin Xing to help her observe Dong Chong. At that time, he had deceived her so skillfully that even Qin Xing was fooled. Now, with the truth revealed, he showed no remorse. Did he truly believe the Zhou family was so base as to be unable to live without a man? With this thought, she rushed to the door and shouted, Get out! We are finished, and I never wish to see you again. Yuehua, you cannot do this. You cannot deny all my good for a trivial matter. Zhou Yuehua stood, stepping away from the counter, advancing toward him step by step. A trivial matter? Is having a child with another woman a trivial matter? What then constitutes a significant matter in your eyes? Chapter 68. She carries my fortune. Dong Chong grasped Zhou Yuehua's wrists, pleading earnestly, My love for you is significant. Zhou Yuehua scoffed. Do you love me? Do you love my wealth or my status? You could abandon your own son. What is it that you are incapable of doing? Dong Chong attempted to speak further, but Zhou Yuehua pushed him outside and warned him not to return. He wandered aimlessly at the entrance of the dessert shop. Seeing that Zhou Yuehua had no intention of letting him back inside, he had no choice but to leave. The more he walked away, the more discontent he felt. It was all because of that Ji Xia. Had it not been for her, Zhou Yuehua would not have treated him this way. Next time they met, he would make her pay. The immediate concern was how to win Zhou Yuehua's heart back. She had discovered that he had a child, and the usual flattery would no longer suffice. What should he do? He pulled out his phone and opened his contacts list, scrolling through until a name caught his eye, Qin Qing. If not for her insistence on meeting the child, he would not have risked seeking out Li Fenghua. Since she was the cause of this turmoil, she would certainly not refuse to assist him. Furthermore, during their last quarrel, Zhou Yuehua had brought her along, indicating her trust in her. With this in mind, he pressed the dial button. Hello. Qin Qing's voice was ethereal, almost indistinct. Dong Chong paused before responding. Sister Qin. It's Dong Chong. I know, have you seen the child? No. Yuehua has discovered I have a son and has fallen out with me. You must help me smooth things over. Qin Qing was currently meditating in a Zen room at Qing Lingguan and let out a disdainful laugh upon hearing his words. Do you take me for a matchmaker? You want me to help you weave a lie? If Yuehua does not forgive me, you can forget about meeting the child. I will send the child back home. Dong Chong felt a twinge of guilt as he spoke, uncertain of how much leverage the child held over Qin Qing. After a moment of silence, it seemed that Qin Qing had stood up and was pacing in the room. Here's the deal. If you want me to meet the child, then I will decide whether to help you. Should the child prove to be of no value? She saw no reason to complicate matters with Zhou Yuehua, attempting to reconcile her with a scoundrel. It's a deal. They confirmed the time and place to meet the child, and Dong Chong hung up, pondering how to arrange for Li Fenghua to come out without being seen. He furrowed his brow, realizing that the place he had agreed upon with Qin Qing seemed inappropriate, as there would likely be numerous surveillance cameras nearby. If Zhou Yuehua's associates captured anything and reported back to her, he would be doomed, unable to clear his name. As he racked his brain for a suitable meeting place, Qin Qing sat down again to meditate. However, her efforts were futile. She could not calm her mind. The previous day's incident with Zhou Tianzi had backfired, causing her great internal pain, making her vomit blood. Once she regained some strength, she intended to strengthen the control over her emotional threads. But she found it impossible to do so. She had no choice but to return to Qing Lingguan to recuperate. It seemed time was of the essence. Dong Chong's timely call had provided her with a potential solution. Since Zhou Nan was currently unreachable, she might as well start with Dong Chong's child. They were both from Fengxian town, so the innate qualities should not be lacking. She wondered what Zhou Tianzi had done to disturb the control over the emotional threads. Had he approached that Ji Xia woman again? All along, she and Qian Qian had regarded her as inconsequential, believing her to be merely a lonely orphan sought out by old Master Zhou for a marriage arrangement with Zhou Tianzi. However, since embedding the emotional threads within Zhou Tianzi, the frequency of activations had made her take Ji Xia seriously. It was evident that Ji Xia had the power to compel Zhou Tianzi to endure excruciating pain just to get closer to her, indicating her significance. Particularly now, Zhou Tianzi's emotional threads were slipping from her control. Her precious daughter felt inadequate, believing that even with the emotional threads, she could not win Zhou Tianzi's affection. This was intolerable. Additionally, she had noticed that the fortune-transferring orb was leaking its power severely. If not repaired soon, it could affect Qian Qian's fortune. This urgency compelled her to hasten her actions. Once she utilized the child's vital essence to aid in mastering her sex ultimate technique, she would surely regain control over the fortune-transferring orb. Furthermore, the emotional threads within Zhou Tianzi could be entirely manipulated to ensure he loved her daughter for a lifetime. At that moment, Zhou Tianzi instinctively pressed his hand to his heart, expecting pain, yet strangely felt none. This level of feeling surpassed his usual emotional state. Could it be that the one controlling him had given up? He attempted to release a bit more of his emotions, but still, no reaction occurred. Ji Xia noticed his furrowed brow as he clutched his heart and assumed he was experiencing another episode, quickly moving to the opposite side of the car. Last time, the master had said that the one controlling the boss did not want him to approach her, so keeping a distance seemed wise. However, upon noticing her movement, Zhou Tianzi's expression darkened. "What is it, boss? Are you in severe pain?" Ji Xia said as she opened the car door. "I'll get out. You can call me back in when you're feeling better." Zhou Tianzi grasped her wrist, disapprovingly saying, "Why run away?" His gaze lingered on her wrist, and as he showed no intention of letting go, Ji Xia felt he might be struggling against his controller. After a minute of silence, Zhou Tianzi still held her wrist, and she began to pry his strong hand away with her other hand. "Boss, listen to me. Do not contend with unnatural forces. You cannot win against them. Just let me go." Zhou Tianzi finally focused on her, his eyes shimmering with a faint light. Just as she was about to examine him closely, he turned away. "Master, what does the boss mean? Why is he unresponsive to my confession?" "What confession? Is it not just your ongoing string of misfortunes?" Zhou Xiaozai already knows this. Does he not? Ji Xia paused, realizing something was amiss. "Wait, I also mentioned that my luck might have been stolen." "Precisely. Your luck was stolen. How did you know?" "You told me." In the sultry summer, Ji Xia covered her mouth. Realizing she had inadvertently dug her own grave, he would undoubtedly inquire further. Zhou Tianzi retracted his grip on Ji Xia's hand and questioned her for the umpteenth time about her repeated searches for Zhou Yuehua. Ji Xia opened her mouth, yet no words escaped her lips. Zhou Tianzi pressed on, insisting, "Do not fabricate excuses. I demand the truth." Grumbling to herself, she pondered why she must divulge anything. She simply did not wish to speak. "Speak. She is the bearer of my fortune. I wish to reclaim it." Ji Xia's resigned tone elicited laughter from Fu Zishu, who even gleefully remarked that Ji Xia deserved a good reprimanding. Infuriated by his jest, she yelled, "What are you laughing at? You old rascal." Chapter 69. Beyond control upon finishing her outburst, Ji Xia swiftly flung open the car door, intent on fleeing. "You little rascal, where do you think you're going? Are you waiting to be apprehended? This is all your fault. What should I do? Do you think you can escape? Obviously not." For as soon as she stepped out of the car, she was seized by her boss and unceremoniously dragged back into the vehicle. Zhou Tianzi had never realized this woman, before him, was as slippery as a monkey, ready to bolt at the slightest lapse in his attention. He pulled her into the back seat, taking a seat beside her. Ji Xia curled up, peering through the glass, and thought to herself, "Thank goodness this is an underground parking lot, or what would others think of us tussling like this?" She tried to hide to one side of the car, wishing she could transform into an ant and scurry away unnoticed. It was truly unbearable. Once her boss spoke, everything came pouring out. Minutes passed with Zhou Tianzi remaining silent, steadfastly seated next to her. Stealing a glance, Ji Xia was caught red-handed. "Do not fear. I shall refrain from questioning you further." Only then did Ji Xia exhale, straightening her posture. "Who is this old rascal?" Ji Xia cast a resentful look at Zhou Tianzi. "Boss, did you not say you would not inquire? Girl, you can tell Zhou Xiaoji, there is nothing to hide. Why are you so afraid? He will not turn you into a guinea pig." "Master, why do you possess such inexplicable confidence in Zhou Tianzi?" "Because he appears far more reliable than you." Ji Xia tentatively extended a finger to poke Zhou Tianzi's arm, yet he remained unresponsive. Gathering her courage, she inched closer, still no reaction. Just as she contemplated her next move, Zhou Tianzi's arm reached around her, pulling her into an embrace. Ji Xia's mouth fell agape in astonishment. What was happening? She merely wished to test whether she could exert control over her boss. Daring not to breathe, she stiffened her body and awaited his response. Time passed slowly, and Zhou Tianzi showed no sign of releasing her. Ji Xia discreetly sniffled, akin to a small puppy. "What are you doing, girl?" Ji Xia remained still, mentally conversing with her master. "I had no idea my boss smelled so delightful." Beside the faint scent of tobacco, there lingered a hint of sun-dried grass. Attempting to relax, she gradually nestled closer to where his heartbeat resonated, synchronizing with her own. A sudden thought crossed her mind. No wonder Lin Chanqian was willing to be embraced by her boss. It was indeed quite comforting. Yet the more she thought, the more unsettling it became. Her boss was to be engaged to Lin Qianqian, so why was he seeking solace in her embrace? In the next instant, emboldened by an unknown courage, she pushed him away. "Boss, what are you doing? If there is something to discuss, just speak. No need for such actions." Fu Zisher was utterly exasperated with his apprentice's antics. A perfectly warm moment had been utterly ruined by her. Evidently, Zhou Tianzi was in a foul mood, casting several icy glances at Ji Xia before lowering his gaze to his own heart's position. Aside from a flutter of excitement within, he felt no pang of pain. Had he truly escaped control? What had he been thinking moments ago? He had relaxed into her embrace, yet she had abruptly pushed him away. Gazing into her evasive eyes, he now sought to validate his suspicions. Had he genuinely broken free? With a swift motion, he pulled her back into his arms. Unfortunately, this time she was unwilling to cooperate and struggled fiercely. Zhou Tianzi wrapped one arm around Ji Xia's waist while the other held her head firmly, whispering, "Do not move." Could he not have a moment of peace to hold her? He had finally escaped the torment of 1,000 needles piercing his heart. Ji Xia ceased her struggles, leaning against her boss's chest, muttering, "Boss, what is wrong?" Something felt amiss. They had coexisted for nearly 2 years, yet she had never realized he was an embrace enthusiast. Nor did she understand why he clung to her so tightly. "Do not speak." Yixia potet otvardly silent, yet unable to prevent her mind from voicing its concerns to her master. "Master, is the boss unwell?" No response. "Master, would you at least say something?" Still no answer. Ji Xia was perplexed. How had they transformed into an embrace enthusiast and a mute? Fu Zisher chose not to comment on his apprentice's lack of awareness. Could she not see Zhou Ziaji's affection? Moreover, the proximity they shared suggested that the person controlling him had lost their grip. It remained uncertain whether this was a temporary situation or a sign of his true liberation. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Tianzi gradually calmed his racing heart and gently extricated Ji Xia from his embrace. His gaze traced the contours of her face. Realizing for the first time that she was quite attractive, Ji Xia waved her hand before his eyes, breaking the moment. "Boss, are you back to your senses?" Zhou Tianzi sighed, releasing his grip on her shoulder. "What should I say?" Ji Xia was taken aback. Had she not already conveyed everything? What more could he possibly want? "You often daydream, likely communicating with another person. They inform you that I am the son of fortune and that they brought you to my side." Each of Zhou Tianzi's words sent a shiver down Ji Xia's spine. "You have been unfortunate since childhood, abandoned by 3 sets of foster parents, experiencing a myriad of calamities, from collapsing beds to flat tires, and a daily existence fraught with misfortune. Yet, in our 2 years of marriage, I have not witnessed such occurrences. Thus, your presence beside me ensures your safety. At the very least, you shall not be as unfortunate." Ji Xia felt the urge to flee once more. She vowed that her boss was indeed the most astute person she had ever encountered. She had merely cited a few examples of her misfortunes, and he had drawn a conclusion. "Boss, rest assured, I harbor no malicious intent. You are the son of fortune. Alleviating my misfortunes will only augment your merit, not diminish it. Therefore, I am no villain. I do not wish to harm you." Ji Xia felt compelled to clarify her position, lest her boss misconstrue her as a leech. Zhou Tianzi was momentarily taken aback by her words. He had not anticipated that Ji Xia was concerned with such matters. Now understanding the truth, he pondered whether he should be properly ingratiating himself to keep her by his side. "I have discovered alternative methods to change my fortunes, so I shall distance myself from you. If you do not wish to see me, I can resign without hesitation, not wishing to disturb you." In earnest, Ji Xia raised 4 fingers, mimicking an oath. Zhou Tianzi suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable anger rise within him. His hands, now restless, crossed over his arms. Leaning back against a chair, eyes shut tight. Chapter 70. No longer a guinea pig, Ji Xia stole furtive glances, softly calling "Boss, you." She wished to suggest that it was growing late and perhaps they should return to work. However, she had just stated that if her boss did not want to see her, she could resign. Did her boss truly wish to ignore her? Was it as she suspected? Did he want her to leave merely to investigate whether she was exploiting him? now that her boss knew everything. Did that mean she had it apart? Oh dear, how pitiful. She had only been working for 2 days, no, a day and a half. Jixia found the oppressive atmosphere unbearable and pushed open the car door. Poised to exit. What are you running away from? Zhou Tianxi's deep, gravelly voice halted her in her tracks. Didn't you wish not to see me? If so, why should I leave hastily? Must you chase me away? Jixia believed she possessed enough self-awareness. After all, one must maintain their dignity. Your ability to turn the tables is impressive, Zhou Tianxi remarked through gritted teeth, clearly frustrated by her failure to answer his questions and her distortion of his meaning. When have I ever tried to force you out? Jixia pondered for a moment, realizing he indeed hadn't asked her to leave, yet she wondered why he was angry. Now, tell me, who is that person and how are you connected? Zhou Tianxi asked, his patience wearing thin. Jixia hesitated, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet her boss's eyes. This time, however, she was under his control, unable to flee. You just said you wouldn't ask, and now you are? I refuse to answer. She did not wish to be treated like a guinea pig in an experiment. Her already precarious luck was bizarre enough. Now, with a consciousness capable of linking to her mind, anyone would find it astonishing. Zhou Tianxi, observing the stubbornness akin to a mule in front of him, raised his hand and affectionately ruffled her hair, exclaiming, "What are you afraid of?" Jixia sealed her lips, remaining silent. Child, you ought to tell him. I'm nearly at my wit's end, he thought. I want to say a word. I refuse to be a test subject. Zhou Xiaobao wouldn't permit that. For it seemed he was flustered by concern, struggling to handle her issues. Master, you're becoming forgetful. What makes you think he cares for me? He asked, merely pressuring me. Fuzishi Sudin li chakud softly. Well, Zhou Xiaobao knows now. Take care of yourself. Huh? What do you mean? I can only assist you to this extent. The matters between you two must be managed by yourselves. Zhou Tianxi had expected Jixia to reveal her fears, but instead overheard a conversation irrelevant to their situation. As Jixia looked at him, bewildered, he nodded appreciatively. Thank you, master. Jixia quickly covered Zhou Tianxi's mouth, insisting, don't say it. You don't know anything. You didn't hear a word. Internally, she cursed the old man for spilling her secrets, now that Zhou Tianxi had heard everything. This self-deceiving act amused Zhou Tianxi. What guinea pig? Who is pressuring you? Jixia, in exasperation, covered her ears, repeating to herself that nothing existed, that it was merely an illusion. Zhou Tianxi chuckled again, pulling her into his embrace. Do not fear. I will not make you a guinea pig, nor will I pressure you. Jixia lifted her head, looking at him with a sense of grievance. You said that. My life experiences are already sufficiently rich. I needn't add being a guinea pig to the list. Very well, no guinea pig. Even though Zhou Tianxi had been raised in a prominent family, he was astonished to hear Jixia communicating with an individual who seemingly did not exist. Who was that person? Jixia replied sullenly. He is my master. It was he who initially found Zhou Laoyezi and encouraged you to marry me. Moreover, his original target was you, not me. My misfortune merely linked me to his consciousness. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Zishu erupted. You little brat, you really have no filter, spilling everything. You infuriate me. Jixia huffed. Well, the relationship between master and disciple thrives on mutual harm. Consciousness? What is that? Zhou Tianxi had never encountered the term before. It could connect to another's mind? Actually, my master and I are both somewhat clueless, as one is exceedingly unfortunate and the other suffers from amnesia. Jixia clarified to preemptively address any questions she couldn't answer. Unfortunate, amnesiac. Zhou Tianxi repeated these words. What can your master do? What can he do? He can vex himself, insist I handle matters with you, guide me on my luck, and engage in playful banter. It seemed he had many skills, yet appeared to possess none. He has become quite adept recently, able to sense you from afar. Jixia recalled, and there is this. When I communicate with him, you can hear it. Zhou Tianxi nodded, having exceeded his expectations for the day. Thinking he would only learn about her misfortune, he resolved not to press too hard, lest this woman dart away like a frightened rabbit. With that thought, he opened the car door, resumed his place in the driver's seat, and told Jixia, rest for a while, we are heading back. Jixia blinked. pondering whether her boss had truly relaxed his grip. However, she still had questions to ask. Leaning over the front seat, she straightened herself and inquired, "Boss, you haven't mentioned the matter of being controlled yet?" They had initially agreed on an exchange. Why was he now insisting on returning without addressing her queries? Most of the conversation was mine. You contributed little value. What? Jixia failed to grasp her boss's meaning, but he did not elaborate. Master, what does the boss mean? You little girl, though not large in stature, your memory is quite poor. Jixia felt increasingly perplexed, wondering what he meant. Although she had revealed much of her secret today, she felt an inexplicable lightness within. Jixia believed she need not maintain such tension. The aftermath of her fall from the bed last night had resurfaced, causing her back and waist to ache. Yet, this physical discomfort could not compare to her mental relief, and she felt herself drifting into slumber. After closing her eyes for what felt like mere minutes, she suddenly opened them, staring at the ceiling of the car before shifting her gaze to her driving boss. Chapter 71. Familiar scenes. What's wrong, little girl? Weren't you fast asleep? Jixia remained silent, clutching the jacket her boss had draped over her moments ago. Master, do you think Zhou Yuehua will abandon Dong Chang this time? Fu Zixia paused, surprised by her sudden mention of Zhou Yuehua. Are you considering a career move? Jixia pouted, sighing inwardly. The time I can spend beside my boss is limited. I must think of my future. What was happening to her? Why was she suddenly so sentimental? Her boss was about to get engaged. She couldn't just stand by. Zhou Yuehua had said he was soon to be engaged to Lin Qianqian, and during her earlier interrogation, she had even congratulated him. However, her boss seemed indifferent, leaving Jixia feeling a bit wronged. Did he not wish for her to offer her blessings? During the previous hour, her boss had embraced her 3 times, making it nearly impossible for her to contain her inner excitement. She continuously reminded herself that her boss was merely conducting an experiment to ascertain what that controlling individual was capable of. Zhou Tianxi glanced at her through the rearview mirror, perplexed by her sudden melancholy. We will arrive at the company shortly. If you're unwell, I can take you back to the apartment to rest. Jixia leaned against the back seat, posing a question she desperately wanted to ask. Boss, why have you reduced my benefits? Zhou Tianxi had anticipated this inquiry, but regrettably, the moment had passed him by. The initial salary set was determined by the company for your current position. I see, she replied, realizing that she had never truly worked formally, thus unaware of the assistant role as compensation. If you need money, just tell me directly. Huh? Jixia was astonished by his offer. No, that's not necessary. You were generous enough during our divorce. Thank you. After uttering this, she pulled out her phone and began donating. Child, are you truly planning to donate all that money? No. Did you not see that there are still several digits? Since her divorce, Jixia's daily act of kindness has transformed into donations. This resurgence of misfortune has made her deeply realize that daily acts of kindness are indeed beneficial. She has been able to avert some unfortunate events, perhaps due to her proximity to her boss. At least she is well, unharmed, not homeless, and has secured a job. Jixia reminds herself that one should not be overly greedy. Having already attained a happy life, one should not yearn for other things, such as love. She continues to diligently perform her daily acts of kindness, accumulating virtue to gradually dissipate her misfortunes. As for those enigmatic matters like stolen luck, it is best if it can be reclaimed. If not, she will let nature take its course. You little rascal, I sense you wish to slack off again. Jixia exclaimed in surprise. Master, have you become so formidable that you can perceive my thoughts? After spending 2 years together, do I not know you well enough? You little rascal? When faced with challenges, you hide like a turtle in its shell. The two continued their banter as the car came to a halt. Zhou Tianxi glanced at the dazed Jixia, noting that he was not getting engaged, but merely investigating something. For now, he complied. What? Is the boss explaining this to her? You silly girl. Zhou said he won't be getting engaged. Jixia's gaze flickered, and she murmured, whether he gets engaged or not has nothing to do with me. After all, we are divorced. Zhou Tianxi heard her open the car door and pulled her out, saying, Yes, that is what I meant to convey. The two took the exclusive elevator to the 18th floor, where Assistant Qian hurriedly approached them. Assistant Qian, what happened to you? You look as if you've been dealt with by someone, Ji Xia teased, her spirits high. Assistant Qian sighed. He indeed had been dealt with. As a formidable presence had arrived, uninvited, and insisted on waiting in the president's office. He had futilely attempted to block her, hoping the boss would spare his wallet. Noticing Assistant Qian's unusual expression, Zhou Tianxi inquired about the issue. Boss, Miss Lin is here, currently in your office. He quickly raised his hand to assert. I have already stated that no one is allowed to enter your office without your presence, but he glanced at Ji Xia and continued. She claims to be your fiancée and insisted on entering, even suggesting I call the old chairman. After hastily finishing, he stood reverently to the side, hoping the boss would consider his use of honorifics and spare his wallet. Zhou Tianxi resumed his usual seriousness, expressionless as he uttered, deduct a quarter of the bonus. Ji Xia handed her coat to Zhou Tianxi and returned to her position. The desk had accumulated several documents, likely retrieved by Assistant Qian. She casually flipped through them, glancing at the time, contemplating that she could complete them in the afternoon. Zhou Tianxi first glanced at the crumpled coat in his arms, then at Ji Xia. Ignoring the multicolored expression of Assistant Qian standing beside him, he clutched the coat and carried a half bag of candy into his spacious office. As the office door swung open, a crisp voice rang out from within. Tianxi Gij, you're back? Ji Xia paused her document examination. The familiar scene had re-emerged. Just a moment ago, she had relaxed her guard, revealing a hint of her genuine emotions, only to be abruptly snapped back to reality. After processing a document in her hand, Ji Xia turned to stretch her neck and surveyed her surroundings. To her surprise, Assistant Qian still wore an expression of indignation. Assistant Qian, what's the matter? He sighed deeply. A quarter my bonus. If the old chairman comes next time, I will not let him enter the office. Ji Xia observed the empty surroundings, pondering why such a spacious floor contained only the president's office and a secretary's room. The rest were either reception or conference rooms, rarely occupied. If someone arrived and Assistant Qian was absent, they would directly enter the president's office. This was because the boss disliked disorderly environments. Previously, there were 4 or 5 offices, but the boss had them all relocated. Ji Xia nodded, understanding, recalling that the villa they had lived in during their 2 years of marriage was similarly vast. Yet she often found herself alone. The cleaning staff visited no more than once a week, for no longer than 2 hours each time. Didn't you barge in when you brought food last time? Assistant Qian recalled an amusing incident and shared it with Ji Xia. That time, the boss intended to deduct a month's bonus from me. Strangely, the following month, he reimbursed it. Just as Ji Xia was about to suggest that perhaps the boss was merely trying to intimidate him, the intercom on the desk rang. Assistant Qian answered the call, and the boss's voice came through, requesting 2 cups of tea be brought in. Chapter 72. Control becomes ineffective. After hanging up, Assistant Qian and Ji Xia exchanged glances, clearly reluctant to deliver the tea. Typically, there was a dedicated person responsible for the boss's tea service, but today, due to a special guest in the boss's office, only the 2 of them could attend to it. How about this? I will brew it. And Assistant Qian, could you please take it in? Ji Xia proposed. Assistant Qian thought to himself, only you, as the boss's ex-wife, could command me like this. Otherwise, the new assistant would not dare. Regardless, he was considered high-ranking at Yuansheng. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to the boss's ex-wife's request and waited for her to finish brewing the tea before eagerly taking it in. The office's arrangement had not changed much in such a short time. Only the 2 individuals inside were standing somewhat closer. He stood at the door, uncertain whether to enter or remain outside. The tea was hot in his hands, leaving him no choice but to brace himself and walk in. Boss, the tea is here. Zhou Tianxi stood up, maneuvering around Lin Qianqian, who was closely beside him, and walked to the small sofa. Tianxi Gij, what do you think? Lin Qianqian repeated, puzzled by his silence. The engagement date set by our families is the 6th of next month. Assistant Qian nearly spilled the tea in his hands in shock, hastily placing it on the small table. This is a date chosen by our parents and Zhou grandfather after consulting a master. It is auspicious for marriage. If we miss this date, there won't be another as favorable this year. Zhou Tianxi remained silent, lost in thought. Assistant Qian was particularly eager to hear the boss's response. But given his silence, he had no choice but to exit the office. Big news, Jixia. The boss is getting engaged. Did you know? Jixia mused, oddly enough. She indeed was aware. However, just an hour ago, the very protagonist of the engagement had declared he would not be getting engaged. He had mentioned investigating something and had merely agreed for the time being. Master, do you believe this? Fu Zisher was currently concentrating on gathering his spiritual perception and could not respond immediately. This led Jixia to contemplate another direction. Master, you also find it implausible, right? She nodded affirmatively to her thoughts, reflecting that although their time together was brief, the boss genuinely treated Lin Qianqian well. Take the incident at the swimming pool, for instance. He knew she would never push Lin Qianqian into the water, yet he still asked her to apologize. This demonstrated the boss's protective nature, albeit not toward her. Master, one must possess self-awareness. One cannot force a transaction. Thus, the boss can only be the boss. You little rascal, what are you concocting in your mind? Fu Zishi, unable to tolerate her any longer, abandoned his effort to enhance his spiritual perception. Jixia huffed defiantly. I am not concocting anything. I speak only the truth. Truth? What truth? The truth is the boss is getting engaged, yet he was flirting with me while on the way back, which is highly inappropriate. Fu Zishi, exasperated, retorted. Are you foolish? Zhou is seeking someone to control him. ISNTE? In the late summer, Jixia had momentarily forgotten this matter. Besides, apart from the initial discomfort when the boss clutched his heart, he later embraced her without any signs of pain. She had thought the boss had lost control, but the master speculated that only the boss himself knew his thoughts. After Assistant Qian concluded the news, Jixia remained lost in thought, prompting him to wave his hand in front of her face. Jixia, are you all right? Any girl who spent 2 years in close proximity to the boss would surely develop feelings for him. Jixia's demeanor was commendable. She did not cling when it was time to marry or to divorce. However, she must have been moved, otherwise, she would not have appeared so dazed upon hearing the news of his engagement. I'm fine, just a bit thirsty. I'll go get some water. Assistant Qian observed Jixia rush towards the tea room, then glanced at the cup on her desk. Indeed, even beautiful women struggle with their emotions. She left without taking her cup. Meanwhile, outside the office, the two were lost in their imaginations, while inside, Lin Qianqian and Zhou Tianxi were engaged in a battle of wills. Lin Qianqian was intent on drawing closer to Zhou Tianxi. They were both to be engaged, after all. Brother Tianxi, do you dislike me? Her voice unconsciously carried a tone of grievance. But you liked me so much when we were children. Zhou Tianxi racked his brain for the few childhood memories he had and found no recollection of this girl who claimed to have liked him. Perhaps his grandfather suspected his father's unreliability and arranged various lessons for him from a young age. Therefore, while his peers frolicked, he was in class. While they nestled into their parents' arms, he was still studying. Before he accepted Yuan Cheng, he had devoted nearly all his time to various courses, with no breaks during weekends or holidays. Don't you remember? You came to play with my second brother and even praised me for being adorable. Suddenly, Jixia's voice echoed in his mind, urging him to respond, I didn't I'm not, don't make things up. Setting aside their childhood, just recently, when he returned, Jixia had pushed him into the pool, and it was Zhou Tianxi who carried him to the hospital. Hearing this, Zhou Tianxi felt a twinge of discomfort. He must have been out of his mind at that time. It was also from that moment he realized he was being controlled. The one controlling him did not encompass everything, only the desire to approach someone. Excluding Jixia, the one controlling him was Lin Qianqian, who was still attempting to draw nearer. Zhou Tianxi's expression darkened as he asked slowly, was it you and grandfather who proposed this engagement? Lin Qianqian was taken aback by his words. Brother Tianxi, isn't our engagement based on mutual affection? She was puzzled. Just a few months ago, he had been almost entirely compliant with her wishes, even with a nominal wife. He had favored her in public, let alone in private. On multiple occasions, she had brought her favorite milk tea and snacks to his office, leading her to believe that even without emotional strings, Zhou Tianxi had feelings for her. However, since the last time he had forcibly attempted to break free from control, affecting Aunt Chin, the emotional control seemed to have lost its potency. Yesterday, Aunt Chin had suffered a backlash and had even coughed up blood, prompting her to investigate the situation. Zhou Tianxi was unimpressed by Lin Qianqian's innocent demeanor. If there's nothing important, you should leave. After a moment's thought, he added, don't come to the office anymore. Why not? Brother Tianxi, you haven't sought me out lately. I miss you. That is why I came. Zhou Tianxi stood up and walked toward her, stating, you should know why I haven't sought you out, because your control over me is no longer effective. Chapter 73 does not proceed. Lin Qianqian stood frozen in place, regaining her voice after a moment. Brother Tianxi, what are you saying? I don't understand. Zhou Tianxi scrutinized her expression, observing closely for a moment without speaking. Brother Tianxi, what control? Are you being controlled? Lin Qianqian suppressed her shock, not daring to show any sign of unease. Why would he suspect he was under control? Could it be that Aunt Chin's powers had diminished? No, she needed to return and inquire about this. With that thought, she approached Zhou Tianxi again. Brother, are you truly being controlled? Has the person controlling you made you do anything? Zhou Tianxi sat at his desk, as tranquil as a monk. To make me engage with you. Lin Qianqian seemed to finally grasp the situation, teasingly responding, Brother Tianxi, you scared me. I thought someone had taken control of your thoughts. She added, it's just that mystical stuff, tapping her head. I've been reading too many fantasy novels lately. And how can you say that Grandfather Zhou and the others are controlling you? Aren't we supposed to be engaged because we like each other? Not receiving a reply, she remained undeterred, eager to return and communicate with Aunt Chin. Picking up her bag and slinging it over her shoulder, she waved goodbye. Brother Tianxi, I'm leaving. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Without looking back, she exited the CEO's office. Zhou Tianxi stood up, preparing to attend to some matters. Unexpectedly, at the office door, Lin Qianqian spotted Jixia at work. Yixia, what are you doing here? Jixia looked up puzzled. I'm here to work. Didn't your brother Tianxi mention it? I've been coming to work for several days now. Assistant Qian discreetly gave Jixia a thumbs up from the side, having never seen her so combative before. With a mindset to observe, he leisurely began organizing the files on his desk. No way. Didn't I warn you last time? You and Brother Tianxi are divorced. You can't entangle him anymore. Lin Qianqian truly hadn't expected to encounter Jixia here. Oh, did your brother Tianxi know about your warning to me? Jixia recalled how she hadn't made candy for the boss, and when someone confronted her, the boss had played the surveillance video in front of her. It clearly recorded Lin Qianqian taking the boss's phone to answer a call without permission. What do you mean? Did Jixia complain? This shameless woman, having divorced Zhou Tianxi, still could not let go. It's nothing. If you want to know what I mean, just ask that person. Upon seeing the boss emerge, Jixia's sarcasm intensified. This was the first time they had interacted since their acquaintance. She was furious, thinking, am I merely a pawn in your game? After teasing me, do you have to flaunt your affection? She had vowed never to compromise, yet faced with the boss, she felt utterly disoriented, truly deserving of being deceived. Now, all her secrets were laid bare, and the boss had shared nothing with her. She felt like an innocent fool. Master, this is your fault. You encouraged me to speak up. Now look, we both have to be guinea pigs. I'm telling you, you'll never find your true self now. Fu Zisher had yet to comprehend the situation when his naive disciple threatened him. What's wrong? Nothing, just that your trust is about to collapse. After Zhou Tianxi exited the office, he ignored both Jixia and Lin Qianqian. Notify everyone. A meeting will commence in half an hour. After instructing Assistant Qian, he prepared to return to his office. Lin Qianqian hurriedly caught up with him. Brother Tianxi, why is Sister Ji working here? Zhou Tianxi glanced at her hand that was still holding onto his arm and discreetly withdrew it. She meets the company's hiring requirements. Assistant Qian nearly spat out the water he had been drinking at this statement, quickly turning away to wipe his mouth. The boss truly could lie without batting an eye. Jixia met the hiring requirements? My goodness, what would those graduates from prestigious universities think who couldn't even become your assistant? It was sheer nonsense. Yet, for the sake of his own financial security, he couldn't reveal a shred of truth. As Jixia discreetly wiped her mouth, she observed Qian Jin's expression, pondering whether she was unworthy of being his assistant. However, Ji Jia, after all, was his ex-wife. Before she could finish her thought, Zhou Tianci interrupted. Is it necessary for you to report to me about Yuan Cheng's choice of personnel? Lin Qian pouted, visibly displeased. But, Tianci, we are to be engaged. Don't you find it inappropriate to have your ex-wife so close? What is inappropriate? Grandpa has given his consent. No one would find it amiss. Ultimately, Lin Qian, anxious to inquire about Qin Qing's situation regarding Zhou Tianci's control, reluctantly left Yuan Cheng first. Just before entering his office, Zhou Tianci, with his back to Ji Xia, instructed her to come in. Ji Xia made a face at his back, thinking to herself that she wouldn't go in. After all, he had spent the entire afternoon conversing with his confidant and now sought her out. She resolved not to cater to him any longer. Their return with the boss had already been delayed, and now it was nearly closing time. She lingered at her desk until the end of the workday, and her boss did not summon her again. Girl, are you not going in? Perhaps Zhou has something important to discuss. Ji Xia secretly rolled her eyes, questioning what could possibly be so important. Haven't you noticed? We have disclosed everything, yet he has not shared anything with us. Master, do you know what we resemble? She remarked while packing her belongings. Like foolish deer without brains. You are the foolish one. I sense Zhou is somewhat anxious. Oh, impressive. Master, your skills have improved. You can even sense that. Let him be anxious. At least I can sleep in a bed tonight. You are simply incorrigible. Ji Xia shook her head, accepting her master's praise. Qianjin gave her a thumbs up for daring to openly defy her boss. Ji Xia, amid Qianjin's approval, left for the day. Su Tianqi, working in his office while awaiting someone, found himself growing impatient after half an hour had passed without anyone arriving. He glanced over the remaining documents, contemplating finishing them quickly so he could find her and perhaps share a meal. The last time they dined together, there were 4 of them, and the other 2 were far too noisy, detracting from the enjoyment of the meal. Today, it would merely be the 2 of them, which should be more agreeable. It would also provide an opportunity to inquire why she claimed Zhou Yuhua possessed her fortune. With this thought, he hastened his pace through the documents. Chapter 74. You have 30 seconds. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Xia was engaged in a conversation with the very individuals he found bothersome. Xiao Xia, I'm off to Fengxian town today. Ji Xia glanced at the time. It was just past 5 in the afternoon, and she asked her friend why they were leaving at such an hour. No, I drove to Jiangcheng earlier today. Just as her friend was about to say more, Ji Xia thought she heard a familiar voice calling her. Who are you with? Just a pesky companion who tagged along. The voice continued with complaints. Xiao Nan. How can you say that about your brother? Can you be quiet? Just hurry up and leave. I'm really fed up with you following me. Her friend was clearly agitated, and Ji Xia was trying to place the voice in her mind. Isn't it the friend of Zhou who dined with you all that day? Girl, are you forgetful? It was just a few days ago. Fu Zisher could not comprehend his disciple's memory lapse. Ji Xia suddenly realized it was the man who had been teasing her friend at the dinner table, supposedly a childhood friend of her boss. Her friend's rant continued while the carefree man responded with playful banter. A pair of delightful adversaries? Ji Xia thought, wondering if her friend's romantic prospect had arrived. I have important matters to attend to in Jiangcheng. Why did you come along? Zhou Nan shouted in exasperation. If you ruin my plans, just wait. I will make you pay. Oh, Xiao Nan, don't be angry. Your brother is just concerned for your safety while traveling alone. A crash echoed as Zhou Nan seemed to throw something, expressing her disdain. You don't need to feign concern. Who are you to me? Xiao Nan. Saying that makes your brother sad. Remember, I held you when you were a child. Shut up, leave. Ji Xia pulled the phone away from her ear, perplexed by the ruckus between the two. Did her friend forget she was on a call? After a few more minutes, the argument quieted down, and she heard her friend calling her name, prompting her to return the phone to her ear. Anan, are you okay? I'm fine, don't worry. Xia. Take care not to let any scoundrel deceive you. I will return shortly. Ji Xia nodded, realizing her friend could not see her, and replied with a sound of acknowledgement. After ending the call, she felt increasingly uneasy, knocking gently on her forehead. What is wrong with me? Ji Xia walked towards her apartment, dwarfed by the towering buildings lining the street. She could not fathom why she divulged everything to her boss so easily. Her depth of insight seemed too shallow. Scanning the bustling street filled with men and women at the end of the workday, she questioned why she felt any affection for her boss alone. Finding a three-legged toad is difficult, but there are plenty of two-legged men around. The honking of a horn interrupted her thoughts, and she turned to see Song Yi-ran's car. Realizing the events of the past few days were finally catching up to her, she thought, "Master, why didn't you alert me that Song Yi-ran had arrived?" She felt overwhelmed and reluctant to confront anyone associated with her boss. Futsi shi remarked nonchalantly. "It's not just Song. Zhou is also here." Ji Xiao was startled, her gaze sharpening as she confirmed that the car she had seen at noon was indeed parked behind Song Yi-ran's vehicle. Had these two conspired to meet? "Master, what should I do now? What can we do? Let us see what they say." Ji Xiao nodded, agreeing with her master. She decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Taking a final glance at the two vehicles, one black and one white, she thought of them as a yin-yang duo. With a graceful turn, she strutted away, believing her long legs would carry her swiftly into the commercial street, taking a shortcut back to her apartment. Ji Xiao's confident maneuvering made Zhou Tianxi, who had been waiting for her to approach his car, chuckle. After laboriously reviewing all the documents, he stepped out only to find she had vanished. His diligent assistant, Qianjin, struggled to suppress his laughter as he handed Zhou a piece of clothing, claiming it was something Ji Xia had asked him to pass on. "What else did she say?" Zhou, suppressing his anger, gritted his teeth and inquired. Qianjin replied, "Oh." Ji Xia mentioned that the clothing didn't suit her and should be given to someone in need. Consumed with frustration, he seized the garment and drove to the underground parking lot, determined to confront her. He spotted her walking away after finishing her call, and the anger from being defied began to dissipate. He thought helplessly, she is still young. Throwing a little tantrum is to be expected. Yet in the next moment, his mood soured once more. Why was Song Yi-ran always lurking around her? Watching as Song Yi-ran exited his vehicle to follow Ji Xia into the commercial street, he remained still, gripping the steering wheel. A few minutes later, it seemed Song Yi-ran had caught up with her and was dialing her number. The first call was dismissed. The second call was also ignored. Then he sent a text. Moments later, Ji Xiao's phone rang, and she answered. "Come back. I will drive you home." Ji Xia felt as if her back teeth might crack from clenching them in frustration. How shameless could her boss be to threaten her? "Darn it, this is all your fault for forcing me into this situation. Now I've been caught. What will you do?" Ji Xia glanced at Song Yi-ran approaching her, contemplating how to respond, realizing she would have to submit to her boss's oppressive authority. "Xia, why are you running? Come, brother will take you out to eat." "Apologies. Song-ge, I can no longer accompany you for dinner. My boss has called me back to work overtime." Song Yi-ran furrowed his brow. "Your boss? Zhou Tianxi? You've only been on the job for a few days, and he already expects you to work overtime? Just quit and come here." "No, I've just signed a contract with Yuan Sheng." As she spoke, her phone rang, and she pressed the answer button, Zhou Tianxi's voice coming through. "You have 30 seconds. 1, 2, 3. The merciless capitalism is indeed designed to exploit the working class. Well, Song-ge, I must take my leave. Let's arrange another meeting next time." Ji Xiao waved her hand and hurriedly dashed towards the entrance she had just come through, genuinely fearing that her boss might send her off as a test subject if he became displeased. Zhou Tianxi hung up the phone, awaiting her arrival with a chuckle. Next time, let's see if she has learned her lesson. Watching Ji Xia's retreating figure, Song Yi-ran, feeling agitated, kicked a nearby car, causing it to rock slightly and trigger the alarm. "Zhou Tianxi, just wait. She's merely a woman, and I surely have my ways to win her over." The blaring alarm only heightened his irritation, and he kicked it several more times before relenting. By the time he exited the commercial street, the car that had been parked behind him had already driven away. Opening the car door, he settled inside and dialed Zhou Zhenhai's number. "Dad, what is your older brother's attitude towards Ji Xia?" After a brief exchange, Song Yi-ran's expression softened. "All right, I will find a way to win Ji Xia over and gauge Zhou Tianxi's stance. If he cares, it will be a perfect opportunity to disrupt his major project. Rest assured, no one will know about my collaboration with the Jiang family." After hanging up, he tossed the phone onto the passenger seat and leaned back, contemplating his plan. What method could he employ to lure Ji Xia out, now that she was working at Yuan Sheng? He recalled his previous inquiries with some junior staff at the barbecue restaurant. Zhou Tianxi was quite attentive to her, having arranged for her to work right outside his office. It would be rather difficult to invite her out alone after he had sent her home from work. Observing the bustling street where children were playfully running about, an idea struck him. Children. That Li Fanghua was still at her studio. He could invite Ji Xia out under her name. That pretentious and meddlesome mother would finally prove useful. And it was not in vain that he had arranged a job for her simply because she knew Ji Xia. He popped a piece of gum into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and finally drove off. At that moment, Ji Xia remained in the car, silently grappling with her boss. The building of Yuancheng was not far from Qingyajun, and having walked a third of the way herself, it took only a few minutes to arrive. Once the car stopped, she eagerly opened the door and fled. Zhou Tianxi unhurriedly pulled over, grabbed the garment he had purchased for lunch, and followed Ji Xia back to her apartment. Ji Xia felt she was walking rather swiftly, yet as she pressed the elevator button, someone blocked the door with their arm. Turning to see who had entered, she faced the wall, vowing to remain silent. "Girl, I must say," "Then don't say anything. I can't comprehend why an old man has so much to say. You little rascal, are you itching for trouble? Do you believe I won't spread your words?" Ji Xia instantly exploded. "Oh, so it's all of you, huh? You're all threatening me, is that it?" As the elevator doors opened, she stomped her feet twice in frustration. When she opened the apartment door, she aimed to slam it shut with flair, but clearly could not, as the hand that had blocked the elevator door was now obstructing her entrance. "Boss, even if you were the boss, you cannot trespass into my private residence." The house was now under her name. It was hers, and she was the owner, thus she had the final say. Attempting to close the door once more. This time she succeeded, but the boss still managed to enter. "Boss, it is after hours now. Surely I am entitled to some personal time?" Over the past 2 years, Zhou Tianxi had never witnessed Ji Xia so fiercely spirited. He found it quite intriguing. Earlier in the elevator, she had even argued with the image of her mentor in his mind. He said nothing, taking a couple of steps into the living room. And upon seeing the bedding on the floor, he paused, recalling something. Changing direction, he headed toward the master bedroom, and Ji Xia quickly blocked his path. "What are you doing? This is private space. I refuse to show you." Zhou Tianxi, expressionless, extended his hand, resting it on her shoulder, and in the next moment, he pushed her aside. Before she could react, he took her hand, leading her to the master bedroom door. The door was ajar, revealing the scene within. The disheveled bed still bore the marks of the previous night. Ji Xia felt her ears burn with embarrassment and hurriedly attempted to shut the bedroom door. Zhou Tianxi restrained her arm, enveloping her in an embrace. "Are you hurt?" "Huh?" Ji Xia looked up into his eyes, which belied his expression. Was that concern? The emotion she had suppressed began to stir once more, and she felt foolish. She quickly extricated herself from the uncomfortable space he had created. With more room to breathe, her mind cleared, and she took a deep breath, regaining her composure. "Boss, is there something you need? If not, please leave." Zhou Tianxi returned to the living room, sitting on the couch, and took out his phone, instructing someone to come and tidy up. "No need. I will find someone to clean up tomorrow." Ji Xia was now bristling with indignation, making her difficult to appease. After a while, both remained at an impasse, neither willing to speak. Zhou Tianxi glanced at the time, concluding that the cleaning personnel would arrive shortly. He rose and approached the person glaring at him beside the sofa. He covered Ji Xia's eyes with his large hand, leaning close to her ear, and softly said, "Why are you angry? Are you being foolish?" Yixia struggled to escape, but the next moment her nose collided with his solid chest, prompting her to struggle even more fiercely. "Don't move. Let me go." Ji Xia pushed against his hold, desperately trying to escape the discomforting embrace. "I'm not that cheap." Hearing this, Zhou Tianxi's expression darkened. He released her and grasped her shoulders, leaning down to fixate on her eyes. "What did you say?" Ji Xia forcefully broke free from his grip, shouting, "I said I am not that cheap. I am not dependent on you. You don't need to deceive your confidant into giving me small favors." Tears welled in her eyes, defiantly staring at the increasingly stormy expression before her. "I don't want it. I quit. You need to leave my home immediately." Over the span of 2 years, After Zhou Tianxi had married Ji Xia at his grandfather's behest, he had conducted investigations into her. The results revealed a pitiful orphan. However, her character was akin to a bug in her environment. Vibrant, lively, passionate about life, unperturbed, and respectful. She resembled his half-sister who, growing up amidst the treachery of his Zhou family, had developed a carefree personality with a strong sense of justice. It was no surprise that the two had become close friends. They were strikingly similar. Their growth could be likened to the lotus flower, emerging untainted from a mud, yet remaining pure amidst the waters. For the first time in a long while, he witnessed her so agitated, as if something he had held dear was being trampled upon. After Ji Xia broke free from his embrace, she continued to push him away. In that moment, he felt that she genuinely did not wish to see him. She was a head shorter and quite slender, unable to physically move him, merely engaging in a battle of wills. The tear finally fell, followed by a cascade of tears streaming down her cheeks, while she kept repeating, "Leave, just go." Zhou Tianxi was deeply affected by this scene, unable to contain himself any longer. He relinquished his suppressed emotions, and in the next heartbeat, it felt as if 1,000 needles pierced his heart. Pressing his hand to his chest, beads of sweat formed on his brow, rendering him momentarily unsteady, and he fell to the ground alongside Ji Xia, who was still shoving him. The result of his prolonged suppression surged forth, and as he sensed a metallic taste in his throat, he instinctively turned his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ji Xia was petrified, lying on top of him, her face adorned with unshed tears, her mouth slightly agape, appearing exceedingly pitiful. Chapter 76. Breaking Free from Control. Yato ni. Fuzisher never anticipated the gravity of the situation and was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Ji Xia, called by her master, regained some semblance of consciousness. She wiped the corner of Zhou Tianxi's mouth with her sleeve. Brother, what happened to you?" She crawled aside, attempting to help Zhou Tianxi rise, her tears blurring her vision. Brother, please do not frighten me, do not frighten me." Zhou Tianxi's heart shattered at her weeping. Yet the force controlling him showed no intention of relenting, seemingly intensifying its grip. The pain caused him to furrow his brows tightly, and he found it impossible to rise alongside Ji Xia's efforts. Xia. He moved his lips, but emitted no sound, yet Ji Xia understood. "Brother, I am here, do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. I will call for an ambulance. Do not be afraid. I am here, I am here." Ji Xia attempted to rise to find her phone, but Zhou Tianxi weakly grasped her wrist, unwilling to let her go. "Nah, Yongda." He struggled to force out a smile more grotesque than his tears. "Peng. Peng vi yue, ms hangi. Ho." Ji Xia leaned back against his chest, pressing on the location of his heart. "Brother, I was wrong." Zhou Tianxi gently patted her back, summoning all his strength to fight against the needles of pain penetrating from all directions. Ji Xia raised her head, observing his tightly closed eyes, furrowed brows, and blood-stained lips, lingering for a moment on the crimson edges. Gradually, she pressed her lips against his. Zhou Tianxi opened his eyes in astonishment. The small figure did not withdraw her head, instead reverently kissing the corner of his mouth. Having resolved to abandon restraint, they fully surrendered to their emotions. When both regained consciousness, their positions had shifted, with Zhou Tianxi atop Ji Xia, one large hand resting upon her nape. Ji Xia opened her dazed eyes, her lashes damp, her cheeks flushed. She glanced left and right, daring not to meet Zhou Tianxi's gaze. She lowered her head and kissed the center of his brow, prompting Zhou Tianxi to lift Ji Xia from the ground. "Brother, no, boss. Are you all right?" The next moment, words escaped her as Zhou Tianxi silenced her with his mouth once more. This was not the chaotic moment of earlier. Ji Xia quickly pushed against him, attempting to break free. She succeeded in pushing him away, but he clutched his heart, grimacing in pain. "Bo, I dong ma?" Ji Xia inquired, retracting her hand. Zhou Tianxi nodded, his eyes fixated on her slightly swollen, red lips. Ji Xia climbed to her feet, helping him to the sofa, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "What shall we do? When will the pain cease?" In the next instant, her lips were claimed once more, mindful of his suffering. She dare not push him away this time. Meanwhile, within a meditation room at Qinglingguan, Qinxing sat cross-legged, a pool of blood before her breath evidently unstable. Sensing Zhou Tianxi's struggle to break free from control, she promptly intensified her efforts. Although success was within reach, an unforeseen obstruction thwarted her, resulting in a more severe backlash. Now, her internal organs ached as if displaced. Gradually regulating her breath, Qinxing's mind raced to comprehend how Zhou Tianxi had managed to escape her grip. This matter, involving emotions entwined within another, was something she had encountered in the forbidden arts of Qinglingguan. Zhou Tianxi was her second experimental subject. Had it not been for her daughter Lin Qianqian's fondness for him, she would never have risked such a venture. After all, every time Zhou Tianxi resisted control, she faced retribution. If the controlled individual proved stronger than her, they might even counter her control. The forbidden text mentioned that those entwined in emotional bonds could find their destined partner to assist in breaking free from control. Yet, the text failed to specify how to accomplish this. Contemplating this, Qinxing opened her eyes, murmuring to herself, could it be that Zhou Tianxi has found his fated one? However, aside from Qianqian, the only other person in his life was his ex-wife, Jixia. Earlier that afternoon, Qianqian had called to complain about encountering Jixia at Zhou Tianxi's office door. In her complaints, she lamented her inadequate skills, claiming she could no longer control Zhou Tianxi. She felt the absence of his affection, a stark contrast to the months prior when her desires went unanswered. Now, her hopes felt as frozen as the surface of a river in March, devoid of warmth, and she held no anticipation for their engagement. Qinxing closed her eyes. Recalling her response at the time, why must you insist on Zhou Tianxi's affection? In her childhood, he was the only one who did not disdain her for being a kept woman. Lin Qianqian always spoke of this with passion, perhaps indicative of her substantial childhood trauma. Back then, she yearned for Lin Yehong, the current patriarch of the Lin family, to remember her, employing various schemes in her attempts. She even abducted his young daughter, substituting her own biological daughter, and publicly claimed her as the heir to the Lin family's lineage. However, she overlooked the fact that her daughter was not happy growing up. Initially, the Lin family mourned the loss of their little girl. Even when Qianqian provided them some solace, she was still not the original. At gatherings of the wealthy, Qianqian was often excluded, perceived merely as a kept child. Those children frequently mocked her for her lack of blood relation, treating her as a mere placeholder, devoid of respect. The matriarch of the Lin family lived in perpetual melancholy, pining for her biological daughter, neglecting to pay attention to Qianqian's plight. The Zhou and Lin families shared a long-standing friendship, with the Lin family's two sons often visiting Zhou Tianxi for playdates, and Zhou Tianxi also visiting the Lin family. Albeit infrequently, from a young age, Zhou Tianxi exhibited a commendable demeanor, unlike other wealthy children who mocked Qianqian. He would invite the Lin family's sons to include her in their games. Gradually, as Qianqian matured into a graceful young woman, those peers who had grown up alongside her also matured in thought, no longer mocking her openly. Yet, the warmth Zhou Tianxi had shown during their childhood remained etched in Qianqian's memory, and she had cherished feelings for him since her early years. Upon revealing the truth to Qianqian, her first reaction was to inquire if there was a way for her Tianxi Gij to love her in return. After years of futile attempts to rekindle Lin Yehong's memories, she began to focus on her daughter. At that time, Lin Yehong sent Qianqian abroad for her studies, leaving her to seek employment as the Lin family's steward, a position she maintained for 5 years. Now, having earned the trust of the entire Lin family, she fulfilled her daughter's request mere months after Qianqian's return, embedding Qianqian's emotional bond within Zhou Tianxi. Initially, everything seemed well. Qianqian relished the fact that her longtime admiration, Zhou Tianxi, was now at her beck and call. Chapter 77, the second time. Her own junior brother had fled to an unknown location, and she was unable to unravel the memory-erasing threads he had woven around Lin Yehong. After searching for so many years, Qinxing had begun to believe that her junior brother had perished long ago. Otherwise, how could he have remained silent for all these years? Whether seeking revenge or developing Qinglingguan, he should have made an appearance by now. Yet he had not. He had caused Lin Yehong to forget everything about her. And for 20 years, she remained unable to break free. Not even their master, Ma Shang Yuanjuan, could unravel her junior brother's spells. Her junior brother had once been the most promising disciple of Qinglingguan, and when their master was still young, he had contemplated passing Qinglingguan to him. She did not desire Qinglingguan. She only wanted Lin Yehong, yet her junior brother had sabotaged that. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. The pressure within her chest overwhelming, and she could no longer contain herself, spitting out another mouthful of blood. It was not feasible, Qin pondered. She needed to deepen her skills and could no longer rely on ordinary methods. With the clock ticking and only a few hours left until her appointment with Dong Chong to look after the child, she realized that it was time to resort to extraordinary measures. Wiping the corner of her mouth, she noted the lingering traces of crimson blood. Su Tianqi, I cannot allow the man I love to remember me, yet I cannot bear to see my daughter suffer as I did. For Qianqian's sake, I shall spare no effort to ensure that you love her wholeheartedly. Jixia finally managed to push away the person dominating her lips, gasping for air, feeling as if she were on the verge of suffocation. After calming her racing heart, she fiercely glared at the person who still dared to approach. What was wrong with him? It seemed as though he had not kissed anyone in ages, and once he had, he became addicted. Zhou Tianxi found her fierce gaze utterly adorable. Her eyes framed her delicate features, revealing her genuine beauty. She was indeed the most exquisite girl he had ever encountered. Call me brother once more, he urged, his hoarse voice coupled with a teasing tone causing Jixia's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. This term of endearment had originated when they first wed, a name she had devised when unsure of how to address him, and she had once delighted in calling him so. However, after the incident at the swimming pool, she had never uttered it again. In a moment of panic upon seeing Zhou Tianxi spit blood, she had instinctively called out to him, "Boss, you are behaving in a way that resembles a rogue teasing a virtuous woman," Jixia remarked, stroking her chin. Zhou Tianxi narrowed his eyes slightly, a playful smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. "Is that so? Then perhaps I should." Just then, the doorbell rang abruptly. Jixia intended to rise quickly to answer it, but her legs felt too weak to comply. Zhou Tianxi gently brushed her hair from her forehead and said, "Allow me to handle it." The visitor was there to address the collapsed bed, and the leader hesitated to speak. Zhou Tianxi observed this and encouraged him, "Speak freely." This man had watched him grow up and had always been part of the Zhou household. "Young master, Miss G has already had her bed changed twice in such a short time. Could you perhaps exercise some restraint? Changing beds at this hour is quite laborious." "What do you mean twice? Is there another one I am unaware of?" Sutian, she questioned. That is, well," the man stammered, but Jixia interjected, "Can it be replaced tonight? If not, it's all right. I can sleep in the guest room." The man, referred to as Li Ge, glanced at his young master and replied cautiously, "The new bed can only arrive tomorrow morning, so you may have to endure one more night." Jixia nodded in understanding, expressing her gratitude for their assistance at such a late hour. "It's no trouble at all. Please wait a moment, and we will have it done shortly." After saying this, he led the others into the bedroom to get to work. Zhou Tianxi's gaze remained fixed on Jixia, now tinged with curiosity. Yet she deemed it unnecessary to offer any explanation, choosing instead to reflect on the events that had unfolded that day while seated on the sofa. When she had returned home, she had been angry. How had it come to this? Her fingers grazed her swollen lips, which still bore a stinging sensation. She lifted her gaze to the man standing before her, looking refreshed and evidently unharmed. "Are you still angry?" Jixia was uncertain how to respond, her emotions in turmoil. She shook her head and attempted to rise, relieved that her legs no longer felt weak. "Boss, when are you leaving?" By the time Jixia regained her composure, the surroundings had grown eerily silent, causing her to shiver as the chill in the air became palpable. "Are you trying to rush me?" "Not at all. It's just rather late," Zhou Tianxi said, inching closer, seemingly on the verge of saying something more, but the workers emerged just then. "Young master, we need to take this away and we'll return tomorrow to install the new bed." Zhou Tianci nodded, seeing them out and closing the door behind them. When was the last time the bed was changed? Ji Xia remained silent, assessing the distance between them as she cautiously made her way toward the guest room. Speak. I refuse to answer. You always command me as if I am your servant, she retorted, pouting defiantly. Zhou Tianci stepped forward, encircling her in his arms. Then how do you suggest I inquire? You cannot dictate terms to me. Boss, let me go, I want to rest. Ji Xia struggled to extricate herself from his embrace. Do not speak to me in that manner. Then how should I address you? You were such an expression devoid of emotion, merely seeking to intimidate me. Zhou Tianci gently pulled Ji Xia down onto the sofa, resting a hand on her shoulder. Regarding your luck, do you have any suspects? Ji Xia lowered her head in silence, internally cursing him for his persistence. You must understand, I can uncover the truth faster than you. I'm aware of that, but I prefer not to divulge anything. Please leave, she insisted. Zhou Tianci stood up, pulling her to her feet and guiding her toward the guest room. What are you doing? Accompanying you to sleep. Ji Xia's mouth fell open in surprise, halting her steps. You should return to your villa. I do not require your company. Su Tian, she nodded solemnly. I need you by my side. Come back to the villa with me. No. Ugh. I am exasperated with you. They had been married for 2 years, yet had always slept apart. As everyone knew their union was a mere facade for the rise of the Zhou Yuan Chung group. Thus, they had never shared a bedroom until their impending divorce. Zhou Tian's abrupt change in behavior left Ji Xia utterly bewildered. I demand to know when the bed was last changed. Yixias molaris ichit. Her eyes wide with accusation. Noting her expression, Zhou Tianci began to lead her once again toward the guest room. Chapter 78, confirmed. Ji Xia quickly grasped his arm, her gaze flickering. It was the day before I brought you dinner. Zhou Tianci appeared taken aback. The day before? That was when I realized something was amiss, and while consuming barbecue, it felt as if my mind had been flooded with water. However, he had not consumed the meal Ji Xia had brought. Did your misfortune begin that day? Ji Xia felt a twinge of embarrassment, as her master had yet to discover a means to avert her ill fate, leaving her with no choice but to rely on her boss's transformation. Yes, it seems we have not seen each other for about half a month. How did you travel from the villa to the company that day? Zhou Tianci's question was somewhat abrupt, leaving Ji Xia puzzled. After a moment's thought, she recalled that she had walked. Given that the bed had collapsed the previous day, neither a taxi nor a ride would have brought her safely to the Yuan Chung Group's headquarters. I walked. She had remained silent, prompting Zhou Tianci to answer his own question. Afterward, his expression darkened further, leading Ji Xia to interject, Boss, it has been quite some time. Let go. I apologize, boss. I took advantage of you. Ji Xia often felt a sense of indebtedness when with Zhou Tianci, as she had been continuously relying on him. But I swear, I truly mean you no harm, not in the slightest. And I assure you it will not affect your luck. My master has sworn to that. Zhou Tianci nodded, reiterating his earlier question regarding your luck. Do you have any suspects? After he posed the question, Ji Xia slowly lowered her head, evidently reluctant to respond, which confirmed that she indeed had her suspicions. Is it someone connected with the Zhou family? Ji Xia stole a glance at him, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Indeed, it makes sense now. No wonder you have been hesitant to answer. You mentioned that Zhou Yuehua possesses your luck, yet she is not the one stealing it from you. You often interact with her, do you not? Ji Xia remained silent, thinking to herself that this was all his conjecture. She had never confessed to anything. Girl, why not just tell him it is Qin and be done with it? Why the hesitation? The old man, you truly are remarkably foolish. Qin is a member of the Lin family, and the Lin family has long-standing ties with the Zhou family. Am I not jeopardizing the relationship between the two families? Furthermore, we only possess suspicions at this point. Is there any evidence to substantiate that it was indeed Qin who acted? Even if it were her, we remain oblivious as to whether it was her own volition or the Lin family's directive. To suddenly point fingers at Qin would be rather irresponsible, would it not? Fu Zisher has evidently not considered this aspect, and if things continue in this manner, it will ultimately fall upon his disciple to resolve the ensuing complications alone. Reflecting upon his disciple's lethargic and indifferent demeanor, he felt a profound sense of exhaustion and a bleak outlook for the future. However, relying solely on oneself may render the situation utterly unfeasible. Jixia maintained her nonchalant attitude, dismissing the matter with a shrug. If it could not be accomplished, so be it, for the present was still quite satisfactory. What is going on between you and Zhou? Isn't everything fine? Upon mentioning this issue, Jixia became somewhat agitated. She too was uncertain as to the cause. Typically, she suppressed her emotions, striving not to inconvenience her superior. Yet, what was going on with her boss? She glanced at the person deep in contemplation. Could it be as she suspected that he harbored some affection for her? Zhou Qianxi was preoccupied with pondering the individuals who had recently interacted frequently with Zhou Yuehua when he inadvertently caught sight of Jixia's puzzled expression. Raising his hand, he grasped the finger that rested against his lips, locking his gaze on her bewildered eyes and warning her to keep her distance from Song Iran. Huh? The boss's thoughts leap around so unexpectedly. Were we not just discussing Zhou Yuehua? How did we suddenly transition to Song Iran? Listen carefully. He is not as simple as you perceive him to be. Jixia mused to herself. Of course, she understood. If it were not for the desire to ascertain his intentions, she would have ceased all contact long ago. However, that was beyond her control. If he sought her out, it would not be appropriate to continually refuse him. Her decision to refrain from contacting him was one matter, but being controlled by others was an entirely different situation. My dear girl, it seems you're seeking trouble. Be confident and discard the notion of seems. The boss is indulging in a classic double standard. Why should Lin Xianxian be allowed to pursue her so fervently, while another worthy man cannot seek her out, even if he has ulterior motives? Nevertheless, examining her own worth, there was truly little to gain. Perhaps he simply appreciated her for who she was. Placing a hand on Jixia's head, Zhou Tianxi spoke through gritted teeth. Waiting for me to resolve this heartache issue before we discuss matters concerning the two of us. Jixia pushed his hand away and inquired dreamily. Does the boss have any leads on the individual controlling you? Initially, there were none, but now there is. Jixia's eyes widened in curiosity. Who is it? Zhou Tianxi drew her into his embrace. Uncertain, merely speculating. Once it is confirmed, I will inform you. All right? Rarely encountering such a tender side of her boss, Jixia found herself relishing the moment, momentarily refraining from resisting. In this instant, she allowed herself to be selfish, believing that her boss held her in his thoughts. After Jixia firmly declined to return to the villa with Zhou Tianxi, he ultimately departed alone. Glancing at the time, it was already 10 in the evening. After a few hours of commotion, Jixia had entirely forgotten to have dinner. It was only when her stomach growled that she remembered, stealing another glance at the clock. She resolved to go to sleep and assuage her stomach, soothingly telling it that she would rest, and once asleep, hunger would dissipate. However, just as she was drifting into slumber, a knock at the door startled her. Who could possibly return at such a late hour? Jixia rolled over, thinking it must be a case of mistaken identity, and decided to continue sleeping. Yet, the person knocking seemed particularly insistent, compelling her to groggily arise and open the door. To her astonishment, it was Zhou Tianxi returning, carrying a large food container. Master, why didn't you inform me that the boss was coming? Oh, I wanted to surprise you. Jixia thought to herself. What a surprise indeed. Who brings food to someone at this hour? Nevertheless, she had to maintain a facade for her boss, forcing a smile onto her face. Boss, how delightful to see you back. I only realized you had not eaten dinner after leaving. Boss, I could have gone without dinner. I was already asleep, but her voice gradually faded under his penetrating gaze. He chuckled, expressing genuine gratitude. I'm truly hungry. Thank you, boss. The two of them set the meal on the table and quietly began eating. They shared a peaceful dinner at home, resting, while others were out late at night, arranging to meet. Li Fanghua felt elated upon receiving a call from Dong Chong, ever hopeful that he would have a change of heart. Chapter 79. Returning to Fengxian Town. Brother Chong, what did you say? Someone wishes to see Zai Zai. Li Fanghua sat up in bed, glancing at the child sleeping beside her. Yet, Zai Zai was fast asleep. Should we meet tomorrow instead? They originally requested to meet at this very moment, and Dong Chong, on the other end of the call, was increasingly agitated. He had deliberately chosen nearly midnight, wishing to avoid being spotted by prying eyes, and reported to Zhou Yuehua. Had it not been for this little one, he would have been disinclined to engage with her and her child at all. Why does he want to see Zai Zai? Dong Chong, growing irritable, began cursing vehemently, urging her to bring the child quickly, as he had no desire to engage in further conversation. Li Fanghua hurriedly dressed, first putting on her clothes, then dressing her sleeping child. Brother Chong, do not be angry. I will come right away. After hanging up, Dong Chong stood in front of a hotel near Qingling Mountain, smoking one cigarette after another. Qin Qing had mentioned she was staying at this hotel, yet it had been over 10 minutes, and she had yet to emerge. Dong Chong glanced at the hotel entrance once more, contemplating whether to wait. After all, Li Fanghua had yet to arrive with the child. As a pile of cigarette butts accumulated on the ground, Qin Qing finally appeared. Observing her approach, it was evident she had not exited the hotel, but rather seemed to have just descended from Qingling Mountain. Sister Qin, what brings you out climbing at this hour? Qin Qing ignored his remark and directly inquired, where is the child? Dong Chong, his voice hoarse from smoking, replied, Haha, Sister Qin, do not fret, they will arrive shortly. Qin Qing remained silent, turning to glance at the path she had descended. Even with the light of the night, visibility was limited to only a few meters. For 2 decades, she had remained on Qingling Mountain, and since her descent, she had rarely traversed this mountain path at night. Now, looking back at the road, it stretched ominously towards the peak, dark and foreboding, devoid of hope. She would have to seek out a path filled with promise herself. Sister Qin, why is it so essential for you to see the child? This puzzled Dong Chong. Why was this older woman so insistent on meeting Zai in exchange for her assistance? Were it not for this, he would not have risked meeting with Li Fanghua again, as it would be nearly impossible to explain should Zhou Yuehua catch wind of it. You do not need to know. Qin Qing scoffed. Even if she were to see the child, if he were not sufficient to serve as her bargaining chip, she would not assist him. Dong Chong felt a surge of anger, but dared not show it, as he had no alternative but to rely on Qin Qing for help. In recent days, he had attempted to contact Zhou Yuehua, yet she had refused to answer his calls. Seeking her out was equally futile. He was acutely aware of the disparity between them. If Zhou Yuehua wished to avoid him, he would not even catch a glimpse of her silhouette. Lighting another cigarette, Dong Chong inhaled deeply. All right, Sister Qin, I do not care why you wish to meet the child. I merely hope you will uphold your end of the bargain. The sound of a car's brakes and tires scraping against the ground prevented Dong Chong from hearing what Qin Qing had said. As he moved to confirm, he spotted Qin Qing fixating on Li Fanghua as she exited the car. More specifically, she was staring at the child in Li Fanghua's arms. Brother Chong, I have arrived. Li Fanghua lifted Zai slightly, though the child remained asleep. Should I wake him? No need. Before Dong Chong could respond, Qin Qing stepped closer, extending her fingers to rest on Zai's forehead. Li Fanghua was unfamiliar with Qin Qing and instinctively took 2 steps back, tightly cradling her child. Qin Qing's outstretched finger met only air as she turned to Dong Chong. This is Sister Qin. She merely wishes to see the child. Dong Chong stepped forward, prepared to take the child, but hesitated and lowered his hand. Confused, Li Fanghua looked at Qin Qing, questioning her motive for wanting to see the child. Qin Qing smiled gently, attempting to appear more amiable, expressing her curiosity about how Dong Chong, at such a young age, could have a child. Li Fanghua remained silent, clearly unconvinced by this rationale. Dong Chong frowned. What are you doing? Sister Qin is just curious. There's no need to act so defensive. Feeling aggrieved, Li Fanghua glanced at the one who scolded her. With the man absent, the only comfort she found was in her child. Naturally, she valued her child above all else. And the sudden appearance of a stranger expressing curiosity about her child bewildered her. Qin Qing smiled. I am a practitioner from Qingling Mountain. Upon meeting Dong Chong, I sensed his innate fortune and learned he hails from Fengxian Town. This was the first time Dong Chong had heard such a claim, prompting him to glance sideways. Fengxian Town was rich in spiritual energy, nurturing individuals with exceptional roots, and combined with the fortune-altering methods of practitioners from Qingling Mountain, it could ensure a prosperous and worry-free life for the child. Upon discovering that Dong Chong had a child, I could not resist wanting to meet him, as perhaps I could offer some assistance. Hearing this, Li Fenghua's expression softened somewhat, and she no longer resisted Qin Qing's desire to touch the child. Qin Qing gently placed her fingers on the child's forehead, her demeanor shifting from a smile to a grave expression. "What is it, master? Is there something wrong with the child?" Qin Qing withdrew her fingers and replied, "Not exactly. It is now up to you as parents to decide." Both Li Fenghua and Dong Chong stared at Qin Qing, perplexed by her meaning. "Your child is quite well. He will grow up to be a happy, ordinary person with a simple job to support himself. However, if, and I emphasize if, you wish for him to earn more and live better, it might require a return trip to Fengxian Town, the child's birthplace, for me to make some minor adjustments to his fortune." "What do you mean?" they asked in unison. Qin Qing chuckled softly. "Oh, nothing to fear. It simply involves a visit back to Fengxian Town." Dong Chong was indifferent. After all, he did not care about the child's future. Yet, Li Fenghua's expression grew solemn. In a mother's heart, her child was a treasure, regardless of wealth or lack thereof. His status in her heart would never waver. Shaking her head, she insisted, "It's fine, as long as the child is safe and healthy." "Sister Qin, is there anything else?" After Li Fenghua spoke, Dong Chong did not pay much attention, merely wanting to inquire if they could move past this stage. Qin Qing glanced at the child again. It was already December, and the weather had turned chilly, yet the three of them had stood in the street for so long without the child waking. Suppressing her disappointment, she replied, "No, you should take the child and leave." Dong Chong gestured for Li Fenghua to hurry away. However, Li Fenghua hesitated, wanted to say more to Dong Chong, reluctant to depart. Chapter 8. A ride. Seeing this, Qin Qing decided to leave first but was called back by Dong Chong. "You should go. Sister Qin and I have other matters to discuss. Don't linger here. Strong brother, could you come by often to see the child?" Dong Chong, irritated by her words, turned away with Qin Qing towards Qingling Mountain. "Sister Qin, wait. I still have something to say." Li Fengshua stood frozen, staring blankly at the vanishing figures of the two, then glanced down at her sleeping child. A gust of wind swept by, causing her to shiver. The little one in her arms seemed to sense the cold as well. With no alternative, she cast one last look towards Qingling Mountain and hailed a taxi to leave. After catching up with Qin Qing, Dong Chong urgently sought confirmation on whether she could assist him, expressing his desire to meet Zhou Yuehua the following day. Qin Qing thought to herself how naive he was to view her as a living bodhisattva. "You need to find a way to bring your child to Fengxian Town. I will accompany you." Dong Chong was perplexed by the necessity of returning to Fengxian Town, questioning if there was a direct transport option. Sensing his reluctance, Qin Qing assured him, "After this is accomplished, I will ensure you meet Zhou Yuehua. But you promised that meeting the child would facilitate my request." "It is up to you to figure it out," she retorted, adding with a smirk, "With your current situation, by the next time you see Yuehua, she may have already found someone else." Dong Chong thought of Zhou Yuehua's recent attitude towards him and clenched his teeth. After all, it was just a trip back to Fengxian Town, so he resolved to go. Satisfied, Qin Qing walked away, but halfway up the mountain, she could no longer contain herself and coughed up blood. Anxious, she quickened her pace, as if she did not recover soon, Zhou Tianzi might break free from her control. The child she had seen today was not as promising as she had hoped, but it was better than nothing. Bringing him back to Fengxian Town, a place of extraordinary talents, would certainly prove more beneficial than attempting to manipulate things here. Moreover, the remoteness of that location meant that even if something went awry, no one would trace it back to her. With this thought, her eyes narrowed. She could not concern herself with so many others. Her sole desire was for her daughter's happiness. Perhaps it was due to Zhou Tianzi being the child of fate that he was far more challenging to control than ordinary individuals. In her past, she had also infused her emotions into Lin Yang, who had been completely devoted to her for 3 months. Had it not been for her junior discovering and severing Lin Yehong's emotional tie, causing him to forget her, she could have lived happily with her beloved, rather than merely being regarded as a caretaker in his life now. "Junior brother," Qin Qing muttered, "I hope you never show your face again. Otherwise, I'll settle the old and new debts together." After Ji Xia fell asleep, Fu Zisher began attempting to consolidate his spiritual awareness, tiny sparks of light emanating from him. Yet upon attempting to coalesce, they all returned. Still ineffective, he had exhausted himself trying to form it days prior and could no longer do so. He sensed many memories surfacing in his mind, but when he tried to discern what they were, it became a muddled haze. He tried once more to solidify his form, but failed again. When was it that he began to think independently during his foolish disciple's slumber? It seemed to have occurred after meeting Zhou Yuehua a few times. Previously, when his foolish disciple rested, he was incapable of independent thought, as if Jixia's brain had defaulted to their oneness, leaving him to operate solely within Jixia's consciousness. Now, he could think independently, no longer needing to awaken alongside Jixia's awareness. Suddenly, Jixia turned over in bed, startling him into calming his spiritual awareness. Once the foolish disciple's breathing stabilized, Fu Zishe finally relaxed, realizing that there was no need to rush. He could only proceed step by step. Jixia had a restless night, waking up in the morning and rubbing her stomach. She regretted yielding to her boss's pressure the previous night and eating so much before bed. Remembering how her boss had stood at the door, hesitating to say something before leaving, she chuckled. Having known her boss for 2 years, she had never seen that expression on his face, as if he hoped she would ask him to stay, but was too shy to voice it. "Girl, what's got you acting so strange early in the morning?" Jixia rubbed her stomach again before jumping out of bed, her thoughts swirling with amusement. Before she could finish her morning routine, her phone rang. Who is calling me so early? Curious, she walked out of the bathroom with her toothbrush in her mouth, glancing at her phone to find it was Song Iran. After pondering for a moment, she hung up. However, before she could return to the bathroom, the phone rang again. This time, she continued toward the bathroom without stopping. "Girl, why aren't you answering? Perhaps someone with the surname Song has something significant to discuss with you." Xia, after brushing her teeth, began to wash her face, not forgetting to engage in a playful verbal sparring match with her master in her mind. "Master, if I may say, you're barely 18, just an adult, and rather naive. You impudent girl, are you never done? Have you forgotten the identity of Song Iran? A member of the Zhou family, who has spent years abroad. Why has he suddenly returned? Have you watched too many melodramatic television series and believe that the wealthy are always embroiled in power struggles? I'm not sure about power struggles, but I can say that I just divorced my boss, and he has come to approach me, which can't bode well." After Jixia finished speaking, Fu Zishe fell silent. "Master, what's the matter? Are you admitting your naivety? Impudent girl, you should answer your phone. It's been incessantly ringing." By the time Jixia leisurely finished her grooming and changed her clothes, she had received over 10 missed calls. She picked up her phone, which had just ended a call, slung her bag over her shoulder, and stepped outside. As fate would have it, just outside the community gate, she encountered the very person who had called her numerous times. "Xia, it's Song Iran. I called you earlier, but you didn't answer." Jixia pretended to check her phone and replied, "Oh, is that so? My apologies. I was busy washing up and didn't hear it." "Oh, it's fine. Cool me. Let me treat you to breakfast." Jixia smiled and shook her head. "No, thank you, Songge. Usually, my boss has me bring breakfast, so I'm quite pressed for time." The smile on Song Iran's face faltered slightly. Tian Ci is really exploiting his employees, making you bring breakfast? Jixia silently apologized to her boss, thinking that if she didn't deflect the blame onto him, the man in front of her would certainly not let her leave. Besides, her boss likely wouldn't mind being blamed, considering he had advised her to keep her distance from the Song family the night before. "Songge, it's getting late. I should be on my way. Don't rush off. I'm already here. Let me give you a ride." After a moment's thought, Jixia agreed, as it would save her the trouble of hailing a taxi. After all, she had made so many candies for her boss yesterday, and it should be fine to ride in someone else's car, right? Chapter 81. A Kiss Without Notice? Song Iran glanced at Jixia through the rearview mirror several times before finally speaking. "Xia, I recall you mentioning that if you weren't working, you would take private orders for making candies, right? Are you still taking orders?" Jixia was surprised that he remembered her reason for not accepting a position at his studio. Well, I'm currently employed, so I don't have the time to take orders anymore." "Oh, is that so? I wonder when I might be fortunate enough to taste the candies made by Xia herself." Jixia thought to herself that it was unlikely she would ever make candies for someone with the surname Song. Before she could respond, Song ran. A loud bang suddenly interrupted them, and the car came to a screeching halt. What has happened? Thankfully, she had her seatbelt fastened. Jixia patted her chest in relief and turned to assess the situation. The car behind had rear-ended theirs. Song Iran swore under his breath, unbuckled his seatbelt, and exited the vehicle. Xia, wait here, I'll handle this. Jixia obediently nodded and rolled down the passenger window to look outside, only to coincidentally meet Assistant Qian's gaze. Qianjin was waiting at a red light and noticed the two cars had collided. Initially indifferent, he continued to wait until he was surprised to see Song Iran step out of the front vehicle. He even remarked to his boss in the back seat, Mr. Song has been rear-ended. Zhou Tianci glanced at them through the window, but showed no intention of getting out, continuing to focus on the notebook in his lap. However, when Jixia rolled down the window, Qianjin was taken aback. He pointed at Jixia, momentarily speechless, but the green light turned, and the cars behind began honking. Qianjin reluctantly had to drive away. Jixia sat in the car, regretting her decision to lower the window. Being seen by Qianjin was tantamount to being caught by her boss. Qianjin, with his big mouth, would undoubtedly inform the boss. She had just warned herself the previous night to steer clear of Song Iran, and now she was brazenly disregarding that advice. The more she thought about it, the more restless she became. She unbuckled her seatbelt, walked over to Song Iran, and apologized. I'm sorry, Songge. I'm in a hurry, so I'll be leaving now. Song Iran examined the damaged rear of the car. It wasn't too severe, but required the insurance company's attention. All right, let me call a taxi for you. Jixia quickly waved her hands. No, it's fine, Songge. You should focus on handling this matter. The company isn't far, I can walk. Without waiting for Song Iran's reply, she glanced at the green traffic signal and walked straight across the street. Turning back, she waved goodbye to Song Iran. Just as her hand dropped, a luxurious black business car stopped in front of her. The tinted window rolled down, revealing her boss's sharply defined face, which coldly commanded, "Get in." Jixia tightened her grip on her bag strap, searching for a semblance of security. Once inside the vehicle, the atmosphere became stifling. She felt as though she could hardly breathe. She wanted to explain that their encounter was purely coincidental, but felt it unnecessary. Just then, her phone rang again. Without glancing at the caller ID, she hastily answered, "Hello?" Regardless of who it was, this call was her lifeline, and she was determined to express her gratitude. "Hello, Xia." Song Iran's voice came from the other end, prompting Jixia to lower the phone and stare at it for a few seconds, thinking, is he out of his mind? Why call right after parting? The temperature in the car plummeted. Feeling cold, Jixia finally spoke. "Assistant Qian, are you running the air conditioning?" Once she realized the call hadn't ended, she returned the phone to her ear. "You got into Assistant Qian's car?" "Oh, yes. The boss happened to pass by and offer me a ride." "Thank you." Songge. After hanging up, Jixia leaned against the car door, wishing for a hole to hide in. Qianjin stole a few glances at the two in the back seat, sensing something had shifted in just one night. Although her boss still wore a cold expression, there was less distance between them, while Jixia appeared to still be fearful of her boss, albeit only on the surface. Zhou Tianci closed his notebook, preparing to speak. Jixia quickly interjected, "I haven't tea at breakfast. I'm so hungry." Her remark successfully prevented her boss from reprimanding her. The car stopped in front of the Yuan Sheng building, and Zhou Tianci instructed Qian to go inside and buy breakfast. "Yixia feignet protest. How can we have Assistant Qian go?" "I should go since I'm his assistant." Qianjin shot her a glance, seemingly thinking, "Miss, please just be quiet." Jixia stifled a giggle, quickly reverting her expression upon catching her boss's gaze. Following her boss to the elevator, she contemplated and then darted over to the guest elevator. Her boss must have altered her luck. She could now take the guest elevator. Ecstatic, she waited at the guest elevator, during which she bumped into Xi and Lulu from the HR department, and they exchanged a few words. Xi and Lulu frequently glanced toward the president's exclusive elevator and quietly asked Jixia, "What is the boss doing over there?" Jixia peeked over as well, wondering, does the president's exclusive elevator still require waiting? "Girl, I advise you to join Zhou Xiaozi." "Why?" "The boss already tasted the candies I made yesterday, and I slept soundly last night without any issues. But the car belonging to the Song family was rear-ended. Jixia instantly felt guilty and uncertainly defended herself. Well, that is not my fault, right? That was the issue with the car behind. Just then, the guest elevator arrived, and with a crowd waiting at the doors, Jixia hesitated briefly, ultimately becoming the last person to step onto the elevator. Once inside, she prayed fervently that the elevator would function properly. As if her prayers were answered, the elevator indeed had no issues, albeit it was overloaded and beeped incessantly. The people around exchanged glances as the work hour approached, none willing to descend. Helpless, Jixia stepped out of the elevator, being the last one. She watched the doors close before her, indicating an assent. A fine for tardiness. The boss's voice echoed, not even sparing a glance at Jixia. Slowly, she moved to the entrance of the president's exclusive elevator, donning a standard forced smile. Hee. Boss, may I share your elevator? Girl, if I had known, why bother? Silence. At that moment, Zhou Tianci unexpectedly chimed in, affirming the boss's words. Until she reached her workstation, Jixia cursed the old man in her mind, relaying her grievances. It was utterly unfair. Just as she tossed her bag onto her seat, the boss summoned her into his office. Bewildered, she had no inkling of his intentions until she found herself pressed against the door. Boss, what are you doing? She gasped, bewildered by the unexpected kiss. Chapter 82, a dramatic turn. Struggling to push the man off her, she noted that today, the boss appeared unharmed, and both were clear-headed. Such intimate gestures should not be conducted without mutual affection, should they? The boss, pushed away, looked less than pleased, yet Jixia felt no remorse. Boss, are you conducting an experiment? She inadvertently agreed with Zhou Tianci, questioning whether he was testing the reaction of her heart from such proximity. Surely, there's no need to go to such extremes. Zhou Tianci stood in silence for a few moments until a knock on the door interrupted. Jixia hurriedly opened it to reveal Qianjin, who had brought breakfast. Leaving a portion for the boss, Jixia took the remainder to her own desk. And this time, the boss did not object. As she relished her meal, Song Yiran waited by the roadside for the insurance company's representatives. He settled into the driver's seat, feeling the past month's efforts were in vain. Jixia, impervious to reason, typically amiable, immediately yielded to Zhou Tianci's presence. Lighting a cigarette and taking a couple of puffs, the cabin filled with smoke, and his thoughts began to shift. Was it not advantageous for Jixia to align with Zhou Tianci? If she became his, surely Zhou Tianci would yield the Zhou family business to him. After waiting for half an hour, the insurance representatives finally arrived, accompanied by staff from his studio in another vehicle. However, Li Fenghua was also present, with a child in tow. Boss, I apologize, but I'm taking a day off to buy some things for my child nearby. Could you give us a lift? Thank you. Song Yiran was perplexed. How brazen was this woman to so casually commandeer the boss? Previously, he had offered rides out of consideration for Jixia, but now, it seemed she truly regarded him as her chauffeur. Just as he was about to decline, Li Fenghua answered a phone call. Hyang Yi, I'm almost there. Could you wait for me and the little one? Song Yiran's eyes darted. Was this woman off to meet her lover? That must be Zhou Yuhua's boyfriend. He recalled Jixia attempting to inform her of this, but Zhou Yuhua had not believed her at the time. Though it had nothing to do with him, he felt no qualms about causing trouble for the Zhou family. Responding to Li Fenghua's eager gaze, he transformed into a gentle, considerate boss. Don't fret. I shall take you and the child over right away. He left the studio staff behind to deal with the rear-end collision while he drove Li Fenghua and her child to a nearby commercial street. After ensuring Li Fenghua met the man she had seen previously, he found a spot to park and began dialing Zhou Yuhua. Hello? Who is this? Clearly, Zhou Yuhua had not saved his number. It was early morning, and he was disturbing her sleep. She better have a good reason. Just checking in on your boyfriend's wife and child. Zhou Yuhua removed the phone from her ear, mumbling a curse. What a lunatic. Before hanging up, Song Yiran added, if you don't come, I'll share the photos in the Zhou family group chat, letting everyone see your choice. Song Yiran, you bastard. Are you out of your mind? He chuckled. ISNT your father, my uncle. Ignoring Zhou Yuhua's fury, he decisively ended the call and sent over his location. In less than half an hour, Zhou Yuhua, clutching an expensive-looking bag, emerged from a flashy red sports car. In such a short time, she had even applied makeup. "So, you're putting on a brave face, huh?" Song Yi-ran remarked with a hint of sarcasm, not wanting to be outdone by a rival. "Enough chatter. Where are they?" After her good nephew and Jixia had exposed Dongchang's true nature, she had been seething. She could not comprehend why. As the pampered daughter of the Zhou family, she continued to face setbacks in love. The men she encountered were either after her beauty or her wealth, and Dongchang was the most outrageous, pursuing her while having a wife and child. Song Yi-ran pointed toward the commercial street ahead. "They are inside on a date." Zhou Yuhua shrugged her bag onto her shoulder and strode toward the street. With a mind to enjoy the spectacle, Song Yi-ran followed her into the commercial area. After perusing several stores, they found no sign of Dongchang and Li Fanghua. As Zhou Yuhua grew impatient, Song Yi-ran quickly reassured her. "This street has only one exit, the Haven T left." Observing Zhou Yuhua's taut expression brought him a sense of relief, dissipating much of the frustration he felt from Jixia's repeated rejections. Patience tested, they searched a few more shops until they finally spotted the trio in an inconspicuous children's clothing store. At this point, Zhou Yuhua had regained her composure, opting to wait patiently at the entrance rather than rush in. Inside, Li Fanghua was eagerly dressing the child, who joyfully ran around her parents. Only Dongchang appeared impatient, pacing back and forth while glancing at his phone. After the child completed another lap, he scolded, "How long will this take? We're only buying a couple of outfits. Why is this taking forever?" If not for Li Fanghua insisting on acquiring several new clothes for the child before returning to Fengxian Town, he wouldn't have bothered coming at all. The child, frightened by Dongchang's loud voice, immediately ran into her mother's embrace, crying, "Mama, mama." "Be good, darling," Li Fanghua cooed, casting a pitiful glance at Dongchang. "Changge, as a girl, my earnings are modest, just enough for our meals. It has been ages since I bought our child new clothes. Please, do not shout at her." Dongchang's anger flared at her words. "Are you out of your mind? What does your failure to buy clothes for the child have to do with me? Did I force you to give birth to this brat? You can't afford to raise her, yet you still want to have kids? You think you can tie me down with her? Let me tell you, your plans are futile. I don't want this child, and it's all for naught." Unable to withstand Dongchang's tirade, Li Fanghua's tears flowed freely. "But you promised to take care of us when I was pregnant. You believe those sweet nothings? Truly foolish." Back then, he had needed the old lady's support to attend university, so he had to placate them. Now that the old lady was gone and he was a graduate student capable of earning, he no longer cared for them. "If you want to leave, I will," Dongchang declared, brushing aside Li Fanghua's attempts to hold him back as he strode out of the store. At the entrance, Zhou Yuhua, with her exquisite bag and makeup, stood impassively watching him. Chapter 83. Preparing to return to Fengxian Town. Dongchang's first instinct was to have Li Fanghua and her child hide away. He glanced back to see the two had followed him to the door. Reluctantly, he approached with a forced smile. "Yuhua, what brings you here? It's filthy. Let's step outside to talk." Zhou Yuhua scoffed, letting out a derisive laugh before delivering a sharp slap to Dongchang's face. He clutched his left cheek, attempting to seize Zhou Yuhua's hand. "Who do you think you are, hitting people like that?" Li Fanghua, momentarily unable to recognize her rival, expressed concern. "Chang, are you all right?" "Shut up," Dongchang retorted furiously. "Get lost." Wah wah wah, the child began to cry loudly, "Daddy's bad, daddy's bad." Zhou Yuhua observed the family with an amused smirk, clapping her hands. "Dongchang, you truly have some nerve." "No, Yuhua, let me explain. It's not what you think. I have nothing to do with them. You are the one I love. Always have been." Zhou Yuhua turned her gaze towards Li Fanghua, who seemed to recognize her. "You're Zhou Yuhua, the one who seduced Chang. How shameless can you be? He has a wife and child." Zhou Yuhua curled her lip, about to clarify her position, but Dongchang struck Li Fanghua across the face, sending her tumbling to the ground with the child in her arms. "Wow, brother, you're quite bold," Sonoran remarked, appearing at the right moment. Whether it's deceiving women or hitting them, wanting to maintain the facade of a considerate boss, he stepped forward to help Li Fanghua up and asked, "Do you need to call the police?" Li Fanghua shook her head, soothing her wailing child while casting tearful glances at Dongchang. However, Dong Chong's eyes were solely fixed on Zhou Yuehua, too indifferent to even acknowledge her. Yuehua, please listen to me. This woman is just a thing of the past. She has been pestering me. Huh? Do you really think I would believe you? Ignoring Dong Chong, she turned to Li Fanghua. What do you see in me that suggests I am interested in him? Clearly, he is the one eagerly chasing after me. Shaking off Dong Chong's outstretched hand, she declared, "From today onwards, we are finished. If you dare seek me out again, I will make sure you cannot continue your graduate studies." With a flourish, she snapped her bag shut and strode away. Dong Chong hurried after her, but his speed could not match that of a four-wheeled vehicle. He watched helplessly as the red sports car disappeared from his sight. Uncertain of how long he stood there, Li Fanghua emerged with the child, calling out to him in a choked voice. He glared at her, wishing to strike down the woman who had thwarted his plans, but then remembered that Qin Qing could assist him. Suppressing his anger, he impatiently said, "Hurry up and leave. If you hadn't insisted on coming here to shop for clothes, none of this would have happened." Li Fanghua meekly followed him, cradling the child, leaving Song Yiran standing alone. He stroked his chin, contemplating the dramatic scene that had just unfolded. Surely, this scoundrel named Dong Chong would harbor even greater resentment towards Jixia now. Perhaps he could reach out to him. He might be able to lend a hand at a crucial moment. Song Yiran's speculation was spot on. Dong Chong was seething with anger, wishing he could make Jixia pay for her interference. If it weren't for her, Zhou Yuehua would not have discovered Li Fanghua so swiftly. If only it had been delayed a bit longer. After his marriage to Zhou Yuehua, Li Fanghua's reappearance would not have affected him at all. Yet, Jixia was crafty. After meeting him on Qingling Mountain, she had been seeking opportunities to inform Zhou Yuehua. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, spitting in disdain and cursing Jixia under his breath. He hoped she would not fall into his hands. Otherwise, he would ensure she paid dearly. The urgent task at hand was to take Li Fanghua and the child back to Fengxian town, hoping that after the deed was done, Qin Qing could persuade Zhou Yuehua to reconsider. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Jixia quietly attended to her tasks at her workstation, seeking clarification from Qianjin whenever necessary. When another point of confusion arose before she could speak, Qianjin preemptively remarked, "This matter isn't urgent. We can let it be." Jixia blinked in confusion. "Not urgent?" Qianjin, observing her earnest expression, explained, "This project has already concluded and has been snatched away by the other party. Then why are we still working on it? Isn't that a waste of time? Since it doesn't belong to our company, what's the point?" Qianjin glanced toward the president's office and whispered, "The loss of this project seems rather strange." The bidding office had clearly indicated it was Yuan Cheng Group. Yet, when the bids were opened, it turned out to be Zhang's Mingyang Group. He still found it puzzling, recalling the odd expressions on the faces of the directors at the bidding office. "What did the boss say?" Jixia asked, glancing at the documents in her hand. This project was indeed Yuan Cheng's area of expertise. It shouldn't have been taken from them. Qianjin thought for a moment about the boss's expression during the bid opening, uncharacteristically impassive, as if indifferent. The boss had said nothing, merely instructed them to review all the documents again and take charge of the project himself. The other employees in the company had specific tasks assigned to them, while Jixia, who had just joined, found herself working as Qianjin's assistant on this project. The Jiang family? Jixia propped her chin on her hand, pondering. As an ordinary person from a humble background, she found it hard to grasp the intricacies of the feuds among these prominent families. However, the Zhou and Jiang families had always been rivals, a fact known throughout the city. Oddly enough, despite Yuan Cheng and Ming Yang having pursued different directions in recent years, Ming Yang had inexplicably seized several projects from them over the past 2 months. Qianjin pointed to the pile of stagnant documents on his desk. "These are the ones. I keep trying to analyze the reasons behind it, but I've yet to find the opportunity." Jixia glanced at the documents, wondering if there had been any recent conflicts or changes between the Zhou and Jiang families. "None," Qianjin replied after some thought. "The Zhou and Jiang families haven't even intermarried, so how could there be any conflict?" Jixia perused the files in her hands, contemplating that unusual happenings often indicate something amiss, but it was beyond her control. She would wait to see how the boss would handle it. Just when she thought the chat had concluded and she could return to work, Qianjin mysteriously added, "However, There's a rumor that it involves Miss Lin. Ji Xiao was puzzled. Miss Lin? Isn't that Lin Qianqian? How does this relate to her? It was said that the eldest son of the Jiang family, Jiang Qian, was infatuated with Miss Lin, but she only had eyes for our boss. Qianjin nodded sagely. So you understand, a fit of rage for love. Ji Xia pursed her lips, thinking, I can't believe you would spout such nonsense. Would a company of this size really engage in project theft over romantic entanglements? Unless they were ready to close up shop. Chapter 84. An engagement, don't doubt it. The projects snatched by Mingyang Group were all outside their expertise. Seeing Ji Xia's skeptical expression, Qianjin felt compelled to elaborate further. Ji Xia took a sip of her tasteless water, deciding to brew some tea. Believe it, but it all hinges on whether the boss can win over the beauty. With that, she stood and headed to the tea room, disliking the topic of conversation. The boss competing for a woman with someone else? Quite the enigma. Girl, I sense you're feeling down. Ji Xiao looked up at the ceiling. No, you're mistaken. I'm actually quite exhilarated, even feeling like singing a song. Zhou Xiaozai is nothing like that song. He's not pretentious. If he says he won't get engaged, he truly won't. After sipping the freshly brewed tea, Ji Xia winced at the heat. Master, you must be a die-hard fan of Zhou Tianxi, trusting him unconditionally. Of course. He is far more reliable than you little brat. Ji Xia gave up on conversing with the old man, concentrating on savoring the tea. Since you last saw Zhou Yuehua, she seems to have grasped the truth. Why hasn't there been any news recently? What kind of news do you want? Zhou Yuehua has been loudly proclaiming that she is involved with a married man. Fu Zisher felt he would eventually be driven to his wit's end by this apprentice of his. You expose the truth, and you expect gratitude? Accept me wholeheartedly, and then your luck will return. Ji Xian nearly choked on her tea, coughing violently for a while before critiquing her master. Master, it seems you ventured into the world before even graduating from kindergarten, did you not? You insolent girl, how dare you speak such nonsense? Given Zhou Yuehua's temperament, it is already commendable that she does not scold me. Expecting her to express gratitude and accept me would be utterly foolish. I must tread carefully the next time I encounter her. Fu Zishi remained silent, perplexed as to why his disciple faced resentment despite her benevolence towards others. Zhou Yuehua is indeed a person who values face above all else. Fu Zisher grasped this sentiment. Yet he queried, if I instructed you to seek Zhou Yuehua, why did you proceed? Should one not respect the elders and heed their words? Do not be absurd. You surely intended to seek a divorce and devised this delay to avoid my nagging. Ji Xia cradled her cup, contemplating that this was far from the truth. At that time, she was fervently seeking alternative means to alter her misfortune, unwilling to relinquish even a glimmer of hope. However, midway through her efforts, she realized that even if Zhou Yuehua were to learn the truth, acceptance was unlikely. Zhou would merely feel her pride was tarnished, leading to lasting resentment. Master, do not despair. Who knows, perhaps Zhou Yuehua may undergo a transformation after this incident. This statement served to comfort both her master and herself. As she held onto the belief that this matter was not yet resolved, they ought to wait and see. While she was sipping tea in the break room, Zhou Tianxi summoned someone to his office. What have you discovered? The inquiry yielded no more than that Qingling Mountain's junior disciple had engaged in a fierce altercation prior to his disappearance. Zhou Tianxi lowered his head in contemplation, inscribing 2 characters on a blank A4 sheet and passing it to the individual before his desk, instructing them to investigate this person. The individual glanced at the name on the paper, nodded, and exited the office. Ji Xia returned just in time to encounter this person leaving, clad in black and possessing an almost imperceptible presence. Had she not nearly collided with them, she likely would not have noticed their existence. Bewildered, she watched the figure descend the elevator before returning to her seat. Qianzhu, who was that person just now? Qianjin was preoccupied, but upon hearing Ji Xia's question, he lifted his head. That individual is someone who exclusively assists the boss. Do not pry. Knowing too much can be detrimental. Ji Xia returned to her position, setting down her cup and maintaining silence. Her phone vibrated, revealing a message from Song Iran, inquiring if she wished to join him for lunch. After declining, he followed up with a suggestion for dinner. Ji Xia chuckled, bemused by Song Iran's insistence on dining together. Glancing at the CEO's office door, she responded to his message. Upon receiving her reply, Song Iran remained unfazed, convinced that to win over a woman like Ji Xia, one must establish a presence. Otherwise, she would forget him over time. Regular encounters or shared meals would yield success. If not, he would simply propose another meeting. Occasionally, he would add a bit of annoyance to Zhou Tianxi's day, thereby making his collaboration with Jiang Qian smoother. Had he not quietly secured 3 contracts in the process? With that thought, he dialed Zhou Jinhai's number. Dad, how goes it? What project is the Zhou family currently fixated upon? After a brief exchange, Song Iran acknowledged the information with a murmur. Just as he was about to end the call, Zhou Jinhai shared further news. What? Zhou Tianxi and Lin Qianqian are to be engaged on the 6th of next month? Song Iran pondered, stroking his chin, realizing this development was not favorable. An alliance with Lin Qianqian could complicate matters for Jiang Qingze. Is it still not public? Why? After hanging up, Song Iran rose, approaching the money tree in the office and plucking a leaf to toy with. His father had mentioned that Zhou Tianxi was the one preventing the announcement, and it seemed Lin's family was quite displeased. Twirling the leaf thoughtfully, he paced the office. If Zhou Tianxi were to be engaged, what was the purpose of drawing Ji Xia closer? His father's implication was that Zhou Tianxi was indeed quite invested in Lin Qianqian, and his divorce from Ji Xia was all for her. Had he been misguided all along? Was Lin Qianqian truly Zhou Tianxi's one true love? Yet, recalling their previous encounter and the barbecue, Zhou Tianxi had exhibited a possessive demeanor towards Ji Xia. Yi Xia? Merely an orphan. Why had old Master Zhou allowed her to marry Zhou Tianxi for 2 years? He had inquired thoroughly among the Zhou family, but found no answers. It seemed only old Master Zhou and Zhou Tianxi were privy to this matter. Their reticence ensured that no one else would know. How had they even approached Ji Xia? His father had mentioned that old Master Zhou had personally led a search team to find her in a secluded park. What had this marriage brought to the Zhou family? And what had it conferred upon Ji Xia? Song Iran felt a thrill of curiosity. He was eager to uncover the answers. Thus, he called his father again, urging him to investigate the underlying truths. He felt that once he understood the details, Ji Xia would be at his disposal, and perhaps even Zhou Tianxi would be as well. After concluding the call, he texted Ji Xia to inform her that her ex-husband, Zhou Tianxi, was soon to be engaged. Approximately half an hour later, he received Ji Xia's reply, a mere string of ellipses. Chapter 85. Performing a good deed, a thousandfold merit. Ji Xia had never felt so speechless. Her ex-husband was to be engaged, and everyone came to inquire whether she, the ex-wife, was aware. Frustrated and on the verge of exploding, yet lacking a target, she glanced at the time. Her lunch break had ended. She seized her phone, angrily donating 200,000 yuan, then slung her bag over her shoulder and set out to seek sustenance. Ji Xia, the boss requests that you wait for him to eat together. Yi Xia paused momentarily. Blinking, I refuse. Qianjin watched her retreating figure, pondering what the boss had done this time. Additionally, he marveled at Ji Xia's audacity in repeatedly rejecting her superior's requests. He found it quite admirable. He felt a stirring desire to emulate her, but upon glancing at his balance, he found himself yielding. After all, his bonus had just been deducted last month, so it was best to remain compliant. The malevolent capitalist system only knew how to exploit individuals like him, weak and helpless. Why not target your ex-wife instead? He had just noticed Ji Xia donating 200,000 yuan to the Hope Fund. Nevertheless, it seemed permissible to provoke the boss just a little for his own amusement, did it not? After knocking, he entered the CEO's office, where their boss was diligently working. Glancing up amidst his busyness, he instructed Qianjin to reserve a table at a nearby hot pot restaurant. Recalling that Ji Xia had expressed a desire for hot pot during their meal together the previous evening, Qianjin suppressed his excitement. Boss, Ji Xia has left. Zhou Tianxi paused, his pen hovering, then furrowed his brow, asking in a low tone, "You did not tell her to wait for me?" Qianjin was at a loss. The boss would rather suspect his failure to inform Ji Xia than consider the possibility of her defying him. Boss. It was precisely because I informed Jixia that she declined and left even more hastily. Zhou Tianxi's expression darkened as he resumed his paperwork. After a while, he finally completed the documents and picked up his phone to make a call. Qianjin remained in the office, waiting for his boss. After all, if the boss did not go out to eat, he, as a mere subordinate, could only accompany him. Boss, Zhou Tianxi shot him a glance. Speak your mind. This junior of his was competent in every regard, but had an insatiable curiosity for gossip. Qianjin leaned in a bit closer, grinning. I was just contemplating whether to tell you. Then do not say it. Zhou Tianxi decisively interrupted. He had no interest in idle chatter. Qianjin concealed his ingratiating smile. Oh, boss, it concerns Jixia. He grabbed his coat from the chair's back and squinted at the teasing assistant. I suppose you do not want next month's bonus either. She just donated 200,000 yuan. Qianjin hastily divulged what he knew. After all, why was the boss so keen on probing into his finances? Zhou Tianxi was somewhat perplexed. Jixia donated? Qianjin nodded, having witnessed her donation without a moment's hesitation. Within mere seconds, she had contributed a staggering 200,000. Zhou Tianxi picked up his phone and dialed Jixia's number. On the first attempt, the call was abruptly disconnected. He tried again, and this time it connected, but silence ensued, prompting him to speak first. Where are you? At the snack street near the company. Jixia was relishing a box of stinky tofu, enjoying her leisurely stroll through the street where she had never experienced such freedom before. Today, she intended to indulge herself thoroughly. After hanging up, she reluctantly made her way toward the entrance of the snack street, muttering curses against capitalism. That wretched boss, always threatening me. Master, it's all your fault. If you hadn't forced me to reveal all those secrets, Zhou Tianxi wouldn't be constantly pressuring me to be his guinea pig. It seems you're just digging your own grave. Zhou has already informed you to wait, yet you chose to walk away. Jixia found herself momentarily at a loss for words, but did not believe she had erred. The master and disciple remained in this standoff until Zhou Tianxi's car arrived. Once inside, Jixia deliberately ignored her boss and turned to Qianjin in the front seat, asking, Qian, where are we going to eat? Qianjin trembled, thinking, can you let me off the hook, dear lady? I'm merely a pawn in your and the boss's game, right? Why not ask the boss about the dining choice? If it weren't for him suggesting hot pot for its liveliness, I wouldn't even be here. Well, the boss decided, why not inquire with him? Upon hearing this, Jixia ceased her questioning and nestled against the car door. Zhou Tianxi cast a few glances her way, exasperated, and asked, what are you sulking about now? Jixia turned her face away toward the window, thinking, you are the one sulking. Your entire family is sulking. Girl, your demeanor resembles that of a petulant child. Silence. You old coot. I do not require your judgment. If it weren't for everyone asking me whether the boss is getting engaged, I would remain blissfully unaware of being a laughingstock. But you cannot fault Zhou for this. After all, he did not initiate those inquiries. Jixia huffed, Master. You are indeed an ardent fan of Zhou Tianxi. Listening to their banter, Zhou Tianxi found this to be the genuine Jixia. In their previous mental communications, he could only hear her voice, but now he faintly sensed a deeper, more resonant voice, one that had initially informed his grandfather of Jixia's existence. How had he managed to connect with his grandfather in Jixia's mind? Moreover, who exactly was this spiritual identity? Jixia claimed her master had lost his memory and recalled nothing, yet he must inherently possess an identity. Contemplating this, he prepared to extract further information from Jixia. However, after several encounters, Jixia had grown wise. Upon noticing his expression, she immediately ceased arguing with her master in her mind, casting her eyes left and right, deliberately avoiding the boss's gaze. Zhou Tianxi shook his head in amusement and reached out to tousle her hair. What are you behaving like a hedgehog for? Jixia thought, you have pried all my secrets from me. Now you wish to do so again? Not a chance. Why donate? The boss was, after all, the boss. As the conversation shifted, Jixia found herself once again perplexed. Was this her first donation, or had she made a habit? After some contemplation, she inquired, Boss, how did you know I was donating? Did you investigate me? In the front seat, Qianjin sat upright, fearing that the flames of conflict might engulf him. Clearly, the boss intended to ensnare him, as Qianjin realized. I simply wish to know if your funds suffice for donations. Shall I provide you with additional support? Jixia fixed her gaze on the back of Qianjin's head, and just as he thought she might bore a hole through it with her stare, she finally diverted her eyes. Sufficient, and I have completed the donation. Why donate? Jixia replied with an air of solemnity. It is said that one should perform a good deed daily to accumulate virtue. I am merely amassing my own merits. Upon finishing, she recalled having uttered this phrase before. Of late, she seemed to be repeating herself frequently. In Chapter 86, they had inadvertently exposed themselves, akin to how she was perpetually questioned about the boss's supposed engagement, offering the same answers. As Zhou Tianci glanced over, he noted that the previously composed Jixia now appeared somewhat disheartened. Reflecting on Jixia's earlier mental exchange with her master, he understood what weighed on her mind. He swiftly typed a message on his phone. The hot pot restaurant was thriving. Had he not made a reservation in advance, they likely would have been unable to dine there. After Qianjin exited the car, he followed the boss and the former boss's wife toward the private room. The two in front seemed preoccupied, unlike him, who was solely concerned about his wallet. Thus, he had the opportunity to observe the restaurant's ambience and the names of each private room. Passing a room adorned with prosperity and bloom, he nearly laughed aloud. The restaurant's owner must be from the same generation as his own parents. The door to the room was not fully closed, and, out of curiosity, he peeked inside, expecting to see older patrons, only to be taken aback by the sight of two individuals who should not have intersected, feasting on hot pot. Suppressing his shock, he discreetly followed the boss's pace toward their reserved room. Throughout the meal, Jixia was the only one to eat comfortably and with satisfaction. The beef was authentic, the tripe tender, and there were many side dishes she adored. Unsurprisingly, she overindulged, rubbing her stomach contentedly after finishing, only to catch sight of Qianjin's woeful expression. Qian, what's wrong? Do you have a vendetta against the meat in your bowl? After the meal, Jixia felt jovial and was inclined to jest with her colleague. Zhou Tianci wiped his hands with a damp towel and glanced at Qianjin. Who did you see earlier? Qianjin could not help but admire the boss's keen observation. He glanced at Jixia, hesitating to speak. Jixia stood. I've eaten too much. I'm going to take a stroll. However, her wrist was seized, and she was pulled back in her seat. It's fine. Speak up. The latter part of the statement was clearly directed at Qianjin. What am I doing here? You two discuss among yourselves. Jixia struggled to rise. Yet her captor's strength was overwhelming. Actually, it is nothing significant. Qianjin scratched his head. In that room, named Prosperity in Bloom, I spotted Jiang Qingze and Song Iran. Zhou Tianci maintained his hold on Jixia's hand, his expression unchanged as he inquired. Just them? There were a few unfamiliar faces, seemingly from Mingyang Group. Zhou Tianci nodded, opting not to ask further, and turned to Jixia. Would you care for another bite? He believed she had eaten plenty, but to him, it merely amounted to a few bites of food. Jixia pouted and rolled her eyes, thinking, does this boss consider me a pig? I won't eat anymore. If I do, I shall become a pig. Moreover, what had she just done, audaciously rolling her eyes at the boss? She quickly lowered her head, reflecting on her behavior. Becoming a pig could still be endearing. At this moment, not only Jixia but even Qianjin wore expressions of alarm, conveying a singular thought. Boss, are you all right? Under the incredulous gazes of the two, Zhou Tianci continued to eat with an impassive demeanor. Later that afternoon, Jixia received another substantial transfer to her bank account. Glancing at the message with confusion. Master, do you think this is money from the boss? What kind of question is that? Do you really need to ask? She was puzzled precisely because she knew, wondering what the boss was up to. Did he possess so much wealth that he could afford to give her money? She sent a question mark to the boss and waited for a response, but after a while with no reply, she thought to inquire after work. Before she could finish her shift, she unexpectedly received a message from Song Iran. Xia, I discovered a delightful hot pot restaurant. I recall you enjoy hot pot aside from dumplings. Let me take you there. He sent a voice message, and Jixia, in front of Qianjin, clicked the speakerphone, letting out a resigned sigh. Qianjin, on the other hand, cast a sidelong glance at the boss's office door. pondering what expression the boss might, whereupon discovering that his uncle was messaging the former boss's wife for no reason. His curiosity, ever eager for excitement, was once again piqued. What could this Song Yiran possibly be up to? Was he truly pursuing Ji Xia? As he pondered, Ji Xia replied to his message. Brother Song, are you referring to the hot pot restaurant we visited at noon? Perhaps this message stirred a considerable emotional response in Song Yiran, for he promptly called. Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhou Tianzi stepped out of his office. Hello, Brother Song. Xia Xia, did you also go to the hot pot restaurant at noon? Song Yiran inquired cautiously from the other end of the line. Who did you go with? Did you see me? Ji Xia glanced up at her boss, who had approached, and silently switched to speakerphone. I went with friends. I saw you in a private room with several business elites discussing something, so I didn't want to disturb you. Song Yiran still seemed uneasy. Friends? Do I know them? Are they new friends from Yuansheng? Ji Xia thought to herself that he was quite inquisitive. Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, she replied, Brother Song, I certainly have other friends. Can I only make friends at Yuansheng? Song Yiran's unease was palpable. Did he and the Jiang family truly do something wrong to the Zhou family? Zhou Tianzi's expression was inscrutable as he pondered something. No, I care about you. As for my sudden confession last time, I genuinely like you. What I said will never change, as long as you can see me. Ji Xia pursed her lips, thinking, here we go again. He always brings out his cheap sincerity at critical moments. As if she had never been loved before and should be eternally grateful for a mere confession. Qianjin, listening nearby, spoke up nervously, Ji Xia, you should be more cautious with your words. Let that Song fellow take it easy. Can't he feel the temperature drop several degrees around us? At this rate, I might need to wear a down jacket. Brother Song, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Ji Xia thought for a moment and added, also, let's avoid saying things that might lead to misunderstandings in the future. Xia Xia, how is that misleading? I am sincere, Song Yiran replied, and in the next moment, he felt nauseated. He realized that he was indeed ill-suited for the role of a passionate lover. Ji Xia concluded, Brother Song, just be yourself. You're not cut out for this role. After hanging up, she deftly deleted his number in front of her boss and blocked him on WeChat. Following this series of decisive actions, Zhou Tianzi's expression finally improved somewhat. He had originally stepped out to attend a meeting, but had ended up listening to Song Yiran's call to Ji Xia. Earlier, he had transferred a sum of money to Ji Xia using his personal account and received a question mark in return. He had expected her to come directly to his office to inquire, but she did not. Only Qianjin, on the side, remarked lazily, Ji Xia, you exposed us all. Chapter 87. The request for a list. Ji Xia, bewildered, turned to Qianjin. What do you mean? Qianjin did not answer, as Zhou Tianzi shot him a glare, prompting him to wisely remain silent. Notify the department heads to convene a meeting now, Zhou Tianzi declared, striding into the conference room with files in hand, while Qianjin swiftly picked up the phone to notify the department heads. Ji Xia remained in a state of confusion, wondering what she had exposed. Master, what does Qianjin mean? How should I know? Just think about what you said earlier, the old man retorted. I detest when people speak halfway. It's so annoying. She plopped down in a chair, gazing at the ceiling, her eyes wandering until she caught sight of the 360-degree surveillance camera in the corner. Instantly, she sat up straight, regret flooding her. It dawned on her that she had acted foolishly by revealing to Song Yiran that she had gone for hot pot. The restaurant undoubtedly had surveillance. If Song Yiran decided to check, he would certainly discover that her boss had accompanied her. What should I do, master? What can be done? It's too late to say anything now. Fu Zisher's voice was heavy with resignation, praying that Song Yiran was not so idle as to review the restaurant's footage. As it turned out, Song Yiran was indeed quite idle. After hanging up on Ji Xia, he drove straight to the hot pot restaurant. Ji Xia was now as restless as an ant on a hot stove, unable to sit still or stand properly, slowly inching toward the conference room door before retreating again. Master, am I going to ruin the boss's big plans? Undoubtedly, the old man replied, his tone sardonic. Never one to comfort his apprentice, but rather to kick her while she was down. Ji Xia frowned in dismay, recalling how her boss had just transferred a large sum of money to her, and now she had unwittingly compromised his plans with her loose tongue. I truly should be punished. She sat back in her seat, staring blankly at the ceiling. Fu Zisher could no longer tolerate his apprentice's despondent demeanor and scolded. When faced with a problem, one must find a solution. Avoiding it will only make you a coward. I wish I were a turtle. Then I could retreat into my shell and avoid everyone. When she had spoken earlier, Zhou Tianzi had not seemed angry, his demeanor calm and collected. Perhaps he had already resolved the matter. Ji Xia lowered her head, glancing at the documents in her hand, hoping for the best. Inside the conference room, a heated debate was underway regarding how to safeguard their current project. Zhou Tianzi sat at the head of the table, quietly observing as the department heads argued passionately. Qian Jin stole a glance at his boss before turning his attention back to the fervent discussion, reflecting that many of these individuals were significantly older than Zhou Tianzi, yet lacked even half of his composure. It was evident that leadership was an inherent quality. We must lower the price. Otherwise, we risk losing the project to Ming Yang. We can't solely focus on price. Effective planning is crucial. Clients must understand that working with us yields the greatest benefits. In Haishur, our company is second to none in this regard. Why fear Ming Yang? This project is undoubtedly ours. Qianjin found the arguments tedious and discreetly pulled out his phone to access the surveillance footage from the office area. He then spotted Ji Xia pacing anxiously, hesitantly approaching the conference room before quickly retreating like a squirrel, unable to suppress a chuckle. His laughter interrupted the heated exchange, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. After a moment of bewilderment, a straightforward supervisor remarked, "Assistant Qian must have a better idea?" Qianjin quickly shook his head. No. We still need to discuss matters with several supervisors. Then what was so amusing? Sorry, I zoned out for a moment. It reminded me of Funny Squirrel. That really shouldn't be the case. The boss is in a meeting, and you zoning out is inappropriate. Qianjin stood up, bowing slightly. I apologize, everyone. I was indeed in the wrong and will not let it happen again. The supervisors resumed their heated debate, or rather, their discussion. Throughout the entire episode, Zhou Tianzi remained impassive, lost in thought at the head of the table. Once the interruption had passed, he reached out toward Qianjin, making his intentions clear. Hand it over. Qianjin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. These old-timers would magnify any minor mistake, and if he did not apologize proactively, it could escalate to the old chairman. He then handed his phone to Zhou Tianzi. Zhou Tianzi glanced at the footage, where Ji Xia was now seated at her desk, lost in thought, likely conversing with the voices in her head. He suddenly felt a wave of irritation towards the absurdity of the ongoing meeting. Listening to a group of old men was far less entertaining than observing Ji Xia banter with her master. Upon contemplating this, I picked up the document and lightly tapped it against the table. This file needs to be secured by Ming Yang. I knew we had to secure something, but what did you mean, boss? Surely, they did not mishear that this project was being handed over to Ming Yang. Zhou Tianzi, known for his habit of never repeating himself, promptly gathered his belongings, slid his phone back towards Qianjin, and exited the conference room. Though he departed, Qianjin found himself surrounded by a group of elderly gentlemen. "Qianju, what is the boss truly implying?" They inquired. Indeed, such a significant project being relinquished? Should we consult the old chairman? Overwhelmed by their inquiries, Qianjin stood and, with a hint of resignation, stated, "The boss has his own plans. I hope all supervisors can cooperate." Furthermore, he reminded them that currently, Yuan Cheng Group is under Zhou Tianzi's leadership and requested that they remember this. After speaking, he hastily made his exit, joking to himself that remaining any longer would lead to him being incessantly pestered by the group of elderly men. However, before leaving, he cast a few glances at the younger supervisors, who discreetly nodded at him, reassuring him as he departed. The past 2 years had not been easy for the boss. He quietly dealt with the remnants of the previous generation while simultaneously nurturing his inner circle. Although some antiquated figures still occupied significant positions, often consulting the old chairman, the reins of power had already been seized by the boss. It was remarkable to consider that the boss was merely in his 20s, yet had reached such heights, steering Yuan Cheng Group forward while simultaneously facing treachery from within. Reflecting on this, Qianjin almost forgave the boss for his frequent attempts to reach into his wallet. However, upon seeing Ji Xia express her gratitude for the substantial sum the boss had given her, he felt a sudden inability to condone the boss's actions. Chapter 88. An unexpected encounter. Boss, why are you transferring me such a large sum again? I am not in need of money, Ji Xia exclaimed. In his mind, Qianjin thought, why not transfer it to me? I am indeed in need of funds. I could use it quite desperately. Perhaps I should donate 2 portions next time. Having spoken, Zhou Qianxi prepared to return to his office, but paused momentarily, turning back to say, the hot pot restaurant surveillance has long been broken. Yi Xia, observing his nonchalant departure, found herself momentarily dazed. After a while, she regained her composure and asked, Master, tell me honestly, can you contact the boss privately? If that were the case, I would be overjoyed. Ji Xia, harboring some doubt, pressed, then why does it seem like the boss knows everything I am thinking? Do you truly believe your thoughts are inscrutable? Ignoring the old man's jab, Ji Xia redirected her attention to Qianjin. Qianjin, perplexed, remained lost in contemplation about why the boss had not transferred money to him. You were just trying to scare me, weren't you? Ji Xia replied, recalling her earlier fright. Moving faster than an ant on a hot pan. I swear, Qianjin raised 4 fingers in oath. I intended to inform you. But the boss called me to a meeting. He suspected this was the boss's twisted sense of humor, merely to observe Ji Xia's impatience. However, he dared not reveal this to Ji Xia, fearing the boss's wrath. Ji Xia finally exhaled in relief, grateful that the boss's important matters had not been compromised. Yet, through this incident, she began to grasp Song Yiran's intentions, which seemed to revolve around leveraging her connection with the boss for personal gain. Master, why does Song Yiran not focus on her own studio and coexist with Yuan Cheng Group? Why provoke the Zhou family's sworn enemies? Fu Zishi, who also struggled to comprehend the intricacies of the business world, found this as perplexing as he did the reason for his surname being Song. Ji Xia shrugged, perhaps. Upon glancing at her phone, she recalled the boss's previous remark. The boss suggested that I should donate 2 portions in the future. Yet I always donate based on my mood, and it is always anonymous. Does the boss truly have an excess of funds he cannot utilize? Fu Zisher did not respond to Ji Xia's musings, for he had been preoccupied with organizing his memories. For reasons unknown, or perhaps due to some fortuitous occurrence, fragments of his memory were becoming increasingly lucid. It seemed he was not far from recalling why he had only retained his consciousness. However, his foolish disciple appeared to have made no progress, still reliant on Zhou's luck for transformation. After a couple of uneventful days, Ji Xia followed her routine, commuting to work without any disturbances, and her streak of misfortune had not returned, providing her with a comforting sense of normalcy. One afternoon, after lunch, she received a call from her companion. Anan, how are things on your end? At that moment, Zhou Nan was hiding behind a wall, sneaking a glance outside before responding to Ji Xia. Xia, guess who I ran into in this desolate place? Her friend's breath was somewhat unsteady, prompting Ji Xia to sit up straight. Who did you encounter? Without waiting for her companion's answer, she added, do not engage in anything dangerous. Zhou Nan steadied her breathing, first reassuring Ji Xia before addressing the matter at hand. I ran into Qin Qing. Qin Qing? Why is she in Fengxian town? Is she alone? No. Zhou Nan retreated a few steps behind the wall to avoid detection. You cannot guess who is with her. Who? It is Zhou Yuehua's current boyfriend. Along with that woman we overheard last time. What was her name? I believe it was something Hua. Ji Xia pondered momentarily before inquiring. Is she carrying a child? A little boy, perhaps 3 or 4 years of age. Zhou Nan, taken aback by Ji Xia's precise description, asked Xia, do you know that child? He is Dong Chong, Zhou Yuehua's boyfriend's son, nicknamed Zai Zai. Zhou Nan chuckled. Now Zhou Yuehua's face must be quite green. Ji Xia refrained from informing her friend that Zhou Yuehua had already learned the truth some time ago and had remained silent since, likely retreating into seclusion. The appearance of Qin Qing in Fengxian town was suspicious, especially alongside Dong Chong's family. A sense of unease settled within Ji Xia, prompting her to advise her companion to stay far from Qin Qing, who had been fixated on her since childhood. Do not worry. I am not foolish enough to walk into danger. I have gathered enough information and will return in a few days. Xia xia, await my arrival, haha. After Zhou Nan ended the call, she cautiously peeked out again, confirming that Qin Xing and her companions had moved on before stepping out from behind the wall. Today, she had learned about an elderly woman who had raised her mother and had come to inquire about her situation. Knocking on the old woman's door, she waited several minutes before someone finally answered. The person who appeared was likely in her 80s, her eyes clouded with age. Upon seeing Zhou Nan, she paused for a moment before hesitantly calling out, Xiaoru? The aged hands grasped Zhou Nan's, refusing to let go. Xiaoru, you have returned? Grandma. I'm not Xiaoru. I am her daughter. The elderly woman appeared skeptical, her dim eyes studying Zhou Nan intently. Daughter? You are Xiaoru's daughter? But where is Xiaoru? With a sigh, Zhou Nan assisted the elderly woman inside, stopping under a tree in the yard to help her sit down. My mother. She passed away when I was very young. The elderly woman seemed taken aback by this revelation, and after a moment of silence, tears welled in her eyes. So many children. Grandma, I came this time to ask about my mother's past. The elderly woman placed her hands on her knees and remained silent for a long while, seemingly unsure of where to begin. Xiaoru, she had a hard life. Li Changru was a daughter who was not wanted. Her parents had already borne 3 daughters, and they dreamed of having a son. Tragically, she was yet another girl. After her birth, the elderly relatives abandoned her by the river, neglecting her to fend for herself. Eventually, the village chief, unable to bear the sight, took the tiny Li Changru to the home of a childless elderly woman. The elderly woman was overjoyed to have a child and devoted herself to raising Li Changru, even sending her to school. As Li Changru grew up, she became renowned as the village beauty. Her biological parents, having rekindled their interest, secretly accepted a betrothal gift from the Zhao family, intending to marry Li Changru off. The Zhao family was wealthy, but their men had a notorious habit of abusing their wives. Zhao Chuan, having tragically taken the lives of 2 wives, subsequently became enamored with Li Changru. His father, too, had subjected his mother to violence. Thus, despite Zhao Chuan's family affluence, the villagers had no compelling reason to marry their daughters into his household. Upon learning this, Li Changru vehemently resisted, but her biological parents, seizing a moment of distraction from her mother-in-law, administered a sedative to her, intending to force her into a hasty union with Zhao Chuan. In Chapter 89, titled Land Temple, it is revealed that in such a backward locale, a virtuous maiden sleeping with a man would face severe repercussions. Li Changru summoned her strength to evade Zhao Chuan's advances and fled. However, months later, she returned, visibly pregnant. Zhou Nan, upon hearing this, could not help but inquire, Grandmother, how could my mother be with child if Zhao Chuan never violated her? Tears streamed down her grandmother's weathered face as she recounted, Xiaoru never confided in anyone, save for me. After fleeing Zhao Chuan's home, she encountered someone who, seeing her plight, promised to help her escape. Yet, she awoke the following day in a strange man's bed, tormented and desperate, contemplating suicide. The man, indifferent, dismissed her anguish, noting that such romantic entanglements were commonplace in this age. Remembering her grandmother, who had raised her, she refrained from taking her own life, leaving the hotel in shame. Later, she discovered that this man was Zhou Qihua, the eldest son of a Zhou corporation. Upon returning to her village, Li Changru had hoped to live peacefully with her grandmother. But her pregnancy progressed, and Zhao Chuan's family was relentless in their pursuit of her, determined to claim her despite her objections. They cited the bride price accepted by her biological parents as justification for her marriage to Zhao Chuan. The Zhao family, notorious for their bullying, left the village head and her grandmother powerless. Just before Li Changru could be taken to the Zhao household, the family faced ruin. Zhao Chuan's father drowned after a drunken fall into the river. Following this calamity, Zhao Chuan became even more resolute in taking Li Changru away. Grandmother, did my mother never return after Zhao Chuan took her? Zhou Nan asked. The grandmother shook her head, then nodded, revealing she returned once, bringing you back with her. Grabbing Zhou Nan's hand tightly, she lamented, Only now do I understand that Xiao Ru wanted to escape life itself. How foolish of me to think that Zhao Chuan would treat her better once she bore child. Zhou Nan, sensing her grandmother's sorrow, refrained from further inquiries, though she understood her mother's despair at that time. "Grandmother, do you know who that person was whom my mother encountered after escaping the Zhao family?" The grandmother shook her head, unaware, only knowing that it was a beautiful woman. Zhou Nen wished to inquire further about the woman's appearance, but her grandmother had never seen her. As Zhou Nen bid farewell to her grandmother and stepped out of the courtyard, she exhaled deeply, realizing the extent of her mother's suffering throughout her childhood. She had long resented her mother for abandoning her at the Zhou doorstep, neglecting her completely. Yet, the reality was far more brutal than she had imagined. It was Zhao Chuan, that beast who had driven her mother to such despair. The last time she confronted him, he claimed that his relationship with her mother was merely romantic and absurdity. Now, she wondered if it was Qin Qing who had pushed her mother into Zhou Qihua's bed. No one else could provide her with answers. However, given Qin Qing's various peculiar behaviors, it was highly probable that she was indeed involved, especially since she had returned to Fengxian town. Contemplating this, Zhou Nen observed the path Qin Qing had taken earlier, uncertain of her intentions. At that moment, Qin Qing was accompanied by Dong Chong and Li Fanghua to the land god temple. Along the way, the child fussed relentlessly, refusing to enter the village. Despite Li Fanghua's coaxing, nothing quelled the child's cries until Dong Chong forcibly quieted him with a couple of slaps. Li Fanghua, distressed, cried out for him to stop. "What is this unruly child doing? Is it necessary to resort to violence?" Dong Chong, dismissive, remarked that this was precisely why he held disdain for Li Fanghua and her child, petty and unrefined. "Why are we here? Wouldn't it be better to return to our own village?" Li Fanghua sobbed, "It's perfect timing. You haven't visited your mother's grave yet. Let's pay our respects." Dong Chong was perplexed by Qin Qing's insistence on visiting this village, but Li Fanghua's words only served to irritate him. "What's there to see at a grave? If you wish to go, then go alone." Qin Qing intervened diplomatically. "Enough of your bickering. This town is small. Only this village has a land god temple. I intended to change the child's fortune. This is the most suitable place." She concealed her darker intentions, recalling her own encounter with Li Changru beside the temple many years ago. The villagers revered the supernatural, and the temple was the most pristine and serene location, complete with several compartments. Soon, she would hold her child privately in one of those spaces. As she contemplated this, an unsettling energy surged within her. "My dear daughter, await me. I shall soon control your fate and fortune, ensuring you do not lose what you hold dear." Upon arriving at the land god temple, Qin Qing noted that it appeared unchanged from 20 years ago, save for the statue of the land god, which bore the marks of time. Such sacred places inspire reverence in visitors. Dong Chong and Li Fanghua ceased their quarrels, and even the previously unruly child fell silent, seemingly intimidated by the imposing statue. Retreating into Li Fanghua's embrace. "Wait here. Hand the child to me," Qin Qing instructed. After a brief pause, she added, "No one is to enter without my permission. Otherwise, it could jeopardize everything." Li Fanghua was initially reluctant to allow her child to undergo any fortune-changing rituals, feeling they were dubious at best. Yet, she felt compelled to follow Dong Chong and this stranger to Fengxian town, if only to cling to the faint hope that he genuinely cared for the child. The child clung tightly to Li Fanghua's neck, refusing to let Qin Qing hold him. It was only when Dong Chong forcibly took him and placed him in Qin Qing's arms that the child's heart-wrenching cries echoed in the air, sending chills down Li Fanghua's spine. She instinctively moved to intervene, but Dong Chong blocked her way. "Brother Chong, can we not change the child's fortune? I just want him to grow up safely and healthily," Li Fanghua pleaded through her tears. Dong Chong, pained by the child's wails, frowned deeply, admonishing her, "Your maternal instincts are misguided. You know not what you speak of. Good fortune must precede a good life." Had he been luckier, he would have secured Zhou Yuehua sooner and avoided this desolate place. Yet, he remained hopeful that this ordeal would lead to Qin Qing gaining Zhou Yuehua's forgiveness, thus ushering in his own good fortune. In Chapter 90, titled Cylindrical Hairpin, after placing the child in the compartment, his cries persisted. Qin Qing retrieved prepared items and placed them beneath the child's nose. Gradually, the cries subsided, and the child's eyelids began to droop. She laid him on the table and settled cross-legged on the ground, hands clasped, eyes closed, murmuring incantations. When she rose, her expression was resolute. From her pocket, she produced a disposable syringe. Carefully, she opened the child's shirt to expose his heart. This was her first attempt to extract heart's blood, and she recalled ancient texts to locate the precise spot, piercing the syringe's needle into the child's heart. The sleeping child seemed to sense something amiss. Furrowing his small brow and stirring slightly, Qin observed the blood she had drawn, and upon reaching the desired quantity, she swiftly withdrew the needle, causing a small trickle of blood to drip on her cheek. A cruel smile adorned her face as she licked the warm blood with her tongue, contemplating, "Little one, do not blame my ruthlessness. I do this for my own child." She quickly collected her thoughts, dressed the child, and produced another small vial, placing it beneath the child's nose. After approximately 10 minutes, the child opened his large eyes and, upon seeing Qin, pouted his lips and began to cry. Qin picked him up, only to discover his lips were alarmingly pale. This would not do, for Li Fanghua would surely grow suspicious. "Do not cry, little one, or you shall not see your mother." The child, indeed frightened, stifled his sobs. After a while, noticing the child's complexion was improving, Qin cradled him and exited the compartment. Li Fanghua, who had been waiting impatiently, approached immediately upon seeing the pair. Gai. She called out the child's name, sensing something was amiss. "Sister Qin, why does the child appear so frail?" Qin gently stroked the child's head, reassuring her. "He has just undergone a transformation. Weakness is to be expected. He will be fine in a couple of days, so do not worry." Li Fanghua tenderly touched the child's forehead and kissed his little face. Mama, let's go. All right, dear, Mama will take you away from here right away." After saying this, she glanced at Dongchang, who inquired, "Sister Qin, can we leave now?" Qin nodded. "You go first. I have matters to attend to." Dongchang, feeling anxious, feared that Qin might change her mind and withdraw her assistance, leaving him with nothing to show for his efforts. "Take the child outside and wait for me." Once Li Fanghua was sent away, Dongchang turned his attention back to Qin. "Sister Qin, I have fulfilled your request. When will you honor your promise to me? Why are you so anxious?" Zhou Yuehua has gone abroad for a respite and has no set return date. Dongchang fell silent in astonishment, unaware of her departure. Just before arriving in Fengxian town, they had encountered each other on the commercial street. How could she have suddenly left the country? "Rest assured," Qin said, patting his shoulder, "when Yuehua returns, I will certainly advocate for you with all my might." Yet inwardly, she thought, with a person like you, even if she hears the best of words, Zhou Yuehua would likely not rekindle their relationship. Although Zhou Yuehua longed for marriage, she also had her principles, which aligned with the reputation of the Zhou family. Dongchang dejectedly nodded, accepting this reality. He would have to rely on Qin. At this moment, she was his only hope, as his usual circles had no connections to Zhou Yuehua. After Dongchang left, Qin re-entered the compartment and soon ascended to the highest mountain in Fengxian town with her belongings. While the mountain's spiritual energy may not match that of Qingling Mountain, it was essential to utilize the child as heart's blood here, as he was a native of Fengxian town. At the snowy mountaintop, Qin sat cross-legged, silently invoking her daughter's name, determined to control Zhou Tianxi effectively. Meanwhile, Zhounen was wandering about the village, reminiscing about the places her mother had lived during her childhood. However, she had not ventured far when someone clasped her shoulder from behind. "Xiao Nan, brother has returned. Do you miss me?" Zhounen firmly grasped the person's arm and executed a beautifully executed shoulder throw, sending Gao Jialin tumbling to the roadside. Ouch! Xiao Nan. Why are you so ruthless?" Gao Jialin groaned, rubbing his waist as he pushed himself up from the ground, feeling embarrassed as he had never been in such a predicament before. A few passers-by glanced at him from a distance, pointing and whispering, but keeping their distance. He quickly stood, dusted himself off, and pitifully approached Zhounan. "My hand hurts. You must blow on it for it to heal." Zhounan, unable to tolerate his antics any longer, tugged at one of his ears. "Gao Jialin, are you itching for trouble? I truly cannot stand you. Did you not leave? Why are you back? While Gao Jolin wriggled to free his ear from her grasp, he responded, Xiao Nan Nan, I did not leave. I was merely handling some matters. Really, truly believe me. Ouch! You're going to pull my ear off. Let go. With a huff, Zhou Nan withdrew her hand. What do you want to follow me for? Go back to where you came from. Gao Jolin rubbed his reddened ear and, with a cheeky grin, leaned closer to Zhou Nan. Please, Xiao Nan Nan, let me accompany you. This little town has several villages, and while they are not large, I feel something is amiss here. You are the one who is most amiss. Keep your distance and do not disturb me. Zhou Nan had recently learned about her mother's background, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. However, since Li Chongru had left when she was quite young, she had forgotten what maternal love truly felt like. As Zhou Nan walked ahead, Gao Jolin followed closely behind, and before long, they found themselves standing before the entrance of the Land God Temple. After observing the surroundings for a moment, Zhou Nan stepped forward to enter. Gao Jolin quickly grabbed her. Xiao Nan Nan, where are you going? Why are you so nosy? Did I not tell you to leave? She shrugged off his grasp and strode directly into the temple. She had heard her grandmother say that when Li Chongru was drugged by her biological parents and sent to the Zhao family, she had escaped from the Land God Temple after encountering a woman. The temple was unremarkable, surrounded by emptiness, with a statue standing in the center. Zhou Nan circled the main hall, but could not discern anything extraordinary. She proceeded to examine the compartments and found nothing but a table and images of the land god adorning the walls. Just as disappointment set in and she was about to leave, she noticed something shiny at the corner of the table. Driven by curiosity, she approached and picked up the shimmering object, discovering it to be a small, cylindrical hairpin. Holding the hairpin, Zhou Nan examined it closely, finding it somewhat familiar. She seemed to recall having seen it somewhere before, but could not quite place it. Gao Jolin, noticing her dazed expression over the hairpin, approached her side. Do you like it? If you do, we shouldn't take things found on the ground. Once we return to the city, I'll buy you something even better, something with brighter diamonds. Zhou Nan snapped out of a reverie. Could you possibly be quiet and let me have a moment of peace? Gao Jolin, feeling wronged, fell silent. He could not understand why. Despite her harshness towards him, he still yearned to be near her. Was it her who was unwell, or was it him? Zhou Nan placed the small hairpin into her pocket and wandered into another compartment. Each one seemed almost identical. She was uncertain about what she hoped to find or discover. The events surrounding Li Chongru had occurred many years ago. Xiao Nan Nan, this is not like you at all. Gao Jolin could not contain his restlessness. The Zhou Nan I know is like a little sun, always shining and striving to warm herself. I truly cannot comprehend how a grown man can be so talkative. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. Zhou Nan leisurely exited the land god temple and gazed at a distant mountain, where she noticed smoke rising. Could it be on fire? With this thought, she began to ascend the mountain, with Gao Jolin trailing behind her. As Zhou Nan listened to his footsteps, she unconsciously took out the cylindrical hairpin once more, examining it closely. Ah, I remember now. I once saw a friend wearing a hairpin just like this. She pulled out her phone to take a picture and sent it to her friend, asking if she had a similar hairpin. At that moment, Jixia was organizing the discarded projects and was taken aback by her boss's sudden request for a proposal for each project within a week. Her expression must have been one of shock, as she had already been reminded by Qin Jin. Anan? Upon receiving the information, Jixia immediately made a phone call, inquiring, where did you see that hairpin? Zhou Nan, playing with the hairpin in her hand, replied, it was at the land temple in our village. I recall you have one quite similar, don't you? Take a look. Isn't the fourth small diamond missing from the strand of that hairpin? As Jixia spoke, she opened the image. Her friend's phone had excellent resolution, making it clear to see. Zhou Nan scrutinized it closely and indeed found it to be true. Could this possibly be your hairpin? How did your friend's hairpin end up here? The hairpin was a token of affection between Dong Chong and Li Fanghua, which was given to me by Zai Zai, but was reclaimed by Li Fanghua not long ago. Zhou Nan processed her friend's words. Are you suggesting that Dong Chong and the others visited the land temple and left the hairpin here? Jixia, holding her phone, felt uncertain, unsure if Li Fanghua had given the hairpin to someone else. It might also have been dropped by Li Fanghua since I encountered them on the street. Jixia nodded. pondering whether it was customary for people to bow at the land temple upon returning to the village. Gao Jialan interjected, "Typically, no one visits the land temple. Only those who clean it come. When would there be visitors at the land temple?" Zhounan looked at Gao Jialan, surprised he knew this. Xiao and Nan. Gao Jialan smirked, "I know much more than you think. You will understand in due time. The land temple usually sees visitors on the 1st and 15th of each month, as well as during weddings and funerals." Jixia, listening on the other end of the line, thought to herself, what could Li Fanghua and the others possibly be doing at the land temple at this time? Clearly, Zhounan shared her confusion, speculating that perhaps Qin brought them there, though the purpose remained unknown. After ending the call, Jixia leaned back in her chair, mentally analyzing with her master. "Master, Qin seems increasingly peculiar to me. Do you recall any connections with her? It's somewhat hazy, but I believe we had a conflict after descending from Qingling Mountain." "Oh, then why would the boss assign me to work on these abandoned project proposals? How would I know what a proposal is?" Jixia felt a wave of frustration. She had forgotten her master's naivety. Another message arrived on her phone. Upon checking, it was from Song Iran, once again inviting her to dinner. Does Mr. Song have nothing else on his mind other than dining? She pondered that he might still be trying to gauge her intentions. Recalling the boss's remark about the hot pot restaurant surveillance being out of order, making it impossible for him to discover whom she had dined with. However, Fuji had waited a considerable time, and his disciple had not continued her thought. "What are you keeping me in suspense for, girl? What is it?" But he could inquire with the restaurant staff. It was a midday incident, and they would surely remember. "Oh, then you are in trouble." It has likely spoiled Zhou Xiaozi's plans. Jixia had already anticipated this, remaining calm because both her boss and assistant Qian were unfazed. If such prominent figures weren't anxious, why should she, a mere subordinate, rush? Instead of fretting, she would rather check on her friends far away in Fengxian town. Although her friend had a companion whose sincerity she questioned, Qin's presence there unsettled her, filling her with dread for her friend's safety. "Girl, you are worrying for nothing. This is a lawful society, and no one would dare harm another indiscriminately," Jixia thought, resigning herself to self-reassurance. She hoped for Zhounan's smooth and safe return. Zhounan walked away from the land temple and continued forward, soon reaching the foot of the mountain. Nan, you aren't planning to hike, are you?" Gao Jialan looked up at the peak, which did not appear particularly high. Ignoring him, Zhounan began ascending the mountain, having noticed from a distance that there seemed to be smoke at the summit. Uncertain whether it was a fire or simply a natural occurrence, she decided to investigate. This mountain was not a tourist destination, and the paths were poorly maintained, making them arduous to traverse. Typically quite lazy, Zhounan preferred staying in rather than taking unnecessary steps outside. Now, tackling such rugged terrain proved to be quite a challenge for her. Halfway up, she bent over, resting her hands on her knees, breathing heavily. "I truly overestimated myself. What looks like a low mountain is a significant trial for me." In contrast, Gao Jialan, who had been reluctant to hike, maintained steady breath, not a drop of sweat on his brow. With a smile, he approached Zhounan, offering his support. Nan. "Come, brother will help you." This time, Zhounan did not withdraw her arm, staring ahead in a daze. Chapter 92. The major affairs of the Lin family following her gaze. Gao Jialan saw a woman in her 40s descending the mountain. She appeared somewhat familiar, prompting him to glance at her twice. Zhounan did not expect to encounter Qin here. She was now faced with an unavoidable confrontation. Her first reaction was, "Friend, I'm sorry. Our paths cross at an inopportune moment, and I cannot evade." Recently emerged from her cultivation, Qin was preoccupied with thoughts of intensifying her control over Zhou Tianxi when she unexpectedly encountered the person she had been fixated on for over 20 years. The allure of the medicinal catalyst was irresistibly captivating for her, sending shivers of excitement throughout her being. Although she had recently used a child's heart's blood, nothing could compare to that which she had nurtured herself. Zhounan paused in the middle of the mountain path, bringing Gao Jialan to a halt as well. Turning to gaze at her in confusion, Qin's penetrating look made Zhounan deeply uncomfortable, akin to being targeted by a venomous snake. "Zhounan." Qin's lips parted slightly. "Long time no see. You've been quite adept at avoiding me." Zhou Nan remained silent. Gao Jialin, glancing back and forth between the two, could not contain himself, asking, Qing Guanjia, what brings you here? It dawned on him that she was the steward of his brother's family, and after they had all grown up, they had ceased gathering, leading him to only now recognize her. Qing was equally surprised to see Gao Jialin, her attention having been solely focused on Zhou Nan. I'm here to find someone. I wonder what young Master Gao is doing in Fengxian Town? Gao Jialin glanced at the still silent Zhou Nan and replied, I'm here to pursue my future wife. Upon hearing this, Zhou Nan finally reacted, hitting Gao Jialin and retorting, Who is your wife? Get lost and stay away. Gao Jialin chuckled mischievously. Whoever responds is my wife, of course. Zhou Nan ignored him further, bypassed Qing, and continued her ascent, with the persistent follower hastily trailing behind. Only after they had moved far away did Qing resume her descent. Had Zhou Nan been alone today, she would have devised numerous ways to subdue her. But she had not anticipated having Gao Jialin accompany her. The Gao family's standing in Haishur was on par with the Lin families, and she could not afford to offend anyone from the Gao family at this moment. Suppressing her displeasure, she resolved that one day she would certainly make use of Zhou Nan's heart's blood. For now, she could at least regain control over Zhou Tianxi. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor of the Yuan Sheng group, a rather unassuming figure clad in black arrived once more. Ji Xiao looked at him with a puzzled expression as he entered Zhou Tianxi's office, then turned to Qianjin. However, Qianjin seemed entirely oblivious to anyone's arrival, engrossed in negotiations over a project he was about to relinquish. Realizing the potential financial loss, he could not help but complain to Ji Xiao, the boss is truly generous. He is prepared to let go of such a fine project. Although he was aware of the boss's future plans, the thought of discarding a project was unacceptable for someone who valued money as he did. Ji Xiao, however, was preoccupied with another matter, asking Assistant Qian, Did you see anyone enter the boss's office just now? Qian Jin's eyes widened in astonishment as he incredulously asked, Have you lost your mind? You can take your time with the planning issues assigned by the boss. There's no need to rush. It was indeed perplexing that the boss would delegate such numerous tasks to someone entirely new to the workplace. Ji Xian now confirmed that the individual who had just entered was deliberately concealing their whereabouts. Had she not been experiencing neck pain, which prompted her to stretch, she might not have noticed at all. Master, do you think that person resembles the covert guards of ancient nobility? You've been watching too many dramas, he replied dismissively. Ji Xiao pouted in defiance, merely curious about the boss's intentions for that person. Qianzhu, that person in black has returned. Huh? You mean Jiuyu? Qianjin waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating that it was of no concern to him, as he maintained direct communication with the boss. Yixia, intrigued, leaned closer to Qianjin and asked, Do you know what he wants from the boss? Qianjin quickly stepped back, jokingly stating that he certainly did not wish to be assassinated by the boss. Haha, I have no idea. Perhaps the boss has received news regarding what he was asked to investigate. In the office, Jiuyu was reporting to Zhou Tianxi. Is Qing currently involved with the head of the Lin family, Lin Yihong? Yes, Zhou Tianxi replied expressionlessly, recalling his visit to the Lin residence. Lin Yihong's demeanor towards Qing was not flirtatious. It was merely that of a typical steward. The Lin couple were renowned in high society as a model couple. Lin Yihong prioritized his career and had never been embroiled in scandal, while his wife was gentle and virtuous, having borne him 2 sons and a daughter. The most significant incident in the Lin family's history occurred over 20 years ago when their biological daughter went missing. After having 2 sons, the Lin couple earnestly hoped for a daughter, and fortune smiled upon them with the birth of a little girl. He remembered the couple's immense joy at that time, throwing a grand birthday celebration and inviting many from the upper echelons of society. At the age of 4 or 5, he accompanied his grandfather to witness the cherubic infant in her crib, her large, sparkling eyes undeniably adorable. The Lin couple even visited Qingling Mountain to pray for blessings, staying there for 3 months to demonstrate their sincerity. The memory of the little girl's eyes inexplicably reminded Zhou Tianxi of Ji Xia. primarily because her eyes were similarly large, curving delightfully when she smiled, which inexplicably brought him joy. However, 4 or 5 years later, the little girl suddenly vanished, plunging Mrs. Lin into a deep illness. Countless efforts involving the police, the Lin family, and their allies, including the Zhou family, were made to locate her, yet the girl remained elusive. Lin Yihong had to reduce his social engagements to care for his ailing wife. During this time, the family's elderly steward fell ill as well, likely due to old age, and soon passed away. The Lin family was forced to seek a new steward, who turned out to be the current Qin. However, Zhou Yu uncovered information indicating that Lin Yihong had previously been involved with Qin. When did this happen? It was during the Lin couple's pilgrimage to Qingling Mountain. During their pilgrimage? That was not long after the birth of the Lin family's little girl, right? Did Uncle Lin stray while reveling in the joy of fatherhood? This seemed implausible. Is the information reliable? Boss, the information is credible. So, is Qin currently at the Lin residence to engage in an affair with Lin Yihong? Zhou Tianci still found it hard to believe that Lin Yihong would act so brazenly in front of his legitimate wife. No, Lin Yihong has amnesia. After leaving Qingling Mountain, he forgot about Qin. Before Zhou Tianci could pose further questions, Zhou Yu continued. This matter is related to Qin's junior disciple, who severed the emotional bond that Qin had placed on Lin Yihong and erased his memories. Chapter 93. The bracelet. This implies that Lin Yihong is completely unaware of his past infidelity with Qin, which was initially instigated by her emotional influence. Emotional influence? Zhou Tianci pondered these words, pressing his hand against his chest. In recent months, he had inexplicably felt drawn to Lin Qian. Could it be that he, too, was under some kind of emotional influence? Do we have any news about Qin's junior disciple? Years ago, they engaged in a fierce battle. Qin destroyed her disciple's cultivation. She intended to kill him, but he managed to escape, and his whereabouts remain unknown to this day. Zhou Tianci found this situation suspicious. How could a master remain oblivious to such a conflict among their disciples? At that time, Mo Shang Yuanjun was traveling and was not present at Qinglingguan. Zhou Yu added, in these years, Mo Shang Yuanjun has also been searching for Qin's disciple. Zhou Tianci recalled his last encounter with Mo Shang Yuanjun, recognizing that the Taoist had genuine abilities. If even she could not find her own disciple, could it be that he was no longer alive? Continue the search. After Zhou Yu departed, Zhou Tianci fell into contemplation, reflecting on the relationship between Qin and the Lin family. Fu Zixi was likewise deep in thought. Upon hearing the report from Zhou Yu and Zhou Tianci, he felt an uncanny familiarity with those scenes, yet could not grasp why. His spiritual awareness began to surge uncontrollably in Jixia's mind. As Jixia experienced a throbbing headache, she had already called out to her master several times without response. Ah, she murmured softly, covering her head with her hands, feeling as if it might explode. Yi, dia. Qianjin turned at the sound, noticing her pale complexion and the beads of cold sweat forming. Are you all right? What happened? Jixia could hear Qianjin's voice, but could not respond. She attempted to reach out to her master, calling out repeatedly, but received no reply. This situation had only occurred during their previous trip to Qingling Mountain when her master had seen Qin. What could be the reason this time? Fearing that further delay might lead to complications, Qianjin hastily rose to inform Zhou Tianci in the president's office. As they exited, Jixia was on the verge of collapsing from her chair. Zhou Tianci rushed forward to support her, allowing her to lean against his chest. What is happening? Qianjin shook his head. When I saw her, Jixia was already like this. It seemed to strike her suddenly with a headache. Call an ambulance immediately. Jixia endured a wave of intense pain, tugging on Zhou Tianci's sleeve and weakly uttering the word, wait. Xia, be obedient. Let us go to the hospital. Jixia moved her head slightly against his chest, unable to speak, and gestured with her finger. Qianjin was still in a daze, unsure whether to make the call. But Zhou Tianci had already carried Jixia into the office. He thought to himself that it seemed unnecessary to make the call. What had Jixia been trying to convey just moments ago? Zhou Tianci placed Jixia on the sofa, then poured himself a glass of water and crouched beside her, carefully offering her a sip. As the tumult in her mind gradually subsided, Jixia's gaze began to clear. She tried calling out for her master again, but still received no response. Zhou Tianci placed a cushion against her lower back to make her more comfortable. I don't know what's wrong with my master. His spiritual awareness has suddenly become very unstable, rampaging through my mind. The pain left her feeling unsettled, and she instinctively pressed down on her racing heart. Can you contact your master now? Master? Jixia called out a few more times, initially believing there would be no response again, but unexpectedly, just as she was about to give up, she heard that weathered voice. Child, I am here. What happened to you just now? It seemed as if you were about to burst forth. Zhou Tianci observed Jixia's expression, understanding that a communication was taking place between the master and disciple. At that moment, Qianjin knocked and entered, holding a parcel. Boss, this is for Jixia. I'm not sure what it is, but it just arrived. Zhou Tianci took the parcel, glancing at the address, which turned out to be international mail. He could not recall Jixia having any acquaintances abroad, and he looked over at the still-dazed Jixia, tossing the parcel onto the coffee table, disregarding it for the moment. My dear girl, I have recalled something of great importance. What is it? Have you perhaps discovered the location of your body? You should tell Zhou Xiaozi that I have an inquiry for him. Jixia's eyes widened in astonishment. What does it mean that the old man wishes to converse with the boss? She glanced at the boss, only to find him intently gazing at her. Embarrassed, she touched her nose and said, Boss, I'm fine now, it's just that my master has something to ask you. Zhou Tianci did not respond, but instead handed her the express delivery that Qianjin had just brought in. Is this yours? An international mail. Jixia was perplexed. How could she possibly receive international mail when she hardly ventured out in Haishur? Shaking it in her hand, she heard no sound, leaving her uncertain about its contents. Furthermore, the delivery slip bore only her name, with no sender information. What could this possibly be? Just as she prepared to forcefully open it, the boss took it away and expertly opened it with scissors. Upon extracting the protective materials, she unveiled a remarkably exquisite box. As she opened it, the glittering diamonds nearly blinded her. It was a bracelet that appeared to be of considerable value. Boss, this bracelet? Zhou Tianci, upon seeing the bracelet, suddenly understood. It is from Zhou Yuehua. What? Jixia exclaimed, genuinely taken aback. After 2 years of acquaintance, Zhou Yuehua had never shown her a hint of kindness, always mocking her and expressing disdain for the embarrassment she brought to the Zhou family. Why would she? Perhaps my earlier instability in perception was due to this. The words of her master plunged her into a conflict of thoughts, hesitant to ponder further for fear of misunderstanding. What does your master wish to inquire? Zhou Tianci's voice brought her back to her senses, and she hastily relayed the message. Master, what do you wish to ask? Fu Zishur attempted to concentrate his spirit, but found himself unable to do so, having failed ever since that night when his form had initially materialized. Tell Zhou Xiaozi that I overheard his conversation with that Jiu. Master, you are truly impressive, being able to hear them from such a distance. What do they discuss? You impudent girl, why do you behave like a gossip? Relay the message first. Jixia pouted in dissatisfaction. The old man clearly prefers the boss. Boss, my master said he overheard your conversation with Jiu. Oh, Zhou Tianci had not anticipated this. The enigmatic matter seemed to draw ever closer to him. The boss's calm demeanor was, however, within Jixia's expectations for in all this time. She had yet to witness anything that could unsettle him. Yet, it could also be attributed to his expressionless nature, she mischievously thought. What does the old gentleman mean? What old gentleman? Both of them are quite adept at putting on airs. Just as Jixia was about to relay another message, she suddenly remembered that the old man could hear. Master, what would you have me say? They are inquiring about you. Fu Zishur felt that if he had a physical form, he would certainly have to stroke his beard first. Tell him that I might just be the person he is seeking. Oh, Jixia was about to relay that, but suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. Master, who is he looking for? Qingqing's Jr. This statement came from Zhou Tianci, indicating that the master had unlocked yet another ability. Jixia fell silent, thinking, You two can communicate without me. Why do you need me as a mere tool? As she remained quiet, the entire environment grew still. Sop Tianzi, unhurried, slowly prevetea. His demeanor graceful and composed. The tea appeared exquisite. Her master did not chatter incessantly in her mind, seeming to suggest that the earlier words had merely been her imagination. Zhou Tianzi poured her a cup of tea and asked, "Does your head still ache? Would you like to rest for a while?" Yixia frowned, questioning the timing of such inquiries. Were you not just discussing Qin Qing's Jr.? Ah, she suddenly realized. Could her master possibly be Qin Qing's Jr.? Master, why does your voice sound so aged? Are you significantly older than Qin Qing? You foolish girl, is this the time to ponder such matters? Ji Xia felt wronged, asserting, "Why not? I've met Qin Qing. She appears to be in her 40s. How can my master be so old? It defies logic." Zhou Tianzi shook his head with a smile, bemused by Ji Xia's peculiar thought process. How does the old gentleman ascertain that he is Qin Qing's junior? Ji Xia stubbornly remained silent, allowing these two to mock her. My last memory is of battling fiercely with Qin Qing. Yet this alone did not serve as proof. Is there anything else? Ji Xia regarded Zhou Tianzi skeptically, wondering if these two had indeed established a form of communication on their own without her involvement. Just as she was about to erupt, Zhou Tianzi pointed to the bracelet on the tea table. This bracelet was purchased by Zhou Yuehua at a small auction abroad, worth 600,000. So expensive? Ji Xia held the bracelet in her hands, its brilliance shimmering in the sunlight. It was undeniably beautiful. Zhou Tianzi took the bracelet and fastened it on her wrist. Zhou Yuehua is rather peculiar. This should be her way of thanking you. You mentioned before that she possessed some of your luck. Perhaps now she genuinely accepts you, and your fortune has returned? Ji Xia focused intently, but felt no significant change. Master, did you feel anything? Or is it that luck does not manifest itself in my awareness? Fu Zisher understood the situation, but was reluctant to shatter the hopes of his naive disciple. Your share of luck has returned, but the one undergoing the change is not you. He was reluctant to elaborate, yet the progression of events necessitated honesty. What does this mean? My luck has returned. But who has undergone the change? It must be the old gentleman. Otherwise, how would he recall being Qin Qing's junior? Zhou Tianzi kindly clarified for the confused Ji Xia. However, to his surprise, she gleefully exclaimed, "Is that so, master? You can regain some memories because your luck has returned? Foolish girl, what is there to be happy about? You remain at risk of misfortune at any moment." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianzi opened the small drawer of the tea table, retrieved a piece of candy from a packet, and unwrapped it before placing it in his mouth in front of Ji Xia. At this moment, Fu Zisher had to concede that Zhou Xiaozi was quite capable. It was merely a matter of time before his disciple succumbed. For reasons unknown, as the boss indulged in candy, Ji Xia felt her cheeks flush. She patted her face, adopting a serious demeanor. "Boss, my master just mentioned that he might be the person you were searching for. Why are you seeking Qin Qing's junior?" Zhou Tianzi remained silent, and Fu Zisher provided Ji Xia with an explanation. He succinctly summarized the situation regarding the Lin family, emphasizing that Qin Qing had developed feelings for Lin Yang, which led to their relationship. "Master, do you mean to say that Qin Qing may have harbored feelings for the boss?" Her expression turned peculiar, prompting Zhou Tianzi to cough lightly. "It is not as you imagine." Ji Xia glanced at the boss, pondering, "How do you know what I am thinking?" It was surprising that a woman in her 40s like Qin Qing would be attracted to someone like the boss. Clearly, he possessed a charm that appealed to individuals across all age groups. "Impudent girl, what are you contemplating? Qin Qing likely still harbors feelings for Lin Yang. How could she possibly develop feelings for Zhou Xiaozi?" "Huh? But you just said..." "What I meant about Qin Qing developing feelings does not necessarily imply she has feelings for Zhou Xiaozi." "Oh," Ji Xia nodded, realizing the misunderstanding. "You nearly scared me. I thought the boss might be captured by Qin Qing. Then what about him?" Before she could finish her question, a thought struck her. "Boss, the feelings Qin Qing has for you must relate to Lin Qianqian, right?" This revelation clarified many of the boss's previous actions. Suddenly, Zhou Tianzi fixed her with a deeply affectionate gaze, causing her to wonder if she had misspoken. "Are you referring to me?" You're not being controlled by others and unable to approach me, are you? I sincerely apologize for the incident at the swimming pool. It was not my intention. At that time, Zhou Tianxi was likely ensnared by feelings of affection not long ago, his mind consumed with thoughts of drawing closer to Lin Qianqian. Thus, even upon regaining clarity and realizing that Jixia could not possibly bring her into the swimming pool, he continued to show unwavering favoritism towards Lin Qianqian. Did Lin Qianqian know? Uncertain, Zhou Tianxi's eyes deepened in thought. Prior to his journey to Qingling Mountain, he held no belief in such mystical matters. Child, why do you ask? Jixia inquired, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, feeling that Lin Qianqian had always harbored an affection for the boss. Each time Lin Qianqian encountered Zhou Tianxi, her gaze would instinctively follow him, and whenever they found themselves in the same setting, they invariably stood together. If it was indeed Qin Xing who had orchestrated the affection spell on Zhou Xiaozai, and if Zhou Xiaozai was desperately trying to break free from its grasp, then it was Qin Xing who would suffer the backlash. What was her motive? Setting that aside, Jixia sipped her tea. Master, the boss mentioned that he sought Qin Xing's disciple to unravel the affection spell. Are you capable of that? Impudent girl, even if I were able, I currently lack a physical form to assist Zhou Xiaozai, the master retorted. Jixia pouted and glanced at Zhou Tianxi. Boss, Master has yet to recall the method to break the affection spell. If he truly is Qin Xing's disciple, Fu Ji silently cursed Jixia on her mind, disapproving of her undermining their position in Zhou Tianxi's esteem. Chapter 95. Have you offended her? Jixia rolled her eyes in exasperation. Master, I must say, in your current spiritual state, you cannot achieve anything. Impudent girl, you master, I just recalled something. Now that Qin Xing is essentially unable to control the boss, do you think she has any other schemes? A shared silence fell among them, clearly indicating that they were all contemplating the same notion. She likely did. At noon, a Nan called me, saying she had encountered Qin Xing in Fengxian Town. Zhou Tianxi was taken aback. She went to Fengxian Town? Yes. She went to investigate matters regarding her mother. It was the boss who initially suggested to her companions that she look into her origins. Boss, you said that Qin Xing had set her sights on a Nan because of her background. What exactly is the reason? Zhou Tianxi paused for a moment before beginning to elucidate. The people of Fengxian Town, for reasons unknown, found those from Qingling Temple particularly alluring, especially Qin Xing. Years ago, after Zhou Nan's mother abandoned her at the Zhou family doorstep, he had sent people to investigate but uncovered nothing. Subsequently, Qin Xing persistently sought Zhou Nan, which left him perplexed, prompting him to shift his investigative approach. The findings revealed that Qin Xing wished for Zhou Nan to follow her in cultivation due to her being a product of the union between a Fengxian Town native and a member of the Zhou family. There were no indications that Qin Xing intended to harm Zhou Nan. Rather, she had been relentlessly pursuing the opportunity to nurture the young Zhou Nan. Thus, over the years, due to Zhou Nan's inherent resistance and his covert obstructions, there had been little contact between Qin Xing and Zhou Nan. Therefore, boss, you do not harbor any disdain towards a Nan, do you? Zhou Nan had always felt discontent while residing in the Zhou household, yet she could not leave, often vocalizing her complaints about Zhou Yuehua and Zhou Tianxi. Zhou Yuehua was sharp-tongued, consistently belittling her, while Zhou Tianxi had never shown her a kind countenance nor engaged her in conversation. Yet, after prolonged interaction, she had come to understand that the boss treated everyone alike. Zhou Tianxi looked at Jixia with confusion. Why would I reject her? She is the child born from your father's infidelity, an illegitimate daughter. So, a Nan believes the fault lies with Zhou Qihua. What connection does she have to that? Moreover, the Zhou family is certainly capable of supporting her. So it was. The imagined adversary of her companion was indeed a figment of her own imagination. Meanwhile, at the summit, Zhou Nan remained oblivious to her companion's analysis of her childhood. The mountain itself held no particular significance. It was already December, the grass and trees withered, and the trees stood bare. After turning around twice, she returned to her original spot. Gao Jialin followed her in circles, unable to restrain himself from asking, "What are you looking for, Xiaonan? You've been spinning around like a headless fly." Zhou Nan herself was unsure of what she sought. She merely felt the urge to search for something. Kicking a stone beneath her foot, she pressed her lips together, contemplating what Qin Qing, that old witch, was doing ascending the mountain. Gao Jialin gazed into the distance. The blue sky and white clouds, the mountains rising in layers. A gentle breeze caressed his face. He turned to see the woman he admired, standing quietly not far from him. He suddenly felt that life was truly beautiful, yet he lamented how poorly fate treated him. Gao Jialin, how do you know Qin Qing? Zhou Nan recalled how the man had greeted Qin Qing moments ago, seemingly quite courteous. ISNT, she the housekeeper of the Lin family? Our group of childhood friends often gathers at the Lin residence. Gao Jialin looked at Zhou Nan with confusion. Xiaonan, now that you mention it, I remember thinking that Qin, the housekeeper, looked at you strangely. Earlier, when they encountered Qin Qing halfway up the mountain, she had initially overlooked him, focusing solely on Zhou Nan. Her gaze resembled that of a hunter spotting long-lost prey, eager to ensnare it. Strangely enough, despite his height of 180 centimeters, he had not attracted her attention. Instead, she had fixated on the petite woman. What's strange about that? She always looks at me as if I were something she desired. Gao Jialin narrowed his eyes. Regardless of Zhou Nan's background, she was still protected by the Zhou family. How could Qin Qing dare to so openly regard her as prey? Have you offended her? Of course not. If it weren't for her insistence on adopting me back then, I probably wouldn't even recognize her now. Zhou Nan spoke with complete sincerity. She had never participated in gatherings among Zhou Tianxi and the others, nor had she visited Qingling Mountain to pay her respects, thus never having the opportunity to meet Qin Qing. She wished to adopt you? Gao Jialin was perplexed. The Zhou family was affluent. Did they truly require the Lin family's housekeeper to adopt their illegitimate daughter? Humph! Back then, Zhou Qihua even agreed. If it weren't for my cleverness in returning to the Zhou family myself, I might not even exist today. Gao Jialin found this situation utterly baffling. The housekeeper of the Lin family wishing to adopt the illegitimate daughter of the Zhou family, and the father of the illegitimate daughter agreeing to it. Such a scenario would be scandalous anywhere. Was the Zhou family so impoverished at that time that they could not afford to raise an illegitimate child? Or perhaps Uncle Hua found it disgraceful and refused to take her in? Although Zhou Nan had interacted with some of Zhou Tianxi's childhood friends while in Haishu, it was her first time openly discussing her matters. Thus, she felt a pang of regret for her bluntness, mentally chastising herself. I really can't believe how quickly my mouth runs. If this news reaches that wretched Lin, I'll be utterly humiliated. How will I ever show my face again? With that thought, her eyes glinted dangerously, causing Gao Jialin to shudder. What's wrong, Xiaonan? He mused about whether he should inform his close friends about the situation, taking precautions to ensure Zhou Nan's safety. Unexpectedly, he turned to find the person he wished to protect exuding an air of menace. Zhou Nan pressed the small round hairpin against Gao Jialin's neck, threatening, if you dare to leak even a word of today's events, I will end you. Her soft yet warm figure leaned in closer, the warmth of her breath brushing against his chin. For a moment, Gao Jialin found himself captivated, unable to comprehend her words. Xiaonan, Gao Jialin murmured, you finally see the light. As his outstretched hand nearly grazed her slender waist, it was ruthlessly swatted away. Did you hear what I said? Zhou Nan pressed the hairpin deeper, leaving a small indentation on Gao Jialin's neck. Ahem, Xiaonan, are you plotting to commit murder? Zhou Nan, exasperated, delivered a sharp kick to his right foot. A sharp cry escaped him, startling countless birds from the nearby trees. The little girl certainly had a ruthless streak. Serve you right. Who told you to speak so recklessly? She shot him a sidelong glance before turning to walk away. The mountain was overgrown with weeds, appearing abandoned and desolate. In front of them lay a relatively flat area, where weeds sprawled across the ground, giving the impression of having been hastily cleared. Chapter 96, An Ankle Twist. Zhou Nan crouched down to examine the place closely, pondering whether this was where Qin Qing had just been. What was her purpose in coming to Fengxian town? Was she indeed the one who once placed her mother on Zhou Qihua's bed? Xiaonan Nan. It seems someone has sat here, she mused, noting the limited space. Gao Jialin circled the area and suddenly exclaimed as he faced a particular direction. He gazed down the mountain, momentarily speechless. Zhou, unsure of what had captured his attention, approached and followed his gaze downwards, where they spotted the land god temple. Xiao Nan, from this angle, the temple appears to be glowing, he commented. Zhou scrutinized it closely, and indeed, a golden aura surrounded the temple, invoking a sense of reverence. As she stepped forward for a clearer view, her foot was abruptly pricked by something. Looking down to kick the offending object aside, she discovered a small syringe. What is this? She wondered aloud. Gao Jialin also glanced down, speculating it might have been discarded by a child at play. Zhou surveyed the surroundings, doubtful that any parent would allow their child to frolic in such desolate wilderness, and she intended to pick it up. Gao Jialin, witnessing her actions, sighed in exasperation. Why on earth would you pick up that filthy thing? He lamented. Ignoring his protests, Zhou insisted on retrieving it. Reluctantly, he pulled out a tissue from his bag, using it to gingerly collect the syringe and present it to her. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a dark red substance within. Zhou stared for a moment, then retrieved more tissues to wrap the syringe carefully before placing it in her pocket. What do you intend to do with that? Explain yourself, Gao Jialin teased, playfully tapping her nose. Don't tell me you plan to use it for water play. You're the one who'd use it for that, she retorted, brushing off his hand. She glanced up at the magnificent sunset, its fiery hues captivating her. Let's move. It will be chilly on the mountains soon. Zhou nodded and followed his towering figure down the mountain. Heading home? He inquired. Yes, I'll be going back tomorrow. She realized she missed her friends, wondering if they were safe from any mischief by the unreliable man. Sighing to thought of him, Zhou felt a twinge of frustration. Her dear companion had foolishly regarded him as a benefactor, even tolerating his flirtations during their marriage. After a long-awaited divorce, she found herself dutifully obeying his commands once again. Gao Jialin, observing Zhou softened demeanor, saw an opportunity to press his advantage. Xiao Nan, how about you come to my home after we return? He suggested. Zhou, still feeling indignant on behalf of her friend, bristled at his audacity. Who would want to go to your house? Who do you think you are? She huffed, irritated that he was a close friend of the unreliable man. Seriously, could you keep your distance? Gao Jialin was taken aback by her response, perplexed by the sudden shift in her mood. What has happened? Wasn't everything fine a moment ago? What did I miss? He furrowed his brow, pondering who she referred to as the unreliable man. Was it Zhou Tianzi or Lin Chengwu? Those were the only two he associated closely with, and neither had ever wronged any girl. Their relationships had always been consensual. Zhou chose not to respond and continued walking ahead. The consequence of her haste, however, was that she misstepped, landing her ankle in a ditch, causing her to twist it. Ouch, she gasped. What happened? Xiao Nan. Fortunately, Gao Jialin was close enough to catch her as she began to topple over. You've twisted your ankle. Stay still while I take a look. Zhou attempted to pull her foot away, but when Gao Jialin touched her swollen ankle, pain shot through her, nearly making her leap. Gazing at the inflamed area, he felt a pang of regret for provoking her. It was the treacherous mountain path that had led her to this injury, and he was now feeling sorry for himself. Kneeling before her, he said, Come on, let me carry you down. Zhou grimaced at the thought of being carried by him, convinced that the friends of the unreliable man were no better. The reality was that she could not bear to put any weight on her injured foot, sharp pain causing her to break into a cold sweat. Reassuring herself that a woman could endure hardships, she resolved that once they reached the bottom of the mountain, she would part ways with him. As she lay against his broad back, Zhou attempted to keep her posture upright, avoiding any contact with his body. Yet soon, she found a position too exhausting and unconsciously leaned against him. Seizing the opportunity to distract her, Gao Jialin asked, The unreliable man you mentioned, could it be your brother, Zhou Tianzi? This time, Zhou did not evade the question, muttering under her breath, Who else could it be? He has harmed my friend terribly. Your friend? Yixia? Zhou remained silent, clearly still upset. As far as I know, Zhou Gongzi has been single since birth, with no romantic entanglements with any girl. His world seems to revolve solely around the Zhou family until your grandfather arranged his marriage to Ji Xia. marking her as the first girl he interacted with closely. We all know in our circle that their marriage was a contractual one, and there is widespread disdain for Jixia. Many believe she must possess some leverage over the Zhou family to have secured a 2-year marriage with Zhou Gongzi. Zhounen scoffed at this. That's not true. It was the Zhou family that shamelessly pursued my friend. Gao Jialin chuckled indulgently. All right, the Zhou family was indeed quite persistent. However, Zhou Gongzi has never treated your friend poorly. He has always given her the respect she deserves, both in public and at home. Have you lost your mind? Zhou Yinan shot him a look, her expression clearly stating her disbelief. Zhou Tianzi was seen entering and exiting with a vixen during their marriage. Are you blind? Gao Jialin fell silent for a moment. What you mentioned is something that has puzzled all of us who grew up together. What do you mean? Flirting is flirting. What's there to be puzzled about? We all know what kind of person Zhou Gongzi is. To put it another way, if he truly liked Lin Qianqian, given his character, he would have pursued her seriously after his divorce from Jixia. Even if he developed feelings during the marriage, he would have held back until the divorce before starting anew. Yet, curiously, he suddenly began to care for Lin Qianqian one day, even going to great lengths to protect her in public. This is not the Zhou Gongzi we know. Do you realize that we VE speculated among ourselves whether Zhou Gongzi has been possessed, as if the soul within him is not his own? Chapter 97. The changes after her arrival. All the way down the mountain, Zhou Nan remained silent. She did not trust Gao Jialin's words, and even suspected that he was a messenger for Zhou Tianzi, sent to persuade her and, by extension, influence her friend. Sensing her silence, Gao Jialin gradually ceased his conversation, initially thinking she was merely tired. Upon reaching the bottom, he placed Zhou Nan in the car, intending to take her to the hospital for a checkup, only to find her demeanor as cold as ice, clearly indicating her mistrust. Do I really need to deceive you? He asked, lightly tapping her delicate nose. Despite the chaos within the affluent circles, where one might encounter half-siblings on the streets, they were among the few who maintained their integrity. Zhounen shot him a glance filled with skepticism, her forehead seemingly inscribed with the words, "Only a fool would believe you." Rumors had spread that Gao Jialin's ex-girlfriend could circle the city multiple times. Those are all slanders against me, he lamented, regretting not having quelled the rumor sooner. With the person he cared for most sitting in his car, he felt as though he could not wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. In an effort to maintain her dignity, Gao Jialin leaned closer to Zhou Nan and whispered something in her ear, instantly causing Zhou Nan's cheeks to flush. She pushed away the person encroaching upon her space and exclaimed, "Leave. Who cares whether you go or not?" With a carefree heart, Gao Jialin added, "Xiao Nan. Trust me, I'm keeping both your body and mind safe." "Oh, shut up. Who's interested?" Zhou Nan retorted, shifting her uninjured foot and urged him to drive. "Understood. I shall comply." By the time they reached the town's health clinic, darkness had completely enveloped the surroundings, leaving not a single light in sight. Gao Jialin glanced back at the drowsy Zhou Nan and said, "Xiao Nan, brother will take you to another hospital. It might take a bit longer, so you should rest." Zhou Nan looked at the clinic shrouded in darkness and mumbled, "I can skip the hospital. I'll just apply a hot compress at home. It will be fine in a few days." "Absolutely not. We must go to the hospital for an X-ray to ensure your bones are unharmed." Thus, they arrived at the county hospital for an X-ray and to consult a doctor, enduring a series of troubles until the clock struck midnight. Even though Zhou Nan held a disdain for Gao Jialin, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. "Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner when we get back." Gao Jialin smiled as he drove. "Oh, when? When are you free?" "Whenever Xiao Nan invites. I am always available." Zhou Nan fell silent, uncertain whether she was contemplating the timing of the invitation or regretting having uttered the words. "Xiao Nan, you aren't having second thoughts about treating your brother to dinner, are you? If you don't want to, it's fine. I'll treat you. But only you from now on." This statement incited Zhou Nan's ire. "Gao Jialin, are you out of your mind? Why do you keep teasing me? I am not one of your girlfriends." Suddenly, Gao Jialin unfastened his seatbelt and leaned closer to Zhou Nan, solemnly declaring, "Xiao Nan, look at me." Zhou Nan was forced to meet the gaze of the man who was intently focused on her, as if the emotions within his eyes were about to manifest. "I have never had a girlfriend, not even once." Gao Jialin moved in closer, their breaths mingling. Nan, since the day I first laid eyes on that little bean sprout at the Zhou residence when I was 10, I have never let go. Little bean sprout? Are you referring to me? Zhou Nan's mind became a muddled haze, leaving her unable to think clearly. She raised her hand to push away the person who was about to invade her personal space. If you haven't let go, then don't come so close. Let us talk properly, okay? The person pushed away took a moment to calm himself, reminding himself not to rush, lest he scare her away. He lamented that he had not quelled the rumors over the years. Now, within their circle, he was branded a playboy, with girlfriends seemingly changing weekly. This was the first time he regretted not clarifying the truth when the rumors first emerged. Now, the one he yearned for believed he was indeed a fickle-hearted man. Who would have thought he had simply been waiting for her to grow up all these years? Nan, do not believe the rumors. Look at me with your heart. Just wait. I will soon earn your trust. Zhonan responded somewhat dismissively. All right, can we drive back to the hotel now? Tired. Nan, don't be like this, he replied, feeling exasperated. You're a grown man. Can't you just get on with what you need to do instead of dawdling here? Gao Jialan attempted to say more, but Zhonan interrupted him. If you say one more word, I will get out of the car. She could not comprehend why a grown man was so chatty. Resigned, Gao Jialan restarted the car and sped toward the hotel. As he drove, he pondered how he and Zhou Gongzi were kindred spirits, both longing for someone right in front of them, yet unable to enjoy a sweet and harmonious relationship. While he struggled to gain Zhonan's trust, it seemed his brother was competing against himself. Upon returning to his villa after a social gathering, Zhou Qianxi turned on the entrance lights, which bathed the hallway in warmth. These lights had been installed when Jixia was living there, featuring warm hues. Initially, the renovation had included bright white light fixtures, which were blinding when switched on. After Jixia moved in, she suggested changing them. What exactly had she said back then? Zhou Qianxi realized he remembered her words quite clearly. She had remarked, "Brother, this light is too bright. It hurts my eyes when you turn it on at night. Shall we switch to warm lighting? It won't hurt the eyes and will make the house feel cozy." He hadn't paid much mind to these details and allowed her to make the changes. It seemed she had known he would acquiesce to her suggestions, as she gradually added or replaced small items in the house. For instance, there were heart-shaped cushions on the sofa, an ecological tank beside the television, sunflowers that were replaced every few days on the coffee table, and numerous succulent plants on the balcony. As he walked in, he glanced at the remnants of her presence. The sunflowers had been changed today. Perhaps the household staff believed he liked them. The succulents on the balcony appeared to be thriving, and the tiny fish in the ecological tank swam about blissfully, unaware their owner no longer resided there. Zhou Qianxi sat on the sofa, his gaze landing on the kitchen, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as if Jixia were still inside, making candy. He blinked, and the influence of Jixia faded. Placing a hand over his heart, he felt no piercing pain, only a throbbing impulse. Freed from the shackles of affection, he no longer felt an uncontrollable urge to draw near Lin Qianqian. Instead, his heart seemed filled with thoughts of the woman he truly desired. When had that little woman entered his heart? Chapter 98. Will he love only me? It seemed to date back to their first meeting, when they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate. She wore somewhat unkempt clothing, her long hair tied in a simple ponytail. "I'm sorry, brother. I rushed from the park in the suburbs and didn't have time to change. I hope you won't hold it against me." At that moment, she seemed to radiate a certain light, even though Zhou Qianxi maintained a stoic expression throughout, as he was merely following his grandfather's orders. Yet, his first impression of this shabby girl was her remarkable resilience. During the day, Jixia had asked him, "Boss, have you broken free from control?" Could he interpret her words as, "Boss, can I return to your side now?" The ringing of his phone abruptly interrupted his reverie. "Speak. Hey, who upset you in the middle of the night?" "Nothing, just hang up." "No, don't hang up. What is going on? Let us chat for a bit." "Bored. Not interested." "Don't be like that. I'm here to consult your opinion." Zhou Qianxi, holding his phone while ascending the stairs, replied, "Speak quickly. Don't dilly-dally." "Rude. Is this how you, Zhou Gongzi, speak?" Fearing the call would be cut off, Gao Jialan hastily continued, "I want to pursue your sister, You don't mind, do you? Zhou Qianxi had initially intended to respond that anyone could pursue whomever they pleased, but suddenly remembered Zhou Nan was Ji Xia's close friend. He switched hands with the phone. Have you severed ties with all 64 of your girlfriends? What nonsense! You know whether my girlfriend is real or not. With a scoff, Zhou Qianxi replied, I genuinely don't know. Just stay away from our Zhou family. Oh, so Zhou Gongzi has finally acknowledged that Zhou Nan is part of your family? After all these years of indifference, is it all forgiven? How do you know I've been indifferent? With a family as large as the Zhou clan. If I were truly indifferent, Zhou Nan would have been left with nothing. All right. I see you've done quite a few good deeds in secret. But you love to be a hero, and no one knows. Gao Jialin felt he hardly understood his childhood friend. On the surface, it was impossible to discern whom he truly cared for. He can now perceive this, primarily due to Zhou Gongzi's unique feelings for Ji Xia. So, when will you bring your wife back home? Zhou Qianxi once again pressed against the location of his heart, not in a rush, as she was right beside him. Once he resolved all these chaotic matters, canceled the engagement, he would then gracefully welcome her back. It is not that I am pessimistic, rather, to avoid prolonging uncertainties. I believe it is prudent to act swiftly. You should first resolve your own issues. Furthermore, your parents would never consent to your relationship with Zhou Nan. This is precisely what Gao Jialin is most concerned about. The troubles of affluent families are numerous. Marriage must be based on social standing, allowing for mutual support in business endeavors. Originally, Zhou Qianxi was an exception, marrying a girl from the countryside, yet unexpectedly, old Master Zhou still wished to steer him back. I wonder how old Master Zhou would react upon discovering that his grandson's affections lay with Ji Xia. Would his expression be a myriad of colors? As for his parents, although Zhou Nan is a member of the Zhou family, those within their circle are well aware that her status is not officially recognized. She is prohibited from attending various banquets and family gatherings. Contemplating such a bleak future, he let out a deep sigh. Zhou Qianxi understood the thoughts of his childhood friend. If you accompany Zhou Nan to uncover her inquiries, the Zhou family would certainly allow her to make an appearance. What exactly is she investigating? She has been lingering in the remote Funxian town of Jiang City, even climbing a desolate mountain today, injuring herself on the way down. Gao Jialin had inquired of Zhou Nan, yet she steadfastly refused to divulge anything, insisting he leave her be, claiming it was none of his concern. Since you are idle, you might as well accompany her. After uttering this, Zhou Qianxi hung up the phone and entered the bathroom to take a shower. In the room of Lin family's Qin Qing, Lin Qianqian quietly entered after everyone had fallen asleep. Mother, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, leaping into Qin Qing's embrace, you have returned. Why did it take you so long? Qin Qing gently patted her daughter's back, hastily returning to the Lin family just half an hour ago. Mother, have you completed your tasks? Qin Qing nodded. Yes, I will visit Qingling Mountain again tomorrow. This time, Zhou Qianxi will undoubtedly not dare to disrupt my control. Lin Qianqian's smile radiated like a blossoming flower, eagerly asking, really? You will only love me? She feared he might stubbornly resist, preferring to suffer than to approach her. Qin Qing caressed her daughter's silky hair, her gaze tracing the contours of Lin Qianqian's eyes, finding them increasingly adorable and heart-wrenching. Such a lovely girl should be adored by all. Why must Zhou Qianxi need her to harbor affection before he could love her daughter? This time, she must ensure he becomes utterly devoted to her daughter. Even if her daughter were to fall for someone else in the future, no longer loving him, he must continue to cherish her. Rest assured, this time, Mother will not grant him the opportunity to break free from my control. She added silently, unless he wishes for his demise. What is being favored, Mother? Lin Qianqian embraced Qin Qing tightly. I love you the most, Mother. After so many years of reflection, Qin Qing had nearly given up on whether Lin Yang could remember her. However, her daughter must not suffer as she had, enduring the sight of her beloved with another woman. Has Lin Chengwu returned? Upon hearing this name, Lin Qianqian pouted in displeasure, complaining, he has returned. And the moment he did, he scolded me. He truly annoys me. Lin Chengwu is the second son of the Lin family, Lin Qianqian's elder brother. Yet, he is the one who dislikes Lin Qianqian the most. Years ago, when the Lin family's youngest daughter went missing and Lin Qianqian was adopted. Lin Chengwu strongly opposed the decision. Later, Lin Qianqian analyzed the reasons, concluding that Lin Chengwu felt guilt over his biological sister's loss, unwilling to share their parents' love with her. He firmly believed that his sister would return, and to appease him, the Lin family still retains the room of the missing youngest daughter. Mother, I truly dislike Lin Chengwu. Lin Qianqian lifted her head from Qin Qing's embrace. He warned me not to appear before him, or he would drive me away. Qin Qing tenderly caressed her daughter's cheek. Do not worry, mother will seek vengeance for you. Lin Qianqian then joyfully embraced her mother once more, gently swaying. Mother, you are truly the best. Although father and mother Lin care for me, I always feel their affection does not compare to that of my elder brother and second brother. Chapter 99. I find life meaningless. Qin Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, resentment towards Lin Yang swelling within her. Qianqian is also his biological daughter. How could he have treated them so differently all these years? Poor Qianqian, at such a tender age, must learn to read the room. Striving to gain her family's attention through diligent study, mastering various business etiquettes, and skills like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. While Qianqian amassed numerous accolades, Lin Yang merely gifted her a red envelope and called it a day. Unavoidably, she compared. Would Lin Yang have remained so indifferent if it were his lost youngest daughter? Ultimately, it is her meddlesome junior, without whom Lin Yang would not have forgotten her for 20 years, unable to recognize Qianqian. If she were to locate her junior, she would force him to restore Lin Yehong's memory, and then have him pay dearly. As someone who has garnered animosity, he continues to struggle to consolidate his spiritual essence. After much effort, he barely managed to escape Ji Xia's consciousness, only to be pulled back by an unseen force just as he was about to take form. Fu Zixi had continuously attempted to gather his essence, but to no avail. He had initially thought that with Zhou Yuehua accepting his foolish disciple during the day, his energy would increase enough for a successful attempt at night. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Before he could take shape, he was yanked back to Ji Xia's mind. What could be the reason? Was it a matter of direction? Should he not be so eager to take form? His foolish disciple is now by Zhou's side, blessed with fortune and no longer encountering misfortune. Having helped Zhou Yuehua expose the true nature of a deceptive man, a portion of luck returned to him. Logically, he should have grown stronger, yet he remains a novice. Ji Xia turned over in bed, murmuring something, suddenly sitting up in confusion, gazing around the dark surroundings. Tilting her head, unsure why she had awakened at such an hour. What is it, girl? Did you have a dream? Ji Xia lay back down, clutching the blanket around her. No, I don't know why I suddenly woke up. Perhaps I went to bed too early last night. Fu Zixi remained silent, sensing that his foolish disciple was still not entirely awake, likely to drift back to sleep. Just as he prepared to attempt gathering his essence again, Ji Xia unexpectedly spoke once more. Master, if you truly are Qin Qing's junior, would she be searching for you as well? Fu Zixi had only recalled his identity and had not yet remembered everything, so he was unaware whether Qin Qing was indeed looking for him. The boss mentioned that there is a formidable Taoist at Qingling Temple, seemingly known as Mo Shan Yuanjun. Should I take you to inquire? No, not yet. For some reason, Fu Zixi felt averse to seeking Mo Shan Yuanjun. Why not? Since you are Qin Qing's junior, you are also a disciple of Mo Shan Yuanjun. Would it not be better to consult your master to resolve your matters? This point puzzled Ji Xia as well. During the day, the boss had also mentioned reaching out to Mo Shan Yuanjun through old Master Zhou, yet the old man stubbornly refused. Whether friend or foe, that will be addressed later. This reasoning persuaded Ji Xia, as if they were to engage in a battle among their seniors. What if Mo Shan Yuanjun favored Qin Qing? The old man might very well be dispersed. With Zhou Yuehua's matters resolved, do we have another target? Fu Zixi felt a surge of anger at Ji Xia's inquiry. You, utterly lazy. Every day, aside from the apartment, you're either at the office of the Yuansheng Group on the 18th floor. You have no interaction with the outside world. How do you expect to find another target? Ji Xia thought to herself, I am quite comfortable now and have no desire for socializing. Simple joys are indeed wonderful. Having no goals is preferable, as it means that the old man will not incessantly urge her to seek her fortune. After a few leisurely days, Ji Xia joyfully commuted to and from work, generously donating when the opportunity arose, her boss not finding fault, and Song Iran refraining from probing. She felt as if she were living in a celestial realm. One afternoon, while she was engrossed in a project, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps snapped her attention. Upon looking up, she was taken aback to find Zhou Yuehua. Ji Xian nodded in greeting, intending to resume her work. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuehua approached her desk, tapped twice, and inquired, "Did you receive the bracelet I sent you?" Ji Xia pondered for a moment, raised her hand to shake it gently, and replied, "Yes, it's beautiful. I like it." Zhou Yuehua raised an eyebrow, tilted her chin, and proudly declared, "As long as you like it. It was worth my effort to snatch it from someone else." With that, she slung her bag over her shoulder and headed towards the boss's office. "Master, something seems different about Zhou Yuehua," Fu Zhishe remarked, sensing a change in her aura. Indeed, the luck that once lingered around her seemed to have returned. Ji Xia glanced around her surroundings, thinking to herself that she had yet to feel the return of her own fortune. Just then, her phone rang, and upon checking the screen, she saw that it was Li Fanghua calling. Had she returned from Fengxian town? Her companion had mentioned that she would be back today, but Ji Xiao wondered where she might be at that moment. "Hello, Miss Ji. You were right. I was mistaken. I should not have placed all my hopes in a man." Ji Xiao was taken aback. What did she mean by that? "Fanghua, what is wrong?" Zai has passed away. After returning from Fengxian town, he felt unwell and slept for an entire day. I thought he was just tired. Ji Xia's heart sank, gripping her phone tightly as she stood up. "What do you mean? What happened to Zai?" Qian Jin, noticing her distress, rushed into the president's office. "It's impossible. Zai was just lively a while ago. How could this be?" Indeed, this morning he mentioned missing his grandmother. Yet now the doctor has issued a death certificate. Li Fanghua's voice sounded cold and hollow, as if she were a soul on the verge of departure. Ji Xia steadied herself against the desk. You, Fanghua, where are you? You see, you have only known us for a few days, yet you inquire about my whereabouts. But that man who swore eternal allegiance to me, when his son fell ill, told me he had no time and instructed me to come to the hospital alone. Miss Ji, I truly envy you. You can remain clear-headed at all times, unlike me, who has devoted my entire life to that man. Do you think if I were to die, he would regret it?" Ji Xia's voice trembled, her legs buckling beneath her, when someone stepped out of the office and enveloped her in an embrace. "Fanghua, do not cry. Listen to me. You are still young, and it is not worth it to sacrifice yourself for a scoundrel. You must live well, all right? But Zai is gone. Life feels meaningless now." Li Fanghua's voice seemed to drift away from the phone's receiver, muffled. "Fanghua, where are you? I'll come to accompany you. All right? I'll be there." As Ji Xia spoke, she attempted to move forward, but her legs were too weak to take a single step. In her mind, she could hear Fu Zhishe's voice. She was on the rooftop of the municipal hospital. Ji Xia looked up at the person beside her. Clearly, Zhou Tianxi had also heard that statement. "Prepare the car. We are heading to the municipal hospital." As he spoke, he swept Ji Xia into his arms and rushed outside. Qianjin made a call to arrange for transportation, following closely behind. Zhou Yuehua observed the group's retreating figures, unsure of what had transpired, but figured it was a good time to join the commotion. Moreover, she noted that her nephew's demeanor towards Ji Xia was rather unusual. When Qian assistant mentioned Ji Xia appeared unwell, he had dashed out of the office without a second thought. Was this the behavior of a competent corporate president? Shouldn't a president remain unperturbed in the face of calamity? She decided to follow and see what was happening. Upon arriving at the hospital rooftop, they found Li Fanghua quietly cradling her child, engaged in a phone conversation with Ji Xia. "I cannot let Zai depart alone. He is too small, too lonely." Ji Xia gradually approached her. "Fanghua, what happened to Zai? How could he acute myocardial infarction? I had no idea Zai had a heart condition. Am I a failure as a mother?" "No, Fanghua, you are not. You did an incredible job raising Zai single-handedly and provided him with a good life. You are not a failure. On the contrary, you are a remarkable mother." Li Fanghua's uncertain voice reached Ji Xia's ears. Is that so? Then why did Zai Zai leave me? Why can't I even keep a man? Jixia glanced at Zhou Tianci, who was now close to Li Fanghua. If all went well, he could bring her back. They had already reported the incident on their way there, hoping the police would arrive swiftly. Fanghua, Zai Zai's departure was due to illness. It is not your fault. That scoundrel's departure is not your fault either. He is the one who is at fault. Do not punish yourself for the mistakes of others. Jixia attempted to use her words to console Li Fanghua, urging her to step down from the rooftop. Zhou Yuehua arrived with Qianjin following behind her. She surveyed the scene. The rooftop was 29 stories high, and jumping would undoubtedly result in death. With her back to the woman cradling the child, Jixia and Zhou Tianci had moved closer to her. What is going on? A life and death drama? She turned to Qian's assistant, who shrugged, indicating he was unaware of the situation. At that moment, the seated woman noticed Jixia and immediately shifted towards the edge of the rooftop, prompting Jixia to quickly steady her. Fanghua, if you're facing difficulties, please share them with me. I am here for you. Jixia looked down at the little one in her arms, who just days ago had been lively and had called her pretty sister, now pale and lifeless. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled, raising her hand to tentatively touch the child, softly calling, Zai Zai, Zai Zai, I am your sister Jixia. Overwhelmed with grief, she found herself unable to utter a single word. Li Fanghua, however, seemed to have come to terms with everything. She smiled down at Zai Zai. You are fortunate. Your beloved pretty sister has come to see you one last time. Fanghua, Jixia desperately sought to console her, but she found herself utterly powerless, her heart aching. Why? Zai Zai was only 4 years old. He was so young, his life had barely begun. Why has it ended so soon? It's all right. I will join Zai Zai soon. I want let it be alone. Jixia grasped Li Fanghua's arm tightly. Fanghua, I know you are heartbroken, but I believe Zai Zai would want you to live well. Zhou Yuehua leaned against the small door leading back to the rooftop, whispering, how could the hospital leave the rooftop door open? This is a dangerous place. It should be locked at all times. Qianjin had noticed earlier, observing that the lock had been tampered with. If Li Fanghua were to leap, the hospital would likely bear some responsibility. The sound of police sirens echoed below. Qianjin peeked out to see Li Fanghua sitting at the rooftop's edge, appearing unresponsive, likely unaware of her surroundings. At that moment, Zhou Yuehua's phone rang, and she suddenly recalled who the woman sitting at the edge of the rooftop was. No wonder Jixia had been trying to remind herself that Dong Chong was a Phoenix man. It turned out she knew Dong Chong's wife and child. Hello, Xinghia. Yuehua, where are you? Qin Qing had intended to find an opportunity to rekindle her connection with Zhou Tianci, but had been continuously pursued by Dong Chong. By mere chance, she came across the news of Zhou Yuehua's return to the country and promptly made a call. Me? I'm on the rooftop of the municipal hospital. Qin Qing paused upon hearing the voice. Where are you, and what are you doing? This morning, the person she dispatched to follow Li Fanghua informed her that Li Fanghua had called for an ambulance, and she immediately understood that the child was in dire straits. At that moment, she instructed those in the hospital to stealthily pry open the lock of the rooftop. How could Zhou Yuehua possibly be on the rooftop of the municipal hospital now? Ah, it's just my ex-boyfriend, that shameless scoundrel. His wife and child seem to be threatening to jump off. I came to take a look. On the other end of the line, Qin Qing glanced at Dong Chong. Yuehua, I need to speak with you. Let us meet shortly. After hanging up, she briefed Dong Chong on the situation. Dong Chong, filled with anger, exclaimed, this wretched woman. If I don't answer her calls, she takes the child to jump off? Let her jump. If she dies, so be it. Qin Qing found some resonance in his words. Indeed, one who disrupts her plans is not worthy of pity even in death. She scoffed. Yuehua is also on the scene. Let's go take a look. While Zhou Yuehua was on the phone, the police had already reached the rooftop. Zhou Tianci gestured discreetly. The lead officer nodded and, in tandem with his team, cautiously approached Li Fanghua from behind. Jixia was still conversing with Li Fanghua, who genuinely seemed to have no intention of continuing to live. She could not bear to look at the child's pale face. Life is indeed fragile and can vanish in an instant. Master, what should we do? I suddenly feel that living holds no meaning, she lamented. Fu Zisher did not wish to provoke his already sorrowful apprentice. You silly girl. If you desire to leave this world, do you intend to take your master along with you? To comfort someone who seeks death is one thing, but to neglect your own desire to live is quite another. However, the child truly was pitiable, so young and innocent. It seemed profoundly unjust. If heaven were fair, would I, your master, exist only as a spirit without a body? Chapter 101. We could be together at last, Ji Xia sighed. She could not remain in such a pessimistic state. For the past 20 years, she had endured misfortune yet retained her faith in life. Moreover, her master awaited her to locate his physical form. The journey was arduous, and giving up was not an option. Fanghua, do you believe in karma? Ji Xia gathered her thoughts. It is possible that there's an issue with the body of the child, and he wishes to change to another. Li Fanghua turned to look at her, puzzled. Ji Xia pressed on. What I mean is, you're still young, and you will marry and have children in the future. Perhaps the child still wishes for you to be his mother and may return to seek you out. Li Fanghua appeared incredulous, hearing such notions for the first time. Are you saying the child will be reborn into my womb? Ji Xia felt trapped, but had no choice but to continue speaking, as her peripheral vision caught sight of the approaching police. He will Fanghua, trust me. Just then, as Li Fanghua looked down at the child, the police swiftly moved in from behind to restrain her. Startled, she nearly dropped the child. As the officers subdued her, she glared at Ji Xia with hatred. Miss Ji, did you call the police? Fanghua, calm down. First, let's address the child's affairs. I will assist you. Li Fanghua began to struggle, kicking Ji Xia in the stomach while shouting, Get lost! You have no right to interfere. Why did you call the police? Ji Xia fell to the ground, and Zhou Tianxi hurried over to help her up. Are you all right? She rubbed her abdomen and turned her gaze back to the one who harbored animosity towards her. Fanghua, please calm down. I genuinely wish to help you. You want to help me? When I asked you to take me to find Zhou Yuehua, you refused. Now you claim you want to help me. Are you here to watch me make a fool of myself? Zhou Yuehua was unaware of the deeper implications of this matter, confused as to why Li Fanghua had initially sought Ji Xia's assistance. What are you doing? You and Ji Xia are merely acquaintances. She has aided your child twice in finding you. On what grounds do you repeatedly morally bind her to help you? Is it merely because of her kindness? If it were not for your inability to find the man who deceived you, would you have reached out to Ji Xia? Why place all the blame on her now? This was the first time Zhou Tianxi had spoken so much at once. He tugged at his sleeve. Boss, stop talking. I'm Fina. Li Fanghua, at a loss for words, wept while holding the child, as the police prepared to escort her away. At that moment, two more individuals entered the rooftop, Dong Chong and Qin Qing. Dong Chong immediately spotted Zhou Yuehua leaning against the door and rushed over to embrace her. Yuehua, I finally found you. Ignoring her struggles, he held her tightly, incessantly professing his love and pleading for her not to leave. From a distance, Li Fanghua, protected by the police, froze in place at the sight. Qiang Yi, I called you over a dozen times, and you hung up on me. When the child was ill, you were absent. Now that he is gone, his body still rests in my arms, and you rushed to another woman before my eyes. Zhou Yuehua forcefully stepped on Dong Chong's foot, compelling him to release her. Clearly having heard Li Fanghua's words, I completely severed ties with you after our encounter at the commercial street. As soon as she finished speaking, Dong Chong attempted to reach for her again. Zhou Yuehua retaliated with a slap. Dong Chong, wake up. Your son has just passed away. What do you think you are doing? Dong Chong stood frozen in disbelief, gazing at the lifeless child in Li Fanghua's arms, having thought the child was merely sick. He involuntarily took 2 steps towards Li Fanghua, but stopped, turning to Zhou Yuehua with an oddly triumphant smile. Yuehua, it's all good now. You need not worry about the child clinging to me. We can be together at last. The expressions of those around varied. Some were shocked, others disgusted, and many remained impassive. Even the police wore displeased expressions, likely having never encountered such a despicable sentiment before. Zhou Yuehua regretted her poor judgment. How could she have been attracted to such a bottomless scoundrel as Dong Chong? Get lost. With that single word, Zhou Yuehua turned to leave. Dong Chong attempted to follow, but Li Fanghua called out, Changgu, does the child not even matter to you, less than a dog or cat? I've said it countless times. This child was never what I wanted. You insisted on having him. Now that he has gone, what does it have to do with me? Do not attempt to morally bind me with a child. I'm not that kind-hearted. Li Fenghua's gaze became hollow, her voice drifting as if from afar. Dong Chong, did you ever truly love me, or the child? Hearing this, Dong Chong scoffed. Look at yourself, what is there to love? What can you offer me? And that little brat? He not only ruined my love life, but also destroyed my future. Is it so difficult for a poor boy from a humble background to rise above? Can you not stop dragging me down? Now, seeing your face makes me nauseous. Conversing with you is revolting. Since the child is gone, it's best we never cross paths again. The crowd stared at him in shock, taken aback by his words. Zhou Tianxi clenched his fists, ready to strike if Dong Chong uttered another word. Before he could continue, Jixia stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face, the sound echoing painfully around them. How dare you strike me, you filthy wretch? If it weren't for you. In an instant, he was sent flying 2 meters, a leg clad in black trousers descending to silence him. Dong Chong covered his chest and spat disdainfully. Zhou, you think your wealth grants you the right to harm others? The police are right here. The officers surrounding them averted their gazes and took a step back. Qin Qing let out a cold laugh. Recognizing Dong Chong as a person inept at achieving anything worthwhile, having squandered a golden opportunity, Ji Xia stepped forward, looking down at Dong Chong on the ground. Mr. Dong, how forgetful you are. Do you not recall how you arrived at Haisher University? Do you not remember who raised you? Dong Chong spat again. Who told them to feign kindness and bring me back? I originally intended to follow the Jiang family in Haisher. If it weren't for their insincere goodwill, I would be a young master of a wealthy family by now. Chapter 102. Without hesitation, she leapt down. Li Fenghua's eyes brimmed with tears. After her parents married, they struggled to conceive and ultimately adopted Dong Chong from an orphanage. By then, he was already 5 or 6 years old. Her parents worried that he would not bond with them due to his age. Yet young Dong Chong was perceptive enough to read their emotions. Kneeling before her parents, he vowed through tears that if they adopted him, he would be obedient and filial. At that time, her mother was already pregnant with her, though they were unaware. The year after Dong Chong was adopted, she was born. However, her parents treated them equally. Whatever she had, Dong Chong had as well. Even when he expressed a desire to keep his name, they did not force him to adopt the surname Li. As they grew older, during her blossoming years, he began to court her affection. Once he'd won her heart, he knelt before her parents, promising to care for her for life. Who would have thought that after arriving in Haisher, he would gradually sever ties with his family? When she brought their child to find him, she discovered he had a girlfriend from a wealthy family. After several attempts to persuade him to return home and co-parent, she was met with rejection and returned home, disheartened. Not long after, her mother fell ill and passed away, leaving her to return to Haisher to make a living. Deep down, she still hoped he would reconsider and they could build a life together. Yet now, watching him on the ground, struggling and lamenting that his adoptive parents had been foolish to take him in, claiming he should have been a rich heir, Li Fenghua embraced her child and laughed coldly. Her laughter growing louder. Look at the son you raised, Mom and Dad. It's your fault for bringing him home. He resents you for adopting him, forgetting how many times he pleaded before you. Dad, Mom, have you seen our child? He couldn't bear having such an ungrateful father and want to find you early. Have you seen him? He's still so young. Please look for him. I'm afraid he's lost. Yixia grest Li Fenghua es arm. Her words unable to form as tears streamed down her face. Fenghua, please try to hold on. Unable to control her emotions, she sobbed, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Zhou Tianxi patted her back, his eyes filled with compassion. Just then, 2 hurried figures rushed in, Zhou Nan and Gao Jialin, who had just returned. Xiao, what happened? Why are you crying? Zhou Nan asked, bewildered, surveying the scene with the fallen scoundrel on the ground and the police surrounding Li Fenghua, her heart racing. Anan, our child. He has gone. What? That's impossible. Just days ago, I saw him in Fengxian town. Seizing the moment of confusion, Qin Qing stealthily maneuvered behind Zhou Tianxi, unnoticed as she slipped away from the hospital rooftop. At that moment, Zhou Yuehua returned, holding a stack of documents. Coincidentally, as the police were present, clearing her throat to capture everyone's attention, She declared, "Officer, this individual on the ground attempted to steal another's research," leading to his classmate falling from the third floor and becoming a vegetable, now lying in a hospital bed. That's nonsense. Upon hearing this, Dong Chong abandoned his pretense of weakness, springing to his feet. "That was my research, and he fell by accident." "Humph," Zhou Yuehua scoffed. "Did you think damaging the lab surveillance would erase your guilt?" "What do you mean?" Dong Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yuehua, you can't slander me just because I care for you. Please spare me your declarations of love. They make me sick." Zhou Yuehua raised her phone, holding the evidence. "I have proof," and the camera across from the lab captured everything clearly. "Your malicious expression as you pushed him is unmistakable. Officers, I am calling the police. And with solid evidence, you can arrest this attempted murderer." Immediately, 2 officers restrained Dong Chong on either side. "This is impossible." Dong Chong struggled violently. "You vile woman. Just wait. Whether you see the light of day again is uncertain. Don't hold your breath," Zhou Yuehua quipped, accompanying the officers to the precinct for questioning. Li Fanghua remained in sorrow, tears falling onto her child's pale face, soaking into his clothing. "Comrade, my condolences. You should first attend to the child's affairs." An older officer attempted to console her, recognizing her plight, having been deceived by a scoundrel, culminating in the loss of her child. Ji Xia, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed at the unmoving figure, unable to utter a word. Li Fanghua wiped her tears and suddenly smiled at Ji Xia. "Thank you, Ji Xia. It is a blessing for my child to have met you." Then she deeply bowed to the police officers. "Thank you, and I apologize for causing you trouble. Let us go." Ji Xia pondered that perhaps this was Dong Chong's retribution. Li Fanghua felt a slight comfort, hoping that over time, she could gradually forget these painful memories and start anew, living for herself. "Master, life is so fragile, it can vanish in an instant. The child was so small. Why did he leave so suddenly? Do you think he sensed the bitterness of the world and chose to depart early?" Fu Zishur did not respond to Ji Xia's question, but instead considered whether Zhou Tianzi felt unwell. He sensed that Qin Qing had silently approached, undoubtedly up to something. Upon seeing her, he felt a wave of unease, but managed to maintain his composure. Perhaps it was due to Zhou Yuehua's luck returning to Ji Xia, preventing her from succumbing to the same dizzy spell she experienced on Qingling Mountain. Without a word from her master, Ji Xia paid no mind, her heart heavy with concern. Zhonan's expression grew increasingly complex upon hearing of the child's passing, as if grappling with an internal conflict. Standing beside Ji Xia, she kept glancing at the child in Li Fanghua's arms, her eyelids lowered in contemplation. "Let's go. I wish to see our child off." Those around her believed she had come to terms with her grief, visibly relieved. However, just as they approached the small door leading off the rooftop, she suddenly clutched the child tightly, turned, and ran back without hesitation, leaping off the edge. Chapter 103. But now, it cannot be done. The police officer beside her barely managed to grasp a corner of her clothing. She tilted her head and uttered a "thank you," then cruelly pulled her clothing back, plunging downward with the child in her arms. Li Fangshua. Fanghua." As Ji Xia rushed to the edge of the rooftop during the midsummer, she even contemplated jumping down alongside her. Zhou Tianzi swiftly seized her. "Why?" Several police officers were evidently unprepared for such a situation, aside from the one who had just grasped Li Fanghua's clothing and now sat on the ground. Pallid and momentarily incapacitated, the rest hurried downstairs. She had evidently come to terms with it. Why then did she leap again? The scoundrel had already received his comeuppance. Why did she still choose to die? Why, she sobbed, unable to comprehend. Zhou Tianzi's heart ached profoundly as he attempted to embrace her, but at that moment, the piercing pain he had thought vanished surged back. After a brief pause, he gritted his teeth and pulled Ji Xia into his embrace, gently placing his palm atop her head. Ji Xia wept uncontrollably, unable to believe that the mother and child had vanished before her eyes. Gao Jialin observed his childhood friend holding his ex-wife. It was the first time he had witnessed such intimacy in public, likely due to Ji Xia's overwhelming sorrow. She appeared on the verge of tears, barely able to stand. Zhonan nearby shed tears alongside Ji Xia, softly calling Xia Xia, Xia Xia. Ji Xia continuously questioned why. And at that moment, a voice resonated in her mind. Child, I know you are heartbroken, but look at the person before you. Zhou has coughed up blood. In a panic, Ji Xia withdrew from Zhou Tianzi's embrace and looked up, only to discover a streak of crimson trickling from the corner of his mouth. Blinking through tear-filled eyes, she roughly wiped her cheek and exclaimed, Boss, what's wrong? Don't scare me, please. Hadn't he already escaped control? What was happening now that he was still spitting blood? Ji Xia raised her hand to wipe away the blood, but a large hand seized her wrist midway. No, Zhou Tianzi said, clearly underestimating the extent of the control he exerted. And at that moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His tall frame swayed perilously, prompting Gao Jialin to step forward and support him. Ji Xia gazed at him in a daze, retreating a few steps. She understood that Zhou Tianzi's bleeding was undoubtedly linked to her, and it was best to keep her distance. Anan, take your brother to the emergency room. Grasping Zhou Nan's arm, she waved away Zhou Tianzi's outstretched hand. Boss, I can't stay too close to you. Zhou Tianzi sensed Ji Xia's resistance, his heart aching unbearably as countless needles seemed to pierce through his heart. He pressed his hands against his chest, bending over in pain. Yet his eyes remained resolutely fixed on Ji Xia. Master, is there something else at play? Why is the boss in more agony? Fu Zishi pondered seriously, concluding that it was likely due to Qin Xing's earlier interference, which had intensified the emotional ties. If Zhou continued to resist forcibly, he might very well perish. Evidently, Zhou Tianzi heard this and temporarily surrendered, allowing Gao Jialin to carry him to the emergency room. After they left, Zhou Nan comforted Ji Xia with a few words. Ji Xia forced herself to remain composed and, alongside Zhou Nan, persuaded the police officer who had nearly saved Li Fanghua to come downstairs. Xia, what exactly is happening? How could Li Fanghua's child suddenly be gone? Why is that scoundrel still bleeding? Ji Xia offered no response, sitting down on the ground, wrapping her arms around her knees, bewildered by how everything had spiraled into the worst possible outcome. She recalled the first time she met the child at the intersection, approaching her daily acts of kindness with genuine intent. After several encounters, she gradually grew fond of the child, who chased after her, calling her beautiful sister. Whenever he spotted her, he would shout from afar, and even on days they didn't meet, he would use his mother's phone to call her. After Li Fanghua began working at Song Iran's studio, she had even met the child alone, taking him to the amusement park to ride the carousel together. Eventually, sensing Song Iran's ulterior motives, she reduced their meetings to avoid further contact. Sometimes, the child would use Li Fanghua's phone to call her. It seemed that after Dong Chong reconnected with them, Li Fanghua forbade the child from contacting her. Yet she often thought of the child, yearning to see him, only for this tragedy to unfold before she could take action. She could not fathom why a normally vibrant child would succumb to a sudden heart attack. Sitting on the rooftop, time passed slowly. Her limbs grew numb, her tears dried on her face, leaving red marks on her chin where it rested on her knees. Yet she still could not believe that Li Fanghua and the child had simply vanished from this world. Master, why are people so fragile? One moment alive and vibrant, the next gone. Fu Zisher felt little emotional connection to Li Fanghua and her child, but witnessing two vibrant lives extinguished before him was profoundly moving, albeit not to the same extent as Ji Xia's reaction. Did you not say that causality is cyclical? Perhaps in the next life, they will have the chance to continue as mother and child, savoring the happiness they were unable to experience in this one. Ji Xia lifted her seemingly heavy head. Gazing beyond the rooftop, the 29th floor was too high to discern the ground below. Sighing, she prepared to rise and, out of the corner of her eye, noticed the bloodstains on the ground, evidence of her boss's earlier spitting of blood. Master, how is the boss? Keeping away from you is certainly beneficial. Even the doctors cannot find any issues. That's good, Ji Xia thought to herself, feeling a portion of her luck returning as her master's abilities surged. When Li Fanghua had called her, he had known she was on the rooftop of the City People's Hospital. Furthermore, it was now confirmed that Qin Xing was the individual controlling her boss, likely motivated by Lin Qianqian. She wondered how her boss would respond next, as such esoteric matters could not be left to the law to resolve. Master, Do you have a way to free the boss from his control? Fu Zixi contemplated for a long while, uncertain but hopeful that it was possible, though not achievable at the moment. Ji Xia compelled herself to stand. She could not remain in despair, for many matters awaited her attention. Rubbing her numb legs and closing her eyes when she opened them again, they were filled with resilience and determination. Zhou Nin had remained by her side on the rooftop, and now stood alongside her. Several hours later, they first visited the police station. Li Fenghua's home was empty, and Ji Xia prepared to assist in handling the aftermath. Anan, when you saw their family of 3 in Fengxian town, what was their condition? Zhou Nin recalled. Qin Xing and Dong Chong were talking up front, while Li Fenghua was following behind, holding the child. By the way, Zhou Nin added, pulling a cylindrical hairpin from her pocket and handing it to Ji Xia. I found this at the land temple. Then they must have visited the land temple. Ji Xia held the small hairpin and rubbed it between her fingers, recalling the child's warm and joyful smile. Zhou Nin nodded and retrieved a tissue-wrapped object. I encountered Qin Xing alone while descending the mountain. I found something unusual and decided to bring it back. Moreover, before I returned, I sought out Zhao Chuan once more. It is likely that Qin Xing was the one who placed Li Changru on Zhou Qihua's bed. Ji Xia lowered her head to unwrap the object Zhou Nin had handed her. The tissue was layered, and upon fully uncovering it, she found a small syringe containing a dark red substance that resembled blood. What is this? Zhou Nin shook her head, uncertain. I don't know either. I just thought it was strange and decided to keep it. The young lady observed that this item carried the scent of Qin Xing, and the blood within belonged to that little one. Ji Xia was taken aback and examined the syringe once more. The blood belonged to the cub? What had Qin Xing done while taking the syringe filled with the cub's blood to the mountains of Fengxian town? After some contemplation, she decided to repackage the syringe, as it might prove useful in the future. Zhou Nan, watching Ji Xia's actions, inquired, Xia, shall we turn this over to the authorities? If Qin Xing indeed harmed the cub, this could serve as evidence. No, it cannot be proven that Qin Xing discarded this, Ji Xia replied. Zhou Nan considered this and agreed. She had found it at the mountain summit, and although she had encountered Qin Xing on the way up, there was no evidence to substantiate that she had discarded it. Young lady, Zhou Xiaozi is looking for you everywhere, Ji Xia said as she checked her phone, only to find it had powered off. Anan, what about your phone? She reasoned that the boss would likely call Zhou Nan if he knew they were together. Zhou Nan produced her phone, revealing over a dozen missed calls, some from Zhou Tianxi and others from Gao Jialing. It seems I accidentally put it on silent, she remarked. Ji Xia nodded, suggesting, let's return their calls. So much has transpired today, exceeding what I can bear. Witnessing a vibrant life vanish before my eyes has made me acutely aware of life's fragility. Furthermore, the boss's control has intensified. We must maintain our distance. Master, what shall we do next? Let us pay a visit to Qingling Shan. Ji Xia concurred, reasoning that since all issues had emerged after their visit to Qingling Shan, it warranted another trip. As she pondered, Zhou Nan called her back to reality. Xia, the scoundrel wants to find you. Should I give him the address? Ji Xia shook her head. No need. Just tell him to meet at the company. Once Zhou Nan ended the call, Ji Xia recalled her earlier words. Anan, did you imply that the person who sent your mother to Zhou Qihua's bed years ago might be Qin Xing? How did you come to know this? Zhou Nan pulled Ji Xia to sit on a nearby bench. I sought out Zhao Chuan. Zhao Chuan, the boyfriend your mother had back then? Ji Xia pondered. Boyfriend? That was merely his fabrication. He was drawn to my mother's beauty, and my parents, being selfish and favoring sons over daughters, sought to force her into marriage with him. Huh? So everything he told you last time was a lie? Zhou Nan nodded, her eyes filled with resentment. Pretty much. I went to confirm who deceived my mother, but he was reluctant to reveal the truth. And how did you manage to make him speak? There are ways to deal with someone like him. However, Zhou Nan scoffed, I couldn't be bothered with subtleties. I simply gave him a beating, and he became compliant. Ji Xia clearly disapproved. I noticed something amiss with your foot. Did you injure it while confronting Zhao Chuan? This was due to my own clumsiness, she replied. Ji Xia narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her friend's expression. Anan, are you hiding something from me? I'm not. It was all Gao Jialing's fault. He led me into a pitfall. Zhou Nan's face flushed with embarrassment, her demeanor becoming somewhat coy. Ji Xia regarded her friend with a knowing look, sensing she was smitten yet still in denial. She was unfamiliar with Gao Jialin, only knowing he was the boss's childhood friend. You grew up with Gao Jialin. You must know him quite well, right? Xia, what are you saying? Who knows him? You are aware of the life I led in the Zhou household. I was never acknowledged, thus never mingled with their elite circle. Ji Xia wished for her friend's happiness, though she herself was too drained to analyze the situation. The events involving Li Fenghua and the cub would undoubtedly affect her for some time. Anan, I wish you all the joy in the world. Although unsure when her own happiness would arrive, she sincerely hoped for her friend's bliss. Xia, the same goes for you. Having left that scoundrel, I hope you find someone who loves you devotedly. Zhou Nan embraced her friend, wishing to impart strength, for her friend appeared on the verge of breaking. You and Li Fenghua met by chance. You've done enough. Cherish those around you, all right? Ji Xia rested her chin on her friend's shoulder, pondering the person before her. Was it the boss? How was she to cherish him? The boss was once again under Qin Qing's control, and she would have to distance herself starting tomorrow to ensure his safety. Perhaps beginning tomorrow, he would unconsciously gravitate towards Lin Qianqian, and they would engage in intimate interactions in public, with everyone around extolling their match as a perfect pairing. Perhaps her initial hopes had been misguided. How could she ever be worthy of the youngest CEO in Shanghai? An adage from her grandfather echoed in her mind. One must possess self-awareness. Was she placing too much importance on herself, believing that mere affection would elicit a response? Just as she was about to surrender and abandon this relationship, a voice resonated in her mind. You foolish girl, are you out of your mind? Have you lost your senses? It was unfathomable how she could think that way. Zhou Xiaozi had endured much, even bleeding for her sake, yet she was considering running away again? Chapter 105. The discovery of Ji Xia's disappearance. Ji Xia furrowed her delicate brows, sniffed, and retorted, What do you mean I've lost my senses? It's all because of that useless master. You are the one losing your senses. What does that have to do with me? Sighing dramatically, Ji Xia lamented. If only my master were capable enough to break Qin Qing's control. Otherwise, I and the boss would have long been together. You little rascal, just wait. Once I materialize, if I cannot resolve Qin Qing's influence, I shall take your surname. That will be splendid, master. I eagerly await your good news. After waiting a considerable time without receiving a response from Fu Zisher, Ji Xia realized her provoking tactic had succeeded. The boss had mentioned that Fu Zisher was capable of unraveling Lin Yehong's emotional ties. It was illogical to assume that he could not untangle the boss's affections. Yet, she was uncertain where her master's physical body resided. If they located it, would he be able to return to his own body? Moreover, after all these years, was her master's body still in a preserved state? What if, by the time they found him, only a pile of bones remained? At this thought, a chill ran down her spine. She felt the need to discuss this matter with the boss, as he was now privy to all knowledge. Furthermore, sometimes, if the master was willing, they could communicate directly without her mediation. Once she composed herself and returned to the company, it was nearly closing time. Upon arriving at her workstation, she noticed Qianjin hesitating to speak, his expression fraught with concern. What's wrong? Ji Xia asked while gathering her belongings. Has the boss returned? Qianjin had been waiting for her to return before leaving, and upon seeing her, he immediately relayed the message to the boss. Where have you been? The boss was frantic trying to contact you. If there were no news from you, he might have reported your absence. Ji Xia smiled lightly, thinking, it's not that dramatic. We were only apart for a few hours. Just then, Zhou Tianxi emerged from the office, almost stumbling as he approached her. Sensing something was amiss, he paused, steadied himself, and attempted to come closer once more. Unexpectedly, the sharp pain returned. He pressed his hand against his heart, swaying unsteadily. Gao Jialin, who had chased after him, once again supported his childhood friend. What is going on, Zhou Gongzi? You seem to have turned as delicate as Lin Mimi. Master, it seems Qin Qing has truly struck hard this time. The boss cannot come within a meter of me. Fu Zisher also observed that Zhou Xiaozi was currently sustaining himself purely by willpower. However, it remained uncertain whether that would endure until the following morning. If it were to falter, he would become utterly susceptible to manipulation. Zhou Tianxi evidently overheard the conversation between the master and disciple. and with a hint of defiance. He attempted to step forward, only to immediately bend down the next moment. Gao Jialin, perplexed by the sudden turn of events, supported his childhood friend and suggested, "Shall we return to the hospital?" His friend's appearance was indeed disconcerting. Could it be that he had contracted some terminal illness? Zhou Tianxi waved his hand dismissively, steadying his tall frame and no longer leaning on Gao Jialin. "You should go back. I am fine." "Fine?" Gao Jialin retorted, observing how much weaker he had become. Akin to Lin Mimi, he could not bring himself to leave in good conscience. Without further ado, he hoisted his friend up once more, preparing to take him back to the office. After retreating a few steps and distancing himself from Jixia, Zhou Tianxi found that his heart no longer ached. Yet his gaze towards Jixia grew increasingly intricate. He did not permit Gao Jialin to drag him back to the office. "You go in first. I need to speak with Jixia." Gao Jialin glanced at Jixia not far away and then back at his friend. Even he, despite his usual bluntness, could discern the connection between Zhou Gongzi's health issues and Jixia. "Boss, you should really go back to the office with Mr. Gao. I'll tidy up and join you shortly." Meeting the skeptical gaze of the boss, Jixia felt inexplicably baffled. "Why don't you trust me?" It was not as if she had a spotless record. After all, she herself had admitted that Zhou Xiaozi had asked her to stay, and she had never heeded his words. "Am I truly that rebellious? I mean, he is my boss, the one who pays my salary." Fu Zisher, weary of his disciple's antics, felt exasperated by her lack of memory. Nevertheless, Jixia took this opportunity to reflect. Since joining Yuanshan Group, she had indeed been somewhat dismissive of her boss's directives. Now, she recognized the gravity of her misstep. It was imperative to heed the words of those who employed her. She raised 3 fingers and declared, "Boss, I will definitely seek you out shortly, I promise." Only then did Zhou Tianxi allow his friend to assist him back to the office. "I must inquire, Zhou Gongzi, what is the matter with you and your ex-wife?" The engagement banquet with the Lin family is approaching rapidly. Gao Jialin, noticing his friend's pallor, wished to refrain from further provoking him. "I know you have always been responsible since childhood. Unlike us who merely fool around, you have everything meticulously arranged. But this situation perplexes me. How could someone like you be caught between 2 women? Are you uncertain about whom you truly love? Did you not develop feelings for Jixia during your marriage, only to fall for her after the divorce? That seems implausible. If you have indeed fallen for Jixia, why agree to an engagement with Lin Qianqian?" Those within the true elite circles understood that the Lin family had not genuinely accepted Lin Qianqian. She was merely a surrogate for their biological daughter. Therefore, those who fawned over Lin Qianqian were merely individuals of lesser standing. Zhou Tianxi furrowed his brow. It was essential to resolve the situation with Lin Qianqian promptly, or else Jixia's mind would remain unsettled. Earlier, he had sensed her inclination to flee, but fortunately, Fu Zisher was closely connected to her. Outside the office, Jixia continued to organize the paperwork that had been left unfinished that afternoon. "Jixia, there is something peculiar between you and the boss," Qianjin remarked, recalling how he had observed the boss clutching Jixia and suddenly spitting blood on the rooftop that afternoon, leaving him utterly alarmed. "Who bleeds for no reason?" However, when he and the boss's friend took her to the emergency room, the attending physician shockingly declared that the boss was in perfect health. Doubtful, he insisted to the doctor that the boss had coughed up a significant amount of blood, which indicated internal damage. The doctor merely gazed at him as if he were a fool and asked if he was experiencing delusions. How could a healthy person vomit blood? After much ado, the boss himself had risen from the hospital bed, leaving him and Gao Zong in a state of mutual bewilderment. Initially, he had intended to accompany Gao Zong to another hospital for further examination, but the boss adamantly refused, prompting them to abandon the idea. Upon returning to the rooftop, he discovered that Jixia had vanished. Chapter 106. Is it not perilous for Zhounan? The boss began making phone calls, insisting that Gao Zong contact Zhounan. But when they were unable to reach him, the boss's expression darkened. He stood beside the boss, ready to offer support. But the boss merely stared blankly at a fixed point until Zhounan's call finally came through. Upon returning to the company, he instructed that as soon as Jixia returned, he was to be informed. Jixia finished organizing the last document before speaking. "It's nothing. You will understand in due time." After saying so, she approached the president's office, knocked on the door, and upon hearing a response from within, she entered. Qianjin scratched his head, pondering what you will understand in due time could mean. Was it not possible to know now? It was truly enigmatic. So much had transpired in the past 6 months that he could scarcely comprehend the relationship between the boss and Jixia. Inside the president's office, Jixia lingered by the door, refraining from venturing further inside. Zhou Qianxi turned to his friend and said, "You may leave now. Also, I will not be marrying Lin Qianqian." This declaration momentarily stunned Gao Jialin. Not marrying? But the Zhou family has already sent out the engagement invitations. What does this mean? You will understand in due time. Gao Jialin left the office, half convinced. After his departure, the remaining two stood, one by the door and the other by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at one another as though separated by a vast galaxy. "Come here." Jixia blinked, her gaze wavering, yet she hesitated. "For your health, boss." Zhou Tianxi felt an itch in his teeth. "Come here. Do not make me repeat myself a third time." With a sigh of resignation, Jixia took a couple of steps forward, mentally lamenting to her master, "Why is the boss still acting in that domineering manner? Does he wish to spit blood again? Perhaps we should not go to Qingling Mountain just yet. Let us first confront Qingqing, for her actions are unscrupulous. No, we must go to Qingling Mountain first." Jixia was perplexed as to why they should prioritize Qingling Mountain over addressing Qingqing's control over the boss. Without evidence, we have no means to confront her. This statement from Zhou Tianxi prompted Jixia to realize that he could hear her conversation with her master. Alarmed, she thought, "Oh no, I can no longer complain about the boss to my master. Otherwise, he might dock my salary again. Zhou Xiaozi is correct. Who among you can confront her now?" Jixia slumped her shoulders, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Even if they discovered who was responsible, they were powerless to act against her. Her master had once been able to contend with her 20 years prior, but that was no longer the case. Without his health, how could he manage Qingqing? "I intend to hand over the syringe your friend gave you to Zhou Xiaozi." Upon hearing her master's directive, Jixia retrieved a bundle of tissues from her pocket and carefully unfolded it, revealing a small syringe. On the way back, her master reasoned that the syringe contained the essence of Zai Zai's blood. Qingqing's ability to manipulate the boss had likely intensified due to the blood. She took a few steps forward and placed the syringe on the coffee table. "Boss, we suspect that Zai Zai did not suffer a sudden heart attack. It is likely that Qingqing was responsible for his demise." When Fu Zisher instructed Jixia to produce the syringe, Zhou Tianxi moved closer to her. He was momentarily taken aback by her words. Qingqing had indeed sunk to such depths of depravity that even a child was not spared. He approached the coffee table, seated himself on the sofa, and gestured towards the opposite couch. "Seat." Jixia tentatively approached, noticing that the boss's expression remained unchanged, which allowed her to carefully take a seat. Zhou Tianxi felt a pang of sympathy for her demeanor. "There is no need to be so restrained. As long as I do not harbor any inappropriate feelings towards you, you will not be under my control." "What kind of feelings?" After Jixia finished speaking, she felt like slapping herself and lowered her head in embarrassment. "Are you pretending to be foolish? Master, could you refrain from exposing my shortcomings at such a time?" Fortunately, the boss merely stared at her for a moment before picking up something from the coffee table. "Zai Zai's heart's blood?" The master mentioned this, referring to a forbidden technique of Qing Lingguan, which he recalled had been destroyed long ago. He was puzzled as to how Qingqing could still utilize it. Clutching the small syringe, Zhou Tianxi furrowed his brow. Zai Zai was a child born in Fengxian Town. Jixia was unsure of what he intended to convey. Yet she continued to respond to his inquiries. "Yes, Li Fanghua and Dongchang are both from Fengxian Town, so Zai Zai was naturally born there. Zhounan's mother was also from Fengxian Town." Suddenly, Jixia recalled something, nervously swallowing hard. She shifted her gaze from the syringe to Zhou Tianxi, trembling lips forming the words, "Qingqing once wanted to raise a Nan. Moreover, it has come to light that it was likely Qingqing who sent her mother to your father, Zhou Qihua's bed." A chilling realization struck her. It appeared that the circumstances surrounding her friend's birth were calculated. Did Qingqing desire Zhou Nan's birth solely to obtain her heart's blood? Seeing Jixia's fearful demeanor, Zhou Tianxi stood up, intending to approach her. He had not anticipated this conclusion either. Initially, he had merely discovered that the woman responsible for his father's infidelity had not acted of her own volition and was completely unaware of the Zhou family status in Haishur. He did not foresee such a scheme lurking beneath the surface. Jixia hurriedly waved her hands, preventing the boss from coming closer. "Boss, I'm Fine. I can manage on my own." "Master, is Qing's objective Zai's heart's blood?" She expected her master to affirm her suspicion, unconsciously clenching her fists. However, to her surprise, Fu Zhishe negated her assertion. "I fear she does not seek Zhou Nan's heart's blood. She desires her entire being." Recently, Zhou Tianxi had recalled more and more events from the past. Since he began investigating matters from 20 years ago, he seemed to have gradually unraveled the mysteries. This was another forbidden technique of Qing Lingguan. Those unfit to cultivate the sect's original scriptures could nurture puppets from a young age. Once the puppet was successfully forged, it could be exploited for personal gain. Furthermore, the puppet must possess exceptional aptitude, stringent requirements for physique, roots, and fortune. As this method necessitated cultivating a child from an early age, the child would be rendered essentially useless once the process was complete, which was why it was classified as a forbidden technique. Clearly, both Zhou Tianxi and Jixia comprehended Fu Zhishe's words, one remaining expressionless while the other was visibly unsettled. Zhou Tianxi glanced at Jixia, but Shonen has grown up now. Has she lost her value to Qing? Not at all, even though she can no longer cultivate the scriptures. Her heart's blood is 100 times more potent than Zai's. After all, she has been chosen by her parents. Her fortune, roots, and physique are impeccable. What should we do, master? Yixia spoke anxiously. If that is the case, doesn't it mean Zhou Nan is in grave danger? Chapter 107. This should be real hair. Fu Zhishe felt that if he had a physical form, he would probably roll his eyes. Donji? The Zhou family has protected her well over the years. Hasn't Qing been unable to find an opportunity? Jixia felt slightly reassured upon hearing this. How long can Zai's heart's blood sustain Qing's powers? Moreover, if done correctly, extracting heart's blood should not be fatal. Why did Zai succumb to a heart attack upon returning to Haishur? After Zhou Tianxi posed his question, Fu Zhishe fell silent for a while. Jixia was oblivious to her master's condition and silently called out to him in her mind. "Do not worry. My memory has not fully returned. I'm still contemplating." Zhou Tianxi did not hear this, so he looked at Jixia with a hint of confusion. The master stated that his memory had not completely returned and required further contemplation. After Jixia spoke, she seemed to hesitate, stealing glances at the boss. "Are you suggesting I protect Zhou Nan?" Jixia hurriedly nodded. Yes. I fear that if Zai's heart's blood is insufficient to maintain her control over you, she may take action against a Nan. After all, she is part of the Zhou family. They will not allow her to come to harm. Hearing the boss's assurance, Jixia felt a bit more at ease, yet Zai was so pitiable, being used by Qing. Her life had barely begun, and at such a tender age. Along with Li Fenghua, who was also taken at a young age, Qing was indeed a wicked villain. Even so, they were unable to report her. Zai and Li Fenghua were truly unfortunate. As her sorrow deepened, Jixia unknowingly shed tears once more. Zhou Tianxi felt a mix of helplessness and heartache. He had not anticipated that a chance encounter could affect Jixia to such an extent. She had endured far greater hardships throughout her life, never shedding tears for herself. Yet now she wept bitterly for the suffering of others. "I will assist you, master, in seeking a body. Once his spirit returns, he will naturally be able to confront Qing. Do not worry. The evildoers will not escape justice. Zhou Xiaozi is correct. Karma is inescapable. It merely awaits the right time." Upon hearing her master's voice, Jixia steadied her emotions. "Master, have you remembered?" "Not yet. But regarding Zhou Xiaozi's second question about the extraction of heart's blood leading to the child's heart attack, this likely indicates Qing's lack of skill. As for how long Qing's powers can be sustained, that is uncertain. Master, if Qing's powers wane, does that mean her control over the boss will be ineffective?" Fu Zhishe thought his disciple was somewhat naive and refrained from answering this question. Make time to visit Qingling Mountain as soon as possible. Jixia pondered for a moment. Today was Wednesday, so she decided to go during the weekend. This would allow her a few days to stabilize her emotions. Whenever she had free time, Zai Zai's image would flash before her eyes. Boss, I would like to request a few days off. I won't be coming to the company for the next few days. Feeling unwell would affect her performance, so it was better to stay home. However, recalling how the boss had insisted on keeping her despite the objections of others, which had led to rampant gossip in the company, she hesitated. It was said that the boss had changed, no longer the iron-willed, meritocratic leader he once was, particularly since she had joined Yuan Shang. She frequently accompanied the boss in skipping work, tarnishing his reputation as a workaholic. She raised her head and discreetly glanced at the boss, only to find him staring intently at her. Caught in the act of peeking, Jixia felt her cheeks flush. I would like to request a few days off. I haven't been feeling well lately and fear it might affect my work. Zhou Tianci nodded, even if she hadn't mentioned it. He had intended to let her rest for a few days, noticing her pallor. He stood up and walked to the sofa beside Jixia, looking down at her in a commanding manner. Jixia only became aware of him after he had stood there for a minute, and the proximity made her instinctively retreat. Boss, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of pain? Although she understood, he was concerned about her fear of suffering from countless needles piercing her heart. Seeing her evade him caused Zhou Tianxi's lips to press into a thin line. Noting his immobility, Jixia assumed he was in pain again and abruptly stood up, attempting to distance herself further. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, her wrist was seized and she was pulled into a familiar embrace. Boss, Yixia struggled, bewildered by the turn of events. Are you trying to throw your life away? Zhou Tianci lowered his gaze. The red mark at the corner of her eye felt like a slash to his heart, bringing not only the sting of pain, but also a deeper anguish from within. The duality of pain soon overwhelmed his tall frame, and gritting his teeth, he wrapped an arm around her waist, lifting her onto the sofa while standing. Jixia's perspective shifted as she found herself elevated above the boss, her struggles ceasing abruptly. The sofa cushion was soft, causing her feet to sink, rendering her unable to stand firmly, so she had no choice but to grasp the shoulders of the person before her. Unconsciously, she gazed into his eyes, the emotions within his dark orbs seeming to surge forth. Jixia extended a hand to gently cover his eyes, and in the next moment, her tears cascaded down her cheeks. Brother, I can wait. You, please take care of yourself. Zhou Tianci blinked, his eyelashes brushing against Jixia's palm, creating a slight tickle that prompted her to withdraw her hand. He took the hand she had abandoned and pressed it against his heart, a faint smile gracing his lips, despite the pain that was bearable. Child, you and Zhou Xiaozai seem rather peculiar together. A voice, seasoned by time, broke the silence, causing Jixia to retract her hand and wipe away her tears, thinking how utterly lacking in romance this old man was. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. With her master interrupting, the boss might not hurt as much. What does predecessor mean? Zhou Tianci restrained Jixia, who was eager to leap off the sofa, leisurely gazing into her eyes while connecting with the thoughts swirling in her mind. It's hard to articulate. Recently, your emotions have been somewhat subdued, hesitant to be expressed. Just now, the two of you shared genuine feelings, which allowed me to perceive something. Jixia had never viewed her boss from this angle before, as their height difference required her to look up to see his expressions when they were close. Now, as she lowered her gaze, he tilted his head back to look at her, allowing her to clearly see his expressions, even the lushness of his hair. Why does he still have such thick hair despite working late nights? She pondered, reaching out to touch Zhou Tianxi's hair. He raised an eyebrow, noticing her intense examination of his locks, remaining still. After confirming it was indeed real hair, she found his eyebrows to be strikingly well-shaped, drawing closer to inspect them, revealing no signs of having been trimmed. Could this be the favoritism of the creator? Do attractive individuals lack even a stray hair? Chapter 108, Fated Souls. How utterly unfair. Beneath the brows were his eyes, and as Jixia focused on them, she found his gaze, often devoid of warmth, now intently fixed upon her. She was quickly captivated by the small reflection of herself within his eyes. The sun had already begun its descent, casting light from the west that transformed his dark eyes into a crystalline hue. In this moment, she saw only herself reflected there, a realization that brought her an unbidden smile. Child, child? Fu Zishur had called his foolish disciple several times, noticing her mouth was about to drool. Jixia, hearing this, quickly raised a hand to wipe her mouth, finding nothing there, and felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. Old man, you have nothing else to say? What's so strange about me and the boss? Fu Zishur huffed. I knew you weren't truly listening. I just finished speaking with Zhou Xiaozai. Jixia looked at her boss with confusion, seeking confirmation of her master's words. Zhou Tianzi smiled gently and nodded. Indeed, the predecessor had spoken. Jixia tilted her head, feeling embarrassed, realizing she had not heard a word, all because her boss was simply too captivating. Master, what did you say? What is strange between us? Zhou Tianzi glanced at Jixia's hands, which hung by her sides, gently lifting them, pondering why he was so drawn to her. Boss, even you're teasing me now. Just tell me what my master said. The predecessor said that you no longer need to suppress your feelings. Jixia was perplexed. What does that mean? What does it mean not to suppress my feelings? It means stop pretending. You've already fallen for Zhou Xiaozai. Fu Zishur could no longer tolerate their back-and-forth banter. Couldn't they be more concise? Master, you don't speak nonsense. I'm not. Zhou Tianzi seemed to smile even wider. Is that so? You don't? Really not at all? Not even a little? Jixia's cheeks flushed, stammering, unsure how to respond. It wasn't that she was confused. Well, perhaps just a smidgen. No. I was asking what Master said. How do we end up here? Jixia realized that whenever she was with her boss, her mind easily short-circuited, and she followed his train of thought. The predecessor means. The familiar pains surged again, prompting Zhou Tianzi to pause his outpouring of emotions, needing to soothe his heart, which felt pricked by needles. Boss, are you all right? Jixia quickly descended from the sofa, supporting the pained figure who bent over, guiding him to sit on the nearby sofa before distancing herself. After enduring a wave of pain, Zhou Tianzi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Noticing her retreat, and his expression darkened, starkly contrasting with the warmth from moments ago. Jixia muttered, I'm keeping my distance because I'm worried about your pain. Who are you showing that long face to? Go to the innermost drawer behind the desk and bring me a piece of candy. She glanced at her boss, then at the desk, obediently retrieving the candy. As she opened the drawer, a stack of packaging paper tumbled out. She first sorted through it. She recognized it as the paper she had used to wrap candy when staying at the villa. Holding the thick stack of wrappers, she looked at Zhou Tianzi. Boss, why are you keeping these candy wrappers? They've already been used once. For hygiene, they certainly can't be reused. Child, you may be foolish, but you're truly thoroughly foolish. Jixia frowned, realizing her mind was sluggish today, but the old man shouldn't scold her incessantly. Master, something's off with you today. What gives you the arrogance to continuously belittle me? Of course, it's because you're foolish. Jixia resolved to ignore the old man for the rest of the day. She set down the candy wrappers. Beside them were the sweets she had made at Zhou Yuehua's shop. She had hurried through the last batch, wrapping them carelessly while busy exposing Dong Chong's true nature. She was surprised her boss had preserved them so well. The packaging was nearly intact. She took one and handed it to Zhou Tianzi, who withdrew his hand immediately, standing by the door. Boss, you promised me a day off. Starting tomorrow, I want TB coming in. Come back. The matter was not yet clarified. How eager was she to leave him? Boss, I can't be too close to you. Otherwise, it will hurt. For your safety, I must keep my distance. It seems you truly didn't hear a word your master said. Jixia stubbornly refused to admit she was mesmerized by his charm, completely oblivious to what he and her master had discussed. Oh, well, I heard it. Just didn't he understand? After returning, she could always ask her master. After all, the old man was quite bored and unlikely to withhold information from her. Oh, what didn't you understand? Was it that our emotional threads are beautifully intertwined? Or that your feelings can withstand the entanglement Qing has woven for me? Or was it the most perplexing statement that we are fated souls? The last sentence truly startled Jixia. Fated souls? Was it as she imagined? Fu Zishur's message to Zhou Tianxi was meant to convey a simple truth. If one were to boast, it must be about the son of destiny. Reflecting on his words, he mused that was indeed the implication, yet perhaps not entirely. Boss, you... Jixia's eyes widened as she pointed at Zhou Tianxi, then at herself. Fated souls? How could that be? Such words seemed frivolous. Though she had wished for him in her heart, it was merely a secret longing. Zhou Tianxi, a prodigy with exceptional business acumen, was the son of destiny in this world. She, Jixia, a girl orphaned by misfortune. How could she ever be worthy of such a figure? After receiving a confirming glance from her boss, Jixia's expression turned to one of panic. Master, your audacity knows no bounds. How can you deceive the boss? In the end, it will be I who suffers. Stinky girl, when have I ever deceived Zhou Xiaozai? Do you truly believe in the notion of fated souls? I said, dear girl, your lack of confidence is quite disheartening. Is it not natural that you're destined to be with Zhou Xiaozai? Over the past 2 years, you have been drawn to each other while simultaneously suppressing your feelings for various reasons. Jixia still struggles to believe this, asserting that it has nothing to do with self-confidence. She is quite self-aware. Thank you very much. Chapter 109. Have you forgotten that I am an employee of Yuansheng? You stubborn girl, you drive me to exasperation. Fu Zishur had never realized that his foolish apprentice was so obstinate, making it incredibly difficult for her to accept that she is Zhou Xiaozai's fated partner. Zhou Tianxi had noticed this characteristic of Jixia long ago. She has always been uncompetitive. Just a few months prior, when she was still unaware of being manipulated, she became quite close to Lin Qianqian. How did Jixia handle it? She would encounter them in public and pretended not to know them, walking away without a word. When the three of them were together, she displayed great magnanimity, seemingly eager to facilitate his relationship with Lin Qianqian. By the time he realized something was amiss, before he could intervene, his grandfather had already forced them to divorce. After the divorce, Jixia completely avoided him, obtaining the divorce certificate, and for an entire week, 7 days, she did not appear before him. Had he not sought her out, she might have simply vanished from his life. He could sense her affection for him, yet those feelings were not enough to propel her forward. When he broke through the constraints and approached her that night, she revealed her genuine emotions for the first time, cautiously resting her head on his chest and softly calling him brother. However, once her mind cleared, she began to restrain her feelings once more. He believed that had he not brought her to Yuansheng, she would have returned to Taohua village and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Tianxi lowered his head with a soft sigh. Ultimately, he had never provided Jixia with a sense of security. Growing up in such a harsh environment, she had learned that only she could rely on herself. Thus, she never placed her hopes on anyone, be it him or her closest friend, Zhou Nan. Even with her tightly knit master, she maintained a detached attitude, lacking a strong desire to reclaim her fortune. She lived each day with indifference and minimal desires. Xia, the senior's memory has mostly returned. He can sense the mutual attraction of our emotional threads. We must clarify the facts with her first, lest she begins to overthink. Jixia still wore a puzzled expression. Really? I never dared to imagine that I could have a future with the boss. Zhou Tianxi did not wish to pressure her, urging her to discard any psychological burdens and to act according to her desires. I have no burdens. If the truth is, as the boss claims, that they are fated to be together, then she should be elated, not burdened. Zhou Tianxi then leisurely unwrapped a piece of candy, placing it in his mouth before saying, "It's almost gone. Also, this one is not as delightful as the corn candy made on previous occasions." Jixia stepped forward and poured him a cup of tea. Once he had finished, she remarked, "Humph, I do not wish to make candy." Zhou Tianxi narrowed his eyes slightly, the candy swirling in his mouth. "Even if you do not wish to, you must still make it." "How unreasonable and domineering," she huffed. "In a few days, I will accompany you to Qingling Mountain." Jixia quickly waved her hands, joking, "Now rumors are spreading in the company that I am charming the CEO. If I skip work to go hiking with him, it would be utterly scandalous. No need, I will go alone." Zhou Tianxi had not intended to heed her words. He planned to fetch her directly when the time came. However, Fu Zishir's words quelled his thoughts. Zhou Xiaozai, our purpose for this trip is to explore my connection with Qingling Mountain and to resolve the emotional threads that do not belong to you. If you go, your good fortune may hinder my complete recollection of past events. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Tianxi replied, however, it is dangerous for Xia Xia to go alone. I will have a Nan accompany me. Since her friend was also entangled in this matter, she had the right to know the truth. You, Zhou Tianxi's brow furrowed. You need not suppress your feelings towards me. Your happiness would assist in alleviating the control others have over me. Yet, the words stuck in his throat. He had not yet reached the point where she could rely on him. So how could he demand anything from her? Glancing at the calendar on his desk, he noted that the 6th of December was fast approaching. He needed to resolve matters before then. With his thought in mind, he picked up a small syringe from the coffee table, his gaze clouded with uncertainty. Boss. Jixia tilted her head towards the speaker. Having only heard part of the conversation, Zhou Xiaozai encourages you to openly express your feelings for him without hiding. Jixia's face instantly flushed crimson, embarrassment mingling with anger. Master, are you being honest? Are you an undercover agent sent by the boss? This troublesome old man always seemed to embarrass her in front of the boss. Nonsense. You are simply too lazy, shirking every responsibility, expecting everything to resolve itself. Let us not dwell on unfortunate matters. Let us discuss your relationship with Zhou Xiaozai. Well, have you ever taken it to heart? You old fool, I call this self-awareness. Fu Zishir, exasperated, gritted his teeth and said, what's self-awareness? It is merely the oppressive nature of your environment that has made you sensitive, leading you to trust only yourself and not rely on others. Ji Xia fell silent, observing her surroundings, resolute in her refusal to acknowledge any issues. Zhou Tianxi understood that altering Ji Xia's deeply ingrained perceptions would be challenging. Hence, he did not wish to pressure her. Rising, he approached her, intending to pull her into an embrace, but his phone rang. Ji Xia took out her phone, the screen displaying the name Song Iran. Since their last encounter at the hot pot restaurant, she had not heard from him in quite a while, and she wondered what prompted this call. Glancing at the boss's expression, which remained as impassive as ever, she decided to answer the call. Hello, Xia Xia. Are you at the apartment? Come out, brother will take you out for dinner. Song Iran's voice brimmed with excitement, as if he were certain that Ji Xia would accompany him. Oh, Song Ge, I haven't returned yet. Song Iran raised his left hand to check the time. It had already been over an hour past working hours, and Ji Xia had yet to return. Oh, where are you? I'll come pick you up. Ji Xia was reluctant to engage further, replying, Song Ge, is there something you need? He was quite peculiar ever since they met. He had always seemed oddly intent on keeping her close. Today, our studio secured a major project, and I wanted to celebrate with you. A major project? Yixia pondered, glancing at the boss before lowering her gaze once more. It wouldn't happen to be the Xuanxing project, would it? Oh, you actually know? Song Iran replied with a hint of pride. Yes, today we defeated Yuan Chung Group and successfully secured the Xuanxing project. Ji Xia pursed her lips and said, Song Ge, have you forgotten that I am an employee of Yuan Chung? Also, you are part of the Zhou family as well, are you not? Chapter 110. In front of him, crickets. In the business realm, true skills are revealed, and Zhou Tianxi, unable to match their prowess, could only concede the project. Furthermore, you are merely a small assistant at Yuan Chung. This does not concern you. After speaking for a while, Song Iran likely felt parched, and Ji Xia heard him drinking water on the other end. At that moment, Zhou Tianxi abruptly pressed the recording button on Ji Xia's phone screen. Also, I am not a member of the Zhou family. I am a Song. Have you forgotten? But, perhaps Yuan Chung Group would also be under the Song name. Ji Xia mused. This fellow seems rather ambitious, wishing to consume the entirety of Yuan Chung without considering whether the boss would agree. So where are you? I will come pick you up. No need, Song Ge, I'm still working late. Ji Xia stole another glance at the boss. Today, Yuan Chung had lost a significant project, and the boss was furious, leaving everyone to work overtime. Song Iran ended the call with a sly smile gracing his lips. His intention for the call was merely to inquire about Yuan Cheng's situation. Ji Xia, being the closest to Zhou Tianxi, naturally had the most insight. To his surprise, this woman exhibited no caution whatsoever, and he effortlessly extracted information from her. During their last conversation, she mentioned encountering him at a hot pot restaurant, a day when he was negotiating a partnership with the Jiang family. Had she spotted him, it could have alerted Zhou Tianzi and complicated matters in the future. After hanging up, he proceeded to the hot pot restaurant to gather details, but the surveillance was down, leaving the staff only able to recall that there was one woman and two men present, and they were too busy to remember their appearances. Initially, he was quite anxious, fearing that Zhou Tianzi might discover his collaboration with the Jiang family. However, today, having successfully secured the Xunqing project, he knew he had triumphed. This sensation was exhilarating. Since he began engaging with the family business, his parents had incessantly warned him about Zhou Tianzi's prowess, urging him to learn as much as possible. Based on a few contracts he had seized from Zhou Tianzi in the past 6 months, it was evident that Zhou Tianzi was not as formidable as they had portrayed. It seemed that the Zhou family had elevated him too high. A slight ploy on his part had led to Zhou Tianzi's retreat. What a pity. Perhaps he would invite him out for a meal in a few days. Jixia ended the call and gazed at her phone screen as it faded to black. Uncertain of how to assess Song Iran, this individual seemed excessively confident and occasionally plagued her with unwelcome advances. She reactivated the screen, hesitating over whether to block and delete his contact. Zhou Tianzi gazed discontentedly at Jixia's phone. The matter concerning Song Iran needed to be addressed promptly to prevent any complications from arising. Send me the recording from earlier, he commanded, after being ordered twice. Jixia felt exasperated. Boss, Song Iran has helped me several times, whether his intentions were sincere or not. He had indeed taken her to the hospital when she was injured and had accompanied her while she changed her dressings for several days. Your acquaintance was orchestrated. Zhou Tianzi had previously investigated the surveillance footage from the day Jixia and Song Iran met. He discovered that Song Iran's car had been parked at the intersection, waiting until Jixia wandered onto the road, at which point he honked and slammed on the brakes, startling her into falling onto the curb and twisting her ankle. The reason he had withheld this information from Jixia was to spare her the burden of knowing when engaging with others. Jixia, upon hearing her boss's words, was not overly surprised, as she had already suspected as much. Song Iran's appearance was merely a consequence of his entanglement with the Zhou family. He likely saw her as a soft target, easy to manipulate. The previous call had been quite intentional. Song Iran was likely waiting outside her apartment, and upon seeing that the lights were off, decided to call. Jixia tapped on Song Iran's contact and decisively deleted it. Oh my girl, you deleted him just like that. Are you sure? His call had not frightened Jixia, but her master's words had startled her, prompting her to glance at her boss's expression. He was currently watching her delete the contact, and she hoped he hadn't overheard that comment. As her master's memory regained clarity and his powers grew, he could control who could hear the words spoken in her mind. Master, have you been infected by Assistant Qian, becoming so fond of drama? I have not. I merely think you have received only one confession in your lifetime, and I fear you might regret it. Jixia chose to ignore her master's whimsical comments, putting her phone down and preparing to retreat. Just then, Zhou Tianzi's phone rang. He returned to his desk and picked up his phone, pausing for a moment before answering. Master, can you guess who is calling the boss? Fu Zisher believed his disciple underestimated his master's abilities. He could see. I won't guess. You can take a guess. Jixia noticed her boss's brief pause before he answered the call and said, It's either someone from the Zhou family or Lin Qianqian. How do you know? Because those are the only people who make him hesitate when they call. Judging by the length of the pause, it should be Lin Qianqian. Fu Zisher was surprised that his apprentice possessed such abilities. My girl, your observations are quite meticulous. That's nothing. I can also predict the boss's next move. Next move? What is it? Fu Zisher inquired with curiosity. He will surely frown, loosen his tie with one hand, come back over here, and pull me to sit on the sofa with him. After Jixia spoke, Fu Zisher fell silent, and they both awaited Zhou Tianzi's next action. Sure enough, a minute later, he flawlessly replicated all of Jixia's predicted movements. My girl, you are truly remarkable. You were completely correct. Fu Zisher could not help but admire her. He had the ability to foresee certain things due to his powers, but what about his disciple? Ji Xiao was caught by her boss, reflecting that this had indeed happened more than once. Her boss likely remained unaware of his subconscious actions. And why was she able to be pulled to sit beside him? It was entirely due to her infatuation. The way he loosened his tie with one hand was too charming, leaving her with butterflies in her stomach and no means of resistance. Tomorrow is a work day. There is no time. Zhou Tianzi was still on the phone, unaware that Ji Xia and Fu Zisher were playfully bantering in his presence. Whatever was said on the other end prompted him to reply, "I don't have time this weekend either. I've recently lost a significant project and need to make adjustments. Regarding the engagement, I still have some issues to discuss with my grandfather, so I will hang up for now." After ending the call, he remained silent for a moment, tossing his phone onto the sofa before turning to embrace Ji Xia. In this fleeting moment, he merely held her in a semblance of comfort. Ji Xia looked up at him and then poked his chest gently with her finger. "Boss, does it not hurt here anymore?" A low, husky voice resonated above her. "As long as you genuinely care for me, you can endure it." Ji Xia initially intended to push him away, but as her hands rested on his chest, she found herself reluctant to do so. She sniffled, resting her face against his heart, wrapping her arms around his waist, surrendering her weight to him. "Then I suppose you must bear it." This afternoon had been tumultuous for her, with the departure of Li Fanghua and her son, and her boss being controlled once again had drained her emotionally. Usually adept at masking her true emotions, Ji Xia found herself releasing her vulnerability, quietly leaning against him. Zhou Tianzi perceived her progress and unconsciously tightened his embrace. Perhaps the release of Ji Xia's authentic emotions truly resisted a portion of the emotional control, as Zhou Tianzi felt less pain than anticipated. Their tender moment inadvertently influenced Qin Qing, who was currently cross-legged on her bed, perspiration beading on her forehead. Lin Xianxian burst through the door, startling Qin Qing and causing her internal energy to surge chaotically. She opened her eyes, glaring fiercely at the intruder. "Mom, what is wrong with you?" Upon recognizing it was Lin Xianxian, Qin Qing softened her gaze, releasing her legs and sitting on the edge of the bed. "Xianxian, remember to knock before entering your mother's room." Lin Xianxian, still unsettled by Qin Qing's earlier glare, immediately questioned, "Why should I knock? I was already inside." Qin Qing grasped her temperamental daughter, soothing her to better control Zhou Tianzi. "I need to review the emotional ties between you two every night." Lin Xianxian quieted down, pouting and slumping her shoulders as she sat on the bed. "What's wrong?" Sensing her daughter's low spirits, Qin Qing couldn't help but express concern, reaching out to touch her forehead. "Isn't it still about Tian Ci, Gugu? The engagement is just around the corner, and I wish for him to accompany me tomorrow to choose a wedding dress and jewelry. Yet, he is exceedingly busy and utterly unavailable." Qin Qing recalled that earlier in the afternoon, Zhou Tianci was seen with a woman named Ji Xia on the rooftop of the hospital. How could he find time for his beloved daughter, yet neglect me? Just moments ago, she distinctly sensed resistance in her control, initially attributing it to her own limitations. Now it seems otherwise. Ji Xia, whom she previously dismissed, now appears to be influencing the bond between her daughter and Zhou Tianci. She resolved not to remain courteous. With this thought, she decided to reassure her daughter and perhaps make a call tomorrow or accompany her herself. Lin Xianxian nodded and said, "Mom, Ergo will be returning next month." Lin Chengwu? "Yes, I wonder if he will target me again." Lin Chengwu is the second son of the Lin family, who, after engaging with the family's business, was assigned to manage a branch elsewhere. Recently, due to some issues at headquarters, the family patriarch, Lin Yihong, recalled him. His previous hostility towards you stemmed from his own guilt. After all, he was the one who lost his younger sister. Lin Xianxian looked at Qin Qing in astonishment. "Oh, is that so?" When she was sent to the Lin family in her childhood, the family appeared to welcome her warmly. Only Lin Chengwu displayed disdain, openly questioning their parents. "I do not want a new sister. I have only one sister, and I will certainly find her." The matriarch of the Lin family, Jiang Dan, hurried to console her youngest son, Chengwu. "Finding this sister is also for the sake of your biological sister's well-being." She reassured him, Rest assured, not just you, but your father and I will never give up on finding your sister. At that time, Lin Chengwu struggled fiercely and kicked the leg of the housekeeper, trying to hold him back, exclaiming, "No, you are deceiving me. You have given her my sister's name." Lin Qianqian's name was that of the Lin family's lost daughter, later bestowed upon Qingqing's daughter. Her own daughter was admitted into the Lin family thanks to her master's assistance. That battle with her junior disciple had occurred 3 or 4 years prior, and her daughter was also 3 or 4 years old by then. Mo Xiangyun, having experienced the disappearance of a young disciple and the unauthorized childbirth of an older disciple, believed he had erred in his teachings and secluded himself. Qingqing knelt before her master for 3 days and nights, pleading for him to consider the child's youth and the necessity of a father, beseeching him to place her daughter beside Lin Yihong. It was only in Lin Yihong's company that her daughter could have a better living environment and education. The master agreed, but with conditions. Lin Yihong must not know that Qianqian was his biological daughter. The opportunity was singular, and Qingqing gritted her teeth in agreement. At that time, the Lin family's cherished younger daughter had already been born, a few months older than Qianqian, and was over 4 years old. It would be impossible for the Lin family to accept a stranger child, so she arranged for the little girl to be abducted while Lin Chengwu was out with his sister. Later, after securing her daughter's arrangements, when she sought the little girl again, she had vanished without a trace. The intermediary had succumbed to illness, severing the lead to the little girl, and she had no knowledge of the whereabouts of the Lin family's biological daughter. After her own daughter had remained in the Lin family for several months, the family's old housekeeper passed away, allowing her to finally approach her biological daughter under the guise of the Lin family's housekeeper. She spent 20 years in the Lin family, employing every means to jog Lin Yihong's memory of her, yet to no avail. Memories flitted through her mind like wisps of smoke, and Qingqing gently embraced her daughter's shoulder. "You need not fear Lin Chengwu. Should he dare target you again, I shall ensure he faces consequences." Lin Qianqian nodded, pondering another matter. "Mom, did you not say your abilities have surged?" "Indeed. You also mentioned that once you regain control over Tianci, he will seek me out on his own accord. Yet, he has not come. He remains indifferent towards me." Qingqing lowered her head in contemplation for a moment. "The time is too short. Wait until tomorrow. He shall surely be unable to resist seeking you out." She adjusted her control again, anticipating some results for the next day. Excitement spread across Lin Qianqian's face as she covered her mouth. "Really? Haha, that's wonderful. I must return and prepare thoroughly to captivate him, ensuring that in his eyes, I'm the sole one. Humph, what is that ex-wife of his? Merely a beggar. How could she compare to me?" Qingqing wholeheartedly agreed. Jixia was an orphan, having been discovered by the old Zhou patriarch when she was indeed homeless. Although she appeared somewhat attractive, she paled in comparison to her own daughter. In chapter 112, I will explain things to you later. That ordinary orphan girl, how could she possibly compete with her daughter? Qingqing fundamentally looked down upon Jixia, believing her and Lin Qianqian to be of entirely different caliber. Zhou Tianci seemed increasingly preoccupied with Jixia, but that was merely a fleeting novelty. She sensed Zhou Tianci resisting her control, yet this time he would be unable to escape. Her next focus would be on mending her daughter's fortune-enhancing pearl, which had been leaking luck. If this continued, her daughter's fortune might be adversely affected. With this in mind, she inquired of Lin Qianqian, "Qianqian, do you still have your fortune-enhancing pearl?" Lin Qianqian opened her collar, revealing the warm jade bead. "I have always worn it. Did you not say it should not be removed? I even wear it while bathing." Qingqing examined the bead closely. It appeared misty within, with an unsettled energy attempting to escape. She chanted a few incantations, causing the movement within to slow somewhat. "On the 15th, come to me at midnight. This pearl requires repair." Lin Qianqian looked down at the bead, pinching it lightly. "All right, remind me then." She raised her hand to stifle a yawn. "Mom, I'm going to sleep now. If Tianci Gugu does not come to find me tomorrow, you must help me." Once Lin Qianqian departed, Qingqing attempted to exert control over the threads of fate again, but the response was minimal, indicating that Zhou Tianci was currently indifferent to anyone. However, She needed to keep a close watch on Ji Xia. Should she dare to disrupt her daughter's romantic prospects, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Ji Xia sneezed twice in succession, rubbing her nose, pondering whether the weather was getting colder or if she was coming down with a cold. You are not catching a cold. Someone is cursing you. Ji Xia was perplexed. She had not offended anyone, so who would squander their time cursing her? Oomph. You have to offend someone to be cursed. Being with that exceptional Zhou lad naturally invites envy. With a sigh of resignation, Ji Xia responded, Master, just name whether it's Lin Qian Qian or Qin Qing. Apart from them, who else would notice someone as insignificant as me? Qin Qing has intensified her control over Zhou Tianci. Tomorrow he will be compelled to seek out Lin Qian Qian, and then you can counteract. Ji Xia's interest piqued at this. I can counteract? How? Fu Zi sure, feeling a sense of purpose after over 2 years of feeling ineffectual, finally felt valuable, no longer needing to endure his disciples' frustrations. Thus, he proudly declared, just wait. When Zhou Tianci proactively seeks out Lin Qian Qian tomorrow, I shall inform you. Oomph. Ji Xia laughed. Master, when you were in good health, did you not say this with your hands on your hips? Indeed, if I had a beard, I would need to stroke it as well. Ha ha ha, Master, as my dear disciple Nan would say. I am impressed. You sound like a mischievous old man. Fu Zisher felt a sense of satisfaction hearing his disciple's laughter. He had expected that the foolish disciple would sulk over Li Fonghua and her child for some time. After Ji Xia finished laughing, she rolled over in her bed under the covers. Thank you, you old rascal. How could she not comprehend the old man's intentions? Oomph. Have you forgotten how I grew up? How could I allow unrelated individuals to sway my emotions? Although it was somewhat regrettable when it first occurred, I have always understood that I live for myself. As long as you understand, tomorrow holds unknown events in store for you, so rest well. Having secured leave from her boss, Ji Xia had already switched off all her alarms before bedtime. When she awakened, it was nearly 9 o'clock. She sat up and stretched, feeling reluctant to leave the comfort of her bed, so she decided to lie down for a little longer. Uncertain of how long she dozed off, she was roused by the sound of her phone ringing and lazily reached for it. On the other end, her friend's voice came through. Xia Xia, what are you doing? Ji Xia placed the phone on her pillow, turned her head to the side, her voice still hoarse from sleep. Sleeping. Zhonan glanced at the time on her phone. It was already 10:30. Why are you still in bed? Are you feeling unwell? She felt a twinge of concern, as her friend had seemed off while on the rooftop. No, I'm just simply tired. Zhonan observed the darkened room and reminded her, Xia Xia, I'm on video call. Upon hearing this, Ji Xia picked up her phone and Zhonan's delicate features appeared on the screen, looking as if she had meticulously prepared herself. Anan, are you going on a blind date? Not at all. I just woke up early and put on some makeup. Ji Xia was not convinced by her flimsy excuse. Oh, I see. Perhaps some gentleman with the surname Gao has asked someone out. Xia Xia. Ji Xia chuckled, sitting up against her headboard. All right, I won't say anything more. After all, our Nan is quite shy. So what do you need me for? Zhonan's expression turned serious, as if she was grappling with something. Xia Xia, I regret it. I don't want to show you anymore. Noticing the abrupt shift in her friend's mood, Ji Xia teased. What s with the sudden change? What is there to see? Just tell me. I'll show you, but don't take it to heart. After all, you and that scoundrel are already divorced. And he has locked in with some vixen. It has nothing to do with you. Scoundrel? Zhou Tianci? Ji Xia was more interested in what was happening with her boss than her friend's hesitance. Did your brother go to find Lin Qianqian? Zhona nodded, pausing briefly to switch the camera to the rear-facing one, then stood up. A pair of striking individuals appeared on the screen, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Captivating to behold. Others entered the frame, yet none could overshadow the brilliance of the two. Ji Xia saw her boss standing beside Lin Qianqian, who was gazing up at him with eyes brimming with affection, as if it might spill out of the screen. Moreover, they were inching closer together, almost touching, when suddenly the camera flipped back, revealing Zhonan's exquisite face once more. Xia Xia, stop looking, it's an eyesore. I truly cannot fathom this pair of shameless individuals. They are utterly unashamed in public. I wish I could go up to them and slap each across the face. Ji Xia glanced down at the area where her heart resided, and after a moment, mimicked a gesture her boss often made, pressing against her racing heart. Master, this pain is becoming unbearable. I was just waiting for you to say that. I was worried you might endure it longer. Xia, eager to heed her master's advice, could only bid her friend farewell for the time being. Anan, the person you see now, everything your brother does is not from his true heart. What do you mean? I'll explain later. For now, I need to let him regain his freedom. I have to hang up. Chapter 113. Who stole my luck? Zhou Nan was left bewildered after the call was disconnected. What did her friend mean by your brother? Bah, just a scoundrel. And what did she mean by not being from his true heart? For what she could see, he looked quite happy embracing the beautiful woman. She glanced over to see them still close together, with Lin Qianqian shamelessly hanging onto Zhou Tianxi. Meanwhile, Jixia took her master's words to heart, reflecting on her boss's merits and the aspects that attracted her. She then unabashedly released her affections for Zhou Tianxi, closing her eyes to dream of their beautiful future together. She had never allowed herself such indulgent daydreaming, as the disparity in their statuses always constrained her feelings, whether in his presence or alone. She recalled the first time they met, marveling at how such a handsome and charming man could exist in the world. Their subsequent interactions shifted from cautiousness to gradually seeking him out in a crowd. The heartache from the pool incident indicated the depth of her infatuation. She had feigned indifference while closing herself off, only to find herself ensnared deeper. With her eyes shut, her expressions shifted, ultimately settling into a knowing smile. Upon opening her eyes, she gazed at the sunlight streaming in through the window, radiating warmth and comfort. Master, is this effective? Fu Zhishe did not respond immediately, and Jixia, unperturbed, got out of bed and headed to the washroom to freshen up. Zhou Tianxi, while drawn closer to Lin Qianqian, experienced a simultaneous feeling of revulsion. The car that picked him up for work passed by Lin Qianqian's workplace, and inexplicably, he got out and walked in as if magnetically pulled. Lin Qianqian was delighted by his arrival, her smile unwavering. The surrounding colleagues exchanged flirtatious glances, while only Zhou cast a disdainful look at the two before returning to her own affairs. Zhou Tianxi was well aware that Zhou Nan would reach out to Jixia. He felt a mix of anticipation and aversion. He yearned for Jixia to know so he could witness her genuine emotions, yet he disliked the idea of her seeing him entangled with another woman. Jixia already struggled with insecurity and had always suppressed her feelings regarding this relationship, devoid of hope. If he continued to draw closer to other women, it might drive her further away. He noticed when Zhou called, but he couldn't bring himself to intervene. Tianci Gij, you finally came to see me. I missed you these past days. After being cold over the phone yesterday, Lin Qianqian was now actively seeking him out, and Zhou Tianxi found her delightfully satisfying as she linked her arm through his. Tianci Gij, I'll ask for leave from the boss shortly. Shall we go look at engagement dresses together? Zhou Tianxi's inner voice screamed to refuse, yet his words betrayed him. He acquiesced, and Lin Qianqian beamed, even leaning her head on his shoulder. He internally wrestled with his instincts, yet his body moved closer to Lin Qianqian, engaging in small talk and expressing anticipation for the engagement. The day is fast approaching. Are you excited, Qianqian? Lin Qianqian beamed. Of course I'm excited. Tianci Gij, I've been counting down every day. Zhou Tianxi raised his arm to pull her closer, almost leaning in to kiss her forehead. The moment he resisted these actions, it felt as if 1,000 needles pierced his heart, as though a sword had plunged through it entirely. Just when he contemplated a struggle, the pain lessened somewhat. He attempted to strengthen his resistance, and the agony was not as intense. It seemed to help restore some of his rationality, allowing him to think beyond Lin Qianqian. Seizing the moment, he released Lin Qianqian, telling her he was busy and needed to return to work, yet his feet felt glued to the ground. To Lin Qianqian, this was indicative of her beloved Tianci Gij being reluctant to part with her. Important work had to be addressed, yet he couldn't bear to leave her. Immediately, she played the understanding card. Tianci Gij, you go ahead, I'll come find you for lunch. Zhou Tianxi wished to decline, but merely nodded in response. At that moment, his phone rang, and he answered promptly. Boss, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you come check on me? This was the first time Ji Xia had spoken so sweetly, her delivery lacking finesse, and her cheeks flushed immediately after. Complaining silently to her master, she thought, "Master, does this method truly work? Just wait and see." Zhou Tianzi could sense the pull of control. Holding his phone, he whispered, "I will be there soon." Lin Qianqian, thinking something had gone awry at his company, kindly urged, "Brother Tianzi, please go quickly. Don't delay your work." Just as Zhou Tianzi was about to leave, Lin Qianqian suddenly rushed over. "Brother Tianzi, I have nothing to do today. Let me accompany you." She cherished this rare moment of Zhou Tianzi's initiative and did not wish for it to end so soon. Ji Xia, still on the line, heard the exchange and felt overwhelmed, deciding to abandon the call. Fu Zisher sensed the situation and exclaimed, "You lazy girl. Your man is on the verge of being taken away, yet your mind is elsewhere." He continued, "Will it take seeing Zhou get stolen away for you to regret it? By then, it will be too late." Ji Xia helplessly slumped in her chair, forcing a smile as she said, "Boss, if you are bringing your beloved confidant, it would be best to never see me again." Humph. After that, she hung up decisively, feeling that she could do nothing to rescue her boss. You may feel invincible, but even though you and Zhou are destined, there are always those who would disrupt it, especially since I have not fully recovered. Dealing with Qin Xing remains a challenge. Ji Xia finally straightened herself, contemplating a different matter. "Master, I think we can confirm something." Fu Zisher, still fuming, replied, "You should focus on resolving the immediate issues at hand." "Master, why are you so flustered? It's as if your wife has run away." "You brat. I am worried about your husband." Ji Xia rolled her eyes, thinking that no one at home would notice. There's an old saying, "What is yours cannot be taken away, and what is not yours will elude your grasp." If he wishes to leave, let him be. Ji Xia adjusted her posture, stating, "What I meant was confirmed. Who has stolen my luck?" Her words momentarily stunned Fu Zisher. Indeed, since Zhou Yuehua's luck had returned, they had not discussed this topic again. Recently, he had not sensed anyone with his disciple's luck. "You mean Qin Xing, right?" Chapter 114. Then do not blame him for being impolite. Yes, that explains everything. After a brief contemplation, Fu Zisher said, "Indeed, at that time, we suspected two individuals, Qin Xing and Zhou Zhenhai. It now appears that Zhou Zhenhai merely sought to collude with his son to seize the Zhou family's fortune. However, Qin Xing is different. She had extensive contact with Zhou Yuehua during that time and could easily have absorbed your luck." Ji Xia added, "Yes, my long streak of misfortune is inextricably linked to Qin Xing." She pondered, why would she steal the luck of a child when she did not even have memories from that time? "Vite," Fu Zishi interjected suddenly. "We have encountered Qin Xing a couple of times, and I did not sense any of your luck from her." This left Ji Xia perplexed. If Qin Xing lacked her luck, had they mistakenly identified the culprit from the outset? That seemed implausible, as Zhou Yuehua's luck had clearly returned. "Master, do you remember anyone else present at Qingling Mountain?" Just then, the doorbell rang. Zhou Xiaozai had arrived. Ji Xia hurried to open the door, surprised to see him, and exclaimed, "Boss, what brings you here?" Zhou Tianzi stepped inside, turned, and embraced her. "Didn't you say you weren't feeling well?" "I came to check on you." Ji Xia felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. "That was my master's idea, to rescue you. I'm perfectly fine." Zhou Tianzi glanced at her face, noting she did not seem unwell. "Well, I'm not well. I came for comfort." Having finally escaped the oppressive sensation of control, he had been suppressing his emotions to seek Ji Xia. This time, the control was far more potent than before, capable of manipulating his actions and words. He would unconditionally comply with any request from Lin Qianqian. He pulled Ji Xia onto the sofa, contemplated for a moment, and then urged her to sit on his lap. "Boss, what are you doing?" Ji Xia gasped, feeling trapped. It rendered her unable to speak. "Just let me hold you for a moment," he replied, hoping to quell his inner turmoil and calmly address the matters ahead. "But being this close, won't it hurt you?" "It will, but I can endure it. As long as you do not resist too much. Your affection is my solace." Ji Xia glanced at his pallid complexion, noting the visible strain in his brow as he fought to bear it. She gently pressed her finger on his forehead, attempting to alleviate his pain. Zhou Tianzi was moved by the tenderness in Ji Xia's gaze. It was the first time he had seen such warmth from her. He clasped her hand and placed it over his heart, where the beat was strong, yet soon grew erratic. Zhou Tianzi squinted, sensing that Qin Qing was intensifying her control. Master, what would happen if we sought out Qin Qing now? Fu Zisher, who had been concealing his presence to give them privacy, found himself drawn back into the conversation. You cannot contend with her, and she will never admit to anything. She won't admit it? Ji Xia glanced at Zhou Tianzi, who had visibly tensed, his tall frame bending slightly from pain. But could they really allow her to continue hurting him? Such esoteric matters would be hard for anyone to believe in this day and age. If she stubbornly denied it and it escalated, it could only harm the relations between the Zhou and Lin families. Yet, she was merely a housekeeper for the Lin family. Zhou Tianzi finally spoke. Although she is just a housekeeper, she has been with the Lin family for 20 years. Furthermore, she shares a past with Lin Yang. If cornered, one cannot predict her actions. While her actions may not be regrettable, I do not wish for Uncle Lin and his family to suffer. Yixia reluctantly nodded, not wanting to see her boss endure further pain. Do not worry. I'm fine now that I have you to support me. How long must we wait? Until I can break Zhou Xiaozai's control, or until I have a solid form to confront her? That seemed an eternity away, and Ji Xia frowned, pouting as she moved to the other side of the sofa. Zhou Tianzi followed her, sitting beside her and gently flicking her nose. Do not rush. We will find a resolution. What intrigues me is why Qin Qing is so supportive of Lin Qianqian, even after 20 years in the Lin family. It should not be enough to invoke forbidden techniques, which could be fatal. I will investigate the connection between Qin Qing and Lin Qianqian. As Zhou Tianzi spoke, he unconsciously wrapped his arm around Ji Xia's waist, pulling her close, as if seeking comfort in her presence. Boss. Ji Xia was still adapting to the increased physical closeness, causing her heart to race irregularly. With a lilt in his voice, Zhou Tianzi gazed into her eyes, drawing nearer. Ji Xia raised her hand to block. Boss. What we now? Her question left Zhou Tianzi momentarily stunned. Indeed, what were they? They were divorced and no longer a couple. Moreover, he had a betrothal to Lin Qianqian, making Ji Xia's position seem precarious. Boss, although I have never truly experienced a relationship, my grandfather once told me. Mentioning her grandfather brought a wave of melancholy over her, and she hesitated to continue. Zhou Tianzi had long noticed the close bond she shared with the grandfather who adopted her, sensing an underlying sorrow whenever she spoke of him. What did your grandfather say? Huh? Ji Xia snapped back to reality. Oh, Grandpa said that a relationship should begin with a formal confession. A vague start will only lead to a muddled conclusion. Zhou Tianzi interjected, stating, thus, in order to commence, a formal confession is imperative. Ji Xia was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the boss intended to initiate a romantic relationship with her. What expression is that? Zhou Tianzi placed a hand atop Ji Xia's head, yet added, however, I cannot formally confess to you at this moment. I must first resolve the matter of control and also thwart the impending engagement. The engagement had been agreed upon due to the elders' disapproval of Ji Xia joining Yuan Cheng Group, compounded by the schemes of Zhou Zhenhai and his son, which instigated a sense of urgency in the elder. Now, Zhou Tianzi had fully grasped the schemes of Zhou Zhenhai and his son, and their plans would soon be dismantled. As for the engagement, Zhou Tianzi narrowed his eyes, asserting that since they had challenged his boundaries, he would not hold back. When he noticed Ji Xia's gaze, it seemed filled with empathy. A delicate hand rested over her heart. Chapter 115. He asked once more. Zhou Tianzi took her hand and kissed it gently. Xia Xia, call me brother and let me hear it. Since their last encounter, no amount of coaxing had persuaded her to comply. Ji Xia withdrew her hand, refusing. When his lips descended, Ji Xia was momentarily stunned, and due to his swift departure, she failed to react. After the kiss, he leaned against her, exclaiming, Xia Xia. It hurts my heart terribly. He longed for a deeper kiss, but the invisible dagger piercing his heart was too potent, compelling him to cease. Ji Xia hurriedly placed her hand over his heart, chiding, Why are you so impatient? Did you not say you would resolve matters first? Despite her complaints, her hand gently massaged She could not help herself. Her gaze was far too captivating, and not kissing her would feel like a disservice to himself. Jixia's cheeks flushed at his words, and she patted her burning face, musing that the boss was being quite unfair. Fearing he might utter something startling, she quickly changed the subject. Boss, were there any key figures during our last trip to Qingling Mountain? To ensure clarity, she added specifically, those who frequently interacted with Zhou Yuehua. Zhou Tianzi pondered for a moment, recalling the personnel from that day, and after a lengthy pause, he shook his head. Perhaps only Qin Qing, Zhou Zhenhai, and Lin Qianqian. What of it? These are the only individuals who could regularly come into contact with Zhou Yuehua. Yixia reminiscede. I analyzed with my master who the thief of my fortune could be. Initially, we suspected Qin Qing and Zhou Zhenhai, but later concluded that Zhou Zhenhai was unlikely, confirming it was indeed Qin Qing. After speaking at length, Jixia felt parched but was too lazy to fetch water. So she picked up an orange from the coffee table and began to peel it. Upon seeing this, Zhou Tianzi took the orange from her hands and peeled it for her. Are you implying that Qin Qing stole your fortune? Jixia initially thought so, but after yesterday's encounter, her master had met Qin Qing twice without sensing any fortune emanating from her. As the orange was peeled, revealing its succulent flesh, Zhou Tianzi broke a half and offered it to Jixia. She began to consume the segments one by one, savoring the fresh, juicy fruit. After a few bites, remnants of juice lingered at the corners of her mouth. Zhou Tianzi noticed his gaze darkening slightly as he raised his finger to wipe it away, admonishing, eat slowly. There's more. Jixia grabbed a tissue to clean her mouth and hands, offering another to Zhou Tianzi. Thus, my master suspects that it is not Qin Qing who has stolen my fortune, for its return indeed aids my master in regaining his strength and memories. Therefore, we are searching for the next individual who possesses my fortune. Zhou Tianzi appeared puzzled as he handed her a segment of the orange. Jixia widened her eyes, surprised. Boss, what are you doing? Eat. She pursed her lips, questioning why she should eat from someone else's hands when she was fully capable of feeding herself. However, today, Zhou Tianzi seemed determined, persistently holding out the orange segment. After a prolonged standoff, Jixia reluctantly opened her mouth and consumed it, subsequently taking the remaining orange from his hands. Zhou Tianzi's eyes sparkled with amusement as he asked, how can you be so certain it's not Qin Qing? He continued, from our current interactions, she is the only one with the ability to siphon your fortune. Is it that the stolen fortune can only be utilized by her, or can it be bestowed upon others? Jixia had not contemplated such intricacies, always being urged by her master to press forward, leaving her unable to respond to the boss's inquiries. Girl, what Zhou Xiaozi said holds merit. Do you recall what I mentioned last time? Jixia shook her head in confusion, as her master spoke so many words daily that she could hardly remember them all. You cheeky girl, always retorting against me. I share something of importance, and you forget it after a single night's rest. Who told you to be so verbose every day? Jixia muttered under her breath. Do not think I am unaware of your words. Be cautious, or I shall disclose your embarrassing moments to Zhou Xiaozi. Jixia did not believe her master held any incriminating evidence against her, yet feared she might inadvertently embarrass herself, thus conceding to the elder. Master, you know my memory is poor. Please tell me directly. Jixia stuck out her tongue and flattered her prideful master with a few kind words until she was forgiven. Zhou Tianzi found their dynamic amusing, reflecting that had the two not been bound together for the past 2 years of marriage, Jixia might not have endured his aloofness alone. I mentioned before that stolen fortune cannot be directly applied to another person. It requires a medium, a vessel, to contain the fortune. Something akin to a ring or beads or earrings. Jixia was taken aback, realizing, if you assert that Qin Qing's abilities are insufficient, then Zhou Yuehua must have absorbed my fortune, correct? Zhou Tianzi remained calm, suggesting, could it be that Qin Qing's powers have strengthened, thus she no longer possesses your fortune? No, Qin Qing has no medium to harbor fortune. I've seen her twice and found none. Then she is not the thief of your fortune. Did you not assert that a medium must be carried at all times? Fu Zisher had not considered this either. Logically, Only those from Qingling Guan could remove another's fortune. Other practitioners would struggle to accomplish such feats, as fortune is entwined with causality, and none can alter it at will. Is it possible she is using it for another? Zhou Tianxi's words struck a chord, as everyone instantly comprehended this as a viable theory. I do not often meet Lin Qianqian, so my master has not paid her much heed. Initially, I merely assumed Lin Qianqian was the boss's confidant, without considering matters of fortune. However, expressing this now might discomfort the boss, given he was unaware at that time of being manipulated. Zhou Tianxi, with clarity in his heart, simply reached out to ruffle Ji Xia's hair in reassurance, affirming, "So, the elder requires a meeting with Lin Qianqian for confirmation?" Fu Zisha remained silent for a moment, prompting Ji Xia to inquire once more. "I'm contemplating the circumstances of our previous encounter, pondering whether she possessed a medium for fortune. Have you recalled anything? Girl, we still need Zhou Xiaozi to investigate the relationship between Qin Qing and Lin Qianqian." Ji Xia, perplexed, pressed further. "Why? This involves a matter that stakes one's own fate. Should it be discovered, the enchanter will face dire consequences." Chapter 116. Shouldn't you be happy about my engagement? Ji Xia exchanged glances with Zhou Tianxi, neither anticipating such a revelation. Therefore, if not for one's closest kin, who would willingly risk their own life to assist another? In the late summer, Ji Xia rested her chin on her hand and asked her boss if Qin Qing had mentioned anything about having a daughter during the previous investigation. Zhou Tianxi shook his head, indicating that they had not focused on that aspect. The discovery of Qin Qing's emotional entanglement with Lin Yang had been an unexpected gain. Perhaps this could be a lead. If Qin Qing had indeed transferred the girl's fortune to Lin Qianqian, they might be able to manipulate her. Ji Xia had been tense all afternoon the day before. Although she had slept through the night, any moment of stillness now made her drowsy, her mind unable to think clearly. She found herself on the verge of dozing off, and after glancing at the broad shoulders nearby, she leaned against them in surrender. Zhou Tianxi gently stroked her cheek, having intended for her to rest well over the past couple of days. He had not anticipated that she would still be exhausted so early in the morning. "Senior, I will investigate the relationship between Qin Qing and Lin Qianqian," Fu Zisha interjected, intending to commend him for his efficiency. However, he was taken aback by Zhou Tianxi's next words. "In the future, feel free to consult with me directly. I do not wish for her to be overly fatigued." Fu Zisha couldn't help but think that the girl seemed to have no burdens, being perpetually lazy and desiring nothing more than to lounge at home like a sloth. "In a few days, when you return from Qingling Mountain, I will arrange for you to meet Lin Qianqian. Is that really necessary?" Fu Zishi queried, recalling that Zhou Nan was in the same unit as Lin Qianqian and could easily approach her. Zhou Tianxi shook his head, asserting that it was not wise to risk Ji Xia's safety, given that they did not know what Lin Qianqian might do. Fu Zisha was utterly speechless, wondering if Zhou Tianxi had forgotten that they lived in a society governed by law. Could she really act recklessly in public? He lifted Ji Xia into his embrace, brushing aside the hair that fell across her face. Zhou Tianxi found it hard to believe that just moments ago they had been discussing serious matters, and now she was fast asleep. Was she truly so unguarded or simply carefree? With one arm supporting her back and the other cradling her legs, he carried her step by step into the bedroom. After gently laying Ji Xia on the bed and covering her with a blanket, Zhou Tianxi prepared to leave. Fu Zisha called out to him, "Zhou Xiaozi, what do you think the relationship between Qin Qing and Lin Qianqian is? They must either be master and disciple or mother and daughter." Fu Zisha thought to himself that his assumption was correct. If they wanted to ascertain whether the two were indeed mother and daughter, it seemed a challenging endeavor. Zhou Tianxi failed to see the difficulty, suggesting that they could simply collect personal items or hair for a paternity test. "Someone like Qin Qing would never leave behind such evidence," he replied. Fu Zishi continued, explaining that individuals of their kind must never leave traces in others' hands. A practitioner must be especially wary of having their blood or genetic samples obtained, as such information could be exploited by those with ulterior motives, hindering their progress in cultivation. Zhou Tianzi's expression turned grave, but he still spoke resolutely. I will find someone to try. After he departed, Fu Zisher sensed Ji Xia's deep slumber and, upon confirming her state, attempted to extend his spiritual awareness outward. Tiny specks of starlight floated from Ji Xia's mind, gradually coalescing before her bed. A faint humanoid shape materialized, and Fu Zisher attempted to move. However, after taking 2 steps, it dissipated into starlight, slowly drifting back into Ji Xia's consciousness. Fu Zisher sighed, realizing that it was still futile. The luck of his foolish disciple had not returned sufficiently. At noon, Lin Qianqian cheerfully returned home to change into a beautiful dress before having her driver take her to Yuan Chung Group. However, while waiting downstairs, she encountered an unexpected person, Song Yiran. Qianqian, he called, clearly surprising her. What brings you here? Song Yiran grinned mischievously, recalling how she had affectionately called him Brother Yiran while abroad, now seemingly forgetting him upon returning. They had attended the same university overseas, albeit with Lin Qianqian taking regular courses while Song Yiran pursued a master's degree. Their initial meeting had been simple, when Lin Qianqian, unfamiliar with the language, was mocked. Song Yiran came to her rescue. With the esteemed Zhou family's genes, he was tall, handsome, and cultured, quickly winning the heart of the young woman. Lin Qianqian, graceful and sweet-looking, resembled a delicate princess when dressed up. They had shared a deep connection and flirtation for quite some time. However, Lin Qianqian's heart had always belonged to Zhou Tianzi, and Song Yiran had merely served as a distraction during her time abroad. When Song Yiran learned that she was a daughter of the Lin family and sought to return home to undermine the Zhou family with the support of other influential families, he had shown great concern for her, offering warmth and care. Alas, as time passed, the ethereal nature of their connection dissipated entirely after Lin Qianqian's return. It was only recently that she had discovered Song Yiran was Zhou Tianzi's distant cousin. She bit her lip, expressing her gratitude. Brother Yiran, thank you for looking after me so well while I was abroad. Song Yiran gazed intently at her, eager to hear what she had to say next. By the way, my engagement with Brother Tianzi is scheduled for next month. I hope you can come to bless us. I will send you an invitation. Without waiting for Song Yiran's response, she turned to enter the Yuan Chung building. Song Yiran grasped her wrist, his intentions towards Lin Qianqian diverging from those he had for Ji Xia. You are getting engaged to Zhou Tianzi without considering my feelings? He questioned. The news of Lin Qianqian's engagement had reached him while he was attending to clients at the studio, leading to a fit of rage that resulted in him shattering his phone upon hanging up. This sudden outburst had startled the clients in the meeting room, prompting them to leave in a hurry, and they subsequently refused to collaborate with him, citing his erratic behavior and lack of competence to manage large projects. Hearing such criticism made him want to throw his newly acquired phone against the wall. Brother Iran, I don't understand. Shouldn't you be happy for me about my engagement? Lin Qianqian struggled to withdraw her arm, gently rubbing it. Oh, is that how it is? You use me and then discard me? If it weren't for this encounter, you wouldn't have even thought to inform me about your engagement. Clearly, you have never cared about my feelings. Lin Qianqian's displeasure flared at his words. Having thought their relationship was purely transactional while abroad, not realizing it would linger upon her return. Chapter 117. A Cold War ensued. She had no desire to advance anything with Song Yiran, as her heart and mind were solely occupied with her brother Tianzi. With that thought, she spoke to him without courtesy. Song Yiran, why should I consider your feelings regarding my engagement? What does it have to do with you? A tempest seemed to brew in his gaze as he retorted, What does it have to do with me? You have awakened countless times in my bed. Is it because Miss Lin enjoys sleeping with strange men? Sun Lulu, eavesdropping nearby, widened her eyes in shock. Goodness, what a scandal. The boss's beloved and the boss's distant cousin have shared a bed. This news was explosive, and she wondered if the boss was aware. Sun Lulu's hands trembled with excitement as she fumbled for her phone, nearly dropping it. She hastily shared the latest gossip in a group chat named Secret Base, which only contained 5 or 6 members, but the reactions were lively. Within moments, the chat was flooded with messages. However, Sun Lulu was too preoccupied to read what her friends were saying, as she continued her investigative efforts to uncover further juicy details. Meanwhile, Lin Qianqian was infuriated by his Song Yiran's indiscreet remarks, her eyes reddening with anger. Despite her fury, she was aware that they were at the entrance of Yuan Cheng Group. Whatever transpired here would undoubtedly reach Zhou Tianzi. After much contemplation, a veil of mist rose in my eyes. Yiran, must you speak so harshly? When we were outside, we indeed enjoyed each other's company. However, my engagement to Zhou Tianzi is a matter orchestrated by our families. Being from a prestigious lineage, do you not understand that individuals like us lack the freedom to choose in marriage? We must sacrifice for the family, do we not? Song Yiran and his father, Zhou Zhenhai, were oblivious to Lin Qianqian's obsession with Zhou Tianzi. Thus, when Lin Qianqian expressed her sentiments, Song Yiran chose to believe her. His own parents had entered into a marriage of convenience. His father, a man of considerable stature, had been a son-in-law for years, living in the shadows of his mother and grandparents. Once they passed away, his father could not wait to return to his homeland. Are you suggesting that the Lin and Zhou families pressured you into this engagement with Zhou Tianzi? Lin Qianqian's eyes brimmed with tears, and she discreetly nodded her head. Others might not notice, but Song Yiran was acutely aware, having kept a close watch on Lin Qianqian. Yiran, I heard from Aunt Qin that you are pursuing Jixia. Is that true? Song Yiran waved his hand dismissively, claiming it was not the case. He merely utilized her, urging her not to overthink it. Does she know? A gentle smile graced Song Yiran's face as he leaned closer, intending to ruffle her hair, saying, how could she possibly know? She's so naive. Lin Qianqian evaded his touch, pouting slightly. Yiran, we are at the entrance of Yuan Cheng Group. Initially, Song Yiran thought her evasiveness might provoke his irritation, but her words soothed him instantly. He glanced around. It was working hours, and there were few people at the building entrance, only security guards on duty. Their gaze was not directed towards them, rendering them unseen. He leaned in closer to Lin Qianqian and whispered in her ear, will you accompany me tonight? Lin Qianqian wished for him to leave, yet she was uncertain how far Song Yiran might go if she caused a scene. Despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, he was cunning, vindictive, and quite perverse. Then, Yiran, could you send me the address? I will come find you tonight. The proximity between them was too intimate. Their conversation was so hushed that even Sun Lulu, who pressed her ear against the glass, could not overhear. Unwilling to miss a moment, she snapped several photos and sent them all to a group chat named Secret Base, igniting even more lively discussions among the members. Song Yiran appeared quite pleased with Lin Qianqian's compliance. Qianqian, if you truly do not wish to marry Zhou Tianzi, I could speak to old man Zhou. At that point, you could become engaged to me instead, as I'm also a member of the Zhou family, and both families could still collaborate amicably. Although this would thwart his plans to undermine the Zhou family, sacrificing for the woman he adored was not out of the question. However, Lin Qianqian was taken aback by his words, thinking, how could that be? To marry Zhou Tianzi. She had even enlisted her mother's emotional strings to manipulate him. It was unthinkable to change her mind at this stage, especially since he was merely a fleeting distraction during her idle moments abroad. No, Yiran, my father and grandfather Zhou have already made arrangements. Invitations have been sent out, and the entire elite circle is aware. If I were to call off the engagement now, both families would be ridiculed. My parents and brothers would surely blame me and could even harm me. Song Yiran recognized that Lin Qianqian's words were somewhat embellished, yet he refrained from exposing her deceit at this moment, waiting until he could seize control of the Zhou family. They agreed upon a time to meet later that evening, and Song Yiran drove away from the entrance of Yuan Cheng Group. Lin Qianqian waited until she could no longer see the tail of Song Yiran's car before expressionlessly adjusting her hairstyle and clothing. Then, she donned the cheerful smile she reserved for Zhou Tianzi and skipped joyfully into the building. Sun Lulu waited until she entered the elevator before leaving the front desk, slowly making her way to another elevator. She had always thought Lin Qianqian unreliable. Within the company, there were whispers of her having a budding romance with the boss. What kind of perspective did those people possess? Did they not see that ever since Ji Xia started working, the boss had no room in his heart for any other woman? The true couple deserving attention was the boss and Ji Xia. Though they were now divorced, it had merely annulled their previous agreement, and their relationship had officially begun. Unbeknownst to her, one of her girlfriends had been caught chatting during work hours by the department head. The head reprimanded her, questioning why she was laughing so loudly. Initially, she denied it vehemently. However, when the head mentioned checking the surveillance, she exclaimed, for the sake of the boss's unwavering love. Coincidentally, this caught the attention of Qianjin, who happened to be passing by their department. Intrigued, he entered the office to discover which brave soul was defending the boss's love. He wondered what was so misguided about this person, as it was clear to him that the boss was torn between choosing which beautiful woman would be his rightful partner. While Qianjin was engrossed in discussing the boss's romantic life with a young lady, Lin Qianqian breezed into Zhou Tianxi's office. Upon seeing Lin Qianqian, Zhou Tianxi's first reaction was that Qianjin could forget about his bonus for the following year. Qianjin shivered with excitement at the gossip, initially thinking the office's air conditioning was insufficiently warm, prompting him to suggest raising the temperature a few degrees. Chapter 118, Come Back First. Enthralled by the gossip, Qianjin lost track of time until the personnel manager found him. Assistant Qian, why are you still here? The boss has been searching for you. Qianjin's face fell in surprise as he checked his watch, realizing he had lingered for nearly half an hour. He hurriedly exchanged contact information with the young lady and urged her not to let her supervisor create further trouble for her, as she might still be a key player. Rushing back to the 18th floor, he found the entire office area eerily quiet. The personnel manager informed him that someone had entered the boss's office without permission. After straightening his suit and silently mourning his wallet, he steeled himself to knock on the boss's office door. The scene within the office halted him in his tracks. Lin Qianqian was leaning in closer to the boss. Boss! He was unsure how he managed to shout that out, but once he did, he took a few steps forward only to see the struggle in the boss's eyes. Ah, Miss Lin, when did you arrive? He had no idea that Lin Qianqian was entangled with the boss's younger cousin and mistakenly believed her to be the epitome of a refined young lady from a noble family. Lin Qianqian was interrupted in her intimacy with her beloved, and her frustration had nowhere to go. Assistant Qian, do you not knock before entering the boss's office? Qianjin wore a half-smile, explaining that he had intended to knock, but given the unexpected visitor in the office and the urgency of the situation, he had no choice but to enter directly. Who are you calling an unexpected visitor? Lin Qianqian pouted, looking at Zhou Tianxi with feigned innocence. Tianqi, look at him. He dares to speak of me so. Zhou Tianxi felt the weight of control over Lin Qianqian's closeness was something he could not resist. Had Qianjin not interrupted, he might have resorted to extreme measures. Yet, he had to maintain an appearance of control. Rising from his chair, he pointed at Qianjin and chastised him, questioning his manners. Qianqian is my fiancé. We are soon to be engaged. Do you still want to work here? If not, you may leave early. A triumphant smile adorned Lin Qianqian's face as she linked her arm with Zhou Tianxi's, gradually leaning against him. At that moment, despite feeling physically repulsed, Zhou Tianxi raised his arm and embraced her. As Qianjin was being scolded by the boss, he sensed something was amiss. For while the boss was verbally reprimanding him, his eyes conveyed an entirely different message. That gaze seemed to be pleading for help. Is it possible? The boss is so powerful. How could I possibly seek his help? Fearing that he might not see clearly, he took a few steps forward to scrutinize the expression on the boss's face. What are you doing coming closer? Hurry up and get out. Lin Qianqian looked at Qianjin, who approached inexplicably. It was her first time witnessing someone move closer after being reprimanded by the boss. Ignoring Lin Qianqian, Qianjin noticed that the boss made a discreet gesture, though it seemed to have drained all of his strength. In the next moment, the boss bent over, pressing against his heart. Boss, are you okay? Qianjin swiftly moved forward to support Zhou Tianxi, preventing him from collapsing. Lin Qianqian was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. She could not comprehend how a seemingly fine person could suddenly be in such distress. Zhou Tianxi was in considerable pain, his legs unable to support him, and he sank to the ground. Qianjin held up his back and called out to him several times. Qian Jin's voice could be heard, yet Zhou Tianxi could not respond. Brother Tianxi? Lin Qianqian crouched down. Brother Tianxi, are you sick? She could not discern whether Zhou Tianxi was genuinely ill or merely attempting to resist control. Qian Jin pulled out his phone to call for emergency assistance, but Zhou Tianxi weakly pressed down on his hand, his lips moving silently. Lin Qianqian strained to hear what he said, repeatedly asking about his condition. Having been by Zhou Tianxi's side for many years, Qian Jin quickly understood his intent. The boss wanted him to contact Ji Xia. Although he believed the immediate priority should be to take the boss to the hospital, he obediently dialed Ji Xia's number first. Once the call connected, before he could utter a word, Ji Xia interjected, "I'll be there shortly." Qian Jin was momentarily stunned. Today's events felt surreal, with the boss suddenly falling ill and wanting to find Ji Xia, and Ji Xia knowing what he intended to say even before he spoke. When had they developed such a tacit understanding? Qian Jin certainly could not fathom that Ji Xia's awareness of the boss's peril was due to the efforts of Zisher. Having taken a brief nap, she had intended to get up and prepare herself something to eat, but her master suddenly informed her of the boss's danger. Thus, she disregarded everything else to come see the boss. Girl, this won't do. Lin Qianqian will inevitably have periodic, solitary interactions with Zhou Tianxi, and he will undoubtedly resist her vehemently. Ji Xia sat in the car, unconsciously tapping her fingers on the seat, pondering what should be done. The best course of action would be to remain by Zhou Tianxi's side until he could control the interactions. Ji Xia remained silent, turning her gaze out the window, lost in thought. In the office, Qian Jin felt anxious, still wishing to take the boss to the hospital. The boss's condition was exceedingly poor. His complexion was ashen, lips dry, and within just a short while his forehead was already beaded with cold sweat. Lin Qianqian, standing nearby, also urged him to seek medical attention. After receiving no response, she glanced around a few more times, then stood up and walked to the corner of the office to call Qin Qing. After detailing Zhou Tianxi's symptoms, she anxiously asked, "Aunt Qin, what are Brother Tianxi's symptoms? Is he ill, or is he resisting my control?" Lin Qianqian turned to look at Zhou Tianxi, leaning against Qian Jin, a complex light flickering in her eyes. Is he truly resisting her? Clearly, this time she had imposed the strongest control on him. When approaching her, could he still retain his own thoughts? Taking a deep breath, Lin Qianqian continued asking, "What will happen if he does not stop and forcibly breaks free from control? The bond will sever painfully." Lin Qianqian tightened her grip on the phone, breathing rapidly. Did her beloved truly prefer death over sharing a life with her? Mom, does he know? Qin Qing fell silent on the other end for a while. She was uncertain whether Zhou Tianxi was aware, but after being controlled twice, he should have some awareness. Perhaps he did not know the consequences, but during his previous attempt to break free, he had surely sustained internal injuries. This time, the force was even stronger. He must have felt that his heart could not withstand such overwhelming control. "Qianqian, come back for now." Lin Qianqian shook her head. She did not want to leave. She wished to remain by Zhou Tianxi's side, experiencing the love he had for her. "Mom, I want to be with him. Do you know? He is the first person to capture my heart. I've liked him since I was 16. Yet, there has never been a place for me in his eyes. Regardless of whether there are other girls around him, I have shown him my best side. Why hasn't he fallen in love with me?" Perceiving her daughter's emotional turmoil, Qin Qing felt a pang of heartache. "Sweetheart, his failure to love you is due to his blindness, not your fault. How could a mother bear to see her daughter suffer unrequited love, just as she had decades ago when her lover abandoned her, leaving her with a memory of a love long forgotten? Now, her beloved daughter was ensnared in the whirlpool of emotions, unable to extricate herself. Qin Qing clenched her fist, internally screaming, "Why? Why must this be? Are they not worthy of love?" Sitting cross-legged on the floor, she quietly chanted a few words and intensified her control over Zhou Tianxi. If he insists on resisting, very well. Let him experience the consequences. If she could not be with her daughter in this lifetime, then let it all be destroyed. Lin Qianqian tucked away her phone and slowly approached the person she yearned for, who remained in the same position, leaning against Qian Jin. Qian Jin's complexion had turned pale, mirroring Zhou Tianxi's. He was extremely worried about the boss's condition. The boss pressed against his heart, unable to utter a word. Qianjin thought that if he waited another minute and Ji Xia had yet to arrive, he would immediately take the boss to the hospital. 60, 59, 58 now. He could still think of waiting another minute primarily because he had witnessed the boss in this state on the hospital rooftop last time. After he and Gao Jialin had taken the boss to the emergency room, no issues had been found. That day, the boss had been discharged without any problems. The boss's current condition was evidently more severe than the last time. Just as the minute was up, he prepared to disregard the boss's objections and take him to the hospital. Once more, he picked up his phone, his fingers clumsily dialing 120. Before he could press the call button, a delicate hand obstructed his. Going to the hospital is futile. Lin Qianqian, fueled with an inexplicable strength, pushed Qianjin aside and moved to support Zhou Tianxi. Feeling his resistance, Lin Qianqian leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Brother Tianxi, don't resist. As long as you love me well, you won't feel this discomfort anymore." Zhou Tianxi finally realized that Lin Qianqian was aware of his control. He wished to steady his emotions, but found it impossible. With Lin Qianqian beside him, his body instinctively leaned toward her. A desire to draw near her, one not governed by his will, surged within him. Lin Qianqian was acutely aware of Zhou Tianxi's state. She continued to inch closer, her lips nearly brushing against his. After being pushed aside, Qianjin stood frozen, contemplating Lin Qianqian's words about the hospital being futile, completely oblivious to the imminent kiss about to occur. At that critical moment, Ji Xia burst through the office door, a beam of light illuminating her presence. Qianjin thought Ji Xia looked like an angel descending from the heavens. "Come to rescue the boss." Ji Xia swiftly approached Zhou Tianxi, forcefully pulling Lin Qianqian away. Lin Qianqian was flung aside, her forehead colliding with the edge of the coffee table, causing her to scream as she wiped her forehead, her fingers stained with blood. "Xia, how dare you push me?" She scrambled to her feet, intending to shove Ji Xia back, but Qianjin, having reacted, restrained her. "Miss Lin, let me help you tend to your wound. Be careful not to leave a scar." Lin Qianqian cherished her appearance and was naturally frightened. She glared fiercely at Ji Xia. "Just wait. I will make you pay for this. Hurry up and find someone to help me," she shouted at Qianjin, leading the way forward. Qianjin followed closely behind her, occasionally glancing back at Ji Xia, who sat on the ground, allowing the boss to lean against her. A sudden sense of calm enveloped Qianjin's heart. With Ji Xia's arrival, surely the boss would be all right. Hopefully. "Boss." Ji Xia gently touched the boss's forehead, her fingers tracing the deep furrows of his brow, slowly easing the tension. A wave of compassion washed over her. This man had endured so much. On the way here, her master had informed her of the tremendous struggle the boss faced to resist control. The sensation of a sword capable of delivering death was a burden he bore constantly. Moreover, as soon as one wound began to heal, another would strike. Her own experiences had instilled in her a deep distrust of others, of feelings, of relationships. She could accept Zhou Nin purely as a kindred spirit, sharing mutual woes. Yet regarding Zhou Tianxi, though she had been compelled by him and her master to acknowledge her growing affection, she never harbored the expectation of a lasting bond. To her, love was a specter, unseen and unpredictable in its duration. She was pragmatic, unwilling to squander her energy on ephemeral matters. However, Zhou Tianxi continually reshaped her understanding. Since discovering that his approach to Lin Qianqian was under duress, everything he had done unfolded before her eyes. He bore the agony of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, steadfastly refusing to yield to Lin Qianqian or Qin Qing. It was then that she learned of the severe internal injuries he had sustained from his previous escape from control. Yet, even when Lin Qianqian drew near, he resisted fiercely, even at the cost of his own life. "Boss," Ji Xia murmured, a scalding tear tracing down her cheek, landing on Zhou Tianxi's forehead. Zhou Tianxi struggled to open his eyes, and tears, akin to gentle raindrops, cascaded down upon him. Several fell to his cheek, leading onlookers to believe he was weeping. Closing his eyes to gauge his state, He realized that Jixia's fervent emotions had alleviated the suffocating sensation he felt when Lin Qianqian approached him. Gradually, he sat upright, pulling the tearful Jixia into his embrace. "You don't hold me," Jixia mumbled. "If you hold me, your heart will ache." With that, she wriggled free from his arms, stood up, and assisted him in rising as well. "The ground is cold. Let's sit on the sofa." Once Zhou Tianci stood with her support, he felt a sinking sensation within, furrowing his brow in confusion. Qin Qing had intensified her control, swearing an oath with her own blood. Upon settling Zhou Tianci onto the sofa, Jixia recalled her master's words. Is she ill? Inserting herself into the emotions of others, and now allowing Lin Qianqian to disrupt their feelings. Does she possess a sliver of sanity, desiring the unattainable? How do you feel? Zuxiezi, any other discomfort? Zhou Tianci candidly shared his sensations, prompting Jixia to leap to her feet, determined to confront Qin Qing. Chapter 120. Master, I am prepared. This was the first time Zhou Tianci witnessed Jixia so furious. She had always been gentle, seemingly detached from turmoil. Her emotional upheaval, especially due to him, brought him unexpected joy, a feeling he had never experienced before. The smile that emerged on his face startled Jixia. He rarely smiled, and now, despite his suffering, he was doing so. Master, has Qin Qing taken control of the boss's mind? Why do I feel that his mental state is rather abnormal? No way. Darn it, I must confront her. Zhou Tianci quickly grasped her hand, enveloping her in his embrace to prevent her from leaving. The somber voice in his mind echoed. Can you defeat her or even scold her? Lacking physical strength and wit, what can you possibly achieve? Jixia seethed at these words, wishing she could drag her master out of her mind for a beating. This old man seemed intent on berating her at every turn. Su Tianqi, his voice laced with mirth, quickly reassured her. All right, the master is merely concerned for your safety. We are not cultivators. We cannot contend with Qin Qing. Should we allow her to continue her rampant control over you? Jixia pouted, feeling wronged. If she had not arrived in time, the consequences could have been dire. Remembering her entrance, she recalled witnessing Lin Qianqian attempting to forcibly kiss the boss. Given the boss's nature, he would undoubtedly refuse, and such defiance would lead to a struggle against control, potentially costing him his life. Nestling into the boss's sturdy embrace for a moment, she quickly withdrew, realizing her actions could also inflict pain upon him. Zhou Tianci, unwilling to permit the one nestled in his arms to escape again, tightened his hold around Jixia, whispering in her ear, it's all right, the pain is bearable, but it could cause irreversible harm to your internal organs. Jixia looked up at him. Boss, do you not desire a future with me? This was the first time she had uttered the word future, as she typically lived day by day, accepting whatever came her way. Her life experiences had not allowed her to contemplate the future, but seeing the boss's determination, she felt compelled to consider it. Of course I desire it. The chasm between them was vast. It would take time to bridge it. Zhou Tianci preferred actions over empty promises. Now that Jixia had posed such a question, he felt compelled to respond, fearing her disappointment should she receive no answer. If only you two had connected 2 years ago, perhaps all this chaos could have been avoided. Fu Zixi glared at the pair. His teeth clenched as he recalled the countless times he had urged the foolish disciple to win over Zhou Tianci, only to be met with indifference. Master, what nonsense are you speaking? During the period of our contractual marriage, I regarded Zhou Tianci solely as my benefactor, the one who alleviated my misfortunes. How could I dare to entertain any other thoughts? You squandered 2 years of time. Had you communicated sooner, how could Qin Qing have found an opportunity? Zhou Tianci paused at Fu Zixi words, perplexed. Predecessor, what do you mean? Initially reluctant to revisit past grievances, Fu Zixi reconsidered, acknowledging his own culpability. Had his memories returned sooner, Zhou Tianci might have heard his guidance, and they would not have wasted 2 years. When two hearts truly love, their emotional threads intertwine, and no one can sever them, unless barriers arise between them, causing them to cease loving, Only then can outside influences intrude. Su Tian Chi inquired pensively. So, because Jixia and I were not in love at that time, Qin Xing was able to control me using Lin Qian's emotional threads? Fu Zishi's silence served as confirmation. Jixia, however, held a different perspective. Boss, every cause has an effect. If Qin Xing cannot manipulate emotional threads, she will surely find other means. If she wishes for Lin Qian to possess you, using emotional threads may not be necessary. The outcome could be far more devastating. Ah, indeed, this girl has learned well after 2 years under my tutelage. She is quite astute. Jixia secretly rolled her eyes at her master, feeling exasperated. The girl speaks rightly. Should you be in love, it is likely the troublesome girl who will bear the consequences. What do you mean? Zhou Tianci remained unfazed by Qin Xing's manipulations, yet the thought of Jixia's suffering was intolerable. Currently, your emotions can counteract some of her control, and she will soon realize this, likely devising a plan against Jixia. Jixia sensed the tension in Zhou Tianci's body after hearing this, his arms tightening around her. She gently patted his arm, reassuring him, Boss, Master is merely suggesting a possibility. Qin Xing will not act rashly. She is currently engaged in activities that jeopardize her own life. If she diverts her energy to deal with me, she must first assess whether her abilities are sufficient. Moreover, have you forgotten? She might be the one stealing my fortune. Now that the medium of her good fortune is dissipating, she must also allocate energy to repair it. Regarding this matter, Zhou Tianci inquired, Senior, did you sense any medium of good fortune on Lin Qianqian when you arrived? Fu Zishi remained silent for a moment. He had been in such a rush that he had not sensed anything. A tranquil environment was necessary, along with the girl's emotional stability. Jixia subtly stuck out her tongue, recalling how she had walked in just as Lin Qianqian was about to kiss the boss. Her anger was boiling, making emotional stability impossible. Zhou Tianci seemed to have realized this as well. He glanced down at the person in his arms and caught her playfully sticking out her tongue, which momentarily lifted his spirits. Fu Zishi, unwilling to witness their intimacy, prepared to become invisible. Master, I suspect that Qianqian will not be able to resist confronting me later on. When that time comes, I will do my best to remain calm. And you should feel the situation carefully. Fu Zishi thought to himself, we shall see when that time arrives. Zhou, upon seeing Lin Qianqian, is bound to rush in. How can you remain calm? However, to avoid dampening their spirits, he added, for now, steady your emotions. I have something wonderful to show you. Jixia and Zhou Tianci exchanged glances, unsure of the elder's intentions. She stepped out of the boss's embrace, took a deep breath, and slowly released it, saying, Master, I am ready. Please begin. Zhou Tianci felt somewhat dissatisfied with the emptiness of his embrace, but, fearing to disturb the two, reluctantly took Jixia's hand instead. Chapter 121. Are you trying to kill me? Fu Zishi gradually concentrated his spiritual awareness, transforming it into twinkling starlight, which slowly drifted out of Jixia's mind. This was his first attempt to condense his form while Jixia was awake, and he was uncertain of his success. Before him, a transparent human figure slowly materialized. Jixia covered her mouth with one hand, her heart racing, holding her breath as she watched intently. The sight before Zhou Tianci was utterly shocking in that moment. His steadfast materialism crumbled. Although he had often claimed to be controlled, this was an utterly enigmatic phenomenon. No one had ever witnessed it. He had even doubted his own sanity during restless nights, thinking he might be gravely ill and that Jixia had spun tales to soothe him. Yet, witnessing the figure of Starlight taking shape, the sound of his heartbeat echoed in his ears. Jixia nearly suffocated from holding her breath and quickly released her hand to take a deep, gasping breath. Master? She whispered, is that you? The semi-transparent figure nodded, seemingly attempting to perform some action, but ultimately failing after much effort. Jixia stood and slowly approached the figure, raising her hand in an attempt to touch it. However, before she could make contact, the starlight transformed into a beam and drifted back into her mind. Master? Jixia's hand remained suspended in the air, surprised at how swiftly her master had vanished. Master, are you all right? After waiting a moment without response, she called out a few more times before finally receiving an answer from Fu Zishu. Not yet. I cannot maintain this for more than a few minutes before I must return to your mind. His response offered Ji Xia a slight sense of reassurance. Old man, when will you be able to float out of my mind? Fu Zishu pondered, recalling that perhaps it was when Ji Xia began to encounter misfortune that he first managed to detach his spiritual awareness from her mind that fateful night, allowing him to take on a form. However, he could not maintain it for long, as it would automatically dissipate and return along the same path. Ji Xia glanced at the boss, who sat firmly on the sofa, his expression complex and inscrutable. Boss, what troubles you? Zhou Tianxi pulled her close, saying, I was contemplating that if the senior can manifest a form independently, does that mean he no longer needs to search for his body? No. This is merely an illusion of power. It is not a physical entity. Regardless, he must find his body. Master, after all these years, is your body still intact? Over 20 years had passed since he was injured by Qin Xing, and Fu Zishu could not recall where he had hidden away, nor whether his body had been properly safeguarded. Hence, the search proved exceedingly challenging. Had it not been for the absence of any leads, in their bond over the past 2 years, Ji Xia would have already assisted him in locating his body. Perhaps we should visit Qingling Mountain in a few days. It was where I spent the first half of my life, and there may be some clues. Ji Xia thought, accepting that this was the only course of action. However, she felt quite pleased with the unexpected revelation of her master's appearance today. Master, I never imagined you would still be such a dashing young man. Fu Zishu scoffed. You little brat. You can even fawn over your master. Are you feeling a bit mischievous? Yixia muttered softly. Who would have an appreciation for beauty? Sensing the boss's inquisitive gaze, she quickly sought to amend her words. Mainly, it is only fitting that someone of my natural beauty has a tall and handsome master, right? I assent that so, boss. Ji Xia turned to Zhou Tianxi, who had been staring at her intently. Of course, those we admire should be exceptional, and you are undoubtedly the finest in the world. Humph, what nonsense! Just as Ji Xia was about to retort, the elder interjected, Lin Xianxian has returned. Ji Xia nearly choked on her breath, quickly adjusting her breathing to stabilize her emotions. As the office door swung open, both individuals inside turned in unison to face the newcomer. Lin Xianxian approached with a bandage on her forehead, her face contorted with hostility directed at Ji Xia. Before Lin Xianxian could reach her, Ji Xia stood up, feeling compelled to assert herself. However, to her surprise, Lin Xianxian spoke not a word and lunged at her instead, raising her hand, which Ji Xia swiftly caught. Miss Lin, before Ji Xia could finish her sentence, someone beside her suddenly stood up and approached Lin Xianxian, raising a hand as if to touch her forehead injury. At this, Lin Xianxian disregarded Ji Xia, breaking free from her grasp and leaning against Zhou Tianxi. Brother Tianxi, it hurts so much. You must teach this wicked woman who caused my injury a lesson. Ji Xia understood that Zhou Tianxi's actions were not driven by his own desires, yet seeing him beside another woman filled her with a heart-wrenching sense of helplessness. Master, are you all right? I'm about to explode. Wait a moment. Steady your emotions. I cannot sense anything. Ji Xia struggled to suppress her inner fury, watching as Lin Xianxian clung to the boss's arm. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Zhou Tianxi's forehead was veined with tension as he fought against the control over him. Unable to command his actions, his eyes bloodshot. Ji Xia realized that if she did not intervene soon, the boss would break free through sheer force. Xia, don't you see how affectionate Brother Tianxi and I are? What are you still doing here, playing the third wheel? Humph, I'm sorry. But the lights here are quite bright, and we do not need you. Would you kindly leave? Ji Xia remained silent, yet her restraint only emboldened Lin Xianxian. What? Do you still want Brother Tianxi to personally escort you out? By the way, I will not let you off the hook for causing my injury. Just wait. I will make you pay. Ji Xia stood her ground, her eyes wide open as she glared fiercely at the woman inching closer to the boss. Brother Tianxi, look at her. Why hasn't she left yet? She is disturbing our world. Can't you ask her to go? Zhou Tianxi slowly pressed his hand to his heart and gently closed his eyes. Jixia understood his intent, disregarding her emotional stability. She rushed forward to push Lin Qianqian away, grasping both of Zhou Tianxi's hands that pressed against his heart. In the late summer, Jixia exclaimed in frustration as she was pushed again, this time not far enough to send Lin Qianqian away. Once steady, she immediately returned to Zhou Tianxi's side. Tianxi Gij, Jixia feared for Zhou Tianxi's safety and turned to glare fiercely at the approaching Lin Qianqian. We are all aware of your manipulation of the boss with emotional ties. Initially, we thought you were a victim, but after observing you for so many days, it has become evident that you, too, are a participant. Chapter 122. She will harm the boss. Lin Qianqian, if you dare come near him again, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to endure. Lin Qianqian froze upon hearing Jixia mention the emotional manipulation of Zhou Tianxi. She never expected Jixia to be aware of it. Moreover, she wondered if Zhou Tianxi was also aware, as Jixia had said in front of him. Turning her gaze to the man she had long cherished, she saw a palpable disdain in his eyes. In a fluster, she averted her eyes and lowered her head to contemplate her next move, ultimately deciding that she could not admit to anything. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all, she insisted, trying to get closer to them. You pushed me twice, causing me injuries. That is a fact. As she approached, Zhou Tianxi's body began to betray him, instinctively yearning to be near Lin Qianqian. A torrent of sharp blades pierced through his will, and his vision darkened momentarily. But fortunately, Jixia was there to support him. Stop pretending to be foolish. We have thoroughly investigated Qing's background. She is the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, and you are merely the beneficiary. Without evidence, you can say whatever you like, Lin Qianqian retorted, flipping her long hair dismissively. I see you are simply jealous that Tianxi Gij likes me. Jixia felt an urge to curse. Where had Qianjin, the usually reliable assistant, gone? How could he allow Lin Qianqian to enter the office unimpeded? If he did not arrive soon, she would suggest punishing him by docking a year's bonus. Perhaps sensing the impending crisis to his wallet, Qianjin finally pushed open the office door and entered. He had just been thanking the personnel department when Lin Qianqian took off on her own. Initially, he had brought someone to attend to the wounds, enduring Lin Qianqian's temper and threats along the way. After a struggle, he had finally managed to procure a first aid kit for emergencies from the personnel department. During the process, he had even asked if the young lady needed to see a doctor, only to receive a scolding for interrupting her time with the boss. She had raged that Jixia was a shameless person, having divorced the boss yet still clinging to him, a true vixen. Qianjin felt embarrassed. He could not comprehend how a young lady of such stature could possess such coarse language. In his mind, a young lady should be gentle, sipping tea, playing music, and engaging in chess. Yet Lin Qianqian was a complete departure from that image. Qianjin, pull Lin Qianqian away. She will harm the boss. Jixia shouted, breaking through Qianjin's thoughts, and could not help but comment on the bizarre nature of the situation. Even someone who usually remained uninvolved was now yelling. He stepped forward to restrain Lin Qianqian, his eyes flicking to Jixia. How far should I pull her? Lin Qianqian relayed to Qing that her junior, Fu Zisher, has been watching her movements. Should she continue to engage in actions that violate the principles of Qingling Guan, he will take decisive action. Lin Qianqian struggled against Qianjin's grip and glanced at Jixia. Stop spouting nonsense. Qing's junior was already turned to ashes by her 20 years ago. A sudden sharp pain struck Jixia's head, but it came and went swiftly, leaving her feeling relieved. Qing is merely deceiving herself. With her abilities, she could never possibly obliterate the direct disciple of Mo Shang Yuanjun. What a foolish dream. Your efforts are futile. The demise of Zai Zai is inextricably linked to Qing. We already know she secretly took Zai Zai's heart's blood, leading to his heart attack. Lin Qianqian wished to argue further, but Jixia did not afford her the opportunity. Whether you admit it or not is irrelevant. Whether in the cultivation world or in reality, Qing deserves punishment, and there are those capable of dealing with her. You speak falsely. Qing has harmed no one. It is you, the shameless one, who has divorced Tianxi Gij yet clings to him. Tianxi Gij and I have always been childhood companions. You are the one attempting to disrupt us, claiming we control him. Clearly, it is you who keeps him from approaching me. We are mutually affectionate. Yet you, the brazen vixen, have emerged as an obstacle. Just wait. I will certainly inform Zhou Yi. Ji Xia grasped Zhou Tianxi's hand, silently watching Lin Qianqian's attempts at defense. She had never realized that the term vixen could be used to describe her former friend. Qianjin, escort her out. Zhou Tianxi gritted his teeth, uttering the words with apparent effort. Before Lin Qianqian, he felt like a marionette, every word and action pulling him closer to her. To avoid saying or doing anything that might distress Ji Xia, he exerted all his willpower to remain distant from Lin Qianqian. Tianxi Gij, do you believe this vixen's words? Lin Qianqian's eyes glistened with tears as she implored. We grew up together. She is merely an unknown orphan. Ji Xia called out to Qianjin once more. Can't you hear the boss? Qianjin, momentarily dazed by the bizarre conversation, snapped back to reality upon Ji Xia's shout. Miss Lin, please take your leave. Our boss appears unwell. Once he recovers, you may converse further. Lin Qianqian stubbornly continued to gaze at Zhou Tianxi, but he offered her not even a glance. Stomping her feet in frustration, she reluctantly picked up her bag and turned to leave. After she exited the office, Ji Xia breathed a sigh of relief and turned to assess her boss's condition. Having endured 2 significant manipulations in one day, she wondered if he could withstand any more. Boss, are you all right? Zhou Tianxi's complexion was pale, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. I never knew Xia possessed such formidable energy. Today has truly opened my eyes. Ji Xia pouted, guiding Zhou Tianxi back to the sofa. Please stop teasing me. If Lin Qianqian had come any closer, I wouldn't have known what to do. You performed splendidly. In such a short time, you have gathered so much information, clearly and powerfully articulated. It is impressive. Ji Xia felt bashful at the praise, managing a shy smile. Child, are you truly selling out your master? A weathered voice echoed in her mind, tinged with a hint of lament. Oh, master, I merely wish to frighten her. Besides, I genuinely believe you are far superior to Qin Qing. What? Do you not acknowledge that? Fu Zishi chuckled softly. Do not flatter me too much. In my current state, how can I contend with Qin Qing if she were to arrive? Feeling guilty, Ji Xia glanced around, chuckling awkwardly and nudging her boss. She thought to herself, Boss, I was so brave just now to save you. Now it is your turn to rescue me. Recently, Zhou Tianxi had been increasingly charmed by Ji Xia's adorable antics, reaching out to grasp her finger, playfully toying with it. Fear not, I shall face any challenge. With me here, there is nothing to worry about. Fu Zisher mimicked Zhou Tianxi's words in a teasing tone. With me here, do not be afraid. Humph, the burden is still on me. Chapter 123. This matter is no gossip. The words have been spoken. Lin Qianqian would undoubtedly relay them to Qin Qing. Now, both sides had formally established a confrontation. Ji Xia felt a surge of impulsiveness, yearning to confront Qin Qing directly and demand answers for the turmoil she had caused. With this thought in mind, she turned to the individual most gravely injured in the incident. Master, what do you think Qin Qing is truly after? What does she desire? Fu Zisher was still contemplating methods to deal with Qin Qing when he considered rolling his eyes at his foolish disciple. I'm not a mind reader. How could I possibly know what she is thinking? Zhou Tianxi appeared contemplative, and upon noticing this, Ji Xia gently caressed his hand resting on his knee. She mused that even the mightiest could feel vulnerable when faced with such enigmatic matters. Could it be that the boss was afraid? What was he thinking? Zhou Tianxi snapped back to reality and playfully flicked Ji Xia's nose, inquiring whether he seemed fearful. Then what are you pondering? He asked. It seems that Qin Qing possesses an obsession. Whatever she desires, be it an object or a person, she must possess it, or else she would rather see it destroyed. Ji Xia furrowed her brow, having never interacted with Qin Qing and thus unaware of her behavior. How did you come to that conclusion? After Lin Qianqian's departure, Zhou Tianxi's demeanor visibly improved, free from the emotional entanglements that once plagued him. When Ji Xia posed her question, he did not respond directly. Instead, he stood up and circled the room before beginning to recount his acquaintance with Qin Qing. He started with Lin Shu, who, despite having forgotten her over 2 decades ago, was sought out by Qin Qing, who had spent 20 years in the presence of Lin Shu and his wife. Ji Xia nodded in agreement, recognizing the tenacity in such devotion. Who would spend half a lifetime with someone who loves them, but does not return that affection? Is there more to this? Zhou Tianzi resumed his seat beside Ji Xia. Have you forgotten about Zhounan? Ah, none? Ji Xia was taken aback. Has Qin Qing not given up on him yet? The thought made her uneasy. Master, isn't it true that a child with exceptional luck and talent must train from a young age? Zhounan is already in his 20s. Does he not lack value to Qin Qing anymore? On the contrary, he holds significant value, Zhou Tianzi clarified, his expression growing more serious. Ji Xiao's heart raced. Realizing this implied Zhou Nan was still in danger. Master, please do not frighten me. Fu Zisher's voice bore the weight of destiny. Let me put it this way. Currently, Qin Qing seeks to enhance her power and requires a specific person's heart's blood as a catalyst. Her initial approach to Dongchong was due to his connection to Fengxian Town and the existence of a child. Zhounan's mother was also from Fengxian Town, which is how she was deceived into Zhou Qihua's bed and bore Zhounan. As Zhou Tianzi conveyed these details, his expression turned impassive, even tinged with a hint of coldness. He had never been able to forgive Zhou Qihua for his infidelity, had he not succumbed to temptation. His mother might not have met her untimely demise in a car accident. He always knew this incident was unrelated to Zhounan, yet he found it difficult to feel any warmth towards someone connected to his mother's death. While he tried to avoid Zhou Nan in the Zhou family estate, he had still intervened to save her when she was in danger. Otherwise, she would have long been taken by Qin Qing. Ji Xia sensed the weight of Zhou Tianzi's sorrow and placed her hand in his, hoping to provide some comfort. Zhou Tianzi grasped her hand, managing a faint smile. I am fine. Ji Xia wished to say that if he could not smile genuinely, he should refrain from forcing a smile. It did not suit him. Once Zhou Tianzi's mood brightened, she asked her master if she should inform her friends to prepare themselves, lest they fall into Qin Qing's trap. Zhounan had always been vigilant about keeping his distance from Qin Qing, and now, with Gao Zhaolan around, there was even more reason for caution. Ji Xia nodded in agreement, acknowledging that her friends were particularly averse to Qin Qing, even growing agitated at the mere mention of her name. Nonetheless, a sense of unease lingered within her, prompting her to resolve to visit her friend at her workplace. After delivering the money to Lin Qianqian, she returned to the office to inquire about Zhou Tianzi's condition, wondering if he needed to visit the hospital, as he had appeared quite serious earlier. No need, Zhou Tianzi replied, casting a scrutinizing glance at his assistant's expression. Do you know something? Qian Jin's eyes darted, glancing between Ji Xia and Zhou Tianzi. Well, there's a bit of news, but I cannot vouch for its authenticity. Ji Xia observed Qian Jin's gossip-laden demeanor with interest, realizing he had likely heard it from some department. However, she had no time for gossip. She needed to locate her friend. Determined, she turned to assess Zhou Tianzi's expression, which had visibly improved. His breathing was steady, and his heart no longer raced as it had moments before. It seemed that with Lin Qianqian gone, the boss had nearly returned to normal. Boss, I'm going to play with Nan, Ji Xia announced as she stood. You continue with your work. Zhou Tianzi, clearly reluctant to let her go, clung to her hand even as she attempted to rise. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, Have you forgotten who called you this morning to help? I must go express my gratitude. Still unwilling to release her, she added, Please focus on your work. I will return later. Qian Jin felt somewhat uncomfortable, witnessing this forceful display of affection from the usually stoic and cold CEO. Who would have imagined that beneath that impassive exterior, he could display such warmth in front of his ex-wife? Ji Xia departed with a light step, reminding Qian Jin to contact her immediately if any issues arose, resembling a parent concern for their child. Startled by his own thoughts, Qian Jin shivered. Once Ji Xia left, Zhou Tianzi's commanding presence returned, reverting to the emotionless, domineering CEO. He stood, maneuvering back behind his desk, where a mountain of neglected paperwork awaited his attention. Picking up a file, he began to process it, skimming through the proposals submitted by his subordinates. Qian Jin, believing that Zhou Tianzi was uninterested in the news he had gathered, awkwardly cleared his throat, preparing to exit the office. Speak, Zhou Tianzi commanded. Qianjin glanced back at the engrossed figure of his boss, surprised by the authoritative tone that had escaped him. The information I received is not mere gossip. It is based on factual evidence. Zhou Tianzi signed his name on a document and set it aside with a sharp motion. Stop rambling. Get to the point. All right. Qianjin replied with a grin. Even the most busy and powerful CEO could not resist the allure of gossip, and he returned to the desk, eager to share. As Qianjin recounted the rumors he had encountered, Zhou Tianzi maintained an inscrutable expression, leaving others unable to discern his thoughts. After a lengthy silence, Qianjin wondered if his boss doubted the validity of the claims, regretting not having secured the photographs at the time. Who witnessed them at the company entrance? Qianjin stood at attention. It was a junior staff member from the HR department named Xian Lulu. Bring her here, Zhou Tianzi instructed, contemplating further. Also, retrieve the surveillance footage from the company entrance. Qianjin promptly complied, leaving Zhou Tianzi alone in the office. He continued to scrutinize the documents in hand, while his mind raced with possibilities. If this information proved accurate, combined with the collusion between Song Iran and the Jiang family, his engagement would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. Flipping to the project he had intentionally lost to the Jiang family, he examined the evaluation report closely. It was nearly time for everything to collapse before the day his grandfather had set for the engagement. Zhou Jinhai and Song Iran would not escape unscathed, for now. He would allow them to revel in their freedom for a few more days. When Qianjin located Xian Lulu, she was still admiring the photographs she had taken, reflecting on how surprising it was that a wealthy young lady could indulge in such extravagant behavior. With the company bustling and the boss set to become engaged to Lin Qianqian at the beginning of the month, she wondered how everyone would react upon learning Lin Qianqian's true nature. As she gazed at the images, Xian Lulu contemplated whether she should inform Jixia about the situation. Before she could reach a conclusion, her supervisor and Qianjin approached her. Qianjin, is there something you need to discuss with Xian Lulu? Qianjin grinned at Xian Lulu, saying, "Oh, it's not me. It's our boss who wants to see her," ignoring the varied expressions of the HR department staff. He gestured for Xian Lulu to follow him. Xin Lulu, in disbelief, pointed incredulously at herself. Me? The boss is looking for me? Yes, let us proceed. Qianjin led the way, with Xin Lulu following closely behind, her heart racing with trepidation. Why would the big boss suddenly seek her out? Was it because she had been caught eating snacks during work hours? Would she be dismissed? That would be disastrous. She had only just managed to secure a position at Yuanqing. If her parents learned she lost such a well-paying job, they would certainly scold her mercilessly. Oh dear, how could she not control her craving for snacks? Now what was she to do? Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her pocket, reminding her that perhaps she could exchange the information she had seen with the big boss to secure her position. Lost in thoughts about her uncertain future, she failed to notice that Assistant Qian had already stopped, and before she realized it, she collided with his back. "Oh, sorry," she exclaimed, covering her nose and staring wide-eyed at the person before her. "Assistant Qian, I didn't see that you had stopped." Assistant Qian chuckled at the visibly frightened girl, thinking that her thoughts were written all over her face. "Do not worry. The boss merely wishes to understand the situation. Just explain what you observed, and no one will dismiss you for it." Xin Lulu regarded Qianjin with skepticism, her expression shifting as her large eyes darted back and forth. Could it be true? She was astonished and incredulously asked Assistant Qian, "Do you possess the ability to read minds? How is it that you seem to know what I'm thinking?" Qianjin suppressed a laugh, clearing his throat. "You do not need mind-reading abilities to discern your thoughts." "Why is that?" she inquired. "Because it is all written on your face." Qianjin did not elaborate further. Instead, he instructed her to respond to the boss appropriately and gently knocked on the door to the CEO's office. While Xin Lulu was still puzzled, Qianjin pushed her into the CEO's office. Although she had occasionally delivered documents, she had never crossed the threshold of the CEO's office before. Upon entering, she was astounded to discover the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, reminiscent of a scene from a television drama. She surveyed the surroundings, noting the couches and coffee tables designed for receiving guests, as well as numerous greenery she could not name. Instinctively searching for the door to the lounge, she spotted it. Recalling that novels often depicted domineering CEOs engaging in romantic escapades with their beloveds in such lounges. She wondered if their boss had shared any intimate moments with Ji Xia in that very lounge. Just as she became lost in thought, Qianjin tapped her forehead, pulling her back to reality. Her blatant curiosity was evident on her face, and she feared the boss might notice. "Boss, Xin Lulu has arrived," Qianjin announced, handing a tablet to the CEO. "This is the surveillance footage from the entrance." Zhou Tianxi set down his pen and took the tablet, examining the video. "Are you aware of the hotel that Song Yiran and Lin Xianxian ultimately chose? The footage only captured visuals without sound, and during the last few minutes, the two had been quite close, leaving Zhou Tianxi in the dark about their conversation." Xin Lulu, nudged by Qianjin, finally realized the boss was speaking to her. "Yes, it's the one with the sky garden in the city center, offering a panoramic view of the entire Haishi. It was rumored to be a favored spot for couples." Qianjin swiftly pulled up the hotel's location and presented it to the boss. Zhou Tianxi scrutinized the images on the tablet. The environment was indeed appealing for two individuals. He glanced at Qianjin, his capable assistant, who immediately understood his silent cue, nodding in acknowledgement as he retrieved the tablet. "I heard there are bets being placed within the company?" Zhou Tianxi directed his gaze toward the girl seated at the desk, referring to the speculation surrounding his relationship with Ji Xia. He had sensed some whispers, but they had not significantly impacted him, so he had refrained from intervening. However, the notion that someone was betting on Ji Xia against Lin Xianxian was intolerable. Who was Lin Xianxian? If not for the individuals backing her, he would not recognize her at all. How could she possibly emerge victorious? Such short-sightedness was truly disheartening, and he felt the need to find a reason to address it. Xin Lulu pondered whether she could divulge everything she knew to the boss, as she had been involved in the discussions. Hey, I think I should just brush it off. Boss, we were merely playing around during our break. It wasn't a real bet, and it didn't involve any money." Zhou Tianxi nodded. He was well aware they had not wagered money. Otherwise, they would have been fired long ago. "Do you believe Ji Xiao will win?" Xin Lulu's expression turned alarmed. What did the boss mean by that? Was he gossiping with her? That seemed implausible. He was renowned for being a cold and reticent figure. Qianjin cast a glance at the clearly startled employee, finding her amusing. "Just speak the truth. The boss is not a monster." Although the boss may not be a monster, he certainly had the power to dismiss employees, and Xin Lulu wanted to retain her job. After silently lamenting, she mustered the courage to answer his question. My friends and I believe that Ji Xia and you are particularly well matched. Boss, we have no ulterior motives. We simply enjoy shipping you two, and it would never interfere with the real parties involved. We are truly discreet, Zhou Tianxi interrupted her explanation. "You believe I am well matched with Ji Xia?" Xin Lulu nodded vigorously before shaking her head. "Boss, we truly did not mean to intrude. We were just privately indulging in our fantasies. I will definitely tell them to cease this behavior. Please do not fire us. We are good people." "Ha!" Qianjin could no longer contain his laughter and quickly covered his mouth upon noticing the boss's sharp gaze. This little employee was quite entertaining. No wonder Ji Xiao enjoyed spending time with her, as she was entirely transparent in her expressions. "What led you to believe that Ji Xia and I are a suitable match?" Xin Lulu stole a couple of glances at Qianjin and then at the boss, gradually relaxing as she sensed an air of expectation from him regarding her answer. She pondered how to articulate her thoughts. "I joined the company before you married Ji Xia and had seen you a few times back then. You seemed, well, robotic. After marrying Ji Xia, the boss gradually stopped working overtime and began returning home punctually. Then, unexpectedly, Lin Xianxian appeared, and the boss seemed to have transformed, suddenly wanting to be closer to her. Yet, when Ji Xia arrived, the boss's eyes revealed an internal struggle, though he seemed unaware of it. After their divorce, since Ji Xia joined the company, the boss appeared to be increasingly like a normal man, displaying emotions, expressions, and humanity, even teasing Ji Xia on purpose. These were traits absent in the original boss, although he would prepare snacks and milk tea for Lin Xianxian or embrace her. However, she hesitated to articulate her thoughts further. Qianjin could no longer restrain himself and prompted her. But it's as if he has become a programmed entity, she explained. How should I put it? It's as though the boss suddenly transformed into a robot, as if controlled by a program. Her description sparked a memory in Qianjin, recalling what he had just heard from Jixia, that the boss seemed to be under some form of control. Zhou Tianxi nodded, realizing that even a naive girl, detached from the situation, could perceive the complexities of his relationship with Jixia. Yet, he had inadvertently allowed those he cared about to suffer greatly. You may leave now. This quarter's bonus will be doubled. You will work on the 18th floor as Qianjin's assistant. This unexpected joy was overwhelming, and Xin Lulu exclaimed in delight. Really? Thank you, boss. She bowed deeply and then skipped joyfully out of the office. As she jumped and pondered, she realized that her boss was not as cold-hearted as he seemed. In truth, he possessed a profound humanity, embodying the true essence of a summer's prince. After Xian Lulu departed, Qianjin finally remembered to inquire about the meaning of being controlled. Zhou Tianxi preferred that not too many people were privy to these enigmatic matters. He shook his head, refraining from answering, and turned his attention to other tasks. It was imperative to gather evidence tonight, videos, photographs, and ideally, recorded conversations. Additionally, preparations for the project designated for the Jiang family were to be finalized. After a long wait, they had finally collected sufficient evidence before the date set by grandfather, which could persuade him to annul the engagement. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Qianqian erupted in a fit of rage, shattering everything within her reach. The passing servants whispered among themselves, suggesting that the young lady seemed to have lost her mind. As Lin Chengwu ascended the stairs, he happened upon Lin Qianqian smashing a vase in her room, the cacophony startling the servants at the door. He observed the panicked faces of those nearby, puzzled by whether he truly appeared so fearsome. Grabbing the nearest one, he inquired about the commotion. Second young master, the cot's servant stammered, clearly taken aback by Lin Chengwu's presence. Why are you all fleeing? The servant hesitantly explained. Second young master, the young lady has returned and is destroying things. Lin Chengwu nodded, releasing him. Another round of crashing sounds ensued, prompting him to kick open Lin Qianqian's door. A shrill scream pierced the air, causing Lin Chengwu to furrow his brows. As he appeared in the doorway, Lin Qianqian's hands trembled, whether from fury or fear was uncertain. What mischief are you up to now? He demanded. Lin Qianqian, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Lin Chengwu, stood frozen in place, at a loss for words. Our Lin family has devoted ourselves to nurturing you, providing you with a good environment and education, only for you to throw tantrums and create havoc at home. Lin Chengwu had never harbored fondness for Lin Qianqian, as she was merely an impostor occupying the space of his true sister. He loathed the fact that his real sister had gone missing, leaving her position to a stranger. In his youth, he had vehemently opposed her adoption, resorting to tantrums and even running away from home, yet he failed to alter his parents' decision. They had resolutely adopted Lin Qianqian, a girl of similar age to his sister, forcing them to coexist under the same roof. As he matured, he questioned his parents about their choice to adopt a stranger. His father's expression grew grave, as if suppressing something, while his mother, on the verge of tears, approached him, her cheeks wet with sorrow, and explained, Chengwu, your father and I hope that your sister can live well, even in our absence. Lin Chengwu could not comprehend how the well-being of his lost sister necessitated the adoption of a girl who bore a resemblance to her. His mother clarified that they had exhausted every possible means to locate his sister. The police had been alerted, and significant resources had been deployed in the search. Yet there was no trace of her. The Lin family and his mother's family, the Jiang family, had utilized every available resource, yet no clues emerged. They could do nothing but pray for divine guidance, hoping for even the smallest sign that their little girl was alive. The master of Qingling Temple could only be seen by those fated to meet him. Lin's parents ascended the 999 steps of Qingling Mountain, bowing with each step, beseeching to meet him. After 3 days and nights, when the master had yet to appear, Lin's parents succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Upon awakening, they found themselves in a secluded storage room of the temple, having gone days without sustenance. Weak and barely able to speak, Lin Xingwu's father, who had just helped his recently awakened mother to her feet, was approached by a figure clad in a white robe. "Benefactor, what is your request?" the figure inquired. Lin Xingwu's parents exchanged incredulous glances. His father swallowed hard, cautiously asking, "Are you the master of the Mozhang Yuan?" The master nodded and repeated his question. The couple hurriedly relayed the tale of their missing daughter. The master circled them, examining each closely. "Your daughter is still alive." This revelation instilled immense hope within the couple, prompting them to kneel and plead with the master for assistance in finding their daughter. With a soft sigh, the master replied, "From your features, I can discern that the child lives, but her whereabouts remain unknown." They exchanged glances, emotions surging through them, leaving their expressions numb and devoid of any semblance of hope. "Is my child well?" "Not well," the master shook his head. "Her fortune has dissipated, and she is in dire straits, with no one willing to adopt her." Lin's mother knelt before the master, grasping the hem of his robe, pleading fervently, "I implore you, please save my child." Lin Xingwu's father supported his wife silently, his gaze fixed on the master, hoping for assistance for their daughter. The master later suggested that they adopt a child of similar age and name her after their biological daughter, thereby bestowing blessings upon their wandering child. This would provide her aid in times of misfortune, preventing her from perishing in a foreign environment. Thus, Lin Xianxian came to be a part of the Lin family. Initially, they struggled to accept her, but for the sake of their distant kin, they compelled themselves to treat her kindly. However, Lin Xingwu had detested Lin Xianxian from the very beginning, never having coexisted amicably with her. The master had claimed that as long as they treated this young girl well, it was possible for their biological daughter to return. Lin Xingwu's parents truly believed this, showering Lin Xianxian with love, providing her with a fine education and nurturing her as if she were their own. Yet, as the years passed, the absence of news regarding their biological daughter left them on the verge of despair. Only Lin Chengwu persistently sought traces of his sister. The Lin family was affluent, with branches in several prosperous cities. After graduating from university, Lin Chengwu managed the family business. His decision to apply for this position stemmed from his unwillingness to witness how his parents and brother lavished affection upon Lin Xianxian, making him feel as though they had forgotten their true daughter. Now, having been summoned back to headquarters by his father, he harbored considerable reluctance, which reflected in his demeanor at home. His parents and brother endeavored to placate him, while the servants kept their distance. To avoid encounters with Lin Chengwu, Lin Xianxian deliberately maintained her distance, retreating when he was present and only emerging when he was absent. Lin Xianxian's actions stirred pity in Lin's mother, prompting her to chastise Lin Chengwu severely. Upon entering Lin Xianxian's room, Lin Chengwu surveyed the chaos. Jewelry, cosmetics, and exquisite porcelain scattered across the floor. Lin's parents adored Lin Xianxian, and naturally, provided her with the finest belongings. The debris alone was worth millions. "It seems you no longer wish to remain in this household. Do you care so little for the Lin family's possessions that you would destroy them?" Lin Chengwu's voice snapped Lin Xianxian back to reality. In a soft voice, she replied, "No, second brother, do not call me second brother. I am not your brother, and you are not my sister." Lin Xianxian's delicate face turned pale. From childhood, Lin Chengwu's words had always been limited to this refrain: "I am not your brother, and you are not my sister. I simply felt uncomfortable and broke a few things. What do you intend to do about it?" Lin Xianxian, emboldened by Qin Xing's support, was no longer the frightened girl who would flee at the sight of Lin Chengwu. She clutched the pendant around her neck, summoning her courage. "Just a few broken items?" Lin Chengwu's anger surged. "Do you truly consider this merely a few items?" The quarrel between the siblings caught the attention of Lin Mu, who had just returned from afternoon tea. She ascended the stairs slowly and discovered the two an impasse within the room. Lin Xianxian rushed to her mother, leaping into her embrace with a sense of grievance. Calling out for her mother, Lin Mu furrowed her brow, first patting Lin Xianxian's back gently before casting a disapproving glance at her younger son, Chengwu. "Why have you frightened Xianxian again?" "Mom, look at this room. It's in complete disarray, all because of her antics." Lin Mu frowned, but refrained from scolding Lin Qianqian. Instead, she gently held her shoulders and inquired, Qianqian, it appears your forehead is injured. How did that happen? Feeling her mother-esque concern. Tears streamed down Lin Qianqian's cheeks unbidden as she murmured, Mom, Mom, Mom. Lin Mu shot a fierce glare at her younger son. Taking Lin Qianqian's hand, come, let us talk with your mother, shall we? Lin Qianqian obediently followed Lin Mu out of the room, while Cheng Wu, infuriated, kicked over a chair, producing a loud crash. Cheng Wu, come here, Lin Mu commanded from the doorway. In the living room below, Lin Mu seated Lin Qianqian on a large sofa while Cheng Wu plopped down on a nearby armchair. He was eager to witness what Lin Qianqian would say about the damages amounting to millions. However, before Lin Mu could pose a question, Cheng Wu bellowed, Who set the table? Lin Mu was startled, her voice rising in anger. Cheng Wu, what are you shouting about? Cheng Wu stood up, pointing at the teacups on the table. Who arranged this? Step forward. A servant in the corner emerged, head bowed, and quietly replied, Second young master, it was I who set the table. Cheng Wu cast a disdainful glance at the servant. Then at the teacups, go collect your wages from the butler. You need not return tomorrow. The servant attempted to interject, but Lin Mu ordered her to be taken away. Then, with concern, she asked, Cheng Wu, is your anxiety disorder still quite severe? Cheng Wu shook his head and returned to the sofa. He lifted his chin, directing a question at Lin Qianqian. Lin Mu, casting a skeptical glance at her younger son, turned her attention to Lin Qianqian, gently holding her hand. Qianqian, what is troubling you? Weren't you at work today? How did you get hurt? Lin Qianqian weakly nestled her head against Lin Mu's bosom. Mom, I went to see Gij Tianxi today. Ah, you two are about to get engaged. It's good to nurture your relationship. Lin Qianqian raised her head, looking pitifully at Lin Mu. However, Gij Tianxi's ex-wife is truly wicked. It was she who pushed me, causing me to hit my forehead against the coffee table. Zhou Tianxi's ex-wife? Lin Mu murmured, Isn't he already divorced? Lin Qianqian nodded, Yes, but Gij Tianxi has hired her as his assistant at the company. Lin Mu questioned in surprise. Wasn't their marriage a contractual one, only lasting 2 years? It caused quite a stir in their circle when the Zhou family chose an obscure orphan for their eldest grandson to marry. The elder Zhou had maintained a stern demeanor, offering no explanations. The two young people had not held a wedding ceremony, but merely obtained a marriage certificate in passing, with few having seen the orphan due to the Zhou family's restrictions on her interactions with outsiders. Recently, it was rumored that the orphan had some issues, and before the 2 years were even up, the elder Zhou orchestrated their divorce. The household's butler, Qin Qing, had connections to Qingling Mountain, often summoned by the elder Zhou to inquire about matters concerning it. Qin Qing had once reported that Zhou Tianxi was a rare child of fortune, and as long as he was around, the Zhou family would prosper. Lin Qianqian had harbored feelings for Zhou Tianxi since she blossomed into adolescence. Everyone was aware that when he entered into a contractual marriage, she was studying abroad. Following Zhou Tianxi's divorce, the elder Zhou proposed a union between the two families, and Lin's parents, recognizing their daughter as affections, agreed. Indeed, during their marriage, grandfather Zhou forbade her from working at the company. However, after the divorce, Gij Tianxi brought her on board. Lin Qianqian pouted, explaining her grievances, but she is so overbearing, monopolizing Gij Tianxi's attention every day. Lin Mu listened with curiosity. She monopolizes him? What is Gij Tianxi's reaction? Most from their generation understood Zhou Tianxi well. He was the most distinguished among the younger crowd, and they were aware of his temperament. Not just any woman could approach him. Could it be that he has developed feelings for that orphan? Gij Tianxi is utterly annoyed by her, but there's nothing he can do. She is now his assistant. Lin Qianqian's words seemed contradictory, yet Lin Mu attributed it to her daughter's infatuation, unwilling to accept the idea of another woman being close to her fiancé. What transpired at that moment? Did she push you? Lin Qianqian recalled the scene, longing to steal a kiss from her beloved, only to be abruptly shoved aside by Jixia. At that time, Gij Tianxi wanted to get close to me, but that woman saw and indiscriminately pulled me away. Cheng Wu observed Lin Qianqian. Her face flushed, whether from embarrassment or anger, and felt a sense of irritation. He did not believe a word she said. Zhou Tianxi was his close friend, someone he had known since childhood, alongside Gao Zhaolin. They were all well aware of each other's character. The notion that Zhou Tianxi would wish to be intimate with Lin Qianqian was preposterous. Zhou Gongzi wishes to be close to you? Where did you find him? Lin Qianqian, meeting Cheng Wu's gaze, felt timid, perhaps a remnant of childhood trauma. She stammered. In the office. Cheng Wu scoffed. You ought to lie with some sense of reason. Zhou Gongzi would not engage with you in the office. Lin Mu also scrutinized Lin Qianqian, her expression clearly indicating disbelief. Zhou Tianxi would not act so indiscreetly. I'm not lying. It's true. Mom, please believe me. She could not confess to her mother that she had been leveraging her feelings to manipulate Zhou Tianxi into her desires. Shouldn't your concern be that Gij Tianxi's ex-wife pushed me, causing my injury? Lin Mu pondered for a moment, stroking Lin Qianqian's hair. Qianqian, you're a member of the Lin family. If outsiders bully you, we will certainly stand up for you. Lin Qianqian nestled closer to Lin Mu, feeling comforted. Mom is the best. I just want someone to teach Ji Xiao a lesson. Cheng Wu regarded Lin Qianqian's performance with disdain. She had always been exceedingly hypocritical, never uttering a word of truth. To grasp the situation, he would need to inquire directly with Zhou Gongzi. Coincidentally, since his return, they had not gathered. So he would seize this opportunity for a reunion. Lin Mu gazed down at her daughter, a complex expression crossing her face. How could she so casually speak of such matters? Qianqian, I will have your second brother investigate this matter. If it is truly Ji Xia who has bullied you, your father, and I will not let it rest. A smile broke on Lin Qianqian's face. Thank you, Mom. You must seek justice for me. If it escalates further, I might be left disfigured. Disfigured? You're merely seeking trouble, idling about. Cheng Wu found Lin Qianqian's theatrics excessive. She had gone to the office during the day without a clear motive, uncertain if she had done something that might have irked others. Second brother, no matter what, I'm still your sister. Must you always side with outsiders? Sister? My sister is not so petty. She holds no significant stature. At home, she merely destroys the beautifully arranged bedroom, causing losses in the millions. Addressing this issue, Lin Mu adopted a serious tone. Qianqian, regardless of the circumstances. A lady must maintain her composure. How could you have wrecked the entire bedroom? Lin Qianqian never anticipated that Lin Mu would seek retribution, and she immediately donned a look of grievance. Mama, I was simply too angry at that time. However, Lin Mu firmly stated, although the Lin family can protect you, it is essential to discern between rewards and punishments. I will have you assess the value of the damage done to your bedroom, and the cost will be deducted from your allowance. With that, Lin Mu decisively turned and exited the living room, leaving no room for Lin Qianqian to plead further. Lin Chengwu looked at her with a bemused expression, advising, I suggest you save your breath. If you err, you must face the consequences. He too left the living room to rendezvous with Zhou Tianxi and others. Left alone in the living room, Lin Qianqian trembled with anger, reflecting that the Lin family had never regarded her as their own daughter. With this thought, she took out her phone to call Qin Qing, eager to inform her that their plans had been compromised. Do you mean Ji Xian knows that I control Zhou Tianxi? Qin Qing's voice came through the phone. Qianqian, are you sure Ji Xian knows? Yes, it is she who mentioned it, and she also said your junior is keeping an eye on you. Qin Qing steadied herself, sensing Zhou Tianxi's grip was still firm and unbroken, indicating no one had intervened. Yet, what did Ji Xian mean by saying her junior was watching her? Was her junior still alive? Why had he not sought her out all these years? Jeannie, where are you? I haven't seen you at home. Chapter 128. What happened in your sister's room? Qin Qing surveyed her surroundings. I stepped out. What is the matter? Nothing much, Lin Qianqian sniffed. I just missed you at home, and I was pushed down by Ji Xia, injuring my forehead. What? Qin Qing stood up from her cushion, her voice laced with concern. You're hurt? How are you now? Did you go to the hospital? This flurry of inquiries softened Lin Qianqian's mood. Someone indeed cared about her. It still hurts. Ji Xia has no sense of boundaries. I merely approached Brother Tianxi a bit closer, and she came over to push me. Qin Qing gripped her phone tightly, her voice restrained. Stay at home. I will return shortly. After hanging up, Lin Xianxian fiddled with her phone and received a message from Song Iran. Lowering her eyelids to conceal her true feelings, she took a couple of steps towards the stairs, paused, and then changed direction. Since Song Iran invited her, she would reluctantly attend. After all, there were only a few days left until the engagement. As Lin Xianxian's figure vanished, Lin Chengwu descended from upstairs, having arranged a meeting time with Zhou Tianxi for that very evening. After wandering a bit, he unconsciously found himself in a room on the second floor that had remained untouched for over 20 years, regularly cleaned, yet preserved in its childlike innocence. With a starry ceiling overhead. "Sister," Lin Chengwu called out absent-mindedly, "where are you? Can you still find your way home?" This room was a remnant of his sister's existence, a space he clung to during her absence, which had already exceeded a year. Lin Xianxian had been in the Lin family for over half a year, and everyone had urged his parents to put away their biological sister's belongings to avoid heartache. Just as they were about to destroy the room, he stood at the doorway, refusing to let anyone in. His parents pulled him away, yet he struggled to return, even going days and nights without eating or sleeping, guarding the door. Eventually, his elder brother Lin Chengwen joined him in keeping vigil at their sister's door. Thus, the room was preserved, with everything inside left undisturbed, merely cleaned by servants. He picked up a large blue dolphin plush toy from the bedside, pondering, when this toy was brought home, my sister was smaller than it. I wonder what she is like now. Our family has good looks, so she must have grown into a beauty. However, the plush toy quickly lost its shape in his hands, with stuffing slowly spilling out until the dolphin was deflated. Lin Chengwu stared in disbelief at the toy, baffled by its condition. After a prolonged moment, he realized there was a large tear in the toy's tail. What happened? This toy was fine on my sister's bed, yet has somehow been ruined? He continued to inspect, confirming that the toy was indeed damaged. Could it have been broken by a careless servant during cleaning, who feared punishment and did not dare inform their parents? With this thought, he circled the room again, spotting a cup his sister adored, intending to pick it up for a closer look. Yet, before he could grasp it, the cup shattered into 2 pieces. What is happening? He examined various other items in his sister's room, finding them all either broken or decayed. Lin Chengwu was infuriated. He had merely been transferred to a branch office for a few years, yet his sister's room had been utterly destroyed. He stormed into the living room, yelling, "Everyone get down here." The servants, confused by the second young master's outburst, cautiously gathered in the living room. Lin Mu, Viangdan, heard her youngest son's roar and appeared at the second-floor railing, disapprovingly saying, "Chengwu, why are you shouting? You're a grown man, yet you behave like a child." Everyone come down. I have something to say." Just then, Lin Fu, Lin Yang, and his elder brother Lin Chengwen returned home from work. Lin Fu was changing his shoes at the entrance. "Chengwu, the reason we had you transferred back was to better develop Lin's enterprises. Why do you keep losing your temper with no apparent reason?" Lin Yang knew his youngest son had always been stubborn, unless he came to a realization on his own. No amount of persuasion would suffice. "Xiao Wu, dinner's about to be served. Why are you making a fuss?" Lin Chengwen approached and patted his brother's shoulder. "Come, sit down, and speak slowly if there is something troubling you." At this moment, the entire Lin family had gathered in the living room, except for Lin Xianxian, while the servants stood scattered around. Lin Chengwu suppressed his anger and asked in a low voice, "Who has been cleaning my sister's room?" This question left the Lin family momentarily taken aback. Lin Mu, realizing the implication, responded, "Cleaning is on a rotation basis. Perhaps Xianxian's room was too messy, causing your anxiety to flare up. When Qingguan returns tomorrow, I'll have her address it promptly. Can you hold on for a moment? Would you like some medication?" "No, I am referring to my sister's room." The Lin family exchanged glances, taking a moment to comprehend that he was speaking of their biological daughter's room. And the atmosphere in the living room grew somber. Although years had passed, the Lin family had yet to reconcile with the separation from their flesh and blood. Despite the preservation of their daughter's room, aside from Lin Chengwu, the others had largely avoided it, fearing it would only deepen their sorrow. Especially Lin Mu, who could not contain her tears at the thought of her beloved daughter, who had been lost for so many years. "What happened to my sister's room?" The servants clean it periodically. Lin Chengwen noted the sadness on his parents' faces, hastening to resolve the matter. "Who was the last to clean it?" Step forward. One of the servants, standing to the side, timidly stepped forward and said, "Second young master, it was I who cleaned it." The Lin family, unaware of Lin Chengwu's intentions, could only stand by and watch as he continued to question. "When you cleaned, were all the items in the young lady's room in good condition?" The servant hesitated but nodded. Yes, everything was fine. In truth, she knew the Lin family never entered that room, so she merely went through the motions during her cleaning, without disturbing anything inside. Lin Mu could not help but inquire, "Chengwu, what is wrong with your sister's room?" "Sai, I will go take a look." Lin Fu and Lin Chengwen exchanged glances and followed her upstairs. Lin Chengwu remained rooted in place, his anger boiling over, declaring, "If I find out who has damaged my sister's belongings, you will all pay dearly." The servants were petrified, standing in place like startled birds. Lin Chengwu had no illusions left. The damage within must have been caused either by this group or due to their negligence. Chapter 129 revealed the peril she faced at that time. When Lin Mu descended, she was assisted by Lin Fu and Lin Chengwen. After being seated on the sofa, she immediately launched her inquiry. Who was responsible for the destruction of the items in the young lady's room? Her voice trembled. She had not anticipated that someone would dare to ruin the possessions of their most cherished family member right under her nose. None of the servants dared to step forward. Lin Fu, with a grim expression, remarked that if someone confessed, they could handle it internally. However, involving the authorities would complicate matters significantly. Lin Chengwen interjected, noting that although the items in the young lady's room had been there for over 20 years, some of their value could not be measured by time alone. "I wonder who among you harbors such deep resentment towards a missing young lady that you would resort to vandalizing her belongings left at home. Everyone in this household understands the significance of that room to our family. So do not force us to take drastic measures. Confess quickly." The servants exchanged glances, initially believing they were merely caught for not cleaning properly. Yet now it was evident that the young lady's possessions had been defiled. Their supervisor, Steward Chin, was absent, and the most senior servant stepped forward. "Young master, we were unaware that the items in the young lady's room had been damaged." As soon as she spoke, several servants echoed her sentiments. "Then why did you appear so guilty just now?" "Because the young lady's room had been unoccupied. Cleaning had become somewhat perfunctory, perhaps done only every 2 weeks. Moreover, the cleaning was not as meticulous as it would have been for a regularly inhabited room. Thus, the Lin family understood that they were merely afraid of punishment. "Very well, you may disperse." The servants filed out in a line. Lin Chengwu looked at Lin Mu disapprovingly. "Mother, are we truly letting them off this easily? This will only embolden them further." Lin Mu sighed softly. She already knew who was responsible. "Who?" Lin Mu remained silent, rubbing her temples. "Do not concern yourself. I will find someone to restore it. Let's go eat." The remaining 3 exchanged glances, and Lin Chengwu still could not let it go. That was the only remnant left by his sister. How could it be so easily dismissed? "Mother, who is it? We must find this person and question her thoroughly. How could a 4-year-old child have provoked such destruction?" Lin Mu did not turn around. "Chengwu, I told you this matter does not require your involvement. Did you not hear me?" Lin Chengwu stared at Lin Mu's retreating figure, perplexed as to why he could not seek retribution for the damage done to his sister's belongings. "Fine, I understand. In this family, aside from me, everyone has forgotten my sister, have they not? Very well. You say not to concern myself. Then I shall go find my sister on my own." With that, he kicked over a nearby potted plant and stormed off with his coat in hand. Only then did Lin Mu turn back, catching a glimpse of her younger son's silhouette, and she felt herself teetering, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Yong hurried over to support her. "Xiaodian, are you all right?" "Mother, is it Qian?" Lin Chunwen mused. The only person he could think of was her. "It is our Lin family that has wronged her. We brought that young girl home, but did not care for her properly. Naturally, she harbors resentment." Lin Chunwen did not wholly agree with this sentiment. Yet he could not justify vandalizing his sister's room. Lin Fu looked at his wife, leaning against him. "You are too soft-hearted. Over the years, we have treated Qian sufficiently well. The Lin family utilized all their resources for her benefit and even sent her abroad for education. When she expressed her affection for Zhou Tianxi, we immediately facilitated their engagement. Who in the commercial circle of Haishur does not know that the Zhou family and the Jiang family are rivals? Lin Mu is from the Jiang family. Even after many years of marriage into the Lin family, the Zhou family still harbors reservations. Yet, this time, Lin Fu personally took the initiative to promote this union. Father, Mother, do you think after all these years my sister can still be found? Lin Fu and Lin Mu found themselves unable to answer that question. They had once fervently prayed for their youngest daughter to return to them. Yet, over 20 years had passed, their adopted daughter had reached marriageable age, while their biological daughter remained missing. The sky began to darken as Ji Xia and Zhou Nan, each carrying a bouquet of chrysanthemums, arrived at the cemetery. They paused before a newly erected tombstone, laying the flowers at its base. Fanghua, Zai Zai, I have come to see you. The tombstone bore no photograph, as Ji Xia possessed none of them. The thought of Zai Zai's life being cut short at such a tender age left Ji Xia feeling as though her throat was constricted, making it difficult to swallow. Zhou placed a reassuring hand on Ji Xia's shoulder. Xia Xia, little Zai Zai is now enjoying a peaceful afterlife. In his next life, he will certainly find a reliable father who will love and cherish him forever. Ji Xia's eyes brimmed with tears. Fanghua, I hope you can see clearly in your next life and avoid encountering scoundrels like Dong Chong. Once Dong Chong is sentenced, I will inform you immediately. As for Zai Zai's demise, I will not let Qin Qing off the hook. We have already confirmed that she is responsible for Zai Zai's heart attack. Rest assured, she will face retribution. They stood before the tombstone for a while longer until darkness enveloped the sky. Zhou Nan gently grasped Ji Xia's hand and whispered, Xia Xia, let us go. Ji Xia followed her step by step, but after walking about 5 or 6 meters, she could not resist looking back. Perhaps it was a trick of the light, but she saw Li Fanghua holding Zai Zai's hand, waving goodbye, as if bidding her farewell. When she focused her gaze, the two had vanished together. What happened? Ji Xia shook her head. It's nothing. By the way, do you remember what I told you this afternoon? You are still in danger. Please be cautious. Humph, I'm not afraid of her. If she has the guts, she can confront me directly. I disdain those who scheme behind others' backs. In the afternoon, Ji Xia discussed the situation with Zhou Nan, urging her to take precautions and avoid seeking out Qin Qing. They had no substantial evidence to report her to the authorities. Everything she was orchestrating would not be believed by the police. Zhou Nan was aware that Qin Qing had caused Zai Zai's death and immediately expressed her determination to eliminate this threat. Ji Xia grasped her hand, urging her not to act impulsively. She needed her strength to control Zhou Tianxi and restore the fortune beads. If her strength waned, she would naturally seek Zhou Nan, and that would be when she was truly in peril. What does she aim to control Zhou Tianxi for? Simply because Lin Qianqian liked Zhou Tianxi? Liking someone without striving for their affection, resorting to manipulation? How absurd. Zhou Nan struggled to comprehend Qin Qing's mindset. Much like she could never fathom why Qin Qing had sent her mother, Li Chongru, to Zhou Qihua's bed. I am truly baffled. Is it really the case that all this trouble stems from Qin Qing alone? She is genuinely ill, profoundly so. Chapter 130. A face without expression grows cold. Perhaps it is the obsession of unattainable love. After Ji Xia entered the car, she continued to soothe her furious companion. This is called dedication. She is the one who is deranged, all right? I'm truly exasperated. My very existence is a product of her selfishness. Zhou Nan held little regard for her own lineage. She could have had a more innocent birthright. At least not as an illegitimate child. Ji Xia took hold of her friend's hand. At least you know who your parents are, unlike me, who does not even know where I came from. Why comfort me by belittling yourself? Xia Xia, it pains me to see you like this. The two held hands, seeking warmth from one another. By the way, how are things going with that childhood friend of your boss? Zhou Nan glanced out the window. Oh, this car is moving quite fast. We will be there soon. She chose to evade Ji Xia's question, diverting the conversation. What was his name again? I believe I heard the boss mention it. Gao Jialin, was it? It is uncertain whether Gao Jialin can win the affections of our stunning beauty, Zhou Nan. Alas, I find it rather unlikely, considering that Zhou Nan's eyes seem to be positioned atop her head. Haha. Zhou Nan, increasingly perplexed, wondered what it meant for her eyes to be on her head. Oh dear, I can't fathom why my best friend has returned to her past, rekindling a romance with that scoundrel after their divorce. Could it be that the rogue's tall, handsome stature and impressive eight-pack abs have drawn her back in? Ji Xia was suddenly amused. You're aware that your brother has an eight-pack? I had no idea. Zhou Nan, rarely wide-eyed in surprise, exclaimed, Ah, you've been married for 2 years, and you didn't know whether he had abs? Is that so strange? Ji Xia adjusted her hair. Well, we've been sleeping in separate rooms. Suddenly, Zhou Nan leaned in conspiratorially. Xiao Xia, you're truly a treasure. How could you not have secured such a fine figure sooner? Ji Xiao blushed at her teasing. Speaking of which, Gao Jialin also has a commendable physique. Have you already taken him? Who would want to pursue that playboy? His ex-girlfriends could form a circle around the city. Yet, Zhou Tiankai is different. He generally keeps his distance from women. Ji Xia gazed incredulously at her friend, thinking it hard to believe that the boss, already 27 years old, would remain unattached. Try your luck next time. It just might be possible. Zhou Nan grinned mischievously, hoping her friend would eventually find happiness with Zhou Tiankai. She had come to understand the situation better, and thus held less animosity toward Zhou Tiankai. If he proved reliable, he and Ji Xia could indeed be a good match. The two laughed heartily as they returned to their residence. After returning, Fu Zhisher finally found time to converse with his naive apprentice. I say, girls, is this how you chat? Ji Xia shrugged. What is wrong with that? We enjoy it. Reflecting on how his foolish apprentice had left in a state of distress, worrying about various matters, it was surprising to see them so cheerful upon meeting. Fu Zhisher admitted he struggled to comprehend female friendships. Master, weren't you able to materialize in my thoughts during the day? Ji Xia recalled the event in the boss's office, still somewhat disbelieving. Yes, what of it? Come again. Fu Zhisher chuckled, as if he had heard a joke, but remained silent. Could it be that I imagined you during the day? You silly girl. Your provocation is futile. Being able to do so once a day is quite remarkable. Typically, it takes several days to succeed. Ji Xia felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped to see her master in reality soon. Master, do you remember how to control the boss's romantic entanglements? You think I can simply recall what I desire? Ji Xia grew more disheartened, even beginning to withdraw from conversation, silently completing her nighttime routine before diving into bed. Fu Zishi, unwilling to let his apprentice sleep in a troubled state, reluctantly reassured her. Zhou Xia has a way. You needn't worry too much. Ji Xia knew the boss was formidable, but his demeanor during the day had frightened her. What if one day she wasn't around and he encountered Lin Qianqian? As she pondered her concerns for the boss, Ji Xia gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the one she worried about was at the bar, gathering with an old friend. Zhou Tiankai raised his glass to his lips, but, upon tasting it, grimaced and set it down. Gao Jialin gulped down a substantial sip, wiping the remnants of alcohol from his mouth. What is wrong, young Master Zhou? Is the drink unsatisfactory? Would you like me to order something from outside? They had been there for an hour, and neither of the two in front of him had finished a drink. Gao Jialin glanced at the other person. Lin Xiaowu, what is the matter with you? You invited us out, yet you look so glum. Those who know might think you're mourning a lost love. Lin Chengwu punched him lightly, setting down his glass. Your tongue hasn't softened in all these years, still as sharp as ever. Gao Jialin raised his glass, grinning. Thank you for the compliment. So, what is your plan now that you're back? Are you staying for good? Lin Chengwu nodded, closing his eyes to down the contents of his glass. Yes. I'm not leaving. That is splendid. We can meet often. You have no idea how difficult it is to arrange a time with young Master Zhou. After much effort, he remains silent and refuses to drink, leaving me to perform a solo act. I've had enough. Lin Chengwu chuckled softly. Young Master Zhou has always been this way. Is this your first day knowing him? True enough, but what are your intentions now that you've returned? I'll be working at the headquarters, but my father and brother are there. My main focus is on finding my sister. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Tiankai and Gao Jialin visibly appeared more somber. After all these years, you still haven't given up? Lin Chengwu gazed through his transparent glass at the vibrant nightlife of the bar, pondering. Perhaps it's a lifelong obsession. Forget about me. By the way, he turned his attention back to Zhou Tiankai. Young Master Zhou, I missed your wedding and divorce. When you have time, I'll bring you a gift. Zhou Tiankai glanced at his phone, his expression hardening at the messages received. He felt indifferent towards Lin Chengwu's teasing, but perhaps he could request a favor. Xiao Wu, could you acquire a strand of Qin Xing's hair or something she has used? The recent message indicated that it had been several days without success in obtaining a sample from Qin Xing. Chapter 131. You still don't trust my ability to handle matters. Lin Xianxian was cautious but manageable, yet acquiring anything from Qin Xing was exceedingly difficult. Lin Chengwu looked incredulously at Zhou Tiankai. You can't be serious, young Master Zhou. Has a brief marriage driven you to madness? That you're interested in my family's butler? Zhou Tiankai smirked subtly at Lin Chengwu. If you knew my reasons, you likely wouldn't say that. Then why do you want Qin Xing's sample? Zhou Tiankai considered the matter, deciding it was better to be forthright with his childhood friend. I suspect a connection between Qin Xing and Lin Xianxian. Huh? The sound came from Gao Jialin. What connection do they have? This raised a curious point. During the last visit with Xiaonan, they encountered Butler Qin in a desolate mountain at Fengxian Town. Lin Chengwu looked puzzled at Gao Jialin. What do you mean? Did Aunt Qin go to a mountain in Fengxian Town? Where's Fengxian Town? He was often away and unaware of Qin Xing's movements. But as the Lin family's butler, shouldn't she remain with the family instead of wandering elsewhere? It's a small town in Jiangshi, reputed to be a place of great talent and spirit. Zhou Tiankai scrutinized Gao Jialin. Did she seem intent on claiming Zhou Nan as her own? Ah, young Master Zhou. You're quite perceptive. She looked as if she intended to devour Xiaonan. Lin Chengwu was increasingly baffled by their conversation. Were they truly discussing the same butler Qin? Ever since she joined their household, Aunt Qin had been diligent, managing everything meticulously, from arranging the servants to selecting gifts among their affluent circle, always impressively. How could it be that in their narrative, Aunt Qin appeared to be on a predatory path? Are you talking about the Qin Xing I know? Surely you aren't suggesting there's another? Zhou Tiankai felt reluctant to tarnish Qin Xing's reputation in the eyes of his friends, assuring them that if he could obtain what he needed, he would clarify matters later, allowing this issue to rest. Lin Chengwu, still skeptical, took another sip of his drink. Recalling another matter, by the way, did my foster sister visit your office today? Zhou Tianzi coolly inquired. What do you wish to say? If you have come to seek justice for Lin Xianxian, then this gathering shall disperse forthwith. After she returned, she smashed everything in her room, causing a loss amounting to several million. Moreover, she also destroyed items in my sister's room. At this juncture, he was filled with righteous indignation, wishing fervently to confront Lin Xianxian and vent his frustration. Zhou Tianzi found it difficult to comprehend Lin Chengwu's attitude. Had it not been said that the Lin family treated their adopted daughter as well as their own? Why then did he perceive only irritation and disdain in his childhood friend's demeanor? What does it mean that she damaged your sister's belongings? Does your family still maintain your biological sister's room? Gao Jialin, known for his forthright nature, directly voiced his confusion. The Lin family's youngest daughter had been missing for over 20 years, not just a few years, leaving her room as a lingering hope. Lin Chengwu was perplexed by their astonishment. Was it not natural for his family to have a room for his sister? What was so strange about it? My parents once considered converting the room into a guest room or storage, but I insisted it remain. Yet, over 20 years have passed, and my sister has not returned. The incident of the Lin family's youngest daughter going missing had sent shockwaves through the upper echelons, mobilizing half the city's police to search, yet no leads ever surfaced. Zhou Tianzi could fathom why his childhood friend felt such sorrow, as he himself had been old enough to remember those events. He gently patted Lin Chengwu's shoulder, reassuring him that he could not be blamed back then. He was merely a child. Lin Chengwu took a hefty gulp of his drink, tears brimming in his eyes, declaring, "No, it was indeed my fault. Had I not let go of my sister's hand in my childish folly, she would not have been taken." Gao Jialin poured more wine for Lin Chengwu, saying, "You're trapped in the events of over 20 years ago." The trauma from his sister's disappearance had caused Lin Chengwu to suffer from severe anxiety, compounded by his own obsessive tendencies, rendering him incapable of living a peaceful day. Anxiety perpetually filled his mind with dreadful, unreal scenarios beyond his control. Over the years, He had become a frequent visitor to a psychologist. Have your parents given up searching for your sister? Lin Chengwu stared blankly ahead, momentarily oblivious to Gao Jialan's question. Zhou Tianzi shook his head, signaling Gao Jialan to refrain from further inquiries. The bar's ambience was hardly tranquil. After a while, Lin Chengwu returned to his senses and asked, "Young Master Zhou, why have you chosen to become engaged to my adopted sister? Are you truly so blind to see she is unsuitable for you?" Gao Jialan nearly choked on his drink at this question, for he too had pondered it, yet the reticent Zhou Tianzi had remained silent. "I will not be getting engaged. I am merely conducting some inquiries." Zhou Tianzi was uncertain why the image of the person who had shielded him earlier that afternoon lingered in his mind. Despite being shorter than him, she had stood resolutely in his defense. What had Jixia said at the time? She declared, "If I see you deliberately harm the boss again, do not blame me for being impolite." Zhou Tianzi's lips curled slightly, as he anticipated her potential impoliteness with delight. "Hey!" Gao Jialan waved his hand in front of Zhou Tianzi's face. "Why do you smile so lewdly about not getting engaged? Have you taken a liking to her?" If looks could kill, Gao Jialan would have perished long ago. "What nonsense are you spouting? You cannot silence your mouth even with alcohol. Young Master Zhou, what did your previous statement imply? You claim no engagement, yet I have heard that the Zhou family and the Lin family are preparing for this engagement banquet." Zhou Tianzi picked up his phone, which had chimed twice, glancing at it briefly. It was a message from Qianjin, simply stating, "Done." A terse response. Quintessentially Zhou Tianzi. Lin Chengwu frowned. "If you decide against the engagement midway, will it not affect the reputation of our families? After all, many are watching." "It will not. Just wait and see." However, since young Master Zhou has said so, Lin Xiaowu, you need not worry. Can you not trust his capabilities? The trio continued to drink for a while longer, and Lin Chengwu agreed to help procure a sample from Qingqing, while Gao Jialan successfully intoxicated himself. The only sober individual present arranged for a designated driver to take them home. As Zhou Tianzi settled into the car, he gazed out the window at a pair of young lovers passing by, engaged in cheerful conversation, seemingly celebrating a joyful occasion. Zhou Tianzi withdrew his gaze and instructed the driver, to Qingyajun chapter 132. I can no longer move. The knocking at the door persisted several times, while Jixia had already covered her ears with a blanket. With her ears muffled, the voices in her mind began to stir. "Get up, you lazy girl, and open the door." Jixia mumbled in protest. "Who in their right mind knocks at such an hour? I am utterly exhausted. It's Zhou Xiaozai. He has knocked 8 times already." Jixia sat up in bed, ruffling her disheveled hair, wondering why her boss had come at such an hour. As she spoke, she descended from the bed, the cold floor jolting her awake. Upon opening the door, a wave of alcohol scent hit her nostrils, prompting her to cover her nose. "Boss, how much have you had to drink?" Zhou Tianzi leaned against the doorframe, gazing at Jixia's tousled hair, questioning his own sanity. How could he find her so endearing in such a state? His gaze traveled down, noticing that the petite woman was barefoot. Before he could fully process this, he had already swept her into his arms. "Boss." Jixia was taken aback, bewildered by his sudden embrace. Zhou Tianzi gestured towards the door. "Close it." Jixia glanced between the door and her slightly inebriated boss, obediently shutting it. She feared disobedience would result in being tossed out. Zhou Tianzi carried her back to the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed. Observing her lying there obediently, he sat beside her, unable to resist, brushing her hair away from her face. "Boss." Zhou Tianzi lightly tapped her crimson lips, suggesting a change in address. Jixia contemplated for a moment and replied, "Zhou Ge." Zhou Tianzi's dark eyes remained fixed on her, and before long, his right hand pressed against his heart. Jixia abruptly sat up. "Boss, is your heart aching again? Is everything all right? Did I cause this?" Zhou Tianzi shook his head, then nodded. "It neither hurts nor hurts." "What does that mean?" Jixia was filled with questions, baffled by his cryptic expression. "It is not the pain of being controlled, but the ache of my distance from Xia." Jixia was compelled to summon her master for clarification. "Old man, what does the boss mean? He is clearly speaking Chinese, yet I do not comprehend." Fu Zisher, exasperated, thought it foolish to involve himself at such a moment. He gritted his teeth, and remained silent, leaving his naive disciple to ponder. After a prolonged silence without her master's guidance, Jixia was forced to reflect on her boss's words. "Brother?" she hesitantly called out, only to have her lips seize the next moment. Jixia struggled in Zhou Tianzi's embrace, thinking, but this is the bedroom on my bed. This place is too perilous. Although her friends had persistently encouraged her to pursue her boss, she was not yet prepared for such a leap. Zhou Tianzi sensed her lack of seriousness and bit down on her lower lip, ensuring she had no more room to ponder trivialities. When they finally parted, Jixia realized she had absorbed the scent of alcohol from him, leaving her thoroughly intoxicated. Zhou Tianzi gazed at her dazed expression, observing the mist rising from her large eyes, his heart swelling with satisfaction. "No engagement, only you." Upon hearing these words, Jixia instinctively leaned against his left chest, where his heart raced fiercely, its pounding reverberating in her ears. She thought to herself that perhaps she should try to trust her boss a little more, to let go a bit. "Boss, did you come looking for me at this late hour for something important?" Zhou Tianzi nodded solemnly. He indeed had something of great importance to discuss. Jixia immediately straightened up, eager to hear the significant matter from her boss. To her surprise, he laid her down on the bed, gazing into her eyes, and spoke each word deliberately. "Accompany me in sleep." Jixia's dazed eyes sparkled with confusion. Had her boss lost his senses, uttering such earth-shattering words? His long, defined hand covered her eyes as he softly said, "You sleep first. I will take a shower." Jixia grasped his sleeve. "Boss, aren't you leaving?" "But I don't have your toiletries here." Zhou Tianzi turned back with a smile. "I do. I had someone bring them last time." As he went to shower, Jixia remained puzzled about how his belongings had ended up in her place, considering he had never stayed there. Fu Zishe, worried that his foolish disciple would be restless all night, kindly informed her of the timing. "Huh? When you changed my bed last time?" Jixia exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. "That must have been a month ago." Was he prescient, knowing he would stay here? "Silly girl, there's a saying, prepare for a rainy day." Jixia reluctantly lay back down, feeling increasingly foolish. When Zhou Tianzi emerged, Jixia was still lost in thought. "What are you thinking about?" he asked, drying his hair with a large towel as he approached the bed. By the time he reached it, his hair seemed dry, and he casually tossed the towel into the laundry basket beside the bed. "Boss, you should get dressed." What was he thinking? Coming out of the shower wrapped only in a towel? Jixia stole a glance and beheld the 8-pack abs they had discussed earlier that afternoon. Did they truly exist? She wondered about their texture. Jixia quickly slapped her cheeks. What was she thinking? When did she become so lecherous? The sleepwear he had brought was long overdue for a wash and emitted an unpleasant odor. "Xia, I won't wear pajamas, is that all right?" Zhou Tianzi said as he walked to the other side, pulling back the covers and lying down. "Ah, boss, you." Jixia scooted towards the edge of the bed, bewildered. "Have you lost your senses? Don't you remember you're the stern and serious CEO? With you, I can't be cold-hearted." "Oh, you are." Zhou Tianzi caught her in his strong arms just as she was about to slip off the bed. Jixia struggled, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Zhou Tianzi held her limbs in place and leaned close to her ear. "I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to keep you company and sleep. If you move again, I cannot guarantee what might happen." Terrified, Jixia immediately ceased her struggles, holding her breath. Just as she felt she might suffocate, his voice drifted down from above. "Breathe. Are you foolish enough to suffocate yourself?" Only then did Jixia realize and take deep breaths, finally steadying herself. She pushed against his arm. "Boss, loosen up. I can't move." "What is there to move for while sleeping? We could be active during the day." Jixia pressed her lips into a thin line. Her boss was truly the same cold and ruthless CEO, just in a different guise. Chapter 133. The wound should be healing soon. The weekend arrived swiftly. Jixia rose early to prepare. "Master, are you ready?" The success or failure hinges on this moment. Fu Zishe's resigned voice echoed in his foolish disciple's mind. What success or failure? They were merely heading to Qingling Mountain to seek answers. Jixia, full of vigor, replied, "It's been 2 years. Your memories have mostly returned. We will surely reap rewards." Her blind confidence worried her master. "Child, are you truly planning to go alone?" Jixia had intended to invite her friends, But for some reason, Qin Xing had been sporadically visiting Qingling Mountain, so she had to abandon that idea. What if she encountered Qin Xing on the mountain? Even with her friends, they would not stand a chance against her. What if a repeat of the last incident occurred? Fu Zixi referred to the time he seemed to be cut off from her, unable to communicate, and had recklessly tried to escape her mind while Ji Xia fainted from the pain. If such an event were to recur, she would be left without any support. However, Ji Xia dismissed his concerns. Master, last time was because you hadn't regained your memories and Qin Xing appeared unexpectedly. This time, with your memories mostly restored, we need not fear her. Fu Zixi remained unconvinced and suggested, how about bringing Zhou along? That way, your safety is somewhat assured. His words nearly made Ji Xia jump in frustration. Since that night, they had shared a bed. She had not seen her boss for 2 days. Recalling what had transpired that morning, Ji Xia's cheeks flushed. Had it not been for Assistant Qian's call urging the boss to work, coinciding with an important meeting, she might have been left pondering the situation longer. I can't think about this. The more I do, the redder my face gets. Ji Xia thought it best to hurry to Qingling Mountain, or else her early rising on the weekend would be in vain. Once she had gathered her things and appeared at her unit S door with her backpack, she was startled to find her boss standing not far away. Her instinct was to hide, and before she knew it, half her body had retreated back inside the unit. At that moment, a seasoned voice called out, "Child, why are you hiding? Zhou has already seen you." Ji Xia incredulously turned back to see Zhou Tianxi's deep, dark eyes fixed on her. "Haha, boss, good morning. Why are you here so early?" Zhou Tianxi did not respond to her obvious question. Instead, he took her backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Then, he grasped her hand and led her toward the entrance. "Boss, are you going to Qingling Mountain with me?" "Child, isn't that obvious? Have you lost your mind? Be quiet. I haven't even settled the score with you yet." The old man had to know. He must have been aware of Zhou's arrival long before and chosen not to inform her, relishing her embarrassment. Zhou Tianxi glanced at the irate figure in her mind. "I spoke with my senior. It's safer for me to accompany you." "Huh?" Ji Xia questioned in confusion. What had they conferred about this? She had no knowledge of it. "You were asleep that night." Mentioning that evening made Ji Xia's face flush again. But didn't Team Master say you were the one with good fortune? You might shield some things while we're there, and we won't be able to see." Zhou Tianxi held her hand, his thumb unconsciously stroking the back of her hand. "We can investigate slowly. I cannot put you in danger." That night, after Ji Xia had fallen asleep, Zhou Tianxi had attempted to contact Fu Zixi, and to his surprise, they could converse directly. After expressing his desire to accompany Ji Xia to Qingling Mountain, Fu Zixi was in full agreement. Although anxious to find his body and learn about his master's matters, he could not selfishly sacrifice his foolish disciple. They quickly reached an understanding, secretly planning today's itinerary without Ji Xia's knowledge. Ji Xia was actually touched by their decision. Such concern for her was rare, and she should cherish it. "Boss, for our mountain climbing today, we shouldn't take the gondola. It's mainly for Master's sense if there is any useful information." Understood. By the time they spoke, they had already entered the car, with Zhou Tianxi driving. He handed Ji Xia a bag of food. "Eat breakfast." Ji Xia opened the bag in the passenger seat and found it contained the same items from the day they went to divorce. "Boss, have you eaten?" Zhou Tianxi glanced at her, his expression complex. "No." Then let us not start the car just yet. Let us eat first." Zhou Tianxi's gaze flickered for a moment. "No need. There are many traffic lights. I can eat a bite at the red light." Yixia nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the situation, and decided to indulge herself with a baozi. It must be said that the baozi prepared by the staff at the boss's villa was simply delectable. As she savored each bite, she couldn't help but nod in approval, showering praises upon it. Zhou Tianxi discreetly cast a glance, wondering if it was truly that delicious and what filling it contained. Ji Xia's eyes sparkled with delight as she remarked that it would be wonderful if she could enjoy such tasty baozi every day. Soon, they approached the first traffic light, and Zhou Tianxi turned to look longingly at the person who was utterly engrossed in her meal. Ji Xia, half biting into her baozi, glanced at the boss and subtly shifted the bag in his direction, signaling him to partake. "Help me grab one," she said obediently, handing a baozi to him. Zhou Tianxi opened his mouth to receive it, but Jixia found herself momentarily flustered. Did the boss truly mean for her to feed him? Accepting it with his hands would leave an oily residue, making it difficult for him to drive afterward. Jixia thought to herself that the boss had a point. Seizing the moment afforded by the red light, she fed him the entire baozi. Fu Zisher averted his gaze, bewildered by Zhou Tianxi's sudden transformation, allowing someone to feed him and fretting over oil on his hands. The two continued their journey, eating and feeding each other as they drove towards Qingling Mountain. Lin Xianxian silenced her phone, her eyes filled with resentment. Ever since her fleeting night with Song Yuran at the hotel a few days prior, he had persistently called to pester her. Today, he urged her to dress warmly, and tomorrow he would suggest she drink more hot water, nagging her like an overbearing mother. That night, she had explicitly told Song Yuran that their arrangement was merely a casual fling and should not be taken seriously, especially since she was about to become engaged to her brother Tianxi. However, it seemed that Song Yuran either did not hear her or failed to comprehend her words. As he continued to call and express his concern, frustrated, she tossed her phone aside, yearning to vent her irritation. "Don't move," Qin Qing said close at hand, tending to the wound on her forehead. It was a deep cut, and if not cared for properly, it could leave a scar which would mar her delicate features. Lin Xianxian quickly sat up straight, glancing upward. "Mom, it's been several days. Shouldn't the wound be healing by now?" Chapter 134. Take more. Qin Qing nodded, casting a glance at the discarded phone. "Who called you so early in the morning?" "It's that clingy Song Yuran," Lin Xianxian pouted, exasperated. "Let's not discuss him. By the way, Tianxi already knows about his being controlled. What should we do now?" Qin Qing's expression darkened as she tore a piece of gauze, folding it into 2 layers, then took a bit of tape and gently pressed it onto Lin Xianxian's forehead to cover the wound. "I suspect he must have figured it out last time, which is why he could see through it so quickly. I truly underestimated the capabilities of the child of destiny. An ordinary person could discern that they were being controlled." A look of concern crossed Lin Xianxian's face. "If that's the case, then Tianxi will find me even more repugnant each time he sees me. What should I do?" Qin Qing grasped her hand, speaking softly to soothe her. "Do not fear. Your engagement ceremony with him is approaching. Once engaged and spending more time together, he will surely come to appreciate your virtues and cherish you." "Will he?" Lin Xianxian questioned, somewhat skeptical. Even under the influence of control, Zhou Tianxi had shown considerable disdain towards her. In his office, he seemed eager for her to leave at once. Qin Qing's ability to deal with Zhou Tianxi was limited, as she also needed to assist her daughter in stabilizing the fortune charm. Lately, the Lin family had grown increasingly impatient with her daughter. The last time Qianxian had a fit and damaged things in her room, they even cut off her allowance. Especially Lin Chengwu, who feigned deep affection while searching for his biological sister, was suffering from severe anxiety that adversely affected his daily life and often led to hallucinations. "Qianxian, you must believe in yourself. You are the best," Qin Qing said gently. "Otherwise, why would Song Yuran be so relentlessly attached to you? It indicates your charm and allure." Lin Xianxian wholeheartedly agreed with this notion, as Song Yuran had persistently pursued her since returning from abroad. She pondered for a moment, leaning closer to Qin Qing's embrace. "Mom, when will I be able to call you Mom openly? And can your powers deepen to make Tianxi unable to resist me?" Or a malicious glint flickered in her eyes. "What if we could make Jixia disappear? If she weren't always monopolizing Tianxi's attention, he would surely see my worth." Qin Qing contemplated her abilities. If she were to enhance them further, it would require a pure catalyst. The catalyst was right there, lively and vibrant, yet resistant to her approach. As she stroked her daughter's long hair, the bandage on her forehead stood out prominently, a reminder of the injury inflicted by Jixia. Anger surged within Qin Qing. Jixia certainly deserved a lesson for having harmed her precious daughter. "Do not worry, dear. I will devise a way to strengthen my abilities and teach those who have hurt you a fitting lesson." Lin Xianxian smiled through her tears, snuggling against Qin Qing affectionately. After a while, she remembered to check her phone, only to find no missed calls or messages. She mused that it seemed Song Yuran had finally given up. That was splendid, as it spared her the worry of being seen by Lin Foren, Lin Fumu, or Zhou Tianxi. With that, she felt at ease as she went to look at the engagement dress prepared for her by Lin Foreign. Meanwhile, early in the morning, Song Iran had intended to call Lin Qianqian to wish her a good morning, but he had been hung up on 3 times in a row. Infuriated, he was interrupted by his assistant, who rushed in, breathless. "Boss, there's bad news." Already irritated by the repeated hang-ups, Song Iran's frustration intensified upon seeing his assistant's panicked demeanor. What could possibly be so urgent on a weekend morning? Can it wait until Monday? "No, boss," the assistant replied, wiping sweat from his brow. "It's a project we snatched from the Zhou family. There's been a problem." Song Iran frowned, dismissing the idea with disdain. Would it go wrong? That's Zhang's area of expertise. Would they really allow us to fall into a trap? However, several investors have called this morning to withdraw their funding. Song Iran, who had been comfortably leaning back in his chair, immediately sat upright at this news. What is going on? Why are they pulling out? It seems the government official who was backing this project has been taken away for questioning and hasn't returned for 3 days. Everyone suspects he won't be coming back. The assistant paused before continuing. "You know, the Zhang family has been involved in shady dealings for years, and most of the projects are protected by that official. With him gone, all major projects under Jiang will inevitably be suspended." Song Iran leaped from his chair, pacing the office in agitation. He grabbed his phone to contact the project manager at the Jiang family, but was met with 3 consecutive unanswered calls. Fuming, he raised his hand to throw his phone, but reconsidered, realizing it still had its uses, and instead tossed it onto the desk. "Check how much money we have left. Can we still proceed with the project?" The assistant shook his head, resigned. "Boss, we've invested all our funds into the collaboration with Jiang. The company account is now empty." Initially, they had planned to use the first batch of funds from this project to pay the staff, but it now appeared that salaries would also go unpaid. Song Iran hurled the documents on his desk towards the assistant. "Why can't we even pay salaries?" The assistant stepped back, picking up the papers and placing them back on the desk. "Boss, all our money is tied up in the collaboration with Jiang. Get out. Get out of here." Song Iran pointed towards the door, and the assistant hurriedly fled. After pacing a few more times, he attempted to call someone from Zhang's side again, but still no one answered. Taking a deep breath, he dialed his father, Zhou Zhenhai. "Hello, son, up so early?" "Dad, how much money do you have on hand? Could you lend me some for a bit?" "What's the matter, son?" "You know your mother has always insisted that I should not have more than 1 million. Since coming to the Zhou family, they have not given me any dividends, and I am currently in a dire financial situation." "Not even 1 million? So, your own studio has ample liquidity. Why do you need to borrow 1 million from me? Your father is still waiting for you to take over the Zhou family, so we can enjoy a comfortable life together." Song Iran tightened his grip on the phone, striving to steady his breath. "I'm working hard for that very goal. How about this? You lend me a bit more, and consider it as your investment in our future Zhou family?" Zhou Zhenhai was about to say something, but Song Iran interrupted him. "The main issue is that if you don't lend me money now, once I acquire the Zhou family, the shareholders will not agree to distribute funds to you." Chapter 135. A trace of disdain, think it over. Once you've made your decision, transfer the money directly to my account. After saying this, Song Iran hung up, fully aware of his father's selfishness and greed for money. As expected, 15 minutes later, he received 5 million in his account, accompanied by a message from his father. "Son, I have emptied our family's savings. Once you acquire the Zhou family, you must give Dad a substantial share." Song Iran chose not to respond to the message, but instead scrolled through his contacts until he found name. It had been a while. Now seemed like the right time to reach out. Calling her now should yield positive results. When Ji Xia received Song Iran's call, she could already see the outline of Qingling Mountain. She couldn't help but lighten her breath. Qingling Mountain. She hoped it would bring her abundant rewards this time, ideally finding her master's body. Although she was uncertain if her master's body lay atop the mountain after the fierce battle years ago. Her master had been gravely injured and likely could not have wandered far. The ringtone startled her, and the name on the screen left her momentarily stunned. It had been over half a month since he last called, and she thought her usefulness to him had come to an end. To her surprise, he was calling again. Ji Xia picked up her phone and glanced at her boss, hesitating whether to answer. Her phone had been resting on her lap, and when the screen lit up, Zhou Tianxi noticed the name displayed. Answer it. Clearly, he was fishing for information, undoubtedly aware that all new projects from the Zhang family had been put on hold. Ji Xia pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode. Hello, Xia Xia. It's been a while since we last spoke. You haven't thought about calling your brother, have you? You ungrateful little one. Don't you miss your brother at all? Ji Xia rubbed her stomach, nearly choking on her breakfast at his words. Hello, Xia Xia. Why aren't you talking to your brother? Ji Xia gritted her teeth, unwilling to indulge this creep. What? Are you shy from your brother? Song Yuran had already shown her the videos and photos of himself with Lin Xianxian at the hotel. How could he have the audacity to flirt with her? Xia Xia, are you listening? Songgood, do you need something? Oh, so you finally spoke. If you hadn't, I would have gone to your house to check if you were in danger. Song Yuran, seated in his office chair, spoke with reckless abandon, confident that Ji Xia had already fallen for him. Girls tend to be more reserved. Lin Xianxian was about to get engaged, yet she still fell for his charm and ended up at a hotel with him. The line fell silent again, and Song Yuran knew Ji Xia was feeling bashful. Xia Xia, where are you? How about we grab lunch together? I know a fantastic dumpling place, and I can treat you. Consider it a consolation. I've been swamped lately with several new projects. Ji Xia glanced at the scenery rushing past her car window, her words making Song Yuran increasingly agitated. Song Yuran, you appeared with ulterior motives from the very start. Your car rushed in while I was lost in thought. After she said this, there was a brief silence on the other end before laughter erupted. What are you talking about? I had just returned to the country then. Ha, Yixia scoffed. Do you think everyone else is a fool? I didn't expose you because you pose no threat to me. Song Yuran's voice turned serious. I pose no threat to you? Have you found a powerful backing? Ji Xia was unwilling to engage further. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a mere clown. His calls were merely attempts to extract information about Yuan Cheng. Did he truly believe himself to be clever? Song Yuran had more to say, but he realized Ji Xia had already hung up. In his frustration, he dropped his phone, which smashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. Ji Xia retrieved her phone and tossed it into her storage box, thinking that if it weren't for Song Yuran's call today, she would have completely forgotten about him. Girl, why are you so tough today? I'm in a good mood today, Ji Xia laughed. Perhaps the last time at Qingling Mountain will resolve everything. And then I won't have to bother with him at all. Zhou Tianxi felt a wave of relief upon hearing her words. Initially, he had been quite upset to see her with Song Yuran at the company entrance. However, he was pleasantly surprised by her cleverness. She had quickly identified Song Yuran's flaws during their first meeting. I've been through the trials of society. I can easily sense when someone approaches me with ulterior motives. Ji Xia boasted, pointing to her head. See, there are two antennas up here that can distinguish between good and evil. Girl, I think you should stop showing off. Most of the time, you're just silly and lazy. Old man, you never have anything nice to say about me. As Ji Xia bickered with her master, they finally reached the foot of Qingling Mountain. Ji Xia stepped out of the car, looking up at the peak, at over 1,000 meters in elevation. It was neither too high nor too low, and being the weekend, it was bustling with visitors. She looked closely, noticing that the Qingling Temple was nowhere in sight. A layer of mist enveloped the summit, hinting at the events about to unfold. Zhou Tianxi parked the car and walked over to join Ji Xia. After taking a few steps up the stairs, they heard someone calling from a distance. Young Master Zhou, what brings you here to climb the mountain? Zhou Tianxi turned to see Lin Chengwu, who had shared drinks with him a few days prior. He quickly approached them. This is... Lin Chengwu exchanged introductions with Zhou Tianxi. Ji Xia's intuition suddenly sparked with excitement. Girl, it seems fortune has come effortlessly. What do you mean? This person carries your luck, even more potent than Zhou Yue was. As if he has been in direct contact with your fortune. Zhou Tianxi, having overheard Fu Zisher's words, discreetly introduced Ji Xia. This is the second son of the Lin family, Lin Chengwu. The second son of the Lin family? Isn't that Lin Xianxian's brother? Ji Xia thought to herself. No wonder he exuded her luck. He must have interacted frequently with Qin Xing. Previously, Fu Zisher had sensed that Lin Xianxian possessed a fortune-changing pearl, a medium for good luck, implying that the luck stolen by Qin Xing from her had likely been transferred to Lin Xianxian. Yixia? Lin Chengwu repeated the name, feeling a sense of familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, he realized it was the name of his childhood friend's ex-wife. Upon remembering, his gaze toward Ji Xia shifted, tinged with a subtle but discernible disdain. Although he did not hold Lin Xianxian in high regard, she was still part of the Lin family. Now that Zhou Tianxi and Ji Xia were divorced, how could they still be entangled with one another? Did his childhood friend forget that he was about to get engaged to Lin Xianxian? Chapter 136. Without a home, having grown up together. Zhou Tianxi could read Lin Chengwu's expression and understood his thoughts. He subtly positioned Ji Xia behind him, speaking earnestly, as I mentioned during our last gathering. I will not be getting engaged to Lin Xianxian. That is merely her one-sided wish. Lin Chengwu looked at him disapprovingly. Yet this was a significant matter prepared by both the Zhou and Lin families. How could one so brazenly bring another woman on a date? Zhou Tianxi wanted to say something, but Ji Xia leaned out from behind him, tilting her head to gaze at Lin Chengwu's indignant face. Who said we were on a date? A man and a woman climbing Qingling Mountain together. What else could it be if not a date? Lin Chengwu cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Tianxi. Does young master Zhou possess the audacity to act, but not to admit it? Must a man and a woman together always indicate a date? Perhaps your capacity for thought is limited, only capable of considering matters of the opposite sex. I advise you to return to your studies. You. Lin Chengwu's eyes widened in anger, ready to confront Ji Xia. Zhou Tianxi, seeing this, stepped in front of him. Lin Xiaowu, considering our shared upbringing, I shall overlook this today. We have important matters to attend to on Qingling Mountain and shall not accompany you further. After saying this, he glanced back at Ji Xia, signaling her to follow. Ji Xia took a couple of steps, made a face at Lin Chengwu, and then triumphantly ascended the mountain. Lin Chengwu, his teeth gritted in frustration, had originally intended to visit Qingling Temple to offer incense as a diversion. He was determined to follow the pair and uncover the important matters they were engaged in, as well as to discern the allure that compelled the aloof young Master Zhou to defend Ji Xia so fervently. As Ji Xia walked, she admired the scenery along the way. Although it was winter, the mountain path lay barren and yellowed. However, since she rarely ventured out, every blade of grass and every scene captured her interest. My dear, why are you tarnishing your relationship with someone named Lin Chengwu? Do you not wish for the luck he brings you to return? Master, did you not see his lofty demeanor as he criticized me? Why should I pander to him? Zhou Tianxi agreed with Ji Xia, asserting that he had no need to endure such behavior. Senior, it matters not. Once the engagement banquet is cancelled on the 6th day, Lin Chengwu will naturally hold no further prejudice against Xia Xia. He is simply straightforward. Black is black, white is white, and he does not allow for shades of gray. Fu Zisher offered no further comments, merely advising them to be cautious. Ji Xia inadvertently turned around, only to discover that Lin Chengwu had been trailing them all along. She quietly approached Zhou Tianxi, pretending to whisper, yet the person behind could hear every word clearly. Boss, it seems we have a large rat following us. I wonder why it has been tailing us. Zhou Tianxi had long been aware of Lin Chengwu's presence. Hearing Ji Xia's words, he chuckled and turned to say, Lin Xiaowu, if you wish to walk with us, do so openly. Sneaking behind is not your style, is it? Ji Xia pouted in agreement, questioning why one would sneak around in broad daylight. Lin Chengwu, witnessing their back-and-forth jibes, felt his anger rise. Young Master Zhou, have you forgotten who brought you meals when you were punished for your childhood misdeeds? Do you not feel ashamed? A grown man should not cling to such minor favors from childhood, lacking in dignity. Boss, I think you should avoid associating with him in the future, lest he lead you astray. Ji Xia exclaimed playfully, skipping ahead, her mischievous demeanor prompting Lin Chengwu to feel the urge to strike her. Young Master Zhou, how can you present yourself at grand occasions with such a crude woman? She hardly warrants a second glance from me. You need not concern yourself, for I am quite adept at discerning the appropriate decorum, speaking to each according to their nature. Yixia retorted, after which a bottle of open water was handed to her. She cheerfully accepted it and took several hearty gulps. Zhou Tianxi regarded Ji Xia with warmth and enthusiasm, akin to sunlight. Drink slowly, there's more. This was the first time Lin Chengwu had witnessed his childhood friend treating a girl with such tenderness. He found it perplexing. If they got along so well, why had they initially divorced? Was it not preferable to live harmoniously? Ji Xia continued her ascent, picking a handful of dogtail grass. Laughing heartily as she ran, Zhou Tianxi watched her with indulgence and, under Lin Chengwu's astonished gaze, took out his phone to capture photos of the girl ahead. Lin Chengwu's expression was as if he had been constipated for days. Was this truly the Zhou Tianxi he knew? During his absence from Haisher, had his childhood friend been possessed? How else could he explain the look of love-struck foolishness on his face? Ji Xia, fatigued from running, paused to wait for the others, simultaneously attempting to communicate with her master. Master, how goes it? Have you discovered anything? Nothing yet, but it seems that this Lin fellow has altered my spiritual perception. Ji Xia was astonished. Could such a fleeting interaction truly evoke a change in her master's perception? How extraordinary! He is quite different from Zhou Yuehua. It appears he embodies not only your luck, but something else as well. Something else? Ji Xia puzzled over Lin Chengwu, for they had never met. So what could possibly be connected to him? Zhou Tianxi stepped forward, blocking Ji Xia's line of sight, and spoke curtly. Even if he is related to your luck, you should not stare so intently. Ji Xia looked up at her boss, realizing too late that he seemed to be jealous. She felt a surge of joy, surprised to find she possessed the ability to make her boss envious. This trip to Qingling Mountain had not been in vain. She had gained a jealous boss. She obediently replied, I understand, boss. She then glanced back at the visibly irritated Lin Chengwu and playfully leaned in close to Zhou Tianxi's ear, whispering, boss, from now on, you should be the only one in my eyes, all right? Expecting a flustered reaction, Ji Xia was taken aback when Zhou Tianxi solemnly nodded in agreement, saying, all right. Ji Xia had aimed to tease her boss, but he took her jest seriously. Boss, why have you become so childish? This is quite unlike your usual demeanor. As they continued to walk and chat, drawing closer together, Lin Chengwu's expression darkened, for the two exhibited no discretion whatsoever. Though he did not wish for his childhood friend to be engaged to Lin Qianqian, did he not fear the impact of parading another woman about during the preparations for their engagement banquet? This Ji Xia, he had heard from his mother, was an orphan without a home. Yet, who would have imagined she could capture the heart of young Master Zhou? Chapter 137. What do you mean? When they reached halfway up the mountain, Ji Xia suddenly clutched her head and crouched down. Zhou Tianxi was startled and quickly squatted down beside her. Xia Xia, what is wrong? Ji Xia, momentarily incapacitated by pain, could not articulate her distress and shook her head. It felt as though a drill was incessantly boring into her skull. Master, Ji Xia thought. Surely, her master must have sensed something. Otherwise, she would not be experiencing such sudden pain. However, after calling for some time, Fu Zisher offered no response, which alarmed Zhou Tianxi considerably. Initially, Lin Chengwu assumed Ji Xia was feigning illness to garner sympathy from his childhood friend. However, as he circled around them to continue up the mountain, he inadvertently noticed beads of sweat forming on Ji Xia's forehead. It was winter, yet she was sweating profusely, indicating the severity of her distress. Young master, could she be ill? His words were literal, yet upon receiving a sharp glare from his childhood friend, he wisely fell silent. Ji Xia held her head, still attempting to reach her master. Zhou Tianxi swiftly scooped her up and carried her a short distance before placing her on a resting bench by the path. He wrapped her in his arms, assuring her, do not fear, I am here. The soothing sound of his voice calmed Ji Xia, allowing her to recover from the surge of pain. Boss, nearby, turn around. It must be that master has discovered something. However, I am unable to reach my master at the moment. Zhou Tianxi glanced at the path leading up the mountain and then at the one descending, decisively picking up Ji Xia and heading sideways. That direction was not a scenic route. In fact, there was hardly any path at all. Lin Chengwu was perplexed as to why they had ventured into the overgrown trail, glancing left and right before following them into the thicket. As Zhou Tianxi continued onward, Ji Xia seemed to be deteriorating, slipping into a semi-unconscious state. Just as he hesitated over the correctness of their path, an expanse of yellow sand appeared ahead. This place was peculiar. Even in winter, other areas bore weeds and trees. Yet here there was nothing but yellow sand. He paused momentarily, contemplating whether to proceed. However, he noticed glimmers of starlight emerging from Jixia's mind, gradually coalescing. As the humanoid form materialized, the person in his arms stirred awake, struggling to leap from his embrace. Master? Where is this? Yixia murmuret. Zhou Qianxi did not gaze at the ethereal figure, but instead kept a vigilant eye on Jixia, concerned she might faint again. The spectral figure remained silent, drifting forward. Jixia hurriedly pursued, but Zhou Qianxi grasped her firmly, saying, "Wait, I will carry you." Without awaiting her reply, he lifted her into his arms and followed the apparition. Lin Chengwu stood still, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was hallucinating. How could someone emerge from Jixia's mind? No, it wasn't a person. It was merely a vague silhouette. Had Jixia awakened her magic during his absence from Haishur? No, it wasn't his childhood friend, but Jixia. For the figure had emanated from her mind. Was this the reason for the intertwining of their fates? Did Jixia harbor a secret? Ignoring Lin Chengwu's solitary musings, Zhou Qianxi continued to follow the ethereal figure while carrying Jixia. They arrived before a broken stone tablet, where the figure halted. And Jixia gently descended from Zhou Qianxi's arms, slowly approaching the monument. "Master, what is this tablet?" Fu Zishi remained silent. The figure flickered and transformed into specks of starlight, drifting back into Jixia's mind. Jixia tilted her head, feeling no more pain. "Master? Master?" Fu Zisher regained his voice, saying, "Thanks to that individual behind you, my memory has advanced. I recall certain things." Jixia and Zhou Qianxi turned to look, finding Lin Chengwu peeking from behind a large tree, revealing only half of himself. Feeling uneasy under their simultaneous scrutiny, he gradually stepped out from behind the tree and approached them. Zhou Qianxi ignored him and instead inquired of Jixia, "When we last visited Qingling Mountain, you had a medical adhesive tape on your hand. What was that about?" Jixia, feeling guilty, glanced around, avoiding eye contact with Zhou Qianxi. "Surely you noticed something, didn't you? You fainted, right?" Zhou Qianxi rhetorically answered. No wonder she had taken so long to return to the villa, appearing pale as if she had been gravely ill. "Hey boss, that was all in the past. Let's focus on where we are now, shall we?" Since the ascent, Zhou Qianxi had felt discomfort in his heart, but refrained from showing it. He did not want Jixia to worry, nor could he resist the opportunity to impress his childhood friend. However, upon learning of Jixia's previous fainting episode in his presence, his heart raced, and he tasted a metallic sweetness in his throat. Jixia noticed and quickly reassured him, "Boss, it was really nothing last time. I was just unfamiliar with the situation. Look, I'm much better now, thanks to Master calling you here. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." The more she spoke, the more Zhou Qianxi felt indebted to her. There are outsiders present. Can we discuss this after we descend?" Lin Chengwu interjected, displeased. "Who is the outsider here?" He retorted, stating that Jixia was the true outsider, as he and Zhou Qianxi had grown up together as brothers. "Young Master Zhou, what were you two discussing? What was that floating figure earlier?" Zhou Qianxi squinted at his friend. "Lin Xiaowu, how did your efforts to obtain Qin Qing's sample go?" Lin Chengwu had forgotten about this matter, preoccupied with anger towards Lin Qianxian for damaging his sister's belongings. Thus he had not encountered Qin Qing. He stammered, struggling to articulate. Zhou Qianxi could see through him, advising, "You might want to take this seriously. The truth could shatter your worldview." "So severe?" Lin Chengwu pondered, questioning how Qin Qing could possibly relate to Lin Qianxian, wondering if they were mother and daughter. Yet, he had never heard Qin Yi mention having a child. Moreover, even if Lin Qianxian were Qin Yi's child, it wouldn't affect their standing in the Lin family. Zhou Qianxi delivered a decisive blow. "Go home and conduct a paternity test between your father and Lin Qianxian." "Young Master Zhou, what do you mean by that?" Lin Chengwu retorted angrily. "My parents have always been deeply in love. My father would never cheat. I didn't imply that Uncle Lin was unfaithful. I merely suggested you verify their blood relationship." Jixia looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend why he suddenly wanted to test the relationship between Lin Fu and Lin Qianxian. Before Lin Chengwu could inquire further, Zhou Qianxi interrupted, "You need to take care of this matter first. Once you have the report, don't mention it to anyone. I will reveal everything you wish to know. Chapter 138. A return to familiar grounds. Before that, you must keep everything you saw today a secret. Lin Chengwu, sensing his friend's seriousness, suppressed his doubts and glanced at the two who were closely connected before turning away. After taking a few steps, he paused, not looking back, hoping young Master Zhou would provide a reasonable explanation later. Of course, after hearing Zhou Tianxi's response, he proceeded down the mountain. It wasn't that he blindly followed Zhou Tianxi. Rather, he had always found him to be exceptionally reliable since childhood, and not only he but also his parents and the Gao family held great trust in him. Anything that came from his mouth was nearly guaranteed to be true. Ji Xia craned her neck, no longer seeing Lin Chengwu's silhouette, and asked Zhou Tianxi why he wanted to test the paternity of Lin Fu and Lin Qianqian. The senior mentioned that what Qin Qing is currently doing involves wagering her own fate, unless it is a relative or a disciple. It is challenging to reach such a level. I have known Qin Qing since I was very young, and considering her recent actions, I believe even a disciple might not compel her to risk her fate. That must mean she is her daughter, Ji Xia interjected, which means if Lin Qianqian is Qin Qing's daughter, then she must be Lin Fu's child. Zhou Tianxi's lips curled ever so slightly. Indeed, Xia is quite astute. Ji Xia rolled her eyes, feeling as though her boss was treating her like a child. Master, why have you brought us here? Fu Zisher sensed the surroundings. This is the site of my final battle with Qin Qing. Do you see that stone tablet? Ji Xia nodded and walked alongside Zhou Tianxi toward the monument, observing that the top seemed to have been broken off, as if something had forcibly sliced through it. I was the one who did that. Master, you can fight? That's incredible. You were able to slice through a stone tablet. How formidable. Fu Zisher hesitated to disclose the truth to his disciple. Although they possessed some self-defense skills, they certainly could not have severed such a thick stone tablet. It was done using qi. Using qi? What is that? Yixia inquired, bewildered. Master, is this where you were injured? Master, you are so powerful that you can slice through stone tablets. Yet how could you still be gravely injured by Qin Qing? Well, she despised me for causing Lin Yang to forget her, and I also unilaterally severed her bond controlling Lin Yang. After a prolonged silence, Ji Xia remained motionless, while Zhou Tianxi quietly accompanied her. Master, do you remember what happened? Most of it has returned to me. However, I still have no recollection of where I went after being injured. Years ago, Lin Yihong and his wife brought their infant daughter, just 100 days old, to Qinglingguan. At that time, the Lin family was not yet under Lin Yihong's leadership, granting him ample time. They stayed for several months, during which Qin Qing found her opportunity. The moment she laid eyes on Lin Yihong, she desired him. Later, while Lin's mother tended to their daughter in the room, Qin Qing lured Lin Yihong out under various pretenses, plotting her future. 3 months later, she was discovered by Fu Zisher, who initially advised her against being misguided and disrupting another's relationship. However, Qin Qing, deeply in love, was not inclined to listen. The turning point came when Lin's mother prepared to descend the mountain with her daughter, and Qin Qing inexplicably sought to keep Lin Yihong on the mountain, preventing his return to the Lin family. Under the influence of her emotional control, Lin Yihong acquiesced, intending to confront his wife, but was stopped by Fu Zisher. He broke Qin Qing's hold over Lin Yihong, allowing the couple to descend the mountain. Upon learning this, Qin Qing became frantic, believing Fu Zisher was deliberately opposing her and wishing for her unhappiness. Initially, Fu Zisher tried to counsel her, warning that disrupting a family would bring retribution, but Qin Qing, blinded by obsession, was determined to make Fu Zisher pay. Fu Zisher had a profound understanding of Qin Qing's capabilities, yet he was unaware that she had mastered forbidden techniques to obliterate his cultivation, leaving him in a state worse than death. The subsequent events became clearer, as Fu Zisher's memories abruptly ceased following his injury. Ji Xia pondered why his memories would halt at that moment, surveying the surroundings which, apart from a stone tablet before them, appeared unremarkable. The overgrown weeds and withered trees suggested that this place had been neglected for over 20 years, left desolate and unkempt. Given that the elder had suffered a grave injury, Qin Shing would undoubtedly seize such a prime opportunity for torment. However, the fact that the elder's spiritual awareness persisted implied he must have been rescued at that time. Zhou Tianzi calmly reasoned that there must have been a powerful figure on Qingling Mountain who rescued him right under Qin Shing's nose. Could it have been Immo Shang Yuanjun? It couldn't have been his master, as she was traveling abroad at that time. Otherwise, Qin Shing would not have dared to use emotional control over Lin Yihong so brazenly. Fu Zishi's statement prompted Zhou Tianzi to recall certain other matters. When he and his grandfather visited Immo Shang Yuanjun, she had confidently proclaimed herself the child of destiny, destined to elevate the Zhou family. This pleased his grandfather, but her subsequent words were rather intriguing. She mentioned that she was not with her fated partner, even though she was still married to Ji Xia at that time. This contradicted Fu Zishi's claims. After prolonged contemplation, he found himself more inclined to believe Fu Zishi's words, as he had felt an undeniable attraction to Ji Xia from the very beginning. This implied that Immo Shang Yuanjun had been dishonest. But why? Ji Xia was unaware of this twist, contemplating the timeline. Boss, could it be that after returning from Qingling Mountain, the elder compelled you to divorce me? Zhou Tianzi nodded, affirming that indeed, because Immo Shang Yuanjun deemed Ji Xia to be a portent of misfortune, which would negatively impact the Zhou family's business endeavors. His grandfather had dedicated most of his life to the success of the Yuan Shang Group, and he held a philosophy of preferring to wrongfully eliminate 1,000 rather than let one detrimental factor slip by. Master, why do you think Immo Shang Yuanjun would lie to the boss? Isn't she afraid of tarnishing her own reputation? Even in this remote location, one could still sense the throngs of people ascending the mountain, not just for leisure, but also to seek a fateful encounter with Immo Shang Yuanjun. Fu Zishi remained silent, as if there were things he could not disclose. They exchanged glances, and Ji Xia suggested, "Let us discuss this matter later. I have another place I wish to visit." Zhou Tianzi took her hand, guiding her toward the official mountain path. Where to? Ji Xia contemplated before deciding to disclose. It's the place on Nan and I accidentally stumbled upon after I had that headache when we left Qinglingwan. Is that where you fainted? Yi Xia nodded, confirming that she had indeed collapsed at that very spot, hence her desire to revisit it. Chapter 139, Utterly Useless. After all, something that could cause her such intense headaches must have significantly affected Fu Zishi. They continued their ascent toward Qinglingwan. Meanwhile, Song Yiran had finally managed to arrange a meeting with Jiang Qingsong, the eldest son of the Jiang family. Young Master Jiang, what on earth happened? The project was going smoothly. How could it suddenly come to a halt? Jiang Qingsong took a swig of his drink. Don't mention it. The project he supported discovered 3 issues, so everything related to him has been suspended. What shall we do now? The projects they had snatched from Yuanshang were primarily areas the Jiang family was not adept in, and Song Yiran feared that halting them now would lead to a lack of follow-up. Jiang Qingsong waved dismissively. If it stopped, let it be. We'll find other projects. The Jiang family isn't lacking in these few. Indeed, both the Jiang family's Mingyang group and the Zhou family's Yuansheng group were among the top enterprises in Haishu. However, Song Yiran was seething with anger. He was different. After returning to the country, he had used the funds provided by the Song family to start his own studio. He had invested all his money and resources into these projects. Young Master Jiang, is there truly no way to keep the project going? You know my studio. Jiang Qingsong regarded him with a knowing smile. What about your studio? Wasn't it you who urged me to snatch the project from Zhou Tianzi? But what is there to but? In the business world, the victor is king and the vanquished is a criminal. Do I need to teach you that? Business is like warfare. If you lose, you recuperate and prepare for the next battle. Jiang Qingsong took another sip of his drink, then added, "And you, are you trying to play both sides?" Song Yiran's heart skipped a beat. Did Jiang Qingsong know? Young Master Jiang, what are you talking about? How could I? Don't think I don't know about your little secret with Lin Qianqian. Playing this game with me? There are plenty of women. I don't need to settle for Lin Qianqian. I suspected you from the start. Fortunately, I kept my guard up. Back at the bar, Jiang Qingsong had inadvertently revealed his interest in the adopted daughter of Song Yiran's sister, leading everyone present to believe he was enamored with Lin Qianqian, including Song Yiran. At that time, He had just returned to the country and was eager to find a partner to counter the Zhou family. The Jiang family seemed like the perfect fit, being the long-standing rival of the Zhou family. Young Master Jiang, you've misunderstood. Lin Qianqian and I are classmates. We attend the same university. Is someone spreading rumors about you? Young Master Jiang, you must see clearly. I am absolutely innocent. Jiang Qingsong placed his glass on the table with a sharp sound, taking a warm towel from the server to wipe the wine from his hands. You truly are just like your father, the son-in-law. Mentioning Zhou Zhenhai made Song Yiran's expression darken. What? Are you upset that I refer to your father as a son-in-law? I haven't even mentioned seeing you and Lin Qianqian checking into a hotel. Song Yiran's face shifted through various hues before settling into discomfort. Young Master Jiang, you must be mistaken. How could Lin Qianqian and I? Indeed, how could you go to a hotel? It's puzzling, isn't it? Lin Qianqian, who was about to get engaged to Zhou Tianzi, would go to a hotel with you. What a blow to her reputation. Someone so indiscreet hardly deserves Zhou Tianzi. However, as Jiang Qingsong spoke, he stood up, adding, I must admit, seeing Zhou Tianzi's misfortune brings me joy. Don't call me again, otherwise your studio can forget about operating. After Jiang Qingsong had left for quite some time, Song Yiran remained frozen in place, gripping his glass as if searching for strength to support himself. In a single day, he lost the project and the woman above him. He could not comprehend where he had gone astray, why, despite having secured the project, it was abruptly halted. Jixia had evidently shown concern for him. Yet just days later, she accused him of having ulterior motives in approaching her. His hand, poised around the wine glass, trembled with the urge to shatter it against the ground. The violent impulses within him stirred restlessly, compelling him to wreak havoc at that moment. Just as he raised the glass to throw it down, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Son, why haven't you called your mother recently? The voice of Song Yiran's mother resonated through the receiver, stirring a pang of emotion in his eyes, nearly provoking tears. Mom, have I failed in my venture? The certainty in Song Mother's tone was palpable. I knew it. You and your father are too alike, often seeking shortcuts. Business cannot thrive on mere cleverness. Back in the Song household, she frequently imparted such wisdom. At that time, he, filled with youthful arrogance, believed his mother looked down on him. Little did he realize that he would end up with nothing, having invested all the seed capital provided by the Song family. Mom, what should I do? Unable to bear the thought of scolding her only son, Song mother replied, just come back for now. You are still young. Stay by my side and learn for a few years. Upon hanging up, Song Yiran understood that returning to his mother was the only path available to him. Remaining in High City would likely lead to even greater losses. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. The project was within his grasp, and he was on the verge of earning money. Why had it all unraveled? Was Zhou Tianzi scheming against him, deliberately sabotaging his efforts? It must be so. Jixia had mentioned encountering him at the hot pot restaurant while he was negotiating a collaboration with Jiang Qingze. Jixia must have gone there with Zhou Tianzi, witnessing him in discussion with Jiang's associates. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that all the projects with Jiang were scrutinized while others remained unscathed? As this realization dawned on him, he clenched his teeth, mentally cursing Zhou Tianzi 100 times over. Yet, even knowing Zhou Tianzi was behind it all, he felt utterly powerless. This was the stark contrast between a power holder and a small studio. His actions could not shake the Zhou family in the slightest. Yet a mere flick from them could obliterate his studio in an instant. When he discovered Zhou Yuehua's boyfriend was unfaithful and contacted her to witness the drama, he had hoped to leverage Dong Chong against Ji Xia. However, he never anticipated that Dong Chong, that scoundrel, would so quickly entangle himself, proving utterly useless. Zhou Yuehua, who was so fixated on the Zhou family's reputation, inexplicably developed an interest in Ji Xia. According to her father, she even sent Ji Xia a bracelet valued at 600,000 yuan, shipped all the way from abroad. He could not fathom why those who initially opposed Ji Xia either accepted her or fell in her grasp. Did this woman possess some sort of magic that kept the insincere at bay? No, he resolved, even if he returned abroad, He would ensure that Zhou Tianxi and Ji Xia faced some obstacles before he departed. With this thought in mind, he picked up the phone and called Lin Qianqian. Chapter 140. Am I making you uneasy? Can you refrain from calling me for no reason? Lin Qianqian's tone was curt, expressing evident annoyance upon answering the phone. Qianqian, this is not the same you who sweetly called me hubby that night in bed. Hearing this, Lin Qianqian stepped away from her desk and retreated to a corner to take the call. Zhou Nan, suspicious of her secretive demeanor, silently followed her. She wondered why Zhou Tianxi, that scoundrel, had not yet canceled the engagement banquet with Lin Qianqian, despite being enamored with her friend. As the date approached, if he did not cancel soon, she would confront him and call him out for being a scoundrel. He seemed to want everything, engaged to Lin Qianqian while still hoping to keep his affection for her friend. You're talking nonsense. Didn't we agree that was the last time we would meet? Lin Qianqian was still grappling with the person on the other end of the line, appearing increasingly anxious as she paced in the corner. Suddenly, she raised her voice. Impossible. Give up on that thought. Song Iran, I will not go. Realizing her voice had risen too much, she glanced around to see if anyone had noticed. Zhou Nan, hiding around the corner, remained undetected. So was Song Iran? What connection did Lin Qianqian have with Song Iran? When had this relationship developed? Oh no, I forgot to bring my phone to record that conversation. Lin Qianqian would surely deny it when I confront her later. The more Zhou Nan thought about it, the angrier she became. Lin Qianqian was quite the flirt, and to attract someone with the surname Song was truly reckless. Fuming, she returned to her seat and sent a message to her friend. Xia Xia, I have something to tell you. That vixen has a connection with someone named Song. Ji Xia, feeling somewhat fatigued from her hike, paused to rest when her phone rang. After reading the message, her friend eagerly called her. Xia Xia, are you aware of their affair? Why haven't you mentioned it before? I just overheard Lin Qianqian on the phone and thought it was news. Wiping the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand, Ji Xia was suddenly lifted and placed on a nearby lounge chair. She gasped, bewildered by her boss's behavior, as if he truly regarded her as a mere accessory, carrying her wherever he went. Hearing her exclamation, Zhou Tianxi quickly inquired what was wrong. Ji Xia released her grip around his neck and settled into her seat, steadying her voice to continue speaking with her friend. It's nothing, just about those two. The boss has known for a while and mentioned it to me. Ah, the scoundrel knows? Then why hasn't he called off the engagement with that vixen? I see the old man has already notified the guests. It seems he plans to make it a grand affair. Truth be told, Ji Xia was also uncertain about what her boss was waiting for. He had yet to mention canceling the engagement banquet. Xia Xia, could it be that he wants to keep both of them? That Lin Qianqian is already fooling around with another man, yet the scoundrel still wants to hold on to her. How twisted, as Zhou Nan's words spiraled further into absurdity. Zhou Tianxi could no longer tolerate it and snatched the phone from Ji Xia's hand. Zhou Nan, are you too idle? Zhou Nan pulled the phone away from her ear, noticing it was her friend's name, then returned it to her ear. You scoundrel, what are you doing with Xia Xia's phone? Give it back to her. Ji Xia shook her head. This brother-sister duo never engaged in a civil conversation. I have my reasons for doing things. Stop filling her head with negativity. If your words upset her, you won't see her again. After speaking, Zhou Tianxi returned the phone to Ji Xia and gestured for her to hang up. You jerk. Do you think you are so domineering and handsome? You are just a pretentious, odious man. I am truly exasperated. You provide Xia Xia with no sense of security. Why do you demand she must stay by your side? Have you lost your mind? Zhou Tianxi was momentarily taken aback by her words. Had he truly made Ji Xia feel insecure? Under the intense gaze of his deep, dark eyes, Ji Xia felt somewhat uncomfortable. She shifted her body to soothe her friend on the phone. Nan, I'm fine. The boss is quite good. You don't have to worry. Xia Xia, you are still defending him? Think about your 2-year agreement. Consider his behavior towards you after the divorce. He is so certain you want to leave that he behaves recklessly, disregarding your feelings. Ji Xia found herself unable to refute Zhou Nan's assertions. After a moment of silence, she replied, Nan, our situation is not as you perceive. Let's leave it at that for today. I'll talk to you when I return. Xia Xia, you cannot always revolve around that scoundrel. You need your own demands and stance. Ji Xia smiled slightly. All right, I understand. Please focus on your work. After Zhou Nin hung up, a silence enveloped them. In the sultry summer, Ji Xia caressed her phone, her mind swirling with a myriad of thoughts as she recalled the first time she encountered her boss at the villa. He stood tall, his appearance reminiscent of an exquisite creation by Nuwa, instantly captivating her. Some say that love at first sight is merely a matter of physical attraction. Ji Xia believed there was truth in this, but to fall for someone at first glance could not solely be attributed to his stunning visage. Xia Xia? Hearing her name called, Ji Xia turned to face him. In the depths of his eyes, which appeared to command all things with an air of tranquility, a fleeting hint of anxiety flickered. A smile tugged at her lips, for she found joy in the thought that she possessed a charm capable of unsettling such a composed man. Her friends often remarked that she lacked a sense of security, a statement that felt both accurate and misguided. A man like her boss seemed emotionally detached, yet once he was truly moved, he would likely remain devoted for life. Her insecurities stemmed from within. She feared her feelings would not endure. Having been battered by society from a young age, trusting anyone was a daunting challenge. Moreover, she never placed hope in others, for without hope, disappointment could not follow, making her appear emotionally distant. Boss, what is the matter? Ji Xia tucked her phone away and flashed a smile at Zhou Tianxi. Anan speaks her mind without malice. Don't take it to heart. Zhou Tianxi reached out to stop her from leaving, asking, "Am I causing you distress?" He had initially planned to expose Lin Qianqian at the engagement banquet and deal with Song Iran simultaneously. Ji Xiao looked at him quizzically, pondering if such a grand event was solely for this purpose. Zhou Tianxi stood up alongside her, hesitating to explain his motives, a habit he was not accustomed to. Ji Xian nodded in understanding, shaking his hand gently. "Boss, your actions are surely justified. There is no need to explain." Her words seemed to ignite his desire to clarify. "I allowed my grandfather and the others to notify all the guests because he paused. I want to transform that banquet into our engagement celebration." This revelation took Ji Xia by surprise. She had assumed he intended to deal with Qin Xing and Zhou Zhenhai. Unexpectedly, this banquet bore significance for her as well. With a mischievous smile, she clasped her hands behind her back and leaned forward. "Are you not afraid I might disagree? I feared your disapproval, which is why I didn't tell you directly." Huh? Ji Xia was perplexed. "If you were afraid, I might refuse, and you proceeded with the engagement. What would happen if I fled? You wouldn't." Ji Xia bit her lip, musing that her boss had a remarkable grasp of human nature. Yet, it felt wrong to keep such matters from her. How could the leading lady of her own engagement be unaware of it? "I'm getting engaged. Yet I'm in the dark," she remarked with a hint of sarcasm, realizing it was her first time speaking so boldly, and the impact was palpable. In an instant, she found herself enveloped in the man's embrace, her nose colliding with his firm chest. "Do not leave, do you hear?" At such a moment, her boss failed to utter a soothing word to appease her, displaying his characteristic straightforwardness. However, feeling the tension in his embrace softened her heart. She gently patted his back. "I want to leave. Look, even after our divorce, I didn't abandon you, did I? But during that time, your heart was not with me, and I felt it." Ji Xia thought she must be imagining things, for how could she possibly hear her boss sounding so petulant? Yet, he spoke the truth when they had just divorced. She believed they would no longer intersect and was preoccupied with reclaiming her lost luck, naturally forgetting about him. "All right, we are even now." Ji Xia straightened up, no longer leaning against him, primarily due to the numerous passers-by on the mountain path. "Let's continue climbing. Qing Lingguan cannot be far off, can it?" Zhou Tianxi nodded, resolutely taking her hand as they began their ascent. "Boss, do you remember the place where you encountered Mo Shang Yuanjun?" "I remember, but it may not be easy to find." Ji Xia mused that Mo Shang Yuanjun indeed possessed genuine skill. Those who had met her found it challenging to locate that place again. "Silly girl, do you understand? That is a misdirection technique. Are you aware of Chimin Dunjia?" Ji Xia's eyes lit up upon hearing her master's words. "Master, can you lead us inside?" "No." Fu Zisher coldly rejected her suggestion. "Why not? Isn't this the perfect opportunity to showcase your skills? You can't even break a simple misdirection of Mo Shang Yuanjun." Silly girl, you know nothing. I am currently in a spiritual state. Do you comprehend? Jixia rolled her eyes. I do not understand. To put it plainly, had I my physical form, I could potentially break Zhou Xiaoji as control. But in this spiritual state, I am powerless. As Jixia contemplated further, Zhou Qianxi grasped her hand, urging patience. Let us give the elder some time. There is no need to rush. Very well then, silly girl. After 2 years of calling me master, you're still less considerate than Zhou Xiaoji, like a heartless wolf. Who resembles a heartless wolf? I'm telling you, old man, if you have the ability, go reside in the boss's mind. I suspect your presence here is causing my intelligence to dwindle. The two seemed to engage in a silent quarrel in their minds, their words muted. Zhou Qianxi could not hear their exchange, but could gauge the intensity of their dispute by Jixia's expressions. There's the triangular glazed tile roof up ahead. I see a shadow. He remarked, we have arrived at Qing Lingwan. Jixia's expression returned to normal as she stretched her neck to look ahead, indeed spotting the silhouette of Qing Lingwan. Boss, should we go in? Silly girl, you should be asking if I want to enter. Feeling fatigued, Jixia paused to rest. Master, whether you wish to enter is irrelevant. You must follow me inside. Fu Zisher was infuriated. Silly girl, just wait. Jixia was unperturbed by the irate elder. She turned her attention back to her boss, who appeared deep in thought. Let us proceed inside. Upon entering the grand hall of Qing Lingwan, they were met with a bustling crowd, all there to offer incense. Master, do you belong to Buddhism or Taoism? Fu Zisher felt an inexplicable force pulling at him as he entered Qing Lingwan. We belong to neither. We are a distinct sect, cultivating qi and commanding fate. Jixia found his words perplexing, not comprehending his meaning. Master, are you attempting to rush out? She rubbed her temples, feeling a headache returning. Supporting the swaying Jixia, Zhou Qianxi scanned the surroundings, moving behind a red pillar. He intended for Fu Zisher to attempt to emerge from Jixia's mind to alleviate her pain. However, the incense at Qing Lingwan was overwhelmingly potent, and there were people everywhere. Just as he prepared to take Jixia to the back mountain, Fu Zisher's voice echoed, follow my directions. Move forward 49 steps, turn right 49 steps, and go straight. Zhou Qianxi lost count of how many times Fu Zisher commanded them to go straight. By the time they turned right, they found themselves engulfed in a white void, unable to see anything. Master, if we keep going straight, will we end up descending the mountain after all this effort? Silence. Follow my instructions and move back 81 steps. Jixia glanced at her boss, pouting but obediently following her master's command, internally grumbling about how they were retracing their steps after moving straight. She felt as if it was all in vain. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, her foot caught on something. And had it not been for her boss's grip, she might have fallen and injured herself. Old man, why didn't you warn us about the obstacle? Fu Zisher remained silent, offering no guidance as they continued forward. Zhou Qianxi supported Jixia as they stood still, awaiting further instructions. They were enveloped in a dense fog, resembling a dreamlike haze. After approximately 3 minutes, just as Jixia was losing patience, a commanding voice resonated in her mind. Open. As the words echoed, the mist dissipated, revealing a row of ancient-style bungalows. Wow, master, you are incredible, Jixia exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Although she had been hearing voices in her mind for 2 years, this was her first direct encounter with her master's demonstration. What place is this? It is where we cultivated 20 years ago. Jixia took a few steps forward, scrutinizing the row of bungalows. The windows were papered over, suggesting a lack of electricity inside. Master, you are quite impoverished, she remarked, stroking her chin, even poorer than this unfortunate soul. You little brat, who are you calling poor? We simply do not cherish those yellow and white trinkets, the old man retorted. Jixia chose not to respond, primarily to avoid undermining the elder's confidence. Zhou Qianxi led her forward, examining several identical rooms. Coming to a halt in front of one door, he inquired, Predecessor, is this your original room? The moment the words escaped his lips, both Jixia and the voice in her mind, Fu Zisher, were astonished. It was noteworthy that his room was neither the farthest nor the central one, making it difficult for an ordinary person to guess. Unexpectedly, Zhou Tianzi had pinpointed it instantly. "Boss, how did you know this was Master S?" Zhou Tianzi asked with confusion. "I don't know, it just felt right, is it not? Child, look at the luck of the fated one, and then at yours. I'm not mocking you, even if you guess from start to finish. This room would likely be your only option when compelled to choose. Master, you're truly adept at finding ways to belittle me," Jixia huffed. Zhou Tianzi glanced at the tightly shut door, noting it bore no lock, indicating they could enter. "Predecessor, shall we go in?" Fu Zishi, who had always carried a sense of weariness, now exhibited a hint of excitement. "Yes, it is rare to return to my domain. Let us enter and explore thoroughly." Upon hearing the response, Zhou Tianzi placed both hands on the door and gently pushed it open, revealing a thick layer of dust illuminated by sunlight. As he stepped inside, a cloud of dust erupted, prompting Zhou Tianzi to quickly pull Jixia back a few steps. Meanwhile, Qin Qing, who had been invoking spells to repair the Zhuan Yunzhu at the Lin family estate, sensed something amiss. Abruptly opening her eyes, she leaped from her seated position on the bed. Rushing to the door, she collided with Lin Chengwu, who was hastily entering. "Ouch!" they both exclaimed as they fell to the floor. Lin Chengwu, quick to react, sprang up and assisted Qin Qing to her feet. "Aunt Qin, why are you in such a hurry?" he asked, rubbing his chin where he had been struck. Noticing that Qin Qing was barefoot, she quickly adopted a soothing smile. "It was Qian who called me, saying she had an urgent matter to discuss. I feared she might be in danger, hence my haste." Hearing Lin Qian's name, Lin Chengwu frowned. "Is she causing trouble again? Can't she ever be at peace?" Noticing his silence, Qin Qing suppressed her urgency and gently inquired, "Second young master, did you rush in because of an emergency?" "Oh, I need to see my father," he replied, his urgency palpable. Zhou Gongzi had tasked him with investigating the blood relation between Lin Qian and his father. Though he felt resistance, he was nonetheless eager to uncover the truth. Reflecting on his memories, he found no indication of his father's infidelity. On his way back, he analyzed the situation. Lin Qian had grown up, roughly the same age as his younger sister. If his father had indeed been unfaithful, it would have been around the time his sister was born. However, that seemed implausible, as their family had been immersed in joy over the arrival of a new daughter. He firmly believed that his father's happiness had been genuine. What if Lin Qian truly was his father's daughter? What would that mean for his mother? What would become of the Lin family? His parents had been a model couple in the elite circles, unlike other families with numerous illegitimate children. This was a source of pride for him and his brother, as they vowed to find lifelong partners who loved as deeply as their father did. Now, Zhou Gongzi's revelation felt like a blow to his convictions, casting doubt on Lin Qian's legitimacy. How could he accept such a notion? Initially, when Zhou Gongzi suggested a DNA test, he had vehemently insisted that Lin Qian could not possibly be his sister, as she had been a part of their family since childhood and bore no resemblance to a biological sibling. Even after Zhou Gongzi dismissed the idea of her being a sister, he contemplated examining the relationship between his mother and Lin Qian. Then he noticed Jixia, the woman accompanying Zhou Gongzi, wearing a disdainful smile. He felt like a coward, hesitating in the face of adversity instead of confronting it head-on, which was hardly befitting of a man. Frustrated, he clenched his fists, suppressing his indignation. Realizing he needed Lin Qian's sample, he directly told Qin Qing that he would accompany her. At that point, Qin Qing's expression soured. Her intention was not to see her daughter, but she had sensed an outsider had intruded upon Qin Lingguan and was anxious to return and address the matter. Lin Qian should be fine. I can go alone. Second young master, aren't you in a hurry to find Lin Zhong?" Lin Chengwu seemed oblivious to her evasion. "Oh, I just remembered. My father is at the company right now, not at home. Let's check on Qian and then swing by the company." Despite Qin Qing's attempts to change the subject, she could not alter Lin Chengwu's determination. Fearing further inquiry might arouse suspicion, she reluctantly returned to her room to put on shoes and followed him out. As they drove along, Lin Chengwu engaged in casual conversation with Qin Qing. "Aunt Qin, thank you for taking care of Qian all these years." "It was my duty," she replied. Lin Chengwu glanced at her through the rearview mirror, noting her unchanged expression. My parents are quite busy, and, as boys, my brother and I sometimes fall short in caring for Qianqian. Thankfully, you have been around to assist the Lin family. Qin Qing raised an eyebrow, turning to scrutinize Lin Chengwu. Why is second young master being so courteous today? He smiled slightly. Oh, it's just that I've never ridden alone in a car with you before and didn't want you to feel bored. Ah, Qin Qing replit absently. Second young master, there is no need for small talk. Silence is preferable. Lin Chengwu was the only member of the Lin family who had always harbored disdain for Lin Qianqian. From their childhood, he had never accepted her as his sister. Qin Qing recalled Lin Qianqian frequently lamenting how Lin Chengwu bullied her. The last incident had involved a minor quarrel, resulting in a cessation of her allowance. A few minutes later, Lin Chengwu attempted to probe further. Aunt Qin, now that I think about it, Lin Qianqian does bear some resemblance to you. Qin Qing's voice was devoid of warmth. In what regard does second young master mean? Oh, just an appearance. Lin Qianqian resembles you quite a bit, he stated, initially speaking without much thought. But after repeating his observation, he realized it held some truth. They indeed shared a striking similarity. Upon receiving a negative response, Qin Qing turned her face away, maintaining her expressionless gaze ahead. Had she known that after getting into the car, she would be subjected to a conversation with Lin Chengwu, she would have preferred to visit Qingling Mountain to uncover who had intruded upon their territory of fortune. As she hesitated, contemplating whether to devise a way to exit the vehicle, Lin Qianqian's workplace arrived. Never mind, she thought, I might as well go in to see my daughter before leaving, since I'm already here. The car came to a halt by the roadside, and before they could exit, Lin Qianqian emerged from the company, engaged in a phone call. Without even glancing at their vehicle, she directly entered a white BMW in front of them. Lin Chengwu looked at Qin Qing and asked, Aunt Qin, didn't you say Lin Qianqian had an urgent matter to call you about? Why did you get into someone else's car? Qin Qing shook her head and pushed the car door open to get out, but the vehicle ahead had already driven off. Aunt Qin closed the door. Lin Chengwu restarted the car, following the vehicle ahead. The car in front was not moving quickly, so Lin Chengwu matched its pace. Qin Qing had already attempted to call Lin Qianqian several times, but the calls would not go through. Second young master, why not overtake them and make their car stop? Lin Chengwu disagreed, stating that the street was congested and overtaking recklessly could be dangerous. Qin Qing, do not fret. It seems Qianqian willingly got into that car, so she should be safe. Let us follow and observe what they are up to. Qin Qing, growing impatient, picked up her phone again to call Lin Qianqian, only to hear the prompt that the phone was off. Resigned, she sat in the passenger seat, watching the figures of the two individuals in the car ahead. The driver seemed familiar, but with only a silhouette visible, obscured by the seat, she could not discern his identity. Lin Chengwu observed Qin Qing's agitation and felt a sense of satisfaction. Since young Master Zhou had hinted at a potential connection between the two, he could not help but notice their striking resemblance. A glance at the car ahead revealed a young man behind the wheel. Lin Qianqian was about to become engaged to young Master Zhou, yet she was out during work hours with another man. He scoffed. Lin Qianqian was indeed restless. However, on another note, young Master Zhou was not exactly stable himself, as he had been climbing Qingling Mountain with his ex-wife. Were these two not genuinely interested in a successful engagement? Otherwise, why engage in such antics on the eve of their betrothal? Contemplating this, Lin Chengwu decided that when he got out of the car, he would draw closer to ascertain the identity of Lin Qianqian's companion. In this bustling city, what young, unmarried man could possibly surpass young Master Zhou? Half an hour later, the car ahead slowly turned, arriving at the entrance of a hotel. After parking, Lin Chengwu and Qin Qing watched as a man exited the vehicle, moved to the side to open the door for Lin Qianqian. Assisting her out and wrapping an arm around her waist, casually handing the keys to the hotel doorman. Lin Chengwu swallowed hard. Aunt Qin, what is going on? Qin Qing did not respond, decisively opening the car door and striding toward the hotel. Lin Chengwu paused for a moment, then followed suit, disregarding the parked car and quickening his pace to enter the hotel. While he was inquiring at the front desk about the room number of the couple, Qin Qing was already waiting by the elevator. Such an upscale hotel would naturally not disclose customer information, and Lin Chongwu failed to glean any information. So he followed Qin Qing to the elevator. "Aunt Qin, do you know which floor they are on?" Qin Qing shot him a glance, responding, "Second young master. Weren't you in a hurry to find Lin Zong? Why aren't you in a rush now?" Lin Chengwu sensed her intent to send him away. "Qin Qing, no matter how urgent the matter, I cannot simply sit idly by while my sister strays from the right path. Can I? I must go up and see if Qian is being deceived by another man." Qin Qing's expression darkened significantly. She had no position to force Lin Chengwu away, as he was nominally Qian's second elder brother. Yet, Qian's actions left her perplexed. Why would she venture out with another man when she had already invested her fortune to control the affections of the one she loved? What man could possibly compare favorably to Zhou Tianqi, whom she had cherished for a decade? Upon ascending, she accurately located Lin Qian's room. Just as she was about to raise her hand to knock, Lin Chengwu intervened. "Aunt Qin, why do you always want to knock on the door? Are you certain this is Qian's room?" Taking a deep breath, Qin replied, "Second young master. I arrived early and overheard them mention the room number when they checked in. Furthermore, I heard that man say, 'Is it the same room as last time? Are you happy?'" Lin Qian had entered the elevator, accompanied by that man, blushing like a young girl. Only then did Lin Chengwu release his grip on Qin's wrist. "Aunt Qin, if we knock and see something we shouldn't tea well." He was uncertain of how to articulate his concern, whether to prevent any shame to the Lin family's reputation or to protect Lin Qian's dignity. "Never mind, you knock." "No, I will knock." The man who answered the door was disheveled, a lipstick mark on his shirt, and he paused upon seeing them. "You, who are you looking for?" Song Yiran examined the two at the door, a man and a woman. The older woman seemed vaguely familiar, while he had never seen the man before. "Where is Lin Qian? Let her come out." Lin Chengwu's expression soured as he pushed past Song Yiran's arm that was propped against the doorframe, stepping into the room. "Hey, who are you? How can you just enter someone else's room?" Lin Qian was seated on the bed, waiting, and upon hearing the commotion, thought it was Song Yiran returning. "Song Yiran, I told you this is the last time we are renting a room together, you know that." However, the next moment, she saw Lin Chengwu enter and let out a terrified scream. The arrival of the other individuals made her feel a sense of security, and she quickly rushed to embrace Qin's waist. "Aunt Qin, you're here." Lin Qian explained the situation. Lin Chengwu demanded. Following closely behind, Song Yiran lowered his hand and looked between the two. "Qian, who are they?" Lin Qian stepped back from Qin's embrace, tears welling in her eyes, unable to find her voice or an explanation. Observing her distress, Lin Chengwu took out his phone, preparing to call Lin Yihong to cancel the engagement banquet. "Lin Qian, I am giving you an opportunity to clarify. Otherwise, the engagement banquet on the 6th will be canceled immediately." Upon hearing this, Lin Qian lunged for Lin Chengwu's phone. "Second brother, no, we cannot cancel the engagement banquet." "Not cancel?" Lin Chengwu scoffed. "You are out gallivanting with a rogue man before the engagement, trampling young master Zhou's dignity into the dirt." "No, it's not like that." Lin Qian cried out, struggling for the phone. Song Yiran, unable to bear it any longer, crossed his arms and disdainfully remarked, "What is wrong with trampling on Zhou Tianqi's face? I've done it more than once." Lin Chengwu furrowed his brows, his piercing gaze fixed on Song Yiran. "Who are you? Do you have a grudge against young Master Zhou? Or did you deliberately seduce Qian just to get back at him?" Hearing this, Lin Qian seemed to find a way to extricate herself. "He did on purpose. He threatened me to come to this hotel." Lin Chengwu's fist struck Song Yiran, who stumbled into the furniture in the room, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You dare to flirt with a daughter of the Lin family? Are you tired of living?" Song Yiran wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. "So you are Qian's violent second brother. What a coincidence. She was just complaining about you to me, saying you lack intelligence and are merely a brute, a typical bully who boasts about having a sister. As if you're the only one in the world with a sister." Lin Chengwu's anger boiled, his fists clenched tightly, yearning to smash Song Yiran's head in the next moment. Despite the provocations of Song Yiran, who seemed utterly oblivious to the consequences of her actions, it was evident that she lacked any semblance of intellect. How could this woman blindly believe everything she was told? As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy fist struck him, And this time, Song Yiran fell directly to the ground. Lin Chengwu, fueled by indignation, mounted him and delivered several more punches. Only after he had vented his frustration did he rise, rubbing his hands, and assert, "You are mistaken. It is not simply that I believe whatever she says. Rather, she is a member of the Lin family. Regardless of the truth of her words, I must protect her in front of outsiders." Song Yiran, no longer daring to provoke Lin Chengwu, redirected her hostility toward Lin Qianqian, who was nestled in Qin Shing's arms like a quail. "Lin Qianqian, you are quite adept at portraying yourself as the victim with just a few words. Do they know that you were sleeping with me long before you returned from abroad? Do they know that you even had an abortion for me while overseas?" With each accusation, the expressions of the other three darkened. Eventually, Lin Qianqian could no longer bear it and rushed over, kicking the fallen figure twice. "Shut up. You're talking nonsense." Song Yiran, caught off guard by the kicks, coughed. "Am I speaking nonsense? You know the truth better than anyone." Qin Xing observed the chaotic scene, feeling as though she scarcely recognized her own daughter. What had Lin Qianqian been up to during those years abroad, and with whom had she been in contact? She was entirely in the dark. Upon returning from her travels, she had only revealed to Lin Qianqian her lineage and her identity as a practitioner of the arts. Lin Qianqian's immediate reaction had been to seek control over Zhou Tianxi, believing him to be her true love due to his fortuitous nature, convinced that their union would ensure her happiness. However, 20 years of fruitless efforts to restore her beloved's memories had only served to evoke his subtle disdain. Thus, she had pinned all her hopes and affections upon her daughter, yearning for her to find someone deserving of love. Yet, it appeared that Lin Qianqian did not feel an overwhelming need for Zhou Tianxi. Otherwise, she would not be preparing for engagement while still cavorting with other men. "Lin Qianqian, I had no intention of confronting you in front of others," Lin Chengwu seethed, "but your actions have crossed the line. I will recount today's events to father in full detail, and I will ensure he investigates what you have been up to these past years abroad." He then approached the fallen Song Yiran, warning, "It would be wise to leave a trace of your identity." "Leave a trace? Do you think the Lin family would allow me to marry Lin Qianqian?" Song Yiran scoffed. "Dream on. A woman like Lin Qianqian is hardly worthy of being my wife." Lin Chengwu turned to Lin Qianqian, who seemed poised to act again, evidently intent on joining the fray. He stood, beckoning Qin Xing and Lin Qianqian to exit. "Let us discuss this at home. This scoundrel is not worth our time." With that, he led the way out. Once outside, Qin Xing released her daughter, who had been seeking solace in her embrace, and approached the still-recovering Song Yiran, delivering another kick. "Enough already. You think you can strike me and not face consequences?" Song Yiran, forced to remain on the ground, bellowed, "Are you finished? I held back earlier, but if you continue, I shall retaliate." Qin Xing responded with a disdainful smile, her foot lightly tapping a sensitive area of Song Yiran's anatomy. In moments, his cries echoed like a slaughtered pig. "Are you insane?" he gasped, curled up in agony. "You have humiliated Qianqian. It is hardly excessive for me to incapacitate you," Qin Xing retorted, hoisting Lin Qianqian, who appeared significantly more subdued, before they both exited the door. Long after their departure, Song Yiran remained on the ground, howling in pain and too afraid to move. He realized that he could not endure this any longer. He needed to go to the hospital, lest that madwoman had truly incapacitated him. The ambulance arrived swiftly, but curiously, as he was loaded onto the stretcher. The pain that had incapacitated him moments earlier vanished completely. Upon reaching the hospital and undergoing various examinations, it was revealed that he suffered only superficial injuries inflicted by Lin Chengwu. As he dabbed at his facial wounds with a cotton swab before the mirror, he sighed. He had intended to enjoy one last date with Lin Qianqian before returning to his mother, but he never anticipated that he would end up beaten instead. That wretched Lin Qianqian was infuriating, masquerading as the victim. Wasn't she set to become engaged to Zhou Tianxi? He would crash their engagement party to vent his frustrations. Zhou Tianxi, who prided himself on being the most eligible bachelor in Haishur, had not his fiancée also been taken to bed by him? Perhaps he would entrap him, leading to his downfall. He would ruin the engagement ceremony and ensure that all of Haishur knew of the great shame his fiancée had brought upon him. Lin Xingwu's brutality had left its mark. His fist had struck Song Yiran's handsome face with such force that he hardly recognized himself. He vowed revenge, for he would not forget this humiliation. At this moment, Song Yiran was still scheming revenge against everyone involved, unaware that he had already lost what he once held dear. In the 145th chapter, the boss declared, "Stop searching." Jixia covered her mouth and nose, staring at the dust-laden room, momentarily unsure whether to advance or retreat. "Master, this place has not been entered since your disappearance, has it? How else could there be nearly half a foot of dust? The furnishings are sparse, a bed and a table." After a prolonged silence, she finally heard Fu Zishi's reply. "Everything in my room has been taken." Jixia peeked inside, only to be pulled back by Zhou Tianxi. "Wait before entering, it's dirty." "Master, what exactly has been taken from your house?" My calligraphy and paintings, my collection of leaves, and many daily necessities." Jixia mused that indeed, a dwelling would require some daily necessities, while the calligraphy and leaves were likely personal hobbies. "Master, who do you suspect has taken your belongings?" Fu Zishi seethed. Who else could it be but that deceitful Qin Qing? This was the first time Jixia had heard her master speak ill of Qin Qing. Previously, he seemed to lack complete recollection of her misdeeds. What could she possibly want with your things? Does she despise you so much that she cannot bear the sight of them? You foolish girl, do you not realize? She must have sold my calligraphy and leaves. The path down the mountain is paved with money. Nothing is free, including her position as the Lin family's housekeeper, which surely required her to undergo training to pass their tests. Jixia reflected on her master's words, recognizing the truth in them. "Master, if you had recalled this earlier, perhaps I could have benefited from it." Fu Zishi found his disciple's naivety amusing, choosing to ignore her. "Qin Qing descended the mountain over 20 years ago. She likely sold your belongings back then." Zhou Tianxi tousled Jixia's hair, stating, "The senior met you over 20 years later." Realization dawned on Jixia as she nodded. "Ah, even if you had remembered earlier, it would have been futile." "Boss, shall we venture inside to take a look?" Although nothing was visible from the entrance, there could be hidden treasures within. "There's nothing left." But Qin Qing likely did not find what she was seeking. "You may search through it while I ponder further." As Jixia followed her boss in her master's former abode, each step stirred up clouds of dust. They coughed as they traversed the small room, completing a circuit in no time. "Master, there is nothing here." Jixia covered her mouth, speaking in a muffled tone. "Was it that Qin Qing sought? Go to the bedside and see if there is an empty space in the center." Zhou Tianxi grasped Jixia's hand and slowly walked to the bed. "Master, you are truly remarkable, just like the characters in the television dramas, even hiding things beneath the bed." However, when they managed to pry open the wooden slats at the center of the bed, the sight that greeted Jixia caused her to feel faint. Master, there is nothing inside. It's empty. Your secrets have all been discovered by Qin Qing. I told you, you cannot hide things beneath the bed. It's a common trope in dramas. Who would he learn from it?" Zhou Tianxi patted around the empty box and noticed another panel that was also vacant. He pried open this panel from the side, revealing yet another hollow space. Jixia looked up at the ceiling, which was barren and clear. "Master, accept your fate. Your belongings have all been taken." Fu Zishi retorted disdainfully, "I had you pry open these boxes to see if my collections of calligraphy, paintings, and leaves were truly all gone. That scoundrel Qin Qing has indeed taken all my treasures. I wish her ill fortune. May she squander all that money." Jixia coolly remarked, "Master, your curse seems ineffective. It has been over 20 years. Perhaps the money from selling those paintings has long been spent." Fu Zishi lamented, calling out in despair for his treasured calligraphy and leaves. Jixia, perplexed, asked, "Master, I still don't understand. What is so special about those leaves to you?" "Foul girl, what do you know? Those are representations of various leaves crafted from gold. When the sunlight hits them, they shine brilliantly." Jixia glanced at her boss, seeing his helplessness, and realized that the leaves were indeed made of gold, explaining the old man's tears. "Ah, master, your implication earlier was that Qin Qing took the money but didn't he find what she wanted, correct?" "Of course. How could I, your clever master, allow something important to be easily discovered?" Ji Xia refrained from responding to the old man's arrogance, while Zhou Tianzi took the initiative to speak. What you mentioned, senior, is related to your fortune and destiny? Fu Zisher, astonished, replied, Indeed, you are the child of fortune, even aware of this. He continued, Let me narrow down the search. Let us see if you can find it. Master, you must tell us what it is, Ji Xia protested, unable to comprehend his malicious humor. Even now, he wanted them to guess. If I tell you, it would lose its intrigue. Fine, the search can be confined to this bed. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time. Ji Xia was speechless, wondering how long an incense stick burned. It seemed the master lived in ancient times. Zhou Tianzi remained silent, scanning the entire bed and slowly began to feel around. Ji Xia observed his hands, covered in dust, and felt pity. Boss, don't listen to my master's nonsense. There might not even be anything on this bed. He could just be toying with us. Fu Zisher, hearing this, grew indignant. Foul girl, do not tarnish my reputation. I was merely teasing you. Zhou Xia is here. Why would I fool you? Ji Xia muttered, You're just bored. Looking for something to do. You've tricked me more than once. Foul girl, be quiet. I won't. My mouth is my own. I will say what I want. She huffed. While the master and disciple bickered, Zhou Tianzi continued his diligent search. Half an hour passed, and he had thoroughly examined the bed, yet found nothing. He patiently began a second round of searching, nearly wiping away all the dust with his hands. Boss, don't keep searching, Ji Xia said, seeing the effort Zhou Tianzi was putting in and wishing for him to stop. The master, not heeding her words, threatened the old man, You better speak up, or I will take the boss away, and we won't search anymore. Chapter 146. The cave no longer appears. Fu Zisher had been confident that Zhou Tianzi would certainly find his belongings. After all, he was the child of fortune, brimming with luck. However, as the minutes ticked by and nothing surfaced, he sighed in resignation. Forget it, Zhou Xia. Allow me to reveal it to you. Foul old man. You should have said that earlier, honestly. Zhou Tianzi's hand paused at a particular spot. Senior, is it here? Fu Zisher was about to speak, but was cut off, nearly choking. What did you find? Zhou Tianzi brushed off the dust and examined the size and shape. Is it a jade pendant? Ji Xia, still puzzled by their conversation, leaned closer to see what her boss was pointing at. It appeared to be just another piece of bedboard. Are you two playing a joke on me? There's nothing here. Fu Zisher ignored his foolish disciple and answered Zhou Tianzi, Indeed, it is a jade pendant. You may find a way to extract it. Zhou Tianzi gauged the pendant size, retrieved a wallpaper knife from his backpack. Boss, Ji Xia inquired, Is there really a jade pendant here? Zhou Tianzi looked at Ji Xia with a hint of amusement, appreciating her unguarded trust in him. Yes, step back a bit while I extract it for you. Ji Xia obediently took a step aside, her eyes still fixed on the knife in her boss's hand. Hey, foul girl, why are you so obedient? Fu Zisher remarked sarcastically. I've never seen you so compliant, always arguing with your master, truly a rebellious spirit. Ji Xia retorted, Master, you should consider what you usually ask me to do. What? Is it not for your own good? Under the guise of doing what's best for me, you just make me work, unlike the boss, who lets me simply watch while he does it himself. Fu Zisher felt a pang of frustration, wishing to vent his anger on his disciple. Do you hear the nonsense this disciple speaks? Asking her to find her stolen luck has become making her work. I truly worry for her, and yet she remains a lazy excuse. Foul girl, you wait. Once I find my body, I will take care of you first. All right. We all know you mean to deal with Qin Qing, but you still need to find your body first. Don't overexert yourself. Just as Fu Zisher was about to retort again, Zhou Tianzi had successfully retrieved the jade pendant. He held it up to the sunlight streaming through the door, sparkling and translucent, appearing as though water flowed within. Xia Xia, let us step outside. Ji Xia followed Zhou Tianzi out of the room, first twisting open a water bottle to wash his hands. Once they had cleaned themselves up, they examined the jade pendant closely. Ji Xia held it for a while, murmuring, No wonder the old man hid it so securely. This jade pendant is clearly invaluable. It might fetch millions. Perhaps we should find a place to inquire about its worth. Foul girl, are you so blinded by money? Constantly talking about money. Well then, why hide it so deeply if not for profit? Xia Xia, Zhou Tianzi interrupted. fearing that if this continued, Jixia would drive Fu Zisher to his wit's end. This jade pendant is likely a symbol of the inheritance of fortune and destiny. It is what Qin Xing sought. Indeed, this is the proper way to converse. Jixia, hearing this, had another question. Master, if Mo Shangyuan Jun is still around, why would they give you the artifact of fortune and destiny? She often travels and seldom stays at Qingling Mountain. Jixia nodded. Oh, but this jade pendant is merely a piece of jade. Does it have any other uses? What do you know? This pendant is bound to its master. It can help me find my body. Jixia's eyes widened as she took the pendant from Zhou Tianzi, examining it closely. Is it truly so miraculous? A jade pendant can recognize its master. What kind of fantastical story is this? Senior, how can this jade pendant assist you in locating your body? Well, for now, it was passed down to him by his master. He had yet to delve into its mysteries before being summoned by Qin Xing for a great battle. The jade pendant contains all the secrets of their destiny path, and once recognized as its master, one can access them at any time. However, in his current spiritual state, he is unable to do so. Master, will Qin Xing have any perception of this object? No. After all, I am the master of the jade pendant. Yet, upon your entrance here, she must have sensed something. Jixia and Zhou Tianzi exchanged glances, a hint of annoyance evident. Master, why didn't you mention this earlier? Are we going to be trapped here by her? With Zhou Xiazi around, was there to fear? Zhou Tianzi squeezed Xia's hand, successfully silencing her. Now that we have found the item, we should depart from this place. Upon hearing the notion of leaving, Jixia felt a slight relief. If Qin Xing knows, so be it. They would eventually confront each other. She followed closely behind her master as they exited the realm of Destiny Path. Heeding his guidance, they retraced their steps, and upon crossing through the white mist, they returned to the grand hall of Qinglingguan. The hall was still bustling with people, bowing and lighting incense, murmuring incantations. Shall we descend the mountain? Zhou Tianxi's voice was somewhat hoarse, prompting Jixia to quickly offer him her water. Boss, let's visit the back mountain and descend from there. Shall we? The two made their way to the back mountain they had previously explored. Jixia insisted on visiting the back mountain to ascertain whether her previous observations were accurate. When she had come with her companions last time, there was a cave adorned with a yellow flag at a certain spot. It was precisely because of that cave that she had fainted, startling her companions. As she walked, she gazed upward, soon capturing Zhou Tianxi's attention. What is it? Where has it gone? She felt she had reached the location of the cave she had previously encountered. Yet the cave was nowhere to be seen in that direction. Zhou Tianxi followed Jixia's gaze upward, finding only some wilted weeds and trees. What are you searching for? Jixia scanned the area several times without success, finally relaying her previous experience to her master. After listening, Zhou Tianxi's expression remained calm, yet his words carried an undercurrent. It might be because I am here that the cave is no longer visible. Fu Zisher concurred. Indeed, Zhou Xiazi is the child of destiny, and certain things, particularly those that may pose a danger, will not present themselves in his presence. The old man had mentioned this while they were at the foot of the mountain, fearing such a situation during their ascent. Chapter 147. Everyone has arrived. Jixia, unwilling to give up, turned in circles at the spot, even brandishing the jade pendant toward the overgrown area. What are you doing, you little rascal? Ah, didn't you say this jade pendant could help you find your body? I suspect that cave is where your body is hidden. Her words left Zhou Tianxi momentarily stunned. No wonder she insisted on going to the back mountain. After a while, the jade pendant remained inert, offering no sign of life. Disheartened, Jixia stored the pendant away. Master, are you playing a prank on me? This pendant seems more valuable in appearance, but is utterly useless. Little rascal, do not speak so carelessly. Jixia pouted and turned her gaze to Zhou Tianxi. Boss, shall we descend the mountain for now? Zhou Tianxi nodded, wrapping his arm around her waist as they turned to head down the mountain. Just as they turned, none could perceive the jade pendant in Jixia's bag flashing momentarily. Jixia had taken only a few steps before a sharp pain pierced her head. This pain felt familiar, and in a daze, her gaze fell upon the overgrown area, where the cave with the yellow flag materialized. Summoning all her strength, she raised her arm, pointing, yet soon it fell weakly, and she fainted in Zhou Tianxi's arms. Zhou Tianxi, ever vigilant of Ji Xia's condition, immediately embraced her as she became unwell. Xia Xia? No response. Senior? Still no reply. He turned to the direction she had last indicated, which remained a thicket of weeds, devoid of anything. Yet he believed she must have discovered something. Otherwise, she would not have made that final struggle. On the return journey, Lin Chengwu drove, this time accompanied by Qin Qing and Lin Qianqian in the back seat. Lin Qianqian wept, her eyes swollen. And even as Qin Qing observed the disarray of the hotel room with some disappointment, her daughter's sobs stirred her heart. Qianqian, do not cry. Since Song Yiran forced you, I am certain that Lin Zong will not let him off easily. Lin Qianqian, sniffling, stole glances at Lin Chengwu's expression. His thin lips were pressed into a line, and his jawline was sharp, coupled with a cold demeanor that made her heart race. Why did this violent second brother have to discover her secret? In today's situation, no matter who from the Lin family came, she could manage, but it was Lin Chengwu. Second brother, you must believe me. I absolutely did not malign you in front of Song Yiran. He deliberately seeks to ruin our sibling bond. Lin Chengwu did not even glance at Lin Qianqian. Speaking with irritation, oh, so Song Yiran is quite astute, knowing you have a second brother named Lin Chengwu. Lin Qianqian felt tears welling up, her teeth biting down on her lower lip as she struggled to endure her second brother's harsh attitude. Second brother, Song Yiran is the little cousin of Tianxi. He must certainly know about our family situation. I've never interacted with him. How would he understand my temperament? Lin Chengwu shot a glance at her through the rearview mirror. Lin Qianqian, even in lies, one must have boundaries. I was unaware that you were so tarnishing my reputation outside. Violentman, ha. Lin Chengwu's words left Lin Qianqian feeling utterly humiliated, and she collapsed into Qin Qing's embrace. Sobbing. In the past, when faced with sibling disputes, Qin Qing usually sided with her daughter. However, now she found herself perplexed by her daughter's actions and refrained from taking her usual stance. What do you know besides crying? Lin Chengwu scoffed. You should think carefully about how to explain this to Dad. Your engagement with young Master Zhou is certainly doomed. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqian cried even harder, tugging at Qin Qing's clothing, seeking her assistance. Qin Qing initially patted her back soothingly, but internally she thought she had staked her fortune on Zhou Tianxi and must not allow it to come to naught. Second young master, Qianqian was deceived by Song Yiran. Lin Zong would not simply cancel their engagement, would he? Lin Chengwu sneered. Qin Yi, after so many years in the Lin family, do you still not understand my father? My father despises those who are fickle, whoever deceived whom. They have been entangled together since their time abroad, and that is a fact, is it not? This marriage is certainly not going to happen. As Lin Chengwu spoke, Qin Qing's expression darkened, recalling how years ago she had felt envious of how well Lin Yang treated his wife, wishing to win that man for herself. Yet, after all her efforts to secure him, her own junior had ruined it. Otherwise, that man who had always cherished his wife would have remained by her side. Years have passed, and not only has she failed to awaken Lin Yahong's love for her, but she also has not found the jade pendant that symbolizes the legacy of the destiny path. Her junior had vanished for over 20 years, and although she had cleared out his room, the pendant eluded her grasp. At this moment, Lin Qianqian leaned close to her ear. Mama, what should we do? I want to marry Tianxi. Lin Qianqian was aware that Qin Qing would surely assist her, for she was Qin Qing's only daughter. Indeed, as soon as she voiced her desire, she noticed Qin Qing's brow furrow tightly, and her gaze turned toward her, no longer the usual softness. Amidst the confusion, when she wished to scrutinize closely, those intricate elements vanished once more. The matter would be addressed later in the evening. Lin Qianqian discerned the shape of Qin Qing's lips and felt a sense of calm. Lin Chengwu had been observing the two through the rearview mirror, struggling to accept the astonishing information relayed to him by young Master Zhou. He pondered, if Lin Qianqian was truly his father's daughter, then Qin Qing must be Lin Qianqian's mother. That would render his own mother exceedingly pitiful, living among a host of hypocrites for half her life. The enormity of this revelation overwhelmed him, prompting the need for assistance. Initially intending to drive directly to the company, he abruptly reversed course midway. Such matters ought to be resolved at home, where the noise and multitude of the company might not give rise to any unfavorable gossip. In the evening, when the head of the Lin family and the current general manager returned home, the atmosphere in the living room was tense. Lin Yang, shedding his suit jacket, inquired about the commotion. Lin Chengwu sat in a single armchair, his expression grim. Lin Qianqian's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had been weeping for an extended period. Lin Mu sat beside Lin Qianqian, unusually refraining from comforting her. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yang suspected that his younger son had once again caused trouble. Lin Chengwu, have you been bullying Qianqian again? As a grown man, why do you persist in tormenting your sister? Can you not exhibit a modicum of tolerance? Lin Chengwu cast a glance at Lin Qianqian. Father, this is not my doing. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Let her speak for herself. Lin Yang took a seat beside Lin Mu, while Lin Chengwen perched on the armrest of his younger brother's chair. Lin Mu cleared her throat, indicating that everyone was present, and it was time to commence. Chapter 148. What to do in such circumstances. Lin Yang paused, puzzled. Dan, commence what? Lin Mu turned her gaze to Lin Qianqian, sighed deeply, and resignedly suggested, let Qianqian speak for herself. Lin Qianqian glanced at Lin father and Lin mother before her gaze settled on Qin Qing, who stood by the sofa. What are you looking at Annie Qin for? Lin Chengwu remarked with a dismissive tone, are you now reluctant to acknowledge your own actions? Lin Qianqian hesitated, her lips moving soundlessly. Lin Mu, unable to bear it any longer, wore an expression of resignation. Old Lin, it appears our Lin family may no longer be able to forge a union with the Zhou family. Lin father looked at Lin Qianqian in astonishment. What is the matter? Did not Qianqian adore brother Tianci the most? Is not that, father? I do love brother Tianci, but second brother forbids me from marrying him. Was second brother involved in this too? Does he feel the need to control his sister's engagement? Lin Yang glared disapprovingly at Lin Chengwu, only to discover Lin Chengwu angrily tossing aside the cushion he had been toying with. Lin Qianqian, are you truly intent on placing all the blame on me? You dare not confess the good deeds you have done to father, yet you excel at reporting my faults. This time, Lin Mu also regarded her adopted daughter with disapproval. Taken aback that everyone was aware of the situation while she had hoped to maneuver cleverly. Enough, she said, patting Lin Yang, who was on the verge of exploding. I shall take over. Today, Chengwu and Steward Qin witnessed Qianqian and brother Tianci's distant cousin going off to a hotel together. Moreover, they had been involved even while abroad, and Qianqian has even had an abortion. Upon the conclusion of Lin Mu's statement, an eerie silence enveloped the living room. Qin Qing surveyed the Lin family, each member possessing sound values, respectful of emotions, and committed to fidelity. Yet, they had not extended the same courtesy to her and her daughter. Lin Yang had forgotten the past relationship they shared, unaware that Qianqian was indeed his own daughter. They were now condemning her child. She longed to rush forth and reveal to Lin Yang that Qianqian was his biological daughter, deserving of his love and care. However, she refrained, knowing that such an act would result in both her and Qianqian being cast out of the Lin household, never to return. She endured, clenching her fists until her nails dug into her flesh, oblivious to the pain. After a considerable pause, Lin father finally spoke. Chengwen, prepare some gifts, something of quality. Tomorrow, accompany me to the Zhou family to apologize. No. Lin Qianqian suddenly stood and knelt before Lin Yang. Father, I do not wish to annul the engagement. I love brother Tianci, and I want to marry him. Ha! Lin Chengwu scoffed. You truly tarnished the very essence of love. When you were in bed with Song Yiran, did you not consider your feelings for Zhou Tianci? No, it is not like that, father. Please, allow me to explain. Lin Qianqian wept profusely, tears streaming down her face. She was genuinely frightened and did not wish for the engagement to be called off. It was a dream she had cherished for over a decade. Father, it was Song Yiran who forced me. He truly coerced me into this. I did not wish to go to the hotel. I swear, please believe me. Lin Yang, Witnessing his adopted daughter in such distress felt a pang of sorrow. He grasped Lin Qianqian's arm, pulling her up from the floor. Qianqian, tell your father how Song Iran pressured you. He threatened that if I did not go to the hotel, he would expose our relationship abroad, causing brother Tianxi to despise me. I was terrified of losing him. The lifted Lin Qianqian wished to lean against her father, but he did not permit it. Instructing hierzu sieht properly. He threatened you, and yet you did not confide in us? I was afraid of angering you and mother. Lin Mu looked at her adopted daughter with disapproval. Qianqian, do you truly believe your father and I are unreasonable? Moreover, if your relationship with Song Iran was legitimate, why would you fear his threats? At your age, dating is entirely normal. If it does not suit you, simply break it off. Why be afraid of the truth? Your brother Tianxi has been married before. Is it so wrong to date? Lin Qianqian was rendered speechless, casting a desperate glance toward Qin Xing. Not comprehending the full extent of her daughter's experiences abroad, Qin Xing felt compelled to intervene. Madam, perhaps it was indeed Song Iran who threatened Qianqian while abroad. Lin Mu sighed, noting that while Qianqian was studying overseas, she had been accompanied solely by the elderly members of the family, none of whom reported any threats against her. Qianqian has never mentioned anything to us, Steward Qin. I recognize your fondness for Qianqian, but wrongdoings must be addressed. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Lin Qianqian wept, her face a portrait of despair. Mother, but I wish to marry brother Tianxi. Wishing alone is futile. Engaging in promiscuity before engagement will surely lead the Zhou family to reject you as a granddaughter-in-law, Lin Chengwu bluntly stated. If this is discovered, it would be the Lin family that endures the shame. Thus, Lin father resolved to visit the Zhou family the following day to annul the engagement. Later that night, once everyone had retired, Lin Qianqian quietly entered Qin Xing's room. Having been unable to find time to visit Qingling Mountain throughout the day, Qin Xing felt a sense of unease. She had initially intended to depart for Qingling Mountain after the Lin family fell asleep. However, upon seeing her daughter, she understood that the journey to Qingling Mountain would not occur that night. Mother, please help me. I do not wish to annul the engagement. Lin Qianqian's eyes, already swollen from crying earlier, were now filled with bloodshot veins. Her mouth turned downward as she leaned against Qin Xing. Qianqian, I cannot alter the views of Lin Zong and his wife. In truth, after everyone dispersed in the afternoon, I sought out the Lin couple in private, hoping they would not proceed with the annulment. However, Lin Yang spoke at length, his words sincere and seemingly helpless. I found myself powerless. The Lin family, steeped in commerce, valued integrity, loyalty, and fidelity in relationships. Their reputation was passed down through generations, ensuring that while the Lin family might not rank among the wealthiest in Haishu, they certainly held the highest regard in terms of reputation. Lin Yang asserted, although Qianqian is our adopted daughter, she is still a part of the Lin family. We have never considered her an outsider, and she must bear the responsibility for the events that have transpired. Lin Mu also offered her counsel, understanding her affection for Qianqian. However, she emphasized that one must take responsibility for their mistakes, as others cannot assist in such matters. Observing the furrowed brow of Lin Yang and the helplessness beneath Mrs. Lin's gentle demeanor, Qin Xing pondered that perhaps they genuinely loved their daughter. After exiting the Lin couple's chamber, she retreated to her own room, contemplating her predicament for a long while. What should she do in this situation? Chapter 149. Why did you push me? Although she once yearned for Lin Yang, Qin Xing harbored no animosity towards Mrs. Lin Jiangdan. She was graceful and modest, never engaging in petty comparisons with others, and during gatherings of the affluent, she spoke and acted with discretion, avoiding trouble for her husband. Qin Xing believed that if she were to assume the role of Mrs. Lin, she would undoubtedly fall short of Jiangdan's standards. This realization had contributed to her gradual relinquishment of Lin Yang over the years. Lin Yang's deep regard for the Lin family became clear to her only after entering the Lin household. He required a wife of equal stature to maintain harmony within. Her utmost desire now was for her daughter to find happiness. However, after taking a risk to draw the heart's blood of a child named Zai to enhance her power, enabling her to regain control over Zhou Tianxi, Her daughter chose to frolic with another man. Feeling a profound discontent, Qin hesitated to question her daughter about the apparent waste of her efforts. She feared uttering words that might wound her daughter or engaging in actions that could cause her harm. "Mama, please help me, Lin," Qian sobbed, her voice soft and fragile. "You can still control brother Tianci, can't you? Could you find a way to make him refuse to annul the engagement?" Qin remained silent. As long as brother Tianci did not agree to the annulment, neither the Lin family nor the Zhou family could proceed with it. Lin Qian grew increasingly convinced of her plan, looking up at Qin. "Mama, really, could you control brother Tianci to prevent him from annulling the engagement?" Qin furrowed her brow and, after a long pause, replied solemnly, "Qian, to control Zhou Tianci, Mama used your emotional ties, while I exerted my own fortune." Lin Qian nodded, bewildered. "What do you mean?" Qin did not respond, but her gaze fell upon the transformative bead around her daughter's neck. "The fortune within the bead is tied to my life." "Mama, what does that mean?" Lin Qian asked, her impatience evident. "If that's the case, why wouldn't you want to help me? If it weren't for your claim to assist me in winning over brother Tianci, I wouldn't acknowledge you at all." At the time when the Lin couple suggested that Lin Qian study abroad, Qin had assumed they had abandoned their daughter. Thus, she seized a moment to reveal her true lineage to Lin Qian, assuring her that there would always be someone in the world who loved her dearly. Lin Qian's eyes had reflected disdain for her own identity, and she had claimed that she couldn't trust the daughter of a steward. The rejection from her own daughter left Qin with an unprecedented sense of defeat. She had never anticipated that her daughter would value wealth over kinship. Looking down upon her steward status, "The steward is merely a servant of our Lin family. Please do not mention our connection when you go out. I would be embarrassed." Even someone as strong as Qin felt pierced by her daughter's scorn. Later, she inadvertently learned that Qian had feelings for Zhou Tianci. Yet Zhou Tianci did not recognize Lin Qian. Qin felt she finally had a chance to showcase her capabilities to her daughter. Su Tianqi, unaware of being manipulated, believed he had developed feelings for Lin Qian as he approached her for the first time. From that moment on, Lin Qian began to call her mama in private. Qin's silence made Lin Qian realize she might have spoken too harshly. She quickly apologized, her large eyes glistening with tears. "Mama, I didn't mean it. I just love brother Tianci too much and don't want to annul the engagement." Yet, Qin still felt indebted to her daughter, unable to acknowledge her in front of her biological father. She wiped away the tears from her daughter's cheeks and asked Qian, "Since you like Zhou Tianci, why did you get involved with Song Yuran while abroad?" Lin Qian's eyes flickered, struggling to articulate a response. Noticing her hesitation, Qin sighed. "Qian, I am your mother. You must speak the truth with me. At that time, when I first arrived abroad, I was unfamiliar with the surroundings, and the language barrier was daunting." Lin Qian began hesitantly, selecting her words with care. Qin listened attentively as she continued. "Song Yuran helped me with a minor trouble and then started to pursue me. Mama, I was young and couldn't resist the temptation, so I got involved with him." Lin Qian trailed off, her fingers intertwined, avoiding eye contact with Qin. She understood that her actions contradicted her professed love for Zhou Tianci, yet she had turned to embrace Song Yuran. Qin suppressed her reproachful words, recognizing that since the events had already transpired, further blame could not alter the outcome and might only alienate her daughter. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Lin Qian glanced at Qin. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, feeling bashful. Recognizing the implications, Qin understood that her daughter likely desired to consummate her relationship with Zhou Tianci, making it impossible for the Zhou family to reject the engagement. Today marked the first day of the month, with the engagement scheduled for the 6th day, leaving merely 5 days. If you wish to develop your relationship with Zhou Tianci, you must spend time with him over the next few days. If you feel the moment is right, call me. Lin Qian nodded earnestly, determined not to miss this opportunity. If she let it slip away, she knew her chances with Zhou Tianci would vanish forever. Seeing her daughter light up with excitement, Qin felt as if a heavy stone weighed upon her heart. She longed to warn her daughter that if things went awry, The backlash could cost her dearly. Yet, she held her tongue. Lin Xianxian jumped up, planting a big kiss on her cheek before exclaiming excitedly, "Thank you, Mama. You're the best mother in the world." However, Lin Xianxian suddenly recalled her father's words about annulling the engagement with the Zhou family, and she paused at the door. "It doesn't matter. The annulment isn't frightening. As long as you and Zhou Tianci succeed, you can marry directly." Lin Xianxian contemplated this and found it reasonable, departing without a care. Qin Qing remained motionless, staring at the closed door for a long time. When Jixia awoke, she detected the scent of disinfectant. Her eyelids fluttered briefly before she slowly opened her eyes, her vision clearing from a blur to clarity. She recognized the figures beside her bed, her boss and her best friend, Zhou Nan. Upon seeing her awake, Zhou Nan rushed over. "Xia Xia, you scared me to death. Is your name Xia Xia, just to frighten people?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was yanked by her collar and tossed aside. Fortunately, Gao Jialin caught her. Otherwise, she would have surely fallen. "Su Tianqi, you scoundrel. Are you insane? Why did you push me?" Chapter 150. "I will accompany you tomorrow morning." Zhou Tianci turned back, his gaze cold and piercing. "If you keep shouting, get out." "Damn you." Gao Jialin quickly restrained Zhou Nan, covering her mouth, and then cast an apologetic glance at Zhou Tianci. Only then did Zhou Tianci find the time to look at Jixia, who lay pale and with cracked lips. She slowly managed a gentle smile. "Why are you bullying on Nan?" Jixia opened her mouth only to realize her throat was severely hoarse. Turning her head, she gazed longingly at the water cup on the cabinet. Zhou Tianci propped her up against the headboard and retrieved the cup, offering it to her lips. Xia, this time, did not hesitate and drank heartily from the cup, quenching her thirst. Clearing her throat, she finally felt as if she had come back to life. She first smiled at her boss, assuring him that she was fine, as it was not her first visit and she was well acquainted with the process. Zhou Tianzi remained silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon her. Zhou Nan, unable to stay put, freed herself from Gao Jialin's embrace and dashed to the other side of the bed. She reached out to wipe the tears from Jixia's cheeks, her eyes slightly reddened. "Xia Xia, tell me, do you think you're incompatible with the magnetic field of Qingling Mountain? Why do you always faint whenever you go there?" Jixia initially raised her hand to brush away her friend's tears, puzzled by her newfound timidity. "I merely fainted. I'm not dead." "Why are you crying?" she exclaimed. Pa, what nonsense about death. Just stop." Zhou Nan, saying this, leaned in to embrace Jixia, but as she bent over, she felt the intense gaze of death upon her. In a fit of anger, she pulled a chair from the side and sat by the bed, clutching Jixia's hand. "Xia Xia, is it that scoundrel's fault that you fainted? Speak bravely. I will surely avenge you." She punctuated her words with a fist shake. Before Jixia could respond, Zhou Tianzi stood up and lashed out at Gao Jialin, demanding he take her away. Otherwise, their affair would come to naught. Threatened, Gao Jialin immediately scooped Zhou Nan into his arms and exited the ward. Zhou Nan shouted as she was carried away, "Scoundrel, you old bastard. Are you so afraid of the truth that you have to rush me away? Just wait, I will poison you to death, you wretch." The echoes of her defiance resounded in the corridor, leaving Jixia embarrassed as she glanced at her boss, surprised by the frenzy her friend had caused. Outside, Gao Jialin quickly covered Zhou Nan's mouth, whispering, "My little ancestor, don't you see how anxious young Master Zhou is because he can't speak with Jixia?" Zhou Nan remained defiant, being carried out of the hospital by Gao Jialin. The two left behind in the ward shared a moment of silence. Jixia called out for Fu Zisher in her mind several times, growing increasingly anxious when she received no response. After descending the mountain last time, she could contact her master almost immediately. Why was it different this time? "Don't worry," Zhou Tianzi reassured her, pouring a glass of water and bringing it to her lips. "Even seniors need to recuperate." Jixia accepted the cup and took a few sips. "Boss, did you see that cave?" She recalled the scene just before she fainted. It was indeed the cave that had appeared. Zhou Tianzi shook his head, admitting he had not seen the cave. Jixia had suddenly collapsed, nearly causing his heart to stop. "Did you faint because you saw the cave?" Jixia pondered before responding, "No. It was likely the appearance of the cave that stirred Fu Zisher in my mind, causing chaos and leading to my fainting. She trailed off as Zhou Tianzi extended his arms to embrace her, resting his chin atop her head and gently rubbing her back, repeatedly confirming her presence. Boss. Zhou Tianzi lowered his gaze to meet hers, his usually calm and steady eyes now revealing something new. You mustn't scare me like that again, do you hear? Though the words were a threat, they trembled with concern. Ji Xia smiled slightly, playfully poking his heart and teasing, Boss, is your heart only the size of a finger? Otherwise, why would you be so frightened by my brief fainting? You weren't merely unconscious for a moment. Yixia puzzled. Turned to gaze out the window at the setting sun. Did we not climb a mountain this morning? Zhou Tianzi shook his head and showed her the time on his phone. We climbed the mountain yesterday. Huh? Ji Xia exclaimed in shock, realizing she had been unconscious for an entire day and night. No wonder her friends were so excited when she woke. It had been 48 hours since she fainted. To be precise, it was 52 hours, and had she not awakened soon, he would have had to transfer her to the capital. Ji Xia's mouth fell open in disbelief, not anticipating the severity of her condition. She recalled that last time at Qingling Mountain, she had only fainted for 2 hours. Why do you think I called Zhounan? It was because she stayed by your side the last time you fainted, eager to check on you. The hospital could find nothing amiss and could not explain why a perfectly healthy person would remain unconscious. Zhou Tianzi knew the reason, but could not disclose it to the doctors. He could only allow for thorough examinations of her head. As time passed, his worry grew, prompting him to summon Zhou Nan to the hospital. Ji Xia did not expect her unconsciousness to last so long, furrowing her brow as she attempted once more to call for her master in her mind. However, Fu Zisher did not respond this time. Boss, if I have been unconscious for so long, then I have been out of contact with my master for a day and night. By the way, did my master speak to you while I was unconscious? Zhou Tianzi shook his head. While Ji Xia slept, he had tried to contact Fu Zisher, but to no avail. Ji Xia felt a surge of urgency, yet she could do nothing. Boss, what about the jade pendant we found at Qingling Mountain? Zhou Tianzi retrieved the pendant from his bag and handed it to her. As she examined it, she noticed a hidden turbulence within, just as it had appeared when they first found it. Growing increasingly anxious, Ji Xia threw off the blanket, attempting to rise from the bed. Zhou Tianzi quickly restrained her. What are you doing? Boss, I need to return to Qingling Mountain. You suspect that the senior is still at Qingling Mountain? Yixia nodded. That cave is too strange, concealed by a yellow flag, and not everyone can see it. Let us observe in the hospital tonight, and tomorrow morning I will accompany you. Ji Xia opened her mouth to protest, but was swiftly silenced by her boss's gaze and reluctantly closed her lips. As long as you and the senior can sense that cave, it must be connected to you both, and the senior is unlikely to be in danger. Chapter 151. Sharing blessings and bearing hardships together. But you, how can you go to Qingling Mountain if you do not take care of your health? Especially since it will soon be dark? Ji Xia rarely heard her boss speak so much. He was usually a man of few words. All right, we will go tomorrow morning. Zhou Tianzi felt a sense of relief, ruffling her hair. That's good. Don't make me worry. Ji Xia was about to shake off his large hand and retort, but just then his phone rang. Grandfather. It turned out to be a call from old Master Zhou, and whatever was said on the other end made Zhou Tianzi raise an eyebrow. All right, I will return to the old residence shortly. After hanging up, a smile crept onto his lips. Ji Xia looked at her boss with suspicion, unsure of what had brought him joy. The Lin family brought Lin Qianqian to the old residence to call off the engagement. I need to go back, Zhou Tianzi said as he tucked Ji Xia's blanket in. I will call Zhou Nin back to take care of you. Lin Qianqian is calling off the engagement? Ji Xia's astonishment mirrored that of someone who had witnessed something unbelievable. How could that be possible? Would she take the initiative to call off the engagement? Just a while ago, she had insisted on marrying Zhou Tianzi, even going so far as to have Qing tighten her control over him. And now, just a few days later, she was calling it off? Sometimes, what one believes to be foolproof is, in fact, a precarious gamble. Zhou Tianzi mysteriously remarked, just as Zhou Nan returned. You have a conscience, knowing to come and see Xia Xia. Before leaving, Zhou Tianzi shot a warning glance at Gao Jialin, who nodded in understanding. As they boarded the vehicle back to the old residence, Zhou Tianzi felt the restrained emotions of the past day and night finally begin to release. The usually bustling road was not very crowded today, likely due to the weekend. Upon returning to the old residence, dusk had settled, and the courtyard's lights had begun to glow. Zhou Tianzi, with his long legs, stepped lightly and joyfully. Relishing this was the first time he eagerly anticipated returning to the old residence. The living room was filled with people, including Zhou Yuehua, who had usually moved out of the old residence. Only two members of the Lin family were present, Lin Yang and his son Lin Chengwen. When Zhou Tianzi entered, everyone turned to acknowledge him. He calmly removed his suit jacket and handed it to a nearby servant before taking a seat beside his grandfather. Zhou Laoyes, clearing his throat, declared that everyone was present and that Lin should speak. Lin Chengwen glanced at his father, contemplating standing up to speak directly, but was restrained by Lin Yehong's grip on his arm. Zhou Laoyes, Lin Yang stood up, bowing deeply, and expressed his sincere apologies, stating that his daughter Qianqian could not proceed with the engagement to Tianzi. Zhou Laoyes fixed his cloudy gaze on Lin Yang for several moments, perplexed by the abruptness of the situation. After all, this was a matter between two prominent families, and such decisions could not be made so casually. Today, the Lin family must present an irrefutable reason for the cancellation. Otherwise, the engagement must proceed. Zhou Yuehua glanced at Zhou Tianzi, observing his usual impassive expression. Yet his eyes revealed a hint of impatience. Father, if she doesn't wish to be engaged, then so be it. Our Tianzi is not incapable of finding a spouse, she retorted. Zhou Laoyes disapproved of her comment, rebuking her. What do you understand? There are still 4 or 5 days until the engagement, and invitations have already been sent out. Everyone of note in Haishur is aware that the Zhou and Lin families are set to unite. To cancel now would only invite ridicule. Zhou Yuehua absent-mindedly admired her manicured nails, responding, so what? The Lin family has come to call off the engagement. Can we still cling to it? Moreover, I have not seen Tianzi overly fond of Lin Qianqian. Wasn't it your unilateral decision to force this engagement upon them? I find Jixia rather agreeable. I wonder what you all think. If Jixia were present, she would certainly question whether the sun had risen in the west that day. The audacity of Zhou Yuehua, who often criticized others, to speak favorably of Jixia left those nearby, including Zhou Tianzi and Zhou Zhanhai, astonished, leading them to believe she had lost her senses. Feeling the scrutiny, Zhou Yuehua defensively exclaimed, what are you staring at? Am I not allowed to change my opinion about someone? She then turned her ire toward Zhou Tianzi, saying, I say, dear nephew, you are truly ineffectual. You cannot even protect your own wife. Are you even a man? Zhou Laoyes struck the ground twice with his cane, admonishing her. You are speaking increasingly out of line. Hurry and leave if you have nothing to do. Zhou Yuehua stood, muttering her disinterest as she exited the living room. Observing her reluctant departure, Zhou Tianzi contemplated the prospect of allocating an additional 200,000 yuan as monthly allowance for his aunt. What say you, Lin? Why is Qianqian unwilling to become engaged to our Tianzi? The question rendered the Lin father and son awkward, as while they could speak openly at home, they still needed to preserve their daughter's dignity in another's house. Grandfather, Qianqian, Lin Chengwen hesitated. She has developed feelings for someone else. Lin Yang echoed his son's words, confirming, indeed, she has someone she cares for. Hearing this, Zhou Laoyes' expression darkened, as he pondered who among the youth could possibly rival his esteemed grandson. That Lin Qianqian could fancy someone else struck him as a grave oversight. Tianzi, what is your view on this? Zhou Tianzi stood, indicating his agreement with the proposal to cancel the engagement. I shall withdraw from the engagement with Lin Qianqian. But the engagement banquet need not be canceled. I have someone else in mind for engagement. I shall take my leave now. The living room fell silent for a moment before Zhou Laoyes, realizing that Zhou Tianzi was about to exit, called after him. Come back and clarify with whom you intend to become engaged. Without turning, Zhou Tianzi replied, you will know in due time, and resolutely departed. The Lin family set down their expensive gifts, with Lin Yang rising to address Zhou Laoyes. Elder, it seems our families are fated not to be in-laws. but we can still be excellent business partners. Grandfather, my brother and I are also Tianxi's good friends, and we shall share both fortune and adversity together. Zhou Laoyes nodded. Resigned, it seems this is the only way. The two young ones are not fated. I hope their careers flourish. The two Lin family members left the Zhou residence with grim expressions. Father, Lin Chengwen remarked while driving. It appears that Tianxi seemed aware from the beginning that this engagement would not come to fruition. Lin Chengwen continued. Chanqian has been gallivanting with that song, Iran, more than once. Perhaps Tianxi has seen something. Lin Chengwen nodded, feeling somewhat unsettled. If Tianxi knew, why would he allow us to propose the cancellation? His schemes run deep. Chapter 152. Preparing to pack up thus, you two brothers combined cannot match a single Zhou Tianxi. He has transformed the Zhou family into the foremost entity in Haisher in just 3 years. Lin Chengwen's eyes were fixed on the road ahead, contemplating how Zhou Tianxi had become such a figure. After a while, he realized that in his childhood memories, the illustrious Zhou Gongzi was virtually absent. All his time had been consumed by the various lessons arranged by Zhou Laoyes. Lin Yang had also witnessed the growth of a younger generation. His own contemporaries, such as Zhou Qihua, were simply not within their social circle. Perhaps Zhou Laoyes had recognized early on that his son could not uphold the Zhou family legacy, thus beginning the cultivation of his grandson from a young age. Viewed in this light, Zhou Gongzi's childhood could be seen as rather tragic, devoid of the joys of youth. Lin Chengwen mused that while he and his brother frolicked outside, Zhou Gongzi was confined indoors for rigorous study. To attain much, one must also sacrifice much. But father, Zhou Laoyes certainly never inquired what Zhou Gongzi truly desired. Lin Yang turned to his eldest son. Are you defending your brother? Not at all, he replied. I simply feel for the second one, who is anxious over his sister. It pains me. Father, do you think our little sister can still be found? Lin Yang did not respond, his mind drifting to the image of that small girl with her pigtails dancing among the flowers. But on a sunny afternoon, the little one who had gone out to play with the youngest son never returned. Over 20 years have passed, and he wonders how that little girl with the pigtails is faring now, whether she lives happily in some undiscovered corner. Our Lin family will never cease searching for our little sister, even if one day our parents are no longer with us. You two brothers must ensure you find any news of her. Lin Chengwen nodded, reassured by his father's vow. Their goals were aligned. And what of Chanqian? Lin Chengwen paused. Zhou Gongzi has not canceled the engagement banquet. It is our Lin family that will suffer the embarrassment. I will arrange for Chanqian to go abroad as soon as possible. As for the Zhou family's engagement banquet, it is beyond our control. Upon returning to the Lin residence, they found that dinner had been delayed for their arrival, as everyone else awaited them. Ordinarily, whoever returned home would be greeted first. Now, the atmosphere was quiet in the living room. After changing his shoes, Lin Yang approached Lin Chanqian and ruffled her hair, saying, Chanqian, listen to your father, stay abroad for a while, and this will soon pass. Lin Chanqian brightened her usual gentle smile, replying, I understand, father. I was wrong this time, and I accept the consequences. Rising, she linked her arm with Lin Yahong's. You and second brother have just returned. You must be starving. The kitchen has food ready. Let us eat together. The couple exchanged glances, surprised by their foster daughter's newfound sensibility. Meanwhile, Lin Chengwen was pulled aside by his brother to a quiet corner of the living room, whispering about something. Brother, after dinner, I need you to do me a favor. You cannot escape. Lin Chengwen squinted as he glanced at his sneaky younger brother, asking, What mischief are you up to, brother? How can you think of me that way? This is a task assigned by young Master Zhou, and it must be completed. Upon hearing Zhou Tianxi's name, Lin Chengwen immediately became vigilant and reluctantly agreed to his brother's request. After all, young Master Zhou's reputation resonated profoundly among them. The dinner was filled with varied expressions and thoughts, each person preoccupied with their own little schemes. After the meal, Lin Chengwu pulled his brother into his room to relay young Master Zhou's words on Qingling Mountain. What? Young Master Zhou wants you to investigate the relationship between father and Chanqian? Lin Chengwu hurriedly covered his brother's mouth. Keep your voice down. Do you want to alert the entire family? Lin Chengwen pulled down his brother's hand, incredulous, That's absurd. Dad would never do anything to betray Mom. I believe the same. But Lin Chengwu shrugged. Young master, Zhou must have evidence for saying this. Lin Chengwen's expression turned grave, clearly reluctant to accept the possibility of such a situation within their family, especially since they had just ended their engagement with the Zhou family because of their commitment to loyalty and love. If Lin Qianqian truly were their father's daughter, how much hurt would their mother endure? Moreover, there was a more severe implication. Lin Chengwu lowered his voice further. Lin Qianqian might actually be Dad and Aunt Qin's daughter. Impossible. Lin Qianqian came to our house years after Aunt Qin arrived. How could Dad have an affair with her? Lin Chengwen could hardly believe such a scenario. What we believe is one thing. Since young Master Zhou has brought it up, it wouldn't hurt to conduct a paternity test. If it's false, it will dispel our doubts. If it's true, then we must seek the truth from young Master Zhou. Lin Chengwen seemed to awaken to the gravity of the situation, collapsing into a chair, thinking, "Young Master Zhou, are you planning to stir up chaos in my family?" The two brothers discussed for a long while, deciding that one would retrieve Lin Yihong's sample while the other would obtain Lin Qianqian's. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Chengwen suddenly suggested, "Since we're at it, we might as well do a test between Lin Qianqian and Aunt Qin." Lin Chengwu shook his head, "No need." Young Master Zhou said we wouldn't be able to obtain Aunt Qin's sample without raising suspicion. Why not? Qin lives in the Lin household. It should be easy to get her hair or used utensils. Lin Chengwu raised a finger, shaking his head. That's a misconception. I've observed Aunt Qin closely these past few days. Acquiring her belongings is quite the challenge. Moreover, when she leaves, I've been in her room, and there's not a single hair to be found. Lin Chengwen suppressed his doubts, deciding to proceed with the first step with his brother first. When Zhou Tianzi returned to the hospital room, he found Zhou Nan leaning against Ji Xia, both engrossed in their phones. It must have been a humorous video, since he could hear Zhou Nan's infectious laughter even before entering the room. "Pack your things. We are going home." Before Zhou Tianzi entered, he had consulted with the doctor, who assured him that there were no issues and he could be discharged. Also soon? Xia isn't fully recovered yet. It would be best to observe her a bit longer, right? Upon hearing Zhou Tianzi's words, Zhou Nan immediately ceased her laughter, glancing anxiously at Ji Xia. "I'm fine. The pallor on my face is merely from oversleeping." Ji Xia insisted as she got off the hospital bed to gather her belongings. In truth, they had only stayed for one night, so there wasn't much to pack, mainly just changing back in her clothes. As they parted, Ji Xia specifically reminded Zhou Nan to be cautious of Qin, fearing that she might act desperately for Lin Qianqian. Chapter 153. "Butler uncle, are you all right?" After all, although Lin Qianqian had been jilted, Qin's control over Zhou Tianzi still remained. If they encountered a more controlled version of the boss next time, it could spell trouble. Zhou Nan raised her fist defiantly. "If she dares come after me, I'll smash her head. I'm just worried about unforeseen circumstances, so please be extra careful, all right?" Zhou Nan reluctantly nodded, while Gao Jialin seized the opportunity to pledge his loyalty. "Don't worry, I will protect Xiao Nan." Young Master Zhou had already spoken to him extensively about Qin's obsession with Zhou Nan. He had personally witnessed the covetous gaze Qin cast upon Zhou Nan, akin to a treasure she desperately wished to possess. Naturally, he would not allow any harm to befall his future wife. "Who is your wife? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, or I'll hit you." Zhou Nan raised her fist once more. After their playful banter, Gao Jialin pulled her away, allowing Ji Xia to settle down in the car. She attempted to contact Fu Zisher, but the old man showed no signs of response. Tapping her head in frustration, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Zhou Tianzi wrapped her in his arms, holding her shoulders gently, offering quiet reassurances. "Don't worry. Perhaps the elder has already found his body." Ji Xia pouted, recalling how, when her master first arrived, she had wished fervently for him to find his body the next day to leave her mind. Now that it was possible he truly returned to his body, she felt an overwhelming sense of loss. During their mountain hike yesterday, her master had been excited to see Lin Chengwu, as he had absorbed her fortune, and he wished to reclaim it. Zhou Tianzi tightened his embrace around Ji Xia, affirming This only further indicates that the one who stole your fortune is Qin Qing. But why would she steal my fortune for Lin Qianqian? Did she know me when I was a child? Yixia pondered, bewildered at how Qin Qing could have seen her as a child. Or perhaps, she raised her head to gaze at Zhou Tianzi's resolute face. She knows my background. Doesn't she? Just like An Nan, I was targeted by her from a young age. Even my birth was orchestrated by Qin Qing. Suddenly, Ji Xia had a moment of clarity. Boss, do you think I was born as part of Qin Qing's design for her daughter Lin Qianqian? Zhou Tianzi was struck by the possibility, feeling a sharp pang in his heart as if pierced by needles. During this time spent with Ji Xia, he had been suppressing his feelings, so the overwhelming pain was not immediately apparent. He did not know why hearing Ji Xia suggest that she was born as part of a scheme caused him such anguish. Ji Xia pressed her ear against Zhou Tianzi's chest, sensing the irregular heartbeat, and she gently placed her hand over his heart. Boss, what's wrong? Zhou Tianzi placed his hand over Ji Xia's. It's nothing, just a reaction, but it's bearable. Has Qin Qing strengthened her hold over you? It shouldn't be. Zhou Tianzi tightened his grip on Ji Xia's hand. It seems we have touched upon a subject that triggered something. Ji Xia reflected on their discussion, wondering if Lin Chengwu possessed her fortune or if she was indeed born from a design. Let us not dwell on it. Let us wait for Lin Chengwu to retrieve the test results. Zhou Tianzi gazed out at the bustling traffic, pondering that all of this should reach a conclusion soon. Witnessing the most outstanding heir of the Zhou family being jilted, Zhou Zhenhai immediately called his son. Son, Zhou Tianzi's fiancé has actually ended their engagement, supposedly having fallen for someone else. If you could intercept her and win Lin Qianqian over, just think of how no one in the Zhou family would dare to underestimate us. Song Iran had already booked a flight back to his mother's place, momentarily taken aback by the news. The Lin family truly defended Lin Qianqian, revealing her significant status as a foster daughter within the family. Despite being caught in the act, they still claimed she had fallen for someone else. It was quite the performance. Dad, it's precisely because I've won Lin Qianqian over that she ended her engagement with Zhou Tianzi, Song Iran sneered, preparing to stir up some trouble before leaving. So was you. Zhou Zhenhai was greatly astonished. What a capable boy you are. I've seen that Lin Qianqian, and she is indeed smitten with Zhou Tianzi, determined to marry into the Zhou family. I managed to win her over while she was abroad. It seems the Lin family is simply embarrassed, hence their claims of her falling for someone else. Father, I am returning to Mother's side now, and I shall leave you with a reason to mock the Zhou family. Indulge yourself. After speaking, he abruptly hung up the phone. Zhou Zhenhai was astonished by his son's sudden departure. He had just transferred his private savings to him. How could he decide to leave so swiftly? When he attempted to call back, the line indicated it was powered off. Enraged, he nearly smashed his phone, but upon recalling the money that had been swindled from him, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Nevertheless, his son had audaciously intercepted Zhou Tianzi's fiancée, showcasing quite the talent. Contemplating this, he tightened his grip on the phone and proceeded to the elder Zhou's chamber. At that moment, the elder Zhou was preparing to rest, and the butler stood guard at the door. Sir, the old master requires rest. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow. Step aside, Zhou Zhenhai proclaimed haughtily. What are you to obstruct my path? The dutiful butler remained resolute at the entrance, insisting, Sir, please refrain from shouting. It will disturb the old master's rest. Infuriated, Zhou Zhenhai felt the weight of disdain he faced within the Zhou household. Now, even the servants were denying him respect, igniting his fury to the point where he resorted to violence. Just as the elder Zhou emerged, Zhenhai's fist was poised to strike the butler's face. The bedroom door swung open suddenly, and he was unable to restrain his strength. The blow merely veered slightly and landed upon the butler instead. The elderly butler, having grown old alongside the elder Zhou, could hardly withstand the force of the punch. He collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in pain. The elder Zhou tapped his cane against the floor twice. Zhou Zhenhai, have you lost all sense of decency? Hearing the commotion, other servants hurried over, including Zhou Yuehua, who stepped out of her room. She approached to assist the fallen elder. Butler, are you all right? This butler had served the Zhou family for the better part of his life, and although Zhou Yuehua usually exuded arrogance, she held great respect for this elder, primarily because he was the most trusted person by the elder Zhou. No one within the Zhou family dared to act out of line in his presence. Upon seeing the gathering crowd, Zhou Zhenhai instantly felt guilty. He grasped the butler's arm, stating, "Look, I was merely trying to intimidate you. Why didn't you dodge?" Chapter 154. Discomfort. The elder Zhou, with his murky gaze, observed the farce unfold and first instructed Zhou Yuehua to summon a doctor to examine the butler's condition. "Old master, I am fine. No need for an examination." The elder Zhou regarded the butler disapprovingly. "Do you still believe yourself young? At your age, merely standing up after a fall is commendable." Zhou Yuehua obediently dialed the family doctor, casting a few wary glances at Zhou Zhenhai, fearing he might lose control again. "Brother." Haha. Zhou Zhenhai felt somewhat embarrassed, primarily due to his son's deceitful departure with his money, which left him seething with frustration. "I have something important to discuss with you." The elder Zhou dismissed the servants who had rushed upstairs. "No need. You're to vacate the Zhou residence by tomorrow." "Brother." Zhou Zhenhai was taken aback by the elder Zhou's abrupt demand for him to leave. "Why must I move out? I have done nothing wrong." The elder Zhou clearly did not wish for further discourse, simply asserting that he would not repeat himself. This is the Zhou family's ancestral home, and as a member of the Zhou family, even you lack the authority to evict me. The elder Zhou's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud. "You are aware you are part of the Zhou family. When the Zhou family faced crisis, isolated and helpless, who absconded with the only remaining assets and married into the Song family, indulging in wealth and luxury. Why did you not proclaim yourself a member of the Zhou family then?" Upon hearing the elder Zhou dredge up old grievances, Zhou Zhenhai's expression shifted to one of discontent. Brother, that was many years ago. Why bring it up now? We are brothers, after all. If you cast me out, do you not fear our parents will blame you when you meet them in the afterlife?" The elder Zhou, incensed by his brother's words, struggled to maintain his composure. And fortunately, Zhou Yuehua returned just in time to support him. "Father, please go rest. I will handle this." The elder Zhou glanced at his youngest daughter, noting how much she had matured since her previous relationship. "Zhou Zhenhai, do not attempt to play emotional games with my father. The Zhou family has the power to decide your fate. You must leave by tomorrow." The elder Zhou recognized that dealing with a rogue like Zhou Zhenhai required Zhou Yuehua's intervention. With this in mind, he summoned a servant to assist him in resting, leaving his daughter to confront her inept brother. "Ah, brother, you cannot leave. We must clarify our matters." "Humph, you wish to converse with me, yet you disturb my father." Zhou Zhenhai glared at Zhou Yuehua with displeasure. "What do you know, girl? I have urgent matters to discuss with my brother." "What matters? You can tell me just the same." "You? Can you assume the role of head of the Zhou family? You are merely an unmarried woman nearing 30. What do you truly understand?" Had it been the old Zhou Yuehua, she would have engaged in a physical confrontation upon hearing such words. However, after experiencing the events with Dong Chong, she had adopted a much more composed demeanor. She let out a cold laugh. "I may be unmarried, but unlike some, I have not married myself off, or have I done so eagerly." "You." Zhou Zhenhai pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Yuehua, his rage distorting his features. "Fine. I shall see if you can maintain the Zhou family's dignity." Zhou Yuehua crossed her arms, her gaze sharp, showing no fear of him. "Do you know whom Tianxi's unengaged fiancé has taken a liking to?" Zhou Zhenhai's face momentarily reflected a look of pride as he continued. "It is my son, Song Iran. What does this signify? My son is superior to Zhou Tianxi." Initially, when Zhou Yuehua witnessed the Lin family arrive to annul their engagement, she felt indifferent. After all, the Zhou family was the male party, and there would be no significant loss. However, she never anticipated that there would be matters pertaining to Zhou Zhenhai and his son involved. "What are you so pleased about?" "The fact that Lin Qianqian associates with your son suggests she is hardly a commendable character. It is possible that Song Iran instigated the disruption of their engagement." Zhou Zhenhai was taken aback by Zhou Yuehua's retort. Even so, my son is formidable." "Formidable? Did you not see Zhou Tianxi's elation upon the engagement's dissolution?" It indicates he never truly valued Lin Qianqian and may even have been anticipating this moment to reunite with the one he truly loves. Zhou Zhenhai's brows furrowed deeply. What do you know? That is the Lin family, one of the top 5 business moguls in Haishur. A union with them would elevate the Zhou family's business to new heights. Does the Zhou family still require assistance in Haishur? We are already at the pinnacle, Zhou Yuehua retorted. Perhaps you are unaware, but my father has forbidden you from stepping foot into Yuan Chung Group. What a pity you cannot behold the grandeur of the Zhou family. Zhou Zhenhai was so incensed he struggled to articulate his words, his finger trembling as he pointed at Zhou Yuehua. What of me? You should hurry and pack your belongings. Move out of the Zhou family at your earliest convenience. I will not engage in your senseless quarrels, and I will never leave the Zhou family. After declaring this, Zhou Zhenhai turned and departed from the elder Zhou's doorway. He had intended to boast about his son's superiority over Zhou Tianxi and how he had secured his fiancée, only to be humiliated by Zhou Yuehua and faced with a demand to vacate the Zhou residence. With his private savings recently swindled by his son, leaving the Zhou family would mean facing starvation on the streets. He would not be foolish enough to leave. After his departure, Zhou Yuehua lowered her arms, which she had crossed over her chest. She never anticipated that Zhou Zhenhai could be so shameless. He had never embraced the notion of shared fortunes or misfortunes within the Zhou family, always calculating for his own benefit. His son has entangled himself with Tianxi's fiancée, and he still has the audacity to flaunt this before the elder. It is truly disheartening to witness any semblance of good fortune for the Zhou family. Tomorrow, she will be keeping a close watch for him to vacate the premises. Should he refuse, she would not hesitate to assist him in doing so. The affairs of the Zhou family have not impacted Jixia. After her discharge from the hospital, her boss escorted her back to the apartment. After dining together and taking a stroll, as the hour for rest approached, and he prepared to close the door to her bedroom, the boss still lingered. Boss, she chuckled. You must be exhausted from accompanying me in the hospital for a day and a night. You should get some rest. Hearing this, Zhou Tianxi nodded and followed Jixia into the bedroom, affirming, yes, rest early. Huh? Boss, what I mean is, you should return to your own place to rest. Zhou Tianxi swiftly lifted Jixia in his arms and took a few strides to the bed, saying, isn't this my place? Since their mountain hike 2 days prior, he seemed to have developed a habit of holding Jixia at any moment. Even during her various medical examinations in the hospital, he had carried her about. It was as if the sight of her feet on the ground made him uneasy. Chapter 155. If one desires secrecy, one must act accordingly. Jixia wanted to assert that this was her residence, that he should not take liberties, for his abode was clearly at the villa. However, her words were silenced by the depth of his gaze. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she shifted her body. Boss Zhou Tianxi gazed at her for a moment, then slowly leaned in, his lips brushing against her delicate ear, the warmth of his breath seemingly igniting her skin. Jixia tilted her head, attempting to distance herself from this heat source, but he was determined to keep her close, even deliberately blowing softly in her sensitive areas. Observing her shrinking away, Zhou Tianxi felt a surge of delight and whispered in a husky voice near her ear, Xia, darling, call me brother. Jixia's face flushed crimson. She yearned to break free from his hold, yet the ticklish sensation rendered her powerless. Be a good girl and call me. I won't. The next moment, his heated lips pressed against her ear, and after her body quivered slightly, his tongue grazed the now flushed skin. Jixia pushed against his chest. Boss, call me brother. Brother. This utterance seemed to trigger a switch. From the following moment, Jixia's mouth was occupied. It was only when Zhou Tianxi could no longer withstand the piercing ache in his heart that he released her slightly swollen lips. Jixia felt no sympathy for him. She was well aware that Qin's control over him had yet to be fully realized, and he persistently danced on the edge of that control. Once the initial pain subsided, Zhou Tianxi reasserted himself atop her, a smile in his eyes. Today is a joyful day. The engagement has been called off, and there was no quarrel with grandfather. So that was it. No wonder the boss was acting unusually. The Lin family had voluntarily called off the engagement, indicating that Jixia instinctively began to analyze that the evidence prepared by the boss had gone unused. It is always wise to be prepared. Jixia nudged the man, still half pressing her down. Boss, you should rest well. We still need to go to Qingling Mountain tomorrow. Zhou Tianxi's gaze remained fixed on her, as he gently swept aside the stray hair from her forehead. Why does it seem like Xia is not happy? Jixia thought to herself, what is there for me to be happy about? I have no idea what I should be happy about. Her awkward demeanor stirred a sense of mischief within Zhou Tianxi, prompting him to lean in and kiss her crimson lips once more. Boss, Jixia internally lamented, could you refrain from kissing me at every disagreement? I had no idea the boss harbored tendencies of a passionate kisser. Cautiously, she pressed her hand against his chest, where his heart raced audibly, causing her hand to tremble. After the kiss, Zhou Tianxi breathed heavily beside her ear, gritting his teeth. Just wait until the engagement is finalized. Yixia smirket, softly inquiring whether his heart still ached. Zhou Tianxi lifted his head, his eyes holding something she could not quite decipher, still grinding his teeth. My heart does not ache, other parts do. For reasons unknown, Jixia's previously dull mind suddenly became clear, and she comprehended his meaning. Just as she was about to caution him, don't act recklessly. The master is present. She realized the master was not there. Their journey to the mountain tomorrow was to seek the master. Zhou Tianxi stroked her hair, reassuring her that their mentor was certainly safe. Jixia felt less anxious and nodded. I know, that old man is not so easily troubled. As they lay beside each other, Jixia initially struggled to find sleep. Ultimately, Zhou Tianxi suggested, if you truly cannot sleep, we could engage in some fun activities. Terrified, she tightly shut her eyes, lying still in bed. The following morning, the two departed for Qingling Mountain, heading directly to the location of the cave on the back mountain. This time, without the master's guidance, they decided to take the cable car up the mountain. Upon descending the cable car at Qinglingwa, before they could arrive at the cave's location, they encountered Qin at the entrance of the main hall. Jixia's immediate reaction was to pull Zhou Tianxi away, without their master present. She did not know what Qin might do. Qin turned to look at them, seemingly anticipating their arrival. The two parties were at an impasse, neither speaking. Seizing this moment, Jixia desperately called out for Fu Zishu in her mind, but received no response. The complexity of Qin's gaze was overwhelming as she scrutinized them intently. Jixia contemplated, then linked her arm with Zhou Tianxi's, saying, Brother, let us go inside. We came to pay our respects, did we not? Zhou Tianxi lowered his head and smirked at her. All right, let us pray for an early arrival of a precious child. Jixia's pupils widened in shock, thinking, Boss, are you playing with fire? Indeed, upon hearing this, Qin reacted. Isn't this the latest heir of the Zhou family? Zhou Xiao, greetings. In terms of composure and emotional stability, Jixia had never witnessed anyone as formidable as the man before her. Regardless of age, he could command respect from all. Qing Guanjia, what brings you to Qingling so early? Is there something pressing that requires blessings? Qin's lips curled into a sly smile. The young lady at home just had her engagement called off yesterday and is in low spirits. I came to pray for her to feel better. Few servants would go to such lengths for their masters, and Zhou Tianxi acknowledged. The master must certainly appreciate such dedication from Qing Guanjia to ensure the master's happiness. You would climb Qingling Mountains so early. In a few days, I will speak highly of you to Uncle Lin. Perhaps he could arrange for a raise. Since her time with the Lin family, Qin despised being referred to as their servant. In her view, she was merely a pitiful mother protecting her daughter in an unfamiliar environment. Thank you, Zhou Xiao. As they brushed past each other, Qin suddenly spoke. I wonder if Zhou Xiao has experienced any discomfort being in the company of this young lady. Zhou Xiao must be aware of the relationship between myself and Shang Yuan Jun of Qinglingwa. Perhaps I could be of assistance to you. Jixia felt relieved that the old man was not in her mind. Otherwise, confronting Qin would have given her a headache. With this thought, she decided to drop the pretense, scratching Zhou Tianxi's palm to convey her intentions, creating distance between them and Qin. Qin knew some matters must remain undisclosed. unless one refrains from wrongdoing. Lin Xianxian suffered a loss at my brother's place previously. We have already informed her that we are aware of the situation. What is the matter? Did Lin Xianxian fail to relay the information to you? Qin Qing's expression darkened instantly, her demeanor resembling an approaching storm. She clenched her fists, about to strike out, but then recalled her intent to assist her daughter in solidifying her relationship with Zhou Tianci, gradually tempering her wrath. Chapter 156. I truly underestimated you. This must be Zhou Xiao's ex-wife, right? I have heard of her. She is truly unimpressive. Ji Xia could not help but chuckle upon hearing those words. She had long been impervious to the derision of others, having endured it throughout her life. It was the unwarranted flattery that truly unsettled her. While she acknowledged her shortcomings, it had not prevented Lin Xianxian from snatching the boss away from her. Ms. Qin, do you believe it is due to your lack of skill? Or is it that Lin Xianxian is simply inadequate? Qin Qing's expression contorted with frustration. Yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Oh, does this young lady happen to know anyone else in my ilk? Ji Xia felt as if she had stepped into her comfort zone today, gradually allowing herself to relax. How could one say she knows? It was merely a chance encounter 2 years ago with an old man named Fu Zixi. Zhou Tianci stood by, observing the confrontation, constantly pondering how to shield Ji Xia. However, after a few exchanges, he realized he had underestimated the little woman's prowess in verbal sparring. She had incited fury with but a few words. Moreover, she had artfully rubbed salt into old wounds, truly a spirited little firecracker. When Qin Qing heard the name Fu Zixi, her entire being trembled. The last time Qianqian had mentioned Ji Xia seeking her junior apprentice, she had been skeptical. After over 20 years, the individual whose cultivation she had once destroyed might well have perished long ago. How could he be so easily found? Furthermore, if he had indeed been located, the emotional thread she had woven around Zhou Tianci would have long since unraveled. Yet here he was, firmly under her control. However, upon hearing the name Fu Zixi, she lost her composure, for practitioners often relinquish their true names. She had only returned to her real name after descending the mountain, while her junior's name was known only to a select few in Qinglingguan. The Ji Xia before her had audaciously uttered her junior's true name. Miss Ji, he knows my junior? Where is he? We have not met in 20 years. I wonder where he might be. Qin Qing's voice quivered unmistakably, her effort to suppress her emotions evident as her heart raced uncontrollably. In contrast, Ji Xia appeared remarkably at ease. She released the boss's arm and intertwined her fingers with his, flashing a smile at Qin Qing. Oh, Fu Zixi. You took us on a tour of the battlefield from your time last Saturday. TSK, that stone tablet with a chunk missing, we saw it all. Qin Qing felt a jolt of shock. It turned out that Saturday's sensation was indeed a visit from her junior to Qinglingguan. Xia, observing the pale face before her, feared that Qin Qing might act rashly, and thus tempered her own hostility. However, that old man loved to play, and after the tour, he had vanished. Miss Qin, you say you were his senior. He wouldn't have gone directly to seek you, would he? Qin Qing remained silent, regretting not having gone directly to Qingling Mountain back then. Otherwise, she would have certainly encountered Fu Zixi. Zhou Tianci wrapped his arm around Ji Xia's shoulders, his voice deep and alluring. Qin Guanjia, Elder Fu is already aware that you have used Lin Qianqian's emotional thread to control me. Nonsense. How could I commit such an act? That would ruin my own fortune. Qin Qing was unwilling to admit it, knowing that ordinary people would never contemplate such matters. Zhou Tianci said nothing more, guiding Ji Xia past Qin Qing. After they had walked a few meters, Ji Xia turned to look back at her lips moving subtly. Though she had not previously understood lip reading, she grasped Ji Xia's meaning clearly. She claimed to be a defeated opponent of Fu Zixi. Qin Qing struggled to contain her emotions. Were it not for the constraints of their fortunes preventing her from targeting ordinary individuals, she would have certainly reduced Ji Xia to a pile of ashes. Watching the two figures vanish from sight, she headed to the courtyard where they practiced. Ji Xia mentioned that her junior had visited Qingling Mountain last Saturday. Yet she remained skeptical, for she had felt no presence of her junior. Entering the mist, and stepping into the small courtyard. She was taken aback by the scene before her. The door to her junior's room stood wide open. Could it be that he had truly returned? Qin quickly concealed herself behind the courtyard gate, observing quietly. After a moment, apart from the door creaking in the wind, there was no further sound. Closing her eyes, she searched for the presence of her junior, but found none. Cautiously, she stepped further into the courtyard, scanning her surroundings vigilantly. But everything remained unchanged except for the open door. Approaching the threshold, she called out to her junior a few times, but received no response. Controlling her footsteps to minimize noise, she entered Fu Zishi's room. Inside, dust swirled, giving no indication of occupancy. Qin sighed in relief. It seemed no one had returned. Or perhaps they had already left. After surveying the room, without finding anything of note, she prepared to exit. However, as she turned, she noticed something unusual about the bed. On the surface, it appeared empty, yet standing before it, she distinctly saw a small compartment that had not been there before. Raising her hand, she gently brushed over the spot, and a lingering aura of the spirit jade coursed through her fingers to her nerves. Infuriated, she kicked over the nearby table. Her junior was cunning indeed, placing the jade pendant in such an obvious location without her noticing. Now that it had been taken, she could only trace a faint aura. This was the jade pendant of fortune she had sought for over 20 years, right beneath her nose. How could she not feel rage? She had visited this place almost weekly. When her junior had gone missing, she had turned the room upside down without finding the pendant. She had once suspected he had taken it with him when he vanished, yet it turned out the pendant had been hidden in the small compartment of the bed. Overwhelmed by fury, her face twisted in rage as she delivered another kick to the toppled table, which crumbled instantly. Fu Zishi, you wait. You were defeated by me 20 years ago. Do not think you can win now. After exiting Fu Zishi's room, she made her way to the farthest room, opening the door and stepping inside. This was the room she had occupied during her training at Qingling Mountain 20 years prior. She had returned frequently over the years. It was reasonably clean, and she settled onto the central mat, closing her eyes to meditate. However, today, she found it impossible to calm her mind, never anticipating that a mere girl would leave her at a loss for words. Jixia, Qin murmured softly, I truly underestimated you. She had always thought Jixia was merely a mysterious orphan brought in by the Zhou family, posing no threat to her or Qianqian. Little did she know that Jixia had connections with her junior. Perhaps she ought to show her a lesson, to make her aware of the consequences of provoking her. Chapter 157. The two of them falling together. Jixia, who had caught someone's attention, returned hand in hand with the boss to the very place where she had fainted twice. Are you certain your fainting was due to the senioress influence? Throughout the journey, Zhou Tianxi had confirmed several times, anxious that Jixia might lose her focus and faint again. The last time, she had collapsed so suddenly that he had no time to react. Jixia raised 3 fingers, speaking earnestly. Boss, I swear, it is undoubtedly Master-S doing. Every time that cave appears, he wreaks havoc in my mind, making it nearly impossible not to faint. Zhou Tianxi's scrutinizing gaze lingered on her delicate features for a moment before he looked away, choosing to trust her this once. Should she faint again, Qingling Mountain would become her forbidden ground. She would never set foot here again. Jixia pouted, exclaiming that was too tyrannical. Qingling Mountain was a renowned tourist destination, and it would be a pity if she could not visit. Zhou Tianxi narrowed his eyes at the incessantly chattering girl, warning that one more word would see them descending the mountain immediately. Terrified, Jixia fell silent, sealing her lips with a zipping motion to indicate her compliance. Thus, the two of them proceeded carefully to the site where the cave had appeared. After circling the mountain twice, the craggy walls were overgrown with wild grass, revealing no sign of a cave. What circumstances could possibly lead to the emergence of such a cave? Jixia tapped her forehead, hoping to conjure a solution. Zhou Tianxi pulled aside some weeds in his hand for inspection. They were nothing extraordinary, merely common weeds. During her previous encounters with the cave, her mentor's spiritual awareness had resonated within her mind, yet this time, there was no response from him. Was it possible that without his presence, the cave would not manifest? Jixia feared that was indeed the case. She called out for her master several times in her mind, yet received no reply. After waiting for a while, she took out her phone and, in front of her boss, donated all the money she had on hand. Since her divorce, after receiving a remittance from her boss, she had been donating daily, amounts varying from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Her boss had even sent money a second time. After such prolonged donations, especially in increments, her remaining funds were quite meager. Having emptied her wallet in one go, she stared at the zero balance for a while. Zhou Tianci was perplexed by her actions, but noticed the notification. He pulled out his phone and messaged his diligent assistant regarding finances. Just as Jixia retrieved her jade pendant to shine it around, she received a message on her phone, and upon glancing at it, her eyes nearly popped out. "Well, what? Boss, why did you transfer me money? And so much?" She held her phone close to her eyes, counting the zeros. After finishing, she shouted, 10 million. 10 million. Boss, you transferred me 10 million. Are you abandoning the company to give me all this? Zhou Tianci looked at the excited individual incredulously. How could a mere 10 million jeopardize the financial stability of Yuan Cheng Group? Clearly, she was quite unaware of her workplace's situation. Then why did you donate all that money just now? Jixia then realized her boss had seen her donation. She rubbed her nose, feeling a bit embarrassed, and explained, "I was afraid my bad luck was too great to find the cave. So, I thought doing a good deed might dispel my misfortune." Zhou Tianci narrowed his eyes. "With me around, how could you still be plagued by bad luck?" "Well, not really," Jixia quickly denied. "I'm just being cautious, huh?" Zhou Tianci ignored her, taking the jade pendant from her hand and turning it around himself. Yet, nothing appeared. The pendant merely shimmered under the sunlight. Jixia felt somewhat despondent. Did this mean that without her master's presence in her mind, they would never see the cave? What connection did the cave have with her master? Just as Zhou Tianci began to think the cave would not appear and prepare to lead Jixia down the mountain, he caught a glimpse of something yellow in his peripheral vision. "Let's go, boss. It seems the cave will not show itself today," Jixia stated as she took a step downhill. Zhou Tianci abruptly pulled her back and pointed with his left hand. "What is it?" Jixia followed his finger's direction and was startled to see the cave suddenly manifesting on the mountain wall, with a yellow flag hanging at the entrance. It's here. It appeared," Jixia exclaimed, leaping joyfully and then rushing into Zhou Tianci's embrace. "Boss, the cave has appeared." Zhou Tianci caught her deftly, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and nodded. "Then, shall we go see?" His expression was grave. They knew nothing of what lay inside, and he was concerned Jixia might faint again. "It's all right. I'll be careful." Jixia understood his worries. This was the only place that might hold clues regarding her master, and she did not want to give up. Zhou Tianci sighed softly and said, "Let us go." Hand in hand, they approached the cave. The cave was positioned somewhat high, and the ascent was over a smooth rock face, offering little in the way of footholds. They climbed with determination, but the further they went, the more they doubted they would actually reach the cave. As they ascended, the vegetation vanished, giving way to bare stone walls. Jixia wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked up. The small yellow flag fluttered gently in the wind, and the cave's entrance was dark, obscuring any view within. They struggled to climb another 2 meters, but found no place to step. Jixia felt anxious. She glanced at her boss, uncertain of what to do. After waiting for a few minutes without finding a way up, they noticed the ground beneath them seemed to be crumbling. A quick glance downward revealed a drop of at least 10 meters. The stone beneath Xia's feet gave way, causing her to lose control and slide downwards. Zhou Tianci reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around her waist. Their combined weight concentrated on the stone beneath them. "Boss, this 1T hold. We'll both fall." She slowly inched outward, attempting to reach for a small rock. "Don't move." Zhou Tianci glanced upward, sensing the cave seemed to be shifting. Jixia was confused. "What do you mean the cave is moving?" "The higher we climb, the higher the cave seems to rise, as if it's preventing us from reaching it," Zhou Tianci explained, tightening his grip on Jixia. "Huh?" Jixia looked up and then down, realizing it indeed appeared they were stuck at a constant elevation relative to the cave. Just as she finished speaking, the stone beneath Zhou Tianci slipped, sending them both tumbling downward. Chapter 158. Boss, I'm not noisy. The sensation of free fall was terrifying, especially from a height of over 10 meters. Survival seemed improbable. Yixia screamed. Zhou Tianci, however, remained silent, merely tightening his hold on her. After her initial cry, Jixia inexplicably began shouting for Fu Zisher, cursing, "You old scoundrel. You took me as your apprentice and didn't teach me anything. Now I'm risking my life to find you. Just wait. I'll renounce my apprenticeship and never acknowledge you as my master again." Just as they were about to hit the ground, a mysterious force halted their descent and propelled them into the cave. When Jixia opened her eyes, Zhou Tianci was right beside her, watching over her. She sprang upright, uncertain of what expression to wear as she regarded her boss. Reaching out, she touched his arm and his long legs while babbling. "Boss, are you all right? Are you hurt? Where are we? It doesn't smell like antiseptic. Are we not in a hospital? Boss, say something. Did you injure your vocal cords?" Zhou Tianci pressed her wandering hands down, soothing her in a hushed voice. "Em fine. Stay calm. Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness. You scare me to death." She extended her arms to embrace his neck. "Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have stubbornly insisted on going to that cave. It's my fault. That old scoundrel can do whatever he wants. I can't believe I dragged you down with me. Boss, you..." Before she could finish, a moving torch floated toward them, causing her to fall silent and tremble in Zhou Tianci's embrace. He patted her back, comforting her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Yet Jixia still dared not turn to face the torch, burying her face deeper into his chest like a quail. "You are Fu Shao's apprentice?" An elderly female voice inquired. "Your aptitude is lacking, and you're timid. You are not suited for the path of fortune." Jixia slowly revealed her face, gathering her courage to look back. To her surprise, the torch was held by a person clad in a black robe, which made her initially think it was floating. The figure had long silver hair trailing on the ground, deep wrinkles on her face, yet her eyes sparkled with brightness. However, there was an air of disdain in her gaze. "Do you know my master? Yixia Stameret. I am your master's uncle. You ought to address me as such. However, you need not call me anything, for the fated path does not recognize you." Jixia did not feel disheartened or sorrowful. She merely responded with an "Oh. Do you know where my master, the old man named Fu Zisher, resides?" The figure in the black robe was evidently taken aback by her calm acceptance of his assertion. Since you are unworthy of being his disciple, why inquire about him?" Jixia hesitated for a moment before softly replying. "Because he has not paid me rent. He owes me a considerable sum of money, and I have come to collect." The black-robed man fell silent, while Zhou Tianci found her amusing. Her reasoning was sound. Fu Zisher had indeed resided in her mind for 2 years without paying rent. "You seek to demand money from him?" The black-robed man moved closer with the torch. Jixia then noticed that the old man's eyes bore an unusual intensity, as if filled with great hostility. "Granny, who is your master?" The black-robed figure, holding the torch, seemed unprepared for Jixia's address and immediately retorted, "Who is Granny? Do not speak carelessly." Jixia glanced at Zhou Tianci and stuck out her tongue, quietly asking, "Boss, where are we? How did we encounter this strange person? Has she caused you any trouble?" Zhou Tianci gently touched her cheek and replied softly, "No. I had just awakened when you did." He surveyed the dark surroundings. Apart from the area illuminated by the torch, it was nearly pitch black. "This must be a cave." "Yixia guspit, a cave? Impossible. Did we not fall?" She vividly recalled that her master had held her, and the stone beneath them had failed to bear their weight, causing them to plummet. The sensation of weightlessness still haunted her. Zhou Tianci shook his head, indicating he was equally puzzled. "But before we hit the ground, a force drew us upward. What are you muttering about?" The black-robed man returned with the torch. "If you're not here to confront the boy, then hurry and leave." Jixia quickly wriggled out of Zhou Tianci's embrace. "Granny, I apologize. I am here to find my master." "Oh." Meeting the skepticism in his gaze, she explained, "Primarily because my master is currently in a spiritual state. Just outside, we encountered some malicious individuals intent on ending his life. Thus, I did not disclose my true purpose. Jixia shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and continued, "By the way, Granny, do you know where my master is?" The black-robed figure appeared displeased with them, yet hesitated. "Granny, I truly am Fu Zisher's disciple. His spirit has resided with me for 2 years. The day before yesterday, when we arrived at Qingling Mountain, he suddenly vanished. He disappeared in this vicinity, which is why we have come here to search for him." Zhou Tianxi remained silent, unable to discern whether the person before them was friend or foe. He merely aimed to protect Jixia from potential harm. "How can you be certain that Fu Zisher is with me?" the black-robed granny asked emotionlessly while holding the torch. Jixia studied her expression and the torch in her hand before suddenly shouting, "Old man, are you hiding in the cave? If so, make a sound quickly. If not, my boss and I will take our leave." The black-robed figure was momentarily taken aback by Jixia's outburst. "You troublesome girl, are you tired of living, shouting here?" Jixia pouted and retorted softly, "You told me to keep asking whether my master is here, yet you continuously test us. Moreover, we are uncertain if you are a villain or a good person." Perhaps having overheard Jixia's complaints, the black-robed figure fell silent and, after a long pause, turned and walked deeper into the cave, holding the torch. As they could only see the flickering flame, an aged voice called out, "Stay close to me." Jixia and Zhou Tianxi exchanged glances, helping each other to stand, and slowly followed the black-robed figure. "Boss, where do you think she will lead us?" Zhou Tianxi had no time to respond when the black-robed figure barked, "Silence. Such noise. How could Fu Xiaogong endure over 2 years of it?" Jixia looked at Zhou Tianxi with a pitiful expression, her large eyes blinking innocently, conveying her message clearly. "Boss, I am not noisy." Chapter 159. Have you obtained a sample? Zhou Tianxi smirked. When the elder was present, Jixia often complained about him being noisy and disruptive. Now that she was being labeled as such, she immediately donned a pitiful expression, which was rather endearing. They followed the black-robed figure for a considerable time, winding through the cave as if the path had no end. "Boss, if we keep walking like this, we should be exiting Qingling Mountain soon, right?" Zhou Tianxi glanced at a pale spot on the ground and leaned closer to Jixia's ear, saying, "We have passed this spot 3 times already." "What?" Jixia looked around in disbelief, but the darkness obscured her vision. "Are you suggesting that the granny up ahead is lost?" Zhou Tianxi, aware of her mischievous intent, recognized her deliberate provocation. Indeed, the figure ahead, holding the torch, turned around and glared at them fiercely. "Granny, you need not deliberately take so long. Firstly, most people cannot even find this cave, and even if they do, they cannot climb back up. I surmise we're the first visitors here in 20 years. Yes?" The black-robed figure turned abruptly, about to enter another chamber, and retorted, "Humph, all my life's energy has been devoted to this cave. If I did not wish it, no one would dare intrude." Jixia detected an air of pride in her words. "Granny, did you rescue my master 20 years ago?" Zhou Tianxi held Jixia's hand tightly to prevent them from getting separated, allowing her to freely converse with the figure ahead. Who else could it be? He was gravely injured, his fortune scattered, and his power diminished. Had I not cared for him in the spirit pool all these years, he would have perished long ago. Could he have cultivated a spirit? "Thank you, Granny. I sincerely appreciate your kindness." Jixia expressed her gratitude sincerely, apologizing for her earlier uncertainty about her allegiance and her hasty words. The black-robed figure turned back, the torchlight illuminating the deep lines on her face, revealing a hint of a smile. "You are commendable for defending him so ardently." After saying this, she pointed ahead and added, "Your master is right there." Whatever sorcery the black-robed figure employed, the previously impenetrable darkness suddenly erupted into light. At the moment the illumination burst forth, Zhou Tianxi shielded Jixia's eyes, only lowering his hand once she had adjusted. The area was not as brightly lit as it seemed. It merely had a few additional torches. They had traversed the darkness for several hours, and their eyes had grown accustomed to it, making the sudden brightness disorienting. Jixia opened her eyes to see a pool of approximately 10 square meters, upon which floated something resembling a bamboo raft. Lying atop, it was a figure, tall and clad in black. Jixia turned to observe the black-robed granny, thinking to herself that she truly had an affinity for the color black. Is that my master? Zhou Tianxi scrutinized the edge of the pool. The stones were neatly arranged, suggesting no immediate danger, and only then did he pull Jixia to the pool's edge. Upon seeing the person on the bamboo raft, Jixia could not help but exclaim softly. The individual had tightly closed eyes, yet possessed strikingly handsome features, a noble nose, and distinct facial contours. She whispered to Zhou Tianxi, "I never expected my master to be such a handsome man." Suddenly, she felt a chill sweep through the air, causing her to shiver. Jixia turned to the man beside her, thinking to herself that he was being rather petty over a mere compliment about her masteress' looks. Her expression was unmistakable, and Zhou Tianxi caught on. He leaned down to her delicate ear and murmured, "There are matters left unfinished from last night. Boss, I was wrong." I. Jixia immediately raised her hand to clarify her stance, asserting that no matter how handsome her master might be, he was still just an old man. Zhou Tianxi's expression did not improve. He gazed at the bamboo raft for a while, yet the individual upon it displayed no sign of acknowledgement. "Master? Master?" Jixia called out repeatedly, but the figure lying there remained unresponsive. "You old coot, if you don't get up, I'll push you into the water. You insolent girl. Are you daring to betray your master?" Jixia's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to Zhou Tianxi. "Boss, did you hear that?" The old man spoke. Zhou Tianxi's eyes twinkled with amusement. He had indeed heard, yet the elder's body remained unresponsive. The figure clad in black stepped forward, swinging the torch over the pool of water, igniting everything around them except for the bamboo raft. She muttered incantations while performing peculiar gestures. Grandmother, what are you doing? Don't burn my master." Although he appeared youthful and handsome, in reality, he was but an old man. The words elicited a frown from the black-robed figure, her weathered face creasing as she chanted, her voice seemingly weakening. Zhou Tianxi swiftly pulled Jixia behind him, signaling her to remain silent and observe. It was evident that the figure in black was attempting to revive the individual on the bamboo raft. Jixia blinked, tentatively calling out master in her mind, but no one responded. She understood that the black-robed figure was indeed aiding the old man, yet they had grown accustomed to jesting with their master when he was still conscious. In times of distress, they often lightened the mood with playful antics, allowing them to gradually relax and address the situation. Now, she merely hoped that, with the assistance of the figure in black, her master would awaken soon. After all, she awaited his guidance to reclaim all their fortune. Lin Chengwu had made numerous attempts, yet he could not procure a sample from Steward Qin. He had once ventured into her bedroom while she was out, searching her bed, the floor, and even the trash bin, yet he found not a single strand of hair. Subsequently, he sought after the cups she used for drinking or the utensils she employed for dining. When he found nothing, he realized that, throughout the years, he had never witnessed Steward Qin consuming food. "Brother, do you think she might be a witch, never needing to eat?" Moreover, her bedroom was kept in an astonishingly pristine condition. After dinner, Lin Chengwu dragged Lin Chengguan into his room, incessantly complaining. "Surely she must eat when we aren't paying attention." Lin Chengguan furrowed his brow. If it weren't for young Master Zhou suggesting we investigate the relationship between Lin Qianqian and Qin Qing, our family might never have uncovered Steward Qin's oddity. "Have you obtained a sample from father?" Lin Zhongwen set aside the matter of Steward Qin to investigate his father and Lin Qianqian first. Initially, when his brother mentioned it, he found it absurd. His parents had shared a loving bond for years. How could a love child possibly exist? However, Steward Qin's peculiarities compelled him to confront the issue. Surely, young Master Zhou's unreliable claims wouldn't be made without merit. If voiced, they must possess over 90% accuracy. In Chapter 160, he pondered how deeply this investigation could jeopardize their family. "Father's samples are easy to obtain. I gathered quite a few," Lin Chengwu declared proudly, producing a transparent self-sealing bag containing several strands of hair. "I went through Mom and Dad's room and found quite a lot." He sighed, his tone turning somber. "I also noticed many gray hairs. Brother, our parents are aging in ways we cannot see. Do you think we should disrupt the peace of our family?" Lin Chengwen's expression grew grave as he contemplated this question. Their family was harmonious, and aside from the traumatic loss of their sister in childhood, the Lin family had sailed smoothly over the years. The abduction of their sister had inflicted immense emotional pain upon their parents, leaving scars that nearly 20 years had failed to heal. If a love child were to surface now, would their mother accept it? Would their family be able to endure it? From his years spent alongside their father, Lin Chengwen had never witnessed any inappropriate behavior or illicit overnight stays with other women. In their social circle, marriages were predominantly arranged. Love was a mere specter, rarely encountered. While many families faced the turmoil of illegitimate children and home-wrecking mistresses, the Lin family was unique, primarily due to their father's integrity and respect for their mother. Yet now, they faced the prospect of shattering this peaceful facade, plunging their family into the same chaotic mire as so many others. The brothers exchanged glances, and Lin Chengwu was the first to discard the collected strands of their father's hair into the trash bin. Have you made up your mind? No further inquiries? Not even curious? Lin Chengwen's trio of questions left Lin Chengwu in silence. He waited, but his brother remained unresponsive. He retrieved the samples he had collected from Lin Qianqian and fished out their father's samples from the bin. Let us hold on to these for now. If there comes a time when we must perform a paternity test, we will. He placed both samples into his pocket, preparing to exit his brother's room. But brother, we can investigate Steward Qin. She is indeed quite mysterious. Young Master Zhou mentioned that she treated Lin Qianqian extraordinarily well, even risking her own fate to alter Lin Qianqian's fortune. Lin Chengwen was taken aback. The bond between the two warranted further scrutiny, as it was rare for anyone, aside from blood relatives, to risk their destiny to change another's fate. Reflecting on it, although Steward Qin had been with their family for many years, none of them truly knew her. They only recognized her unparalleled competence in organizing affairs meticulously. Lin Chengwu stood, facing his brother. I wish to uncover how, if Lin Qianqian truly is Steward Qin's daughter, she was brought into our home. Moreover, I desire to ascertain whether there is any connection between Steward Qin and our sister's abduction. Lin Chengwen's pupils dilated in shock. Are you suggesting? Lin Chengwu nodded. If our sister had not been lost, our family would not have entertained the thought of adopting another girl. This notion didn't originate from us. It was suggested by someone else's parents, to adopt a girl of similar age to our lost sister, to bless her in hopes of ensuring her well-being. Lin Chengwen recalled his brother's words, and upon further reflection, a chilling realization dawned upon him. If Lin Qianqian's arrival was part of a conspiracy, then their biological sister's disappearance was no mere accident. Ultimately, it was Steward Qin's intent to bring her own daughter into the Lin family. However, 2 decades had passed. Uncovering the truth would not be easy. Lin Chengwen furrowed his brow, contemplating the challenges ahead. If we are to investigate, we will inevitably need to question our parents. Lin Chengwu interjected. Approaching them will surely arouse their suspicions and cause them unnecessary worry. Thus, Lin Chengwen patted his brother's shoulder, advising that they seek young Master Zhou's assistance. After his brother left, Lin Chengwu sat on the sofa in his room, his expression obscure, silently vowing that if their sister's disappearance was indeed orchestrated, he would ensure that the mastermind would not escape retribution. The violent impulses within him surged, and he felt his heart strain under the weight of this turmoil. Frustrated, he stood and kicked the sofa aside, closing his eyes to regain composure. He picked up his phone to call Zhou Tianzi, only to find that the call would not connect. This only heightened his agitation as he envisioned his sister, a small, innocent girl, being abducted by the malevolent Qin Qing to an unknown location, where she might meet a tragic fate. The more he contemplated, the more dread enveloped him, his hands clammy and icy. He could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. If he continued down this path, he might succumb before his sister was found. Lin Chengwu repeatedly reassured himself, having gone 3 months without seeing a therapist. He still recalls the last time he visited, when the psychologist mentioned that as long as he refrained from concocting negative thoughts, he had essentially made a full recovery. He could not allow himself to undermine the years spent battling anxiety. He hurried into the bathroom, intending to take a shower to alleviate his distress. When Lin Chengwu awoke once more, He found himself in a hospital with his mother, Lin Mu, beside him, wiping away tears. "Mom," he began, but was startled by the hoarseness of his voice. He could not comprehend how he ended up in a hospital bed. Hearing his movement, his brother Lin Chengwen turned around and rushed to his bedside. "Xiao Wu, how do you feel?" Lin Chengwu's parents followed suit, their faces etched with concern. After sipping water from his brother, he felt his throat ease slightly. "Dad, Mom, brother, what has happened to me?" Lin Mu's tears flowed uncontrollably. "Xiao Wu, if there is anything troubling you, please speak to us. How could you consider such a thing as suicide?" Lin Chengwu was utterly bewildered. Suicidal thoughts? How could that be possible? Observing his confused expression, his family grew increasingly anxious, showering him with reassurances. It was only when he heard them recounting his actions that he began to grasp the situation. Lin Mu's sorrow deepened, and had it not been for Lin Fu supporting her, she might have collapsed. "Xiao Wu, I know you've blamed yourself since your sister went missing when you were young, but dear child, you were still just a child yourself. How could you have cared for your sister, who was also just a child?" Over the years, Lin Mu had watched him torment himself daily, and it pained her to see her son trapped in his own world. Chapter 161. Is this a coincidence or predestined? Lin Yeong's eyes were red-rimmed. He had never anticipated that his youngest son would entertain thoughts of ending his life. He blamed himself for being preoccupied with the family business over the years and neglecting his son. If he had intervened when he first noticed something was amiss, this tragedy may have been averted. Xiao Wu, remember, when something is not your fault, do not become ensnared in a narrow mindset. Your father and I have never blamed you. Lin Chengwen propped his brother up against the hospital bed, sensing his discomfort, and placed a pillow behind him. He could not understand how his brother, who had spent little time outside his room, had managed to climb to the third floor to jump. Just moments before, the two had discussed investigating the housekeeper, Qin. "No, Dad, Mom," brother Lin Chengwu stammered, his throat tightening with urgency. "I did not want to jump." "You misunderstood. If you didn't want to jump, why were you on the rooftop in the middle of the night? Why did you stand on the edge and not come down? Why did you jump?" The barrage of questions left Lin Chengwu in a daze. He had jumped. After taking a shower, he had simply sought to calm his racing thoughts atop the building, not to leap. How had his family misconstrued it as a suicide attempt? "Xiao Wu, don't you remember how you looked?" Lin Chengwen observed his bewildered expression and felt something was amiss. "Then tell us about your state at that moment." Lin Chengwu recounted his condition, concluding with, "My sister is still missing. How could I possibly jump?" "Don't jest." His words left the other three exchanging perplexed glances, for their perceptions had been starkly different. Lin Chengwen described how they had witnessed Lin Chengwu's demeanor. He had appeared like a mere shell of a person, eyes vacant, and had jumped from the rooftop within less than a minute. Fortunately, a servant had spotted him acting strangely and promptly alerted them. By the time they arrived, they barely managed to catch him as he fainted before them. "I did not intend to jump. I just needed some fresh air." Lin Chengwu was perplexed. How could he have seemed like a soulless being when he had felt vibrant? "Mom, Dad, did you not notice that something was off about him? He seemed like..." Lin Chengwen pondered, unable to find the right word to describe Lin Chengwu's state. "A puppet on a string," Lin Fu exclaimed, and the other two looked at him in realization. Indeed, Lin Chengwu had resembled a lifeless marionette. After much discussion, the Lin family could not ascertain the cause of the incident and concluded that Lin Chengwu might have been overly fatigued after returning to the Lin family headquarters. Seeing the weariness etched on his parents' faces, Lin Chengwen urged them to return home, promising to stay by his brother's side at the hospital. Lin Fu and Lin Mu left, looking back frequently, reminding their youngest son to rest well and that they would return the following day. After they exited the ward, Lin Chengwen waited a moment before pulling up a chair beside the bed and sitting down. "Brother, what do you want to say?" Lin Chengwen's expression turned grave. "I recalled something. Your demeanor resembled that of someone who had been hypnotized." "Hypnotized?" Lin Chengwu was unfamiliar with the term. "What do you mean?" "I mean, your state was akin to that of a hypnotized individual inadvertently triggering a command that led you to jump from the rooftop." As Lin Chengwen spoke, he pondered what event or object might have activated the command that compelled his brother to leap. "No, brother, you're misdirected. Shouldn't we focus on identifying who hypnotized me?" Lin Chongwen clenched his right fist atop his left hand. Yes, we must find the one who hypnotized you. Tomorrow, I will consult my psychologist. The professional knows best. He had mentioned the possibility of hypnosis during my treatment, but I had declined. Perhaps he can uncover clues that will lead us to the one responsible for the hypnosis. Lin Chengwu's expression darkened. He could not fathom who would harbor such hatred towards him, wishing for his demise. Do not dwell on it. Lin Chongwen consoled his brother. Since this has occurred, we must find a solution. We will identify that person. He vowed silently that whoever had targeted his brother would not escape unscathed. The brothers resolved to address the incident involving potential hypnosis before investigating whether Zhou Tianxi and Qin Xing were connected to the disappearance of their sister. After descending from Qingling Mountain, Qin Xing headed directly to Lin Qianqian's workplace. However, before she could see her daughter, she noticed Gao Jialin, the young master of the Gao family, waiting by the car. This reminded her of the time in Fengxian Town when Gao Jialin seemed to be by Zhou Nan's side. Had the two truly become involved? Would the Gao family accept Zhou Nan, a child born out of wedlock? Her purpose for being here today was to enlist her daughter's aid in dealing with Zhou Nan. Recently, Qin Xing had sensed an approaching storm and feared that her own strength might not suffice. In truth, Zhou Nan could also serve as her backup. However, Zhou Nan was an independent entity, and she worried that when she needed her, she might not be able to reach her. Therefore, she must discuss strategies with Lin Qianqian in advance. Gao Jialin leaned against the car, idly spinning his sunglasses and checking the time on his wrist. By now, his little Nan should have emerged. Taking a step forward, he sensed the gaze upon him and turned to find Lin's housekeeper, Qin Xing. Qin Guanjiao, what brings you here? Since the last encounter in the hospital, where he heard Ji Xiao warn him about Qin Xing's potential threat to Zhou Nan, he felt utterly perplexed. Yet, the memory of Qin Xing's gaze upon his little Nan in the desolate mountains sent a chill down his spine. Regardless, he must protect his future wife, especially as she had recently begun to show signs of warming up to him. What a coincidence that he encountered her today. Young Master Gao, I am here to see Mississippi. Gao Jialin suddenly recalled that Lin's adopted daughter, Lin Qianqian, worked at the same establishment as Zhou Nan. Upon reflection, this revelation stirred a sense of unease within him. What could be the reason behind their shared workplace? Gao Jialin chose to remain silent in response to Qin Xing's words as he noticed Zhou Nan emerging. As he stepped forward to greet her, he was momentarily taken aback by the figure accompanying her. To his surprise, Lin Qianqian had also come out. Was this mere coincidence or a deliberate arrangement? Clearly, Zhou Nan had also spotted Qin Xing, and her expression turned sour as a result. Chapter 162. The joy of listening. Qin Xing's gaze upon Zhou Nan always made her feel profoundly uncomfortable. She shifted her attention to Gao Jialin, clutching the strap of her backpack. Let's go, she suggested. Gao Jialin glanced at Qin Xing and Lin Qianqian, then draped his arm over Zhou Nan's shoulder, and together they departed. Lin Qianqian exchanged several words with Qin Xing, yet Qin Xing's focus remained fixed on Zhou Nan. Mom. Lin Qianqian expressed her irritation. What's going on? You come to find me, yet remained silent, just staring at someone else. Qin Xing snapped back to reality and reassured Lin Qianqian with a few comforting words as they made their way to the restaurant they had agreed upon. In the private booth of the restaurant, after ordering their meals, Lin Qianqian's inquisitive gaze fell upon Qin Xing's face. Mom, what are you thinking? Qin Xing stared down at the white porcelain plate on the table, letting out a sigh. I discovered someone had entered my room searching for something. What? At home? Lin Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. Who was it? Qin Xing shook her head. I didn't check the surveillance with General Lin, as it could cause unnecessary trouble. But I suspect our relationship may be under scrutiny. That can't be. Nothing has changed at home. Perhaps a servant entered to clean your room. That is unlikely. I have instructed the servants, including the new ones, that no one is allowed to enter my room, and they would not dare. Lin Qianqian poured herself a glass of water and took a sip, nearly burning herself. You mean it was either our parents or the two brothers? Someone among them entered your room? Qin Xing took the cup from Lin Qianqian's hands, blew on it gently, and returned it to her. Qianqian, has anyone accessed your room recently or taken your hair or nails? Lin Qianqian pondered for a moment and replied, No, I've been quite stable lately. shuttling between the company and home, and Haven T gone out to play. I Haven T noticed anyone asking for those items. Qin Qing lowered her head in contemplation, and after a long pause, she raised her gaze. Qianqian, do you truly wish to marry Zhou Tianxi? Lin Qianqian nodded with determination. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but Zhou Tianxi. Today, I encountered Zhou Tianxi at Qingling Mountain. Qin Qing remarked, glancing at her daughter, hesitating to continue. Who else? Lin Qianqian pressed, is it that vile Ji Xia? I knew it. She took a position at Yuancheng just to entangle Zhou Tianxi. It may not be so simple. I sense that Zhou Tianxi's gaze upon her is different. There are feelings involved. After several confrontations, Zhou Tianxi's staunch defiance against her control likely stemmed from his feelings for Ji Xia. Impossible. Lin Qianqian shouted, Zhou Tianxi likes me. It cannot be that he is resisting control for Ji Xia. He surely does not wish to be controlled. Moreover, if he truly cared for her, why would he still divorce her? Qin Qing, yearning for the love she could not attain, wished to aid her daughter in securing her beloved. Yet, the reality was that she was controlling her daughter's love interest, who was vehemently resisting, seemingly wishing to avoid any entanglement with her daughter. Mom, didn't you say you could help me and Zhou Tianxi consummate our relationship? Then you could bring the elders from both families to witness our engagement. Qin Qing nodded. All right, I have one last question. Have you completely severed ties with that Song Yuan? Absolutely. It was merely a casual fling. I never took it seriously. Lin Qianqian replied disdainfully, recalling how Song Yuan had messaged her about visiting him abroad. I am about to marry Zhou Tianxi. How could I still be in contact with him? Mom, we must act swiftly. My parents have scheduled my departure abroad. If I cannot get engaged to Zhou Tianxi, I will have to leave. Qin Qing nodded, affirming that Lin Yang would ensure promises were kept. They surely wanted to send her away after the scandal she had brought upon the Lin family. Let us aim for these next few days. Zhou Tianxi is still at Qingling Mountain. Once he returns, I will proceed with the plan. She reiterated her instruction, emphasizing that Lin Qianqian must avoid entanglements with other men, lest the consequences be dire, potentially ruining her chances at marriage forever. Had it not been for her actions years ago, when she had placed a binding spell on Lin Yang that was ultimately severed by her junior, she would not find herself in solitude now. Moreover, Qianqian, be cautious and ensure no one acquires your samples. There may be those investigating your background. If discovered, the incident regarding the abduction of Lin's biological daughter will come to light, and we will both be expelled from the Lin family. Accustomed to a life of ease and abundance, Lin Qianqian had no desire to lose her comfortable existence. She nodded solemnly. Mom, that Ji Xia has been sabotaging my relationship with Zhou Tianxi. Last time, she even pushed me down, causing me injury and leaving a scar. Should we not teach her a lesson? Qin Qing brushed aside Lin Qianqian's bangs, revealing the noticeable scar on her forehead. She recalled her encounter with Ji Xia that morning. The woman was not the inept orphan she had imagined. On the contrary, she was articulate and astute, showing no signs of innocence. I will find a way to handle this, Qin Qing assured, lowering her hand. You need not concern yourself. I will ensure she receives her due punishment. Satisfied, Lin Qianqian resumed her meal, while Qin Qing found herself unable to eat, her mind drifting to Ji Xia's words about her junior returning and taking the fateful jade pendant. If her junior appeared, all of her schemes involving Zhou Tianxi and altering Qianqian's fate would be exposed. She vowed silently that she would not allow her junior to disrupt the life she had painstakingly built. She needed to contact her master, Imo Shangyuanjun, for assistance. After all, her master had been involved in the events of the past. Had it not been for her master's intervention, Qianqian would not have entered the Lin family. However, her master frequently traveled away from Qinglingguan, and she was uncertain of his current whereabouts. After bringing Zhou Laozu and Zhou Tianxi to meet him, she had not seen him since. Her master had been furious after discovering her unilateral decision to bind Zhou Tianxi, the child of fate. Yet, she had engaged in similar acts 2 decades prior, and her master had forgiven her, even aiding her in covering her tracks. She presumed her master would not remain angry for long this time either. However, since that incident, her master had not reappeared. She needed to frequently visit Qingling Mountain to avoid missing the opportunity to meet him. After finishing their meal, They discussed further details on how to win Zhou Tianxi's heart. Lin Xianxian was elated upon hearing the plans and affectionately kissed Qin Qing. Chapter 163. I must teach you a lesson. Ji Xia stood by the edge of the pool, quietly observing the flames extinguish as the figure in black robes ceased his incantations. She had anticipated her master would awaken soon, yet to her dismay, even as the figure returned to his original position and placed the torch against the wall, her master remained unresponsive. Feeling helpless, she cast a glance at her boss beside her, whose expression of distress tugged at her heartstrings. Zhou Tianxi, noticing her demeanor, embraced her gently, offering comfort. Ji Xia steadied her emotions and asked, "When will my master awaken?" The figure in black strolled slowly to the pool's edge, extending a skeletal finger to touch the water. His hoarse voice, seemingly detached, replied, "Perhaps in a few days, or perhaps never again." Ji Xia stood frozen, as if she had not heard his words. "Xia Xia, Xia Xia." Zhou Tianxi sensed that something was amiss with her state and called out several times in haste. Why could she not awaken? Hadn't his spiritual consciousness returned? After uttering this, Ji Xia began to call for her master again. Unlike the earlier response from that old man, now no matter how she called, Fu Zisher did not respond. What was going on? He had answered her before, so why was there now no sound at all? The figure in the black robe halted her cries and led them to a smaller cave. "Grandmother, what is the condition of my master?" she asked anxiously. "When his spiritual consciousness was in my mind, we could communicate freely, but why is there no reaction now that he is in his own body?" The black-robed figure sighed. 20 years ago, when I discovered him, he was on the brink of death. His senior sister had used forbidden techniques against him, not only destroying his cultivation, but nearly taking his life. It turned out that Fu Zisher had been injured by Qin Qing and had been evading pursuit, eventually arriving near this cave. The black-robed figure had left Xingling Guan in a fit of anger due to disagreements with the then leader, Mo Shangyuanjun, regarding the management of the temple. During that time, the black-robed figure would venture out of the cave to search for food and supplies, and one day found the gravely injured Fu Zisher outside the cave. "Grandmother, are you Mo Shangyuanjun's senior sister?" Yixia inquired. "Yes. We entered the path of fate together and cultivated side by side," she replied. Ji Xia nodded, understanding that Fu Zisher was indeed the grandmother's disciple as well. Qin Qing has always been cunning, practicing forbidden techniques to harm others. Didn't you all know? Why didn't you stop her? This puzzled Ji Xia. Over 20 years ago, Qin Qing had begun using emotional threads to control Lin Yihong. Could it be that Mo Shangyuanjun was truly unaware? The black-robed grandmother scoffed. "It was precisely because of this that my sister and I had a complete falling out. I never told her about saving her little disciple. At that time, Qin Qing was in charge of the library at Qinglingguan. When she first used forbidden techniques, Mo Shangyuanjun did not severely reprimand her. Instead, she boasted about how powerful her disciple was for mastering forbidden techniques on her own. She had earnestly advised against it, explaining that the reason these techniques were deemed forbidden by our ancestors was that they were a scourge upon the world, with no benefit whatsoever. However, Mo Shangyuanjun did not take it seriously. When she pressed the issue, she only scolded Qin Qing a few times, instructing her to burn all records of the forbidden techniques and forbidding her from practicing them again. Yet, it was to her dismay that she discovered Mo Shangyuanjun's disciple was quite clever. Although the records were burned, she had memorized them all. She even used emotional threads to control a married man, sharing the same bed with him. Upon hearing this, Ji Xia realized the unfolding narrative and sighed in resignation, understanding that Qin Qing's audacious use of forbidden techniques was intricately linked to her master. "Grandmother, Qin Qing stole my fortune and used it on her daughter. Isn't this also a form of forbidden technique?" Ji Xia pondered for a moment and continued, "My master told me that this requires sacrificing one's own fate. If the person involved discovers this and forcefully seeks to reclaim it, would she not quickly suffer backlash and perish?" The grandmother remained silent for a while before sighing. "One who brings about their own misfortune cannot live. She used emotional threads to control me," Ji Xia said, glancing back at Zhou Tianxi, pausing before continuing. "My boyfriend cannot help but draw near whenever he sees her daughter. I do not wish to ask for your assistance. Rather, I want to know what harm might come to him if he forcibly breaks free from her control. The grandmother extended her withered finger to rest on Zhou Tianzi's wrist. After a moment, she remarked, "This is intractable. Qin Qing has immersed herself in this, pulling strings for her daughter. Unless—" She abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Ji Xiao was puzzled, but Zhou Tianzi understood. "Grandmother?" Ji Xiao attempted to inquire further, but the grandmother turned and left. Zhou Tianzi grasped her hand, saying, "Do not ask. What she means is that one of us must die to break this control." Ji Xiao's eyes widened in shock. "One must die? This is so serious." Although she had faced the harsh realities of society from a young age, she had never anticipated encountering a situation where a life must be sacrificed to resolve matters. Ji Xia pulled Zhou Tianzi's hand and ran to the spirit pool, where Fu Zisher lay quietly, showing no signs of response. "Master, you must wake up quickly and resolve the situation with the boss. I am not joking. If you do not awaken, I will say goodbye to the boss and return to Taohua village, severing all ties." As Ji Xia's words grew increasingly absurd, Zhou Tianzi tightened his grip on her hand. "Want to leave? You must ask if he agrees." Ji Xia, seemingly oblivious to how tightly her hand was held, continued to babble at Fu Zisher. "When I said I wouldn't marry, you insisted I should, claiming the boss was the child of fortune and could change my bad luck. Indeed, he did change my luck, yet you kept pushing me to win him over, often nudging me to seduce the boss. I'm not wronging you, am I? For 2 years, you never ceased to suggest I should capture the boss." Realization dawned on her that her senior had been assisting her all along, and Zhou Tianzi's lips curled into a pleased smile. Ji Xia grew increasingly agitated, wishing she could pull that bamboo raft over and give the person on a beating. "I said I wouldn't do it, yet you insisted. Now look, the boss is under control, and the only way to break it is by the death of the controller. What am I to do? Will you help or not? If not, I will run away. And I will tell you, if I run, I will never return." Just as Zhou Tianzi could no longer resist the urge to pull Ji Xia out of the cave and reprimand the one who dared to speak of leaving him, Fu Zishi unexpectedly steered. "You little brat, just wait. Once I can move, I will teach you a lesson." Ji Xia was momentarily stunned by this remark, but upon regaining her wits, she shouted, "Grandmother, my master spoke again. Hurry." Chapter 164. Uncertain thoughts. Ji Xia and Zhou Tianzi hid in the small cave, observing the grandmother perform rituals to heal Fu Zisher. "Boss, do you think my master will wake up this time?" Zhou Tianzi remained silent. Ji Xia turned and gazed up at him, only to find his deep, dark eyes fixed intently upon her, his thin lips pressed into a line. At that moment, Ji Xia felt as though she were a small creature being stalked by a predator. She tried to pull away from the boss's hand to escape. But how could she possibly get away? "If the senior does not awaken, you intend to leave? To return to Taohua village and sever all ties with me? Was it not the senior who urged you to win me over? And this has nothing to do with you?" Ji Xia blinked rapidly, clearly feeling guilty. "I was just trying to provoke my master." "Yes, just to provoke the old man. You see, he is responding, which means this method works quite well. I can use it again in the future." After saying this, she looked up at the boss, whose expression was stormy. She felt as if she had become some sort of prey, destined to be devoured. "Boss," Ji Xia quickly attempted to halt her words, then meekly admitted, "I just want my master to wake up. Truly, believe me." Zhou Tianzi gazed at the woman beside him, whose words were a jumble. He understood that during their 2 years of marriage, he had not provided her with enough security. What she had just said surely stemmed from more than a mere desire to provoke Fu Zisher. He pulled her into his embrace, resting his chin atop her head, one arm tightly encircling her slender waist. "Xia Xia, do not leave. You must stay by my side from now on." He had no doubt about her resolve. If she wished to leave, she would undoubtedly hide in a place where he could never find her. Ji Xia's ear pressed against the boss's heart. Without Lin Qianqian present, the boss was no longer under the influence of emotional threads, so the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat was due to her presence. This realization filled her with joy, and she stretched her arms to wrap around the boss's neck. Her lips hovered just beside her boss's neck, and with a mischievous intent, she exhaled softly against his slender neck. Instantly, His embrace tightened around her as she raised her gaze to the height of his lips, internally lamenting the unnecessary elevation. How was she to steal a kiss? A fleeting glance caught her attention, and although his lips were high, there was a particular spot where her lips could reach. Succumbing to temptation, she pressed a kiss against the prominent Adam's apple. The response was immediate. His body grew even stiffer, and the arms encircling her waist tightened to an almost suffocating degree. In that moment, Jixia did not look into Zhou Tianxi's eyes, missing the depth of affection and desire reflected within. Zhou Tianxi fixed his gaze upon the audacious woman, striving to rein in his emotions, both in his heart and in his body. When his hoarse voice reached her ears, Jixia instinctively shrank her neck. Was this playing with fire? By the time Jixia sensed the torrent of emotions emanating from her boss, it was already too late, and she began to struggle. "Boss, listen to me. I want to leave. If I do, you'll be engaged to someone else. I've worked hard to win you over. How could I let you slip away? Also, please let go. I can't breathe." Upon hearing her plea, Zhou Tianxi finally relaxed his grip somewhat, yet the person in his arms remained ensnared. "Where did you learn that move?" Jixia, still endeavoring to escape this slightly stifling embrace, had no time to ponder the origin of her actions. After all, his lips were too high for her to reach. Understanding dawned upon Zhou Tianxi, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he looked down at the one attempting to pry his arm away. With her lips sealed, Jixia persisted in pushing against his iron-like arm. After the kiss, her eyes widened, and even after he pulled away, she remained in a daze. "Boss, my master is still outside. We should go check on him." In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, Jixia thought of her master, who lay unconscious in the Ling Qi. Zhou Tianxi smiled knowingly. This was a familiar tactic of Jixia's, diverting the conversation when she felt overwhelmed. Grasping her delicate hand, he led her out of the small cave. The dark-robed figure's incantation had come to an end, and they stood at the edge of the pool, gazing at the figure on the bamboo raft. "Madam, do I still need to converse with my master?" The dark-robed figure glanced at the two, her gaze lingering on their intertwined hands for a few moments. "No, you may leave Qingling Mountain." Feeling self-conscious under the scrutiny, Jixia attempted to withdraw her hand, but someone was unwilling to let go. Hearing the command to leave, Jixia felt a wave of confusion wash over her. "Madam, is my master not going to awaken?" "No, the situation has improved compared to before. You must leave quickly. I still have other treatments to perform." Jixia glanced at the dark-robed figure before turning her attention to Fu Zixi in the Ling Qi, silently wishing, "Master, I'm leaving now. I hope when we meet again, you'll be standing before me." Taking a deep breath, she inquired of the dark-robed figure, "Madam, how do we leave?" "Follow me." The dark-robed figure led them in a winding path to the entrance of the cave, raising her hand as if to push them out. "What were you thinking before?" Her gaze fell once again on their clasped hands. Qin Xing's control over this young man. "Perhaps you can save yourselves." Before Jixia could utter another word, they were thrust out of the cave. During her free fall, Jixia heard the dark-robed figure's admonition echoing in her ears. "Stay away from this cave in the future." The descent was rapid, and the wind whipped past her ears, creating a buzzing sound. As they neared the ground, she felt no slowing of their speed, and panic surged within her. Would she and her boss meet their end here? She could care less, as she was unencumbered and alone. But her boss was different. He was the head of the Zhou family, the core figure of Yuan's Sheng group, and he could not perish in such an ambiguous manner. With this thought, she clutched his waist tightly, resolved to be his cushion should they fall. Closing her eyes, she braced herself for the impending pain. Yet, to her surprise, she felt her feet land steadily on the ground, and upon opening her eyes, she realized they had distanced themselves significantly from the cave. Standing behind Qing Lingguan, they were now in full view of it. "Boss, that madam is quite formidable." The distance from the cave was merely a few kilometers, yet they had flown directly here from the entrance. Fortunately, it was late and there were not many people around. Otherwise, they would surely be mistaken for monsters. Zhou Tianxi remained silent, lost in thought. After a moment of quiet companionship, Jixia could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "What is on your mind?" Chapter 165. Will this family still exist? Zhou Tianci did not respond, merely holding her hand tightly as he guided her down the mountain. They first went to the company, where a day's absence had left Zhou Tianci with a mountain of paperwork to tackle. He had intended to return Ji Xia to her apartment first, but she refused, insisting on staying to help with the workload. Partly, Zhou Tianci wished to keep Ji Xia close, as Qin Qing seemed cornered and he feared for her safety. Ji Xia, on her part, felt guilty. Her boss had accompanied her everywhere, causing delays in his work. They hadn't eaten properly since lunchtime on the mountain, and now twilight was approaching, forgotten in their busy schedules. In the brightly lit office, Zhou Tianci had already immersed himself in the sea of paperwork. Ji Xia perused the food delivery app, struggling to decide what to order for an extended period. Just as she began to feel frustrated and contemplated skipping dinner, a knock sounded at the office door. Glancing at the time on her phone, she wondered if someone had come to discuss work at this hour. When Zhou Tianci called for the person to enter, a delivery person walked in, carrying a meal. "Boss, if you ordered dinner, why did you make me browse the delivery app?" Zhou Tianci, while serving her vegetables, replied, "I feared you would grow bored. I sought to give you something to do." Long ago, he had noticed Ji Xia's indecisiveness. She took an eternity to choose anything from a plethora of options, particularly when it came to food. Perhaps it stemmed from her upbringing, where simply having food was a luxury, leaving her with no sense of choice. Thus, when faced with options, she was at a loss. With a warm meal settling in her stomach, Ji Xia felt her previously grumbling belly finally appeased, and she instantly felt much more at ease. Observing her squinting eyes in delight as she ate, Zhou Tianci gently remarked, "Xia Xia, the sixth day approaches." Ji Xia nodded, chewing on her food. Yes, I know." She was unaware of where he had ordered such delicious dishes from. She intended to ask for the contact information before leaving, so she could order for herself in the future. Thus, she failed to catch what he had said next. "What did you just say, boss?" Zhou Tianci, with a hint of exasperation, wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue. "I said the sixth day is fast approaching. Tomorrow, I will have them take you try on the wedding dress. How does that sound?" Ji Xia swallowed her food, looking at Zhou Tianci earnestly. "Boss, do we really need to get engaged? Did you forget? We already have a divorce certificate." She couldn't comprehend his intentions. Why start with an engagement when they could simply remarry and obtain a marriage certificate? "Of course we must get engaged." Zhou Tianci set down his chopsticks. "The last marriage was arranged by my grandfather, primarily for the sake of the family business. This time is different. It's about affirming our feelings, a testament to our mutual affection. We must follow the proper procedure. I won't allow you to be wronged." Due to her childhood environment, Ji Xia had little sense of ceremonial significance in life. Efficiency had always been her priority. However, since her boss insisted on following the process, she would comply, not wanting to concern herself with such matters. "All right, you decide." In the late summer, Ji Xia smiled slightly as she placed a chicken wing into her boss's bowl. "Mother, is this truly acceptable?" Lin Qianqian was in Qin Qing's bedroom, listening to the plans for the evening. With only 2 days until the 6th day of the lunar month, the two had been seeking opportunities to approach Zhou Tianzi. Strangely, as the engagement date drew near, Zhou Tianzi transformed into a workaholic, remaining in the office from dawn until dusk. Furthermore, he had instructed the security at Yuan Sheng Group to prohibit Lin Qianqian from entering. Thus, the plans they concocted had yet to be executed. However, at the dinner table that evening, Lin Qianqian inadvertently overheard Lin Fu mention an important collaboration meeting involving the Zhou family, the Gao family, and their Lin family, to be held at a 5-star hotel in Haishur. It was expected that the leaders of the 3 families would attend, and Lin Fu had even arranged for a room at the hotel. Eagerly, Lin Qianqian left the dining table to share this news with Qin Qing. Qin Qing suggested that they both enter the hotel together, and to ensure success, she would devise a way to slip something into Zhou Tianzi's drink. Lin Qianqian, in turn, planned to find a way to enter Zhou Tianzi's room ahead of time to prepare. "We must succeed this time. Otherwise, given Zhou Tianzi's vigilance, there will not be a second opportunity. Moreover, that night, I will set the control of Qing Si to its highest level. You must have close contact with Zhou Tianzi. He won't be able to refuse you. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianqian finally felt a surge of confidence. If he could not refuse her, then she could do as she pleased. Wonderful. The next day, I will bring the 3 families to witness. At that time, Zhou Tianzi will find it difficult to avoid marrying you. Mother, Lin Qianqian exclaimed excitedly, throwing herself into Qin Qing's embrace and wrapping her arms around her neck. You truly care for me, unlike the Lin family. Since the incident with Song Yuan, they only see me as a disgrace and want me to stay away from Brother Tianzi. As she spoke, she clenched her fists and waved them in determination. This time, I will definitely win over Brother Tianzi. Meanwhile, in the room of Lin Chengwu, the second young master of the Lin family, Lin Chengwen looked at his younger brother's pallid complexion and could not help but scold him. I told you to stay in the hospital for observation, yet you insisted on being discharged. Look at your complexion. I'm fine, brother. By the way, will you accompany father to the meeting of the 3 families tomorrow night? Lin Chengwen nodded, knowing that their father intended to elevate him to the position of president, allowing him to retire early and take their mother on a trip. Therefore, he had been attending all significant strategic collaborations with Lin Fu for the past 6 months. Do you want to go? If you wish to attend, I will not. He feared that his younger brother might perceive their father's favoritism in handing over Lin's affairs to him. Thus, he could not ignore his brother's desires, lest it damage their fraternal bond. No. Lin Chengwu frantically waved his hands. Who would want to attend such tedious and lengthy business meetings? I was thinking there would definitely be an opportunity to see young Master Zhou tomorrow. Perhaps you could take the chance to inquire about Qin Qing and Lin Qianqian, and whether their disappearance is related to our dear sister. After saying this, Lin Chengwu lowered his head, recalling young Master Zhou's request for him to investigate Lin Qianqian's relationship with her father, and that he had essentially confirmed the connection between Qin Qing and Lin Qianqian. He felt a deep internal conflict, eager to uncover the truth, as it might lead to clues about his sister. Yet, if Lin Qianqian truly was his father's daughter, would their family still exist? Their mother was a woman who would not tolerate such a revelation. If she discovered that she had been raising a secret daughter for 20 years, who knew what action she might take? As the night deepened, the villa's courtyard lights illuminated the darkness. Through the window, Lin Fu could be seen leisurely strolling with Lin Mu, a nightly ritual that had remained unchanged for as long as the brothers could remember. After dinner each evening, as long as their father was home, he would take their mother for a walk in the courtyard. The middle-aged couple supported each other, their eyes only for one another, in the entire high-shur elite circle. It was unlikely to find another couple like them. Xiao Wu, if Lin Chengwen hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. To uncover news about our sister, we may have to disrupt our parents' relationship or create chaos within the family. Brother, since our sister went missing, I have been searching for her, drowning in endless regret, hating myself for taking her out alone that day. This has led to severe anxiety, moderate depression, and sleep disorders. No one desires news about our sister more than I do. Lin Chengwu's head throbbed painfully as he cradled it in his hands against the wall. Xiao Wu. Lin Chengwen quickly supported him. Are you all right? Perhaps things are not as grave as we imagine. Do not overthink it. He understood his brother well, having grown up together. The search for their sister had nearly become an obsession for him. After the meeting tomorrow, I will seek an opportunity to ask young Master Zhou what information he possesses. Additionally, even if we discover that Lin Qianqian is our father's illegitimate daughter, do you think our father would acknowledge her? Would he forsake his feelings for our mother? Even if we uncover evidence, we need not inform our parents. We cannot allow anyone to disrupt our family. Upon hearing this, Lin Chengwu slowly removed his hands from his head and nodded solemnly. Indeed, no one shall shatter our home. The brothers agreed to act separately the next day, one to seek out Zhou Tianzi and the other to consult a psychologist regarding hypnosis. The following afternoon, before attending the meeting, Zhou Tianzi cautioned Ji Xia to hurry back to the apartment after work and not to linger outside. Ji Xia furrowed her delicate brows. Boss, I am an adult, not a 3-year-old child. How could I possibly get lost? Qian Jin, standing behind the boss, observed the exchange with growing intrigue. Assistant Qian, Lulu mentioned that after she joined the office, a particularly handsome gentleman from the HR department appeared. Do you know him? Jin's gaze immediately shifted to Exine Lulu beside him, fully aware of her obsession with charming men. At that moment, Exine Lulu slyly shot a glance at Jixia, signaling that they should go together to see the handsome man once the boss departed. Jixia was quite pleased with her diversionary tactic, noting that even the boss's favored high-ranking assistant had moments of vulnerability. If one was smitten, they should confess without waiting for the other to realize. Unfortunately, Exine Lulu was entirely absorbed in her admiration for handsome men and failed to grasp the assistant's intentions. However, as she began to feel a chill, she realized that her distraction had not fully succeeded. The boss's expression darkened ominously, yet Jixia was oblivious to the cause of his displeasure. Zhou Tianzi raised his wrist to check the time. "I will take you back to the apartment. Let us go." "Huh?" Jixia blinked in surprise. "It is only 3:30. There are still 2 hours before work ends. Why should I return to the apartment?" However, the boss would not allow her refusal, taking her hand and preparing to leave. "Hey, boss, I have not finished my work yet." She had never noticed how domineering he could be, insisting she return home immediately. Their interaction left Jin and Exine Lulu astonished. After a moment, as the boss and the soon-to-be boss Lady Xia waited for the elevator, Jin quickly told Exine Lulu, "You should leave work too. Hurry home." "Huh?" Exine Lulu exclaimed joyfully, tossing aside her documents. "Really? That's wonderful. I can finally go to that new barbecue restaurant. There's an even more handsome waiter there." Jin's face darkened to a charcoal hue, his chest heaving as he gritted his teeth and declared, "You are not permitted to go anywhere. Finish reviewing the project proposal and submit the report to me." Exine Lulu gazed at her superior in disbelief, questioning his sudden change of heart. Yet, the reality was that authority often silenced dissent, leaving her no choice but to labor in the 18th floor document review. Of course, her tongue was not idle. She hurled a string of invectives at Jin's relatives spanning 8 generations, resulting in a series of sneezes from him as he escorted his future boss's wife. Jixia watched him with sympathy and teased, "With all those sneezes, Assistant Qian, is someone missing you, or are they cursing you?" Amidst his sneezing, Jin cast a melancholic glance at his boss, silently pleading, "Could you perhaps manage your wife? She has already started to mock your capable assistant to my face." Unfortunately, his boss had recently succumbed to the whims of love, his thoughts entirely consumed by his future spouse, rendering him oblivious to Jin's plight. He was quietly advising Jixia that he had arranged dinner for her at that same restaurant they had visited before, urging her to rest early, especially after 2 recent trips to Qinglingshan, which had left him utterly exhausted. Jin frequently glanced at the two in the rearview mirror, perplexed by his boss's newfound maternal instincts. It seemed that before Jixia married the boss, she had no issues sleeping in parks, yet now, she appeared considerably more delicate in his presence. Jixia, on her part, nodded in agreement, playing along with her boss's instructions. Jin found it baffling that she had become so obedient. Was love truly blinding? He thought of the individuals on the 18th floor who were likely cursing him and felt the weight of his responsibilities heavy upon him. "Boss, I'm fine. Jixia has heard everything from Zhou Tianzi," he thought, but the chatter continued unabated. "What's wrong? Do you have a bad premonition? Otherwise, why would someone usually so taciturn be so loquacious?" Zhou Tianzi rubbed his forehead, suppressing his unease. "No, I'm just worried you might be bored alone tonight." Jixia contemplated. "How could I possibly be bored? I have plenty to accomplish." That day, while picking up a package, she discovered that Grandpa Ji had sent her cornflour from Taohua village, which delighted her, for it had been ages since she had prepared corn candy for her boss. Chapter 167. A countenance of restraint and complexity today, with an early end to her workday. She could make some, even saving a portion for her friends, who had requested it several times. After all, other cornflours simply could not replicate that delightful corn flavor. Reflecting on this, she realized her boss's concern stemmed from her solitude since her master had vacated her thoughts. Without anyone to banter with, he feared she might feel lonely. "It's fine. I've managed for over 20 years without ever feeling bored or lonely, just striving to survive." Zhou Tianzi affectionately tousled her hair. thinking that if it weren't for the importance of tonight's meeting, he would have canceled it outright. Qianjin felt a surge of anxiety, keenly observing his boss's expression in the rearview mirror, fearing that his boss intended to assign him the meeting. No, please not that. This is a crucial joint decision-making meeting among 3 families, and I am merely a lowly assistant. Thankfully, it was only when the boss returned to the car after dropping off the future madam that his heart finally eased, exhaling a sigh of relief. Reassuring himself that his boss was still reliable, not abandoning family business for romantic whims. However, once his boss settled into the car, Qianjin distinctly sensed his boss's discontent. Despite the car's heating being fully operational, he felt a chilling breeze on his back. He nervously adjusted the temperature. "Boss, our meeting starts at 5 and will last approximately 3 to 4 hours, followed by dinner with the other 2 families." The implication was clear. It would be an all-night affair. "Dear boss, do not even think of escaping." Zhou Tianci drummed his long fingers on his thigh, calculating the optimal moment to exit the gathering. Never before had he felt such unease, as though a storm were brewing. His only worry was for Jixia. He feared she might be in danger during such an extended business meeting, unable to reach her in time. "Stop the car." The driver slammed on the brakes, causing Qianjin to lurch forward, only to be yanked back by his seatbelt. With a woeful expression, he stammered, "Boss, what is happening?" Turn back to Qingyajun. "Boss, we still have half an hour. We're about to be late." Qianjin was on the verge of tears, grappling with whether to call the old chairman. The boss had already been thoroughly ensnared by love. He was no longer himself. Just days ago, he had been a workaholic, and now, as the important meeting approached, he was increasingly emotional, swinging between highs and lows. Jixia bid farewell to her boss, filled with admonitions, and collapsed onto the sofa in a daze. Habitually, after work, she would lean against the sofa for a brief respite. She planned to stir-fry the cornflour shortly, aiming to prepare the candy tonight so that both her boss and friends could enjoy it the next day. When the doorbell rang, she jumped, initially thinking it a figment of her imagination, but the persistent ringing compelled her to approach the door and inquire who it was. Without her master in her thoughts, she had no idea who might come to see her. "Xia, open the door." At the sound of that familiar voice, Jixia froze, quickly pulling the door open. "Boss, you're not." Zhou Tianci uttered a single word before grasping Jixia's hand and leading her out. Even as they settled into the car, Jixia remained bewildered. Qianjin, already simmering with impatience in the vehicle, saw Zhou Tianci emerge with Jixia and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Xia? Haha, it's good to see you again." Jixia was startled to find beads of sweat dotting Qianjin's forehead. "Assistant Qian, what's wrong? Did you run 5 kilometers in such a short time? How else could you be so sweaty on such a cold day?" Nothing, Qianjin thought inwardly. "This is far worse than running 5 kilometers. My heart is racing." "Driver Wang, step on it. We're going to be late." After entering the car, Zhou Tianci did not release Jixia's hand, as if holding on to her would provide solace. "Boss, what's the matter? You just drop her off at the apartment. Why bring her back in a car?" Zhou Tianci caressed her hand, his gaze averted. "Come with me to the meeting. The room is already prepared for you to wait." If Jixia were not by his side during the meeting, he would be unable to sit still. It was far better to have her near. When they finally arrived at the conference room, it was the last minute before the meeting commenced. The leaders of the Lin and Gao families had been waiting in the business meeting room, exchanging glances, wondering if Zhou Tianci would make an unexpected entrance. Yet, he strode in confidently, and had it not been for his typically impassive expression, they might have thought the illustrious Zhou de Gongzi had been possessed. Qianjin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved they were not late. Otherwise, the boss's reputation would have plummeted. Although 3 families attended the meeting, the eyes of countless enterprises in Haishur were upon them. The meeting proceeded with fervor, while Jixia sat bored in the room, watching television. Counting the days, she realized the 6th day of the lunar month was approaching, wondering if her master would awaken in time to attend her engagement banquet. The old man had been eagerly awaiting this moment, having finally secured the boss. He should be the happiest person. However, Jixia's mind was haunted by the image of her master lying lifeless on a bamboo raft, uncertain if he would ever awaken. After flipping through channels with the remote, she found no appealing programs, rising to turn off the television and glancing around, realizing there was little of interest to engage with. At that moment, her stomach emitted a low growl, reminding her that she had yet to eat the meal her boss had ordered for her. Rubbing her protesting belly, her eyes darted around, contemplating whether to venture out in search of food, especially since her boss was currently in a meeting and would not notice her absence. Resolute, Jixia took the key card from her room and slipped out the door. Wandering aimlessly along the street, the evening sky had begun to darken, and the streetlights flickered to life, illuminating the signs of various shops that gradually turned on their lights. Jixia surveyed her surroundings. This was one of the more prosperous streets in Haishur, bustling with numerous eateries. However, she found herself lacking any particular craving, perhaps due to the disappointment of missing out on the meal her boss had ordered. As she stood idly on the roadside, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar face, Lin Qianqian, emerging from a luxury car, someone she hadn't seen in quite some time. She remained rooted to the spot, watching as Lin Qianqian entered a pharmacy. After a short while, Lin Qianqian exited with a black bag in hand, her expression a blend of restraint and complexity. Ji Xiao pondered how the Lin family had traveled such a distance to purchase items from this pharmacy. Nevertheless, adopting an attitude of detached indifference, she averted her gaze and continued her quest for food. Chapter 168. In Haishur, following the conclusion of the business meeting, a banquet was held among several small enterprises. Zhou Tianzi intended to take Ji Xiao for a bite, but when he called, she had already left the hotel on her own. "Boss, I'll be back shortly." "You go ahead." Ji Xiao's cheerful voice came through the phone. Qianjin stood beside Zhou Tianzi, thinking if his boss decided to leave in search of Ji Xia, he would need to intervene. The business banquet was as crucial as the meeting, primarily for selecting suitable suppliers for Yuan Cheng, and the boss's presence was essential. Fortunately, Zhou Tianzi knew how to gauge the situation. After standing for a minute, he proceeded into the banquet hall. When Lin Chengwen finally located Zhou Tianzi amidst the crowd, the banquet had only just begun. Observing Zhou Tianzi's darkened expression, Lin Chengwen realized he detested such gatherings and immediately signaled a pressing matter to discuss, leading him away to a secluded seat. "Are you all right, Zhou Gongzi?" Zhou Tianzi gulped down 2 glasses of water to dispel the frustration that had built in the throng. He lifted his gaze to Lin Chengwen, a smirk playing on his lips as he asked, "So, have you two brothers reached a conclusion?" "No." Lin Chengwen shook his head. "We dare not act, but we are eager to know the connection between Qin Xing and Lin Qianqian." He paused before continuing, "Primarily, we want to ascertain whether Qin Xing's disappearance years ago relates to our younger sister." Zhou Tianzi seemed to anticipate this line of inquiry, refraining from commenting on their hesitance to verify the outcome. "Without concrete evidence, you come to me seeking conclusions. It appears you have already reached a confirmation, have you not?" Lin Chengwen's countenance turned awkward. He was perplexed by his own thoughts. As Zhou Gongzi suggested, coming to him for answers implied a belief that Lin Qianqian was indeed the illegitimate daughter of their father, and furthermore, that she was the offspring of Qin Xing and their father. He and his brother, Lin Chengwu, had observed their father's indifferent demeanor towards Qin Xing, treating her merely as a steward. In contrast, Qin Xing did not appear to overstep her duties. How could these two possibly have child, especially one raised within the Lin household? The absence of any evidence of their interaction only heightened the brothers' curiosity about the events of the past, as they were convinced that Zhou Gongzi was not one to chase shadows without evidence. "You'd best conduct a DNA test before returning to me," Zhou Tianzi remarked, glancing at his phone to check the time, messaging Ji Xia to hurry back to the hotel. "Why?" Lin Chengwen was perplexed as to why the urgency regarding the DNA test. Zhou Tianzi received no response from Ji Xia, a sense of unease creeping in. For some matters eluded scientific explanation, he promptly stood, ready to leave the banquet in search of Ji Xia. However, he was quickly intercepted by several suppliers eager to discuss potential collaboration with the Zhou family. In such settings, it was inevitable to partake in some drinks. Zhou Tianzi, realizing something was amiss, immediately confided in Qianjin. Startled, Qianjin reminded him that this banquet was overseen by professionals to ensure safety. Boss, how are you feeling? Zhou Tianzi's brow furrowed deeply, massaging his temples. I'm fine. Just take me to my room. Qianjin supported him forward, declining the advances of passing acquaintances. Focused solely on ensuring his boss reached a safe place. Then he would investigate whether the problematic drinks had been consumed by everyone or just the boss, and ascertain why such an issue arose, questioning whether the organizers would continue hosting events in the future. Upon finally returning to the room, Zhou Tianzi's physical distress became increasingly pronounced. He fought to maintain composure, calling out Ji Xia's name as he opened the door. Oddly enough, Ji Xia did not come to greet him, and the room remained shrouded in darkness. Boss, it appears Ji Xia has yet to return. Qianjin switched on the light and assisted Zhou Tianzi into a chair. Don't worry, I'll make a call to find out what is going on. However, after several attempts, no one answered, causing Qianjin to grow increasingly anxious under his boss's intense gaze. Boss, Zhou Tianzi clenched his fists, unable to endure the heat coursing through him. He dashed into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed cold water on his face, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. Still no connection? Qianjin stood at the bathroom door, suggesting perhaps Ji Xia is on her way back. Why not let us head to the hospital for a checkup? Zhou Tianzi shook his head. You go downstairs to fetch Ji Xia and handle this matter. But boss, I'm fine. Go now. He was aware that he had consumed only a small sip of the drink. A cold shower would likely dissipate any effects. Yet the audacity of those responsible for such actions was appalling. Daring to engage in such disreputable behavior during Haishi's investment conference would warrant his retaliation. As Qianjin exited, he continued trying to contact Ji Xia. Zhou Tianzi turned on the cold water in the bathroom, drenching himself from head to toe. When Ji Xia regained consciousness, she found herself in a dilapidated building. She attempted to move, discovering she was neither bound nor under guard. She recalled queuing in front of a milk tea shop before losing consciousness. Checking her pockets, her phone remained intact, and the only jewelry she wore, a bracelet gifted by Zhou Yuehua, remained securely on her wrist. She tried to stand and assessed her surroundings, realizing she was in what appeared to be a construction site. Exiting the room she had just traversed, she descended the stairs. It was now completely dark outside, visibility reduced to nothing. In the room where the window panes had yet to be installed, distant lights had illuminated the space. But now the stairwell was engulfed in darkness, making the steps indistinguishable. Ji Xia activated her phone as flashlight, mentally pleading, Master, please watch over me and let nothing untoward happen. Frustrated, she wondered who had brought her to this place. And without any signal, she was unable to make a call. Once she reached the main road, her phone rang, but before she could answer, it suddenly shut off. Sighing deeply, Ji Xia mused whether her boss had finished the meeting. The caller had been Qianjin, likely worried about her absence. Glancing back at the building where she had fainted, she realized it was an abandoned structure, seemingly neglected and forgotten. She momentarily failed to recognize where this was in Haishi. Chapter 169, You Must Endure. In the bathroom, Zhou Tianzi, taking a cold shower, was unaware that someone had entered his room. Lin Xianqian only entered after seeing Qianjin leave. Glancing down at the room card in her hand, she was astonished that Qingqing had truly managed to acquire the card for Zhou Tianzi's room. As she hesitantly opened the door, her hand trembled. She could hardly believe it actually opened. It seemed that in the future, whatever she did, she must consult with Qingqing. If it weren't for her impatience and accompanying Song Yiran to the hotel, the engagement banquet would not have been canceled. They shouldn't have to engage in such perilous actions. But it was too late to say anything now. Since Qingqing had provided her with such a splendid opportunity, she had to seize it. The room was eerily quiet, save for the sound of running water from the bathroom. After contemplating for a moment, she removed her outer garment, standing at the bathroom door in a delicate silk dress, waiting for Zhou Tianzi to emerge. Lin Xianqian was so anxious that she dared not breathe, quietly standing to the side in anticipation. Zhou Tianzi took the longest shower of his life, and only when he felt the heat within him subdued did he turn off the shower. He pondered how much time had passed, and whether Qianjin had reached Ji Xia. It seemed he had heard a sound outside. It must be Ji Xia returning. His previously gloomy mood instantly brightened. Wrapping himself in a bathrobe, he yanked the bathroom door open. The person at the door was startled by his sudden action, clutching her chest and staring wide-eyed at him. Zhou Tianxi quickly tightened the loosely fitting robe and secured the belt. His expression soured as he sharply rebuked. "What are you doing here?" Lin Qianqian, regaining her composure, stepped forward and slowly raised her hand, attempting to grasp Zhou Tianxi's arm. However, he evaded her, and she adopted a look of grievance, saying, "Tianxi Gij, I missed you so much. I just wanted to see you." Since the last time Lin Qianqian had caused a scene in the office, Zhou Tianxi had informed the security office to prohibit her from entering the company. Thus, they hadn't seen each other for quite some time, and Zhou Tianxi had nearly forgotten the control of feelings, triggering that heart-wrenching sensation. He wished to walk to the bed, pick up his phone, and call Qianjin to have this uninvited guest removed, but his body refused to move an inch. The half-hour cold shower seemed futile as Lin Qianqian approached. Against his will, his body acted on its own, reaching out to pull her into his embrace. In his mind, a voice urged him to push her away, lest he lose Ji Xia. His arm, which was intended to encircle her, abruptly halted in midair, his clenched fist straining as if blood would burst from his veins at any moment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qianqian entwined her arm around his, guiding him toward the bed. Suppressing her inner delight, she repeatedly expressed gratitude to Qin Xing in her heart. She was finally about to realize her desire. Step by step, they neared the bed. But their journey felt prolonged, primarily because Zhou Tianxi persistently resisted. For reasons unknown, his once proud willpower seemed ineffective this time, leaving him at the mercy of her whims. With only a few steps left of the bed and the phone resting on the nightstand, Zhou Tianxi eyed the angle, yearning to grab the phone and call Qianjin. It seemed Qin Xing had intensified the control of feelings, leaving him devoid of hope for escape. Meanwhile, Ji Xia, seated in a car, was quietly lamenting who had brought her from the east of the city to the west. Now, it would take nearly an hour to return to the hotel. Furthermore, she felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, as if something was about to transpire. She contemplated borrowing the driver's phone to call her boss, but could not recall the phone number. "Driver, is there a shortcut to the hotel from here? I've been out for so long. I'm afraid my boyfriend will be anxiously waiting." The taxi driver momentarily did not respond to Ji Xia's inquiry, checking the electronic map before replying that there was indeed a shortcut that could save about 20 minutes. She immediately insisted on taking the shortcut, and as she gazed out at the streetlights passing by, Ji Xia felt increasingly restless. "Driver, are you awake? I'm feeling a bit anxious. Please hurry." Ji Xia closed her eyes and mumbled, hoping to alleviate her anxiety. Noticing her distress, the driver proactively accelerated, managing to compress the originally 20-minute journey into just over 10 minutes. Upon arriving, Ji Xia dashed out and accidentally bumped into someone. "Oh no!" she exclaimed, falling to the ground, supporting herself with her hands. "I'm so sorry. I'm in a hurry." She quickly stood up, dusting off her backside, and rushed to the front desk to explain the situation, requesting assistance in settling the taxi fare. As she returned, the person she had collided with remained seated on the ground, unmoving. She approached to help him up, saying, "I'm really sorry. I have an urgent matter to attend to. If you're unwell, I can accompany you to the hospital later." Ji Xia was preoccupied with thoughts of her boss, eager to confirm his safety. She attempted to assist him to the hotel lobby sofa, but the man maintained a stiff posture, staring directly at her. "What's wrong? I want to run away. I just want to tell my boyfriend." Ji Xia felt a sense of familiarity with this person, yet she could not place where she had seen him. "You silly girl, you can't even recognize your own master?" Fu Zisher anticipated that his foolish disciple would eventually recognize him, but she rambled on in a fluster without meeting his gaze. "Huh? Oh!" Ji Xia exclaimed, jumping in excitement. "Master! Master! Oh my goodness, you're awake?" Her joyful exclamation finally brought a hint of satisfaction to Fu Zisher, who said, "Let us go rescue that boy first. Then we'll settle accounts. Why do we need to save the boss? What happened to him?" Ji Xia asked, pulling her master toward the elevator. Pressing the button for the 29th floor and glancing back at him. "Hurry up and tell me. What are you keeping from me, you old coot?" "I don't know. I can only tell that he is in trouble through your calculations, but I don't know what has happened to him. Silly girl. I just arrived and haven't had the chance to see him yet when you bumped into me. Jixia felt a sense of urgency, wanting to burst from the elevator to find her boss, uninterested in engaging in banter with her master. Master, let us hurry and see how the boss is doing. I feel so uneasy. Fu Zisher noticed that the elevator's surroundings reflected his image, which was somewhat astonishing. How is this possible? It's like being surrounded by mirrors. And I look no different than I did 20 years ago. Realizing this, he casually remarked, "Girl, what you see later is not real. You must endure." Chapter 170. Perhaps she will be kicked out of the house. Jixia initially wanted to inquire further about her master's statement. However, the elevator dinged, announcing their arrival. She retrieved her room card and found it curious that the person who had brought her to the west of the city had indeed allowed her to sleep in that unfinished building without taking anything from her. When she left, she had only taken her phone and room card, and now both items were still with her. Inside the room, Zhou Tianzi could no longer resist the control of feelings and was currently pinned to the bed by Lin Qianqian. She let her hair down, her white gauze dress sliding to her waist as she slowly leaned over him, gazing at him with alluring charm. "Tianzi Gij, I've waited too long for this day," she whispered into his ear, her breath sending shivers down his spine. "But why do you always ignore me? Do you know that I like you so much that I've lost myself, with thoughts of you consuming me daily? Yet, you don't even spare me a glance. Why can that worthless woman, Jixia, be by your side every day?" Zhou Tianzi, while engaged in a soliloquy, endeavored to break free from the constraints that bound him. He yearned to push away the figure that lay upon him. Yet, the insistent desire within his heart clamored incessantly, urging him to embrace the person before him, to hold her close, to kiss her, to possess her. In reality, he was locked in a fierce struggle with himself, as his mind and heart clashed, causing his heartbeat to quicken with each passing moment. Just as Lin Qianqian's lips were about to meet his, he turned his head and spewed forth a mouthful of crimson blood, which instantaneously stained the pristine white sheets. "Tianzi Gij, boss." The severity of his blood loss rendered Zhou Tianzi unconscious. Jixia and Fu Zisher burst into the room, witnessing the harrowing scene. Jixia rushed forward, pulling Lin Qianqian away from her stupor, and gently tapped Zhou Tianzi's cheek, but he remained unresponsive. Fu Zisher swiftly calculated a direction and dashed out of the room, leaving Jixia unable to call after him. Casting a glance back at Lin Qianqian, who lay on the floor murmuring to herself, Jixia, for the first time, spoke with fierce resolve. "Lin Qianqian, should anything untoward happen to the boss, I will not let you off the hook." She seized the boss's phone, dialed for emergency assistance, and then called Qianjin, instructing him to return to the room. After completing these tasks, she attempted to rouse the unconscious Zhou Tianzi, but despite her efforts, there were no signs of awakening. "Lin Qianqian, do you not adore him? Why would you harm him? Are you pleased now that he lies here, in the state of unconsciousness?" Lin Qianqian shook her head vigorously, denying, "No, I did not wish him harm. I love him. I merely desire to possess him. Is your way of obtaining him to kill him? Your half-hearted mother can only control others through emotional strings. Did she not warn you of the consequences? Now, with a boss in this condition, she is not faring any better. Perhaps she will never awaken again." "No, you—" Lin Qianqian was at a loss for words, unsure of which accusation to refute. Jixia was oblivious to the fact that Qin Qing was Lin Qianqian's mother, nor was she aware of the repercussions of emotional control, as her mother had never divulged such information. In a panic, she tugged at her clothing, searching her entire body until she finally located her phone. She called Qin Qing, but the ringing persisted unanswered. "Jixia, what has happened to my mother? What will become of her? Speak, please." Humph, she recollected. When she first controlled someone, the individual was unconscious and compliant. However, when she attempted to control the boss, he quickly discerned something was amiss. Upon realizing this, he naturally resisted. The last time he broke free from her control, his internal organs were damaged, and Qin Qing suffered a backlash, sustaining injuries far worse than the boss's. A flicker of panic crossed Lin Qianqian's face. She had never heard Qin Qing mention the concept of backlash. Could it be that Qin Qing had truly been injured last time? She reflected on the events of that period and realized she had been utterly oblivious. All she knew was that Qin Qing had frequently visited Qingling Mountain. Could have been for healing? While Lin Qianqian pondered these thoughts, Jixia again attempted to rouse the boss. She gently patted his cheek, softly calling out, "Boss? Boss, awaken, I have returned." After several attempts, Zhou Tianzi remained still, and Jixia felt a rising agitation, wondering what her master would do. Strangely, she noticed Fu Zisher was absent from the room. Where's that old man gone? Yixia muttered. Could it be that I was dreaming? Did I dream of my master awakening? Jixia, are you doing this on purpose? Why is it that whenever I attempt to get close to Tianzi Gij, you are always present? What gives you the right to be worthy of him? Lin Qianqian felt a fleeting pang of guilt regarding Qin Qing's situation, but upon witnessing Jixia's audacity in approaching Zhou Tianzi, her anger flared. A mere orphan? How dare she compete with the young lady of the Lin family for a man? Jixia's frigid gaze swept over her. That is far more admirable than your attempts to control her through emotional strings. Lin Qianqian opened her mouth to retort, but Qian Jin entered with the doctor. Gazing upon the alarming bloodstains on the bed and floor, Qian Jin nearly collapsed in shock. He had been gone for less than an hour. What on earth had transpired? Why was the boss in a state of unconsciousness? And how had Lin Qianqian managed to enter the room and remain seated on the floor? Jixia's face was etched with frost. It was the first time she had seen someone with such a typically placid demeanor exhibit such a serious expression. Assisting the doctor in transferring the boss onto a stretcher, he intended to accompany the ambulance to the hospital. Jixia stopped him. I can go with him. You handle the situation here. Qianji nodded and returned to the room. He had already discovered that the boss had consumed tainted alcohol, which he alone had ingested. The server who poured the drinks was merely a server and had no knowledge of the drink's contamination. This indicated that someone had deliberately targeted the boss, intending to inflict harm upon him. Initially, he had been perplexed about how to identify the perpetrator behind the scenes, but upon seeing Lin Qianqian, the truth became apparent. She was the very embodiment of the hidden culprit. Miss Lin, what brings you to the boss's room? Lin Qianqian had risen from the floor, her frustration palpable. The opportunity that Qin Qing had painstakingly arranged for her had vanished. Thus, when confronted by Zhou Tianzi's assistant, her irritation flared. What business is it of yours? She adjusted her clothing, donned her coat, and strode toward the door. Miss Lin, given that the boss lies unconscious, is there any connection to you? If so, once he regains consciousness and pursues this matter, we will notify the Lin family. At the doorway, Lin Qianqian's body stiffened, and she turned to face Qianjin. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Do you know my standing within the Lin family? In truth, she felt a twinge of guilt. Should her father discover that she had attempted to seduce Zhou Tianzi, she might very well be cast out from her home. Chapter 171. Let her come fetch me. Jixia sat in the ambulance, her gaze fixed upon the boss's pallid face, gripping his hand tightly. The doctor had affixed various monitoring devices and inquired about the circumstances surrounding the patient's unconsciousness. After a moment of contemplation, she replied that it was due to an emotional upheaval. She hoped the boss had not sustained internal injuries. The previous incident had been severe enough, and she feared he had not fully recovered, only to face this ordeal anew. How had Lin Qianqian gained entry into the boss's room? It seemed as though everything had been meticulously orchestrated. Someone had rendered her unconscious on the street and transported her to an abandoned building in the west of the city. It had not confined her. Once the effects of the drug wore off, she had awakened on her own. Subsequently, she had hurried back to the hotel, and the entire scenario appeared to have been a calculated setup, designed for her to witness everything that transpired within the hotel. Shortly after arriving at the hospital, Zhou Tianzi regained consciousness and beheld the figure that stood vigil by his bedside. Xia Xia? His voice was hoarse and barely recognizable. Ji Xia poured a glass of water and offered it to him. This was the first time Ji Xia had viewed the boss from this angle. She realized he was not invulnerable, that he too could falter. The doctor had conducted a thorough examination, and the results were unsurprising. There were no issues. She emphasized the need for the hospital to check if any damage had been done to the boss's heart. But the doctor's response indicated that the emotional turmoil had merely caused a temporary setback. As long as he maintained emotional stability, he would recover swiftly. Boss, are you all right? Is there anything discomforting you? Zhou Tianzi grasped her hand. Prior to his unconsciousness, he had not seen Jixia and had worried for her safety. To awaken and find her there brought him unexpected relief. You. As the boss began to speak, Jixia anticipated his inquiry and hurriedly recounted her own ordeal. Boss, it appears quite peculiar, as if someone had orchestrated the events to ensure I return to witness this scene. Zhou Tianzi's gaze darkened. I am aware. Qian Jin will uncover the truth. Those capable of orchestrating such events are not unknown to him, especially with Lin Qianqian brazenly flaunting her emotional control in my room. It is utterly despicable. This time, I will ensure they pay the price they deserve. By the way, boss, Jixia suddenly recalled another matter, her expression brightening. My master has awakened. He entered your room alongside me. This particular matter had not crossed Zhou Tianzi's mind. He was surprised that Fu Zisher could awaken so swiftly. But what of their esteemed predecessor? Regarding this, Jixia pouted. Who knows where that old man has run off to? Upon entering and seeing you unconscious, I panicked, and only then realized he had disappeared. Observing her evident displeasure, Zhou Tianzi embraced her, offering comfort, suggesting perhaps the elder had urgent business to attend to. Meanwhile, in another room of the hotel, Fu Zisher splashed cold water on the similarly unconscious Qin Qing, rousing her from her stupor. Dazed, she vaguely perceived someone lounging on the sofa with their legs crossed. The figure bore a striking resemblance to her junior from 2 decades prior. Qin Qing wiped her face and focused, her surprise rendering her momentarily speechless. How could it be? After 20 years apart, has my junior truly forgotten me? Junior! Qin Qing's voice trembled with emotion. You have returned. Fu Zisher shifted his legs, responding, Indeed, I have returned, only to find you entangled in even more misdeeds. Qin Qing protested. Does my junior have nothing better to do than fixate on me, just as he did 20 years ago? A sardonic smile graced Fu Zisher's lips as he retorted, You injured me and ruined my cultivation, and now you seek to evade responsibility? You usurp another's fortune for your own gain, defying the natural order. As a legitimate heir of the Qiyun Dao, should I not hold you accountable? Upon hearing this, Qin Qing's eyes flickered with alarm. She was bewildered as to how her junior knew of her appropriation of another's fortune. She had only stolen from one person, and over 20 years had elapsed since, leaving her unaware of their fate. Such actions were a grave taboo within their Qiyun Dao, far more severe than the emotional entanglements she had woven with Zhou Tianzi. You have no proof. Do not slander me without evidence. If you have the courage, let us confront Master. Fu Zisher, witnessing her stubbornness even in the face of impending doom, stood abruptly, declaring, Very well, I have not seen our master in ages. It is fitting I pay her a visit. He strode toward the door, but noticed Qin Qing had not followed. Turning back, he inquired, Sister, are you afraid? With an impassive expression, Qin Qing walked past him, contemplating her escape. She could not allow herself to be taken back to Qingling Mountain. Her daughter awaited her rescue. This backlash had been severe, and her continued vitality depended solely on her junior's intervention. Given the current situation, it was evident her daughter had not succeeded, and Zhou Tianzi must have already been taken to the hospital. She could not be captured and returned to Qingling Mountain. If she were to go, it must be alongside her daughter. The Lin family would not treat her daughter kindly in her absence. With this thought, she approached the front desk and vociferously exclaimed, What kind of 5-star hotel is this? How can you allow such riffraff to enter? The front desk staff, taken aback by her outburst, were at a loss for words. Qin Qing pointed at her junior, demanding, Is this person a guest of your hotel? He has invaded my room and now threatens to take me home. Will you intervene? Upon hearing her complaint, the front desk promptly dispatched security personnel to restrain Fu Zisher. Tisich, Fu Zisher sighed, You believe her every word? Sir, this lady is indeed a guest of our hotel, the staff replied. Fu Zisher watched helplessly as Qin Qing seized the opportunity to slip out of the hotel, leaving him to face inquiries alone. Having spent over 20 years detached from the realities of society, or perhaps since he had gained consciousness, He had not descended the mountain and thus remained oblivious to the current system. In the past 2 years, his spirit had been entwined with Ji Xia, following her every move, leading him to believe he had adapted. Ultimately, to avoid being taken to the police station, he had no choice but to request the hotel staff to contact Zhou Tianxi. He had no means to reach Ji Xia, and the only person he could think of was Zhou Tianxi, a well-known figure in the Haisha business circle. By the time the hotel managed to connect with Yuan Chung Group, the call had been transferred to Qianjin after a convoluted hour. When Qianjin answered, he was overwhelmed by the complexities of the evening, with the boss unconscious from blood loss and the boss's wife kidnapped. It was a monumental task to unravel it all. "Who is this? Speak quickly, I am busy," he barked. "Assistant Qian, contact Zhou Xiazi and have him come to the hotel to retrieve the old man. Oh, and have Ji Xia, that little brat, come as well." "Who are you?" Since taking on the role of senior assistant, he had never been ordered around in such a manner. Qianjin was momentarily stunned. Fu Zisher gritted his teeth. "I am Ji Xia's master. Summon her." Chapter 172. Squandering one's fate. Qianjin glanced at his phone. It was already midnight. How extraordinary. Ji Xia had a master? Why had he never known? Just because you say so doesn't mean it will happen. You think too highly of yourself. Identify yourself, or I will hang up. Qianjin was unwilling to waste time on frivolous individuals, especially on a night when sleep had eluded him. The voice on the other end spoke again, prompting Qianjin to sit up straight, respectfully replying, "Please hold, I will notify the boss immediately." After hanging up, he swiftly dialed Ji Xia's number. "Ji Xia, there's an old man claiming to be your master who insists on you coming to retrieve him." After Ji Xia ended the call, she looked at Zhou Tianxi in disbelief. "Boss, I need to return to the hotel. The old man wants me to pick him up." Zhou Tianxi grasped her hand tightly, reluctant to let her depart. He picked up his phone and instructed the hotel staff to take Fu Zisher directly to the hospital. When Fu Zisher, grumbling, entered the hospital room, a pillow promptly soared toward him. "You little brat, are you trying to murder your master?" He caught the pillow and tossed it back to Ji Xia. Old man, where have you been?" Ji Xia scrutinized Fu Zisher's stern expression, asking, "What's wrong? Why do you look like that?" Zhou Tianxi had been fixated on Fu Zisher since he entered. His preconceived notions coupled with the elder's rugged voice led him to perceive him as an aging man. The last time he had seen someone unconscious in the cave, he lamented the folly of judging by appearances. However, witnessing Fu Zisher now, vibrant and lively, left him astounded. How could it be? Fu Zisher appeared even younger than him, rendering him unable to address him as an elder. Fu Zisher silently approached the hospital bed, scrutinizing Zhou Tianxi's complexion before taking his pulse. After a moment, he remarked, "Truly the child of destiny. While Qinqing has been utterly devastated by the backlash, you remain unscathed." Ji Xia then realized her master had gone to find Qinqing. "Master, the boss has bled a great deal too. He has been unconscious for quite some time." Fu Zisher scoffed, "Merely your overconcerned nature. Rest assured, Zhou Xiazi will recover with proper care. There is no issue. But can Qinqing still manipulate the boss with her emotional ties?" Yixia queried anxiously, recalling their excessive actions, having sent her away while Lin Qianqian infiltrated the boss's room, attempting to force her advances. This man has yet to even touch him, and others wish to get ahead. I descended the mountain to resolve this matter. Qinqing is in dire straits, and I have severed the emotional ties. Lin Qianqian may very well remain unmarried for life. Are you implying you have cut Lin Qianqian's emotional ties? What else could it be? Fu Zisher replied, taking a seat. Did you not observe how Lin Qianqian's emotional ties ensnared Zhou Xiazi's heart like a web? Were it not for Zhou Xiazi's strong will and the bond between you two as fated partners, the consequences would have been dire. Leaning against the hospital bed, Zhou Tianxi clenched his fists. Once the engagement is finalized tomorrow, I will address this matter. Ji Xia felt a moment of disorientation. Their boss was in this state. Yet all he could think about was getting engaged. "Boss, are you not worried that tomorrow Qinqing might run off with Lin Qianqian?" Zhou Tianxi remained silent, his gaze shifting to Fu Zisher. "Well, Fu Zisher presently appears quite youthful, yet her voice still carries a tone of profound experience. With my presence, they cannot escape. Qin Xing urged the taxi along the way, and upon returning to the Lin residence, her first action was to seek out Lin Qianqian. The room that had been destroyed last time was now restored by Lin Mu, and Lin Qianqian was lying on the bed, weeping inconsolably. Qianqian, hurry and pack your things. We must leave with your mother. Lin Qianqian, her face streaked with tears, lifted her head and asked, "Leave? Where to? Mother, can't you see how heartbroken I am?" After Zhou Tianxi was taken away by the ambulance, she was threatened severely by his assistant, who insisted she would be held accountable. After crying for a while on the floor, she rushed to find Qin Xing, but the room was in complete disarray, and there was no one to be found. "Qianqian, now is not the time for sorrow. You must gather your belongings, or you may lose your very life." As Qin Xing spoke, she helped to tidy up. She had not anticipated that her junior would have grown in prowess over the past 20 years. For years, she had sought him to unravel Lin Yihong's memories. However, when he truly returned and callously severed her daughter's emotional ties, she realized she was no match for him. She was not then, and certainly not now. Thus, she wished to swiftly take her daughter into hiding. Otherwise, her daughter's borrowed fortune as Lin family's legitimate daughter would be shattered. Why? Why can't we even preserve our lives? Did you not claim to be the heir of destiny? Were you not able to control the emotional threads? If you were so capable, why have you never succeeded? Tonight was no different. Do you know how humiliating it was for me? I undressed, and Brother Tianxi did not even touch me, always avoiding me. Eventually, he even spat blood and fainted. "Mother, you always say you want to help me. Is this your way of helping?" Lin Qianqian lamented through her tears, feeling that it was her unwavering trust in Qin Xing that led to her gradual failures. It seemed that revealing her true lineage was merely a means for Qin Xing to witness her downfall. As long as she was unaware of her heritage, she could cling to the Lin family, yet they never painted a bright future for her. Whatever promises Lin Fu and Lin Mu made were things they could indeed fulfill. In contrast, having accepted another mother, her emotional and professional pursuits grew increasingly dismal, leading her to suspect that Qin Xing was deliberately setting her up for failure and disappointment. Qin Xing was taken aback by her daughter's words. She had risked everything for her. "Qianqian, it is not that your mother has not exerted every effort to assist you. It is Zhou Tianxi who is too formidable. He is the very child of destiny in this world. Initially, I did not anticipate he could withstand my influence. After all, he was merely an ordinary man. There are other factors at play as well. Zhou Tianxi's former wife, Ji Xia, happens to be his fated partner. They are often together, and their bond undoubtedly deepens, their emotional threads intertwining continuously. Hence, Lin Qianqian's emotional ties are merely foreign, unrecognized threads bound to clash with theirs. When Fu Zisher severed Lin Qianqian's emotional ties, he casually explained it. However, to Qin Xing, it struck like a thunderclap, signifying that her attempts to control those emotional ties were in vain, a futile expenditure of her own fortune. Chapter 173. Remember to extend your greetings. She knew her junior would not spare her, and if he were to encounter her daughter, he would surely recognize the fortune she bore. At that moment, both mother and daughter would meet their doom, which is why she had rushed back to take her daughter away. "Your careless words have ruined my marriage." Lin Qianqian cried out. "Get out. Leave my room. I despise you. I will never again call you mother. You can give up on that notion." Qin Xing felt her heart grow cold at these words, her strength draining as she stood dejectedly to one side. What had she persevered for all these years? In the end, she could not secure a man, and her only daughter wished her gone. Slowly, she retreated from Lin Qianqian's room, leaning against the wall as she sank to the floor, her eyes devoid of light. After a moment, she rose and hurried to her own room. She could not remain there. Her junior would soon arrive, inevitably encountering Lin Qianqian. If she left, then Lin Qianqian would be safe. The next morning, Lin Chengwu was awakened by his brother. "What is the matter, brother?" "I wish to sleep." Lin Chengwu rolled to the other side of the bed, intent on returning to slumber. "Get up. Today we are attending Zhou Gongzi's engagement banquet." Upon hearing this, Lin Chengwu opened his sleepy eyes and checked the time on his phone. "Brother, Are you out of your mind? We don't need to wake up this early for an engagement banquet. Lin Chengwen sat on the edge of the bed with a sigh. Have you forgotten that I met Zhou Gongzi yesterday? All right, I was still half asleep. Brother, tell me, what did Zhou Gongzi say? Lin Chengwen began slowly. He said nothing, only that we would need to undergo a paternity test. Lin Chengwu furrowed his brow. What does he mean by that? Zhou Gongzi never engaged in baseless speculation. So, without evidence, he remained tight-lipped. Lin Chengwu threw off the covers and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Are we really going to undergo a paternity test for Dad and Lin Qianqian? In truth, he was already certain of their relationship, but was reluctant to acknowledge it. Leaning against the bathroom doorframe, Lin Chengwen watched as his brother splashed cold water on his face. Eventually, we'll have to find out. As long as Mom and Dad do not learn of this, it should be fine. If Lin Mu finds out, this family might just fall apart. They know her too well. All right, let us attend the engagement banquet today and directly submit the samples to the hospital. After the brothers reached an agreement, they descended to have breakfast together. Lin Mu, seeing them, quickly beckoned them to sit, as Lin Qianqian was already waiting at the table. Today is Zhou family's engagement banquet, and they have invited our entire family. After we finish breakfast, you both will accompany me to buy gifts. Lin Qianqian's spoon clattered into her bowl, drawing the attention of everyone present. It was then that Lin Mu noticed Lin Qianqian's red and swollen eyes, her entire demeanor weary. Qianqian, what is wrong? Lin Mu gently patted her back. Are you feeling unwell? Mother knows you are in pain. Why don't you stay home today? I could take your two brothers to the engagement banquet. Since returning from abroad, Lin Qianqian had developed a fervent infatuation with Zhou Tianxi, which the entire family was aware of. However, they were puzzled by her apparent willingness to associate with other men. Do not worry, after the banquet, your father and I will send you abroad. Perhaps you will feel better away from here. As her daughter raised her from childhood, Lin Mu still felt a pang of sympathy. Lin Qianqian collapsed into Lin Mu's embrace, sobbing, Mother, my heart hurts so much. Why doesn't brother Tianxi want me? I love him so dearly, why? Lin Chengwu scoffed. How can you even ask why? The Lin family has paved the way for you to marry Zhou Gongzi. Yet you have squandered it so recklessly. Do you not understand why Zhou Gongzi does not want you? After the engagement date was set, you ran off to a hotel with Song Iran, and not just once. How do you expect him to want you after that? What audacity do you possess? Lin Qianqian instantly broke down, gasping for breath, her face awash with tears and snot. I was coerced. Why can't you all consider my perspective? As a delicate girl, how can I contend with a strong man? Lin Chengwu, seeing her stubbornness, bluntly remarked, You claim Song Iran forced you, yet I see you happily attending every rendezvous. Lin Chengwen discreetly kicked his brother under the table, signaling him to refrain from speaking further, as Lin Qianqian was already on the verge of hyperventilating. Lin Chengwu remained undeterred, continuing his assertive stance. Mom, brother, you need not signal me. Today I will make her recognize her own reality. Even if our Lin family does not actively seek to cancel the engagement, this marriage will still not materialize. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone in the restaurant was taken aback. Even Lin Qianqian found it hard to believe. Why couldn't Shi and Zhou Tianxi get engaged? Xiao Wu, how do you know they cannot be engaged? Lin Chengwu recalled the words of young Master Zhou on Qingling Mountain and, suppressing his anger, replied. The first time Lin Qianqian went to the hotel with Song Iran, she was photographed by young Master Zhou's men. The reason young Master Zhou hasn't exposed this is purely to save face for our Lin family, allowing us to withdraw from the engagement voluntarily. Lin Qianqian was stunned by this revelation, her mind flashing back to her first domestic meeting with Song Iran, where they had discussed matters at the entrance of Yuan Chung Group. Tears streamed down her face, and she genuinely regretted not rejecting Song Iran. Mother, I want to attend Brother Tianxi's engagement banquet. I wish to bless him in person. Lin's mother nodded helplessly, thinking perhaps that witnessing her beloved's engagement would prompt this adopted daughter to voluntarily leave her heartache behind. The Lin family had always been respected in the elite circles for their loyalty and love. She could not allow Lin Qianqian to ruin the status that had been built over generations. Lin Chengwen exchanged glances with his brother, both acutely aware of their mother-esque concerns. But as they contemplated their impending actions, a sense of dread washed over them. Lin's mother, unaware of the brothers' unease, consoled Lin Qianqian and then urged everyone to hasten their meal before heading out to purchase a gift for the engagement banquet. By the way, mother, wasn't the gift already prepared long ago? Why do we need to buy a new one? Lin Chengwu inquired while eating, clearly remembering that the gifts had been ready for days. Ah, it was only this morning that we learned Tianxi's fiancée is still that same girl. So the gifts must be re-prepared. Oh, right. Your father just called the Zhou family and mentioned that Tianxi went to the hospital yesterday. So remember to ask about his well-being. Chapter 174 should also be easily found. Just as Lin Chengwu took a sip of porridge, he nearly spit it out upon hearing this. Young Master Zhou was hospitalized? He looked to his brother, recalling that they had a crucial business meeting yesterday and did not return home until late. Brother, do you know what happened? Lin Chongwen shook his head, indicating he was unaware. We spoke until the end, and young Master Zhou kept checking his phone as if waiting for a call. Then he left with his assistant. Could it be a sudden illness? Lin Qianqian, who had been sobbing, lowered her head, unable to look at the others engaged in conversation. Lin's mother noticed her unusual demeanor and assumed she was worried about Zhou Tianxi, so she refrained from saying more. All right, Tianxi was discharged this morning. It shouldn't be anything serious. You brothers can go early for lunch. Furthermore, with Steward Qin away from home lately, they needed to be more attentive and not rely on her too much. After the brothers nodded, the dining table fell silent. Lin Qianqian, guilty at heart, dared not speak, and she hadn't anticipated that Qin would truly abandon her. Now she felt somewhat relieved that Lin's parents were preparing to send her abroad. Once abroad, no one would notice the situation regarding Zhou Tianxi's control. Moreover, today marked the engagement day between Zhou Tianxi and Ji Xia. He would not ruin such a significant occasion. Thus, she remained safe for the time being. Qian Jin completed the discharge procedures for his boss and, following instructions, took Ji Xia back to the apartment first. However, the boss exuded an air of low pressure throughout the journey. Why do we still have to wait at the apartment? Ji Xia said helplessly, Boss, I need to get ready for when a Zhou family's car comes to pick me up. I can't just run directly to your house. Zhou Tianxi, expressionless, finally said, Then I will wait for you at the apartment. Ji Xia chuckled at her boss's childish demeanor, covering her mouth, which drew the attention of everyone in the car. Clearing her throat, she continued, Boss, you should return to the old residence. I feel a bit nervous with you here. And so much has happened recently that I haven't fully processed our engagement yet. Besides, I have some matters to discuss with my master regarding my luck. Zhou Tianxi evidently understood this point, personally escorting Ji Xia back to the apartment, assisting in ordering food for the two before leisurely departing. Once the boss left, Ji Xia slumped onto the sofa, unwilling to move, while Fu Zishe, having finally returned to normal from his spiritual state, spun around with excitement. Master, aren't you tired? You haven't slept since last night, and at your age, can you handle it? You should rest a bit. You brat, I'm still youthful. What age are you talking about? It's you who is inexplicably lazy, not exercising at all. You'll soon turn into a pig. Yixia blinket vanting toretort. But given the current situation, she knew she was no match for her master. She refrained from arguing and wisely shifted the topic. Master, what should I do about my luck? Fu Zishe poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and his expression was difficult to describe. What a terrible tea. It lacks any fragrance. Ji Xia took a sip from her cup, realizing it was the green tea she usually drank, finding it quite pleasant. You've clearly never tasted anything good. Fu Zishe discarded the tea in his cup, refilled it with plain water, and began to address the matter at hand. There is a permanent solution for your luck to return. Ji Xia's interest peaked. What method is that? Of course. Fu Zishe's face suddenly took on a fierce expression. Qin must die. Only when the person who steals luck dies will my powers cease to be effective, and fortune will naturally return. Ji Xia gasped, quickly interjecting, Master, you don't often come down from the mountain, and after being unconscious for over 20 years, you might not fully understand our laws. Murder is absolutely forbidden, and deliberately causing harm is also unacceptable. Therefore, this method is not viable. Please don't act impulsively. Fu Zishe scoffed at his anxious disciple. Do you think I'm a fool? Even if I hadn't been unconscious, I would know killing is against the law. Jixia rolled her eyes, speechless. Then why would you suggest killing Qin Qing? Were you merely trying to scare me? This irascible old man often vexed her even in his spiritual state, and now that he was restored, he was still the same. When did I ever say I wanted to kill her? Can't she die naturally? Jixia looked skeptically at her indignant master. Naturally dying? How could that be possible? Qin Qing was only in her 40s, still quite young. It's not like she could just vanish. Seeing his disciple's blank expression, Fu Zisha realized she didn't grasp his meaning. Qin Qing has committed numerous wrongs, siphoning your luck to enhance her own fate, and repeatedly daring to control others through emotional threads. Her life has been consumed by her own actions. Do I need to kill her? He continued. Moreover, this time her control through emotional threads backfired so severely that her internal organs were devastated. She is only still alive now, thanks to me prolonging her life. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. Jixia finally understood that Qin Qing had brought her misfortunes upon herself. Actually, I just wanted to ask her why she stole my luck for her daughter. Is her daughter truly that unfortunate? Moreover, as a lonely orphan, Qin Qing should not have known whether her luck was good or not at that time to dare give it to her daughter. It was simply unfathomable. What if she knew your luck was good? Fu Zisha poured himself another cup of tea, took a sip, and then discarded it. Can't you buy some decent tea? Jixia ignored him, lost in thought about his previous statement. Master, do you think Qin Qing might know my background? Or does she know my parents? Then both of them recalled Zhou Tianxi's words. The Lin family had a beloved little daughter who had been missing for a long time. Could it be that she was the lost daughter of the Lin family? Incorrect. The Lin family is affluent and influential, casting a wide net in their search for individuals. Logically, I have never left Haisher. If they truly sought someone, finding them should be a straightforward endeavor. Thus, Jixia dismisses her own thoughts. It is impossible for her to be the youngest daughter of the Lin family. Moreover, the boss has mentioned that Lin Chengwu, the second son of the Lin family, has sought his younger sister for 2 decades without any leads. It is quite possible that the youngest daughter of the Lin family is truly lost. Fu Zisha wore a grave expression, lost in contemplation, as he noticed the small hand resting on his lap, where several noticeable scars adorned her little finger. Chapter 175. Why do you disagree? How did you get those scars on your finger? Jixia followed her master's gaze and lifted her finger to inspect it. I don't know, I have no recollection. It must have happened during my childhood. She paid it little mind, as the scars seemed to have been there since she could remember, a remnant of her unfortunate past filled with frequent injuries, leading her to forget how it came to be. Those scars are quite peculiar, resembling marks made by a rope. Jixia sighed, deciding to change the subject. Master, can you find Qin Qing? I wish to meet her before anything else happens. Shall I inquire about your origins? Yes. I want to know if she remembers our last encounter in front of Qingling Temple. I did not expect she would be aware of my background. I only intended to frighten her. Fu Zisha nodded. Once your engagement banquet with Zhou Xiaozi concludes, I shall seek her out. At this point, he felt a surge of irritation. You two are already married, yet you insist on divorcing? Now you are hosting an engagement banquet. Is this not inviting trouble? Xia, however, had her own perspective on the matter. You old fool, if it weren't for your insistence on confronting the boss, could we have arranged a marriage? It was merely a mutual utilization. How can an unequal beginning endure? She continued, my relationship with the boss is a natural progression, though I find the engagement bothersome. Since he enjoys it, I shall cooperate. I told you to secure Zhou Xiaozi sooner, yet you hesitated. Now that you are divorced, you two are getting along better. It's simply baffling. Jixia huffed, about to retort when the doorbell rang. The visitor was her best friend, Zhou Nan. Xia, I never expected you to reconcile with that scoundrel. Zhou Nan entered and embraced Jixia. If he dares to mistreat you, wait, who is this handsome gentleman? Fu Zisha sat in the living room, continuing to sample the green tea Jixia had purchased. After several attempts, he still found it unpalatable. Just as he contemplated discreetly discarding the remaining tea leaves, he heard Zhou Nan's questioning voice. Xia, what is going on here? Zhou Nan stepped further into the living room, and upon seeing Fu Zisha, she covered her mouth in disbelief, casting a shocked glance at Jixia. Her eyes clearly conveyed the thought, Have you found yourself a male companion? Fu Zishur was perplexed by her implication, but Ji Xia, as her closest friend, comprehended. She helplessly pulled Zhou Nan's hand down. Allow me to introduce you. This is my master. Nan, you're the one whom Qin Qing set up, correct? Zhou Nan was taken aback that this man knew her background. She looked at Ji Xia and then stole a few glances at Fu Zishur. Xia Xia, when did you take on such a young master? And why do you share everything with him? Ji Xia sighed. My master is not as young as you think, perhaps. She realized she did not know Fu Zishur's age, so she rephrased, he is around the same age as Qin Qing. Rest assured, your affair is not something I disclosed to him. He already knew. Zhou Nan scrutinized Fu Zishur, confirming she did not recognize him. Yet he seemed informed about her lineage. How is that possible? My master is a junior of Qin Qing. Ji Xia's succinct explanation quelled her confusion. Really? Then master, Zhou Nan exclaimed excitedly. Can you defeat Qin Qing? You know, she has committed numerous misdeeds, but they are all mystical in nature. We are no match for her. Having discerned Qin Qing's schemes against her, Zhou Nan once considered confronting Qin Qing to demand an explanation for her malice towards her mother. The once radiant woman had been cast into Zhou Qihua's bed, losing her future and enduring years of domestic violence, ultimately resulting in a tragic car accident. How could she live peacefully in this world without a shred of guilt? However, both Ji Xia and Gao Jialin urged her to hold back. Confronting Qin Qing would only play in her hands, as she was eager for a private meeting with Zhou Nan. If Zhou Nan were to meet Qin Qing alone, it would only lead to verbal sparring, yielding no tangible benefits. As a practitioner, Qin Qing possessed abilities beyond the ordinary. Should she devise a means to ensnare Zhou Nan, they might find it impossible to rescue her. Ji Xia reassured her that Zhou Tianxi was persistently searching for ways to counter Qin Qing, as was she, urging her to remain patient. Justice would eventually be served. Fu Zishur's spiritual awareness had observed the gradual friendship blossoming between the two girls over the past 2 years. He recognized Zhou Nan's straightforwardness and generous spirit, yet he was surprised by her directness in questioning his capability to confront Qin Qing. What era is this? Still resorting to violence? He teased Zhou Nan, curious about her reaction. Absolutely not, master. Qin Qing is far too wicked. She deserves to be dealt with severely. She has stolen Xia Xia's fortune for that vixen, which infuriates me. Ji Xia gently urged the agitated Zhou Nan to sit on the sofa and poured her a glass of water. Nan, calm down. My master will certainly assist us. Zhou Nan cradled the glass of water. That is good. Someone needs to teach her a lesson. Her arrogance is intolerable. Ji Xia comfortingly patted Zhou Nan's back, encouraging her to relax. What brings you here today? Aren't you with the Zhou family? That scoundrel is still negotiating with the old man. That stubborn old fool refuses to accept your engagement with the scoundrel. When I left, they had yet to reach an agreement. Ji Xia anticipated such a scenario. After all, although Zhou Laozu had initially sought her to arrange a marriage with the boss, he had never truly accepted her. He viewed her merely as a source of good fortune for the Zhou family business, ready to discard her once she had served a purpose. However, I was taken aback when Zhou Yuehua spoke favorably of you. It is simply astonishing. Ji Xia had not anticipated this, as she initially believed Zhou Yuehua would merely ridicule her, as she had in the past. Yet, I suspect that this time, Zhou Laozu is likely to agree, for he has no leverage over the scoundrel. I see now that he is exploiting this divorce period to seize control of the Yuan Sheng group. With everything in his grasp, the old man has no choice but to concede. Ji Xia gradually realized the extent to which the boss had gone to be with her. Reflecting on her trip to the Civil Affairs Bureau to collect her divorce certificate, she felt guilty for having ignored the boss for an extended period. It was truly her own lack of confidence and humility that led her to doubt the sincerity of the boss's feelings for her. Gao Jialin wishes to be engaged with us. Why do you disagree? Ji Xia observed her friend's ears redden swiftly and teased. Has someone not yet captured your heart? Chapter 176. Can Zhou Gongzi marry her twice? Ji Xia did not intend to dwell on her relationship with the boss, fearing it would reinforce her sense of indebtedness. Once the conversation shifted to her friend, she found Zhou Nan at a loss for words. Her face flushed. What is it? Could it be that you have genuinely not been moved? Fu Zisher sometimes thought his disciple was truly foolish, as oblivious as a wooden block, showing no signs of having navigated through the complexities of society for so many years. Nan, is it because of your status that you feel incompatible with the Gao family? This caused Jixia to pause. Although she lived at the lower strata of society, she inherently believed in equality among all individuals. She observed her friend seemingly acquiescing to her master's assertion, filled with confusion. Why is there a mismatch? The Zhou family and the Gao family are of equal stature. And if my memory serves me right, the Zhou family holds a higher position in High City than the Gao family. Does it not? Fu Zishi, feeling helpless, spoke bitterly. Girl, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Nan Yao is not a typical child of the Zhou family. Must I spell out for you? Upon hearing this, Ji Xia felt a surge of anger. What is abnormal about it? Should the matters of the previous generation drag down the next? Besides, this is not something a non could control. What nonsense! We are no longer in a feudal society, so why adhere to the distinctions of legitimate and illegitimate children? Zhou grasped her agitated friend's arm. Calm down, I understand your feelings. Gao Jialin and I are not at the stage of engagement yet. Our relationship still needs time to develop. Ji Xia gently caressed Zhou cheek. Anon, do not compromise yourself. Always remain your cheerful and sunny self. I will not compromise, rest assured. Seeing the two girls leaning together, Fu Zisher shook his head and rose, retreating to the guest room for a rest. Around 2 in the afternoon, the Zhou family sent a car to collect Ji Xia. Accompanying her were a makeup artist, a stylist, and an array of prepared gowns and jewelry. To Ji Xia's surprise, Zhou Yuehua was also present. What are you staring at? Do you not recognize me? With her exquisite makeup, an LV bag slung over her shoulder, and long wave cascading down her back, her demeanor was strikingly refined. Ji Xia found it difficult to recognize this transformed Zhou Yuehua, so she stood quietly beside Zhou Nan without speaking. What? I am still your little aunt, humph. And a senior at that. Ji Xia blinked, little aunt, all right, and waved her hand behind her. Let us get started. Time is of the essence. Zhou Nan initially thought she could step aside while her friend got styled, but unexpectedly, she was pulled back by her collar. Where do you think you're going? Gazing at Zhou Yuehua's delicate features, Zhou Nan whispered to play. You must also be styled. Do you wish to attend your friend's engagement looking disheveled? As she spoke, she gestured dismissively at Zhou Nan's attire, clearly unimpressed. Zhou Nan involuntarily glanced down at herself, quickly agreeing with Zhou Yuehua's assessment. She indeed needed to spruce up. She could not let her friend down. As both girls sat obediently while the stylist worked, Zhou Yuehua paced with satisfaction. Zhou Tianxi has already settled matters with the old man. Even if you go, he will not make things difficult for you. So there is no need to worry about his expression. Standing behind Ji Xia's chair, Zhou Yuehua continued, I never expected my nephew to be so capable. In just a few months, he has managed to outmaneuver the old man. If you marry him now, it should be for the long haul. Unless issues arise in your relationship. Ji Xia observed Zhou Yuehua in the mirror and noted how much she had changed. The arrogance had vanished, replaced by a gentle and gracious demeanor. She truly wondered what experiences had shaped this transformation. Thank you, little aunt. Although Ji Xia did not voice it, she wished for the blessing of family during the engagement. Being an orphan with no relatives, she felt envious of Zhou Tianxi's large family. Her greatest fear was the lack of support from anyone in the Zhou family regarding their relationship. Nevertheless, the news Zhou Yuehua brought was enough to reassure her. Thus she steeled herself for the evening's festivities. Lin Chengwu drove the Lin family to Zhou Tianxi's engagement banquet. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Zhou family estate, Lin's parents and Lin Qianqian entered first while Lin Chengwen accompanied his younger brother to park the car. Brother, do you remember the last time I wanted to jump off a building? Lin Chengwen nodded, recalling the panic that engulfed the Lin family that night, with their parents staying up all night at the hospital. I consulted a psychologist. Lin Chengwu recalled the psychologist's words with disbelief. You were really hypnotized? The bond between the brothers was evident. Upon seeing his younger brother's expression, Lin Chengwen understood what he meant. Lin Chengwu nodded, then shook his head. I was not hypnotized. I was hypnotized, but the person who did it was an amateur. When triggered, I would attempt suicide, but I would not succeed. Lin Chengwen's expression turned grave. Regardless of the hypnotist's skill, one fact remained undisputed. Someone intended to kill his brother. Do you have any idea who it might be? Lin Chengwu shook his head. He had been distancing himself from social connections lately. Despite his severe anxiety and strict expectations of employees, it was unlikely that someone truly wished him dead. Then we will have to investigate slowly. Lin Chengwen tapped his thigh thoughtfully. Do you know the command given to you? I do not know. Many things happened that night, and I cannot recall what triggered the suicide command. Can the psychologist help? Lin Chengwen remained concerned about his brother's situation. Lin Chengwu nodded affirmatively. Yes, after Zhou Gongzi's engagement. I will consult the psychologist to break the command. All right, I will accompany you then. After discussing this matter, Lin Chengwen initially intended to exit the vehicle, but turned to find his brother still looking solemn. What is it? Do not worry. Nothing will happen. Lin Chengwu removed the car keys from the ignition, gripping them tightly in his hand. Brother, I do not know why, but I have a strong feeling that something will happen tonight. His heartbeat felt irregular, and he took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. But his efforts were in vain. Lin Chengwen, feeling unconcerned, reassured him. What could possibly happen? Besides, this is Zhou family's banquet. It should not concern us much. Lin Chengwu considered this and ultimately attributed his anxiety to his own condition. Let us go see what charm Zhou Gongzi's ex-wife possesses that warrants him marrying her twice. Chapter 177. Why has this woman suddenly taken her place? The Zhou family's engagement banquet was attended by many prominent figures in High City. The entire hall was lavishly decorated. But this was not what captivated the guests' attention. Everyone was discussing how the head of the Zhou family had brought his divorced ex-wife back into the fold for marriage. Both those present and those outside wished to catch a glimpse of this extraordinary woman who could win Zhou Gongzi's heart not once, but twice. In one corner of the banquet, Lin's mother sat quietly with Lin Qianqian. Concerned that her daughter might impulsively rush to the stage, she chose to stay by her side. Mom, I am fine. I came here having already moved on, so do not worry. Lin Qianqian spoke words of propriety, yet her heart was bleeding. Why had the man she had cherished for so long been easily claimed by that despicable Ji Xia? She was merely an orphan of unknown origin. What right did she have to marry into the Zhou family? Initially, she had thought that Zhou Tianxi desired to marry Ji Xia and that the old man would never agree, yet the engagement banquet proceeded as planned. This was supposed to be her engagement with brother Tianxi, now ruined by that woman Ji Xia. Her hatred was overwhelming. She felt an urge to rush up and tear apart Ji Xia's smiling face. Her nails dug painfully into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. At that moment, a glimmer of hope appeared in the form of Zhou Tianxi's little aunt, Zhou Yuehua. She vividly remembered how much Zhou Yuehua despised Ji Xia and did not want her in the Zhou family. Mom, I see my little aunt. I'm going to talk to her. Lin's mother followed her gaze and spotted Zhou Yuehua. It seemed inappropriate to keep staring at her adopted daughter. After all, this was not only Zhou family's engagement banquet, but also a prime opportunity for business networking. She needed to secure resources for the Lin family. As she contemplated this, Lin Mu gently caressed Lin Qianqian's cheek and said, "All right, let's have a good talk. Please don't be upset." After Lin Qianqian departed, Lin Mu finally had the opportunity to glance at the young lady being led by Zhou Tianxi. She was a strikingly beautiful girl with a slender figure, fair complexion, and exquisite features. Her every smile and frown exuded an inviting charm. Despite being an orphan, she exhibited no signs of inferiority or timidity as she effortlessly engaged with Zhou Tianxi. Lin Mu felt a strong desire to become acquainted with this girl, as she experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon meeting Ji Xia. Ji Xia was led by her boss into the heart of the banquet, where numerous elites gathered, offering their congratulations. Although she appeared calm outwardly, her heart was racing with anxiety. Initially, she had anticipated a modest engagement party with only a handful of attendees, but the reality was far more overwhelming. It was also her first awareness that Zhou's ancestral home possessed a banquet hall spacious enough to accommodate such a crowd. Her boss introduced her to the elder Zhou, who, despite his stern demeanor, granted Ji Xia considerable respect and presented her with a generous red envelope. "Thank you, Grandpa." Ji Xia sincerely expressed her gratitude. "There's no need," the elder Zhou retorted gruffly. "I merely wish to prevent the Zhou family from being leaderless." Ji Xia looked at her boss with confusion, wondering if he had threatened the elder Zhou regarding leaving the Zhou family. Zhou Tianxi remained silent, glancing at Qin Jin, who immediately understood and moved to the center of the banquet hall, clearing his throat before announcing, "Good evening, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to attend the engagement party of our CEO, Mr. Zhou Tianxi." As guests began to gather around, the Lin family, esteemed within Haisher, positioned themselves at the front. "The time has come. Let us invite the two newcomers to exchange their engagement rings." Lin Xingwu had only just entered the banquet hall when he casually grabbed a glass of champagne from a server, only to be pulled to the center by his brother. Watching as young Master Zhou received the ring from his assistant, he mused that it was no wonder the two had been so confident during their previous mountain climb. They had evidently been aware that a union with the Lin family was unattainable. He glanced at Lin Qianqian beside Lin Mu, who was clearly struggling to maintain her composure. Her fists clenched so tightly that the veins were nearly visible. He nudged his brother, urging him to keep an eye on Lin Qianqian to avoid any embarrassing incidents for the Lin family. Ji Xia smiled and extended her hand. Just days prior, her boss had taken her to purchase the engagement rings, leaving her puzzled as to why they were needed for an engagement, as she had always thought such exchanges were reserved for weddings. The boss said, she recalled, to wear them for fun now, and we would swap for better ones at the wedding. Only the boss could casually refer to such a large diamond ring as simply for fun. The large screen behind the guest displayed the details of the ring exchange, and Lin Xingwu's eyes inadvertently caught sight of it. In the next moment, a loud crash echoed as his glass fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, while he remained in disbelief, fixated on the screen. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, and Lin Chongwen quickly responded, "I apologize. My younger brother is simply overjoyed to see his childhood friend find true love." He attempted to pull his brother away from the crowd to inquire about the situation. After a couple of unsuccessful tugs, he realized something was amiss and quietly asked what was wrong. Guests began to turn their attention to them, while Zhou Tianxi had already placed the ring on Ji Xia's finger and cast a glance in their direction. Lin Chengwu stepped forward, grasping Ji Xia's hand, which had just been adorned with the ring, scrutinizing it closely. "What are you doing?" Zhou Tianxi forcefully pushed Lin Chengwu aside, gently rubbing Ji Xia's hand. "Are you all right?" Ji Xia was bewildered by the suddenness of the situation, wondering why this person was grasping her hand. "Mom, Dad, you—" At that moment, the Lin family surrounded Lin Chongwu, attempting to escort him out of the banquet hall. "Xiao Wu, what is the matter?" "This is young Master Zhou's engagement party." Lin Fu warned, suspecting that his younger son might harbor feelings for Zhou Tianxi's fiancée. Lin Qianqian, on the other hand, believed Lin Chengwu was standing up for her, and she glared at Ji Xia, stepping forward to snatch the microphone from Qin Jin. "I would like to ask Miss Ji, do you feel no remorse for stealing someone else's fiancée? Are you not afraid of retribution?" Qin Jin, initially startled by the abruptness of her actions, attempted to reclaim the microphone, but was taken aback by the explosive nature of her words. Whispers erupted among the guests, gradually escalating from hushed tones to a full-blown discussion throughout the hall. It was indeed peculiar. The invitation from a Zhou family had been for a union with the Lin family, hadn't it? How had this woman suddenly taken her place? Chapter 178. Ji Xia is the daughter of their family. Which affluent family does she belong to? At that moment, someone recognized Ji Xia and exclaimed, "Isn't she Zhou Tianxi's ex-wife, that mysterious girl who signed a 2-year engagement contract?" Ji Xia remained focused on Lin Qianqian, oblivious to the surrounding chatter. She feared that Qin Qing's influence over her boss still lingered, thus remaining vigilant against any potential harm that Lin Qianqian might inflict upon him. Zhou Tianxi's expression darkened as the atmosphere around them grew tense, causing the murmurs to subside. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Fu was distracted, Lin Chengwu broke free from his grasp and rushed forward, delivering a resounding slap to Lin Qianqian. She stumbled back, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, defiantly staring at Lin Chengwu as she covered her face. Lin Qianqian, Do you not understand why the engagement was called off? How dare you create a scene here? Lin Chengwen, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to assist Lin Qianqian and firmly prevented her from advancing further. Lin Chengwu then grasped the hands of his parents, suppressing his agitation. Mom, Dad, look at Miss G's little finger, the one adorned with the ring. Ji Xia, whose hands had been hanging at her sides, raised her ring-adorned finger in confusion upon hearing his words. On that finger were 3 scars, remnants of an injury from an unknown time. Lin Fu and Lin Mu exchanged incredulous glances, each seeing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. It cannot be, can it? One guest, who had collaborated with the Lin family for many years, cautiously inquired, "What do you mean by impossible?" Behind a crowd, Fu Zisher observed the scene, seemingly piecing together the puzzle, a smirk forming on his lips as he mused. So that is why she and this girl share such a bond. Lin Yihong did not respond to the guest's question. Instead, he stepped closer to Ji Xia. Almost immediately, Zhou Tianxi shielded her behind him. Lin Shu, if you have something to say, please speak. Lin Yihong politely took a step back. Tian Ci, please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of harming your fiancé. I just wish to confirm something. Confirm what? Lin Yihong gazed at his wife, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Lin Chengwu's hands trembled with excitement. To confirm that your fiancée is very likely our biological daughter. The entire gathering was left in shock, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. The Zhou family's engagement party had unexpectedly transformed into a grand reunion for the Lin family. As Lin Qianqian had taken the microphone earlier, Zhou Nin had prepared to intervene on behalf of his friend, but was halted by Fu Zisher. Now, she maneuvered through the crowd to Ji Xia's side. Xia, are you all right? Hearing this news left Ji Xia momentarily stunned. She had just discussed the possibility of being the Lin family's lost daughter that afternoon, never expecting to have the Lin family confirm it that evening. Zhou Tianxi held Ji Xia's hand, signaling Qianjin to expedite the proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our boss's engagement party. The following moments are private. Thank you all for attending, and we welcome future collaborations with Yuanshan Group. The guests departed the Zhou family's ancestral home, casting lingering glances back as they left. The Lin family was led by Qianjin to a place for entertaining guests. Lin Qianqian sat on the sofa, glancing around, her heart yearning to inquire of Lin Fu and Lin Mu why Ji Xia was their lost daughter. Yet, she hesitated, fearful of the confirmation that might follow. Soon, Zhou Yuehua entered, taking Lin Qianqian aside, stating she had something to discuss. After Lin Qianqian departed, Zhou Tianxi entered the living room with Ji Xia, accompanied by Ji Xia's master and elder Zhou. As the group settled in, Lin Chengwu's gaze remained fixated on Ji Xia. It was no wonder that he felt an inexplicable familiarity upon their encounter at Qingling Mountain. Although he believed her association with the man he was to be engaged to was inappropriate, he could not bring himself to resent her. If Ji Xia were to discover his thoughts, she would likely roll her eyes, for on that day, Lin Chengwu had spoken to her harshly, embodying a righteous figure. Uncle Lin, you mentioned earlier that Xia might be your biological daughter. What evidence do you have to support this claim? Lin Yihong extended his palm, glancing at his 2 sons, who mirrored his gesture. Elder Zhou, puzzled, asked Yihong, "What do you mean by this?" In truth, the elder secretly hoped Ji Xia was indeed a member of the Lin family, as it would signify a match of social standing. Please observe, our Lin family has little fingers that are shorter than those of ordinary people, Zhou Tianxi remarked, comparing his hand to Lin Chengwu's. Noting the latter's pinky was indeed shorter by a segment. In our lineage, no one plays a musical instrument due to this limitation. Upon hearing this, Ji Xia extended her hand, the diamond ring she had just donned sparkling under the light, her pinky barely reaching the second joint of her ring finger. She initially thought the Lin family had noticed a scar on her pinky, only to realize it was the length that was being scrutinized. However, Mr. Lin, such a finger should not be considered unusual, given the vast population. I still feel it does not serve as conclusive evidence. Lin Mu's affectionate gaze fell upon Ji Xia's face. Child, indeed, this does not prove much, but the scar on your finger is the most compelling evidence. As she spoke, she seemed to drift into memories, with Lin Fu continuing her narrative. When our daughter was young, she was particularly attached to her brother, Lin Chengwu. One day, when he was set to attend kindergarten, she vehemently refused to let him go, crying to accompany him. Lin Chengwu, not knowing where to find a small rubber band, wrapped it around his sister's hand, convincing her that with it, he would play with her at home. That entire day, the little girl obediently kept it on, only for Lin Chengwu to discover upon returning from school that her pinky had turned dark purple from being constricted. The siblings cried out in despair, and upon their parents' arrival, they immediately rushed their daughter to the emergency room. At that time, the medical facilities in Haishur were not advanced, and the doctors suggested amputation. Lin Yihong promptly contacted a top hospital in Kyoto, securing the best doctor to save his daughter's finger, albeit leaving a deep scar. Ji Xia traced the scar on her finger, her memory failing to recall how she had been injured. "How old was your daughter when she went missing?" Lin Mu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice choked. "Qianqian, in fact, was our biological daughter's name. She was 3.5 years old when she vanished. Being so young, she likely has no memories of us, yet we have never ceased our search for her all these years." Elder Zhou interjected, "Still, one cannot solely rely on a finger's length and scars to ascertain that Ji Xia is your daughter. How about this? You should conduct a paternity test tomorrow." The Lin family nodded in unison, their eyes resolute, clearly having already accepted Ji Xia as their daughter. Chapter 179. Zhou Nin could not discern her appearance. Zhou Tianxi grasped Ji Xia's hand gently, asking softly, "Xia Xia, what are your thoughts? If you are unwilling, please feel free to express it." After all, they had finally come together, and he would care for Ji Xia moving forward. If she preferred not to acknowledge her lineage, he would support her decision. Ji Xia remained silent, directing her gaze toward her master, eager to hear his perspective. Fu Zhishe had been engrossed in tea and the unfolding drama, but upon receiving the gaze of his naive disciple, he spoke. "Lin Yihong, why did your family adopt another girl shortly after your biological daughter went missing?" His sudden inquiry seemed to awaken the Lin family to the existence of another individual. "Who are you?" "Oh, ha!" Fu Zhishe scoffed. "I am but a humble servant, Ji Xia's master. Her affairs are now under my purview." After confirming with Lin Yihong and Zhou Tianxi, he continued, "We tried every conceivable means back then, utilized all our connections, and even reported to the authorities. Yet there was not a whisper of news about our daughter. Eventually, we sought out Qingling Temple to beseech Mo Shang Yuanjun." Upon hearing this, Fu Zhishe's ears perked up. He had not anticipated his own master's involvement. Mo Shang Yuanjun had stated that their daughter's fate was obscured, and she would not be found by her kin. While she could discern that the child was alive, she was unaware of her whereabouts. Lin Yihong recounted how he and his wife had climbed Qingling Mountain, prostrating themselves before Mo Shang Yuanjun, yet still could not reclaim their child. Later, Mo Shang Yuanjun suggested they adopt a child resembling Qianqian, using her name to offer blessings for her safe growth. Lin Mu finished her husband's account, and both parents fell silent. Fu Zhishe let out a cold laugh. "Humph, where did you acquire this adopted child?" Lin Mu gasped, quickly clarifying. "From a well-known orphanage in Haishur. What of it, master?" Fu Zhishe hesitated to disparage his master. It was evident this matter had been orchestrated by Qin Qing. "Is it not true that upon your arrival, the staff informed you that they had just the right child, one recently abandoned at the entrance?" Lin Yihong and his wife exchanged glances, realizing this was indeed the case. After their visit, the orphanage staff had informed them of a child left at the door. "Master, is there something wrong with that orphanage?" Zhou Tianxi, recalling Qin Qing and Lin Qianqian, soon grasped Fu Zhishe's implication. "Uncle Lin, the issue is not with the orphanage, but with the child. Have you not considered that the child was deliberately placed in your care?" Upon hearing Zhou Tianxi's words, Lin Chengwu and his brother immediately comprehended. The child had been arranged by Qin Qing, who had abandoned her biological daughter at the orphanage, allowing their parents to adopt her back into the Lin family. "Tianxi, what on earth is happening?" Elder Zhou was perplexed, unable to grasp the connection between the orphanage and the child's issues, perceiving it merely as an adoption. Zhou Tianxi refrained from answering his grandfather, instead turning to Lin Chengwu and asking, "Did you complete the identification test I requested a while back?" Lin Chengwu clenched his phone tightly, He had just received the results, confirming Lin Qianqian was indeed his father's daughter, but not his mother's. He nodded slowly, his gaze pleading, wishing to shield his parents from the truth. Zhou Qianxi understood his unspoken request, tightening his grip on Jixia's hand and inquiring again. Are you willing to undergo a paternity test with the Lin family? Jixia contemplated before nodding. She had not anticipated her life to be so dramatic. Initially believing herself to be the forsaken child, unwanted by her parents, she now realized she had been sought after for over 20 years, cherished by those who loved her. Her gaze fell upon the Lin family, their earnest expressions radiating warmth, making her feel less indifferent. She suddenly recognized that her feelings mattered, that she had dismissed the search due to a fear of unfavorable outcomes. Master, why is it that despite being in Haishur, with the Lin family having established a vast network to locate me, they still could not find me? Fu Zhishur, having pieced together Qin Xing's actions in his mind, understood that she had likely targeted the Lin family's youngest daughter long ago. Your fortune has dissipated, and naturally, your relatives cannot find you. Had it not been for Zhou Yuehua, who restored a part of your luck, they might still be unable to recognize you. Yixia pondered. Thus it became clear why she had never encountered or even heard of the Lin family in over 20 years. It was only after the events concerning Zhou Yuehua concluded that she first met Lin Chengwu on Qingling Mountain. Reflecting on Lin Chengwu, she wondered, could this be her elder brother? It was said that the Lin family had consistently protected their own, and for 2 decades, he was the only one who never ceased searching for her. Lin Chengwu, without waiting for a paternity test, confirmed Jixia's identity. For aside from being naturally shorter by a finger, the scar on her hand was self-inflicted. In their childhood, he had often taken the opportunity to observe that scar while his sister slept, silently vowing to buy her the finest scar removal cream when they grew up to eliminate that unsightly blemish. Yet before they could mature, she vanished. Feeling Jixia's gaze upon him, he exchanged a guilty look with her, reflecting on why he had failed to recognize her on Qingling Mountain and had spoken harshly to her. Sister, I am so sorry. If I had not taken you out to play, you would not have been abducted by human traffickers. Lin Chengwu had long been haunted by this regret, even suffering from insomnia and anxiety as a result. Jixia shook her head as the boss grasped her hand. Simultaneously, Zhounen received a message from Gao Jialin, requesting to meet her at the Zhou family's ancestral home, claiming there was something of great importance to discuss. When Zhounen approached the entrance, she found no sign of Gao Jialin. The sky was darkening, and despite the streetlights, many areas remained unlit. She took a few steps forward, but still saw no one. Just as she was about to call Gao Jialin, she heard someone call her name. In the distance, near the corner of a wall, a figure appeared. Zhounen hesitated and inquired, "Who are you?" It was her friend's engagement banquet, and she had initially been inside with her friend until receiving Gao Jialin's message. However, it was clear that the person who had summoned her was not Gao Jialin. After a moment's thought, she refrained from advancing and waited for the individual to approach. As the person drew nearer, Zhounen discerned that she was a woman clad in black. The light behind her obscured Zhounen's view of her features. When the woman finally drew close and removed her hat, Zhounen recognized her as the long-lost Qin Xing. Chapter 180. The distaste for internal strife, the Zhou family, having just hosted an engagement banquet, was preoccupied, and none noticed Zhounen's absence. Jixia, having recently been acknowledged as a potential long-lost daughter of the Lin family, was caught in a whirlwind of complex emotions and did not pay attention to her friend's whereabouts. Zhou Tianxi had taken Jixia to stay overnight at the old residence, and the following morning, they planned to return to the villa. Before leaving, Jixia wished to bid farewell to her friend, but could not locate her, and her calls went unanswered. "Boss, have you seen Anan?" She began, but Zhou Tianxi interrupted by dialing Gao Jialin's number. Gao Jialin, having attended the engagement banquet the previous night and indulged in a few too many drinks, had yet to awaken. "Has Zhounen gone to find you?" Gao Jialin mumbled, barely coherent. "Huh? Who? Zhounen? No. She said she would stay at the old residence with your fiancé." At that moment, Fu Zhishur sensed something amiss and hurriedly walked to the corner before returning. Zhounen was likely taken by Qin Xing. The revelation sent Jixia into a panic. "What should we do?" "Master, Qin Qing has suddenly seized Anan. This cannot bode well. She felt cornered and feared that Qin Qing might attempt to leverage Zhou Nan against her. Do not panic. You all continue with your tasks. I will pursue her, Fu Zixi declared, moving swiftly before Ji Xia could respond. Ji Xia raised her hand, wishing to call him back and ask if he needed a vehicle. But the old man had already disappeared into the distance. Boss, do you think Master, after just regaining his strength, will be all right running off like that? Zhou Tianxi remained silent as he ushered her into the car. They aimed to transfer their belongings back to the villa, and the paternity test results should be arriving soon, necessitating a meeting with the Lin family. Zhou Tianxi held Ji Xia's hand, contemplating whether to confront the Lin family directly or keep them in the dark. Yi Xia, who generally found such mystical matters distasteful, recognized that without informing them, many issues would remain unexplainable. Do you believe they, your parents, would accept it? Ji Xia pondered. Yes, after all, they believed in these things when they adopted Lin Qianqian. The mention of Lin Qianqian filled her with frustration, recalling the disruptions at her engagement banquet. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Qianqian had already been sent abroad by the Lin family that morning, and they had not disclosed to her that Ji Xia might be their biological daughter. Mom and Dad, if Ji Xia truly is our sister, should we bring her back home? The Lin family had spent the night awake, seated in the living room until the morning sun streamed in. After the initial excitement, Lin's mother wept for an extended period. Lin Qingwu's eyes, too, were red-rimmed, as if the 20-year wish was on the verge of realization. Lin Chengwen posed a question that left the room in silence. Of course, we must bring her home. Lin's father replied, his brow furrowed. We have preserved the room for our precious daughter. They suddenly recalled the damage done to that room. Having previously deemed their biological daughter's return hopeless, thus neglecting its condition, who could have foreseen that mere months later, they would truly find their lost daughter? Now that she was engaged to Zhou Gongzi, she might be reluctant to return, or Lin Chengwen paused. Zhou Gongzi might not allow her to come back. The Lin family, after all, had ended up in a marriage alliance with the Zhou family, unaware that their own sister had been beside them all along. It matters not. We are her maternal family, her refuge. Should they have any disagreements, she will have a place to turn. Xiaowu, you seemed hesitant to speak last night. What were you trying to convey? Lin's father scrutinized his younger son's face, having sensed something was amiss during their visit to the Zhou family. Lin Chengwu felt conflicted, unsure whether to share what he knew with his family. It's nothing. Lin's father regarded him with suspicion, having always understood that his younger son was keenly interested in their daughter's situation. However, Lin Chengwu's demeanor had shifted from excitement to anxiety the previous night, suggesting something significant had transpired. Understanding his son well, Lin Yihong suspected it was a personal matter, offering a few words of caution but refraining from pressing further. Ji Xia assisted the boss in packing, her mind wandering. She worried about Ainan's safety, fearing that Qin Qing might harm her, and her thoughts drifted to the tragic fates of Zai and Li Fenghua, tightening her heart with dread. If Qin Qing truly intended to do something to Zhounan, would she not be utterly powerless to resist? Zhou Tianxi grasped Ji Xia, who was pacing anxiously, urging her to remain calm while waiting for news from Fu Zixi. Yet how could she be at ease? Boss, where do you think Qin Qing would take Ainan? She wouldn't return to the Lin family, would she? That's not her stronghold. If she seeks to enhance her powers, it must be Qingling Mountain. As Zhou Tianxi's words echoed in the air, Ji Xia nodded in agreement. It indeed should be Qingling Mountain. With that realization, she began to search frantically, muttering to herself, I distinctly remember placing it here. Where could it have gone? Zhou Tianxi caught hold of her, retrieving a jade pendant from his pocket. Is this what you were looking for? Yes. Boss, let's set out. Zhou Tianxi had anticipated that she would not be able to remain calm at home waiting for information, so he had prepared the jade pendant early, merely waiting for her to request it. As Qianjin entered with a stack of documents, he spotted the boss and the newly appointed boss lady ready to leave hand in hand. Hey boss, here are yesterday's. He was met with the exhaust fumes of the boss's luxury vehicle. Setting down the document and scratching his head, he internally lamented, is this truly their workaholic boss? She has already begun to brazenly shirk her responsibilities. In an attempt to alleviate Ji Xia's anxiety, during the tumultuous summer, Zhou Qianzi engaged her in conversation about other matters. If the identification report reveals that you are indeed a daughter of the Lin family, would you acknowledge them? Ji Xia pondered this question attentively, and after a prolonged silence, shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. Is it hatred towards them? Hatred for having lost such a young version of herself, and for adopting a girl of similar age? Moreover, the mere thought of Zhou Tianzi being manipulated by emotional ties to approach Lin Qianqian made him feel thoroughly repulsed. Who would have imagined that Lin Qianqian was the one intended to usurp Ji Xia's place? Not quite, Ji Xia replied softly. Perhaps it's just that it came as a shock, and she wasn't prepared for it. After all, she had never considered searching for her biological parents over the years. Reflecting on her unfortunate first 20 years, she had firmly believed that she had been abandoned by her parents. Oh well, she thought, there's no point in dwelling on it. Once the report is released, we shall see what the Lin family has to say. She never allowed herself to waste time on troubling matters, detesting internal struggles. Chapter 181. A promising future. When Zhou Nan awoke, she found herself enveloped in darkness, unable to discern anything around her, mistakenly believing it to be nighttime. After attempting to move her limbs, she realized she was bound to a bed. So she had fallen into Qin Xing's hands, she mused. However, being inherently optimistic, she quickly reassured herself to accept her circumstances and observe what the madwoman intended to do. Time in the darkness crawled at a sluggish pace. And just as Zhou Nan began to drift into slumber again, the door creaked open. Narrowing her eyes to peer outside, she discovered that it was not night at all. Daylight streamed in, while the room remained shrouded in gloom. Qin Xing entered, one hand holding a bowl and the other clutching a white, elongated object. It was tea until the white object was ignited that Zhou Nan realized it was a candle. It was no wonder her reaction was delayed. She had only seen candles in books or on television, as modern society had rendered them obsolete. Zhou Nan flexed her wrists, noting how tightly they were bound, making escape impossible. She focused intently on Qin Xing's actions, trying to discern her intentions. Qin Xing approached Zhou Nan with the candle, scrutinizing her expression, exclaiming that after 20 years, she had finally caught her. Zhou Nan remained silent. Do you realize that if it weren't for me, you would never have been born? You owe your very existence to me. Zhou Nan couldn't help but chuckle at her audacity. How self-absorbed could she be, suggesting that one should be grateful to her for their birth. Without you, I would have still been born, and I wouldn't have been anyone's illegitimate child, enjoying the love of my parents. Qin Xing's brows furrowed, revealing that Zhou Nan was aware of her lineage. No wonder her demeanor had shifted upon seeing her recently. Yet, even if you try to evade me, it is futile. With just a slight effort, you have fallen into my grasp. Zhou Nan, unimpressed by her narcissism, retorted, Oh? Who was it that had their insides ruined after attempting to control my brother? Humph, my companions had already informed me that even if Qin Xing had their enmity, she wouldn't survive. Initially, Qin Xing's expression darkened, rage glimmering in her eyes upon hearing Zhou Nan's words. However, she suddenly recalled something, drawing closer to Zhou Nan, assuring her that as long as she was present, she wouldn't perish so easily. Zhou Nan was puzzled by her intentions, questioning why her existence would grant Qin Xing immunity from death. Fixing her gaze on Qin Xing's eyes, she sought to uncover any weaknesses, yet found it peculiar how resolute Qin Xing appeared in her belief that she could survive. Qin Xing turned, affixing the candle to the table, lifting the bowl, and gripping Zhou Nan's chin to force her to drink the concoction. Zhou Nan recoiled at the foul, metallic taste, feeling nauseous, shaking her head and pushing the bowl away, exclaiming for her to keep that disgusting thing at a distance. Qin Xing's hand slipped, nearly dropping the bowl, but she clutched Zhou Nan's chin fiercely to prevent her from moving, attempting to pour the potion down her throat. Unfortunately, Zhou Nan had sealed her lips tightly, struggling to free herself, causing the liquid to spill. Frustrated, Qin Xing set the bowl back on the table and slapped Zhou Nan, igniting fury in her eyes. You shameless old woman, do you think you can escape? My brother will find me soon, and Xiaxia's master is no pushover either. He will quickly pinpoint your location. And when that time comes, Both old and new grievances will be settled, sending you straight to hell. As Zhou Nan cursed, she subtly struggled to free her hands. Initially, Qin Xing had intended to mock Zhou Nan's hopes of rescue, believing her brother would be powerless against her. Yet, when she remembered that Jixia's master was her own junior, she realized the precariousness of her situation. This was indeed troublesome. Her junior possessed the skill to thwart her plans, and her continued existence was a result of his intervention, hence her urgency to recover. Distracted by Zhou Nan's insults, Qin Xing retrieved a small syringe, aiming it at Zhou Nan's neck. Zhou Nan quickly fell silent, her head lolling to the side. Only then did Qin Xing resume pouring the potion down Zhou Nan's throat. Zhou Nan had been a product of her meticulous design, but due to the Zhou family's influence, she had missed the opportune moment for exploitation. The adult Zhou Nan was far less useful than the child she once was, yet even so, she was far superior to that child named Zai Zai. A wave of exhilaration washed over her. Finally, she was on the verge of success. Once the medicine took effect, she would extract Zhou Nan's heart's blood to restore her own vitality. Once rejuvenated, she would seek out her daughter abroad, and they would happily reunite for the latter half of their lives. As for Lin Yang, she had long since relinquished hope during the past 2 decades, understanding that he would never harbor feelings for her. Had she known it would come to this, she would have never risked entering the Lin family, cherishing time with her daughter instead. However, regret was a luxury that did not exist, and she was acutely aware that if her junior found her, her life will be forfeit. The last time he had discovered her treachery, he had merely sustained her life long enough to extract some truth from her. She would not allow him the satisfaction. Once she was restored, she would flee abroad and never return. Perhaps in a few years, she could continue her cultivation, assisting her daughter in finding better fortune and destiny. Casting a glance at Zhou Nan's face, she mused that the effects of the medicine were somewhat sluggish. This method of nourishing blood while quickly extracting heart's blood was one she had never employed before, yet she had rehearsed it countless times in her mind. She had never given up on using Zhou Nan to fulfill her own needs. Snuffing out the candle, she awaited in the darkness. This place was her final secret lair, and her junior shouldn't find it so quickly. Once the medicine took effect, she would swiftly draw the blood and then refine it, calculating her time. She knew that Fu Zisher would eventually locate this place. It was a unique skill imparted to him by his master, enabling him to swiftly find those connected to Qingling Mountain's auspicious fate. An hour later, Qin Xing reignited the candle, leaning close to Zhou Nan to scrutinize her complexion. Finally noting that she had reached the desired state, she promptly retrieved the prepared syringe and a container for the blood, ready to begin extracting the heart's blood. Additionally, she brought out 4 or 5 candles, lighting them, and the room suddenly felt much brighter. Slowly, she unfastened Zhou Nan's clothing, pressing on the area over her heart to locate the optimal point for extraction and plunged the syringe in decisively. Soon, an entire vial of heart's blood filled the syringe. She held it up to the candlelight, her eyes widening in exhilaration. This was the essence of life itself. The deep crimson blood was transferred into the container, and Qin Xing felt a surge of warmth coursing through her veins, her future illuminated with promise. Chapter 182. Hope. He steps forward as she held the empty syringe, poised to draw a second vial. Zhou Nan let out a soft whimper, seemingly on the verge of waking. Qin Xing, filled with disbelief, recalled that she had administered a sedative prior to giving Zhou Nan medication. How could she awaken so quickly? If Zhou Nan regained consciousness, it would be impossible for her to extract blood in peace. With this thought in mind, she prepared to administer another sedative. But she had only brought one. To acquire more, she would need to step outside. Zhou Nan slowly opened her eyes, feeling dizzy and disoriented, wondering what had transpired. Suddenly, she noticed a glint on her chest and, upon looking down, realized her clothing had been undone. In a panic, she attempted to fasten her clothes, but the ropes binding her wrists were too tight to escape. Simultaneously, she felt a sharp pain in her chest and a bitter, metallic taste in her mouth. Quickly understanding that it was all the doing of Qin Xing. After rendering her unconscious, Qin Xing had forced her to consume that dark concoction and had loosened her clothing. Was she unwell? Why would an older woman undress her? Zhounan found it incomprehensible and suspected that Qin Qing was suffering from some ailment. As she pondered Qin Qing's absence, the doors suddenly swung open. The person entering made her heart leap. It was her companion's master. Master, master, save me. That shameless Qin Qing has tied me up. Upon entering, Fu Zhi strode forward, only to realize Zhounan's clothing was in disarray. He quickly turned away, exclaiming, Xiao Nanzi, I apologize. It's not your fault, master. It's that wicked woman, Qin Qing, who did this. I don't know what she intends. Zhounan insisted. Enough talk. Please untie me quickly. Thank you, master. Fu Zhi caught sight of Zhounan's S-bound wrist and swiftly began to untie it. I'll free the rest myself. I need to find Qin Qing. All right. Once one hand was liberated, Zhounan adjusted her clothing before attempting to free her other wrist. However, she felt strangely dizzy, her chest aching, and her mind wandered to the syringe she had found on the desolate mountain of Fengxian Town. Rubbing her wrist free, she propped herself up and tried to untie the ropes binding her ankles. Just as Fu Zhi reached the door, it burst open again. Qin Qing entered, holding a new vial of medication, only to be taken aback upon seeing her junior. Her pupils dilated, and she instinctively withdrew a foot, ready to flee. Fu Zishi, having waited for over 20 years, would not allow her to escape. Junior brother, you know I cannot survive. Please let me see my daughter one last time. After seeing her, I will return to you and meet master. At that moment, Zhounan had freed herself and lunged at Qin Qing, delivering a resounding slap while shouting, You shameless old woman, what have you done to me? Regardless, she felt immensely unwell, her head spinning and struggling for breath. Qin Qing, caught off guard by Zhounan's retaliation, momentarily froze and then focused her gaze on Zhounan's chest. Zhounan instinctively covered her heart, exclaiming, You pervert! Where are you looking? Zhounan was confused, but Fu Zhi understood that his senior sister had once again courted disaster. Had the demise of the young cub and her mother not sufficed? Did she wish to continue her murderous spree? With such grave sins, did she not fear the torment of her soul in the afterlife? Qin Qing felt a pang of guilt at Fu Zhi's words. But the situation had spiraled beyond her control since she had entangled herself with Lin Yihong 20 years ago. Junior brother, I asked for nothing more than to see my daughter once. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Xianxian had already been sent abroad, and she continued to plead with Fu Zhi to take her to the Lin family, promising to return afterward to meet Mo Shan Yuanjun. Fu Zhi ignored Qin Qing and turned to Zhounan. Xiaonan, how are you? Can you walk? Zhounan took a few steps, feeling only a bit of pain in her chest and dizziness. Otherwise, she was fine. Let us go, master. I fear Xia is worried. Fu Zishi nodded, stepping forward. Just as Zhounan regained her senses, Qin Qing's body slumped to the floor. What is happening? Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Zhi hoisted Qin Qing onto his shoulder, stating, We need to take her back and clarify everything. Jixia and her boss ascended the mountain via the cable car, heading straight for Qing Lingguan. Upon arrival, however, they found it impossible to locate the place Fu Zhi had guided them to. While Jixia waved her jade pendant around in search, Zhou Tianci patted her shoulder. Jixia turned around to see her master carrying someone, followed closely by her companions. She hurried over, calling out, Master, as she approached Zhounan to check on her. How are you, Anan? Did Qin Qing harm you? Zhounan appeared pale and weary, her lips white, accompanied by sharp pains in her chest. Upon seeing Jixia, she suddenly relaxed and fainted. Zhou Tianci promptly caught her, exchanging a glance with Jixia before carrying her down the mountain. Just after they brought Zhounan to the hospital, the Lin family called, inviting both of them to visit. Zhounan had regained consciousness, and, seeing her companion hesitate, urged, Xia, you should go. The results of the paternity test must be in. However, Jixia was reluctant to leave Zhounan alone in the hospital and hesitated. Mifine. Didn't my brother arrange for a caregiver? My test results will take some time, but I should be all right. Don't worry, I'm okay. Zhou Tianci was momentarily taken aback by the term brother, surprised that Zhounin could still refer to him as such after everything that had transpired. Jixia had long understood that her companion had accepted her boss as a brother, so she found nothing strange about it. When they arrived at the Lin family home, the atmosphere was heavy with sorrow. The family members had red-rimmed eyes, as if they had been crying. Jixia exchanged glances with her boss, intuitively grasping the outcome of the paternity test. A complex mix of feelings washed over her, perhaps after so many years of solitude. She had grown accustomed to the notion that misfortune had led to her abandonment, and thus she had never considered seeking out her parents. Now that they had found her, she felt no delight. Perhaps it was the presence of those who cared for her that tempered her emotions. Although her master was always in her thoughts, she was aware of his deep concern for her. Her boss, despite his stern and reserved demeanor, had done much for her, along with Ji Yi, who had sheltered and raised her amidst the villagers' pressures. In such an emotionally charged moment, she felt it was inappropriate for her to express herself, casting hopeful glances at her boss, wishing for him to take the lead. Chapter 183. Waiting together for the ambulance to arrive before Zhou Tianci could speak, Lin Mujiang Dan stood up, her eyes glistening with tears as she approached Ji Xia, reaching out to grasp her hand. Qian Qian. As soon as she spoke, the rest of the Lin family gathered around. However, the name caused Ji Xia great embarrassment, as she was now aware of the circumstances surrounding Qin Xing's replacement of the Lin family's youngest daughter. The Lin family had granted the identity of their youngest daughter to Qin Xing's child, rendering the name Lin Qian obsolete for her. I am Ji Xia. The Lin family recalled Lin Qian's prior infatuation with Zhou Tianci and the potential oppression Ji Xia may have faced from them, either overtly or covertly. As a member of the Lin family, Lin Chengwu was the first to react, saying, "Yes, Mom and Dad, Qian's name has already been taken. If our sister dislikes it, we can discuss changing it later." Good. It's just wonderful that the child has returned, Lin Mu exclaimed, pulling Ji Xia to sit down and scrutinizing her from every angle. Grasping her left hand, she traced the scar on her little finger, tears streaming down her face. "Child, you have suffered." Initially not feeling particularly sentimental, Ji Xia found herself overwhelmed with emotion at those words, tears welling in her eyes. She yearned for the affection of parents and the concern of siblings, desiring not to bear everything alone. In that moment, she instinctively sought out Zhou Tianci among the crowd, who remained within her sight, his gentle gaze resting upon her. It was difficult to fathom how this typically stoic individual could possess such a tender expression. She smiled softly, offering comfort to Lin Mu, saying, "Madam, I am fine. I have not suffered." Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback by the term madam, while Lin Fu patted her back, signaling that time was on their side and the child would return. Zhou Tianci, understanding Ji Xia's discomfort with such an emotional display, spoke. The reason Xia went missing was due to someone's covert manipulation. The culprit has now been apprehended. The Lin family was taken aback, having believed their own negligence was the cause of their little daughter's disappearance. Lin Chengwu stood beside Zhou Tianci, pondering the matter he had inquired about repeatedly without receiving an answer. "Zhou Gongzi, who was it that abducted my sister?" Zhou Tianci remained silent, directing his gaze toward a figure in the corner of the living room. Fu Zishu stood quietly by the door, with Qin Xing beside him, having just awakened her moments ago. As the attention of the crowd fell upon her, Qin Xing felt a rare sense of panic. For years, she had orchestrated plans for herself and her daughter, yet they had ultimately gained nothing, not even the courage to reveal that Qian was Lin Yang's biological daughter. "Tianci, what do you mean? Xia was lost by Steward Qin?" Lin Mu questioned skeptically, but Qian arrived at our Lin family only after Xia had been missing for several years. "Shishu Ti no Xia." Lin Yang, his voice low and troubled, remained lost in thought. The Lin brothers trembled with apprehension, fearing that this truth could lead to the family's dissolution. "Do you understand why, even though Xia was in Haishu, you cast a wide net, yet cannot find her?" This perplexity plagued the Lin family. Their own daughter was nearby, yet they could not locate her. It is because Xia's fortune was stolen, rendering her perpetually unfortunate. Thus you were unable to find her. What? Lin Yang rose, incredulous. Her fortune was stolen? Who could have possibly done this to my daughter? Fuzishi scoffed lightly, naturally. It was my esteemed senior sister beside me. When you took your daughter to Qingling Mountain to pray, she had already set her sights on her. Zhou Tianxi succinctly recounted the series of events, inevitably mentioning Lin Qianqian's lineage. He paused, looking at the Lin family. Lin Qianqian is the child of my uncle. But at that time, he was under the control of Qin Qing. Lin Yang abruptly stood from the sofa, astounded to learn that he had fathered a child with another woman while being controlled. Moreover, this child had been raised as a foster daughter in his home, causing immense frustration. Father, please do not be agitated. Let Zhou Gongzi finish speaking. Ultimately, our Lin family is the victim in this matter. Lin Chengwu cast a glance at Lin Mu, who appeared dazed. Later, my master discovered Qin Qing's actions, assisted in breaking her control, and caused you to forget those months. Ji Xia felt unsettled. She had heard that Lin Fu was a rare romantic within the affluent circles, devoted to Lin Mu without ever straying. After leaving Qingling Mountain, Qin Qing realized she was pregnant, and after years of planning, she sent her daughter to the Lin family. Qin Qing listened calmly as others recounted her past actions, believing she had committed no wrongdoing. She had simply fallen in love with a man and born a child. Planning for her daughter was not a fault. For who would not cherish their child? She merely encountered misfortune, being discovered, and though she conceded defeat, she felt justified in her actions. Subsequently, Lin Qianqian developed feelings for the boss, prompting Qin Qing to employ the same control over Lin uncle to manipulate him. At that time, no one was capable of countering Qin Qing, as my master had been in a comatose state for the past 20 years, leaving them helpless against her malice. Fortunately, the boss, being a child of fortune, managed to break free from her control for the first time, yet unexpectedly. She resorted to killing a child to enhance her own power. Upon hearing this, Qin Qing grew agitated. I did not kill him. I merely extracted a few vials of his heart as blood. Do not slander me so recklessly. Ji Xia gazed at the frenzied Qin Qing, feeling sorrow for the child and Li Fenghua. You may not have directly killed him, yet he perished due to your reckless actions. And his mother took her own life from the grief of losing her child. Lin Yang strode forward, delivering a resounding slap to Qin Qing, causing her to fall to the ground, her eyes filled with hatred as she looked at the crowd. You have caused our family to be torn apart for over 20 years. Lin Yahong's chest heaved with rage. You have robbed me of my lifelong loyalty to my wife. You are truly despicable. Lin Yang could not finish a sentence before collapsing backward, prompting Lin Chengwu and his brother to rush forward to support him. Father, are you all right? Ji Xia had not anticipated that the head of the Lin family could be so overwhelmed by this incident. She helplessly turned to the boss, seeking guidance on what to do. Zhou Tianxi dialed emergency services, standing behind her as they awaited the arrival of an ambulance alongside the Lin family. Lin Mu regarded Ji Xia with a complex expression, uncertain if she regretted having accepted her as a daughter. After the ambulance took Lin Yang away, the Lin family's living room fell silent. Ji Xia contemplated calling the police to have Qin Qing taken away, along with the evidence the boss had gathered over time. Lin Qianqian could no longer remain abroad. She must be brought back. Lin Chengwu chose not to accompany Lin Fu to the hospital just yet, instead staying at the Lin family home to deal with Qin Qing's situation. With the police having taken Qin Qing away, he began to ponder another matter. Ji Xiao looked at him in confusion. Lin Qianqian indeed needed to return because her good luck charm still contained her fortune. Only her return would allow the master to restore her fortune. However, she did not understand why Lin Chengwu was so insistent on bringing Lin Qianqian back. Not long ago, I almost jumped off a building to end my life. I later realized I had been hypnotized and given a suggestion. The person who hypnotized you was Lin Qianqian. Zhou Tianxi stated matter-of-factly, rather than as a question, indicating his prior knowledge. Yes, she had taken this course abroad, but her skills were lacking, resulting in an unsuccessful suggestion. However, Lin Chengwu's expression turned serious. She genuinely intended to kill me under specific circumstances. Jixia was astonished to learn that Lin Xianxian had such murderous intent. How could she harbor such a grudge against her own brother, who had grown up alongside her? What enmity could be so profound as to drive one to murder? After Lin Xianxian came to our home, I admittedly did not favor her, but I never mistreated her. I merely did not show the same warmth as our parents or brother. Lin Shengwu had always struggled to accept Lin Xianxian, whom their parents had adopted, feeling guilt for having lost his biological sister. Yet he had never harmed her. The group fell silent, the living room enveloped in quietude. After a while, Lin Shengwu's phone rang. It was Lin Shengwen calling. He informed Lin Shengwu that their father had succumbed to emotional turmoil and fainted, necessitating careful recuperation. Their mother, upon learning the outcome, had returned home alone, instructing him to keep watch. After hanging up, Lin Shengwu leaned back against the sofa, exhaling deeply, reflecting that his mother could not tolerate any injustice, regardless of whether their father had been wronged. Would their family ever be whole again? Jixia observed the scene, feeling uncertain if she should have returned to the Lin family at all. It is none of your concern. Uncle Lin and the others will inevitably uncover the truth. Lin Xianxian, a grown woman, cannot simply vanish into thin air. Qin Xing must also face the consequences of her actions. Zhou Qianxi gently took Ji Xia's hand to comfort her, reminding her that she should not let the need to conceal the truth bring her lifelong misfortune. Lin Shengwu joined in to console her, saying, "Sister, do not be disheartened. This is not your fault. You have finally returned, and our parents are overjoyed. They simply did not anticipate such cruel realities. In time, they will come to understand, and all will be well." Fu Zisher glanced at his despondent disciple, rolling his eyes at her unexpected display of sentimentality, which was uncharacteristic of her. "You little rascal, prepare some food. Your master is famished." The three were momentarily taken aback by his words, especially Ji Xia, who had been anxious since discovering her friend's disappearance that morning and had not eaten properly all day. It was only upon her master's mention of food that she realized her own hunger. The Lin family, too, was caught in a whirlwind of emotions, elated at finding their biological daughter, yet anxious as they awaited the paternity test results. Since returning from the engagement banquet, they had not eaten well. What were we waiting for? Why not swiftly bring the dishes to the table? The voice did not belong to any of them. They all turned to the entrance of the living room to see Lin Mu returning from the hospital. Lin Shengwu rushed to intercept his mother, quietly inquire, "Mom, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me?" Lin Mu replied, perplexed, "I am overjoyed that my biological daughter has returned. As soon as I heard your father was fine, I rushed back." She called for the servants to prepare the meal and seated Ji Xia at the dining table. "This seat has always been reserved for you." Lin Mu paused, noting that after the arrival of the adopted daughter, she had not allowed her to occupy it, as the family had always believed that she would surely return. After the meal, Lin Mu took her to see her room, which had been preserved just as it was when she lived there. Even her dolls remained on the bed, along with her used cup, clothes, shoes, and hair clips. As Ji Xia was shown around the room, she looked left and right, but found no recollection of those items. "Your memories have not yet returned, thus. They will not all come flooding back until Lin Xianxian is home." She politely declined Lin Mu's invitation to stay at the Lin residence. And on the way back with her master, he informed her that her memories would take time to restore. Ji Xia remained silent, feeling as though she were in a dream. After 2 decades of solitude and being scorned, she suddenly realized she was cherished by others. This drastic transformation left her feeling unmoored, as her solitary experiences had dulled her emotional responses to her newfound relatives. The Lin family's tears of joy and eagerness to embrace her did not stir her heart. "Master, do you think I am too cold-hearted?" Ji Xia pondered her own calmness, unable to articulate her feelings. Zhou Tianxi embraced her, saying, "You are not cold-hearted. You simply have not yet processed everything." So much had transpired in recent days, from his own injury and hospitalization to the engagement banquet, where Ji Xia was recognized as the Lin family's biological daughter. It was a lot for anyone to process, let alone someone like Ji Xia, who had never felt the warmth of familial affection. Fu Zisher glanced at the two embracing in the rearview mirror, musing on the wonder of fate. Who would have imagined that the girl at the suburban park, who had absorbed his spiritual energy, was indeed the Lin family's biological daughter? Little girl, once your fortune returns, I shall retreat to Qingling Mountain for seclusion. Why? Ji Xia straightened, questioning her master, who had already awakened. Why must you seek seclusion again? Our fortune has been shattered by Qin Qing, and I cannot absolve myself of blame. Recently, my master, who saved me, found her, and they both chose to retreat from the world, never to return. Therefore, the path of fortune cultivation will cease to exist, and you need not call me master any longer. When the spiritual essence had taken refuge in Ji Xia's mind, it had sought to guide her to find her own body, hoping to mentor her in cultivation. Who could have foreseen the total demise of the path of fortune? Ji Xia sighed. She had never expected the once thriving path of fortune to be utterly destroyed. But master, why do you still wish to return to Qingling Mountain for seclusion? Chapter 185. Conclusion. Fu Zisher leaned back in his chair, eyes closed in meditation, choosing not to respond to Ji Xia's inquiry. After a prolonged silence, Ji Xia finally lost her temper. Old man, have you gone mute? I am asking you. Now that everything is over, why must you return to the mountain alone? Fu Zisher remained silent, evidently unwilling to engage with her. Zhou Tianxi gently shook his head, urging her to save the argument for after they had exited the vehicle. The group returned to the hospital, where Zhou Nan's test results were just coming in. Doctor, how is my friend? The doctor's expression was grave. She was injected with an excessive amount of sedative and had a significant amount of her heart's blood drawn. Is it possible that she was kidnapped? Should we report this to the police? Ji Xia thought to herself, as I suspected. Thank you, doctor. The police have already apprehended the person who harmed her. What treatment does my friend require? We will fully cooperate. Zhou Tianxi and the doctor discussed the details of her treatment, while Ji Xia and her master returned to the hospital room. Zhou Nan was idly scrolling through her phone, while Gao Jialan stood nearby. Xia, why are you back so quickly? Ji Xia first assessed her pale complexion, relieved to see that she was fine. I just returned. What about you? Are you still feeling unwell? I'm all right, Zhou Nan replied with a smile. You managed to resolve such a significant matter of recognition so quickly? Ji Xia sat on the chair beside the hospital bed. It feels surreal. Not long ago, I was discontent with the Lin family due to Lin Qianqian's actions. Who would have thought I am actually a Lin, with living parents and two brothers? This revelation astonished me even more than my master's spiritual essence residing in my mind. Zhou Nan contemplated and said, You have been accustomed to being alone for over 20 years. Thus, the sudden emergence of a family may feel overwhelming. By the way, Ji Xia discreetly glanced at Gao Jialan and leaned closer to her friend, whispering, I am now engaged. Shouldn't he be hurrying to? Zhou Nan remarked. I doubt he can handle his family. You underestimate me, Gao Jialan interjected, his voice filled with pride. I have not yet had the chance to share the good news since arriving at the hospital. Ji Xia and Zhou Nan turned to him, eager to hear the news. As long as you agree, my parents will be delighted to welcome you to our home, Gao Jialan stated, suddenly appearing smug. Of course, they will come along to discuss our marriage. Ji Xia smiled at his words, while Zhou Nan's cheeks flushed. Since agreeing to explore a relationship with Gao Jialan, she naturally hoped for a successful outcome. However, as the illegitimate daughter of the Zhou family, she had long been looked down upon by the Gao family, and she feared their potential prejudice. What prejudice could there be? The shares owed to the children of the Zhou family have already been transferred to you. Who could possibly object? Zhou Tianxi entered the hospital room, casting a disapproving glance at Gao Jialan, and the two faced off for a moment. Take good care of my sister, or else, of course, you could trust me with her, Gao Jialan replied confidently. Zhou Nan was taken aback by Zhou Tianxi's commitment to her. With the Zhou family shares, it signified their official acknowledgement of her status as a daughter of the family. She wondered how the old patriarch had been persuaded to agree. After several attempts, she finally managed to whisper, brother. Days later, Lin Qianqian returned to the country, and in the presence of the Lin family, Fu Zisher extracted the fortune from the transfer pearl, restoring it to Ji Xia herself. Lin Qianqian had long been aware of a fragment of her origin, Yet she never anticipated that she had been manipulated by her biological mother. The revelation that Ji Xia was the true daughter of the Lin family was utterly inconceivable to her. In a fit of despair, she cried out, questioning why Ji Xia had usurped her beloved brother Tian Xi and now sought to take her parents as well. Having reclaimed her fortune, Ji Xia felt an unprecedented lightness in her being, and amidst Lin Qianqian's cries, memories of the past resurfaced. She began to comprehend the intricacies of the Lin family, and everything felt eerily familiar. Brother, that day, that person snatched me right in front of you. I saw you chase the car for what seemed like an eternity, only to fall and injure your face, she recalled. Lin Chengwu, filled with emotion, stood up and grasped Ji Xia's shoulders, exclaiming, "Sister, you remember." Lin father and Lin mother were astonished, having been oblivious to the truth for so many years. After their daughter vanished, they had completely underestimated their younger son's injuries and immediately mobilized everyone to search for her. They had always assumed their younger son had merely lost track of his sister while playing, never realizing that a villain had abducted their daughter right before his eyes. Ji Xia nodded, her gaze sweeping across the familiar layout of the house, though she could only recall fragments due to her tender age at the time. The memory of her abduction lingered vividly, etched into her mind by the severity of her brother's fall. "Child, you have suffered for so many years. Tian Xi told me that you have endured a life of constant abandonment and misfortune for the past 2 decades. Ji Xia approached Lin mother and embraced her tightly. Mother. As the words escaped her lips, tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin mother wept uncontrollably, holding her long-lost daughter, exclaiming, "My dear, you are finally home. Welcome back." With the restoration of her memories, Ji Xia truly felt she had found her family, no longer lingering on the periphery as she had in recent times. The Lin family, with misty eyes, gathered around Ji Xia, eager to offer her the best of everything. However, not long after, the police arrived once more, this time to apprehend Lin Qianqian. "I haven't committed a crime. Why are you arresting me?" Lin Chengwu scoffed. "Haven't committed a crime? Umph. Were you not the one who sought to kill me?" Lin Qianqian was taken aback, bewildered as to how her transgressions had come to light. Before she could fathom it, the police had already taken her away. Subsequently, Qin Qing was charged with child trafficking, attempted murder, and several other offenses, ultimately receiving a life sentence. Lin Qianqian also faced the consequences of her actions. "Master, must you return to Qingling Mountain?" After everything had settled, Ji Xia couldn't help but inquire of Fu Zishe. "I still find it challenging to adapt to the complexities of modern society, and I prefer the serenity of cultivation. So it is better for me to return to the mountain." Ji Xia understood that she could not dissuade him, and thus insisted that the old man promise her he could be visited at any time, which he eventually acquiesced to. The Lin family wished for Ji Xia to reside with them, but Zhou Tian Xi disagreed. Ultimately, Ji Xia negotiated with her boss, agreeing to spend a few days each month with the Lin family, while primarily residing in their marital home. Their simple life was fulfilling, and one day, "Où tiens si soudain recal tao u village?" He tentatively asked Ji Xia, "Xia, could you take me to Tao Hua village for a visit?" Ji Xia considered her current circumstances. She was no longer the unfortunate soul she once was, and she earnestly replied to her boss, "I think that would be wonderful." The end.